At this hour, international news. An international team of scientists held a press conference and announced a sensational discovery. In the permafrost of the far east of Siberia, a prehistoric supervirus has been found. This giant virus has already become the fourth giant virus known to humanity. Previously, scientists had discovered another similar specimen in the same region. According to experts, the discovery was made a year ago, but the information had been kept secret until now. Research is still ongoing, and at this moment it remains unknown whether the virus is capable of infecting humans or animals. Some specialists note, as long as the permafrost remains frozen, there is no reason for concern.
I jumped up from my bed. Everything matched to the second. My name is Jiang Lucier, and I knew about this report in advance. A week ago, a star seed appeared in my mind, and with it came knowledge of what would happen in the near future. This was already the third piece of news that confirmed my suspicions. But the most important thing, the seed had shown me that in 10 days a viral outbreak would begin. The end of the world. I understood, the authorities were aware, which is why many meetings and conferences were cancelled, heads of state disappeared from public events. But ordinary people were told nothing. This press conference was the last warning, so that people would not die entirely in ignorance. I had 1 week left. I began preparing. I bought food, water, medicine, even a dagger. All of this was important, but not the main thing. The seed had another ability, to modify objects, turning them into something greater. For this, a base was required. I immediately realized, I needed transportation. I ruled out sedans at once, useless scrap in the coming chaos. Off-road vehicles were too cramped. Ideally, I wanted a massive truck, as long as a train, with wheels as tall as a person. You could live in it, store supplies. But that was just a dream. In reality, I had to choose between an ordinary cargo truck and a minibus. I settled on the latter. A spacious interior, the possibility of turning it into a shelter, storing food and water, even setting up something like a bed. A minibus was my best chance to survive. And then came the main problem, money. After all my purchases, I had less than 1,000 yuan left. But renting a minibus cost more than 1,000 per day. 10 days would require 15,000. For me, a student, that was impossible. I tried to find money. First, I wrote to my friend Li Jun. He had just gotten a brand new iPhone, bought for 10,000 yuan. I asked him to return at least 2,000 he owed me. He just brushed me off, I'll pay you back later. I told him, on Tuesday, don't go anywhere. Lock the doors and windows. He laughed, are you crazy? I've got a date. Then I wrote to another friend, Luo Ming. He had no money, he had spent everything on games. But I also warned him, on Tuesday, stay home. Lock the doors and windows. He was puzzled, huh? Why? I only said, just do it. But no one listened to me. I had done everything I could. But those who owed me money weren't going to pay me back. I couldn't borrow from anyone else. We were all just students. A couple hundred yuan, maybe, but thousands were out of the question. I'll have to find another way, I thought. Because if I wanted to survive, I still needed that minibus. Jiang Lucier was flipping through his phone when he suddenly saw a very flashy profile picture, and his eyes lit up instantly. This guy, with his hair slicked back and wearing sunglasses, was named Manhwa. He was quite well known in school. But he wasn't famous because of any talent or skill, he was known for having strong connections. You could tell from the fact that even Jiang Lucier had added him on QQ. Jiang Lucier and Manhwa weren't complete opposites, but close. Jiang Lucier was the most ordinary type of person, not active at all. Outside of his classmates, few people knew him. Jiang Lucier vaguely remembered hearing from Li Jun that Manhwa had a friend who was involved in campus lending. Some girls, in order to borrow money, not only sent their ID and student card photos to his friend, but even took indecent photos. If they didn't pay the money back, those photos and their personal information would be made public, sent to their classmates, teachers, even their families. When Jiang Lucier first heard about this, he was speechless. Most of these girls just wanted to buy things to satisfy their vanity, and they ended up doing things like that. Manhwa often took indecent photos of girls from his friend and shared them in class groups. Many people would comment and judge. Of course, Jiang Lucier didn't sympathize with those girls either. Originally, Jiang Lucier thought he would never get involved in such things. But now, he felt it was a good opportunity. Manhwa, can I borrow money from your friend? Jiang Lucier asked directly. Manhwa replied quickly, sure. What department and class are you from? Jiang Lucier directly sent a photo of his student ID. After confirming, Manhwa asked, how much do you want to borrow? 20,000. Jiang Lucier didn't hold back since it was a loan shark. Based on what he knew, 20,000 was probably the limit. Any more and Ma Hao might reject him. After all, his family background wasn't a secret, Ma Hao could easily find out. Ma Hao was clearly startled. For a student, 20,000 was a lot. Most female students only borrowed a few thousand, even just a few hundred. What do you need that much for? An abortion for your girlfriend wouldn't even cost that much, Ma Hao asked. It's something very important. Don't ask, just tell me what the conditions are, Jiang Lushi said. Well, how about this, leave your student ID with me, give me your home address, and you have to write a loan note for 50,000. Also, record a video while holding the note, read it aloud, and say it's voluntary. Once you pay it back, I'll destroy the note in front of you. How long do you need the 20,000? Ma Hao asked. 1 month, Jiang Lushi replied. Then you'll owe me 25,000. We're from the same school, so I'm not worried about you not paying back. You get it, Ma Hao said. Okay. Jiang Lushi was secretly shocked. This interest rate, even normal loan sharks weren't this harsh. And now, Jiang Lushi realized, this so-called friend probably didn't even exist. Even if Ma Hao wasn't the one doing the lending, he definitely had a part in it. Ma Hao seemed very confident, not worried at all about Jiang Lushi defaulting. Who knows what methods he had? If you didn't repay, you'd probably wish you were dead. Heh. Jiang Lushi chuckled indifferently. Interest? Threats? When the world ends, who'd care about a Ma Hao? That afternoon, Jiang Lushi found a car rental company online and then went to the agreed location with Ma Hao. He completed the procedure and got the money. While transferring the money to Jiang Lushi, Ma Hao was curiously looking him up and down. What exactly do you need the money for? To do something big. You'll know in a week, Jiang Lushi said mysteriously. Ma Hao was speechless. What's with this guy? He suddenly felt a bit of regret. But since the money was already transferred, he didn't care anymore. Whether the guy was crazy or not, no student had ever dared to not pay him back. Jiang Lushi got the 20,000 and immediately headed to the rental company. There weren't many minivans, unlike sedans, they weren't easy to rent. Jiang Lushi had contacted almost every rental company online before he found one with available vehicles. The staff urged him to hurry, and said they could only hold it for about 2 hours. Rushing over, Jiang Lushi arrived an hour early. When he saw the store sign from afar, he finally felt relieved. The rental company was small, but cleanly and tastefully arranged. Behind a reception desk stood a sweet-looking girl with a ponytail. She wore the company's uniform, simple, but made her look fresh and neat. She looked around 18 or 19, innocent and youthful. She was speaking with a customer in a suit. When she saw Jiang Lushi, she smiled sweetly, nodded at him, and gestured for him to wait. Seeing this youthful girl, Jiang Lushi was slightly stunned, such a young receptionist. He sat on the sofa nearby, and by chance, noticed a vocabulary book for CET 6 under some flyers by the desk. He immediately understood, this girl was probably a student, maybe even from their university, working part-time to support herself. The rental shop was near the university. Hiring a sweet-looking girl like her was not only cheaper but also good for business. Hello, I'm customer manager Wen Xiaotian. You can call me Xiaowen. I'm happy to help you, she said. After finishing with the previous customer, she turned to Jiang Lushi. Her immature appearance and formal greeting created a strange but cute contrast. Hi, I'm the one who reserved the minivan online, Jiang Lushi stood up and said. Ah, about that. The girl looked troubled. Embarrassed, she said, I'm really sorry. The last minivan was just rented by this gentleman. She had accepted Jiang Lushi's order over the phone, but the boss had rented the van out anyway. She felt bad about it. But she was just a part-time worker, she couldn't go against the boss's decisions. Really sorry. If you can wait, maybe you can rebook now. There might be vehicles available in a few days. Once this gentleman returns it, it'll be available again, Wen Xiaotian said apologetically. Jiang Lushi paused. There was no way he could wait that long. This was the only company with available vehicles. He thought for a moment, then suddenly asked, has he paid yet? Huh? Not yet, but he's about to sign the contract, she replied, a bit confused. She didn't know why Jiang Lushi was asking. The man in the suit glanced at Jiang Lushi, a hint of amusement in his eyes. He could tell Jiang Lushi was in a hurry. But without paying, the boss could cancel the deal at any time. Oh, no payment, no problem. Tell your boss I'll pay 200 extra per day, for a week, and I'll renew again next week. Just driving it in the city, no wear and tear, Jiang Lushi said. When Xiaotian froze, looked at the man in the suit, unsure what to do. She'd never faced this kind of situation before. 300 extra. Jiang Lushi added. When Xiaotian hesitated. This was a large amount. Jiang Lushi really looked anxious. "Sir, according to regulations, I have to call to check," she said, apologizing to the man in the suit. The suited man was speechless. Just now, he had been a little smug. Now, it looked like he'd run into a rich kid. Forget it, forget it. No need to call. Let him rent it," the man said. He could already guess what would happen if she called. No need to drag it out. "Really sorry again. You can use the car this weekend. Maybe I can reschedule for you in a couple of days? This customer really needs it urgently," when Xiao Tian apologized again. The man in the suit looked at Jiang Lushi. He didn't look even 20, just a student. He couldn't help but ask, "Kid, why rent a car for so long?" "To park it," Jiang Lushi replied. "Park, damn, today's youth really had money to burn." Jiang Lushi didn't care about their surprised looks. He couldn't care less what people thought. He quickly signed the contract with the rental company. Glancing at the terms, he saw that the rental contract was very strict, with all kinds of penalties. Even a scratch could cost a fortune. But Jiang Lushi only glanced briefly, then signed without hesitation. "This car wouldn't just end up with a few scratches? We need to keep your ID," the receptionist smiled. "Pa!" Jiang Lushi slapped down his prepared ID on the table and took the car key. After walking out a few steps, he turned back. "Can you help find me a driver to take it back?" He didn't have a license. Sitting in the minibus, Jiang Lushi made a phone call to his younger sister, although he knew, most likely, this call would be like a stone sinking into the ocean. Before the star seed and the information appeared in his mind, his sister had already gone deep into the mountains for field research, where the signal was unstable. His sister being in the deep mountains, at a time when the apocalypse was about to erupt, was truly terrible news. However, Jiang Lushi knew from the star seed that neither he nor his sister would be infected by the virus. Her research trip should be ending in the next couple of days, and this made Jiang Lushi especially relieved. He and his sister had grown up relying on each other. If the apocalypse arrived and his sister was still missing somewhere in the mountains, Jiang Lushi would go crazy. As expected, the call didn't go through, her phone was off. Jiang Lushi sent her a text message, telling her to contact him immediately once she saw the message. He would keep his phone on 24 hours a day waiting for her call. Based on his understanding of her, if he made such a serious request, she would definitely call back as soon as she had signal. "Boss, stop the car here?" The rental company's driver drove the vehicle to the front of Jiang Luxi's apartment and looked around curiously. This place was clearly one of the old neighborhoods in Jiangbei City that was almost entirely phased out. The buildings were all from the 1990s, each home had the oldest type of rain canopy and security bars. This didn't look like a place where a rich kid would live. Maybe he was experiencing the life of the poor? But that wasn't the driver's concern. Once Jiang Lushi signed the paperwork, he handed over the keys and left. Sitting in the vehicle, Jiang Lushi let out a deep breath. He had done all kinds of preparation today, running around busily, but now that everything was ready, instead of feeling calm, he felt panicked. The previous calmness, orderliness, and suppressed fear seemed to erupt all at once. After sitting for 5 or 6 minutes, Jiang Lushi slowly calmed down. After all, it was the end of the world. His reaction was normal. According to the information from the star seed, Jiang Lushi stood up, walked to the driver's seat, then sat down and put his hands on the steering wheel. Then, Jiang Lushi closed his eyes. As if he had flipped a switch, the image that should have been seen by his eyes suddenly appeared in his mind. The steering wheel he was holding was looked at left and right, and then the view rapidly rose, showing the entire vehicle from above. Then, the car body turned transparent, and all the components became clearly visible. Jiang Lushi knew this was the star seed scanning him. Though he understood it, actually experiencing this process felt very magical, like VR science fiction. When VR first came out, Jiang Lushi had been very interested but didn't buy it because it was too expensive. Now, he had an experience even more advanced than VR. After the whole minibus was scanned, the vehicle's information appeared in Jiang Luxi's mind. Model, medium passenger bus, 14 seats. Age, 10 years. Power, gasoline engine. Max speed, 110 km per hour. Engine, 5.014L water-cooled inline 4-cylinder turbocharged direct injection. Faults, engine aging, various components aging. In summary, it was a very ordinary minibus, probably retired from tourism use and bought by a rental company. A vehicle like this would have many small issues as soon as it was driven. The rental company was definitely cutting corners. But these small issues didn't matter to Jiang Lushi. He got a minibus for just over 10,000 yuan, which was a great deal. After the first modification, this vehicle would initially become suitable for post-apocalyptic use. The star seed had several modification directions. Jiang Lushur thought about it and chose the base vehicle type. The base vehicle required the most materials, but it was the most practical. Soon, the star seed listed all the materials needed to modify this vehicle into a base vehicle, standard. Seeing the list, Jiang Lushur secretly clicked his tongue. 100 caddies of steel, 100 caddies of copper, screws of various sizes, 10 kilograms of titanium alloy, 10 square feet of leather, and all sorts of strange materials. Just the first few items already looked expensive. Jiang Lushur vaguely knew that titanium alloy cost 500 to 600 yuan per kilogram. Some of the strange materials even looked expensive by name alone. This list completely exceeded Jiang Lushur's expectations for price. The amount of materials needed was more than Jiang Lushur had imagined, likely because he chose the more complex base vehicle. He didn't even know if the money he had left, plus what he could get from selling things, would be enough. Even though those roadside ads offering instant loans with ID were everywhere, Jiang Lushur had already handed over his student ID to Ma Hao and his ID card to the rental company. Without a house deed or anything else, he was truly at a loss. Forget it, I'll order whatever I can first. Jiang Lushur took out his phone. Just as he opened it, he saw he had 2 missed calls. Judging by the time, they probably came when he was on the road and didn't hear due to the noise. But the phone number was unfamiliar. Hello? Jiang Lushur called back. Jiang Lushur? A girl's voice came from the other end, sweet and gentle. Yes, I saw you called. May I ask what's the matter? Jiang Lushur asked. I'm Li Yusin. The girl said a name that surprised Jiang Lushur. He had thought for sure it was a business call, either from the rental company or a seller from whom he had ordered goods. He didn't expect it to be a girl he knew, and a very popular one. Although Jiang Lushur rarely talked to girls on the phone, he didn't panic at all. He was just puzzled. He and Li Yusin hadn't had any real interaction, so why was she calling him? Then again, they weren't complete strangers. In fact, they had been classmates since high school, same class, even deskmates. Li Yusin came from a good family, had delicate and beautiful looks, and a good personality. She was very popular in class. At the time, Jiang Lushur had once stared blankly at her quiet side profile as she looked out the window, her silky hair fluttering gently. But although Li Yusin was excellent in many areas, she struggled with math, and coincidentally, Jiang Lushur was good at it. So she often asked him to explain problems. When she listened, she was very focused and serious. Her hair often brushed against Jiang Lushur's hand, and she didn't even notice. Later, after Jiang Lushur's parents died unexpectedly, he didn't attend school for a whole month. When he returned, he had become much more withdrawn and moved to the last row alone. Though Li Yusin occasionally looked his way, several times when they passed by each other, she seemed like she wanted to say something, but never did. Now Jiang Lushur had moved on from the shadow of the past, but their relationship had faded since then. Even though they later got into the same university in the same city, it stayed that way. Whatever tiny spark there had been, Jiang Lushur had buried deep in his heart. Now hearing Li Yusin's voice again, Jiang Lushur couldn't help feeling a ripple of emotion. Her voice, light and gentle, was like a breeze. It's been a long time, Jiang Lushur sighed. Yeah, we haven't talked in a while, Li Yusin said. Right, why did you call me? Jiang Lushur asked. I heard from Li Jun that you're short on money? I don't know him well, just happened to hear him talking to a friend of mine, she said. Jiang Lushur frowned. What did he say? He was having dinner with my friend. My friend asked why he kept looking at his phone, who he was chatting with, and he said you were asking him for money. I thought maybe you were in trouble, so I asked for your number, she explained. That Li Jun, Jiang Lushur was speechless. Not only did he not pay him back, but he was also talking about him like that, always showing off. Jiang Lushur explained the situation. Li Yusin was angry after hearing it. I knew you weren't like that. He even said you were shameless. Ugh. I told my friend not to associate with him anymore. So, you really need money? It's fine, I've figured something out, Jiang Lushur replied. Your Alipay is your phone number, right? I'll transfer you some money. Pay me back when you're doing better. We're friends, don't be polite. You used to help me with math every day, explaining everything so clearly. I never even properly thanked you, she said with a smile. Jiang Lushur was stunned. Her laughter was still so pleasant. Wait, you don't have to. That's settled then. Don't be polite, we're friends, right? She said playfully, her laughter like wind chimes. Of course. Jiang Lushur felt a warmth in his heart after hanging up. He hadn't expected someone like her to help him at a moment like this. And from beginning to end, she never even asked why he needed the money. Beep. A notification came in. Jiang Lushur opened it, and was shocked. Li Yusin had sent him 20,000 yuan. She even left a note, a little more so you won't be tight. If you don't use it all, just return the rest later. Seeing this message, Jiang Lushur was genuinely moved. Even though Li Yusin came from a well-off family, she lived simply. This 20,000 was probably money she saved herself, not just handed over casually. She had even tried calling several times when he didn't answer. Jiang Lushur immediately made a decision and called her back. She answered, sounding a bit nervous. "What is it?" "Don't worry, I'm not calling to return the money," Jiang Lushur said, amused and touched. "Oh, okay," she sighed with relief. "Don't thank me either, or I'll have to thank you for all your help back then. I wouldn't have gotten into Jiangbei University without you." "That was nothing," Jiang Lushur said shyly, scratching his head. Then he cleared his throat and spoke seriously. "Give me your home address." "My address? What, are you coming over to pay me back in person?" she laughed. "Just tell me." "Don't worry, I won't do anything bad," he joked. All right. My address is?" "You say it, I'll write it down." Jiang Lushur turned on speaker and noted it in his memo. "You even wrote it down, now I'm nervous." "Are you really coming?" "But if you do, you're welcome," she said. Clearly, she was a little embarrassed. Jiang Lushur knew his request was sudden, but he had no choice. It had to be done. He said, "Yusin, next Tuesday, you must stay home. Not just you, your parents too. No one can leave. Ideally, stay in separate rooms, and lock the doors. If anything happens, lock yourselves inside. I will come find you. Can you do that? It's very, very important. It's about my life." His tone was firm and serious. Jiang Lushur knew if he mentioned the apocalypse, it would be hard to convince her. Even if she half believed him, convincing her parents would take too long. If he said it was life or death, she'd be even less likely to believe, and her parents might think he was crazy or dangerous. "Lock ourselves in rooms? Is someone going to attack us?" she asked. "Jiang Lushur, are you in some kind of trouble? Loan sharks? Gangsters?" she asked nervously. "No, but it's really important. Please believe me, please. It's very important, I beg you," he said. He had borrowed from loan sharks, but this had nothing to do with them, he wasn't worried about that. Okay, she reluctantly agreed. It sounded so bizarre. "Promise me, do exactly what I said," he reminded. "This. Promise me," he pleaded sincerely. "All right, okay." After hanging up, Jiang Lushur let out a long breath. He had done all he could, but he didn't know how much Li Yusin would follow through. At least, she'd probably stay home. She was a kind girl. As long as she cared about his safety, she'd stay in. As for whether she'd survive, it was up to fate. He just hoped heaven wouldn't let such a kind girl die in this disaster. As long as she lived, Jiang Lushur believed, he would find her. With the money borrowed from Li Yusin, Jiang Lushur immediately started shopping. Some items that couldn't be bought online, he went to the market to buy himself. The most frustrating thing was that one of the materials wasn't even available at the market. In the end, he had to go to an auto parts factory to get it. At first, the owner didn't want to sell. In the end, Jiang Lushur gritted his teeth and added 500 yuan on top of the original price before he finally got it, and it was second-hand. When leaving, he saw the owner rubbing his fingers and carefully counting the money, and Jiang Lushur just silently shook his head. That boss didn't really refuse to sell, he just wanted to sell it at a high price. Now that he had earned the extra 500 yuan, he was happy. But in a week, he would realize that money would be worthless. It took a total of 3 days to gather all the materials, which now filled the aisle and seats of the minibus. When he put the final item inside, Jiang Lushur felt like a heavy weight had been lifted from his heart. He had made it just in time. For these 3 days, he had been running around non-stop, practically covering the entire city of Jiangbei. Probably because it was the first modification, the materials required were extremely diverse and abundant, involving almost every aspect. At the same time, Jiang Lushur kept an eye on the news and local developments in Jiangbei. As he had suspected, fewer and fewer big names were appearing on the news. Although everything on the streets seemed normal, he could sense an undercurrent of tension. "Let's begin." Jiang Lushur pulled all the curtains shut, then sat in the driver's seat. After steadying his breathing, he gripped the steering wheel. At once, the structure of the minibus clearly projected into his mind. It felt as if he had gained a special eye that could scan the minibus. Wherever he looked, the data and status of that part of the minibus would immediately appear. The overall status of the minibus was, base vehicle, standard, awaiting modification. All materials detected. Begin modification? Jiang Lushur silently said in his mind, modify. Modification initiated. Completion time, 72 hours. Countdown begins now. The vehicle cannot be driven during modification. Modification includes. Jiang Lushur felt the steering wheel in his hand suddenly surge with a strange energy, as if it was lightly vibrating. The modification process would take a long time, and Jiang Lushur couldn't just sit in the vehicle and watch the whole time. After watching curiously for a while, he noticed that the materials would mysteriously disappear little by little. Besides that, nothing else seemed to be happening, so he got out of the vehicle. Jiang Lushur stood outside and looked at the vehicle. Seeing that nothing unusual was visible from the outside, he felt relieved and went back home. As soon as he opened the door, he was met with piles of supplies almost stacked up to the entrance, everything that had been delivered over the past 3 days. The delivery workers had been giving Jiang Lushur strange looks. But Jiang Lushur didn't care how others saw him. Even if they found it suspicious, they could never guess the real reason behind it. These 3 days, Jiang Lushur hadn't gone to school anymore. The end of the world was coming. What was the point of going to class? Now that the minibus modification had started, Jiang Lushur didn't stay idle. While continuously calling his sister, he also searched online for all kinds of survival knowledge, wilderness survival, basic first aid, what medicine to take for common illnesses, surrounding maps, etc. He even downloaded a national map to his tablet so it could be used offline. The map marked almost everything, from small shops to large factories, from highways to rural roads, all very clearly. He spent several hundred yuan on this map. Free apps didn't offer this level of detail. Jiang Lushur didn't know how much more he could prepare, but as long as a post mentioned something he thought was useful, or anything he could think of himself, he prepared it. Now that the money was almost all spent, Jiang Lushur's preparations were nearly complete. Beep beep beep. His phone rang. Jiang Lushur looked at the screen and suddenly smiled with joy. He had been constantly trying to call his sister, but her phone had been off. Now she was finally calling back. Hello. Hello, bro, what's so urgent? I just got off the bus. Let me tell you, this field trip was amazing. We visited a mountain village with cave burial customs. Jiang Zhuing, don't talk now. Listen to me first. Jiang Lushur cut off his sister's playful words and said loudly. Maybe sensing the seriousness in his tone, Jiang Zhuing realized something must be wrong, so she immediately stopped joking and softly said, Okay, bro, I'm listening. But then Jiang Lushur calmed himself. Panic would only spread to her. He asked, Zhuing, where are you now? At school. I just parted ways with the team and teachers. I was heading back to the dorm. My phone died, but I charged it a bit on the bus and turned it on. That's when I saw your messages. Although usually playful, once Jiang Zhuing realized the situation was serious, she quickly became obedient and focused, clearly explaining her situation with a quick, concise tone. Though she didn't yet know why her brother was acting this way, since the death of their parents, Jiang Lushur had taken care of her. Even though she might argue with him sometimes, when it really mattered, she always listened to him unconditionally. To her, he was her anchor. Don't go back to the dorm. Book a flight and come home immediately, Jiang Lushur said. Okay, give me a moment. After a while, she spoke again, bro, there are no tickets left. Tomorrow? The day after? Transfer flights if you have to. No matter the cost, he said. None. There's nothing left, she replied. What do you mean, nothing left? Jiang Lushur was stunned. A bad feeling hit him. He started furiously typing on his keyboard, opening a flight ticket site. He searched one city after another, and his heart sank with each search. All flights over the next 3 days were completely sold out, regardless of origin or destination. The only tickets still available were for after the apocalypse's arrival. This was no coincidence. Should I just buy one for 3 days later? Jiang Zhuing asked. By then, it won't matter anymore, Jiang Lushur said. Zhuing didn't quite understand why being just 1 day late made such a big difference, but she didn't question him. Instead, she said, train. What about booking a train ticket? Jiang Lushur typed again, then said in a low voice, don't bother. Train tickets are sold out too. All train tickets for the next 3 days, gone. Wait, I'll go check the bus station, or maybe I can hire a private car, she suggested. No. Jiang Lushur said. First, who knew what the roads would be like? Even if they were passable, it would take her over 2 days to get home. With all planes and trains down, there was a huge chance of traffic jams. If she got stuck on the road when disaster hit, she'd be dead for sure. No, Jiang Lushur repeated. Zhuing sensed something was wrong in his voice. It made her nervous too. Zhuing, listen carefully to every word I say now, Jiang Lushur said. Don't go back to your dorm. Find a place with few people, hotel or rented apartment, something with good security. Stay somewhere hidden. Then buy as much drinking water as possible, some medicine, daily supplies, food. Charge your phone fully. Get a dozen power banks. Even if phones don't work by then, still, do it. Lock the doors. Don't go out. Wait for me. You must wait for me. You must. Jiang Lushi repeated. Zhuiying, the end of the world is coming. Jiang Zhuiying not being able to return was a huge blow to Jiang Liushi's plan. Originally, he had planned to drive the modified vehicle, loaded with supplies, and take Jiang Zhuiying and Li Yusen's family to a resort over 100 li away from Jiangbei City. He had been there once before. It was the kind of place where people rarely went, but the facilities were all complete, and there were no other residents nearby. The idea was to settle there temporarily, then slowly figure out the next step depending on how the situation developed. Although he knew the apocalypse was coming, he still had no real concept of what it would actually be like once it began. Based on how things turned out, he would adjust the plan. In any case, having the minibus would make them much safer on the move compared to others. But now, this plan was clearly ruined. Not only could Jiang Lushi not escape to the outskirts right away, he had to go to Nanjing City, a place with more people and more prosperity. And he didn't know what the road conditions would be like along the way, nor when he'd arrive. That was why he told Jiang Zhuiying to buy as many supplies as possible and to wait for him no matter what. If the minibus hadn't needed another 3 days for modification, Jiang Lushi would have left immediately. But without the vehicle, he was just an ordinary college student. There was no way he could break through any chaos and bring Jiang Zhuiying out safely. Beep. That night, Jiang Zhuiying sent a location pin to Jiang Lushi. She had rented a teacher's apartment in a small alley near her school, on the top floor, the 6th. She also sent him photos. Sure enough, the apartment was packed full of supplies in 2 rooms, enough for her to live comfortably for a full month. Bro, don't worry, Jiang Zhuiying messaged, with a big smiley face emoji. Jiang Lushi had already told her about the coming apocalypse, everything except the star seed in his mind. Not because he didn't trust her, but because explaining it would be too complicated and unnecessary. He hadn't expected her to believe him, yet she seemed calm, even playful, still in the mood to take photos and send emojis. Jiang Lushi knew that she probably wasn't completely convinced, but it didn't matter. As long as she followed his instructions carefully, that was enough. Okay, from today onward, don't go out. Lock all doors and windows. Protect yourself. Don't answer or open the door for anyone, even if it's someone you know. Jiang Lushi warned her sternly. In the apocalypse, laws and morals would mean nothing. He knew it sounded heartless, but he had to say it. People killing over a bag of crackers, that's something seen countless times in doomsday movies. And in real wars, people have died over scraps of food. Jiang Lushi wasn't that cold-blooded. Within his ability and as long as he stayed safe, he would help others. But since he couldn't protect Jiang Zhuiying directly, he needed her to stay completely safe and avoid any risk. Got it, Jiang Zhuiying replied. Seeing his sister obey obediently, Jiang Lushi could finally relax a bit. Now that her safety was ensured, his next priority was how to reach Nanjing as quickly as possible. 3 days passed in a flash. During these 3 days, the tone of the news began to grow uneasy. More reports began to mention transportation and global issues. But ordinary people didn't pay much attention. They still worked 9 to 5, took kids to and from school, shopped, cooked. Jiang Lushi stayed home, occasionally stepping out to check the situation. During this time, both Li Jun and Luo Ming sent him a few messages. Jiang Lushi didn't even read Li Jun's. Luo Ming's message read, "Bro, are you okay? You borrowed money, are you eloping with a girl or what? If you don't come back to class soon, I think you're done for. Remember, don't go out Tuesday. Stay in the dorm, lock the door, and play games." Jiang Lushi reminded him again, regardless of whether Luo Ming would listen. Why Tuesday? Wait, isn't tomorrow Tuesday? Jiang Lushi took a deep breath. Yes, it was tomorrow? That night, even Jiang Lushi didn't know how he fell asleep. Before bed, he had hired 2 workers to help him move all the supplies next to the minibus. Then he sent a mass message to everyone in his contacts and specifically reminded Li Yusen and Jiang Zhuiying again. Nervously, he sat on the pile of supplies next to the minibus, and unknowingly fell asleep. Beep beep beep. Jiang Lushi didn't wake from an alarm or a siren, it was a strange chime ringing in his mind. It was the star seed. He immediately raised his head and ran to the minibus door. From the outside, it still looked like the same old vehicle, no difference at all. But as soon as he grabbed the handle, information about the vehicle appeared in his mind. A faint electric current passed through his hand. Then he heard a soft click, the door opened. It was a theft-proof sensor lock, only he could open it. Inside, Jiang Liushi's eyes lit up and his mouth opened in surprise. He was stunned. The internal structure of the vehicle had completely changed, it was no longer the same at all. All the materials were gone without a trace. The once tightly packed rows of seats were now just two couch-like seats side by side, with a table, racks, and more. The interior had been divided into multiple sections by what looked like high-end sliding doors. Jiang Lushur opened each one and saw a small but complete bathroom, kitchen, and even a tiny bedroom. The bed looked very soft. After a brief tour, he snapped out of it and rushed to the driver's seat. It, too, had changed drastically, now in a separate space and looking extremely cool. There was a huge screen display, and the dashboard looked like a control center, full of buttons and levers. Jiang Lushur sat down in the now full leather, very soft driver's seat. As he grabbed the steering wheel, the entire vehicle clearly appeared in his mind. At the same time, the buttons and levers on the dashboard lit up. Base vehicle, standard version, modification complete. Modified vehicle details. Model, base vehicle, standard, disguised as minibus. Interior setup, 1 bedroom, 1 kitchen, 1 bathroom, 1 small living room. Weaponry, compressed air cannon, basic level, airflow speed 810 meters per second, capacity 500 L. Exterior armor strength, F grade, resistant to standard bullets and collisions. Power, gasoline engine. Max speed, 300 kilometers per hour. All malfunctions repaired. Jiang Lushur was thrilled. The result of the modification far exceeded his expectations. Though this was only the standard version with limited features, to truly go anywhere without obstruction, upgrades would be needed. But upgrading required even more materials. Jiang Lushur had neither the time nor the money, nor did he know the exact material list, so there was no way to prepare in advance. Still, this vehicle alone greatly increased his survival chances. He quickly familiarized himself with the controls, then called the 2 workers from the night before to help again. They had already discussed the plan the night before, so as soon as they arrived, they began moving all the supplies onto the vehicle. When they saw the internal space, both were extremely surprised, and their looks toward Jiang Lushur completely changed. They had seen his tiny rented room packed with food and daily goods and thought he was opening a little store or maybe just a street vendor. They never imagined the guy was actually driving an RV. But modifying such an old minibus into an RV? What a waste of money. Must be some rich guy with too much time. As for Jiang Lushur, he had no time to care about their reactions, he just kept checking the time and watching his surroundings. Once all the supplies were loaded, he immediately climbed aboard, closed all doors and windows tightly, and nervously sat in the driver's seat. Jiang Lushur didn't know the exact time the disaster would arrive, or what the virus outbreak would look like. But he knew that the moment the virus was discovered in the permafrost, it had already awakened. This virus wasn't just highly contagious, it had already silently spread across the entire world, and its danger level surpassed all known viruses combined. After a period of dormancy, it would erupt explosively, like a chain of bombs going off. Beep beep beep! A sudden ringtone startled the already tense Jiang Lushur. He quickly realized it wasn't anything else, it was his phone ringing. He hurried to answer the call. He glanced at the caller ID, it was Li Yusin. Hello? I'm heading over now. Make sure you stay at home, don't go anywhere. He was worried she hadn't fully followed his instructions, and that this call was her telling him she couldn't wait for him. That would be bad. Jiang Lushur, I'm sorry. I'm about to leave, Li Yusin's voice came through. The moment she said this, Jiang Lushur's heart sank. Leave? Where to? Li Yusin, listen to me, you must stay at home and lock your room. This concerns, Jiang Lushur quickly said. Jiang Lushur, listen to me carefully, Li Yusin interrupted him, ignoring what he was saying. Her tone was grave, like she was about to say something very serious. You might find it hard to believe, but the end of the world is coming, it could be within the next few days. I just found out today. The car is already waiting outside. I have to leave immediately. First, make sure you're safe. Then go to the Shenbei Expressway entrance. The military is stationed there. When you get there, they should take you to the Shanghai Safe Zone Island, she said quickly in a low voice. Remember, you must get to the expressway entrance today. The army is there. They'll protect people during the evacuation. Just then, someone on the other end shouted to hurry up, and Li Yusin rushed to say, Jiang Lushur, remember, I'm not joking. Then she hung up. All that remained in the receiver was a fast busy tone, followed by silence. Jiang Lushur held his phone, his arm still raised. As expected, the evacuation had started. The Shanghai Safe Zone, he didn't know what kind of place that was. He felt a bit grateful for what Li Yusin had done. She probably remembered he was supposed to visit her today, so she made sure to call. Just like always, she was so kind. But even if Li Yusin was taken away, she wouldn't truly be safe. Jiang Lushur knew, the virus had already spread. Human scientists probably only discovered it after it had already begun spreading. The incubation period of the supervirus wasn't long. In that short time, scientists had barely managed to produce any research, deduce the existence of the apocalypse, and had already used up too much time. By the time high-level authorities realized doomsday was coming, they had almost no time left to prepare. Under such circumstances, it was impossible to save all of humanity. The only thing they could do was preserve the human elite. All over the world, safe islands were being built to ensure human reproduction. But, before getting on a safe island, there would definitely be cleansing and quarantine. Right now, maybe even the scientists didn't dare believe their own conclusions, so governments weren't ready to carry out cruel and inhumane measures. But once they witnessed the horror of the virus with their own eyes, saw how brutal it really was, their response would turn extremely bloody. While Jiang Lushur was talking to Li Yusen, the two movers who had been hired earlier were squatting nearby smoking, resting, and occasionally glancing at his minibus, chatting with each other. This car, this interior, damn, it's insane. Rich people sure play different games. Imagine bringing a few hot chicks, traveling the world, man, that would be heaven. The two guys smacked their lips, fantasizing about driving this RV, traveling with girls. Beautiful scenery by day, sex at night. Hungry? There's a kitchen. Dirty? There's a bathroom. Even couple baths. What's not to love? But in the middle of the fantasy, one of them suddenly staggered, his face flushed unnaturally, almost collapsing. Yo, dude, what's up? The other rushed to help. I'm fine, the man waved him off and quickly recovered. What could happen to me? You know how tough I am. He pounded his chest twice, solid muscle. Ha ha ha. I think you jerked off too much last night, now you're horny again and got weak all of a sudden. They both laughed and started throwing dirty jokes at each other. But not far away, Jiang Lushur silently watched. He didn't feel like laughing at all, on the contrary, a chill crept up his spine. He knew that dizziness was just the first symptom of the virus activating. The apocalypse was probably less than an hour away. The mover who had nearly fainted was still chatting like nothing happened. Jiang Lushur, watching from inside the vehicle, had a cold gleam in his eyes. There was nothing he could do. He couldn't just start the engine and run the guy over. That would cause panic. Without knowing the exact time of the outbreak, acting now would only put himself in danger. Not even the government could do anything. Within the next hour or two, the world would erupt in chaos. The two movers, with no other jobs, sat smoking in the shade. Jiang Lushur looked at the time. It was 1:20 p.m. He waited in silence. When the apocalypse broke out, everyone would show strong immune reactions, including Jiang Lushur, because they had all already been infected. The difference was, after the immune reaction, some people resisted the virus, while others turned into monsters. Time passed. Jiang Lushur gripped the steering wheel tightly, cold sweat seeping into his palms. He kept checking the clock, 2 o'clock, 2:30, 2:40. Slowly, maybe from focusing too hard, he started seeing double in the gauge needles. The ghosting worsened, and several overlapping dashboards appeared before his eyes. This is. Jiang Lushur's heart sank. Suddenly, a wave of dizziness hit his head. Bang! He felt a sharp pain on his forehead, it had slammed into the steering wheel. At the same time, an intense headache surged like a tidal wave. It's here. It had finally arrived, the virus had erupted. Jiang Lushur knew he would survive the infection, but even so, the pain was unbearable, he nearly passed out. At the same moment, across the world, the exact same scene played out for every single person. Headache. Hallucinations. Convulsions. Nosebleeds. Fainting. The symptoms varied slightly, but everyone suffered. Especially those who couldn't resist the virus and began mutating, it was pain deep to the bone. Many screamed in agony, screams that seemed to erupt straight from the lungs, not human anymore, more like beasts roaring. Bang bang bang. On highways, vehicles collided. Massive chain crashes, hundreds, thousands of cars piled up. Tiny cars were crushed into pancakes by trucks, drivers dying horribly. Some slammed the brakes instinctively in pain, the screech of tires tearing through the sky. Explosions. Black smoke billowed into the sky. In cities, in factories, people convulsed and lost consciousness, accidents happened everywhere. Fires broke out, people died tragically. Fire alarms howled into the air. Disaster everywhere. Corpses everywhere. Jiang Lushur was already semi-conscious. He vaguely heard the chaos, but couldn't distinguish any of it. Hallucinations flashed in his mind. He saw his childhood, his alive parents, laughing with his sister, the birthday cake his mom once made. Then he saw himself with a family, happily living with a wife and children, and that wife looked a bit like Li Yusen. He didn't know how long he was lost in the vision, until at some point, he suddenly snapped awake. His eyes flew open, his hair and clothes were soaked in sweat. He was still gripping the steering wheel, his fingers pale and numb from holding it too tightly. The windows and doors were all locked tight. He felt drained, completely exhausted. He gasped for breath, glanced out the window, and his heart sank. Outside, the sky had changed. A thick haze covered everything. Buildings, roads, all shrouded in fog, barely visible. The sky was dim. Everything was gray, heavy, and oppressive. From the distance came faint, messy sirens, piercing Jiang Liusher's ears, making him restless. He looked at the time, 3:50 p.m. The date was still the same. He'd only passed out for just over an hour, but it felt like years. At that moment, Jiang Liusher knew, this damn, God-forsaken apocalypse, had truly begun. Starting today, he would drive this vehicle, running for survival. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Liusher started the engine. Go! The star seed was already bound to the base vehicle. As long as Jiang Liusher focused his thoughts, all the information about the base vehicle would immediately appear in his mind. When he looked at the dashboard, instructions for the buttons and levers beside it would instantly pop up. Start, accelerate, weapon use, collision. Jiang Liusher's driving skills were very basic, mostly theoretical knowledge he had picked up himself. He had only test-driven a vehicle once out of curiosity. He had planned to get a driver's license, but the driving school was too expensive, so he never went. He could manage a regular car, but driving a minibus was completely different. Fortunately, aside from providing operation instructions for the base vehicle, the star seed would also constantly give him prompts and warnings while he drove. Relying on the star seed, even though Jiang Liusher's head was still a bit dizzy, he slowly drove the vehicle out of the lot. Everything around was shrouded in gray fog. The road ahead and the surroundings on both sides were barely visible. Jiang Liusher squinted to look ahead while enduring his lingering headache and recovering. Just as he was about to drive the base vehicle onto the road, a black shadow suddenly leaped from the side, slamming hard into the driver's side door with a loud thump. Startled, Jiang Liusher turned his head and saw a face pressed tightly against the window, hands frantically clawing at the window and door, desperately trying to get inside. Half of the face was covered in blood, and the mouth and teeth were also stained red. What made Jiang Liusher's heart jolt was that the face looked familiar. It was the same mover who had fainted earlier. Watching a living person transform into such a monster, even though he had mentally prepared himself, Jiang Liusher still felt a chill shoot up from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. His scalp tingled. Moreover, the mutated mover was very different from the slow-moving zombies in movies. He had lunged out very suddenly, moved quickly, and his scratching made a screeching noise. The thump-thump of his banging was loud, and his strength was clearly not small. His bloodshot eyes were wide open, fixed on Jiang Liusher inside the vehicle, and he growled continuously from his throat. Maybe the noise attracted more attention. Several more figures appeared from the gray fog behind the mover. Snapping out of his fear, Jiang Liusher immediately hit the gas. The inertia flung the mover off the door, and the base vehicle sped onto the main road. The moment he saw the road ahead, Jiang Liusher felt a wave of cold sweep over him. Screams, wails, people running in panic, and zombies chasing them were everywhere. Just as he got the vehicle fully onto the road, someone ran toward him in terror. Seeing the minibus and Jiang Liusher inside, he reached out and cried, "Help!" But before he could get close, a figure in a suit suddenly pounced on him from behind a nearby car, knocking him to the ground. The man let out a blood-curdling scream as blood sprayed everywhere. The man in the suit who bit him raised his head, neck arched, face twisted in a monstrous grimace, eyes completely bloodshot. Immediately, over a dozen zombies swarmed over and completely surrounded the man. All that could be seen was his hand still raised in the air, struggling for help, but in just 1 second, his scream vanished. Blood pooled around where he had been. Scenes like this were happening everywhere. It was the first time Jiang Liusher had seen someone torn apart alive right in front of him. And just then, the zombie who had pounced earlier spotted Jiang Liusher in the vehicle and lunged toward the minibus. Seeing this, Jiang Liusher stomped on the gas, sending the zombie flying. He kept driving forward. Many vehicles had crashed along the road, causing congestion, but Jiang Liusher's minibus had a sturdy exterior. Whenever he encountered slanted or blocked cars, he rammed through them, forcibly opening a path. Many zombies were drawn toward his minibus, throwing themselves at it one after another, but Jiang Liusher shook them off by accelerating and swerving. The strength of these zombies was indeed great, even the ones who were originally just children, women, or the elderly. When there were too many of them, Jiang Liusher even felt the minibus rock, making his heart skip a beat. A few zombies lunged head-on and were knocked down. The minibus jolted as it ran over them. Jiang Lushur didn't look back. In this situation, running over a few zombies was nothing. As an ordinary person, though, he didn't want to face such bloody, gruesome scenes. Shenbei Expressway entrance. Seeing the horrors on the road, Jiang Lushur wasn't sure what the situation was like at the expressway entrance that Li Yusin had mentioned, but he decided to check it out. Of course, Jiang Lushur didn't plan to go to the Shanghai Safe Zone Island, but he needed to use the Shenbei Expressway to get to Jiang Zhuing's location in Jinling City. Since the disaster had already started, if he used the highway, he could reach Jinling within a day and find Jiang Zhuing. He knew she hadn't mutated, but the experience of being infected was painful enough. After seeing how dangerous the zombies were, he was even more worried. Even though he had told her to make full preparations, and knowing her personality she would surely be cautious once she realized the world had become hell, Jiang Lushur still felt anxious. After all, she was his only family. The closer he got to the Shenbei Expressway entrance, the more people there were. Some were driving too, but since everyone was trying to get ahead, it caused a traffic jam. Jiang Lushur honked a few times, but more cars kept cutting in from behind, squeezing into any gap ahead. Soon, his way was completely blocked. One car overtook him, lowered the window slightly, and a frenzied, angry face leaned out and cursed, "Idiot. Driving such a huge thing and blocking the road." Then the car moved on ahead. Cars behind also honked crazily. People stuck their heads out and shouted, "Who's that moron in front? Move already." Yeah, what's the point of bringing out a big-ass vehicle now? Want to die? Die by yourself. These cars and the earlier one that squeezed in all had similar markings. They seemed to belong to the same group, as the company name XX Group was written on the sides. Seeing them not only squeezing ahead but also cursing him nastily, Jiang Lushur snapped. Everyone was desperate to survive. Why did they get to force their way through? His vehicle was big, yes, but he was still properly waiting in line. He hit the gas and continued forward. One car tried to cut in front of him, scrape. The entire vehicle shook. The minibus shoved past it, forcing it aside. The driver, seeing the minibus brushing past his small car, was first stunned, then furious. But very quickly, his jaw dropped. He watched as the minibus, like a brute with no regard for rules, plowed through the traffic, squeezing past every vehicle. The cars that had cut in earlier were now all being smashed together by the minibus. Damn! The driver cursed hard. What a fucking lunatic. And this guy was insanely lucky to squeeze through so tightly and still make it. His speed wasn't fast, plus the vehicle was an old, beat-up minibus, yet he didn't get stuck in the middle. If it had stuck, he'd have been forced to abandon the car or else wait for death. But facing this situation, the other drivers had no choices. Though they yelled and cursed, they could only face it and follow obediently behind Jiang Lushur's minibus. Then suddenly a scream came from behind. Jiang Lushur opened the rearview camera, and on the screen by the dashboard hundreds of zombies appeared all at once, climbing over from between vehicles, even from above vehicles. These zombies rushed out from the street ahead, making low growls from their mouths. Their bodies and hands were covered in blood, their mouths stained with gore, racing toward him wildly. They were already fast, and when they met vehicles, they did not dodge, using all limbs to climb over cars. Some people close to them, having just glanced back, were instantly knocked down by zombies. In a flash came a piercing scream. Some only ran a few steps, then were thrown face down from behind. Jiang Lushur saw two people running forward to escape. One, hearing the screams behind getting closer, suddenly with a fierce look pushed the other down to the ground. Ah! The pushed one screamed immediately, but before he could stand, the zombies behind were already upon him. Jiang Lushur felt his scalp tingle. It was a massacre of the living by zombies. These zombies, whether speed, strength, or agility, they were far stronger than normal people. Hurry, hurry! The cars that had cut in before were now honking furiously, seeing the zombies approaching. Their fear was exploding from inside. Jiang Lushur's minibus also moved forward, but there were just too many vehicles ahead. Traffic was moving, but could never pick up speed. The cars ahead were also freaking out. For a moment, screams and horn honks filled the air. People behind were running crazily, the fast ones pushing those in front aside. At this moment everyone wanted to escape, everyone was crazed. Then Jiang Lushur's gaze suddenly caught sight of that little sedan that had tried to force its way past his front earlier. Two girls were running alongside his car, desperately pounding on his rear door. "Please, open the door, let us in. Save us. I beg you." The two girls looked terrified. They had probably tried begging other cars, but none stopped. With zombies rapidly closing behind, only this minibus was nearest. They begged bitterly. With their normal girl strength, there was no way they could outrun zombies. If they couldn't get inside the car, in 2 or 3 minutes they'd be torn apart alive. Jiang Lushur looked at this scene, and the zombies' distance from the car. If the car slowed and opened the door, letting the girls in, it would be no problem. But this car not only did not stop, it accelerated. The 2 girls could only run with all their might. "Driver, please open the door. You don't need to slow down." The door was locked. They could not open it. At that moment the driver turned angrily, face twisted, and cursed, "Fuck. Let go of me now." One of the girls suddenly ran more quickly, somehow reaching outside his driver's window, beating on the glass. "I beg you. Open the door. Fuck. Get lost. If you don't get lost I'll run you over." The driver jerked the steering wheel. The girl outside flew backwards onto the ground. The girl gave a scream and fell heavily. The other girl staggered. "Are you okay?" The other rushed to help her up. The 2 looked at the car driving away. Their faces were pale, full of despair. Inside the minibus, Jiang Lushur saw the scene and frowned. But just then he suddenly said, "Huh. That girl who was knocked down looked a bit familiar." After a moment's hesitation, Jiang Lushur sharply turned the steering wheel and made a U-turn. Fuck. Cars behind were trying desperately to push forward, not to mention turning around. Most couldn't even stop. Those who did stop were bitten by zombies, dragged out from shattered windows, half alive, torn apart. In these conditions, where everyone is fighting for their lives, who thinks of doing something heroic? Jiang Lushur knew this. In apocalypse conditions, your own life is most important. Saving others is only considered once you are safe yourself. But now, for Jiang Lushur, he had this bulletproof base vehicle. To rescue those 2 girls wasn't hard. So long as he stayed inside, he was safe. Even if surrounded by zombies, he was not afraid. Besides, those girls were people he knew, even if not well. With the star seeds prompts and data corrections, Jiang Lushur actually turned the car deftly in the traffic and headed toward the 2 girls. In the long line of vehicles stretching hundreds of meters, only this minibus was moving upstream. The 2 girls by then had accepted fate. The nearest zombies were less than 100 meters away. Even if they kept running, in a blink they would be caught. They looked at the traffic ahead, couldn't help crying. They held hands tightly, both despairing and fearful, waiting for death. But just then they saw a minibus coming straight toward them. In the sea of tail lights, this reverse-moving minibus stood out. Would it kill them? Better to be run over than eaten alive. The 2 girls slowly closed their eyes. A sharp scraping sound, and a gust of wind hit them, made them open their eyes again. They saw the minibus, when it got right in front of them, suddenly turned. The door stopped right in front of them, and it was opening. At the driver's seat, a young man who looked like a student was waving at them, anxiously. "Quick! Get in!" Dozens of zombies had already noticed them and were furiously lunging. The girl who'd fallen awakened as if from a dream. She grabbed her companion's hand. "Quick, get in!" She climbed in right after her companion. Behind them the zombies were already upon them. Thud! The zombies smashed heavily against the car door. The 2 girls fell back onto the doorstep, looking back at the car door full of grotesque faces pressed against the glass, snarling and gnashing. Their fingers scratched and pounded the glass. The 2 girls were shaken, hearts pounding, as if could leap from their throats. Saved. The 2 girls felt like they were dreaming, as if they had just walked the edge of life and death. Who would have thought that just when they believed they were about to die, a car would suddenly rush in and save them? The girl who had fallen was gasping for air. Holding onto the handrail, she panted, thank you so much. I'm really grateful." "You're welcome," Jiang Lushur replied. "Without you, we would have definitely died," the girl said as her breathing finally steadied. She turned to look at their savior. In the rush to get on the vehicle, she hadn't seen the driver clearly. But now, seeing him, she was stunned. "You? Meeting again, what a coincidence." Jiang Lushur looked at them with a slight smile and said casually. That girl was none other than the receptionist from the car rental company earlier, Wen Xiaotian. "Xiaotian, you know him?" the other girl asked, looking surprised. When Xiaotian stared at Jiang Lushur, a face suddenly flashed in her mind, and she remembered. "Ah, you're the customer who rented the minibus. Mr. Jiang." Jiang Lushur had left a deep impression on her because of how bold he was, renting a car without a license, and saying he just wanted to park it. So she recognized him immediately. What surprised her more was that Jiang Lushur actually remembered her name, and that he turned back and risked everything to save her and her friend. "You actually remembered me." "I have a pretty good memory," Jiang Lushur said. While not photographic, he tended to remember people after a short interaction or even just a glance. "Thank you." When Xiaotian was truly moved. Even if it was just because of his memory, the fact that he came back to save them filled her heart with gratitude. "But I thought you didn't know how to drive." When Xiao Tian finally stood up from the steps, pulling her friend with her as they entered the vehicle. Upon seeing the interior, both girls were stunned. The other girl even exclaimed, "Oh my god! What kind of luxury RV is this?" she said in shock. The vehicle was incredibly well designed, like a 5-star hotel inside. "It's not any brand. It's the minibus miss when rented to me," Jiang Lucia replied without looking back. The girl turned to Wen Xiaotian, who also looked utterly shocked, clearly unaware of what was going on. "Does your company have such luxurious vehicles?" she asked. She remembered that Wen Xiaotian worked part-time at a very small car rental agency. How could they have this kind of vehicle? Wen Xiaotian was dumbfounded too. "No, Mr. Jiang rented a car from us, but it was just an ordinary minibus." But at that moment, she stopped speaking. Her mouth opened wider and wider in disbelief. She suddenly recalled that when the vehicle had rushed toward them earlier, it had indeed looked like an ordinary minibus. And now that she thought about it, it did resemble the one rented to Jiang Lucia. But that minibus and this luxury RV, besides the exterior, had nothing in common. Just as when Xiaotian was feeling stunned, a dull thud sounded, and the entire vehicle shook. The two girls turned to the door again, immediately chilled by what they saw outside. Zombies were packed against the door, with more swarming over. Even without seeing out the windows, they knew what kind of situation it was. There were too many zombies. Their blood-stained hands and terrifying faces completely blocked the view through the door. With all their pounding and pushing, the door rattled and creaked ominously. "These monsters, they're about to break in," the girl said, her lips trembling. When Xiaotian's face turned pale, she quickly ran to the driver's seat and asked, "Mr. Jiang, please, start the car quickly." Seeing the dashboard, with all the high-tech buttons and levers, Wen Xiaotian was again surprised, but now wasn't the time to be distracted. She noticed Jiang Lucia was operating the vehicle with a serious expression, continuously stepping on the gas. But the minibus was moving very slowly, its path was blocked by zombies. In just a few seconds, the vehicle had been surrounded completely. "There are too many zombies," Jiang Lucia said. When Xiaotian's heart sank. She said sadly, "Mr. Jiang, if not for saving us." "Enough. Just grab onto something," Jiang Lucia said. He had already anticipated this outcome when he decided to turn back. When Xiaotian nodded. She couldn't do anything here, she could only follow Jiang Lucia's instructions. "Xiao Lily, hold on to the handrail," she quickly ran back and repeated the warning. "This glass won't last much longer." Xiao Lily looked utterly hopeless. When Xiaotian had to force her to grab the rail, the vehicle kept shaking and echoing with terrifying thuds. When Xiaotian held onto the handrail tightly, watching the zombies with terrified eyes. The entire vehicle was surrounded by banging and growling, it felt like the vehicle could fall apart at any moment. Meanwhile, Jiang Lucia was using the starseed's calculations to analyze several escape methods. The minibus, aside from its defenses, had multiple functions. Relying on those, Jiang Lucia had dared to come back at all. "All right, let's try this function," he made his decision. "Hold tight, we're breaking out," Jiang Lucia called out without turning his head. When Xiaotian and Xiao Lily didn't dare to speak. As the zombies crashed against the windows like a wave of black ants, their hearts filled with despair. The entire vehicle was now covered in zombies. From the outside, one might only faintly make out the minibus's outline through the sea of corpses. And it wasn't just the numbers, their strength too. The pressure from so many zombies made the vehicle feel like it was sealed inside thick concrete walls. Could they really break out? When Xiaotian was freezing all over. She and Xiao Lily clung to the handrail with all their strength. In that moment between life and death, with overwhelming fear, time seemed to slow. The hideous zombie faces pressing against the windows were reflected in her pupils, clearer than ever. Are we going to die here? Is he going to be killed by zombies just because he came to save us? When Xiaotian was filled with guilt. Meanwhile, Jiang Lucia stayed completely focused, his mind sharp, hearing only the starseed's voice. Power charging, 30%. Tires entering second form, friction increased. Power charging, 50%. Gear shift complete. Power charging, 70%. Fuel supply stable. In this modified base vehicle's beginner form, the max burst output during a charge could reach 1500 horsepower, with a peak torque of 4000 Nm, and featured a 4x4 all-wheel drive system. Of course, this mode couldn't be maintained long, fuel consumption would be insane. Usually, trucks over 500 horsepower were considered top class, at 700 horsepower, they were beasts. With that kind of power, breaking through the zombie horde would feel like an ordinary car smashing through traffic cones. While the base vehicle was gathering power, in the traffic ahead, the driver whose car had been rammed aside by Jiang Lushur witnessed the minibus surrounded by zombies, unable to move. That driver instantly felt gloating satisfaction. "Serves you right?" He cursed while also feeling lucky he wasn't as reckless as that young man. He still held a grudge over his car getting hit earlier. Now seeing Jiang Lushur seemingly about to be devoured by zombies brought him a sense of vindictive pleasure. Amid the chaos and fear, the man's mind had become completely twisted. He just wanted to reach the highway entrance and enter the military's protection. It was all so close now, anyone in his way deserved to die. But then suddenly, a loud explosion startled him. Along with it came the roar of an engine and the piercing screech of tires making a hard turn. The driver turned around in shock, and was completely stunned. He saw with his own eyes that the minibus, surrounded and nearly submerged by dozens of zombies, suddenly charged out of the horde like a crazed prehistoric beast. The powerful impact sent zombies flying. The minibus roared like a wild animal, crushing the fallen zombies as blood sprayed everywhere. In just a few seconds, it accelerated to a terrifying speed and charged straight toward the driver's sedan. "Ah!" The driver screamed in terror and swerved violently to the side of the road. If he hadn't, the minibus would have crushed his car. Even so, the impact scraped the sedan. The tires screeched as it spun 180 degrees and slammed into the guardrail. The driver was completely dazed, his head throbbing. The airbag deployed, covering his face. Inside the minibus, the force of the sudden acceleration and impact was felt too. Even though the two girls were holding onto the handrails tightly, they were still thrown off by the intense force, screaming as they fell hard onto the floor. Luckily, the interior was carpeted with thick, soft material, preventing injuries. The minibus bucked wildly like a raging bull. When Xiao Tian and Xiao Lili rolled uncontrollably across the carpet, unable to get up. In the chaotic blur, they saw zombies being flung off the vehicle, their blood splattering onto the doors, a terrifying sight. The minibus tore through the zombie horde like a steel beast, ripping a bloody path open with brute force and charging through. Zombies hit and crushed beneath the wheels left trails of blood and flesh on the ground. Smack! 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 The zombies in front hit the windshield like bugs on a highway, only the noise was far louder. And it wasn't just a few, it was dozens of zombies crashing against the windshield one after another. When Xiao Tian and Xiao Lili, still lying on the carpet, had barely recovered from the horror at the door before hearing this new terrifying sound. They looked forward, and their hearts pounded uncontrollably. So many zombies slammed into the windshield, almost blocking the entire view. The glass looked like it would shatter any second. Throwing a stone could break a windshield. How could it withstand this many zombies? But Jiang Lushur didn't react. He focused straight ahead, watching the starseed data update constantly in his mind. Left side of base vehicle impacted, no damage. Right side of base vehicle impacted, no damage. Windshield impacted. Energy consumption increasing, fuel level remaining. Despite how horrifying it looked, these impacts caused no real damage to the base vehicle. Even the windshield was completely intact. Once the minibus finally burst through the zombie horde and returned to stable motion, the two girls were ghostly pale. After all, they were just ordinary people. They were still in shock and took 2 or 3 seconds to return to their senses. It didn't break. The windshield was still intact. The door was still shut. The entire breakout had lasted only a few seconds, but for when Xiao Tian and Xiao Lili, it had felt like a whole day. Now, realizing they were safe, both felt as if the whole thing had just been a terrible nightmare. When Xiao Tian carefully stood up and, suppressing her discomfort, approached the door to look out through the blood-stained glass. On the road behind, some zombies were still chasing after them, though they were about 10 meters away. More zombies remained on the ground, feasting, likely on the remains of those crushed under the minibus. These zombies had mutated from living people, not reanimated corpses like in some movies. So even when zombies ate other zombies, the scene was still brutally grotesque. When Xiao Tian looked for just a moment before turning away. She only wanted to confirm they had truly broken through. She hadn't expected the vehicle's power and impact force to be so strong, or the glass to be so resistant. "We made it. We're alive." The two girls were overwhelmed with relief. As they sat with the lingering fear slowly fading, when Xiao Tian looked at the blood-covered windshield and asked curiously, "Mr. Jiang, how is this glass so strong?" Ah? Jiang Lushur hadn't intended to explain the vehicle's secrets, but since she asked, he made up a simple excuse. "It's nothing. I just replaced all the glass with bulletproof ones." Of course, just bulletproof glass wouldn't have been enough to break through the horde. Jiang Lushur had also activated ramming and acceleration features. If that hadn't worked, he had planned to use weapons, but fortunately, it hadn't come to that. Bulletproof? Xiao Lili looked at the door in shock. That was something you only saw in movies. Bulletproof cars weren't common in daily life. She knew that some high-end brands offered bulletproof models, but they were custom-made and ridiculously expensive, easily 10 times the cost of a luxury car. And even if someone were to install bulletproof glass, why on an old, beat-up minibus? She looked to Wen Xiaotian for answers. Wen Xiaotian shook her head and gestured silently that she didn't know Jiang Lushur well either. Even if Xiao Lili wanted her to explain, she couldn't. It should be fine for now. Find a seat and buckle up, Jiang Lushur said. Okay, thank you again, the two girls replied gratefully. No problem, Jiang Lushur said calmly. For him, it wasn't a big deal. The risk was within control, just a small effort. Xiao Lili didn't want to see zombies anymore. She ran to the sofa in the living room and sat down. The sofa was very soft. Xiao Lili touched it and felt that the surface material seemed to be cashmere, very expensive. Opposite the sofa was a small screen, probably for watching movies. Next to it stood a cabinet fixed to the floor. On the delicate tray on top were clean bottled mineral water and cups, as well as some small snacks. The carpet on the floor felt like stepping on cotton, making people feel very relaxed. The car windows were all covered with curtains, so the outside couldn't be seen. Plus, the glass was bulletproof, which immediately gave a sense of security. She had just escaped from death and was still fleeing for her life. Outside were zombies and people running for their lives, but she was sitting in such a safe and comfortable environment. Xiao Lili felt like the terrifying experiences earlier were just a dream. She looked around, more and more amazed at the luxurious interior of this minibus. Transforming an old minibus into this, who knows how much money that would take? Xiao Lili was extremely curious about Jiang Lushur's identity. Xiao Lili casually picked up a bottle of water and looked at it, then put it back. This wasn't her car, and she was too embarrassed to pour herself a drink without Jiang Lushur offering. Like Wen Xiaotian, Xiao Lili was also a college student and a good friend of Wen Xiaotian. When the disaster struck, they were together and then escaped together. Luckily, they met this Mr. Jiang whom Wen Xiaotian knew. Otherwise, Xiao Lili couldn't imagine what her fate would have been. Wen Xiaotian hesitated for a moment, then entered the driver's cabin and sat in a seat on the right. As soon as she sat down, Wen Xiaotian felt like she was sinking into a pile of soft cotton. Both the sitting posture and the cushion and backrest felt very comfortable. This surprised Wen Xiaotian again. But the situation in front wasn't so comfortable. When hundreds of zombies surrounded the minibus earlier, some had rushed ahead. Looking out from the moving minibus now, a small car could be seen forced to stop by zombies. The unlucky driver was being dragged out alive through the window by several zombies. He waved his hands and let out heart-wrenching screams, and was then swallowed by the zombies. This scene made Wen Xiaotian's face turn pale. Jiang Lushur didn't stop the car and drove straight past. A few zombies, their faces covered in blood, looked at the minibus and roared, chasing after it in vain, but were quickly left behind. At this time, the highway entrance was already in sight. The original toll station had completely changed. Military trucks blocked the front, leaving only 3 passages open. Mounted machine guns lined the trucks, their black barrels aiming at the hundreds of vehicles. Fully armed soldiers were guarding the passage with guns. Buildings on both sides of the road, and even the tops of parked trucks, had many gun muzzles aimed at the road. Reaching here meant temporary safety. Any scattered zombies were immediately shot upon appearing. Many people waited nervously in the line behind, peeking ahead. From his higher vantage point, Jiang Lushur clearly saw the situation at the highway entrance. As soon as vehicles reached the passage, soldiers surrounded them and inspected before allowing them to pass. Each car took nearly 10 seconds to pass. That meant only 3 vehicles could get through every 10 seconds. Jiang Lushur quickly counted how many cars were in his lane and ahead, then estimated his waiting time. It shouldn't be a big problem. Jiang Lushur looked more relaxed. After entering the military protection zone, he finally let his guard down. When Xiaotian saw the military vehicles and weapons, and the highway entrance close at hand, and let out a long breath of relief. Speed 20 km per hour, vehicle self-check, no damage, the starseed reported the base car's current state in Jiang Lushur's mind. He slowly released the accelerator and slowed down. Bang! 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 Gunfire rang out from time to time. Slowly, Jiang Lushur followed the traffic and approached the highway entrance, with only a few cars in front. But zombies behind were increasing, and gunfire became more intense. Hearing the sounds, Xiao Jingjing also came out from the cabin and looked back with Wen Xiaotian. The military firepower was fierce. Though the zombies kept rushing forward and almost filled the streets, they still couldn't get closer. This made them feel much safer. They were about to enter the highway. Looking at the military trucks at the entrance, dozens of them, and the dense gun muzzles, a scene that would normally be terrifying, now gave a great sense of security. Jiang Lushur waited calmly. Just then, gunfire suddenly broke out in another lane, startling everyone. He quickly looked and saw a heartbreaking scream from a car being inspected. 2 soldiers dragged out the body of a man just shot dead. There was a bloody wound on the corpse's arm. The crying woman seemed to be his girlfriend or wife. Once again, if your vehicle carries any bitten passengers, it's best to get out yourselves or turn around. If discovered, immediate execution on the spot. This virus is extremely contagious, and bitten people will become those monsters and endanger others, a military officer said coldly through a loudspeaker. Seeing this, most people were horrified but didn't feel much sympathy for the couple. Watching a loved one killed in front of you was nothing. Many had seen their own family or friends turn into zombies and even be torn apart and eaten. This small incident didn't stop vehicles from continuing through. But just then, a burst of intense gunfire came from the rear. Soldiers at the checkpoint looked back with ugly expressions. Jiang Lushur looked at the rearview screen and saw a soldier fire 2 shots before being dragged off a truck, along with his gun. 2 trucks were already covered by what seemed like endless zombies. Screams came from the firepower points in the tall buildings on both sides. Not far away, thousands, maybe tens of thousands, of zombies were gathering from all parts of the city, forming a terrifying sea of corpses on the street. Grrr! These zombies, with bloodthirsty and crazy eyes, looked toward the highway entrance and let out low growls. Hurry up! The soldier withdrew his gaze and urged more impatiently. Obviously, the firepower positions on both sides of the road wouldn't be able to hold out much longer. Soon, the zombies would charge in, and by then there would be no time left for these vehicles to pass. The survivors inside the cars were all well aware of this. Each of them looked extremely anxious, feeling like every passing minute lasted half an hour. Very soon, it was Jiang Lushur's minibus's turn. The soldier came up, took one look, and immediately showed a surprised expression. Then he looked at Jiang Lushur strangely and said, "Fleeing in such a big vehicle." The inside was a luxuriously decorated RV, with 2 delicate-looking women sitting in it. The soldier obviously looked down on Jiang Lushur a bit, probably taking him for some rich second generation who cared more about comfort than his life. "Hurry up and pass," the soldier said impatiently. Jiang Lushur touched his nose, didn't say anything, just felt it was a bit novel. It was the first time in his life he had been treated like a rich kid. When passing the toll booth window, Jiang Lushur saw that the original glass was already shattered, stained with blood, with torn fabric strips hanging on it, but the body was gone. All along the way, he had seen such tragic scenes. The virus had erupted crazily around the world, turning the once normal world into a living hell in the blink of an eye. On the highway, there were soldiers with guns everywhere, standing guard on both sides. Gunshots could be heard from time to time, followed by zombies being shot and killed in the grass below the road. Jiang Lushur drove steadily and quickly merged with the cars ahead, but after moving forward a bit, the traffic stopped again. "What's wrong?" Xiao Lili asked nervously. Even though they had entered the military's protection zone, any small disturbance still made people on edge. Jiang Lushur noticed that some people ahead had gotten out of their cars. A few soldiers were shouting at them, and soon those soldiers started moving through the traffic, shouting as they went, and more people left their vehicles. As soon as they left, 2 bulldozers came over and pushed all those small cars to the side of the road, then directly pushed them off the highway. Seeing this, Jiang Lushur had a bad feeling. Very soon, a soldier came near Jiang Lushur's minibus and shouted loudly, "There's an overturned bus ahead on the highway, and many zombies are gathering there. Our people are clearing the way, but the zombies behind are also quickly catching up. If there are too many vehicles, the highway will get blocked, and our people won't be able to keep up. So everyone must abandon their vehicles. Go forward. Women, children, and the elderly can ride military trucks ahead. Young and strong men walk. No complaints, we're walking too. From here to the Shanghai Safe Island, we will escort you the whole way. Everyone get off now and hurry. At the Safe Island, you'll have time to rest in safety. There's water, food, and a safe environment. Everyone get off the vehicle." Hearing the shouting, people in the cars opened their doors and got out. Most of the survivors had only escaped in one car or with 1 or 2 family members, without much luggage. Hearing how good Shanghai Safe Island was, they all jumped out of the cars eagerly, afraid of being left behind. Soon, all the surrounding vehicles were empty, only Jiang Lushur's minibus was still there. "Let's get out too," Xiao Lili said. When Xiao Tian hesitated, looked at Jiang Lushur still sitting unmoved in the driver's seat, and said, "Mr. Jiang, hurry up." Jiang Lushur shook his head and said, "You guys get out. I'm not going." Huh? When Xiao Tian was stunned. Not going? Xiao Lili didn't understand what Jiang Lushur meant. Was he not going with the military? That couldn't be. Yes, the military is taking you to Shanghai Safe Island, but I'm going to Jinling City, Jiang Lushur said. Besides, he couldn't abandon the vehicle. As a survivor, the base vehicle was his guarantee of survival. No matter what, he wouldn't give it up. Originally, his plan was to bring the two girls to the military and then continue down the highway toward Jinling City. But now the road ahead was blocked, and to reach the highway to Jinling, he had to get through the front. So now, he could only leave the highway. Going to Jinling City? But, you can't use the highway anymore. Xiao Lili still couldn't believe it. The military was right here, just follow them and you'd reach safety. And yet Jiang Lushur wanted to go to Jinling? Don't go, it's too dangerous to go alone. Just go with the military to the safe island, Xiao Lili quickly persuaded. I can drive along the highway or find another route. There's always a way, Jiang Lushur said. But, it's okay. You go with the military to the safe island. You're girls, you can ride in the front and it won't be too tiring. Take care of yourselves from now on. Jiang Lushur shook his head. Seeing Jiang Lushur so determined, Xiao Lili had no choice. The soldier was already walking toward the minibus, still shouting loudly. Xiao Lili looked at Jiang Lushur with hesitation again, then apologized and said, "Then, I'll get off. Thank you, Mr. Jiang, for saving my life. Be careful on your way, Mr. Jiang. We'll meet again someday." I hope so, Jiang Lushur said. "Let's go, Xiao Tian," Xiao Lili said softly. But what she didn't expect was that when Xiao Tian, who had remained silent, suddenly raised her head, with a determined expression, shook her head and said, "I'm not going either." Xiao Tian. Xiao Lili was startled. Why wasn't Xiao Tian going? When Xiao Tian looked at Xiao Lili and said, "Lili, my home is on the way to Jinling City. If there's no way to go, then I'll go to the safe island. But since Mr. Jiang is going to Jinling, I want to go back and see." As she said this, when Xiaotian's eyes turned red and she said, "Whether my family is alive or dead, I have to take a look." She quickly turned to Jiang Lushur and said, "Mr. Jiang, could you please take me with you? I know I can't help much, but about the route, I can actually give some info. My father used to drive this route for transport. I've ridden along many times since I was little. I know several routes. Mr. Jiang." Facing Xiaotian's plea, Jiang Lushur thought for a moment, then nodded without refusing. He wasn't familiar with the roads anyway. Having someone who could help with directions wouldn't be bad. When Xiao Tian immediately showed a grateful expression, "Mr. Jiang, thank you." Then she said to Xiao Lili, "Lili, you go alone. Take good care of yourself." Hearing Xiaotian's words, Xiao Lili also started crying. She also didn't know whether her parents were alive or dead. But her hometown was even farther, there was no way to go back. And now her good friend, who had fled with her, would also part ways. Hurry and get off. At this moment, the soldier had already come to the front of the minibus, knocking hard on the window and shouting loudly. Xiao Lili reluctantly got out of the car. The soldier saw that Jiang Lushur and Xiao Tian were still inside the vehicle, especially Jiang Lushur, who was still sitting steadily in the driver's seat, and immediately roared, "Why are you still in the car? Your vehicle definitely can't be left on the road, it's blocking everything." Jiang Lushur apologized, "Sorry, I'll move the car right away." Seeing Jiang Lushur's good attitude, the soldier's expression softened slightly, but he still added, "Okay, drive it to the roadside so the bulldozer can push it down." Then the soldier walked off to the side, muttering as he stared at Jiang Lushur's vehicle, "Such a big vehicle, not sure if it can even be pushed down. Maybe they'd have to dismantle the guardrail?" The armored vehicles and trucks stationed at the highway entrance, along with the many soldiers, would all need to retreat from the highway when they couldn't hold the line any longer. So the road had to be cleared. The army was only there to take the survivors, not to fight to the death against the endless monsters. At that moment, a sharp air raid siren suddenly blared from the highway entrance. The soldier immediately looked over. Those people who had gotten off and were walking ahead also turned around. Some immediately started running forward at full speed, while others stood nervously in place, and the crowd began to grow chaotic. "Don't panic," a soldier shouted, "this is the final alert, to remind survivors in the city to come here." Bang bang bang. The sound of gunfire was already very close and very dense. Looking into the distance, one could vaguely see heads moving, those were zombies. In this situation, even if any survivors heard the alarm, there was no way they could get through the sea of zombies to reach the highway. These survivors here were lucky, the fortunate few. At this point, the soldier looked again at Jiang Lushur's vehicle and casually urged, "The alarm's going off, there's not much time left, hurry. Vroom. Suddenly, the soldier heard a low, thunder-like engine sound. Immediately after, he saw the minibus shoot out like a sports car, then sharply turned in an arc toward the edge of the highway. This scene was seen by many survivors. They had been looking at the highway entrance, but now their attention was caught by the sudden movement of the minibus. Seeing this minibus driving like a sports car, those people and the soldier were all stunned. "That's some driving skill, holy," the soldier had just muttered in surprise when he suddenly shouted. The minibus drove all the way to the edge of the highway, but still showed no sign of stopping. There was a guardrail ahead. Boom! In the stunned gazes of everyone, the minibus slammed into the guardrail and burst off the highway. It charged down the 2 to 3 meter steep slope beside the highway and finally came to a stop on the grass below. What the hell? The soldier rushed over to check the situation, and many survivors craned their necks to look. This guy's driving was terrible, wasn't it? He actually drove straight off the highway, no idea if he got hurt. But actually, this solved the problem. If he wasn't hurt, he could just get out and run back up the road, and they wouldn't have to bother pushing the vehicle off. However, just then, the minibus suddenly shook a little, like a stumbling drunk. Stalled? Many people had that thought in their minds. But right after, the minibus started moving again, rumbling as it drove off the grass, crashed through a green barrier net, and entered a narrow countryside road nearby. What's going on? What is that guy doing? Under the stunned gazes of the survivors on the road, the minibus drove slowly along the country road. The soldier also widened his eyes. The car actually drove off. Not far behind him, Xiao Lily was desperately waving toward the direction of the minibus. She hadn't expected Jiang Lushi to leave the highway in such a simple and direct way. When the minibus had just rushed down, it scared her too, but luckily, it looked like the minibus was fine, and the people inside must be okay too. "Xiao Tian, Mr. Jiang, take care." Xiao Lily waved hard while her eyes blurred, and she could barely see the back of the minibus as it left. No damage from the collision. Base vehicle is in normal condition, the starseed reported in Jiang Liushi's mind. While listening to the report, Jiang Lushi looked back toward the highway. This country road ran alongside the highway. As Jiang Lushi drove along it, he saw small cars that had been pushed off and crowds of people slowly walking forward. Though these survivors were temporarily safe, once they relaxed a bit from the tension, they began to realize what had really happened in just this short time. Many were crying. Even those who weren't had dark expressions. They had lost loved ones, felt uncertain about the future, so many emotions. As Jiang Lushi watched them, when Xiao Tian was also looking through the window with a sad expression. And on the highway above, both the survivors and the soldiers turned their heads, all watching this unusual minibus, temporarily stopping what they were doing to see it off. Soon, the country road reached a bend that moved away from the highway. Jiang Lushi still hadn't seen the front of the military convoy, nor Li Yusin, or anyone else he knew. He took one last glance at the fleeing survivors on the highway, then turned the steering wheel and drove around the bend. The minibus moved at a steady pace, soon leaving the highway behind. This also meant that they were getting farther away from Shanghai Safe Island and from the military's protection. "Miss Wen," Jiang Lushi called out. When Xiao Tian snapped out of her daze and quickly responded, "Yes?" Then she added, "Don't call me Miss Wen anymore, just call me Wen Xiao Tian. Or if you don't mind, you can call me Xiao Tian. That's what my friends call me." "Alright. Then don't call me Mr. Jiang either. I'm Jiang Lushi." "Jiang? Brother Jiang." When Xiao Tian still felt too shy to call him by name, so she called him that instead. "You said you know several routes. Can you explain in detail?" Jiang Lushi asked. Although he had already downloaded route maps, he couldn't use navigation, so they were currently not helpful. Leaving the highway meant plunging into unknown danger, which Jiang Lushi had to avoid. If Wen Xiao Tian was truly familiar with the roads, then maybe they could find a relatively safer route. "Okay." Wen Xiao Tian quickly nodded. Wen Xiaotian's home was over 100 kilometers away from Jinling City, a small, little-known county. Later, she got into college in Jiangbei. Her family was very ordinary. Her father was a long-distance transport driver, mainly running the route from that small county to Jiangbei. When she was little, during summer and winter vacations, her father would take her along on long-distance trips. Sometimes they would also play in Jiangbei for a while. Back then, I don't know why, but everything on the road, the scenery and such, felt really interesting and fun. Wen Xiaotian said with some emotion. Then she came back to her senses and said a bit embarrassedly, "Sorry, I've talked so much and haven't gotten to the point." "It's okay," Jiang Lushi said. A young girl like her had just narrowly escaped death and was now worrying about her family. Being this calm and restrained was already remarkable. Wen Xiaotian's eyes had been red the whole time. Jiang Lushur had caught glimpses of her looking upward hard, trying not to cry. You can keep talking. We still have road ahead of us, Jiang Lushur said. This country road kept winding forward, and so far, no intersections had appeared. When Xiao Tian couldn't help but smile a little, got it. I'll say it now. I was just seriously trying to recall the road details. At first, I was worried that it was all from when I was little, and I wouldn't remember clearly. But just now, after thinking hard, I realized I remember pretty well. 2 of the routes pass through cities, lots of cars. Jiang Lushur shook his head. Too many cars and people won't work. The highway is only cleared by the military. If we get stuck on the road, we're screwed. What about the other routes? I think those 2 probably won't work either. There's another one that goes around through a bunch of small towns because the route is for delivering goods to factory areas. That road actually has quite a lot of people too, when Xiao Tian said. More people meant more zombies, so Jiang Lushur had already ruled that out. There's one more that goes through the mountains. The road is more complex, and, for a long stretch, there's nothing at all along the way, when Xiao Tian said. This road, complicated road conditions weren't a problem for Jiang Lushur. The starseed would keep correcting his driving, which greatly increased driving safety. But the reason when Xiao Tian hadn't brought up this road first was probably because of the phrase, nothing at all. No food, no water, no gas stations. When Xiao Tian didn't know that the minibus she was in had enough stored food to stock a small convenience store, and enough drinking water to last a long time, certainly not just the bare minimum for survival. Of course, Jiang Lushur wasn't going to explain all this to her. Not because he didn't trust her, but because explaining all that was, kind of a hassle. Jiang Lushur was someone who disliked trouble. However, the lack of gas stations was a real issue. Can you tell me the exact route? Also, do you know roughly how many kilometers it is? Jiang Lushur asked. When Xiao Tian only knew a rough number. Jiang Lushur added 50 kilometers to that as a buffer, then let the starseed calculate. When he first drove the minibus home from the rental company, Jiang Lushur had the driver fill the tank. Later, he also bought more gasoline through other means. After the minibus was modified, its fuel tank was upgraded to the base vehicle standard, very different from a regular minibus. Jiang Lushur hadn't expected this at first, but now realized that the gasoline he had bought wasn't nearly enough. Calculating based on the data? Current base vehicle fuel tank capacity, 1000 L, remaining fuel, 210 L. Drivable distance, 1050 kilometers. A normal minibus had a 50 L fuel tank. Jiang Lushur had filled the tank and also bought 180 L of gasoline, which had seemed like a lot at the time. But compared to the 1000 L capacity of the base vehicle, it was far from sufficient. The rear of the base vehicle, beneath the bed area, was the fuel tank, about 1.25 cubic meters in size. 1000 kilometers is enough to drive me all the way into Jinling City and find Jiang Zhuiying. But the starseed's calculation was based on the normal fuel consumption, which was 20 L per 100 kilometers, meaning under regular driving conditions, without acceleration or ramming. All the functions of the base vehicle consumed gasoline, which is why it had such a large fuel tank. As for normal consumption, it wasn't much different from an average minibus. Brother Jiang, have you decided? When Xiao Tian asked nervously after seeing Jiang Lushur stay silent for a while. She was worried that all the routes she provided would be rejected by Jiang Lushur, meaning she hadn't helped at all. When Xiao Tian believed people should help each other, and the key word was each other. Jiang Lushur giving her a ride was already a huge help, and she could only offer this small bit in return. Yes, we'll take the mountain road, Jiang Lushur said. He had considered everything. The mountain road was the least troublesome choice for him. Though he couldn't treat 1000 kilometers as the ultimate range of the base vehicle, reaching the county where when Xiaotian's home was would not be a problem. Let's see if we come across any gas stations along the way, Jiang Lushur said. Okay. When Xiao Tian was a bit surprised by Jiang Lushur's choice. She thought he would choose the factory route, even if it meant more zombies. But since Jiang Lushur had decided, she had no objections. As long as there was gas, even having little food wouldn't matter. I've read in some science articles that as long as you have water, you can maintain basic life functions. A girl once went a whole month without eating to lose weight and was fine. Even if you don't eat or drink, you can last several days, when Xiao Tian said. Jiang Lushur glanced at her, not sure why she was suddenly saying this. When Xiao Tian then smiled and said, I think I just need to lose a little weight anyway. Jiang Lushur didn't know what to say. Did when Xiao Tian really think they were going to go hungry the whole way? The base vehicle drove steadily on the country road. Occasionally, a few zombies could be seen standing dazedly in the fields or by the roadside. As soon as they saw the base vehicle, they immediately ran toward it like crazed beasts, but usually, before they could even pounce, they could only watch helplessly as the base vehicle sped past them. Roar! These zombies waved their arms in vain, their eyes a blood-red color, with no consciousness, only madness and brutality. At first, when Xiaotian stared out the window without blinking. Gradually, since it remained very safe, her tense nerves relaxed, and she tilted her head and fell into intermittent sleep. Adjusting left, continuing forward. Jiang Lushur drove while glancing at Wen Xiaotian. He saw her body suddenly twitch in her sleep, looking very uneasy. She was probably exhausted from all the fleeing. Her nerves had been highly tense the entire time, leaving her both physically and mentally drained. Looking at her, Jiang Lushur couldn't help but think of Jiang Zhuiying. He wondered whether she was hiding in a house somewhere, feeling scared. When Xiaotian woke up, she found that the minibus had stopped. It was almost dark outside. One side of the road was a cliff, and the other was a dim forest. Brother Jiang? Jiang Lushur wasn't in the driver's seat, and Wen Xiaotian immediately sat up straight. She didn't know how long she had slept, but judging by the fact that the minibus was now on a mountain road, it must have been 2 or 3 hours. On this silent mountain road, the minibus was parked all alone. Realizing she was the only one inside made Wen Xiaotian feel a bit panicked. She quickly walked into the vehicle cabin. Brother Jiang? Brother Jiang? Though everything seemed to be well equipped inside, the space was compact, she could scan the whole interior at a glance. But there was no sign of Jiang Lushur. Just as Wen Xiaotian was starting to panic even more, she suddenly heard the faint sound of water from behind a small door nearby. Water? At that moment, there was a click sound, and the small door was suddenly pulled open. Jiang Lushur walked out from inside. When Xiaotian looked at him in surprise, his body was still steaming with hot water vapor, his hair was wet, and he was drying it with a towel while looking at her. "You're awake?" "Yeah. I think I slept too long," Wen Xiaotian replied. "Not really. And it didn't seem like you were sleeping well. In this kind of situation, you just feel groggier the more you sleep. Anyway, being able to sleep at all now is a blessing." What Jiang Lushur said made Wen Xiaotian feel a little embarrassed. Sleeping at a time like this made her seem careless or insensitive. But Wen Xiaotian was naturally a more delicate girl. Normally, between studying and working part-time, she didn't get enough sleep. When the virus outbreak hit earlier, she even fainted. After waking up, she suffered a huge psychological shock, running for her life in fear. Now that she was in a temporarily safe environment, the fatigue naturally caught up with her. But what surprised her more now was Jiang Lushur. Sleeping was a natural reaction for her, and being able to sleep was a kind of luck. But looking at Jiang Lushur? "Oh right, do you want to take a shower?" Jiang Lushur's question confirmed her suspicion. He had actually just taken a shower. When Xiaotian had fallen, run everywhere all day, and was already covered in dust. For a girl who liked to be clean, this was definitely uncomfortable. But under the current conditions, she hadn't even thought about taking a shower. Having water to drink was already a stroke of luck. But looking at Jiang Lushur, he hadn't just showered, he had taken a hot shower. "I found a mountain spring by the roadside, pumped some water and filtered it. It's not drinkable, but it's good enough for a bath. If you want to wash, there's body wash and everything inside. Hair dryers by the mirror," Jiang Lushur said. When Xiaotian listened blankly, and couldn't help but ask, if it's filtered, shouldn't it be drinkable? She felt that using water this nice just for bathing was too luxurious and wasteful. No need. Drinking water's from the kitchen tap. After your shower, if you're hungry, go to the kitchen and cook some noodles. There are instant noodles in the cupboard and some fresh vegetables too. Actually, Jiang Lushur also had some frozen dumplings, but felt it would be wasteful to eat them now. He had stored flour and such, but didn't have the right meat to make dumpling fillings. In fact, Jiang Lushur had stored all non-perishable foods in the pantry. The food left in the kitchen were perishables that would go bad quickly if not eaten soon. When shopping for food, Jiang Lushur had also bought some fresh items. After all, there was no need to start eating survival food right away. To Jiang Lushur, eating noodles was settling. But when Xiaotian's thoughts were completely different. She had been ready to go hungry, yet not only could she take a hot shower, she could also eat hot noodles, even with vegetables. If the recent memories of zombies and apocalypse weren't so clear in her mind, those horrifying faces still floating in front of her eyes, she might have doubted whether any of it had even been real. This was practically a mobile hotel. As for Jiang Lushur asking her to cook, Wen Xiaotian was more than happy to. Hot shower, hot meal, these were all things Jiang Lushur gave her, and she had few ways to return the favor. "I'll go wash now," Wen Xiaotian said. After she finished bathing and brought a bowl of noodles to a folding table, Jiang Lushur glanced at both of their bowls and suddenly didn't know what to say. When Xiaotian's bowl had only a few mouthfuls of noodles. His bowl, however, was full, overflowing with egg, vegetables, and sausage. It looked quite rich. I saw the cupboard didn't have much, so I thought we should save it. And anyway, my appetite isn't big, Wen Xiaotian said. Even a child would eat more than that, especially given how much energy she had burned today. Eating this little was barely enough to fill the stomach. Jiang Lushur really wanted to tell her that the food in the cupboard was less than 1/50th of his actual supply, and even if they didn't save anything, it would still be enough to last until they reached her hometown. Let's eat, Jiang Lushur said. He hadn't eaten noodles in a long time. The taste was quite good. But tomorrow, they should eat proper rice instead. After eating the noodles, Jiang Lushur drove a bit further, then stopped by the roadside to rest for the night. Only after daylight the next morning did they continue on their journey. Although there was no longer a risk of crashing into other vehicles, Jiang Lushur, as someone without even a driver's license and with no experience driving on mountain roads, felt that even with the starseed's corrections, it was better not to risk driving at night or while fatigued. If he ended up dying in a car crash instead of getting bitten by zombies, that would be too unjust. When he had driven up the mountain road yesterday, it was already evening. Now, looking at the route in broad daylight, it was just as when Xiao Tian had said, there was basically nothing along the way. Only occasionally could a few farmhouses be seen in the distance. On the roadside, there was a rundown car wash and repair shop, and next to it a small restaurant. The dirty windows with large red characters reading "pickled fish, home-style dishes" gave off an old-fashioned feeling. These kinds of places were meant for long-haul truck drivers. 2 large trucks were parked on the open ground in front of the car wash. Their windows were smashed, and there were bloodstains on the ground, but no drivers inside. It wasn't clear if they had fled after being chased by zombies. Jiang Lushur parked the vehicle in front of the pickled fish restaurant and looked at the front door. The old door was tightly shut and stained with blood, giving off an eerie feeling. Brother Jiang, are you planning to? When Xiao Tian was stunned when she saw him stop the vehicle. It's fine. I'm looking for food. At the beginning of the apocalypse, many fresh foods hadn't yet spoiled. It was still relatively easy to find ingredients. A few days later, when everything rotted, only vacuum-sealed and preserved foods would be edible. Although Jiang Lushur had also stocked up, since it was just the two of them eating, any fresh ingredients they found shouldn't be wasted. Looking for food? Can anything in that restaurant still be edible? When Xiao Tian asked with concern. Jiang Lushur smiled slightly. He knew she was worried about viral contamination. Jiang Lushur already knew from the starseed that before the outbreak, the world's food and water sources had already been infected, and everyone in the world carried the virus. However, people like Jiang Lushur, who had already survived the virus mutation, wouldn't have their viruses activate. So finding food now didn't pose any threat. Of course, being bitten by a zombie was still dangerous. Zombies carried an enhanced virus that could still infect survivors. Jiang Lushur wouldn't explain all this to Wen Xiaotian, it was too complicated, and explaining how he knew it would be even harder. He simply said, "Don't worry. The food is fine." Then, are we getting out to grab it? Wen Xiaotian asked timidly. Getting out now was obviously dangerous, but in the apocalypse, what wasn't dangerous? Especially scavenging food, it was always done at the risk of your life. Her face turned a bit pale. She was scared, but if Jiang Lushur needed her, she would still summon her courage and get out. Hold on tight. Jiang Lushur's voice suddenly sounded in her ear. Huh? When Xiao Tian was stunned, and before she could say anything, the roar of the engine erupted. Vroom. The minibus charged forward like a furious bull and rammed directly into the restaurant's front door. The wooden door, along with part of the wall, collapsed with a crash. Jiang Lushur had already seen that this small rural restaurant's walls weren't made of bricks, but of construction site prefab materials, thin iron sheets on the outside, foam on the inside, fastened with screws. One hit, and it would fall. When the wall collapsed, the whole roof looked ready to cave in. At that moment, Jiang Lushur saw the inside of the small restaurant. It was a very bloody scene. For zombies were crouched on the ground, frantically fighting over something. Blood and torn intestines were everywhere. About 5 people were lying on the ground, disemboweled, their flesh being grabbed and eaten by the zombies. He said about 5 because it was hard to tell exactly how many corpses there were. The bodies had been so thoroughly ripped apart, most of the flesh had already been eaten. Ah? When Xiao Tian couldn't help but scream, then immediately covered her mouth with her hand. The scene in front of her was nauseating, but in the apocalypse, she had to learn to adapt to this kind of thing. The 4 zombies stopped eating and turned their heads toward the minibus that had suddenly crashed in. Their eyes were blood red, veins bulging, mouths and faces covered in blood and flesh. They roared madly and charged at the minibus. Without hesitation, Jiang Lushur slammed down the accelerator. Vroom! The engine roared again. The minibus plowed through the 4 zombies and crashed into the wall on the other side of the restaurant. Boom! The entire wall collapsed. The minibus, along with the zombies and part of the building, smashed into the mud wall of the backyard. Flesh flew everywhere, red and white splattered across the windshield. The 4 zombies were all killed in one go by Jiang Lushur. Jiang Lushur exhaled deeply. Looking at the bloody windshield, he hesitated for a moment, then pressed the wiper button. The wipers silently swiped back and forth, dragging along bits of flesh, smearing the blood red, but soon, the washer fluid sprayed out, diluting the blood, which was gradually wiped away. Jiang Lushur silently watched it all. Not even 24 hours had passed since the apocalypse began, but slowly, he seemed to be getting used to the blood and killing. When Xiao Tian bit her lip and stood behind Jiang Lushur, watching the blood slide down with the wipers. She didn't know what to say. Jiang Lushur's reaction had been very calm. But when Xiao Tian understood, that's the only way to survive in the apocalypse. If you cry all the time, you'll die sooner or later. I'll go get the food. When Xiao Tian suddenly came to her senses and volunteered to go outside and search for food. Getting out was dangerous, and she'd have to face the corpses up close. It was disgusting, but she couldn't let Jiang Lushur do everything. She had to be useful, not a burden. I'm opening the door. She called out. After getting Jiang Lushur's approval, she pushed the door open. Jiang Lushur wasn't being careless, this was actually the wisest move. Only he could operate the starseed, and when Xiao Tian wouldn't be able to help by staying in the vehicle. If she encountered danger, Jiang Lushur could still drive the vehicle to support her. The small restaurant was a complete wreck. When Xiao Tian pushed aside the broken debris and found the kitchen's freezer. It was taller than a person and packed with food, chicken, duck, fish, eggs, all kinds of vegetables, enough to feed a dozen people for 2 or 3 days. The freezer was too big to move into the minibus, so when Xiao Tian found clean plastic bags and started packing the food bit by bit into the vehicle. There was a small freezer on the minibus, but it was too small to hold everything. If they didn't eat the food soon, it would spoil. Brother Jiang, I'll cook dinner tonight and let you taste my cooking. When Xiao Tian was confident in her cooking skills. She had started cooking from a young age and had a talent for it. To be useful, she even brought oil, salt, sauces, a small gas stove, and a wok. Although the minibus had a small kitchen, it was poorly equipped, only 1 small pot and 1 small burner, hard to use. So she simply moved the kitchen into the small living area and started cooking there. The space inside the minibus was now packed, but thankfully she was petite and could still move around. When Xiao Tian was truly hungry. Last night, though they had noodles, she hadn't dared to eat much, thinking food was scarce. Now with so much food, she could finally eat properly. Sure, Jiang Lushur agreed. It was nearly dark, and he decided to rest here for the night. Watching when Xiao Tian busily cooking, he was quite looking forward to the meal. The only downside was that the living area was too small. So many pots and stoves had to be stacked on top of each other. Many things in the base vehicle could be folded, like the table and bed. Even under the bed and sofa were storage compartments. But still, the interior space was limited. If only his base vehicle could be a bit larger, he could store more fuel, more food, and install more living facilities. That would be a real mobile base. The sun had completely set. When Xiao Tian was halfway done cooking, the delicious aroma made Jiang Lushur's mouth water. He had been so busy preparing for the apocalypse, he hadn't had a proper meal. Now his appetite was in full swing. But just then, suddenly, roar! A low growl, like that of a wild beast, came from the distant darkness. Ha! Jiang Lushur shivered. What was that? In the quiet of the mountain, mixed with the sound of the wind, that roar sent chills down his spine. In the apocalypse, even with the base vehicle, Jiang Lushur didn't let his guard down in the slightest. He had received a lot of information about the apocalypse from the starseed, and he knew that this apocalypse was definitely not going to be simple. If it were just ordinary zombies, the remaining forces of the government would soon gain control, and it wouldn't deserve to be called the end of the world. That strange roar made Jiang Lushur's heart pound. He felt a strong sense of unease. Turn off the heat, Jiang Lushur said urgently. Huh? When Xiao Tian was stunned. She had just put the vegetables in the pan, and they were only halfway cooked. Turning off the heat now meant the dish wouldn't be edible. But when Xiao Tian also realized the roar was unusual, and quickly turned off the flame. Jiang Lushur, meanwhile, shut off the main power switch of the base vehicle. Click! The lights went out. Darkness fell. On this rural road, the air was exceptionally fresh, and without any light pollution nearby, Jiang Lushi could see through the window the deep blue night sky filled with stars. A crescent moon hung slanted over the mountain, casting a faint, cool glow. The night sky was beautiful, but at this moment, staring at it made Jiang Lushi's scalp tingle. Under the moon, he saw a huge black shadow, staring straight at the base vehicle. The shadow looked like a giant beast, though he couldn't tell exactly what it was. Jiang Lushi didn't dare turn on the headlights. He held his breath, crouched down, and pulled Wen Xiaotian down with him. The base vehicle was well sealed. Although they had been cooking, the smell wouldn't have escaped. This shadow probably wasn't drawn by the scent, but rather by the light. Now that Jiang Lushi had cut the power, he hoped the shadow would lose its target and leave. The apocalypse had just started, and the base vehicle was still in its early stages. If they ran into some terrifying monster now and the vehicle was flipped, it would be over. Brother Jiang, beside him, Wen Xiaotian's voice was very soft, trembling slightly. Already in an apocalyptic setting, now encountering such a terrifying shadow in the dark, one can imagine the psychological shock to a young woman. Hide by the sofa, don't make a sound. Jiang Lushi crouched and slowly moved toward the driver's seat. He was already considering driving away, because he noticed that even though the lights were off, the shadow was still approaching. But he didn't dare move too fast, afraid of provoking it. As the distance closed, under the faint moonlight, Jiang Lushi finally saw, the shadow was a giant wild boar. This wild boar, how could it be so huge? Jiang Lushi was shocked. Though it was still far away, he could estimate based on nearby buildings that this wild boar was at least the size of a small box truck. Its height was not lower than the base vehicle, just shorter in length. Its entire body was covered in black bristle-like hair, stiff like steel spikes, matted with scabs of dried blood, making it look like it had crawled out of a pool of blood. Its tusks were like two massive curved blades. One of them even had a piece of intestine hanging from it. This was like a monstrous pig from hell. The boar stared at the base vehicle, its eyes glowing with a red light like searchlights. This wasn't just a feeling, its eyes were literally glowing, like how wolves' eyes gleam green at night, only this glow was red. Oh no! Could this be? Jiang Lushi remembered, the starseed had mentioned that after the apocalypse began, apart from humans turning into zombies and animals into zombie beasts, some humans and animals would undergo mutation. These mutations would make them far stronger than ordinary zombies. Before, this was just something Jiang Lushi had read in text. Now, seeing a real mutated wild boar, he was truly shaken. A wild boar the size of a box truck might not sound that big, but when it appeared in front of you, closing in slowly, those tusks, that bristly hair, those glowing red eyes, the visual impact and sense of threat were overwhelming. And at this moment, only a layer of windshield separated Jiang Lushi from the giant boar. That glass still had faint traces of blood on it. One layer of glass. One man and one beast stared at each other. Then, roar! The boar suddenly let out a terrifying roar, lifted its hooves, and charged straight at the base vehicle and Jiang Lushi. As it ran, each step of its massive body crushed the road beneath it, dirt and stone flying. A wild boar the size of a truck, probably weighing over 10 tons, was now sprinting at nearly the speed of a cheetah. Jiang Lushi even felt the ground trembling. Shit! Jiang Lushi panicked. A wild boar this heavy, once it rammed into something, the impact would be devastating. The whole base vehicle would absolutely be flipped over. The base vehicle was armored, yes, but in terms of weight, it wasn't much heavier than a regular minibus. How could it withstand this impact? Once overturned, he'd be powerless. No matter how sturdy the armor, this boar could tear it apart bit by bit. Fuck! Jiang Lushi cursed. He leaped forward, crossing the last bit of distance to the driver's seat in one stride. The boar was already dangerously close, there was no time to turn and flee. If he tried to escape, he'd have to turn the vehicle around. Doing that now would only let the boar hit the side of the vehicle, ensuring a rollover. So, only one option remained. The only one Jiang Lushi could make in such a short moment. Damn it! Jiang Lushi yanked the gearshift and floored the gas pedal. Vroom! The base vehicle roared like a beast and launched forward. Modified by the starseed, the base vehicle accelerated far faster than normal vehicles. Jiang Lushi hadn't pulled the handbrake either, ensuring it could start instantly. Seatbelt! Jiang Lushi shouted. At the same time, the seatbelt from the driver's seat shot out and fastened him tightly. In the small living room, Wen Xiaotian quickly sat on the sofa and fumbled to fasten her seatbelt. Jiang Lushi's shout had been meant for her. In just seconds, the base vehicle accelerated to 100 km/h. Jiang Lushi gritted his teeth as the giant boar loomed large through the windshield. The fully transparent windshield made Jiang Lushi feel as if that truck-sized boar was charging directly into his face, its icy tusks aimed straight at his skull. If the glass couldn't hold, he'd be impaled right in the seat. In that moment between life and death, Jiang Lushi's mind went blank. He gripped the wheel with all his strength, stomping the gas pedal to the floor. Do or die. Jiang Lushi's blood boiled. The boar's massive head was right in front of him, he could even see his own reflection in the monster's red eyes. Crash! The base vehicle shook violently. The massive impact flung Jiang Lushi backward. The elastic seatbelt pulled tight, nearly slicing his body in two. Bang! An airbag exploded in front of him, slamming into his face, dizzying him instantly. Meanwhile, behind him came a crashing clatter. All the pots and bowls that had been brought into the base vehicle fell everywhere under the huge inertia. The sofa, fixed to the floor, didn't move. But the force made when Xiao Tian, strapped to the sofa, scream out loud. Bang! Her head smacked into something. She blacked out instantly. At the same time, Jiang Lushi's airbag quickly retracted. This was a special feature of the base vehicle, to avoid blocking the driver's view. Still dizzy and nauseous, with his stomach aching from the seatbelt, Jiang Lushi looked out the windshield. The glass had 2 basin-sized white spots from the impact, evidence that it had cracked inside and lost transparency. Just like bulletproof glass turns white when hit by bullets, even with cracks, it could still stop bullets. But not only the glass, the front of the vehicle had also been caved in by the boar's strike. That hit was terrifying. Warning! Base vehicle damaged. Damage level, 3.5. Front bulletproof glass durability reduced by 60%. Power system damaged. Instant acceleration and ramming functions disabled. Vehicle interior power cut. Suddenly, this message rang out in Jiang Lushi's mind. The base vehicle was damaged? Jiang Lushi froze. It had survived a siege by hundreds of zombies without a scratch. Yet now, one hit from a mutated wild boar, and it was already compromised. In the Starseed's alert, what made Jiang Lushi feel completely cold was, the power system was damaged. As a result, the base vehicle could no longer accelerate quickly or perform ramming attacks. Facing a huge mutated wild boar, this basically meant he had become a sitting target. Right, the mutated wild boar. Jiang Lushi abruptly looked at the mutated wild boar in front of the vehicle. This time, the collision hadn't been easy for it either. It had fallen to the ground, its massive head covered in blood, the blood flowing into its eyes, blinding them. One of its giant tusks had been broken off, exposing the bloody pulp inside. Roar! A deep growl came from the boar's abdomen. Since the base vehicle was damaged, the sound was no longer isolated. Jiang Lushi had to directly endure the roar of this monstrous creature, and the feeling was unimaginable. That deep sound seemed to vibrate his internal organs, rendering his whole body motionless. Jiang Lushi felt as if giant hands had gripped his heart, making it hard to beat, and squeezed his lungs, making it hard to breathe. A terrifying roar. The mutated wild boar stood up. Its skull seemed fractured, but supported by immense vitality, it still had terrifying strength. It glared at Jiang Lushi with its headlight-like eyes, at close range. Between them was only a thin, already cracked windshield. Crack! The boar's remaining tusk hooked into the base vehicle's chassis and lifted up violently. It was trying to flip the entire vehicle over. Jiang Lushi instantly felt like he'd fallen into an ice pit. If the base vehicle flipped, it would all be over. Can it still move? Can it still move? Panic surged in Jiang Lushi's heart. He yanked the gearshift and started the vehicle. The base vehicle let out a dull sound, and all 4 wheels began to turn. It still worked. Instant acceleration and ramming were disabled, but the vehicle could still drive normally. The front wheels were already airborne, spinning meaninglessly, while the rear tires scraped the ground violently, kicking up dirt and rocks. Though the impact wasn't strong, the boar was also injured. With this resistance, it couldn't flip the vehicle instantly. But the situation was already extremely dangerous. The front of the vehicle was being lifted higher and higher, a rollover was imminent. Damn! Jiang Lushi's face turned grim. He gripped the steering wheel tightly, stepping on the gas. Cold sweat dripped down his face. Stay calm. I must stay calm. In moments of crisis, seek a way out. A chance at survival. Suddenly, a flash of insight came to Jiang Lushi. His fingers moved like playing the piano, rapidly pressing a few buttons on the base vehicle's control panel. Beep! With a soft sound, the control panel lit up. Jiang Lushi pressed down hard on it. Everything depended on this. Air cannon pressurizing. Pressurization time, 9.5 seconds. The Starseed's voice sounded in his mind. Jiang Lushi let out a breath of relief. Thank goodness, acceleration and ramming were damaged, but the weapon still worked. Besides ramming, the base vehicle also had onboard weapons. When Jiang Lushur completed the vehicle's modification, he had received information from the starseed about these weapons. But because the apocalypse hadn't started yet, Jiang Lushur had avoided testing them, fearing trouble. After the outbreak, he had been too busy fleeing to test them. Now there was no time for testing, it was a real, life-or-death battle. One mistake and he'd die. The base vehicle's air cannon used 500 liters of compressed gas, with an initial velocity of 810 meters per second, more than twice the speed of sound. During World War II, Nazi Germany had developed air cannons capable of shooting down low-flying aircraft, though they were ultimately abandoned due to accuracy issues. Jiang Lushur didn't know what effect a shot from the air cannon would have on the boar. Its power was undeniable, but air still had less impact than live ammunition. Sometimes, blast shockwaves could send a person flying tens of meters, yet they might survive afterward. Jiang Lushur couldn't guarantee this one shot would kill the boar. And he had only one chance, no second shot. With 9.5 seconds of charging time, if he missed, the vehicle would be flipped. Let's do this. Jiang Lushur gritted his teeth and pressed another button. The air cannon's barrel extended from the front of the vehicle, aiming directly at the boar's abdomen. This cannon was hidden within the vehicle's front, invisible from the outside until activated. Jiang Lushur stared at the 60mm barrel, his heart pounding. Countdown, 9, 8, 7. The starseed began counting down. For Jiang Lushur, it felt like a sentence from fate. The barrel's angle and direction could be adjusted, but where should he aim? The abdomen? The head? The throat? This mutated wild boar had thick skin and flesh. Jiang Lushur didn't doubt it could withstand bullets. Every part of it seemed well armored. 6, 5. The countdown neared its end. The vehicle tilted more and more. Clatter. Because the vehicle was being lifted, all the pots and bowls slid backward. Jiang Lushur gritted his teeth, pressed the automatic cruise control button, unfastened his seatbelt, grabbed a wrench, and leapt from the driver's seat. Stupid pig, die. Jiang Lushur went mad, swinging the wrench furiously against the cracked windshield at the boar. Bang bang bang. The wrench slammed into the glass, already fractured, and fine glass shards shook loose and fell. The attack seemed meaningless. But the boar, being an animal, was provoked by Jiang Lushur's aggression. It glared at him with blood-red eyes. 4, 3. The countdown continued, fate approaching. Suddenly, Jiang Lushur pressed a button and kicked the car door open, leaning halfway out. It looked suicidal, but Jiang Lushur was extremely calm. He knew most of the vehicle's weight was resting on the boar's tusk. The front wheels were in the air, but the boar was also being pressed down, unable to move freely. If it turned to attack Jiang Lushur from the side, it would have to withdraw its tusk, then the base vehicle would drop, all wheels hitting the ground, crushing into the boar. Even if it didn't fall, it would be forced back. So this looked suicidal, but in just a few seconds, the boar wouldn't be able to touch him. Stupid pig, die. Jiang Lushur locked eyes with the boar and threw the wrench with all his strength. Whoosh! The boar couldn't dodge. The wrench hit it. Because the vehicle was shaking and Jiang Lushur wasn't a tribal spear thrower, his aim was off. The wrench struck the corner of the boar's eye, not the eye itself. But even the corner of the eye had many nerves. The boar cried out in pain. Roar! Its roar shook the heavens. The shockwave nearly tore Jiang Lushur from the door. Infrasound and resonance with his organs made his heart nearly stop, mind going blank. But at that moment, one sound remained sharp in Jiang Lushur's mind. The starseed's countdown. 2, 1, 0. Ah! Fuck! Jiang Lushur's eyes turned red. Fighting dizziness and nausea, he used the starseed to slightly adjust the cannon's aim, directly at the boar's open mouth. At that moment, the boar was roaring, mouth wide open, and the cannon barrel was aimed right inside. Air cannon, fire. Bang! A fierce explosion sounded, like thunder striking the ground, deafening. The airflow at 810 meters per second far exceeded the speed of sound, triggering a sonic boom. A huge eruption of energy burst out. The base vehicle was suddenly thrown backwards, the windows violently shaking, large chunks of bulletproof glass shards falling, blown away like bullets in all directions. The surging air formed a vacuum around, the pressure rising sharply then dropping almost to nothing. Water vapor in the air immediately liquefied, forming a house-sized conical mist. That conical mist was then pushed by the airflow, moving forward with incredible speed. While the base vehicle was thrown backwards, the prefab houses and trees ahead were ripped away by the airflow. Houses collapsed, roofs flew off, a large tree trunk thick as a thigh snapped in half, all leaves vanished in an instant. And this was only the aftershock of the airflow. Most of the airflow energy was absorbed by the mutated wild boar's mouth. Boom! The mutated wild boar, over 10 tons in weight, was violently thrown. The airflow wildly expanded inside its organs. Its massive body swelled instantly, puffing up like a balloon. Then, a terrifying high-pressure airflow, nearly 10 megapascals, found a vent behind the mutated wild boar. Bang! A dull sound. A fountain of fresh blood, shards of flesh, pieces of organ sprayed out from the wild boar's abdomen, shooting dozens of meters away, forming a bright red blood fountain in the air. Clang! The blood fountain slammed against a prefab house, like the strike of an iron hammer, collapsing that house immediately. Terrible power. Jiang Lushur watched this terrifying air cannon's effect, deeply shaken. At that moment the base vehicle was still under automatic cruise control. Once its wheels touched the ground, having lost the boar's pushing force, it started moving forward. Jiang Lushur hastily cancelled the cruise control and pressed the brake. Screech! The 4 tires of the base vehicle had suffered heavily. Especially the rear wheels, heated by fierce friction, emitting blue smoke, giving off a strong burning smell. The base vehicle's tires were naturally tougher than ordinary ones, with internal small airbags so they wouldn't burst even if shot. But even so, after this rough treatment, they were severely damaged. Jiang Lushur opened the door, feeling drained. The recent battle, even though most of it was between the base vehicle and the mutated wild boar, had left him very tired. Exhaustion was huge. He looked ahead at the result of the air cannon, truly astonishing. Before firing it, Jiang Lushur had not expected that an initial speed of 810 meters per second would have such overwhelming force. But after all, air is still air. Even highly compressed, hitting the boar's bulletproof skin and flesh dissipates power. If the shot didn't go into the boar's mouth, it would be very difficult to kill it. Jiang Lushur picked up a wrench from the ground, staggering toward the mutated wild boar. Seeing all the pig blood, flesh, guts, and the boar now transparent front to back, Jiang Lushur inwardly gasped. Holy, this pig is screwed. He stopped about 10 meters from the mutated wild boar, to avoid being hit by any final twitching. Also, he didn't dare go too far from the base vehicle, in case zombies appeared and he couldn't get back in time. When Xiao Tian. Jiang Lushur called her, but it was silent inside the vehicle. What? He tightened, immediately returned to the base vehicle. What he saw, when Xiao Tian was firmly strapped in by her seatbelt. Her eyes were closed, her forehead was cut and wet with blood. This. He hurriedly tested her breathing. Fortunately, she was only unconscious. Looking at her wound, Jiang Lushur shook his head. She was unlucky. That injury was probably from pots or bowls hitting her. Earlier when the base vehicle had collided with the mutated wild boar, when Xiao Tian was strapped on the sofa, so she was safe. But those pots and bowls were not secured. When they were flung, she was knocked out cold. If there had been several collisions, those utensils could have killed her. That was dangerous. Jiang Lushur exhaled. If the fight with the mutated wild boar had harmed Wen Xiaotian fatally, he would have felt terrible. He fetched gauze from the storage box, about to bandage Wen Xiaotian's wound, when suddenly a voice sounded in his mind. Base vehicle damaged, damage level 3.5. Repair requires 200 kilograms steel, 100 kilograms copper, 30 kilograms high molecular organic plastic, 1,200 liters gasoline, 200 kilowatt-hour electricity. Repair time required, 24 hours. Hearing this, Jiang Lushur froze, then bitterly smiled. The base vehicle was damaged. Thankfully it can self-repair. But those repair materials are really hard to find. Steel, copper, organic plastic, especially gasoline and electricity. In the apocalypse, collecting these is not easy. 1,200 liters of gasoline is almost a ton, a real gas hog. And now the gasoline reserve. Jiang Lushur looked at the fuel gauge, a face full of bitterness. After repeatedly using the ramming function and firing the air cannon, gasoline consumption was huge. Less than 20 L remained. Not enough to go 100 kilometers. If zombies were encountered within that 100 kilometers, the consequences would be unthinkable. Jiang Lushur was worrying when the starseed gave another prompt, making his heart skip a beat, ears perk up. Level 1 mutant beast hunted successfully. Discovered level 1 mutant crystal core, located in mutant beast's heart. Extraction unlocks base vehicle's first evolution. Mutant beast meat found, edible directly to enhance physique, or usable as raw material for biological lab, unlocking bioevolution function. Huh? What? Jiang Lushur was stunned. Mutant crystal core? Biological lab? What are these nonsense? Hunted level 1 mutant beast successfully, clearly this mutated wild boar. So is the crystal core in its heart? As for biological lab? What is that? When Jiang Lushur had modified the base vehicle earlier, he had not discovered any biological lab. At that moment, Click. A light sound. Jiang Lushur turned his head. He saw a recess pop out from the driver's console. The recess was about the size of a ping-pong ball. Jiang Lushur stared at that recess for a while. Made of some unknown alloy. Very precise. He had never seen it before. In Jiang Lushur's mind a guess formed. The mutant crystal core located in the heart. Jiang Lushur took out a dagger he had bought earlier, jumped down from the vehicle, and approached the mutated wild boar. At this time the mutated wild boar had already rolled onto its side, and Jiang Lushur could see its chest. Jiang Lushur swung the dagger and stabbed in. Pig skin is very tough, but nowhere near as much as Jiang Lushur had imagined. This mutated wild boar, being able to collide head-on with the base vehicle, Jiang Lushur had thought it should be impervious to blades and bullets. He originally thought he should fetch a steel saw from the repair shop next door. But unexpectedly, even using just a dagger, he could cut through the boar's skin bit by bit. Though it was difficult, it was possible after all. Could it be that after the mutated wild boar dies, its skin and flesh undergo some change, no longer as tough as before? This idea flashed through Jiang Lushur's mind, and seemed quite possible. The starseed had just prompted that the mutated beast's meat was edible. If it were as hard as rubber, who would be able to bite it? Being able to cut the boar's skin without too much effort was after all a good thing. Jiang Lushur worked hard to open up the boar's chest, found its heart, and then cut open the heart. He was already covered in blood. According to his prior impressions, raw pig's blood should be extremely foul-smelling. But strangely, the blood of this mutated wild boar was not foul. Instead it had a somewhat fragrant feeling, as if this blood too was unusual. Jiang Lushur thought a bit, found several plastic buckets in the small restaurant to collect the blood, and quickly filled a few large buckets. At that moment, Jiang Lushur also finally dug out a bead the size of a quail egg from inside the mutated wild boar's heart. This bead was crystal clear, like glaze. To the touch it was very smooth, and somewhat warm. Surely this was the so-called mutated crystal core. Jiang Lushur, holding the mutated crystal core, returned to the base vehicle. He carefully placed the crystal core into the recess that had just popped out. Click! A soft sound, the mutated crystal core locked into the recess. Then the metal recess slowly retracted back. The starseed prompt sounded, successfully inserted mutated crystal core, base vehicle unlocked initial evolution, you may choose evolution direction. Pop! A light screen appeared before Jiang Lushur's eyes. On the screen were several options, each followed by a line of explanatory text. Option 1, unlock level 1 spatial fuel tank. Fuel tank capacity, 10 cubic meters. Tank is explosion-proof and bulletproof. Upgradable. Option 2, unlock level 1 spatial storage function. Storage space size, 10 cubic meters. In the space low temperature and low oxygen, can preserve fresh food. Ordinary food preserved more than 1 year, mutated beast meat preserved more than 3 years, mutated beast meat originally not easy to spoil, in 30 degrees Celsius humid hot environment can be preserved for 30 days. Option 3, unlock automatic material absorption evolution. Base vehicle can automatically absorb materials via particle beam, no need to manually carry materials. Option 4, add mechanical arm to base vehicle. Mechanical arm load capacity, 20 tons. Option 5, add weapon to base vehicle, fuel type flamethrower. Activation requires consuming large amounts of gasoline. Pure oxygen combustion produces 2000 degrees Celsius high temperature. Option 6, upgrade air cannon. Option 7, upgrade vehicle armor and bulletproof glass. Jiang Lushur looked through, noticing that after option 6 there were more options, but those options were dimmed, apparently unselectable. Among them, Jiang Lushur saw biological laboratory. Option 10, unlock biological laboratory. By adding materials, develop genetic evolution serum, usable by host to evolve genes, greatly enhance physique. Requirement, 2 level 1 mutated crystal cores times 2. Jiang Lushur saw the biological laboratory option, and his eyes lit up. Develop genetic evolution serum? Can enhance his physical constitution? This was a big deal. Jiang Lushur knew that after the apocalypse, not only animals mutated, humans also may mutate. And though he had the base vehicle, his own body was the greatest weakness. If his body died, everything would be over. So if he could get gene evolution serum, he himself could become stronger. That would naturally greatly improve his combat power. He must unlock the biological laboratory. But, he needed 2 level 1 mutated crystal cores, and he only had 1. Killing this level 1 mutated wild boar already nearly cost him his life. As for getting 2, Jiang Lushur dared not even think of it now. He needed to become strong, first evolve the base vehicle, then himself. In this tormenting apocalypse, Jiang Lushur had too much to do. biological laboratory cannot be considered now. He must first unlock earlier functions. The first upgrade, the fuel tank. It was desperately needed. Now the base vehicle's fuel reserve was too small. A 10 cubic meter fuel tank, filled with 8 or 9 tons of gasoline, whether for ramming or using weapons, that would give real support. Otherwise, if in the middle of fighting a mutated beast and fuel runs out, that would be unjust death. Second, storage space. Jiang Lushur also coveted that. Now the base vehicle space was insufficient, many things could not be carried, like the mutated wild boar meat, such a pity if you can't store it. Moreover, the storage space preserves freshness. With it, it would be a mobile granary. As for upgrading armor and bulletproof glass strength, unlocking automatic absorption of materials, upgrading weapons, adding new weapons, mechanical arm, he wanted all of them. Even the simple function of adding a mechanical arm seemed very necessary to him. Without a mechanical arm, just moving the mutated wild boar meat was trouble. A huge 10-ton beast, how to move it? But he could only choose one. The decision was too hard. Jiang Lushur deliberated, still restrained his desires. He chose the first option, increase the fuel tank capacity. With a spatial fuel tank, he could store large amounts of gasoline. Many other upgrades convenience or combat power improving. But the first, the fuel tank, related directly to Jiang Lushur's life right now. The base vehicle needed repair in shortest time. The 1200 L gasoline requirement exceeded the current tank's maximum limit. Also, many combat functions later would need a super large fuel tank to support. Without gasoline, everything was empty talk. Jiang Lushur gritted his teeth and pressed the first option. Beep. A soft sound, the starseed prompt sounded, selected, upgrade fuel tank. Upgrade requires 100 kilograms of steel. Upgrade time, 2 hours. Damn. Jiang Lushur's eyes widened. He really wanted to kick the control panel. Still requires steel, what the hell? He had thought that with the mutated crystal core, simply selecting would enough, but actually it was just the basic condition of evolutionary upgrade, materials still required. Well, of course, how can you upgrade a fuel tank without steel? But where to find steel now? Near Jiang Lushur were several box trucks, and some big trucks. These vehicles certainly had steel. But how to disassemble the steel and carry it into the base vehicle? That was a big problem. If the base vehicle had already unlocked option 3's function of automatic absorption of materials, then he wouldn't have to carry, he could just extend the absorber and absorb steel from those trucks directly. But now, Jiang Lushur of course could not waste this precious first evolution chance on unlocking automatic absorption function. He must find steel, to upgrade the fuel tank. But that mutated wild boar meat. Jiang Lushur glanced at the huge mutated wild boar on the ground and was really reluctant to leave it behind. This mutated wild boar meat could stay fresh for a month even in a hot and humid environment of 30 degrees. If he didn't take it with him, it would all go to waste. Besides, the starseed had said that mutated beast meat could be used as a material for developing gene evolution fluid in a biological lab. Even just eating it could slowly improve one's physical condition. Without a lab, Jiang Lushur could still make a stir-fry and feast on it, it would be a great treat. Improving physical fitness a bit would at least make moving those few hundred kilograms of steel easier. Jiang Lushur had grown up in a modest family. His parents had died, and he and his sister had sold their house to survive together. He was used to a frugal life. Asking him to waste so much mutated beast meat was like cutting his heart with a knife. No way. Even if I don't have storage space, I still have to take this wild boar with me. Jiang Lushur made up his mind. This mutated wild boar was a huge treasure. After the apocalypse began, gold and silver became scrap metal, and paper money wasn't even worth toilet paper. The only things people could trade with were food. The value of this mutated beast meat would soon be recognized by humans. Eating it could enhance physical fitness, that was a big deal. Compared to zombies, ordinary people were too weak. Once targeted, they couldn't even run away. In such a situation, those with better physiques would have a much higher survival rate. Plus, this kind of mutated beast meat was easy to store, it could last for months even in autumn and winter. It was likely to become a hard currency more valuable than food. Waste was the greatest crime. Even if he couldn't carry it away, he had to force it. Jiang Lushur was determined to take the wild boar. But the space in the base vehicle was limited. How could it possibly hold a 10-ton beast? So Jiang Lushur set his eyes on a small cargo truck not far away. The cargo truck looked very worn out. Running on such country dirt roads, it probably was close to being scrapped. Jiang Lushur walked around the cargo truck and pulled at the door. Unsurprisingly, it was locked. Thinking quickly, Jiang Lushur turned and crawled into the ruins of the spicy fish restaurant. He figured the driver had gotten hungry while driving, stopped to eat at Spicy Fish, and then the apocalypse struck, taking his life. The key was probably still on the driver. But judging by the ruins, it was all a mess of blood and flesh. The zombies had already chewed the body up badly, and with the damage from the base vehicle and the mutated wild boar, it was a complete wreck. Flesh, blood, and mud were everywhere. Finding a key here would be a serious challenge. Jiang Lushur thought about it and gave up. He went to the still intact auto repair shop nearby and found a wrench. Then he smashed it against the cargo truck's windshield. Crash! A series of shattering sounds, the windshield turned into fragments. Jiang Lushur then climbed in through the front window. Once broken, these windshields turned into small particles and weren't sharp. Climbing into a small cargo truck was nothing to him. Jiang Lushur sat in the driver's seat, released the handbrake, and rummaged through the cabin until he found a 9-meter-long tow rope. Haha, I knew it. Such tow ropes usually came with vehicles, especially junky cargo trucks that could break down anytime. How could it not have a tow rope? Jiang Lushur immediately hitched this broken truck to his base vehicle. Then he went to the back of the cargo truck. Luckily, the rear door wasn't locked, just latched shut. Since it was empty inside, that saved him a lot of trouble. Alright, time to get to work. Jiang Lushur looked at the huge wild boar. It was going to be a major task. There was no way he could move such a massive boar. He had to cut the meat into pieces. He tucked his knife into his belt, went to the repair shop, and brought back a fire axe and a steel saw. Time to begin. Jiang Lushur used to exercise regularly in college and had decent physical strength. He aimed at the wild boar's neck and brought the axe down. A wild boar weighing about 10 tons, he would take as much meat as he could. To his surprise, after he retrieved the mutated wild boar's crystal core, the meat became much easier to cut. The previously tough boar meat turned tender. Not only the steel saw, even a knife could slice through. It was no harder than cutting regular pork. Brother Jiang. Brother Jiang. At that moment, Jiang Lushur suddenly heard Wen Xiaotian calling from inside the base vehicle. Her voice was panicked. No wonder, after fainting and waking up to find the prefab houses in ruins and the base vehicle's bulletproof glass shattered, with Jiang Lushur missing, she had no idea what had happened. I'm here. Jiang Lushur shouted. Wen Xiaotian let out a long breath of relief. Jiang Lushur was okay. What about the mutated wild boar? Did the base vehicle knock it away? Wen Xiaotian unbuckled her seatbelt and stumbled out of the base vehicle, only to be completely stunned by what she saw outside. She saw Jiang Lushur wielding a fire axe, chopping at the mutated wild boar bit by bit. The boar didn't even twitch anymore, it was clearly dead. When Xiaotian had witnessed the terrifying boar earlier, it smashed through everything. Those prefab houses were like cardboard boxes before it. Its roar had almost made her heart stop. And now this boar was actually dead. Of course, Wen Xiaotian didn't naively think Jiang Lushur killed it with an axe. Was it run over by the vehicle? She turned to look at the badly damaged base vehicle. That vehicle was truly something else. Brother Jiang, what are you doing? Wen Xiaotian asked. Getting meat. This wild boar meat is edible. Jiang Lushur didn't explain the effects of mutated beast meat, and Wen Xiaotian didn't ask further. She just said, I'll help. Butchering such a large wild boar was no easy task. With Wen Xiaotian's help, it would go much faster. At this time, her forehead had a big gash, covered in blood. She looked pitiful. Jiang Lushur hesitated but eventually agreed. The boar meat had to be processed quickly. Though the area was deserted, you could never be sure when zombies might appear. Jiang Lushur took some bandages from storage and helped Wen Xiaotian wrap her wound. Then the two of them began cutting large chunks of meat, bright red, lean wild boar meat, darker than even top-grade beef. Each piece weighed dozens of pounds, premium meat for sure. Piece by piece, they loaded over 100 chunks of meat onto the cargo truck. Jiang Lushur even hauled in a bunch of bones at the end. After this exhausting task, both of them were completely worn out. Fortunately, no zombies showed up during the entire process of butchering the mutated wild boar. Otherwise, dodging zombies would have been a major headache. Jiang Lushur returned to the base vehicle and collapsed onto the sofa, gasping for breath. Though he had just survived a life-and-death battle and was utterly drained, his heart was full of joy. This apocalypse might be a mess, but with the Starseed base vehicle, he might still carve out a future. After the fierce battle with the mutated wild boar and the butchering of its meat, both Jiang Lushur and Wen Xiaotian were extremely hungry. At this moment, Jiang Lushur was lying on the sofa, not wanting to move a finger. But Wen Xiaotian was still diligent. Although she was also very tired, she carefully prepared a meal. She used chili peppers from the Spicy Fish restaurant to make a dish of spicy boiled pork slices and stir-fried meat, both made from the mutated wild boar meat. Before the stir-fried meat was even served, Jiang Lushur already smelled the rich aroma of meat. It truly made his mouth water. Just based on the smell, Jiang Lushur guessed that this mutated wild boar meat must taste good. In fact, when he was cutting the wild boar meat earlier, he didn't smell even the slightest stink. Instead, the raw meat had a fragrant scent. He had already suspected something about the mutated wild boar meat. Now, his guess was mostly confirmed, and Jiang Lushur's mouth was practically watering. From the moment he realized the apocalypse was coming, until now, he hadn't eaten a proper meal for over a week. Now he was so hungry that his stomach felt glued to his back. Of course he was craving food. However, Jiang Lushur forced himself to be patient and waited until when Xiao Tian finished the last dish. The bright red braised pork was simmered for 40 minutes. When she opened the lid and poured the red sauce over it, then picked up a trembling piece to pair with freshly cooked fragrant rice, it was something even a god wouldn't trade for. Jiang Lushur took a bite and was delighted. He felt like this was the best thing he had ever eaten in his life. Great. He had thought that after the apocalypse, even if he wouldn't starve, he'd be eating only biscuits and instant noodles every day. He didn't expect there could still be such delicious food. If his own strength improved more, then maybe the apocalypse wasn't so bad after all. Just as Jiang Lushur was thinking this, he suddenly felt a warm sensation in his stomach, and it seemed like a faint stream of heat was flowing through his limbs and bones. Jiang Lushur's heart stirred. He understood, this must be the so-called energy that enhanced physical fitness. But the effect wasn't very obvious. Jiang Lushur looked at Wen Xiaotian and saw that she was eating the braised pork heartily, completely ignoring any ladylike behavior. She was chewing quickly and dodging the hot sauce with her tongue. It looked delicious. From her expression, it was clear she hadn't noticed the warm feeling from eating the mutated wild boar meat, probably because she didn't know beforehand. Looks like eating mutated beast meat can enhance physical fitness, but the effect must be extremely slow. It probably needs to be eaten over a long time to see even a little result. But in this apocalypse, mutated beasts are so strong, it's not easy to hunt one. Ordinary people can't even afford food, let alone have the chance to eat mutated beast meat. Something that requires long-term consumption to improve the body is probably useless to them, just a fantasy. Jiang Lushur quickly realized this. Just then, when Xiaotian noticed Jiang Lushur was looking at her. Her pretty face blushed, and she suddenly felt embarrassed. She had eaten so messily just now. Toward Jiang Lushur, who had saved her life and was a good young man, Wen Xiaotian couldn't help but feel some affection. Even if she didn't expect much contact with him in the future, she still cared about her image. So when Xiaotian quietly changed her strategy toward the food, she resisted the urge to gulp down the braised pork and started eating in small bites. Jiang Lushur found it funny. He thought Wen Xiaotian was actually kind of cute sometimes. You're familiar with the roads around here, right? Yes, kind of familiar, Wen Xiaotian said while wiping her mouth. I need to go somewhere, and I'll need you to lead the way. Okay. After the fight with the mutated wild boar, the base vehicle was badly damaged. This was Jiang Lushur's biggest concern. He had to repair the base vehicle as soon as possible. To fix it, he needed 1,200 liters of gasoline, 200 kilograms of steel, 100 kilograms of copper, 30 kilograms of high-polymer organic plastic, and 200 kilowatt-hours of electricity, that is, 200 degrees of power. All of this had to be gathered. As for upgrading the base vehicle, that was simple, just 100 kilograms of steel. Damn it. Whether before or after the apocalypse, fixing a good car is always ridiculously expensive. Jiang Lushur was driving the base vehicle, towing the small cargo truck, traveling along a country road. Towing a vehicle takes skill. Normally, the towed vehicle needs a driver to keep a safe distance. Going downhill, the rear vehicle moves faster than the front one, so the brakes have to be used, otherwise, it'll crash into the front. But you can't brake too hard either. If the distance becomes too big and exceeds the length of the tow rope, you're screwed. Tow ropes have a max load, they'll break after a few pulls. Jiang Lushur clearly didn't have those conditions. Wen Xiaotian didn't know how to brake, and even Jiang Lushur himself wasn't capable. You needed to be a professional driver for this kind of thing. So Jiang Lushur just didn't bother. He dragged it along by brute force. Nobody was braking, so there was no risk of snapping the rope. As for rear-end collisions, so what? Just crash. So on these terrible country roads, from time to time, bang! A loud crash from the rear, the base vehicle jolted violently. The wild boar meat alone weighed at least 5 or 6 tons after skinning and deboning, and with the cargo truck's weight, of course the impact was heavy. But it was fine. Keep driving. Jiang Lushur couldn't care less. If the base vehicle could survive a hit from a mutated wild boar, would a rear end by a junky cargo truck matter? So the base vehicle's damage level remained at 3.5, basically unchanged. But the cargo truck was in bad shape, its front end was totally smashed in, maybe even the engine was damaged. Jiang Lushur didn't care. As long as the 6 wheels could roll and the steel frame didn't fall apart, it was good enough. But dragging such a big thing used up a lot more fuel. Originally, Jiang Lushur only had 20 liters of gasoline left. Along the way, Jiang Lushur kept collecting gasoline. This remote countryside hadn't been scavenged by the army or survivors, so many abandoned cars on the road still had quite a bit of fuel. Earlier, at the Spicy Fish restaurant, including the small cargo truck, several trucks provided about 200 liters of gasoline. All the way, whenever Jiang Lushur saw a car, he would stop. He felt like he had become a gasoline thief, someone everyone would hate. Jiang Lushur used a crowbar from an auto repair shop to pry open the gas caps, then used a rubber hose to suck fuel from the tank into a big gasoline drum he also found there, using the siphon principle to empty every tank. This took skill. If you sucked too hard, you'd end up with a mouthful of gasoline, real nasty. But hey, it's the apocalypse, what can you expect? Jiang Lushur just hoped he could upgrade the fuel tank soon, get to an abandoned gas station, and fill up with 8 or 9 tons of gas once and for all. Then he wouldn't have to worry about it anymore. After doing this again and again, Jiang Lushur felt like his mouth muscles were cramping. Truck tanks were better, if lucky, he could get 70 or 80 liters from one. Cars were worse. It took a lot of effort to pry open the tank, and because the tank was low and had little height difference, siphoning didn't work well. He had to use an empty bucket just to collect a bit. After all that trouble, he'd only get 20 or 30 liters. In the end, Jiang Lushur had drained the tanks of who knows how many cars. He finally filled 6 large barrels of gasoline, should be enough now. Damn, it was exhausting, maybe even harder than butchering the mutated wild boar. This kind of thing, he could only do it once. If he had to do it again, it might cost him his life. On the way, Jiang Lushur also passed by a large hardware store, from which he got a diesel generator and a large barrel of diesel. The location of this hardware store was also something Wen Xiaotian had told him about. The hardware store was a treasure trove. Jiang Lushur conveniently took a bunch of tools like hammers, chisels, electric drills, and loaded them all into the base vehicle and the small cargo truck. Even the badly deformed driver's cabin of the cargo truck was piled full. The extreme lack of space made Jiang Lushur realize that upgrading the space of the base vehicle had become absolutely necessary. So many things needed to be upgraded. Where was he supposed to find that many mutant crystal cores? That mutated wild boar nearly cost him his life. Along the way, Jiang Lushur also encountered some wandering zombies. Although the base vehicle was damaged, it was only the instant acceleration system that had failed. Running over some ordinary zombies was still no problem. Just like that, Jiang Lushur spent an entire day and finally, stumbling and struggling, arrived at his destination. It was a 3-story black building. The structure looked a bit old and sat in the center of a courtyard several thousand square meters in size. The yard was surrounded by concrete walls, with broken glass on top to prevent climbing. The main gate was nearly 6 or 7 meters wide, enough for 2 vehicles to pass side by side. The heavy iron gate was slightly damaged, and the top of the iron door was lined with spear-like iron spikes, giving off a heavily guarded feeling. For such a remote countryside area, this kind of large iron gate, wide yard, and 3-story building could be considered quite a majestic structure. After the apocalypse hit, the place became deserted. The iron sign at the entrance was hanging loosely, swaying slightly in the wind and making a creaking sound, creak, creak. Jiang Lushur clearly saw the 7 large characters on the sign, Fuwang Scrap Recycling Station. Underneath were smaller words, accepting second-hand construction materials, scrap vehicles, steel, copper, aluminum, plastic, waste paper. According to Wen Xiaotian, this was the largest recycling station in the nearby area. It was even registered as a company, Fuwang Renewable Resource Recycling and Environmental Protection Company, Limited. The combination of a rural and high-end name felt a bit awkward, but the fact that it was registered as a company showed it had some scale. That was exactly why Jiang Lushur had chosen this place. Jiang Lushur stopped the base vehicle and pressed a button. The towing rope automatically detached. After all, he didn't know what the situation was like inside the recycling station. If there was a fight, he couldn't be dragging a cargo truck as dead weight. The gate was slightly ajar. Jiang Lushur stepped on the gas and rammed it open. Inside the several thousand square meter courtyard, it was packed full of renewable resources. Beside the piles, there was even a front-loader vehicle. Jiang Lushur directly pressed the horn. Zombies are attracted to sound. There weren't many people around within 7 or 8 miles, so it wouldn't attract more zombies, only the ones inside the recycling station, which was both convenient and safe. Sure enough, as the horn echoed, a low growl came from the black building. Soon, a dozen zombies appeared. As soon as they came out, they crazily rushed toward Jiang Liusher's base vehicle. No mutant beasts. Jiang Liusher let out a breath of relief. If a mutant beast had shown up, he'd have had to flee immediately, leaving behind the cargo truck full of wild boar meat, enough for a mutant beast to feast on. Although the base vehicle's instant acceleration was damaged, slower acceleration still worked. On decent roads, it could still reach 150 kilometers per hour, fast enough to outrun most mutant beasts. Let me send you on your way. Seeing the zombies rush over, Jiang Liusher stepped on the gas. Boom boom boom. Like bowling pins being knocked over, the dozen or so zombies were sent flying everywhere, some were even crushed to death against piles of scrap. Jiang Liusher was very careful. He drove the base vehicle back and forth a few times, making sure every zombie was dead. Then he honked the horn for 5 more minutes. After confirming that no new zombies were coming, he finally got out of the vehicle. When Xiaotian, go stand guard at the gate. If you get tired, go rest inside the small building. There shouldn't be any zombies in there now. Huh? What about you? Fixing the vehicle, Jiang Liusher said briefly. He didn't want Wen Xiaotian to see the process of repairing and upgrading the base vehicle, so he sent her away. When Xiaotian blinked her big eyes, repairing the vehicle? This rich young master even knows how to repair cars? But on second thought, Jiang Liusher had turned an old minibus into something so powerful. He was probably a car enthusiast. Maybe the modifications were done by a team he had hired. A young second-generation rich kid with such skills, able to handle machinery, this guy was impressive. When Xiaotian knew that Jiang Liusher had grabbed a large number of tools from both the auto repair shop and the hardware store, he might really be able to fix the car on his own. When Xiaotian, I need quiet while working on the car and also need to think about modifications. Don't disturb me. It might take over a day. Take some food with you, don't go hungry. If anything happens, just call my name. Jiang Liusher gave some instructions, then drove the base vehicle into a garage about 100 square meters in size, while Wen Xiaotian obediently went to the gate to keep watch. This recycling station had everything. Whenever Jiang Liusher saw something useful, he carried it into the garage. Moving a few hundred kilograms of steel, copper, plastic, etc., was much easier than collecting gasoline or cutting up a 10-ton wild boar. Jiang Liusher planned to first upgrade the fuel tank, then repair the base vehicle. He first looked at some construction scaffolding from the recycling station, planning to use it as steel. But there were a lot of cement residues on them, which he found unacceptable. As for some scrap steel, a lot of it was rusty. However, there were also some dismantled machine tools made of high-quality steel. Though covered in oil, they could be used after cleaning. Copper was even harder to find. Jiang Liusher only found some copper hotpots, not nearly enough. But when he explored the warehouse and pried open its door, he was stunned to find that it was full of brand new building materials. Big bundles of black and blue rebar, aluminum alloy materials, coils of copper wire, cast copper pipes, brand new PPR pipes, and PVC drainage pipes. All of it was high-quality steel, copper, and piping. This stuff was supposed to be scrap? Jiang Liusher stood in shock for a moment before realizing, sometimes, contractors embezzled construction materials and secretly sold them off. This recycling station acted as the middleman, helping sell the hot materials and making a fortune. Lucky for Jiang Liusher, he could now use the best materials and didn't have to make do with the bad ones. Jiang Liusher was thrilled. He looked like a hardworking squirrel, busily carrying materials to his little nest. This base vehicle was not only his battle station, but also his safest home. Soon, all materials were gathered, and the starseed began scanning and modification. First, the fuel tank was upgraded. Not long after, the roar of the diesel generator sounded. Jiang Liusher connected the power and started the base vehicle repairs. Sun rose and set, an entire day passed. When Jiang Liusher woke up, the base vehicle's upgrade was complete. The brand new base vehicle was fully restored. Though the outside of the fuel tank looked unchanged, the inside now had an extra 10 cubic meters of space. Once filled, he would never have to worry about gasoline again. Fuel tank upgrade complete. Fuel capacity, 10 cubic meters. Equipped with automatic fuel extraction device. Host can transmit refueling commands to the starseed. Beep. With a light sound, the internal structural diagram of the new fuel tank appeared before Jiang Liusher's eyes. Jiang Lushur found that not only had the fuel capacity been upgraded, but the engine's fuel injector, fuel intake pipe, and air intake pipe had also been upgraded. The original small-capacity fuel tank couldn't handle heavy fuel consumption at all, but now that problem no longer existed. With the upgraded fuel tank, the high-powered engine equipped in the base vehicle could now be properly supported. Especially this automatic fuel extraction device, it surprised Jiang Lushur. With it, he no longer had to struggle using a hose to siphon fuel. The fuel tank was now complete, and Jiang Lushur couldn't wait to test it. He picked up a nearly empty fuel barrel and placed it at the fuel tank inlet. There was no need to press any buttons. Jiang Lushur simply sent the refueling command to the starseed with his mind. Click, a soft sound. The fuel tank cap opened automatically, and a metal tube extended from inside. Jiang Lushur couldn't tell what material the tube was made of, but it could freely extend, retract, and change direction. Looking at the tip of the tube, he saw not only a claw-like opener but also a flashing device that appeared to be a sensor. The sensor rotated once, then aligned with the fuel barrel. The metal tube extended toward the barrel, and in an instant, the remaining fuel was sucked up. This fuel pipe could extract fuel from barrels and also connect directly to a gas station nozzle. All operations could be controlled from within Jiang Lushur's mind. Jiang Lushur willed the metal tube to extend farther. Through testing, he confirmed that the maximum extension range of the tube was 10 meters. If there were obstacles in between, the range would be reduced. Still, this result made Jiang Lushur very satisfied. It meant that in the future, he wouldn't even need to get out of the car to refuel. This was much more convenient and safe. After all, in a post-apocalyptic environment, refueling outside often meant taking huge risks. If he was in a gas station within a city, the danger was even greater. He could easily be surrounded by zombies. The base vehicle was now brand new. It was time to set out and look for Jiang Zhuiying. Before the apocalypse, Jiang Lushur had been working on modifying the base vehicle. He had just finished the modifications when the apocalypse hit. Now, the trip to Jinling City had been delayed by various events along the rural roads for a long time. Jiang Lushur was extremely anxious and didn't know how Jiang Zhuiying was doing. First find fuel and fill the new tank completely. Then go look for Xiaoying. Jiang Lushur opened the door and jumped into the base vehicle. Boom! The garage door was directly smashed open by Jiang Lushur. The acceleration system seems to work better now. Just now, Jiang Lushur hadn't even used the instant impact function, but when he stepped on the gas, the acceleration was much faster. Jiang Lushur felt like he wasn't driving a minibus anymore, but a sports car. Gear shifting and steering were very smooth. With the large capacity fuel tank, all the previously suppressed performance of the base vehicle had been unlocked. Of course, correspondingly, the fuel consumption had gone up another level. Even under fuel-saving driving, it now consumed 35 liters per 100 kilometers. That sounded high, but considering the base vehicle's performance, it was actually very fuel efficient. Of course, that was assuming he didn't activate the impact function, air cannon, and so on. In any case, Jiang Lushur was now truly driving a gas guzzler. So what if it was a gas guzzler? Compatibility was the most important thing. If he could find an unlooted gas station and fill up once, he could drive nearly 30,000 kilometers. That's 3/4 of Earth's equator. A big tank meant freedom. Beep beep beep. Jiang Lushur honked the horn in front of the black building. Soon, when Xiao Tian came running out from inside. Her hair was a bit messy, and her eyes were still sleepy. Clearly, she hadn't fully woken up. She rushed out in a hurry, stuck out her tongue when she saw Jiang Lushur, feeling a little embarrassed. But soon, her eyes landed on the base vehicle. Previously, the front of the base vehicle had been smashed so badly that you could almost see the shape of the wild boar's head. Now, the dented front and bumper were all repaired. It looked no different from before. This repair skill was too impressive. Auto bodywork was not an easy task. When Xiao Tian didn't know the details, but she knew this kind of work usually required professional technicians. Jiang Lushur, a rich kid, had done it himself? The most unbelievable part was even the shattered windshield was restored. Bodywork might still be believable, but how could a mostly broken windshield be perfectly repaired? It's not like this scrapyard had spare minibus windshields lying around. Get in, Jiang Lushur said. When Xiao Tian got in the car in a daze. Earlier, when Jiang Lushur said he was going to repair the vehicle, she thought it would just be patching a few holes with iron plates. She didn't expect such a complete restoration. It was unreal. So once in the car, when Xiao Tian stared at the windshield, she couldn't hold back her curiosity and softly asked, "This glass? Glass?" "Oh," Jiang Lushur coughed and shamelessly said, "there was a spare one in the storage compartment under the vehicle." "Spare? When Xiaotian widened her eyes. She had heard of spare tires, but never spare windshields. That was way too far-fetched. Of course, no matter how imaginative she was, when Xiaotian couldn't possibly guess that Jiang Liusher's base vehicle was high-tech through and through, equipped with self-repair functions. Although she felt something wasn't right, she had no choice but to accept Jiang Liusher's explanation. The town ahead is my home. If you're looking for a gas station, there's one in the town too. Along the way, Jiang Liusher had only passed through poor rural areas, and gas stations couldn't possibly be set up in small villages. Now, he would finally encounter his first gas station. Finally, someplace to refuel. The gas stations on highways had long been taken over by the military. After the apocalypse, gasoline, like food, became a highly valuable resource. But this small rural town had poor traffic connections and was surrounded by zombies along the way. Jiang Liusher believed that the military forces wouldn't have extended their control here in such a short time. This gas station was very promising. After the fuel tank upgrade, all of the base vehicle's high fuel-consuming functions had been unlocked. Refueling had become an urgent priority. The straight rural road had only 2 narrow lanes. On both sides of the road grew old locust trees. These old trees had been growing for decades, tall and thick. Every summer, the trees would bloom with white locust flowers, attracting many beekeepers to bring their hives here. They would sell honey by the roadside. Unfortunately, now, with the apocalypse approaching, such scenes would never happen again. On both sides of the road, Jiang Liusher even saw a few abandoned and broken beehives. Several abandoned vehicles were parked along the road, and the people who had been in them were long gone. This was the small town where when Xiaotian's family lived, the center of the entire town had only 2 intersections. It was a tiny place. All the commercial shops, small eateries, and the rural credit cooperative were gathered along these few intersecting roads. Screech. A light braking sound rang out. A minibus stopped at an intersection. Then, bang! With a loud crash, the small cargo truck being towed slammed hard into the back of the minibus, causing it to shake violently. When Xiaotian swayed in her seat and looked uneasily at the rear of the vehicle. They had rear-ended so many times along the way, was this kind of collision really okay? Jiang Liusher sat in the driver's seat, looking around. Next to the intersection was a noodle shop. Several cars were parked randomly on the road. One of them had crashed into a streetlight pole. Its front end was completely caved in, and its shattered windshield was covered in dried, dark brown blood. It was unclear whether the person inside had died from the crash or had been pulled out and eaten by zombies. My home is in a small alley about 200 meters ahead. When Xiaotian spoke nervously. Approaching her home, her heart was filled with anxiety. She had barely slept the night before, waking again and again from nightmares, always dreaming of her family being torn apart by zombies or turned into zombies themselves. Especially now, seeing the tragic state of her hometown, she was even more worried. She even felt afraid to go home. The sight before her made her heart pound wildly. But her home was right ahead. No matter how scared she was, she had to go back. However, Jiang Liusher didn't start the car right away, nor did he get out. He just gripped the steering wheel, seemingly deep in thought. What's wrong? When Xiaotian asked uneasily. She had thought Jiang Liusher had stopped beside the noodle shop to search for food, but that didn't seem to be the case. Strange. Something's off about this town. Jiang Liusher seemed to be talking to himself. Huh? When Xiaotian froze. She didn't understand what Jiang Liusher meant by off. It's too quiet. For a small town like this, there should be at least 30 or 40,000 people. The town center is usually the most densely populated, so there should be thousands of people gathered here. But now, there are very few zombies on the road. Looking ahead, Jiang Liusher could barely make out a few wandering zombies in the distance. Logically, the commercial area of the town should be filled with zombies, maybe not packed wall to wall, but still at least thousands. Driving through would have been bloody and challenging. If a mutant beast showed up among so many zombies, the danger level would shoot through the roof. But now that problem didn't exist, and yet Jiang Liusher felt something was off. Yeah, you're right. When Xiaotian had been too worried about her family to notice anything strange about the town. Not only are there few zombies, but the roads also aren't blocked like you'd expect. Your town probably doesn't have many cars, but with the apocalypse suddenly arriving and all the traffic accidents, the roads should be jammed. But look, these roads are still usable. Although many abandoned vehicles lined the road, most were parked to the side. A few were overturned in the middle, but there was plenty of space to drive around them. So that means, when Xiaotian also noticed what Jiang Liusher meant. Someone must have cleared the roads. Could it be the military? Her eyes lit up with hope. If that were the case, then maybe her family was safe. Probably not, Jiang Lushur shook his head. The military isn't like cabbage, you don't just find them anywhere. Normally they're stationed in fixed locations. After the apocalypse started, it's already a stretch for them to maintain order in major cities. How could they spare forces to manage a tiny remote town like this? Yeah, the light in Wen Xiaotian's eyes faded in disappointment. But she also realized that what Jiang Lushur said was more logical, she just hadn't been thinking clearly. We'll find out once we go in. Jiang Lushur started the engine and slowly drove forward, staying alert. The zombies were still some distance from the vehicle. The minibus's engine and movement didn't make much noise and didn't attract any attention. The slowly moving minibus was like a disguised object silently infiltrating the town. However, Jiang Lushur didn't know that his vehicle had just entered the field of view of a pair of binoculars. "Brother Zhang, someone's coming," said a skinny, dark young man who looked a bit like a monkey. He grinned and said, "Might be something we can scavenge." "Oh?" Brother Zhang was a muscular man wearing a tight vest, his whole body covered in bulging muscles. He looked like a gym trainer. He took the binoculars and looked. It was a broken-down minibus, and what made Brother Zhang laugh was that it was towing an even more broken cargo truck. The front of the truck looked like it had been smashed countless times. The paint was gone. That piece of junk? Even a scrapyard would only take it as junk metal, and this guy was still towing it? You call that something valuable? Your brain must be full of water. This hillbilly probably crawled out of some backwater mountain. He's probably still dreaming about finding the military. That broken piece of crap, wouldn't take it even if it were free. Brother Zhang scolded. The monkey-faced young man grinned and said, "Didn't brother you tell us to find fuel and food? Sure, the car looks crappy, but it came from outside the town, there's gotta be something inside. Maybe some rural specialties or something. We've already looted most of the stuff in the town. Brother you still wants us to find more. Even a grasshopper's leg is still meat. And maybe there's a country girl inside too?" As he spoke, the skinny man showed a sinister smile. Brother Zhang thought for a moment, then straddled a motorcycle. He waved behind him. The skinny man quickly climbed onto the back seat, carrying a steel pipe on his shoulder. Brother Zhang raised his hand and shouted with authority, "Brothers, follow me." Vroom. The motorcycles roared. 7 or 8 bikes, each carrying 2 or 3 people, a gang of thugs like locusts, charged toward the minibus. The base vehicle was driving slowly. "Turn left here, then keep going a bit after entering this road," when Xiao Tian pointed at the road and said. At that moment, Jiang Lushur suddenly turned the steering wheel. The base vehicle, which had been crawling like a snail, immediately veered to the side. When Xiao Tian cried out in surprise, her body swaying with the car's sudden movement. But since she was wearing a seatbelt, she was only startled by the sudden change. "Huh?" A young man riding a motorcycle that had just rushed out froze for a moment. He had just come out from an alley next to the base vehicle and originally intended to smash the car window from the side, but didn't expect that although the driver was going slow, his reaction was pretty quick. And the car, its turning speed was way too fast. The motorcyclist was caught off guard and almost lost balance, nearly falling over with his bike. Vroom vroom vroom. When Xiao Tian had just lifted her head when she heard the sound of engines all around. Looking out the window, she was shocked to see 7 or 8 motorcycles rushing out from the alleys, circling around their vehicle. The young men on the motorcycles were holding iron rods or axes, clearly not friendly. The motorcycle that almost crashed earlier came around to the front. The rider shouted angrily, "Fuck you. Stop the car." Brother Jiang, when Xiao Tian looked nervously at Jiang Lushur. These people looked vicious, not like good people. Normally, seeing survivors instead of zombies would be a good thing, but now when Xiao Tian felt scared. Jiang Lushur silently watched the motorcycles. These people clearly had bad intentions, how could he possibly stop the car? So when the young man shouted, Jiang Lushur didn't even show the slightest intention of stopping. Seeing the driver ignore him, the young man cursed, "Fuck," and sped to the back, saying to Brother Zhang, "He won't stop." The monkey-faced young man behind Brother Zhang quickly asked, "Is there a girl?" "Looks like there is." Hee hee. The monkey-faced guy rubbed his hands eagerly, force him to stop. Dragging a busted cargo truck, where does he think he's going? What do you say, Brother Zhang? He didn't forget to ask for instructions. Brother Zhang nodded. Force him and smash his windows. Be careful. No problem, the young man responded. The 7 or 8 motorcycles all revved up and started closing in on the minibus. When Xiao Tian watched as one motorcycle came right up next to the window. Through the glass, she saw 3 young men grinning at her wickedly, shouting something, and then, bang! 2 of them, seated in the back, slammed steel pipes hard against the window. Ah! When Xiao Tian instinctively dodged. Don't be afraid, Jiang Lushur said without even looking. There's no way bulletproof glass could be broken by steel pipes. Compared to the strength of the mutated wild boar, these guys weren't even worth mentioning. The two young men didn't have a good time either. The impact bounced their steel pipes back. One of them even lost his grip, and both had their arms numbed from the shock. At that moment, Jiang Lushur slowly stepped on the gas and began accelerating. What are these people doing? When Xiao Tian turned to look at them, still shaken. Robbing, Jiang Lushur said. Robbing? When Xiao Tian's eyes widened. Robbing, at a time like this? Maybe also stealing girls, Jiang Lushur added. When Xiao Tian froze, then subconsciously pulled her collar tighter. From the way those men looked at her, it was very likely. Jiang Lushur was preparing to shake off these biker thugs. Fuck. Stop the damn car already. After repeated failures, the bikers weren't giving up, instead, they were getting angry. Vroom vroom. More bikes came closer, this time toward Jiang Lushur's side. On one of them, a young man stood up from the back seat, raised an axe, and grinned menacingly at Jiang Lushur inside the driver's seat. Jiang Lushur immediately frowned. As that bike got closer, he listened to the starseed's continuous alerts, then suddenly swerved. Bang! Just as the guy raised his axe to swing, the minibus swerved sharply and slammed right into him and his bike, knocking them over completely and sending them sliding far away. The youth hit the ground, wailing in pain. This driver's got some skills, Brother Zhang was stunned. He didn't expect that trying to rob a small fry would turn into dealing with someone tough. But so what if his driving skills were good? It's just a broken down minibus. All of you, get in there. Blow out his tires. Brother Zhang shouted. The monkey-faced guy behind him immediately pulled out a bag full of things that could puncture tires. All they needed was to get ahead of the minibus and scatter them on the road. The other bikes also started closing in after hearing Brother Zhang. But before they could act, the minibus suddenly made a turn, then turned around completely. Jiang Lushur stared coldly at the locust-like bikers. At first, he had only wanted to shake them off. But they stuck to him like glue. And that axe swing just now clearly aimed to kill him. Since these people were so ruthless, he didn't need to hold back. When the minibus suddenly turned around, Brother Zhang was stunned, not knowing what the young driver was up to. What's he doing? Leaving town? But then, Brother Zhang's pupils shrank sharply. The minibus suddenly accelerated, heading straight toward him. The motorcycle in front, its rider still waving an iron rod and yelling, didn't even realize what was happening before the minibus slammed into him and sent him flying. Then, without stopping, the minibus kept going forward. Shit! Another biker realized something was wrong and tried to swerve to the side, but the minibus, despite its size, was more agile than the motorcycle. It chased right after and bang, smashed that bike and its rider straight into a nearby shop. The loud crash and the biker's screams made the rest of the gang terrified and dumbfounded. Crashing two bikes in a row, this driver was ruthless. Next, the minibus backed up quickly, then charged again, this time heading straight for Brother Zhang's bike. Damn! Brother Zhang's heart skipped a beat. This beat-up minibus actually gave him the feeling of being stared at by a wild beast. Its old, common front end looked like a pair of cold eyes, making him feel chills all over. Damn, that car's gone crazy. Brother Zhang had still been thinking about how to handle the situation, but when the minibus suddenly accelerated and charged at him, he didn't care about anything else and rushed into a nearby alley in panic. Hearing the sharp screech of brakes behind him at the alley entrance, Brother Zhang turned around and looked. Staring at the front of that minibus, he still couldn't believe what he saw. Brother Zhang, what now? The monkey-faced man still felt like he had narrowly escaped death. His mouth was dry as he asked. How the hell would I know? Brother Zhang cursed. His heart hadn't even calmed down yet. That minibus might be big, and clearly worn out, dragging a burden behind it. Who would have thought it could perform so well? And the windshield, hit twice and still didn't break. 3 motorcycles were overturned. The people on them were likely done for. Even if they weren't dead, serious injuries couldn't be treated now. And how were they supposed to explain this to Brother Yu? Seeing the rest of the bikers flee into the alley, Jiang Lushur finally stepped on the brakes and came to a stop. When Xiao Tian still had a stunned look on her face. After Jiang Lushur hit the first motorcycle, she had shut her eyes tightly. But judging by the sounds afterward, she could more or less guess what happened. Those who were hit were most likely either dead or badly injured. But if they hadn't done this, if she and Jiang Lushur had fallen into those bikers' hands, their fate might have been even worse. When Xiao Tian turned to look at Jiang Lushur, she saw that he seemed to be calming himself down. After exhaling twice slowly, he looked at her calmly. They probably won't show up again anytime soon. You just said your home was where? Jiang Lushur had a good memory, but not much of a sense of direction. Especially on unfamiliar roads like these. With Wen Xiaotian guiding him, Jiang Lushur drove the base vehicle to a courtyard and stopped at the gate. The courtyard wall wasn't high, and the space inside wasn't large. There were some flowers and plants growing inside, and in one corner, a vegetable garden. There was a row of gray porous bricks with scallions planted in them, growing quite well. The ground was cement, and by the wall, there was moss and small weeds growing in the damp spots. The low two-story house looked like something from the 1990s, but the old windows were very clean. "This is my home," Wen Xiaotian said anxiously. She fidgeted with her fingers, then bit her lip and quickly stood up from the passenger seat, walking to the car door. "Wait a moment," Jiang Lushur called to her, then pressed the horn twice. Beep beep. The horn of the base vehicle was very clear and bright, but not harsh. Jiang Lushur looked through the windshield at the little building and then glanced around. There were no zombies coming out of the other buildings either. As the horn sounded, Wen Xiaotian's heart jumped into her throat. She stared nervously at the security door of the small building, afraid it might suddenly rattle and something might come from behind it. Jiang Lushur honked a few more times, but there was no unusual movement. He looked at Wen Xiaotian and signaled that it was safe to get out. Wen Xiaotian nodded with anxiety, took a deep breath, and finally gathered the courage to open the door and step into the courtyard. Jiang Lushur watched as she walked to her front door. She pulled out the key to open it, but her hands were shaking nonstop. It took a long time before she finally opened the door. Jiang Lushur could fully understand how she felt. If it weren't for safety reasons that required him to stay in the car, he would have gone with her. But given how strange the town was, it was better for both their safety if he stayed in the vehicle. All around were residential buildings, but there were no zombies. Even in the entire area, there were very few zombies. While observing the surrounding buildings, Jiang Lushur noticed bloodstains on some doorways and windows. By now, when Xiaotian had come out of the house and returned to the vehicle, her face blank. "How was it?" Jiang Lushur asked immediately. He had been listening carefully when she went inside, but only heard her calling out to her family, nothing else. From her expression, it didn't look good. "No one's home," Wen Xiaotian said. The house was a mess. Trash was everywhere. The furniture had been moved, and the refrigerator doors were open, everything inside was gone. Maybe they escaped? When Xiaotian told Jiang Lushur what she had seen, holding on to a bit of hopeful thinking. Jiang Lushur looked at the door. He didn't say anything, but in his heart, he felt that was unlikely. If they had escaped in a rush, how could the door still be locked so neatly? Even the windows were all shut, and the curtains drawn. Also, people escaping wouldn't have left the house in such a mess. Taking food was one thing, but why move the furniture? As he analyzed what she said, Wen Xiaotian seemed completely lost. Coming home and not finding her family left her disoriented, she didn't know what to do. Actually, when she decided to come back, she had considered this possibility. But now that it had really happened, she didn't know how to handle it. Her family was gone. They hadn't left her a note, not even a trace. When Xiaotian, Jiang Lushur suddenly said, "You just mentioned something was left on the sofa?" When Xiaotian was stunned, then said, "Blankets and stuff. What else? What was in the trash on the floor?" Jiang Lushur asked. When Xiaotian didn't understand why he was asking that. She said, "I checked, my family didn't leave anything for me. Not for you. Look around, there are very few zombies in this area. The doors and windows of this house are all closed. It's very possible someone is still living here. Blankets on the sofa might mean someone was sleeping there. If there's fresh trash in the house, that's even more likely," Jiang Lushur explained his reasoning. He only said this after analyzing many details. He wouldn't give Wen Xiaotian false hope without reason. As Jiang Lushur spoke, Wen Xiaotian's eyes widened more and more. Jiang Lushur said, "You can go check again. Confirm whether it's what I said." Before he could finish, Wen Xiaotian had already jumped out of the vehicle, this time, much faster than before. After Wen Xiaotian checked thoroughly, Jiang Lushur's guess turned out to be correct. With Jiang Lushur's hint, Wen Xiaotian quickly found many signs of someone living inside the house, including a water bucket in the bathroom, food scraps in the trash bag, and even many footprints on the floor. Wen Xiaotian was very impressed by Jiang Lushur's insight. He hadn't even gotten out of the car, and just from her description, he could analyze such an important detail. "What should we do now?" Wen Xiaotian was excited, knowing her family might still be alive. She was normally a pretty decisive girl, otherwise, she wouldn't have firmly asked Jiang Lushur to bring her back. But now her mind was in chaos, and on the whole journey, it was Jiang Lushur's right decisions that kept them safe. So even if her family might be nearby, she still felt she needed to ask Jiang Lushur what to do next. Let's just wait here, Jiang Lushur said, looking around. This place was relatively safe. He leaned his seat back, laid down, and closed his eyes to rest. He'd been driving nonstop for a while. Although he rested at night, he was still tired. Wen Xiaotian definitely wouldn't be able to sleep, so she could stand guard. Actually, even without her keeping watch, it wouldn't be a big issue. Once the base vehicle's doors were locked, it became a weakened version of a mobile fortress. Normal zombies or even mutant beasts couldn't flip it or break in easily. Jiang Lushur would have plenty of time to react. When Xiaotian watched Jiang Lushur lying down and saw that his breathing quickly became steady and long. He really fell asleep, she thought to herself. She felt like Jiang Lushur was never afraid. No matter what happened, he kept executing his plans calmly. He was a very composed person. But, completely unafraid? That's probably impossible. When Xiaotian kept glancing around anxiously, feeling like her family might walk out from some alley any second. An hour later, Jiang Lushur suddenly opened his eyes. As he sat up, the driver's seat returned to its original position. Looks like someone's coming. Footsteps came from an alley on the left. After the apocalypse, Jiang Lushur became a very light sleeper. In fact, he had already woken up, just kept resting. With his eyes closed, he was even more sensitive to surrounding sounds. Yes. When Xiaotian also tensed up instantly. She heard it too. When Xiaotian bit her lip and stared nervously toward the alley, her heart racing. Jiang Lushur put his hand on the steering wheel, eyes filled with caution. Who knew if those biker thugs might come back again? This place wasn't peaceful. The footsteps were getting closer and sounded messy, likely a large group. When Xiaotian's nerves reached the peak. Soon, about a dozen men and women came quickly out of the alley. As they walked, they cautiously looked around. Some carried bags, others had backpacks. A few held steel rods or similar weapons. These people were of all ages and looked like ordinary survivors. When she saw them, Wen Xiaotian immediately pressed against the window, scanning their faces quickly. At first, she looked disappointed. They're not. Then she suddenly stretched her neck and her eyes widened. Lulu. Lulu. When Xiaotian waved her arms excitedly. Following her gaze, Jiang Lushur saw a girl who looked somewhat like her, younger, with a ponytail, a dirty face, dressed in a dusty gray jacket, carrying a canvas backpack and holding an iron rod. She looked exhausted. Behind the glass, when Xiaotian waved frantically, forgetting that the window was tinted and couldn't be seen from outside. Those people approaching stopped in surprise when they saw the vehicle. Jiang Lushur noticed that after their initial surprise, they looked afraid and somewhat disgusted, with doubt in their eyes. The ponytail girl quickly took something out of her backpack and stuffed it into her jacket. The people beside her didn't stop her. Then, they cautiously approached the minibus. When Xiaotian, Jiang Lushur called. She snapped out of it, turned and ran to the door, still excited. Brother Jiang, I saw my little sister. That's good, Jiang Lushur said. He stayed in the driver's seat, watching as when Xiaotian ran outside, walked around the front of the vehicle, and headed behind the minibus. The people were getting closer, watching the vehicle suspiciously. Then they saw a young woman suddenly come out from behind the front of the minibus. They were startled. Before they could react, when Lulu also froze for a second, then ran over. The two sisters immediately hugged tightly. Lulu. When Xiaotian's eyes welled up. When Lulu also cried, Sis. I didn't think I'd ever see you again. The other survivors looked at each other, clearly confused. After crying for a while, when Lulu wiped her tears and said to the survivors, This is my sister. A survivor looked at Wen Xiaotian, puzzled, and asked, Your sister? I remember you said your sister was at Jiangbei University. Jiangbei was far from here. In this apocalypse, such a distance was like an unbridgeable chasm. Never seeing someone again was completely normal. When Lulu looked at Wen Xiaotian again, stared for a few seconds, then smiled through tears. She asked, Sis, how did you come back? I thought I'd never see you again. When Xiaotian was overjoyed. She pointed at the minibus behind her. Brother Jiang drove and brought me back from Jiangbei. Drove? In that vehicle? Not just when Lulu, even the survivors looked at the beat-up minibus and the ragged cargo truck behind it with disbelief. That thing made it from Jiangbei? Who's Brother Jiang? When Xiaotian pulled Wen Lulu to the front of the minibus. The other survivors followed curiously. Around 10 people stood outside the windshield, staring at Jiang Lushur in the driver's seat with stunned expressions. He waved at them. Jiang Lushur felt awkward with his hand raised. Although none of them said anything, he could already read the words in their eyes. Are you kidding us? Jiang Lushur still sat in the car. He was looking carefully at a tablet showing the map from this small town to Jinling City, and at the same time he turned his head to glance at Wen's two-story small house. When Xiao Tian had been inside for over an hour. The two sisters were in a room on the second floor. While he was looking at Wen's place, the curtain in that room moved a little. Jiang Lushur saw Wen Lulu's face appear behind the curtain. She looked at his minibus, then quickly shrank back. Jiang Lushur froze for a moment, then raised an eyebrow indifferently, and then looked back at the map. Sis, did he really kill a mutated wild boar? When Lulu withdrew her view, pulled aside the curtain, still very unbelieving, asked, was that pig really that terrifying? Of course. Everything I said is true. When Xiaotian's eyes were red. When Lulu had just told her that their parents were already dead, but they had only simple burial conditions. Actually, during the whole journey, when Xiao Tian felt that giving them a proper burial, even modest, was already comforting. After all, many people had no remains at all. But even so, when Xiao Tian was overwhelmed with grief, the two sisters held each other and cried for a full hour before they temporarily controlled their sorrow. After calming down, when Lulu asked Wen Xiaotian in detail how things came to be, that Jiang Lushur looked about the same age as her sister Wen Xiaotian, probably a university student, and not very strong in appearance. Just those two, driving a broken minibus from Jiangbei all the way, and reached this small town safely. Even though the facts were clear, it still felt unbelievable. And after hearing Wen Xiaotian's account, Wen Lulu felt even more unable to believe it. Rushing out from the zombie horde, crashing and killing a mutated wild boar. No matter what, we really should thank him properly. When Lulu said. When Xiaotian nodded. She also looked outside. Actually, she had only told Wen Lulu part of the situation. Some things about Jiang Lushur, about the minibus, she had not mentioned. For example, that they cut off the wild boar meat and placed it in the car, she hadn't said that. The biker gang they met earlier made Wen Xiaotian cautious of strangers. By the way, Lulu, who are all the people in our house? Wen Xiaotian asked. When those survivors learned Wen Xiaotian's identity, they all looked at her and the minibus very curiously. Wen Xiaotian didn't believe her sister had anything to do with those biker gang people, but she doubted the identity of these strangers. They're all residents of this small town. And sis, your memory is really poor, didn't you recognize Aunt Lee's daughter next door? When Lulu said. So they were just ordinary residents and neighbors. After the apocalypse, we gradually formed a group. During the day we search for food, at night we take turns keeping watch. At a time like this, there's not much difference between us, kind of like primitive society. We all work together, share equally. When Lulu continued. It must be very dangerous, when Xiaotian said worriedly. Her younger sister was still a high school student, before she used to be terrified even by a cockroach, and now she was going out to look for food. But she also knew, to survive you must rely on yourself, she had to play her part. It's okay-ish now. Before was very dangerous, now zombies are fewer. It's just those people are disgusting. At first when they saw the minibus, we thought it was them coming. When Lulu said. Them? When Xiaotian froze for a moment, asked, do you mean those people riding motorcycles? When Lulu's eyes widened, you encountered them? What happened? Did they do anything to you? She asked anxiously. Nothing much, when Xiaotian explained their encounter. When she heard Jiang Lushur decisively ram those people away, when Lulu didn't recover for a long time, God. You haven't told yet, how did those people come to our house? When Xiaotian asked urgently. When Lulu used the word again, clearly those people had come before. When Xiaotian was deeply worried about Wen Lulu, remembering how nasty those people were. They came to collect protection fees. When Lulu frowned, looking disgusted. This gang, they have a leader. They drive zombies away, so to us survivors they demand protection fees. At first we thought the environment was safer, so paying a bit was okay. But they're too cruel, they're pushing us toward a dead end. With that when Lulu dragged out from under the bed a very dirty hat and a scarf, and said, before they forced several girls to be their girlfriends. I had to not change clothes, when they came I had to wear this. A girl who loved cleanliness forced to do that. When Xiaotian felt both pain and anger. There was no way around it. When Lulu said helplessly. They ordinary people, they could do nothing. Never mind talking about this. Just being alive is good. Sis, have you eaten? When Lulu asked. Going downstairs, when Xiaotian saw those survivors working quietly, checking weapons or sorting food. The food they took out of backpacks was mostly snacks and such. The wrappers were dirty, full of dust, many were squashed. Some wrappers even had disgusting bloodstains. A girl wearing rubber gloves was using a small basin to wash those wrappers. Xiaotian's sister. That girl looked up and smiled, greeting Wen Xiaotian. That girl was Aunt Lee's daughter. It was no wonder when Xiaotian didn't recognize her earlier. She was also dirty, her hair dusty, looked like she hadn't washed in a long time. Only someone like that would be despised by those biker gang people, they wouldn't fancy them. Today's food is even less. It's getting harder and harder to collect. A middle-aged man was sorting food and complaining. Another old man about 60 said, "It's not that we got nothing, didn't we find half a bag of rice in one house today? That's good. That's true. But we have to give away half of it. The rest is only enough for a few meals." The middle-aged man frowned. Being able to eat a few hot meals is good enough. The old man was in good spirits. He looked at Wen Xiaotian and said, "Now that Lulu's sister has come, this is a great thing. Why don't we cook today?" "This is not good," Wen Xiaotian quickly stopped him. "Go call that young guy too, let him join the meal." The old man continued, "I'll wash the rice now." "Okay, I'll go call him." When Lulu, ignoring Wen Xiaotian's waving her hand, excitedly left the house and went toward the minibus. After hearing so much from Wen Xiaotian, Wen Lulu was very curious about Jiang Lushi. Knock knock. When Lulu knocked twice on the car door, while curiously peering inside. The window and door glass were both tinted. Even if she pressed her face against it, from the outside you couldn't see what was inside. Hearing Wen Xiaotian's descriptions, Wen Lulu had become very interested in this vehicle. From the outside it looked like a very old minibus, the kind normally used for rural passenger transport. Could the inside really be like an RV? Without seeing it with her own eyes, Wen Lulu found it hard to imagine. Hearing the knock, Jiang Lushi turned and looked, then pressed the button to open the door. When Lulu eagerly stepped onto the vehicle, her gaze impatiently scanning the interior. She said, "Hello, I came to ask you to go, wow." What she saw inside made her stop speaking and let out a gasp. The inside was luxuriously decorated. Although space was not large, everything was complete. And the furniture was tightly packed into the limited space, yet it did not feel cramped at all. When Lulu glanced around and felt suddenly brightened inside. After the apocalypse, although she still lived in her home, her living conditions had worsened. No water, no electricity, not enough to eat. For a girl, even the last time there was no water in the bathroom was a huge challenge. She had forced herself to adapt. When Lulu stood at the door, amazed and momentarily stunned. Not only was she shocked by how luxurious the minibus was, but also because Wen Xiaotian had told her that Jiang Lushi was a car enthusiast. These modifications very likely were things he had done himself. The car was broken and he fixed it himself. Now looking, when Lulu couldn't see any signs of repair. It was impossible to imagine the broken windshield or dented front she had heard about. "Do you have something to ask me?" Only after Jiang Lushi spoke did Wen Lulu snap out of it. "Oh, sorry. Your car is amazing. I was just stunned." When Lulu smiled and said, "Thank you," Jiang Lushi replied. When Lulu was clearly much more lively than Wen Xiaotian. But both sisters shared one trait, their smiles seemed very sincere. "I came to invite you to eat. We got lucky today, we found half a bag of rice, so we can make nice fried rice. Thank you so much for bringing my sister back. Fortunately you arrived today, otherwise I wouldn't have anything to thank you with." When Lulu said, pleased to be able to offer the best food they had to Jiang Lushi. Being able to eat fried rice truly was a good treatment. After their house and neighbors' food ran out, they had gone hungry for 2 meals. The power was out, many food spoiled. The food they could find from houses was not much. Even when they did, it was risky, there might be zombies in those houses. Besides, the biker gang had already looted most supermarkets and small stores. Their collecting area was small. That bag of rice was truly hard won. By Wen Lulu's guess, Jiang Lushi and Wen Xiaotian had endured even more hardship than they did. Unable to find food, always fearful, probably starving a lot. "No, thank you." Jiang Lushi's answer was very unexpected. When Lulu froze, then said, "You don't have to be polite. Just 1 meal, really, compared to what you did bringing my sister back, it's nothing. I am not being polite. I really don't need it." Jiang Lushi said with a slight smile. These people had suffered so much, how could he feel comfortable eating their food? Besides, having eaten mutated beast meat, fried rice and such didn't excite him much anymore. On the other hand, among these 10-odd unknown survivors, Jiang Lushi also had a bit of caution. His car was full of food, gasoline, the cargo box behind had real good meat. In the apocalypse, facing so much food, you can't guarantee what others might do. When Lulu didn't give up immediately. She invited several more times. Seeing Jiang Lushi still shake his head, she had to give up. She was about to get off the car, then suddenly remembered something. She came back, pulled something out from her clothes. "This is something I hid earlier when I mistakenly thought you were those biker gang. You brought my sister back, I really must thank you. Take this. Please don't refuse again. When Lulu forcibly put it into Jiang Liusher's hand. Jiang Liusher was surprised. Seeing when Lulu close up, she was cute, just a little dirty. He saw her puffing out her cheeks, like if he refused again she'd get upset. He felt a little amused. Okay, I'll accept it. Jiang Liusher said. It was actually only a pack of biscuits, already crushed. But judging by the residual warmth, even that pack of biscuits was very precious to Lulu. Jiang Liusher, though not lacking food, still took those biscuits carefully and placed them aside with care. Do you have very little food? Jiang Liusher asked. Actually, the food we collect is barely enough, but the biker gang are like vampires, they exploit us too harshly. When Lulu shook her head. Biker gang? Yes. Sister told me. It's that group you met. When Lulu told Jiang Liusher exactly what she had told Wen Xiaotian earlier, and added, those people are brutal. Meeting you was finally their match, they finally suffered a loss. But they also did some good, the survivors in town were many, but their leader led zombies away from town outskirts. Oh? Led zombies away? Jiang Liusher became very interested in the leader. How did their leader lure so many zombies away? Earlier he had thought something was off about this town, too few zombies. He never expected them to be led away. A few zombies here and there could be handled, but when many are gathered, ordinary people have no chance, they'd just be eaten, not even escape. But that leader managed to pull so many zombies away? Do all those biker gang follow him? Have you seen that leader? Jiang Liusher asked. All these people are his underlings, showing off under his command. When Lulu said, anyway, I heard he's powerful, not ordinary. People who resisted him before were killed. But I never saw him. Of course it's better not meeting him surely would be bad. Not ordinary, Jiang Liusher's curiosity grew as he listened. By the way, when Lulu, in mid-speech, suddenly realized something. Her face took on a very worried expression, they'll come again today to collect supplies. If they see your car, they'll definitely trouble you. I see. Jiang Liusher felt sympathy for Wen Lulu and the others, but actually he didn't feel too emotionally tied. The biker gang were hateful, yes. But because of their leader, this area now had fewer zombies, that was also true. So when Lulu complained and hated them, but didn't resist. More importantly, their strength was so great they couldn't resist, and the survivors clearly couldn't either. Now they were starving, but if zombies were everywhere, they might already be eaten by zombies. If Jiang Liusher took Wen Lulu and Wen Xiaotian away, he could bring them to a safer, more stable place. He didn't mind doing that. But he didn't know how the upcoming journey would be. He knew nothing about the situation in Jinling. Taking the two sisters away, how would he care for them later? So after hearing Wen Lulu's words, Jiang Liusher didn't know what he could help them with. Staying could put them at risk because he had run over some of the biker gang earlier. For now finding her sister was the first priority. Where is the gas station in your town? Jiang Liusher asked. He hadn't come to this town only to bring Wen Xiaotian back, he had business. Gasoline in the big cities had likely been gathered by the military. This town might be his last hope before reaching Jinling. Otherwise he'd have to keep scavenging from abandoned cars, but compared to the base vehicle's current fuel storage, that was too much work. A gas station? You want to refuel? When Lulu looked at the base vehicle. A car that Wen Xiaotian said could kill a wild boar surely used a lot of fuel, and also the power might be from gasoline or diesel. Yes. Jiang Liusher nodded. I need a lot of fuel. This, when Lulu showed a conflicted expression. You might not be able to go to a gas station. But there are many abandoned cars on the road. If you're lucky, you can find a few that haven't had their fuel drained. That should be enough. Huh? Jiang Liusher was stunned. They couldn't go to the gas station? After listening to Wen Lulu's explanation, Jiang Liusher finally understood the reason. The leader of that biker gang had almost taken over all the resources in the town, including gasoline. They all traveled by motorcycle, so gasoline was a very important resource for them. He even set up his base of operations directly near the gas station. When Lulu advised Jiang Liusher not to go near. All the survivors in the town were plundered by these people. Those who were unlucky or tried to resist were directly killed. The enemy was too strong, not someone they could contend with. Survivor teams like theirs could barely survive under their control, but they would never actively approach the area near the gas station. But Jiang Liusher had not only resisted, he had even run over a member of the biker gang. He was definitely being targeted. Jiang Liusher thought for a moment and asked, "What's the name of their leader?" "Just know he's called Brother Yu," Wen Lulu said. She saw that Jiang Liusher didn't react much after hearing it and had no idea what he was thinking. If you need fuel, you might still find some in small cars' fuel tanks. But our town is small, not many cars. The fuel tanks of those big trucks have long been drained. They've been too lazy to siphon from small cars for now, so there might still be some left, Wen Lulu said. Although this would waste a lot of time, there was no other way. In the apocalypse, there were too many helpless things. You'll probably only get around 100 liters at most. I'll help you look for it. Maybe in 3 or 4 days, we can collect that much, Wen Lulu said. Jiang Lushur listened and shook his head inwardly. 100 liters was just a drop in the bucket compared to his fuel tank's capacity, far from enough. At this moment, the sound of engines suddenly came, and when Lulu's expression changed, "They're coming." Jiang Lushur turned his head following her gaze and saw several motorcycles entering their field of view. He quietly placed his finger on a button next to the dashboard, and in his mind, the performance data of the base vehicle surfaced from the star seed. The base vehicle was in ready-to-start status. The motorcycles quickly approached. Jiang Lushur looked at these people and found they were unfamiliar faces. Judging by their expressions, they didn't recognize his vehicle. These people belonged to the same gang as those who had tried to rob him earlier, just another batch. Jiang Lushur released his finger, but the base vehicle remained on standby. Seeing that these people didn't seem to react to the vehicle, the nervous Wen Lulu also breathed a sigh of relief. "Brother Jiang, you stay in the car. I'll go out first," Wen Lulu said quietly. Then she sneaked out of the car and walked back into the yard. At this point, the other survivors in the house had also heard the noise, and they all came out, standing at the door peeking out, all with fearful expressions. The motorcycles passed by the minibus and glanced up at it curiously, but didn't pay much attention. The leader of this group was a young man with yellow hair wearing a leather jacket. His whole outfit screamed thug, like he was wearing a sign that said, "I'm a gangster." Jiang Lushur guessed that the brother Yu, now ruling the town, might have been a biker gang member before the apocalypse. After the apocalypse hit, he gathered his old gang and formed his own faction. So his subordinates all looked like classic street punks. "All you get out here." The leather-jacketed youth shouted at the door, banging an iron rod against the gate of the yard. The banging was loud and the metallic sound was harsh. A group of survivors came out in a panic. When Lulu reacted quickly. She grabbed 2 handfuls of ashes left from cooking, mixed them with water, and smeared them all over Wen Xiaotian's face without saying a word. "Ah!" Caught off guard, Wen Xiaotian screamed as her sister suddenly smeared her face. But when Lulu looked anxious and whispered, "Don't scream. If they notice you, it'll be over." Wen Xiaotian also reacted quickly. She instantly understood, these bikers might kidnap and abuse pretty girls. Since the apocalypse, law and order had collapsed. Those who might have committed rape or molestation even in a lawful society were now doing much worse. "All of you hand over the food. Don't even think about hiding anything. If I find even 1 grain of rice later, I'll break your legs." The yellow-haired thug shouted, clearly enjoying his show of power. As a thug, his life before the apocalypse was miserable. Show a little arrogance, and he'd be taken into the station for a good lesson. But now, he was the boss. Whatever he said went. Even those high and mighty women from before the apocalypse, weren't they now at his mercy? He relished this lawless world brought by the apocalypse. The survivors couldn't resist the biker gang, not because they were cowards, but because they knew they couldn't win. Once, a group tried to resist, refused to hand over food, and even fought back against the bikers. In the end, Brother Yu personally came and slaughtered them all. It was said to be a gruesome scene. Many victims were dismembered. It was as terrifying as being torn apart by zombies. Faced with such a powerful Brother Yu, what could they do? They handed over the food trembling with fear. An old man shakily brought out half a bag of rice he had found earlier. His cloudy eyes were full of reluctance, as if handing over his own life. "You old fart, hurry up. Are you trying to die?" Seeing the old man hesitate, the yellow-haired thug shouted impatiently. He snatched the rice bag forcefully, making the old man stumble and nearly fall. "You, go in and search." With a wave of his hand, his underlings rushed into the yard. Clanging noises erupted, pots and pans crashed to the floor. These people were like locusts, leaving nothing behind. "Damn, these bitches were actually cooking," one of the underlings shouted from inside. The yellow-haired thug's eyebrows shot up, and he turned to glare at the survivors. The old man's heart sank. Feeling the youth's fierce gaze, he tried to explain, "Young man, we agreed earlier to split the collected food half and half." "Pa! That was for dry food. And you dare keep rice?" The yellow-haired thug spat in the old man's face. "Take everything. You people still think you deserve to eat," he sneered. "Sir, young man, could you at least leave us a little? My grandson has a fever at home," the old man begged. His grandson was only 5 years old. In the apocalypse, life was fragile. Without proper nutrition, people got sick easily. Adults could hold on, but kids suffered greatly. You fucking done yet or what? The yellow-haired man in the leather jacket raised his hand to slap, but someone nearby quickly pulled the old man away and hurriedly apologized to the yellow-haired man. Seeing these people acting like scared grandchildren, the yellow-haired man finally gave a satisfied snort and looked at them with contempt. Many of these people probably wouldn't have even glanced at someone like him before the apocalypse, but now? They all had to bow and scrape. At that moment, the yellow-haired man casually turned his head and suddenly saw Jiang Lushur sitting in the minibus. Originally, he had only seen this beat-up minibus. Since the side windows were not transparent, he didn't know there was someone inside. But the front windshield made it clear someone was there. Immediately, the yellow-haired man flew into a rage. You fucking didn't hear me? Are you deaf or dead? I'm here collecting stuff, and you dare sit in the car? Tired of living? Get the fuck down. He cursed loudly at Jiang Lushur. Before the apocalypse, he had lived a miserable life. After the apocalypse, he finally rose to power. The thing he hated most was someone showing him disrespect. The more petty the man, the more intolerant he became after gaining power. Jiang Lushur looked indifferently at the yellow-haired punk. With his temper, he'd already wanted to teach this dumbfuck a lesson. But earlier, since he was planning to leave the town soon, he didn't want to provoke brother you. He himself would be fine, but these survivors might suffer for it, so he held back. But now, he had been targeted by them. Jiang Lushur gripped the steering wheel with both hands and didn't move. The yellow-haired man exploded with rage. Open up. Open it. Fuck you. Seeing that Jiang Lushur didn't move, the yellow-haired man swung his iron rod and smashed it onto the front of the minibus. Bang! A loud crash. The minibus was completely fine, but the yellow-haired man cried out, his iron rod almost flew from his hand, and his palm went numb from the impact. This van. The yellow-haired man froze. Normally, the front of a minibus is made of thin metal. A hit like that would leave a big dent, and his hand wouldn't hurt like this. But this one, whatever kind of steel plating it had, nearly fractured his hand. That made him even angrier. Fuck. Brothers, smash this car for me. Drag that dumbass driver out, break his legs, and search the vehicle for supplies. As he shouted, his lackeys rushed out from the yard. One of them was even holding a pot of freshly rinsed, uncooked rice. The old man who had nearly fallen earlier looked at the pot and felt like his heart was bleeding. They were even going to steal the rice they were about to cook? The other survivors, especially Wen Lulu, were more worried about Jiang Lushur now. Mr. Jiang. Wen Lulu didn't dare speak out loud. She stood behind the biker gang, gesturing frantically to Jiang Lushur, urging him to drive away quickly. If they dragged him out, it would be over. Seeing the gang rushing over, Jiang Lushur pressed a button to release the hook on the small cargo module in the back, shifted into reverse, turned the steering wheel right, and stepped on the gas. The base vehicle began to reverse. This fucker's trying to run, get him. The yellow-haired man jumped on a motorcycle. The gang started their engines, twisting the throttle hard. The motorcycles roared like mad wolves and chased after Jiang Lushur. Their riding skills were impressive. The motorcycles moved like hungry wolves from all directions, closing in on the minibus. Brothers, puncture this shitty van's tires. With the yellow-haired man's shout, the gang members pulled out welded spike traps from their backpacks and threw them under the minibus's tires. These were homemade tire shredders, just a few nails welded to metal plates. Even heavy-duty trucks would get stopped by them. Watching all this, Jiang Lushur sneered. He had reversed only to avoid hurting the survivors. Now that he was about 100 meters away and had reached a narrow asphalt road, narrow because one side was piled with cars, allowing only one vehicle through, he slammed the brakes, shifted into drive, and hit the gas. Vroom. The minibus roared like a sports car, charging forward like a wild beast, smashing over the spike traps. The poorly welded parts shattered under the weight, but the tires remained completely undamaged. What the fuck? The yellow-haired man was stunned. He couldn't figure out how this beat-up-looking van had driven over the spike traps without damage. And just then, the minibus was heading straight for him. Speed increasing, Jiang Lushur floored the gas. The yellow-haired man turned pale with fear. The minibus had accelerated too quickly. From reversing to braking to flooring it forward, it only took a few seconds. And it was somehow faster than their motorcycles. In the blink of an eye, the gang couldn't react. With a deafening boom, the minibus slammed into the motorcycle the yellow-haired man was riding. Ah! A scream. Man and bike flew like a baseball hit out of the park. Boom boom boom. The motorcycle hit the asphalt hard, sliding over 10 meters. The front wheel was completely smashed. The yellow-haired man was covered in blood, lying on the ground, wailing. One leg was pinned under the bike, clearly broken. Fuck. Motherfucker. He screamed. Jiang Lushur's expression was cold. Flung more than 10 meters, leg crushed, multiple fractures, bleeding heavily, in this apocalypse, that was a death sentence. For scum like this, people who committed crimes even in peacetime and went on killing sprees after the apocalypse, Jiang Lushur had no sympathy. Keeping them alive only meant more victims, more innocent people and young girls suffering. He had already started killing, so he no longer worried about whether it would bring trouble to the survivors. Kill one? No going back. Kill many? Still no going back. The base vehicle was at full power. Jiang Lushur kept his foot on the gas. With another turn of the wheel, he knocked over 2 more motorcycles. Ah? More screams. The collisions were brutal. Anyone hit either died on the spot or would soon die from injuries or infection. The rest of the biker gang turned pale with fear. They had robbed many vehicles before, even some trying to escape the town for the military. Their spike traps had always worked. But now? They were all crushed, the tires fine. What the fuck kind of armored truck is this? Run! The gang panicked. They didn't care about the yellow-haired man or their comrades on the ground anymore. They had liquor, meat, and women to enjoy, but when trouble came, they all looked out for themselves. Who the hell would risk their life to save others? A group of biker gang members scattered like frightened birds and beasts, fleeing in all directions. They had been terrified by Jiang Lushur's ramming, and many of them darted into small alleys. On those narrow streets, of course, the base vehicle couldn't chase them. But just after a few punks ran into the alleys, several dark figures suddenly jumped out and knocked over their motorcycles. Zombies! Several zombies pounced on the punks and started tearing them apart. The screams became even more tragic. These cries quickly attracted more zombies, who all swarmed the unlucky bastards. Indeed, many zombies in the town had been lured away, but that only meant the main roads had fewer of them. There were still plenty hiding in residential areas and narrow alleys. Usually, survivors avoided those places. But the panicked punks had blindly run in, and ran right into a pack of zombies. Many of them instantly became zombie food, dying miserably. Seeing this, Jiang Lushur frowned. While the zombies were busy tearing into the punks, he eased off the gas and drove the base vehicle away. He wasn't afraid of attracting zombies, but the survivors would be in danger. If a horde of zombies rushed into the courtyard, the survivors probably wouldn't make it. So, Jiang Lushur quietly drove the base vehicle back. The dozen or so survivors in the courtyard were all stunned by what they had just witnessed. They were shocked by the minibus Jiang Lushur was driving. How could such an old, beat-up-looking van be so powerful? It crushed the spike traps, smashed so many motorcycles, and the front wasn't even dented. Not even the paint was scratched. What the hell was this thing? After the shock came fear. He killed so many of the biker gang, what was going to happen to them now? Before, people had been slaughtered just for refusing to hand over food or hitting a gang member. Brother Yu had shown up himself and killed everyone, even chopping them up. Now their fate would surely be worse. As Jiang Lushur slowly drove the van back, the survivors went pale with fear, not knowing how this would end. The old man who had been holding the pot of rice earlier was shaking. Xiaolu, we. The old man had no idea what to do. He was an old man, if he got beaten to death, so be it. But he had a grandson to take care of. If he died, the boy would starve. After the apocalypse, his children had all died, only the little grandson was left. He was the only reason the old man was still holding on. When Lulu clenched her teeth and said, "Grandpa Wang, don't think about it too much. We already ran them over, if it comes to it, we'll just hide, or fight back. There's always a way." When Lulu and when Xiao Tian were sisters, but when Lulu was much stronger in personality. She'd had enough of the biker gang long ago. Now that Jiang Lushur had run them all over, and even some got eaten by zombies, she was definitely afraid of Brother Yu going crazy, but she also found it super satisfying. Finally, some damn payback. Yeah, Grandpa Wang. Fuck this apocalypse, it's hard enough to get one meal a day. We live without knowing if we'll see tomorrow. And we still gotta take shit from assholes like them? If I wasn't afraid of dragging all of you into it, I'd have smashed that yellow-haired bastard in the head with an iron bar a long time ago. A hot-blooded young man in his 20s added. In this world where death could come at any moment, even Brother Yu didn't seem so scary anymore. Zombies weren't necessarily worse than him. But most of the people were still afraid. Zombies didn't hunt you down. But Brother Yu? If he wanted revenge, he'd find you no matter what. Jiang Lushur overheard some of their conversation. He glanced in surprise at the young man who said he wanted to knock out the yellow-haired bastard. He was short, had pale skin, and even looked a little refined. Who would have thought he had so much fight in him? Hey, bro. Do me a favor. Drag that half-dead yellow-haired prick over here, Jiang Lushur said to the pale guy and handed a pack of chocolate-covered peanuts through the window. This is for you. Jiang Lushur liked the guy's attitude. Plus, he didn't want to get out of the van himself to drag the yellow-haired man over. No telling if the zombies might be drawn by the guy's screaming. Staying in the van meant he could respond to danger at any time. Also, he had a whole stash of mutated beast meat, enough dry rations to fill a storage room. To him, this little pack of chocolate was nothing. Giving one away didn't matter at all. But in the eyes of the survivors, this tiny pack of chocolate made their eyes light up instantly. Chocolate. They hardly had any food to begin with, and most of it was trash, like it had been pulled from a dumpster. The better stuff always got taken by the biker gang. A high-calorie, great-tasting food like chocolate? They didn't even dream of it. They were sick of stale biscuits and gross, cheap instant noodles. They could barely eat that crap anymore. And now Jiang Lushur just casually gave some away. The pale-skinned young man lit up. He hesitated, swallowed hard, then shook his head reluctantly. That's not right. I can't take it. That bastard bullies us every day, dragging him over is a pleasure. His response made Jiang Lushur feel like the chocolate didn't go to waste. He tossed it over and said with a grin, just take it. There's still danger in dragging him over. Besides, he's still useful to me. The young man had no choice but to catch it. Under the envious stares of the others, he awkwardly said, thanks then. He immediately ran over, grabbed the yellow-haired guy by the back of his collar. The yellow-haired man glared at him with hatred, but got a slap across the face. What the fuck are you looking at? Still not convinced? The pale-skinned youth didn't hold back and dragged him roughly toward the van. As the broken leg was dragged, the yellow-haired man let out a scream, only to be slapped twice more. Shut the fuck up. If you lure zombies over here, I'll hang you from a lamppost and let them eat you alive from your feet up. After getting Jiang Lushur's chocolate, the guy was suddenly all business. The yellow-haired guy felt a chill. This dude wasn't messing around, clearly getting revenge. After 3 slaps, his mouth was bleeding, his face swollen. He couldn't even scream anymore, just groaned. With no medical care, his leg was basically done. Even if it didn't rot or get infected, in the apocalypse a broken leg meant death anyway. That's why he looked so bitter and hateful, he didn't beg for mercy. But now, hearing the pale youth's threat, he realized that dying outright and dying after torture were 2 very different things. Jiang Lushur watched from the van and clicked his tongue twice. Damn, this guy's good at scaring people. Fine by him, saves him the trouble. The yellow-haired man was soon dragged to the front of Jiang Lushur's van, leaving a long trail of blood on the ground. He had done plenty of brutal things, but never had he ended up like this. Thrown in front of the van, he looked up at Jiang Lushur in the driver's seat, and felt a chill go down his spine. Forget feeding him to zombies, even just running him over a few times with that terrifying van would be enough to make him wish he were dead. The pale-skinned guy had only made threats, but Jiang Lushur, who looked like an ordinary young man, wouldn't hesitate for a second if he decided to hit the gas. I dragged this dumbfuck over. If there's anything else you need me to do, just say it, the pale-skinned young man said to Jiang Lushur through the windshield. After he finished, he sneered and gave Huang Mao a cold look. The meaning behind that look was obvious. Huang Mao hated this pale-skinned guy to the core. Before Jiang Lushur showed up, this guy wouldn't have dared to act this cocky. He was nothing but a pathetic coward, always groveling in front of him. Back then, Huang Mao didn't care at all what these survivors looked like. There weren't any delicate pretty girls anyway. When Lulu and the others were covered in dirt from head to toe, even mud in their hair. He couldn't be bothered to give them a second glance. So, when he first saw Jiang Lushur, he didn't realize this was a face he hadn't seen before. But now he understood. If Jiang Lushur had been around earlier, there's no way he would have tolerated this shit until now. And this badass minibus, no doubt Jiang Lushur had driven it in from somewhere else. Huang Mao looked at Jiang Lushur with both hatred and fear. The pain from his broken leg made him groan continuously. I have a few questions for you. I'll ask one, and you answer one. If I think you're bullshitting me or refuse to answer. Jiang Lushur glanced at the pale-skinned young man. The young man immediately gave a hee-hee laugh and lifted one foot, waving it over Huang Mao's broken leg. You hear that? Try any stupid shit and you get it. Huang Mao's face turned green. This pale-skinned bastard. He felt utterly humiliated, but the fear of more pain forced him to speak. Go ahead and ask. This brother who is he? How did he lure the zombies away? Tell me everything, Jiang Lushur asked. He knew he'd already made an enemy out of brother Yu. Since this guy was said to be so dangerous, Jiang Lushur needed to learn as much as he could in advance to be ready. Brother Yu? Heh. Huang Mao grinned when he heard the question. So this guy had heard about brother Yu too? Clearly, he was scared. That's why he was asking. If you were scared, you should have played nice from the beginning. Now you're afraid? Too fucking late. Not to scare you or anything, but Brother Yu isn't a normal person. He's way tougher than your average zombie. Back then, Brother Yu used just one motorcycle to lure all the zombies in this area away. Alone. In a horde of thousands, maybe tens of thousands of zombies, he killed his way through and came out without a scratch. As he spoke, Huang Mao carefully watched Jiang Liushi's expression. But he was disappointed. There was no panic on Jiang Liushi's face. He just looked thoughtful, as if deep in thought. Seeing this, Huang Mao sneered inwardly, thinking, what the fuck are you thinking about? Like thinking will help you beat Brother Yu. He figured Jiang Liushi was just putting on a brave face. Or maybe he didn't really understand what it meant to lead zombies away like that. A lot of people didn't want to bow to Brother Yu. They all ended up the same way. He's got a temper. If someone resists, he doesn't just kill them, he makes sure they die ugly, Huang Mao continued, his face twisted and eyes gleaming like he was enjoying the idea. He was doing his best to scare Jiang Liushi. Dismemberment, right? I've heard about that, Jiang Liushi said calmly. His response left Huang Mao stunned, and a bit confused. How could someone stay this calm? Did he really think he could take on Brother Yu? It's not that Huang Mao looked down on Jiang Liushi. He was just absolutely convinced that Brother Yu wasn't human anymore. Normal humans weren't even in the same league. They were on completely different levels. How could you even fight that? Even without the motorcycle, Brother Yu can lure zombies just with himself. They can't catch him. Not even Olympic sprinters could beat him. He's fast enough to race a motorcycle like it's nothing, Huang Mao added. Despite being powerless before Jiang Liushi, talking about Brother Yu's strength gave Huang Mao a weird sense of pride, like he was strong himself. It was because he couldn't get revenge on Jiang Liushi, so now he was hoping Brother Yu would. He's that fast? Jiang Liushi understood now. If his speed was really that insane, then yeah, normal people wouldn't stand a chance. If you couldn't even see him move in time, how would you fight him? By the time you realized he'd attacked, you'd already be bleeding. If he could race a motorcycle, that kind of speed was terrifying. Jiang Liushi was sure Huang Mao wasn't lying. Without that kind of speed, no way could one man lead away all those zombies. And not just that, what Jiang Liushi had been thinking about earlier was the virus data given to him by the Star Seed. What Huang Mao said, that Brother Yu wasn't a normal person, was literally true. In fact, Brother Yu and that mutant wild boar were the same type. When the virus hit them, their bodies mutated. But instead of turning into zombies, the virus altered them, turned them into mutants, or rather, superhumans. This was rare. Between a zombie and a mutant, it was heaven and hell. The power of that mutant wild boar had already proven how terrifying mutants could be. Mutants had way better survival odds in the apocalypse. Normal zombies couldn't even threaten them. Brother Yu was one of those mutants. And his mutation was probably speed. Using that ability, he had become a tyrant in this town. Besides speed, does he have any other abilities? Jiang Liushi asked. Huang Mao just kept emphasizing how ruthless Brother Yu was. But that didn't mean much to Jiang Liushi. After a few more questions and realizing he couldn't get anything else useful out of Huang Mao, Jiang Liushi waved at the pale-skinned young man. The guy had been standing to the side with his hands in his pockets. When he saw Jiang Liushi wave, he ran over eagerly. Huang Mao started to panic. He had no idea what Jiang Liushi was planning to do with him. Jiang Liushi just stared at him through the windshield, deep in thought. The gas station was located at the other end of the town, near the exit. There were fewer zombies here. Along the road, some zombie corpses could still be seen hanging from balconies, slowly rotting. These zombies were originally humans. They only turned into extremely aggressive, super strong, and fast monsters because of the virus. Although their bodies had become very different from humans, they still bled and decayed after death. Seeing these corpses hanging there gave people chills. This area was the biker gang's territory now. Not only couldn't zombies get close, but regular survivors wouldn't dare step foot here either, they stayed far away. The biker gang's base was located right next to the gas station, in a residential building. Beneath the residential building was a repair shop. At the moment, more than a dozen motorcycles were parked there. Inside, a few bikers were sitting around playing cards. Vroom vroom vroom. Suddenly, the roar of an engine came as a motorcycle sped toward the building, nearly crashing into one of the parked bikes. Inside the shop, at a wooden table covered in engine oil, the bikers looked up at the noise. One of them, seeing who had just arrived, got up in surprise when he recognized the guy who jumped off the bike and rushed over. "Isn't that Qiangzi? What the fuck are you in such a hurry for?" Seeing Qiangzi's panicked face as he ran straight over, the biker tried to ask, but Qiangzi shoved him aside. "Move." The biker stumbled and cursed, "Fuck. You in a rush to die or what?" Qiangzi ignored him completely, charged through the back door of the shop, and ran all the way up to the 4th floor without stopping. This building was full of biker gang members. Their boss, Brother Yu, lived on the top floor, 4th floor. Originally, some survivors had been hiding in this building, including a family who had lived there before. But after Brother Yu and the gang moved in and picked this place as their base, those survivors were doomed. They were just regular people. Forget standing up to Brother Yu. Against the biker gang, they had no ability to resist. As a result, the men and elderly were nearly all killed. The young women were raped, and even little girls weren't spared. These people escaped the zombies, only to be destroyed by humans. The apartment Brother Yu took over had belonged to that little girl's family. Xiangzi ran up to the door, panting heavily, and burst inside. The room was full of smoke. In the corner, piles of beer and all kinds of food. Several bikers were sitting around a mahjong table, playing. Women surrounded them. One of the men looked short, but his arms were muscular. He had an average face, so plain he'd be lost in a crowd. But the woman next to him, though smiling and lighting a cigarette for him, had fear written in her eyes. When Xiangzi rushed in, none of the bikers reacted much. The short man didn't even glance at him. Only a bald biker looked over lazily and said, "No manners. Where's Xiaoyang?" Xiaoyang was the yellow-haired guy's name. Xiangzi dropped to his knees at the short man's feet and growled, "Brother Yu. Today, Brother Liang took us out to collect the goods, but a group of survivors refused to pay. So what if they refused? Just kill them and bring the stuff back. Why the hell are you reporting this? Didn't Brother Yu teach you anything?" said another biker with a grin as he tossed down a tile. Pong. Seeing Brother Yu and his close men act like it was no big deal, Xiangzi became more anxious and said quickly, "Brother Liang was about to do just that, but then this guy showed up in a minibus and rammed into us, killed several of our guys. Even Brother Liang was taken out. Brother Yu, you have to get revenge for him and the brothers." The table suddenly went silent. Brother Yu's inner circle all had that. "Did I hear that right? Look." The bald guy froze and said, "Are you fucking drunk? Who the fuck would dare pull that kind of shit? Got a death wish?" At that moment, the short man, Brother Yu, finally spoke. The bald guy instantly shut up. "You serious? I swear on my life, Brother Yu." Xiangzi blurted out. He wouldn't dare lie about something this big. Though, to be fair, he didn't actually know if Huang Mao was dead. He only saw him get sent flying. Whether he died or not, well, with injuries like that, he wasn't making it. Since Brother Yu asked, Xiangzi immediately told him every detail, adding plenty of exaggeration along the way. He had barely escaped being run over himself by diving into a side alley. Now, he just wanted to see Jiang Lushur die miserably at Brother Yu's hands. That's the only way he'd feel better. After hearing the full report, Brother Yu's crew exploded. "Fuck, someone really dared mess with us? That motherfucker's got a death wish. Does he not know what the word dead means?" Then Brother Yu stood up. The sudden movement startled the woman next to him. He kicked the chair aside and glared at Xiangzi. Then, without warning, he slammed a kick into Xiangzi's chest, sending him flying into a nearby tea table. Xiangzi screamed in pain like a ghost being tortured. "They're all dead, so how the fuck did you make it back alive?" Brother Yu's voice was raspy. His cold stare made Xiangzi tremble and bite down his cries of pain. Brother Yu ignored him and turned to his men. "Get the cars. We're going now. If we're late, he'll run." This guy stirred up serious shit. He'd probably try to drive off in that minibus. That's not something Brother Yu was gonna let happen. Hearing the order, his men all stood up and ran off to get ready. Just then, a loud boom echoed from outside. The sound was so sudden that even the women and the crew flinched. "What the fuck was that?" the bald guy yelled. That bang was way too loud. Brother Yu quickly walked to the window, pulled the curtain, and looked down. After staring for a few seconds, he asked without turning around, "That minibus, what color was it?" Xiangzi froze, then quickly answered, "It was white. Parked right in front of that family's house. You'll see it the moment you get there." "No need," Brother Yu cut him off, turning around slowly. His face was calm as still water, but his eyes were full of killing intent. "He's already here." "What?" Brother Yu's words left his henchman, and Xiangzi, in disbelief. "That loud bang just now, it came from that minibus?" They were just about to go check out the window, but saw Brother Yu walking toward the door with a dark expression. He was carrying a loose bag, and with each step, the sound of glass bottles clinking could be heard from inside. Inside the bag were bottles of gasoline. Light them up and throw, they became the simplest Molotov cocktails. Besides that, Brother Yu also had a black Type 54 pistol at his waist. After the apocalypse, he had led his men to loot the local police station and got their hands on a bunch of batons, handcuffs, and a few pistols. All the guns were now under his sole control. He was naturally suspicious and didn't trust anyone else with them. Grab your gear. Brother Yu's cold voice rang out as he stepped out the door. The biker gang sprang into action, grabbing iron bars, spike strips, molotovs, and rushing downstairs. Qiangzi hesitated for a moment, then struggled to get up and followed. The women sitting around the messy card table exchanged blank stares. These women were captives here, abused by the biker gang. They quietly shuffled over to the window, looking outside, and saw the white minibus. They were numb to such conflict by now. Maybe soon they'd see Molotovs flying, the minibus engulfed in flames, the driver dragged out, tortured, and hacked to pieces. Since the apocalypse, girls who used to cry over a dying kitten now watched humans live and die without blinking. If only those fucking bastards got run over and died, one young woman suddenly said through gritted teeth. What the hell are you saying? Careful they don't hear you. Shoo, don't talk like that. Besides, that guy couldn't have run them over. Her friend immediately covered her mouth. Their fear of the biker gang, especially Brother Yu, was bone deep. By this time, Brother Yu and his men had already charged out of the building. As soon as they exited the repair shop, they were met with a nasty sight. The whole row of motorcycles parked outside had been rammed into the wall. All of them were piled together in a mess. And on top of those fallen bikes, lay a person. His hands were tied with rope, his head and body covered in rotten vegetable leaves and garbage. He was groaning nonstop. Qiangzi, who had just caught up, stared wide-eyed when he saw the figure. Brother Liang. That figure, like he'd crawled out of a dumpster, was Huang Mao. Brother Yu's eyes turned ice cold as he stared at him. And the moment Huang Mao saw Brother Yu, his screams grew louder. Brother Yu! Help me! My leg got crushed. As he talked about his leg, his voice became shrill and full of snot and tears. With a leg like that, he had no idea how he'd survive. Brother Yu glanced at him coldly without saying a word. Seeing his face, Huang Mao choked on his screams. From Brother Yu's expression, he saw disgust. That look made his heart sink. Don't kill the guy driving the minibus. I want him alive. Brother Yu said each word through clenched teeth. He hated Jiang Lucia with a passion. Since the apocalypse, Brother Yu had become the local tyrant of the town. The biker gang looked down on survivors like they weren't even human, like slave owners to slaves. And most survivors submitted and groveled before them, which only made their arrogance worse. They never imagined there'd be a survivor bold enough to fight back, and even attack them directly. Seeing how furious Brother Yu was, the bikers knew that the driver of that minibus was fucked. Dying would be the easy way out. Let's go grab that dumbfuck, the bikers shouted. They picked up the few still usable motorcycles and revved them hard. Which way did the van go? They crowded the entrance, but the minibus was nowhere to be seen. From the window earlier, they saw it had reversed away. In their minds, the minibus must have fled after pulling such a suicidal stunt. A chase scene was about to begin. That's their specialty, toss a bunch of Molotovs, and it's over. But just as they were about to chase after it, another loud boom erupted. This one came from the gas station. Screams followed. They had people stationed at the gas station, and clearly, their base had just been attacked. He rammed my gas station? Brother Yu's eyes glinted with murderous rage. The gas station was less than 200 meters away. That guy didn't even run, he attacked the gas station instead? Fucking suicidal. Suddenly, Brother Yu broke into a sprint. Like a cheetah, he leapt over the motorcycles and charged toward the gas station. His men snapped out of it and followed, engines roaring behind him. At the gas station, Jiang Lucia had already connected the minibus's automated fuel intake system to the pump. Gasoline was steadily flowing into his nearly empty tank. The biker gang had collected nearly all the fuel in town and stored it here. Jiang Lucia couldn't even use it all. At the same time, his eyes were fixed on the direction of the building, waiting for Brother Yu to appear. After thinking it over, Jiang Lucia realized that waiting for Brother Yu to come to him might endanger Wen Lulu and the others. Even if they hid, it might not be safe. There were too many bikers. If anything went wrong, he wouldn't be able to protect them. Besides, he needed a large amount of gasoline, that was the main point. The gas was in Brother Yu's hands. If he wanted it, he had to come knocking. Knocking over the motorcycles was just to cause a little chaos. Attacking the gas station was to buy time for refueling. Without enough gas, he couldn't even use some of the weapons on the base vehicle. Jiang Lucia kept his eyes on the fuel meter displayed by the star seed, 100L, 200L, 300L. Ever since the fuel tank was upgraded, refueling was ridiculously fast. The numbers jumped by the hundreds. When it hit 600L, a figure appeared by the flower bed outside the gas station, rushing toward him. The moment this person saw the minibus, he didn't hesitate, just charged straight at it. So fast. Jiang Lucia blinked. That must be Brother Yu. Seeing the minibus parked there refueling, Brother Yu instantly exploded with rage. This bastard, not only had he killed his men and provoked him, but now he actually dared to openly refuel here? Brother Yu lunged at the base vehicle like a leaping leopard, moving at a speed no ordinary person could match. Since this was a gas station, Brother Yu couldn't use Molotovs or risk firing a gun. Instead, he reached behind his waist and pulled out a three-edged military bayonet. He'd also found this bayonet in the police station, probably confiscated as an illegal weapon, lucky for him. Just then, the fuel nozzle suddenly detached, and the minibus let out a sharp screech. The vehicle suddenly started up and then accelerated sharply, shooting backward like a giant shell, heading straight for Brother Yu. Jiang Lushur didn't activate the instant acceleration, but the performance upgrade from the modified fuel system had already boosted his starting speed significantly. The heavy minibus now moved like a sports car, its rear end crashing toward Brother Yu with a screech. Even though Brother Yu had heard Xiangzi's description of the vehicle, in his own mind, he still couldn't believe a minibus could be that powerful. But now, the moment it started moving, it shattered all his assumptions. This wasn't a minibus, it was a damn racing car. And the driver was cunning as hell. He didn't start the vehicle until he was close enough to strike. Brother Yu was forced to stop his charge and dove to the side. Vroom. The minibus brushed past him. As it passed, Brother Yu spun around and threw a spike strip behind its tires. His spike strip was way better than the crude ones the gang used. This one had been dismantled from official police gear and modified. Once a tire rolled over it, the sharp spikes would pierce through. If the driver stopped in time, the tire could be saved, if not, it would burst after 20 meters. But the minibus rolled right over it, and the spikes didn't even pierce the tires. Brother Yu had heard the spikes wouldn't work on this van, but he threw it anyway, just to try. He didn't even bother checking the result. His eyes locked onto the door handle of the driver's seat. As the van passed by at high speed, he jumped. Brother Yu was fast. Jiang Lushur only saw him dodge via the rearview monitor, and then the van jolted. The next moment, he heard a bang at the door, and a face suddenly pressed up against the window. At the same time, vroom vroom, several motorcycles appeared on the road. Jiang Lushur had pulled out of the gas station. The bikers were swarming in from the street, and more were flooding out of their base. Although the earlier collision had slowed them down, it hadn't really crippled their mobility. But Jiang Lushur didn't have time to worry about these scavenging biker dogs, because Brother Yu was now hanging on his door. Jiang Lushur turned his head, and the two locked eyes. Brother Yu grinned viciously and jabbed the three-edged bayonet into the window seam. That seam was the window's weak spot. Many cars came with emergency window breakers to escape after a crash. Thieves often used crowbars to pry windows. The bayonet wasn't a crowbar, but it was strong enough to do the same job. But Jiang Lushur wouldn't just let him pry the window open. Even if he couldn't break it immediately, Brother Yu was a mutant. And the vehicle had just been repaired. There was no way Jiang Lushur was letting this gang leader damage it. He yanked the steering wheel hard, the tires screeched on the concrete, leaving 4 long skid marks as the vehicle spun. He floored the gas. The van exited the gas station, pulling a sharp, almost overturning drift. The damn thing was drifting, a minibus. The bikers were stunned. With a turn that sharp, and Brother Yu only holding the handle with one hand, he was flung off. Normally, that would have injured someone. Jiang Lushur looked back through the window, and saw Brother Yu tumble skillfully to the ground without a scratch. Then Jiang Lushur noticed something new in Brother Yu's hand. Brother Yu looked pissed. He hadn't expected the van to perform so well, better than Xiangzi had said. But now that the van had left the gas station, he no longer needed to hold back. Steadying himself, Brother Yu pulled out several homemade Molotovs and hurled them at the minibus. The bottles shattered on impact, igniting massive flames that wrapped around the vehicle. The van was fast, but Brother Yu's throws were faster. There was no time to dodge. Brother Yu shouted as he threw the Molotovs. At the same time, he pulled the Type 54 pistol from his waist, aiming at the flaming driver's side window, where Jiang Lushur was clearly visible. They were less than 10 meters apart. Brother Yu wasn't a sharpshooter, but after training in the apocalypse, his aim was decent. At that range, he aimed to shoot Jiang Lushur in the shoulder. If the shot veered a little and hit his neck or head, well, then Jiang Lushur would just die quicker. Normal police handguns were made to stop, not kill. But the Type 54 was different. Nicknamed the Black Star, it was a military pistol built for lethal damage. It could punch through 2 bodies at close range with no problem. It could also pierce body armor or a brick wall. This gun had served in police departments for over 20 years before being phased out due to excessive power. It was replaced by the Type 64, but some places still used it. Xiangzi said they tried all sorts of weapons on the minibus windows and couldn't leave a mark. But brother, you didn't care. A metal rod's impact was nothing compared to a Type 54 round. Die, motherfucker. Brother, you pulled the trigger without hesitation. From the moment he landed, threw the Molotov, and fired, it all took just 1 second. Jiang Lushur was probably still celebrating, shaking him off, when the bullet hit. Bang! A gunshot rang out. Yuga was indeed fast. Jiang Lushur had just seen him land when, in the next moment, he saw the minibus engulfed in flames, and then came the sound of a gunshot. But even faster than the gunshot was the bang coming from the driver's side window beside Jiang Lushur. Jiang Lushur instinctively dodged a bit, and at the same time, the voice of the starseed sounded in his mind: base vehicle surface damaged. Damage level, 10%. Window damaged. Damage level, 1%. Base vehicle outer shell intact. Damn it. Even though the damage was minimal and could be ignored, just thinking about how troublesome it was to find materials to repair the vehicle made Jiang Lushur want to curse. He turned to look and saw a spiderweb-like dent left by the bullet on the window, clearly visible. The bullets from the Type 54 pistol could penetrate brick walls and other obstacles, but there was still a limit to their penetration depth. Moreover, Jiang Lushur's base vehicle was equipped with bulletproof glass. Bulletproof glass is a type of laminated safety glass with 3 layers. The first layer is a load-bearing layer that breaks the bullet head and changes its shape, making the bullet lose its forward momentum. The second layer is made of organic adhesive material with strong bonding power to absorb the bullet's impact. The bullet could easily break through the first layer of glass, but it would stop inside the second layer. That's why there was such a dent on the window of Jiang Lushur's vehicle. Seeing this, Jiang Lushur was furious. He had just repaired the car. After firing the shot, Yugo smiled coldly. He had already heard the sound of the bullet hitting the glass. Yugo stood up, planning to wait until the fire died down before having his underlings drag Jiang Lushur out. Hopefully, Jiang Lushur would still be alive by then, otherwise, it would be a pity. But at that moment, he suddenly heard the vroom vroom sound again. The sound came from the minibus right in front of him. Yugo was stunned. He was sure he had hit him. Could it be Jiang Lushur wasn't hurt badly? Then the front of the minibus suddenly swung around. Still wrapped in raging flames, the vehicle charged at Yugo like a war chariot bathed in fire. Through the windshield, Yugo clearly saw Jiang Lushur inside, glaring at him with rage. There wasn't even a scratch on Jiang Lushur, let alone any blood or wounds. The bloody mess Yugo had expected never happened. Yugo, holding the Type 54 pistol, froze. What the hell? As the minibus charged forward, Yuji's face twisted in rage. He raised the gun again and fired several shots at Jiang Lushur. All the bullets hit the windshield, but were completely stopped. Each bullet left a visible dent, but behind the glass, Jiang Lushur remained unchanged, even his expression didn't flinch. Boom! The minibus charged ahead. Jiang Lushur looked out the side window and saw that Yugo had dodged to the side and wasn't hit. Yugo had evaded the hit, but inside, he was on the verge of losing it. This damn minibus was actually equipped with bulletproof glass. Was this some kind of tricked-out budget car? Who the hell was this driver, driving a monster like that? Just then, Yugo saw the minibus change direction and speed toward a group of 7 or 8 motorcycles. These bikers had been circling around the minibus, tossing Molotov cocktails at it. When Yugo was firing, they were attacking the rear of the vehicle. They had all assumed that since Yugo himself had acted, they only needed to support him from the sides. There was no risk at all. But unexpectedly, after the gunshots, not only did the minibus not go down, it became even more furious. And Yugo hadn't managed to stop it either. So the minibus changed targets, to them. The bikers felt like their scalps were about to explode. Faced with a flaming minibus, they twisted their throttles like crazy. But the minibus turned far too sharply and accelerated like a sports car. Although they reacted immediately, they were still overtaken quickly. Some tried to swerve off the road. One crashed into a flower bed while turning, launching the rider over 10 meters. Others didn't have time to react and were directly hit. Those who were thrown into the air weren't dead yet, but were set on fire, rolling on the ground in agony. Seeing this, Yugo was absolutely furious. Jiang Lushur had failed to hit Yugo twice. His speed was just too fast, especially in short distances, where his agility was insane. The second time Jiang Lushur tried to ram Yugo, he wanted to use the air cannon, but Yuji's reflexes were too fast, even if he fired it, he'd miss. And the air cannon needed charging time, during which Yugo could dodge a dozen times. But for these bikers, there was no need for any high-tech weapons, just ramming them was enough. They kept circling him, tossing Molotovs, increasing the vehicle's damage level, and Jiang Lushur was pissed. He didn't want to let them keep swarming him like flies. So he left Yugo alone for the moment. He had no intention of sparing them either. Yuga was brutal, but so were they, scumbags through and through. After knocking over several motorcycles, Jiang Lushur didn't stop. He had just refueled, so he didn't care about the gas. After a sharp turn, the minibus, like a steel beast, charged at another group of bikers. They were terrified out of their minds. This minibus was completely savage. They scrambled to escape. The minibus roared past Yuga, and inside, Jiang Lushur turned his head to give him a glance. That glance made Yuga clench his teeth hard. Someone had dared to challenge him on his own turf, and now was driving around mowing down his men like ants. Could anything be more humiliating? Jiang Lushur drove the minibus and kept ramming until the flames on the vehicle went out and the bikers had all escaped to places where the minibus couldn't reach. Only then did he slowly come to a stop. Jiang Lushur's minibus stopped in the middle of the road, leaving behind obvious tire marks, overlaid with black burn traces from Molotov cocktails, making them even more striking and glaring. On the ground, there were overturned motorcycles everywhere, as well as corpses of the bikers, and those still groaning in pain, crying for help. Beep beep. Jiang Lushur pressed the horn hard twice. The harsh honking rang out, but not a single biker dared to show up. They were all shocked by Jiang Lushur's crazed ramming just now. At that moment, a sharp tire screech suddenly came. Immediately after, from the sidewalk, a truck suddenly turned out. It was a heavy-duty truck, likely weighing tens of tons. On the road, it was a giant beast. If it hit an ordinary car, it could smash it into pieces. Even Jiang Lushur's minibus looked like a child in front of an adult compared to this truck. The heavy truck came onto the road, facing Jiang Lushur's minibus from afar. In the driver's seat, which was over 1 meter high, Jiang Lushur saw Yuji's figure. He was gripping the steering wheel, eyes fiercely fixed on the minibus, looking completely insane. Jiang Lushur's rampage had completely enraged Yuga. He, the boss, stood right there, yet had to watch helplessly as the minibus went back and forth in front of him, ramming his underlings. The groans of the wounded bikers lying on the ground pierced Yuji's ears like needles. Ever since the apocalypse began and Yuga discovered he had mutant powers, he had been undefeated. The zombies in the town weren't many. After leading them away, nothing could threaten him. The survivors were like ants before him, to be crushed at will. All the bikers feared and revered him. Yuga used to be a low-level thug. Although he was vicious, he didn't have the guts to go all out. So even as a gangster, he didn't do well. His boss beat and scolded him, and even fellow thugs looked down on him, always calling themselves his big bro, which made him feel humiliated. So he was actually quite satisfied with life after the apocalypse. He felt like the apocalypse was made for him. He used to be frustrated, but now he thrived. But just when he was enjoying his success, a minibus ran him over multiple times right in front of all his men. Yuga felt like his face was now covered in filthy tire tracks. If he didn't kill Jiang Lushur, Yuga felt he could never lift his head again. So while Jiang Lushur was still gleefully ramming around, Yuga ran off and drove over this heavy-duty truck that had been left at the gas station since the apocalypse and later taken by the bikers. This minibus liked ramming? Then he'd ram Jiang Lushur to death. No matter how strong the minibus was, it couldn't outram a heavy-duty truck. Vroom vroom vroom. Yuga slammed the gas pedal. Seeing Yuga driving the heavy truck toward him, Jiang Lushur's heart skipped a beat. This truck really was a steel monster. Charging at full speed like that, the visual impact was overwhelming. If the truck really hit, Jiang Lushur wouldn't die, but his base vehicle would definitely be badly damaged. But thinking he could hit him just like that was too naive. Jiang Lushur's base vehicle had instant acceleration, enough to let him escape. Dodging or changing direction would be no problem. However, Jiang Lushur didn't press the instant acceleration button. Escaping was easy, but that would mean his mission here would fail. On the contrary, Jiang Lushur stared hard at the oncoming truck and stomped on the gas pedal. In fact, although the moment was dangerous, it was also an opportunity. A perfect chance to kill Yuga. Jiang Lushur locked his eyes on the rapidly approaching truck while Starseed continuously reported the changing distance. Seeing the minibus not only refusing to flee but charging back at him, Yuga let out a cold laugh. "Ha! This guy is way too arrogant. I'll crash you to death. Crash you to death." He couldn't wait to turn Jiang Lushur into minced meat. Just imagining the minibus's front end crumpling, Jiang Lushur mangled like ground meat, blood pouring from the cracks of the vehicle, made Yuga feel incredibly excited and even a bit tingly all over. He had floored the gas and was laughing wildly inside the truck. The bikers were also watching the scene. They all thought this minibus had gone completely mad. This was suicide. Maybe Jiang Lushur, after doing such a crazy thing, knew he wouldn't survive and was now going out in a blaze. Inside the minibus, Jiang Lushur's expression remained calm. He listened to Starseed's prompts while calculating rapidly in his mind. Now! Jiang Lushur suddenly pressed a button. 10, 9, 8. The distance was now so close they could see each other's facial expressions clearly. Jiang Lushur saw the twisted grin on Yuji's face as he shouted something at him. Judging by the mouth shape, it was probably, die. Jiang Lushur didn't say anything. Starseed's countdown echoed in his head. 3, 2, 1. Only 10 meters remained between the two vehicles. Boom! With a massive sound, Yuji's twisted, excited expression froze. Jiang Lushur saw the heavy truck's charge come to an abrupt halt. The terrifying power of the air cannon shattered the truck's windshield the instant the airflow hit. The broken glass, like flakes of snow, swept toward Yugu. Then the truck's front end began to deform and suddenly lifted up. Meanwhile, the rear trailer, being so heavy, still surged forward from inertia. The cab and trailer crushed into each other with terrifying force. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions erupted with a deafening roar. The visual impact of a collision involving such a massive heavy truck was extremely intense. Especially at close range, even though they knew the truck wouldn't hit them, the bikers still couldn't help but scream and retreat. It was too shocking. In almost an instant, the truck's front was completely crushed and deformed. The tragic scene that Yugu had imagined would happen to Jiang Lushur instead happened to himself, in an even more brutal way. As for the bikers, they didn't see clearly what had happened. They had thought that once the heavy truck hit the minibus, what would happen next would be completely predictable. But unexpectedly, just as the two vehicles were about to collide, the truck's front suddenly flipped, and they watched the front deform right before their eyes. Yugu was fast, but this time, he didn't have time to escape and was crushed together with the truck's front. The rear of the truck swung out sideways due to inertia, making a harsh screeching sound on the road, and then it flipped over with a loud crash. The whole process was unbelievable to watch. The massive noise made all their ears ring. It felt just like a huge explosion. Jiang Lushur saw some fragments splatter onto his windshield, making a series of dense crashing sounds. But this level of impact caused no damage to the bulletproof glass. Sitting inside the vehicle, Jiang Lushur also took a deep breath. The outcome for the heavy truck didn't surprise Jiang Lushur, but seeing it with his own eyes was still shocking. He had already experienced the power of the air cannon, and to be safe, he had specifically waited until the two vehicles were at the closest distance. If they got any closer, when the air cannon hit the truck, even the base vehicle would be affected. Jiang Lushur had aimed the air cannon directly at the truck's cab, so without even checking, he knew Yugu was definitely dead. Even though Yugu was a mutant, he was still flesh and blood. Under such force, there was no chance of survival. Jiang Lushur let out a light breath. He had been fully focused on listening to Starseed's distance prompts. All of his attention had been on the moment of firing, and it took a toll on him. Energy leakage detected. Absorb it. Starseed suddenly prompted. Jiang Lushur was stunned. Energy leakage? Although he didn't know what it was, he immediately said in his mind, yes, absorb it. Absorbing. Mutant energy absorbed. Energy stored. New energy level is below level 1, unable to upgrade. You can choose to continue storing it, or use it to enhance the base vehicle's armor defense. Mutant energy? Jiang Lushur was a bit confused. He looked at the overturned truck and suddenly understood. This mutant energy must be Yuji's mutant ability energy. However, Jiang Lushur didn't understand this new kind of energy. Fortunately, Starseed quickly explained. After Yugu died, the energy inside his body leaked out, and the base vehicle could absorb it. This was different from the mutant wild boar's core. This kind of energy was stored inside Yuji's body and would be consumed when he used his powers. At the same time, a very small amount would leak out. But the leaked amount was so small that the base vehicle couldn't detect or absorb it. After Yugu died, all of it leaked out at once, and the base vehicle immediately detected it. But Yuji's mutant level was so low, not even level 1. The energy that leaked out naturally wasn't enough to reach level 1 either. This energy can actually enhance armor defense. Jiang Lushur already felt the base vehicle's defense wasn't quite enough. Mutant wild boar collisions were one thing, but even the bikers' Molotovs could cause some damage. Later, he still had to go to Jinling, a major city in the east with a permanent population of over 8 million. The base vehicle's shell wouldn't be enough there. Any improvement would raise Jiang Lushur's chances of survival. After all, he had no idea what the current situation in Jinling was. He had thought that after the apocalypse, the internet wouldn't go down so quickly, but due to explosions and fires, Jiang Lushur had never been able to connect to the network. Otherwise, maybe some survivors would be sending out rescue messages or sharing info, and he could have learned something about Jinling. Still, even without knowing anything, there was one thing Jiang Lushur was certain of: the more densely populated and developed a place used to be, the more dangerous it had now become. As he thought this, Jiang Lushur confirmed in his mind. This energy, which hadn't even reached level 1, was weaker than the mutant wild boar's. The boar's core was evaluated as level 1 and had allowed the base vehicle to evolve once. Judging from that, accumulating mutant energy could also evolve the vehicle, but compared to storing it, enhancing the armor defense was what Jiang Lushur needed most now. Upgrading the armor didn't affect his driving the base vehicle. In fact, it was the fastest upgrade project so far. It would only take 15 minutes to complete. At this time, Jiang Lushur turned his gaze toward the bikers still standing dumbfounded, staring at the truck with disbelief on their faces. These bikers had always centered around Yugu. They had completely submitted to his power and greatly feared him. Now, Yugu had died right in front of them. Once they snapped out of it, they would naturally think that even without Yugu, they could still lord over this place. Yugu had already paved the way. But just as that idea started forming in their minds, they suddenly shivered all over and looked at the minibus. Inside the minibus, Jiang Lushur was also looking at them. As their eyes met, Jiang Lushur suddenly stepped on the gas. Seeing the minibus move and charging toward them, the bikers were instantly terrified. One by one, they started their motorcycles and fled in panic. Jiang Lushur wouldn't let the tigers return to the mountain. These bikers had committed countless atrocities and had already tried to attack him twice. Jiang Lushur was not someone who showed mercy. Since they attacked him, he wouldn't go easy on them. Hearing the roar of the minibus behind them, those biker gang members were scared out of their wits. Even a heavy truck had been taken down. Riding motorcycles, they had absolutely no sense of safety. "Get into the alley. He can't follow us in," some of the bikers shouted. They rushed into the alley, but not long after entering, zombies suddenly lunged out, knocking them off their motorcycles and starting to tear them apart. There were quite a few zombies. Many of them appeared on the streets. They were already fast runners, had no fear of injury or death, and were agile in their reactions and jumping ability. The bikers were taken down one after another, or were directly blocked head-on by the zombies, unable to break through, and were soon overwhelmed by the zombies amidst their screams. The sudden appearance of so many zombies was clearly due to the earlier explosion sound that had attracted them. However, most zombies had already been drawn far away. These remaining ones were hiding inside buildings and numbered only about 100, not a threat to Jiang Lushur. But the bikers were out of luck. Jiang Lushur was chasing them from one side, and zombies were attacking from the other. Very quickly, they were either knocked down by Jiang Lushur or killed by zombies while trying to flee. Some zombies turned their attention to Jiang Lushur. At first, he ignored them. Only after confirming that all the bikers had been dealt with did he suddenly turn and start ramming into the zombies. Bang bang bang. A series of bloody crashes rang out. Jiang Lushur drove the base vehicle around the street several times, honking the horn a few times to attract all the zombies that were still feasting on corpses. These zombies desperately pounced at the base vehicle, their outstretched hands and ferocious faces barely touching the glass before being flung away or crushed under the wheels. Soon, there wasn't a single standing zombie left on the street. Outside the gas station, the main road was littered with overturned heavy trucks, corpses, and motorcycles. It was an extremely tragic scene. Jiang Lushur, the one who caused all this, looked at the scene and let out a breath. This was the apocalypse. He had always heard that human life was worth nothing, but only now did he truly understand what that meant. Zombies eat people, and people eat people. If you don't kill, you'll be killed. After waiting for a while, Jiang Lushur slowly drove the minibus back to the spot where the heavy truck had crashed, then parked it next to the deformed cab. After ensuring the angle made it impossible for others to ambush him and that he could jump back into the base vehicle at any moment, Jiang Lushur opened the door and carefully got out. In fact, the spot where he exited was a blind spot formed by the cab and the base vehicle. Even if zombies appeared, they couldn't squeeze in. Once off the vehicle, Jiang Lushur was directly facing the cab of the heavy truck. But now, it had been completely compressed into a twisted block of metal, unrecognizable. Some blood was seeping out from the cracks. Jiang Lushur looked carefully and saw a hand through a gap at the bottom. As an ability user, the boss of the biker gang, and the local tyrant of the town, Jiang Lushur figured Uge must have had a lot of good stuff on him. But now it seemed impossible to drag Uge out of that wreckage. Those good things were now lost. Just as Jiang Lushur was feeling regretful, he suddenly noticed a lump of black beneath that hand. Jiang Lushur reached out with his foot and pushed Uge's hand aside. It was the handgun. The gun, being relatively small, hadn't been crushed and had actually fallen out through a crack when the truck overturned. Delighted, Jiang Lushur quickly picked it up. He was very careful while picking up the gun to avoid accidentally firing it. After confirming that the gun hadn't been damaged at all, Jiang Lushur finally showed a faint smile. It was a Type 54 pistol. Jiang Lushur had never used one before, but as a child, he'd held onto toy guns tightly and had been taken to a shooting range once before his parents passed away. Of course, after all this time, he felt very rusty, but he still remembered some basics. Even when a bullet is loaded into the magazine, it doesn't enter the chamber on its own. You need to chamber a round for the bullet to be ready to fire. And a gun has a safety. After chambering a round, you have to release the safety to put the gun into firing mode. The gun Jiang Lushur picked up already had a round chambered and the safety was off. He ejected the bullet and turned the safety on before safely playing with it in his hands. Finding the Type 54 pistol gave Jiang Lushur a bit of renewed hope. He continued searching patiently, but unfortunately, aside from blood and fragments, he didn't find anything useful. Restarting the base vehicle, Jiang Lushur drove the minibus to the gas station. Finally, no one would interrupt his refueling. UGE and the bikers had gathered all the town's fuel and stored it here. Now, it all belonged to Jiang Lushur. Once the base vehicle was parked, the automatic refueling system activated, the fuel hose extended, and connected to the pump. Immediately, large amounts of gasoline began pouring into the base vehicle's tank. The tank was like a giant mouth, swallowing the fuel whole. The fuel used up during the battle with UGE was quickly replenished, and then 1000 litres, 1500 litres, 2000 L. Eventually, a full 10,000 liters. A 10 cubic meter tank, completely filled. All 10,000 liters of gasoline were now inside Jiang Lushur's base vehicle. For someone who had been fretting over 20 or so liters before, this was incredibly satisfying. Finally, a full tank. If he had to gather this much fuel from individual cars, who knows how long it would have taken. With a full tank, there was no more anxiety. The base vehicle could now accelerate freely and use all its functions without worry. Jiang Lushur now felt much more confident about entering Jinling City. Still not satisfied, Jiang Lushur searched the gas station and, sure enough, found a small fuel tanker. The tanker was full of gasoline with no leaks. Laughing, Jiang Lushur hitched it directly to the minibus. With the tanker attached, Jiang Lushur had no other way to carry more fuel, so he reluctantly left the rest behind. The town wasn't far from Jinling. If he couldn't find fuel there, he could always come back. After all that was done, Jiang Lushur drove to the biker gang's base, the small building. Outside the repair shop, several corpses were lying on the ground, with their chests split open and stomachs ripped apart, even their limbs were incomplete. Jiang Lushur immediately saw Huang Mao among them. These people had stayed at the base. After the explosion sound attracted the zombies, they were suddenly attacked. Later, the zombies that were eating them were lured away by Jiang Lushur's car horn, and then all got run over by Jiang Lushur. Jiang Lushur parked the base vehicle at the entrance. Earlier, he had been focused on refueling and only now noticed that the vehicle's shell upgrade had been completed. With the addition of mutant energy, the shell of the base vehicle didn't look different from the outside, but when Jiang Lushur knocked on it with his hand, there was a faint sense of elasticity. Actually, the shell was still hard. This feeling came from the shell's inner layer being able to absorb some impact force, making it feel like hitting cotton. But the feeling wasn't strong, it was very weak. Jiang Lushur knew it was because the base vehicle had absorbed too little mutant energy this time. Even so, this small improvement made Jiang Lushur very satisfied. With a bit more shock absorption, the damage rate of the base vehicle would be much lower. He picked up a wrench, raised the Type 54 pistol in his hand, chambered a bullet, turned off the safety, and took his finger off the trigger. Then, Jiang Lushur got out of the vehicle. Stepping over the corpses, Jiang Lushur entered the repair shop and carefully walked toward the stairway. Jiang Lushur had already heard from Huang Mao about the situation inside the building. The small building had 4 floors. The lower 3 were where the biker gang lived, and the 4th floor was UGE's personal space. All the supplies they had gathered were also on the 4th floor. Although it was expected that no biker gang members were left inside, Jiang Lushur was still very cautious. On the 4th floor, the women who had previously looked out the window were now huddled together, holding hands, with nervous and uneasy expressions. They all heard Jiang Lushur's approaching footsteps. He was getting closer. Earlier, they had seen the entire scene through the window, Jiang Lushur driving that minibus, charging around. Finally, in a thrilling crash accompanied by an explosive sound, UGE's heavy truck was smashed into scrap metal. Seeing that, the women couldn't believe it. That beat-up-looking minibus actually crushed the cab of a heavy truck? Crushed like that. UGE, who was in the driver's seat, must have been squashed like a meat patty. They kept staring at the ruined cab and the blood flowing from it, unable to accept the fact that UGE was dead. That once overbearing, powerful man who ruled the entire town, who could cruelly kill anyone who made him unhappy, UGE, had been killed today. Was this a dream? They hadn't recovered from the shock when they heard more crashing sounds and the roaring of the engine. That little minibus's engine thundered like lightning, shaking their eardrums. Like a furious beast, the minibus charged around, crashing into the remaining biker gang members. Like a tiger among sheep, sweeping everything before it, the bikers were terrified and ran in all directions. In the end, they were either run over or bitten to death by zombies. This scene felt like a dream to the women. Those hateful and vicious biker gang members, like a pack of wolves, were wiped out in just a few minutes? These women had all been forced and taken by them. They hated the biker gang, especially UGE, to the bone. Now, seeing UGE and the bikers die such miserable deaths, even worse than what they did to their victims, the women couldn't believe it. After running over all the zombies and bikers, the minibus returned to the heavy truck. They saw Jiang Lushur get out of the car. He wore a simple black t-shirt and jeans, looking clean and very young. Based on the earlier scene of the minibus ramming through everything, they thought the driver must be brutal and fierce, but it turned out to be such a young man. Then, they saw him climb into the cab of the truck and take a pistol from UGE's hand. That moment confirmed for all of them, UGE was really dead. Killed by this young man. It's him, he ran over UGE, he looks about the same age as you, Xiaoro, a slightly older woman said in a trembling voice. Among them, Xiaoro was the youngest, only 18. After the apocalypse, her parents died. She lived with her 12-year-old brother. But later, they couldn't survive anymore. Both Xiaoro and her brother were weak, tormented by hunger and disease, and fell into despair. Eventually, they were captured by the biker gang, forced, tortured, abused. With her brother's life hanging by a thread, Xiaoro finally endured the humiliation, for a bite of food, a box of medicine, for herself and her brother. She sold her dignity. She felt dirty. Many nights, she woke up crying from nightmares. But, she had no choice. This was the apocalypse. Human life was worthless, and girls without survival ability were even more so. She could only endure it, or die together with her brother. She had lost all hope, had even thought of suicide several times, but couldn't leave her brother behind. And today, she saw UGE crushed like a cockroach. Her feelings were indescribable. She hugged her shoulders, tears flowing uncontrollably. She didn't know whether it was joy or sorrow. She tried to wipe the tears away, but they kept coming. She looked toward the door, listening to the approaching footsteps. She knew, it was that young man coming. At that moment, she felt nervous, afraid, but also a bit excited. She didn't know what fate awaited her. Jiang Lushur spent nearly 10 minutes reaching the 4th floor. As soon as he arrived, he heard some sounds from inside. He raised his gun and slowly approached the slightly open door. Then suddenly, he kicked the door open. "Don't move," he shouted. At the same time, he felt like he had stepped into a movie role. Inside the room, several women stood together, facing the door as if they were waiting for him. Seeing him kick open the door and aim a dark gun barrel at them, their bodies trembled involuntarily. A group of girls had no idea what fate awaited them. UGE was dead, but what about this young man? He had killed UGE, and without a doubt, he would now take over everything here and become the new ruler of the town. At the same time, if he wanted to, with just a single thought, he could become their new master. They had been beaten, enslaved, and abused by UGE, which made their hopes for survival very low. All they wanted now was for this new ruler to give them a little bit of food. "Don't move." Jiang Lushur was momentarily stunned when he suddenly saw a group of girls, but he didn't let his guard down at all. Among these seemingly weak and defenseless girls, there might still be biker gang members. Just one handgun could take his life. How could he allow that to happen? "Raise your hands. Come forward one by one," Jiang Lushur said. The women all looked at him. "Hurry up," Jiang Lushur urged again. Xiaoro wiped her tears, raised her hands high, and was the first to step forward. As she walked toward Jiang Lushur, he kept his gun pointed while approaching her, patting her waist and pockets. As soon as Jiang Lushur touched her, Xiaoro's body trembled slightly, but she didn't try to avoid it. She bit her lip and looked at Jiang Lushur. "All right, go stand over there." Next, Jiang Lushur said after finishing the search. Xiaoro obediently walked to the side. Soon, Jiang Lushur had searched all the women. They didn't have any weapons. Jiang Lushur guessed they were probably women forcibly taken by the biker gang, most likely UGE's women. After being searched, the women stood together in a corner of the room, all looking at Jiang Lushur with uneasy eyes. Big brother," a woman in red stammered, What are you going to do with us?" The woman looked to be in her early 20s, with a full figure and a pretty face. In fact, almost all the girls in the room were young and beautiful. Some looked pure, others were curvy and sexy, each with their own charm. In the mind of the woman in red, this young man would most likely decide their fate. A room full of delicate girls, with no ability to resist, how many men wouldn't have impure thoughts? But looking at Jiang Lushur, young and decent looking, much better than Uge, if he wasn't too cruel to them, maybe following him wouldn't be such a bad thing. A girl like her could only survive by relying on a strong man in the apocalypse. Jiang Lushur glanced at the woman in red but couldn't be bothered to respond. He swept his eyes over all the girls in the room, and finally locked his gaze on Xiaoro. It wasn't because Xiaoro looked good, but because her body was slim and she appeared very weak, unlikely to pose any threat to him. Jiang Lushur pointed the gun at Jiang Xiaoro, come here. His voice was a bit fierce. Xiaoro's expression changed slightly when she was suddenly called out. She hadn't expected to be the first. She bit her lip and finally walked over to Jiang Lushur. Originally, with Uge dead, she had a little hope in her heart, but even she didn't know exactly what she was hoping for. She obediently walked in front of Jiang Lushur, closed her eyes, and her eyelashes trembled slightly. One hand instinctively gripped her collar tightly, her knuckles turning pale from the pressure. This was a sign of unwillingness, yet also of acceptance. She knew she couldn't resist Jiang Lushur. Why are you closing your eyes? Jiang Lushur frowned. What kind of nonsense was this girl thinking? Hey, I'm asking you, where did that Uge store all the supplies? Jiang Lushur got straight to the point. Uge had hoarded so much from the people, there had to be a lot of stock. Huh? Xiaoro opened her eyes, stunned. Then, looking confused, she raised her hand and pointed to one of the rooms. When she lowered her hand, she still hadn't fully reacted. This man, just wanted the supplies? Go open the door, Jiang Lushur ordered. It's locked, Xiaoro answered timidly. Jiang Lushur didn't say another word. He walked straight to the door, aimed at the lock, then stepped to the side. Bang! The gun fired. Jiang Lushur felt the recoil in his arms. He had gripped the gun very tightly, so the recoil didn't cause much shaking. Ah! The girls all covered their ears and screamed. The lock was blasted open. Jiang Lushur kicked the door open. The precious storage room that Uge had locked tightly, not allowing anyone in, was now violently forced open. After opening the door, Jiang Lushur first checked the surroundings, then walked into the room under the frightened and sneaky gazes of Xiaoro and the other girls. As soon as he entered, Jiang Lushur was shocked. This room was basically a food warehouse. From floor to ceiling, it was packed with supplies. One freezer was full of various fresh goods. Jiang Lushur's main food source now was mutated pork that boosted strength, but fresh vegetables and mushrooms could improve flavor. These kinds of things were rare in the apocalypse. Unfortunately, Jiang Lushur couldn't take them all. Uge had set up base right next to the gas station. His freezer ran 24/7 on a generator, so the food was very fresh. Jiang Lushur would take as much as he could. Thinking about Jiang Zhuiying hiding out without electricity, probably surviving on dry food, if things went well, maybe he could bring her some of this. This made Jiang Lushur feel an urgent need to upgrade his storage space. If the base vehicle had a large enough storage capacity, he could even take several more freezers full of food. As for vacuum-packed food, there were also many types: ham, cured meat, shredded rabbit, etc. In fact, Jiang Lushur already had a lot of food stored, but he knew the apocalypse had just begun. The further it went, the harder it would be to find food. Though not as valuable as mutant meat, this was still solid currency. Jiang Lushur would never think he had too much food. There was so much stuff. Jiang Lushur had one of the girls bring several woven bags and packed 10 of them full. These woven bags might have been used by survivors to turn in supplies. While packing, Jiang Lushur found another box. It was stored in a corner and very well packed. When he opened the box, he was delighted. Inside were things Uge had taken from the police station, very valuable to Jiang Lushur. He saw 2 bulletproof vests, police batons, a lot of bullets, and a police helmet. These were all very useful to Jiang Lushur. Especially the vests and bullets, he lacked both. With the vests, his weak defense would improve a little. The bullets ensured his Type 54 pistol wouldn't become useless. In the base vehicle, Jiang Lushur had both combat ability and safety. But once he got out, he needed other ways to stay safe and maintain his combat effectiveness. This box was an unexpected surprise. Jiang Lushur decided to take the whole thing. There was so much stuff, he had to carry it down multiple times. His physical strength was already decent, and after eating mutant meat, it improved even more. Climbing the stairs a few times with supplies wasn't a big deal for him. The girls stood silently in the corner, watching Jiang Lushur carry the supplies up and down. Jiang Lushur went back and forth, making over 10 trips in total. Maybe it was because he had eaten some mutated beast meat recently, but Jiang Lushur didn't feel very tired. The hauling work wasn't too hard for him. Soon, the entire base vehicle was packed full of supplies. Seeing there was really no space left, Jiang Lushur simply tied the remaining woven bags onto the roof rack. Now, his minibus looked even more worn out, with the roof piled high with woven bags, giving off the impression of a migrant worker heading into the city. In the end, he had used every space available to store supplies, but there were still some leftovers that he simply couldn't take with him. Jiang Lushur could only pick out some small, high-calorie foods like chocolate to carry with him. He looked at the storage room with regret, then walked out. Seeing that this time Jiang Lushur came out empty-handed, without carrying any more stuffed woven bags, the girl's eyes couldn't help but glance toward the storage room. Took it all? Xiaoro clutched the corner of her clothes and felt a bit of despair in her heart. When UGE was around, they didn't even dare go near the storage room. Not even the biker gang members were allowed near it, only his trusted followers could enter. So they had no idea how many supplies were actually in there. But seeing how focused Jiang Lushur was on collecting the supplies, they thought he had probably taken everything. Without food, they didn't know how they would survive. After coming out of the storage room, Jiang Lushur searched the living room and UGE's bedroom again. Seeing that there was nothing useful, he walked straight toward the door. At this moment, Xiaoro bit her lip, gathered her courage, and called out to Jiang Lushur, Please wait." Jiang Lushur turned his head and looked at Xiaoro. The girls in the room all looked uneasy. Xiaoro looked at Jiang Lushur, not knowing how to begin. They all knew Jiang Lushur had no obligation to leave them any food. But without food, they would starve to death. And to ask him to leave even a tiny bit for them, that was asking too much. Even if Jiang Lushur flatly refused, it would be perfectly reasonable. We. Seeing Xiaoro stammering, Jiang Lushur lost his patience. He stepped outside and was about to go downstairs when he turned back. When they saw Jiang Lushur step out, Xiaoro and the others felt hopeless. But seeing him return, hope lit up on their faces. Some of the girls even wanted to ask if they could follow Jiang Lushur. Honestly, Jiang Lushur was young and good-looking. If they could follow him and get food to eat, most of the girls were willing. But they didn't dare say it. They vaguely sensed that Jiang Lushur wasn't interested in them. If they said it and got rejected, it would be too humiliating. Besides, they didn't have any skills, they would just be a burden. At that moment, Jiang Lushur spoke, "If you want to join a survivor team, I can recommend one. But in that team, everyone has to gather food. Soon, I'll have them come over. Whether you want to join them is up to you. Of course, you can also choose to leave. There are still some supplies left in that room, you can pick out a few things to take." He felt it would be a waste to leave all the supplies here. If the girls stayed, they wouldn't be able to guard the supplies, and others would soon come to steal them. Meanwhile, the team that Wen Xiaotian's sisters belonged to badly needed those supplies. Of course, if the girls didn't want to join Wen Xiaotian's group, Jiang Lushur wouldn't force them, it was their choice. After hearing what Jiang Lushur said, the girls looked at each other in surprise. They found it unbelievable, without begging, Jiang Lushur had voluntarily left them food. Just moments ago, when he walked out, they had already fallen into despair, thinking they were definitely going to starve. As for the survivor team he mentioned, they guessed it had something to do with him. But he probably wasn't in that team, otherwise he wouldn't have said it like that, he would have just called them over directly. The girls had no doubt, if Jiang Lushur was leading a survivor group, he would definitely be the leader. "What's your decision?" Jiang Lushur asked. Seeing that he seemed to be losing patience again, Xiaoro and the girls whispered to each other. Then Xiaoro looked at Jiang Lushur and said firmly, "We're willing to join the survivor team. We'll do whatever work is required." Compared to being abused in exchange for food, Xiaoro would rather survive by her own efforts. It was just that girls like them didn't have the ability to survive on their own. Now, Jiang Lushur gave them a chance, and Xiaoro was actually very grateful to him. "All right, wait here then," Jiang Lushur said. This place had a great location. Jiang Lushur thought it was more suitable as a camp for Wen Xiaotian's team. He wasn't worried the girls would run off with the supplies, they couldn't carry much, and they couldn't survive on their own anyway. Just as Jiang Lushur was about to leave, Xiaoro suddenly called from behind, "Please wait." "What now?" Jiang Lushur was really getting dizzy from all this. He turned around and saw Xiaoro's eyes slightly red. With tears in them, she said, "Thank you." You're welcome," Jiang Lushur replied, feeling that he hadn't really done much. Since the apocalypse began, Jiang Lushur didn't think of himself as a good person. He just didn't go out of his way to do evil. Everything he did was for survival and to reach Jinling City smoothly. On the basis of securing that, helping others a bit along the way was something Jiang Lushur wouldn't refuse. He wasn't heartless. Meanwhile, back at the Wen household, Wen Xiaotian, Wen Lu, and the other survivors were waiting anxiously at the window for Jiang Liusher's return. They were all worried, while the survivors felt even more uneasy. Even though Jiang Liusher had told them not to worry and just stay home before he left, they still felt like ants on a hot pan, uneasy and anxious. They knew that even if they had hidden elsewhere, if Jiang Liusher failed, they would still be found by UGE and the biker gang and would die horribly. They were just ordinary people. Escaping the town was extremely difficult. Without gas or food, even if they escaped, they'd be caught or starved to death. So, they silently hoped for a miracle. The old man went to the courtyard and picked up the rice pot that had been knocked over earlier. When Huang Mao's group clashed with Jiang Liusher, one of Huang Mao's men had thrown the rice pot to the ground. The rice inside was already half-cooked, and most of it had spilled out, covered in dust. The old man scooped the rice back into the pot with his hands, didn't waste a single grain. If washed, it could still be eaten. The rest of the survivors silently watched the old man put the rice pot back on the fire. Then he went among the biker gang corpses and slowly took back the supplies they had taken. Wen Xiaotian also watched the old man's actions, clenching her hands tightly, extremely anxious. At this moment, Wen Xiaotian felt very conflicted. From the other survivors and her younger sister Wen Lu, she had heard many brutal stories about UGE. She was very worried about Jiang Liusher's safety. Thanks to Jiang Liusher, Wen Xiaotian had been able to reunite with her sister, a blessing that most people in the apocalypse wouldn't even dare to hope for. So on one hand, Wen Xiaotian hoped that Jiang Liusher would prioritize his own safety. Even if he didn't deal with UGE and the biker gang, it didn't matter. But on the other hand, she knew that if Jiang Liusher didn't eliminate UGE and the others, then they would soon face revenge. At that time, what would happen to her and her sister was a complete unknown. Perhaps the unknown was because they simply couldn't think of a way to resist or protect themselves, they could only wait helplessly for despair to arrive. When Lu had her hand in her pocket, secretly gripping a dagger. She knew how UGE treated anyone who dared to resist him. When Lu wouldn't give the biker gang a chance to torture her. As she thought about this, she noticed her hand holding the knife was trembling slightly. The answer would be revealed very soon. But for her and the other survivors at this moment, every second felt incredibly long. V-room. Suddenly, the roar of an engine came, and all the survivors, including Wen Lu and Wen Xiaotian, shuddered. Like waiting for a verdict, they all moved to the window, then stiffly looked outside. Wen Lu gripped the dagger tightly, while Wen Xiaotian clenched her fists. Everyone's heart was in their throat. It's Brother Jiang. Wen Lu suddenly cried out in surprise. Outside the courtyard, the minibus was dragging a small fuel tanker. The roof was tied with many bags, and it slowly drove up to the courtyard gate and stopped. Wen Lu immediately threw her dagger aside and ran out like the wind. She couldn't wait to know what had happened. Wen Xiaotian stared blankly at the minibus. Just moments ago, she was full of worry and doubt, but now, Jiang Liusher had already returned, driving the minibus. The feeling was just like when she had been knocked unconscious by the mutant boar, and then woke up to see its corpse. It all felt like a dream. The survivors were all frozen in place. It wasn't until when Lu had already run out of the courtyard that they finally reacted. Let's go check. See what happened. The minibus had come back, and no biker gang had followed. Plus, it was dragging a fuel tanker. What had happened was already obvious. Still, even though the truth was right in front of them, the survivors couldn't believe it. Soon, they all gathered beside the driver's seat and saw Jiang Liusher inside the vehicle. Then they listened to Jiang Liusher explain everything that had happened. He even told them they could take over the biker gang's base, where some supplies were still left. They couldn't believe how Jiang Liusher had done it. In front of UGE, they had only ever felt despair. So many people couldn't resist, and anyone who tried ended up in a miserable state. But Jiang Liusher, with just himself and a car, and in such a short time, had resolved the threat looming over them. The way Jiang Liusher spoke about it so casually made it sound like it was nothing more than a side task. They stared at the minibus in disbelief. There were several bullet holes clearly visible in the windshield, but the bullets hadn't pierced through. They looked at Jiang Liusher. He was completely unharmed. They finally believed it. What Jiang Liusher said was true. They had been freed from UGE's grasp. The survivors all felt like they had been reborn. The old man came out of the house and stood at the back of the crowd, listening to Jiang Liusher's words. His hands trembled, and he couldn't hold back his tears. It wasn't surprising he cried. He had always feared for his grandson's life. Just today, he had mentally prepared himself that if they had to die, he'd take his grandson with him, not letting the child suffer any longer. But now, everything had changed. Not only did they not have to die, but they could move to a safer place and have full meals. From now on, they wouldn't have to suffer under UGE's oppression and the biker gang's abuse. The survivors snapped out of their shock and began thanking Jiang Lushur nonstop. But at that moment, Jiang Lushur said he was about to leave. With the fuel tank full and everything ready, Jiang Lushur was eager to head to Jinling. When Xiao Tian and Wen Lu had already reunited, but he was still worried about Jiang Zhuiying. This small town wasn't far from Jinling now, and Jiang Lushur just wanted to hit the road as soon as possible. When they heard that Jiang Lushur was leaving, the survivors were stunned. "You helped us so much, how can you just leave like that?" Wen Lu blurted out and grabbed the car door, as if that would stop Jiang Lushur from driving away. Wen Lu really wanted to repay Jiang Lushur somehow, and when Xiao Tian felt the same. The other survivors did too. Even if they couldn't give Jiang Lushur anything useful, at least they could cook a few meals for him. "No need," Jiang Lushur said. He felt everything was ready, and the distance was short, he didn't want to waste any more time. As for saving them, his goal had actually been to get fuel, rescuing these people was just something that happened along the way. "You all be careful. Getting to the gas station should be no problem." "Oh right," Jiang Lushur suddenly remembered something and told them about Xiaoro and the other girls. Wen Lu immediately said it was no problem. She had already heard about those girls and had always felt sympathy for them. But Jiang Lushur insisted on leaving. Before he did, he marked the location on the map. That gas station, if he couldn't find fuel later, maybe he could come back. In Jinling, the fuel might have all been taken by the military. Once he arrived, he could face a fuel shortage, even though he had brought as much as he could. This small town was hidden. Once the survivors moved next to the gas station, they could also help watch over it for him. Seeing that when Xiao Tian, Wen Lu, and the survivors all wanted to repay him, Jiang Lushur made this request. The survivors immediately agreed. Being able to help Jiang Lushur, even in a small way, made them happy. When Xiao Tian and Wen Lu kept waving at Jiang Lushur's car. Although they hadn't spent much time together, watching the minibus, now loaded with a tanker, cargo, and supplies on the roof, drive away, when Xiao Tian couldn't help but feel a bit reluctant. Inside the car, Jiang Lushur reached out and opened the map to Jinling. The distance from the small town to Jinling wasn't far, and Jiang Lushur kept moving forward at a steady pace. The closer he got to Jinling, the more abandoned vehicles appeared on the road. Jiang Lushur rammed a small car that was blocking the road off to the side. He saw the half-eaten, disfigured remains of the driver, still hanging halfway out of the window, swaying as the car was pushed aside. Inside and outside of these abandoned vehicles, corpses and large patches of dark brown blood were everywhere. A foul, rotten smell filled the air along the road. Although he had seen many corpses already, this desolate and grim scene still gave Jiang Lushur a strange, indescribable feeling. What he had seen before were mostly terrifying moments when the apocalypse first broke out. But now, it truly felt like the end of the world had fully arrived, and humanity could only struggle to survive. What weighed on Jiang Lushur's heart even more was that most of these cars were facing toward the small town. They were all fleeing from Jinling. Yet, even after escaping this far, the people inside were still dragged out and eaten by zombies. So many vehicles all ended the same way. It wasn't something a small number of zombies could do. This must have been done by a fairly large group of zombies. This meant the situation ahead was definitely not good. Originally, Jiang Lushur thought he would only face serious danger after entering Jinling. He didn't expect that even before reaching the city, he would already need to be on high alert. Seeing how bad things were outside, Jiang Lushur had even less hope for the situation inside Jinling. The minibus kept pushing away the vehicles blocking the road. On the silent streets, only the occasional crash could be heard, each sound making the heart tremble. Soon, Jiang Lushur saw some houses appear along the road. He cautiously watched them while slowly moving forward. The street-front shops were all broken and deserted. The glass windows were shattered, and blood was everywhere. The door of a small restaurant was still swinging, creaking back and forth. But no zombies appeared. Soon, a train station came into Jiang Lushur's view. It was a small station, not large, and he could immediately see a high-speed train stopped on a bridge. Not far away, another train had partially derailed and was hanging off the bridge, with one end already crashed onto the road below. Looking at the train cars, they were all filled with tanks. The flatbed rail cars behind them were loaded with military trucks. It was clearly a military train. Jiang Lushur had only seen such trains on the news before. He never expected to see two of them here at once. Thinking back to how Jiang Zhuiying hadn't been able to buy train tickets before the apocalypse, Jiang Lushur suddenly understood. These trains had been used to transport military supplies in preparation for the upcoming apocalypse. The same was likely true for roads and airplanes. At a time like that, even if it caused public suspicion or dissatisfaction, it didn't matter. As long as the news of the apocalypse didn't spread, the unrest from people's complaints wouldn't be enough to change anything. These two trains probably encountered the outbreak while transporting supplies and ended up stopping here, becoming part of the apocalypse scene. Jiang Lushur kept driving, his eyes fixed on the cold tanks and military trucks on the train. All of this was good steel and valuable materials. Looking at this stuff, Jiang Lushur couldn't help but drool. His base vehicle was like a giant mouth that devoured high-quality materials. The more it ate, the faster it grew. The materials used on tanks and military trucks were obviously top tier, probably the best in the country. But he had no way to dismantle them. All he could do was stare. At that moment, Jiang Lushur suddenly heard a bang from inside one of the train cars. This whole area, including the train station, had been deathly quiet. The sudden noise immediately made him tense up. Jiang Lushur's attention snapped away from the tanks and trucks and locked onto the car where the sound came from. Bang! Another sound. Then, suddenly, a face pressed up against the train window. A pair of bloodshot eyes stared crazily at the minibus. This zombie was dressed in military uniform, probably one of the soldiers being transported or someone in charge of guarding the train. Roar, roar, roar. A huge wave of zombies suddenly burst out from the train doors. They rushed out like a tidal wave, jumping straight off the bridge, then charging wildly toward the minibus without stopping. Seeing the massive horde closing in fast, Jiang Lushur felt his scalp tingle. He had just been wondering where the zombie group that had killed all those fleeing people was hiding. He didn't expect it to be in these train cars, and with so many of them. Just this wave alone, Jiang Lushur estimated there were several hundred zombies. He wasn't too worried that they could break into his vehicle, but on top of the bus and behind it were food and fuel. If the zombies damaged that, he'd be heartbroken. So before the zombies got too close, Jiang Lushur slammed the gas pedal. Vroom. The minibus suddenly accelerated, jumping forward with agility that didn't match its size. A zombie at the front had already leapt several meters, lunging at the bus, but was immediately knocked away by the sudden acceleration. Bang, bang, bang. A series of impacts rang out from the side of the vehicle. More zombies poured out of the train cars. Jiang Lushur initially managed to shake off some, but eventually had no choice but to keep the pedal down and ram his way through. He was the only car moving on the entire road, with zombie hordes pressing in from front and back. Many times, it looked like the minibus would be swallowed up by the zombies, but Jiang Lushur kept his foot on the gas. Whether it was zombies or cars blocking the way, he never stopped. Only after rushing more than 1,000 meters did Jiang Lushur finally break through the zombie horde. The zombies were still chasing behind him, but at this distance, they were no longer a threat. Jiang Lushur glanced in the rearview mirror. With that many zombies, even if he had a way to dismantle the steel, he wouldn't have been able to do it safely. Luckily, he had only looked from the vehicle and never got out. Places like this, public facilities, should be avoided unless absolutely necessary. They were basically giant zombie nests. From this experience, Jiang Lushur realized that these zombies tended to hide. Although many still roamed the streets, there were plenty hiding in unseen corners. Once a person entered buildings or enclosed spaces, they might suddenly find themselves surrounded by zombies. This made Jiang Lushur even more worried about Jiang Zhuing. Hiding inside a house didn't mean she was safe from zombies. It was very possible she was inside, while zombies were right outside the door. Jinling City, 20 kilometers. Besides that, there was also a forward-pointing arrow. Glancing up at the road sign hanging overhead, Jiang Lushur looked down at the map again, then suddenly turned, driving a few hundred meters down a side road until he arrived at a flower cultivation base. He crashed through the gate and drove straight in. Roar! More than a dozen zombies rushed out from among the cultivated flowers, but Jiang Lushur stepped hard on the gas and ran them over. The flower base was full of flowers and trees, including many expensive varieties. In the past, these could be sold for high prices, but now Jiang Lushur crushed them without a second thought. He drove all the way to the deepest part and stopped inside a large greenhouse. Jiang Lushur had found this location on the map. It was the closest spot to Jinling, with no residential areas or big shops nearby. It had no value for searching, and even if survivors passed by, they wouldn't come in. Jiang Lushur slowly drove the minibus into a hidden corner and pressed the corresponding button. With a clack, the small fuel tanker detached from the minibus. His minibus was carrying way too many things. The small cargo trailer looked old and shabby, and even if it attracted attention, no one would care. But the fuel tanker was too eye-catching. Earlier, Jiang Lushur had guessed it would be hard to find gasoline inside Jinling. In that case, dragging a fuel tanker would be like tossing a piece of juicy meat into a pack of wild beasts. Better safe than sorry, caution first. Jiang Lushur filled up the fuel tank before driving out of the flower base. Back on the main road, not long after driving, Jiang Lushur saw another sign pointing toward Jinling City. He was getting closer and closer. Xiaoying, wait for me. Jiang Lushur switched the map to an address he had saved earlier. It was the place he and Jiang Zhuiying had agreed on as a hiding spot. Then Jiang Lushur tried to send a text message to Jiang Zhuiying. After the apocalypse began, his phone had no signal back in Jiangbei City. Since then, he'd been driving on mountain roads, where signal was impossible. He hoped that Jinling might still have reception. However, the message failed to send, and a "no service" message popped up in the top left corner of the screen. Jiang Lushur's face showed a trace of disappointment. Jinling City had no signal either. If he could contact Jiang Zhuiying in advance, he wouldn't be so anxious. He now desperately wanted to find Jiang Zhuiying as soon as possible. At this time, survivors surely avoided Jinling. All the abandoned cars on the road were facing outward, only Jiang Lushur's minibus was heading into the city. At first, there weren't many zombies on the streets. Jiang Lushur could usually pass by before the zombies noticed him. But the deeper he drove into the city, the more zombies there were. Roar! Zombies kept appearing, and Jiang Lushur had to stay highly alert. His minibus was constantly being hit by zombies, but thanks to the defense upgrade with mutated energy, those impacts didn't damage the base vehicle's exterior. There were too many zombies, even those he had shaken off continued to follow the minibus. Jiang Lushur looked at the monitor, feeling like he was moving through a sea of corpses. And ahead, even more zombies awaited. At this rate, no matter how powerful and well defended the base vehicle was, being surrounded by this many zombies was extremely dangerous. Even ants can kill an elephant, let alone these brutal zombies. Roar roar! A female zombie with one high heel still on, torn stockings, and blood all over her body, hands, and face, was hanging onto the front of the minibus, staring straight at Jiang Lushur through the windshield. Her long, claw-like fingernails were desperately scratching at the glass. Her nails should have broken long ago, but after mutating into a zombie, even her fingernails had become incredibly tough, almost like an animal's claws. Jiang Lushur glanced at the female zombie but didn't care. She had clearly been a fashionable urban woman before, but now, she was just a killing monster. He floored the gas pedal and suddenly pressed the horn. The harsh sound blared across the zombie-filled street like a stone dropped into water, immediately stirring up chaos. Jiang Lushur saw the distant zombies, who hadn't noticed him yet, suddenly turn their heads. Those zombies, from far away, locked their gaze on the minibus, and without any warning, they started madly charging toward Jiang Lushur. In every direction, front, back, left, and right, Jiang Lushur estimated there were at least several hundred zombies, maybe even more. Seeing this, any normal survivor would have fallen into despair. Even Jiang Lushur felt cold sweat forming in his palms as he gripped the steering wheel. Bang bang bang. Zombies in front were constantly getting knocked away by the speeding minibus, but more were clinging to the sides, to the doors, and even starting to climb onto the roof. The deeper he drove into the horde, the more zombies ended up under his wheels. Even with the pedal floored, the vehicle felt like it was moving with effort, but Jiang Lushur didn't stop. He stared straight ahead, ignoring the female zombie still clawing at the windshield. Just a bit more, almost there. As the base vehicle was nearly unable to move forward, Jiang Lushur pressed the instant acceleration button. With a boom, the zombies around him were flung away, and the vehicle forced open a path through the crowd with its massive power. That earlier stretch of road had drawn most of the nearby zombies to him. Now, after pushing through, Jiang Lushur temporarily broke out of the zombie swarm. But instead of speeding away, he suddenly made a sharp turn. Screck! A piercing screech sounded, with even one of the tires lifted off the ground. Immediately after completing the turn, Jiang Lushur pressed the air cannon button. 10, 9, 8. Bang 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 bang. Zombies kept leaping onto the vehicle. Very quickly, the windshield was filled with snarling zombie faces. They slammed the glass over and over, their eyes locked on Jiang Lushur, eager to tear him apart. Sitting in the driver's seat, feeling the vehicle shaking under him, Jiang Lushur's face turned slightly pale. He muttered under his breath along with the starseed countdown, 3, 2, 1. Bang! A loud explosion. Jiang Lushur saw a sudden burst of blood mist in front of his vehicle. The zombies clinging to the windshield disappeared in an instant. The power of the air cannon cleared nearly 20 meters of space in front of the vehicle. Even zombies farther away were injured. As soon as wounds appeared on their bodies, they were immediately torn apart and eaten by the zombies behind them. Phew! Jiang Lushur let out a breath, turned the steering wheel, and kept driving. He had made such a big commotion that zombies from farther away would likely be drawn in soon. but by that time, he would have already driven off. The zombies would stay behind, attracted by the corpses all over the ground, fighting over the remains. This would help reduce some of the pressure on Jiang Lushur as he moved forward. After getting through this unavoidable main road, Jiang Lushur turned into a small side street. These side streets used to be lively and crowded, but now only a few zombies wandered about. Their numbers were much lower than those on the main road. Base vehicle exterior undamaged. Glass undamaged. Windshield cleaning completed. A spray of water shot from the wipers, washing away the bloodstains on the windshield. Behind the minibus, 2 long streaks of blood were left on the road. After spending the whole day navigating through Jinling City's small streets, Jiang Lushur was mentally exhausted. But when he saw a residential complex, the tiredness on his face disappeared in an instant. Lanyuan Residential Complex, the address Jiang Zhuiying had told him about, it was here. The complex was right next to the university where Jiang Zhuiying studied, separated only by a narrow alley. It was an apartment complex for university teachers. The campus was a high-risk zombie area. So, the number of zombies in this residential area was likely not low. Jiang Lushur slowed down and carefully drove into the complex. Seeing the guardroom covered in blood, with bloodstains and drag marks on the ground, Jiang Lushur grew even more tense. He had seen scenes like this countless times along the way, some even bloodier. But none had made him feel this uneasy. Like other places, the complex had clearly gone through the chaos of the apocalypse. It was quiet and tragic. All the windows in the buildings were dark, lifeless, with debris and blood everywhere. Jiang Lushur drove slowly and quietly. The buildings looked silent, but were surely full of hidden zombies. Since he was close to Jiang Zhuiying's hiding spot, he didn't want to attract any of them. Thump! A zombie suddenly leapt out from a nearby flower bed and was immediately crushed under Jiang Lushur's wheels. The car shook slightly. Jiang Lushur continued driving while watching the buildings on both sides cautiously. His eyes searched for the building Jiang Zhuiying had mentioned. Building 17. Building 17, Jiang Lushur looked at the numbers on the outer walls. Building 17 was close to the entrance, yet in a relatively secluded spot, exactly as Jiang Lushur had instructed her to choose. Road conditions inside residential areas were usually complex and narrow. If a vehicle blocked the way, just the sound of clearing it could attract all the zombies in the complex. If Jiang Lushur wasn't familiar with the roads, it could become a serious problem. So far, near the entrance, everything was still fine. Jiang Lushur had already planned to pick up Jiang Zhuiying and leave as quickly as possible. Soon, he saw the silhouette of Building 17 appear in the distance. Jiang Lushur glanced at the phone placed beside him. The screen was on a music player, and the volume was set to a low level. He had calculated and prepared this in advance. He even did a short test while on the road. Once he reached the building, he rolled down the driver's window, pressed play on the phone, and tossed it to the entrance of the apartment building. Then he reversed the vehicle a bit, foot on the accelerator, ready to floor it once the zombies showed up. To pick up Jiang Zhuiying, Jiang Lushur had to get out of the vehicle. But a bulletproof vest, helmet, and handgun weren't enough to guarantee his safety, let alone protect her. So Jiang Lushur had already come up with a plan to lure out and deal with the zombies inside the building using the phone. The phone's volume was just right, enough for zombies within about 20 meters to hear. The volume was so low that if he tapped once more it would be muted. In an open area, humans might not hear it, but zombies could. After waiting about 10 seconds, a staggering figure appeared at the building entrance. The zombie rushed out of the unit door but didn't attack the phone. Although attracted by the sound, it was only interested in living things. Seeing the zombie appear, Jiang Lushur didn't immediately hit the gas. The zombie locked eyes with him and charged, clawing at the vehicle. Still, Jiang Lushur didn't move. He was waiting patiently. But after a while, no more zombies showed up at the door. Only this one zombie kept trying to attack the car, alone. Huh? Was this the only zombie in the building? Or were the others locked inside and unable to get out? That would be ideal. Jiang Lushur waited a bit longer to be sure that this was the only threat. Then he suddenly drove forward and rammed the zombie. Bang! The snarling zombie was pulled under the car and crushed. Jiang Lushur carefully parked the vehicle sideways at the apartment entrance. The door of the vehicle was nearly touching the building's entrance. He put on his helmet, grabbed his pliers and Type 54 pistol, then opened the door and stepped out. The music might not draw out zombies from the 5th or 6th floors, so Jiang Lushur picked up the phone, left the music playing, and walked inside. This way, if any zombies appeared, he'd be ready, and could retreat back into the car. The elevator was long out of service. As soon as he approached, he heard a loud bang. A zombie inside was hitting the elevator door. Jiang Lushur jumped in fright, adjusted his helmet, and carefully walked toward the stairwell. Although he hadn't seen any zombies yet, he stuck to a cautious approach. The staircase was dimly lit, and only the sound of his own footsteps echoed around him. Jiang Zhuing lived on the top floor. Jiang Lushur slowly climbed the stairs. At the 4th floor, he placed the phone on the ground and went back down to the 3rd floor, nervously aiming his handgun at the stairwell. After waiting a while and seeing no zombies appear, he returned, picked up the phone, and turned off the music. The stairwell was indeed zombie-free. As he reached the top floor and walked toward Jiang Zhuing's apartment, Jiang Lushur felt his heart pounding, an intense feeling of anticipation that something important was about to happen. At the door, Jiang Lushur took a deep breath, gently knocked, and said softly, "Xiaoying, it's your brother." There was no sound from inside. Thump! A muffled noise made Jiang Lushur's scalp tingle. He turned and saw that the sound had come from the opposite apartment. A zombie's nails were scratching at the security door. "Scared the hell out of me," Jiang Lushur muttered. He turned back and was about to knock again, when suddenly, he noticed the door in front of him, after his 2 light knocks, had slowly opened a crack. Jiang Lushur carefully pushed the door open. He immediately saw that the door was not completely closed but was locked from the inside. This way, whether it was wind or zombies entering, the door wouldn't be shut. In other words, the door was deliberately left ajar. This made Jiang Lushur's heart suddenly sink. He quickly rushed inside. Jiang Zhuing. The room was empty. Almost all the furniture had been pushed to the side, leaving an open space in the center. Along with some food packaging boxes, it could be seen that this place was once full of supplies. Jiang Lushur almost directly kicked open the other room doors. In one bedroom, he found Jiang Zhuing's clothes. It was a t-shirt. Jiang Lushur remembered this t-shirt very well, because on the front was a very silly hand-drawn cartoon, a cartoon version of himself being punched and sent flying by a cartoon version of Jiang Zhuing. It was a birthday gift Jiang Zhuing had given him years ago. He refused to wear it, saying the design was too stupid. But Jiang Zhuing liked it and wore it happily herself for years, ignoring all of Jiang Lushur's eye rolls. Seeing this t-shirt now, which had made him speechless so many times, Jiang Lushur suddenly felt his heart tighten. He grabbed the t-shirt, and just as he picked it up, he found a line of words on the back. "Brother, wait for me." Jiang Lushur froze for a moment, then flipped the t-shirt inside out. What the hell? Jiang Lushur clenched the t-shirt tightly. Since Jiang Zhuing left a message, why couldn't she write a few more words? Just these 3 words, so vague and incomplete. Of course, Jiang Lushur wasn't truly blaming Jiang Zhuing. He was just worried and anxious. The supplies in the house were all gone, but Jiang Zhuing shouldn't have left without a good reason, especially since she knew he would come here. If nothing special had happened, she should have waited. But despite all the reasons to stay, she only left 3 simple words, and then disappeared. What happened? Jiang Lushur was extremely worried. He searched the room again but found no other messages from Jiang Zhuing. He could only take the t-shirt and go downstairs back to the base vehicle. Maybe because of the bloody smell from the crushed zombie, a few other zombies from nearby buildings had wandered out and were circling the base vehicle. Jiang Lushur carefully got back into the vehicle and moved to the compartment. He hadn't found Jiang Zhuing, and aside from that one word to wait, she left no clues. Jiang Lushur planned to wait here for some time. Even though he was anxious, Jinling City was huge. He couldn't search blindly. If she didn't appear in a few days, then he'd go out to search nearby. Killing the zombies outside might attract more, so Jiang Lushur decided to ignore them. He closed the door between the cabin and the driver's seat. The cabin lit up, becoming a warm, sealed room. Zombies wandered outside, but inside, Jiang Lushur could cook, eat, watch shows, and rest. As long as he didn't make too much noise, the zombies wouldn't notice. Even if they heard something, they'd only bang on the outside a bit, and if they didn't find anyone, they'd leave. The way that zombie ignored the phone earlier confirmed this for Jiang Lushur. And the base vehicle didn't fear a few zombies hitting it. Jiang Lushur felt completely safe inside. His only worry was still Jiang Zhuing, and how to find her if she didn't return. Searching house by house was impossible. Maybe he would need to find other survivors to ask around or record a message and play it somewhere. Jiang Lushur thought over many possible plans, his eyes on the t-shirt lying on the sofa. He knew his sister's personality well. Outside, she was playful, but at home, she was very sensible. Since he had always taken care of her, Jiang Zhuing deeply valued his words and always came to him with any troubles. But now, in such a serious situation, why didn't she listen to him? Jiang Lushur thought of Brother Yu and the biker gang he encountered before. Jinling was big, and there must be many survivors. Could it be that Jiang Zhuing had faced something similar to what Wen Lu went through? The more Jiang Lushur thought about it, the more anxious he became. He couldn't just wait anymore. He took out the map and started studying the surrounding area. Although the network no longer worked, the offline map of Jinling he had downloaded was very detailed, even showing small roadside shops. He hadn't been able to use it earlier on mountain roads because they weren't highways or main roads and weren't downloaded. Hours passed quickly. As evening fell, Jiang Lushur was about to cook when he suddenly heard zombie howls outside. Startled, he was about to peek through the curtain when he heard a series of shhh sounds, mixed with the sound of heavy objects falling to the ground. Jiang Lushur quickly moved to the window and just then heard voices outside. "Boss, you're getting stronger again. Killing zombies is like stepping on ants. Look at this corpse, crispy outside, tender inside. Smells kind of strange too," a male voice said. Then a slightly sweet and sticky female voice replied, "You're so annoying. If you want to flatter the boss, don't make it so disgusting." "I'm not flattering. I'm speaking the truth. When did this car get here?" The sweet female voice changed topic, clearly noticing the minibus. Even a blind person could notice it parked there. Jiang Lushur wasn't surprised by her words. He still didn't know who these people were, but from her tone, they had clearly been here before. Maybe they were connected to Jiang Zhuing's disappearance. Jiang Lushur touched the pistol at his waist and slowly moved toward the driver's seat. These people could easily kill zombies, they were definitely strong. Jiang Lushur didn't know whether they were enemies, but he had to be ready for anything. Especially their so-called boss. At that moment, the man's voice spoke again. "No way a survivor came here to hang out, right? Who could it be?" Jiang Lushur heard the male voice getting very close. Clearly, he had approached the front of the vehicle and was curiously examining the minibus. "Can't see anything. No one in the driver's seat, no idea where they went," the male voice said. At that moment, the sweet, sticky female voice spoke impatiently. "Why do you care where they went? Maybe they were eaten by those zombies just now. I'm just curious. Who would drive such a big vehicle around?" the man said. "It's just a broken car. What's there to be curious about?" The sweet voice was full of disdain. Though she spoke mostly to spite the man, her opinion about the minibus was actually accurate. Jiang Lushur's car was indeed very run down. Not to mention its appearance, it was dragging a battered little cargo vehicle behind, and the roof was full of snakeskin bags with a certain odd style. Before the apocalypse, a vehicle like this wouldn't attract any attention. But now, it just looked even more wrecked, like a pile of junk that would fall apart if a zombie horde swarmed it. "Where's this license plate from?" The man didn't seem affected by the woman's tone and continued to observe. "Looks like Jiangbei," he answered himself. Then suddenly added, "Hey, what do you think's inside the little cargo trailer and those bags on the roof? Should we open them? What else could it be?" "Must be junk," the woman said with even less patience. "Let's at least take a look. Maybe there's something useful," the man replied. When Jiang Lushur heard them talking about opening his trailer, he couldn't just keep listening anymore. Just as he was about to open the compartment door, he heard a familiar voice. It really is a Jiangbei license plate. That voice carried a hint of surprise. And when Jiang Lushur heard it, he froze. He suddenly pulled open the compartment door, rushed to the windshield, and looked outside. Outside, there were 5 or 6 people standing. Among them, Jiang Lushur immediately saw Jiang Zhuing. She was wearing simple denim shorts, an oversized denim jacket, and a plain white t-shirt underneath. Her hair was in a ponytail. She looked fresh, youthful, and vibrant. She was holding an iron rod in her hand and was staring intently at the vehicle. The moment their eyes met, Jiang Zhuing's eyes widened. Her already big eyes grew even larger, and her lips opened into an O shape. Then she shouted, "My brother!" The others, who had already been looking at Jiang Lushur with slight surprise when he appeared, immediately looked even more shocked. Jiang Zhuing's brother? They were stunned, and Jiang Lushur was no less surprised. He hadn't expected Jiang Zhuing to be among this group of people. But what shocked him even more was that after Jiang Zhuing shouted, "Brother," that same male voice from earlier exclaimed again, "No way, boss, that's your brother?" That voice belonged to a young man in his 20s with a buzz cut, wearing casual clothes, carrying a long knife, and with a strange armband on his shoulder. He looked a bit theatrical, and his exaggerated expression showed he could hardly believe what he was seeing. Jiang Lushur was even more stunned. He had just been thinking about being cautious with this boss, and now it turned out the boss was his sister. Through the windshield, Jiang Lushur looked at Jiang Zhuing in disbelief, and she looked back at him with wide eyes, equally shocked. The boss's brother actually came all the way from Jiangbei alone, driving this vehicle, the young man with the long knife said, still outside with the others. Since the siblings were reunited, of course they had gone into the minibus to catch up. The young man's face was full of amazement. Among the group, a curly-haired girl rolled her eyes at him and muttered, "You want to die? Talking so loudly, afraid Zhuing can't hear you or what?" "What's the big deal?" the young man said carelessly, still marveling at the minibus. The curly-haired girl didn't look too happy. Earlier, she had mocked the car quite a bit, and Jiang Zhuing had clearly heard her, likely Jiang Lushur too. Now this guy just kept marveling, basically still insulting the car, and acting surprised that Jiang Lushur actually made it here. To be fair, none of them had believed it was even possible for Jiang Zhuing's brother to travel from Jiangbei to Jinling. Even Jiang Zhuing had been preparing to find a way to return to Jiangbei. But unexpectedly, in this beat-up car, Jiang Lushur had really made it. This vehicle seems to have been modified. Really smart, the young man clicked his tongue in admiration. Earlier, zombies had been surrounding the area, and Jiang Lushur had been hiding in the compartment. The young man assumed the door was used specifically to block zombie sightlines. As for the zombie Jiang Lushur had run over, it had already been eaten clean by the others. Though they saw the remains, they didn't make any connections. The curly-haired girl rolled her eyes again. She had always found the young man annoying. But truthfully, she had been observing too. Before, she hadn't been curious about the car at all. But after finding out it belonged to Jiang Zhuing's brother, she became interested. Still, after looking it over, she didn't find anything impressive. Instead, she became more curious about Jiang Lushur himself. "Maybe Zhuing's brother is really powerful too," the curly-haired girl suddenly said. The young man and the others also felt this might be true. They had been speculating too. That really would be amazing, the young man sighed again. Jiang Zhuing becoming their leader meant she was very capable. Among the group, Jiang Lushur also saw a tall, muscular man holding an axe. He looked fierce. "Even someone like him listens to you?" Jiang Lushur turned his head from the window and looked at Jiang Zhuing. They had already been talking for over 10 minutes, mostly with Jiang Lushur asking questions and Jiang Zhuing answering. He was extremely surprised by everything. The starseed had only told him that Jiang Zhuing wouldn't mutate into a zombie, but that wasn't a prediction of her future. Now it seemed Jiang Zhuing's path had turned out completely differently from what he expected. She had become an ability user. After discovering her power, Jiang Zhuing started training. But soon, she realized she had no choice but to leave her hiding place. After that, survivors began gathering around her, and she became their leader. As for being called boss, that was just her personal preference. Seeing this typical cute, mo girl liking things like fighting and commanding people left Jiang Lushur speechless. Anyone who didn't know her would definitely be misled by her baby-faced cuteness. "What do you mean you had to leave? Why?" Jiang Lushur asked. Jiang Zhuing pouted and thought for a moment, then said, "It's hard to explain. You'll understand later, big brother." Jiang Lushur still found it hard to believe. During the time he was heading to Jinling City, his younger sister Jiang Zhuing not only became an ability user, but also became the leader of a survivor team. And this wasn't just an ordinary survivor team. According to Jiang Zhuing's description, Jiang Lushur learned the general situation of the survivor team she led. This team now had more than 20 members. The number didn't seem large, but when Jiang Lushur learned that it included 4 ability users, he was shocked. In that small town before, Brother Yu alone could dominate and throw his weight around. For ability users, what did that mean? And among these 4 ability users, Jiang Zhuing was the strongest. According to Jiang Zhuing herself, she was the undisputed boss. As a child, Jiang Zhuing had been the leader among dozens of neighborhood kids, while Jiang Lushur was much more low-key in comparison. Usually, it was little girls who got bullied by other kids, and then their parents would come seeking justice. But when it came to Jiang Zhuing, it was just the opposite. Back then, it was all just child's play. But now, she was a real leader. Leading a group of survivors and being a childhood gang leader were 2 completely different things. In the apocalypse, every decision a leader made concerned the life or death of the survivor team. "Xiaoying, what's your ability?" Jiang Lushur asked. "That brother you had very well-developed leg muscles and was fast, that was the result of his mutation." But when Jiang Lushur looked Jiang Zhuing up and down, he didn't see any changes in her appearance. She still looked as slender as before, but because of fitness, she gave off a vibrant feeling. But she definitely didn't look like someone with overwhelming combat power. "Those zombies outside the car earlier, did you kill them?" Jiang Lushur had a rough idea of Jiang Zhuing's strength. To kill those zombies almost simultaneously in such a short time, he wondered what her ability really was. In front of Jiang Lushur, Jiang Zhuing always acted like a little girl. When she heard his question, she immediately revealed an expression that she would never show in front of the other survivors. She smiled proudly, then lightly waved the iron rod in her hand. A few strands of blue electricity suddenly danced across the iron rod. Jiang Lushur was startled, those currents even seemed to reflect in his pupils. Jiang Lushur was truly shocked. Although Brother Yu had mutated, he was basically just stronger than normal people. His speed was much greater than that of world-class sprinters, but it still hadn't reached a point that seemed completely implausible. With the apocalypse's arrival, zombies and mutant beasts had appeared. Ability users like Brother Yu were strong, but still within human comprehension. But someone like Jiang Zhuiying, whose body could generate electricity, that was just too unbelievable. Although Jiang Lushur knew that human activity could produce static electricity, the kind of energy that just gives a little shock to the finger at most, the electric current Jiang Zhuiying just released felt terrifying. How about that, big brother? Your little sister is awesome, right? I've already measured my attack voltage, Jiang Zhuiying said. She wouldn't boast in front of others, but in front of Jiang Lushur, it was like a kid proudly showing off a perfect test score. How much? Jiang Lushur asked urgently, not even in the mood to mock her smug attitude. Heh. Jiang Zhuiying cleared her throat and said, it's 1000 volts now. 1000 volts. Jiang Lushur took a deep breath. The human body's resistance constantly changes. At low voltages, dry skin can have a resistance of up to 100,000 ohms or more. But when the voltage rises to 1000 volts, the resistance can drop sharply to only 1000 ohms. With Jiang Zhuiying's attack voltage of 1000 volts, the current flowing through a human body would be 1 ampere, that's an extremely high number. Her attack power would also reach 1000 watts. What does 1000 watts mean? If Jiang Zhuiying maintained that power output for 10 minutes, it would be equal to the energy needed to lift 1060 kilograms people to the top of a 100-meter building. However, Jiang Lushur also knew that his shock came from preconceived notions of ordinary human capabilities. In reality, after virus-induced mutations, ability users becoming like electric eels capable of releasing electricity wasn't hard to understand. An adult electric eel can produce up to 800 volts, easily enough to kill a person. Due to the virus, Jiang Zhuiying's cells mutated into discharge cells. Connected together, they formed very high voltages. And Jiang Zhuiying's power level was on a completely different level from Brother Yu's. According to Starseed's evaluation, Brother Yu's ability didn't even reach level 1, while Jiang Zhuiying. Release electricity again, Jiang Lushur said. Jiang Zhuiying grumbled, why, big brother? Do you think I'm Pikachu, but still obediently released electricity again? You liked Pikachu the most when you were little. No wonder you mutated like this, Jiang Lushur said. Jiang Zhuiying pouted. This time, she wasn't afraid of startling Jiang Lushur. The blue and white electricity continued to flash on the iron rod like it was wrapped in an electric net. Her clear eyes reflected the sparks, and she suddenly seemed to emit a completely different aura. Jiang Lushur stood in front of Jiang Zhuiying and felt that this should be enough energy release. Sure enough, just 2 seconds later, Starseed's voice rang out, level 1 mutation energy detected. Jiang Zhuiying was level 1. Jiang Lushur understood now. The mutant boar was also level 1. But Jiang Lushur noticed that after Jiang Zhuiying's energy level, there was a small plus sign. When he asked Starseed in his mind, he found that this plus meant stronger energy. In other words, Jiang Zhuiying's mutation energy was even stronger than that of the mutant boar. And Brother Yu was below level 1, probably a level 1 minus. What was your starting voltage? Jiang Lushur asked again. How would I know? At first, I could just make a 10-centimeter spark between my fingers, Jiang Zhuiying said. That meant she had evolved. Oh right, big brother, where did you get this RV? It's amazing. And, you knew about the apocalypse in advance? What's going on? Jiang Zhuiying asked. She even leaned closer to Jiang Lushur's ear and whispered the question. Well, Jiang Lushur felt that explaining all of this would be very troublesome. At that moment, there were 2 knocks on the car window, and the young man's voice came through, Boss, we gotta go. It's getting dark. Jiang Lushur turned to look, sure enough, it was already getting dark outside. Big brother, we'll talk later, we have to go, Jiang Zhuiying said after glancing out the window. As soon as the sky began to darken, these people immediately got ready to leave. Jiang Lushur saw them quickly pick up the backpacks they had left on the ground earlier. They each carried their weapons, and their mental state was completely different from when they had been resting. Jiang Zhuiying was just about to get off the base vehicle when she suddenly paused, turned her head, and said in surprise, Brother, let's go. They were about to leave, but Jiang Lushur neither followed her out of the vehicle nor went to pack anything to bring along. Instead, he walked over and sat in the driver's seat. You come sit here. Jiang Lushur gestured with his eyes toward the front passenger seat, then opened the driver's side window and said to the people outside, you all get in too. Wheel drive. These people had seen Jiang Lushur sit in the driver's seat just moments ago. At first, they didn't react, or rather, they thought their assumption was too far-fetched. But when they heard Jiang Lushur say this, they looked at each other in disbelief, completely stunned. Drive away? If it were a small car, maybe that would be fine. But damn it, this was a minibus. Driving something like this out, was he trying to make them even more obvious among the zombies? Of course, that wasn't the main issue. They were all pretty strong, and Jiang Zhuing was even stronger. Even if they were more visible, it would just mean more fighting. So if this minibus were still in decent condition, they wouldn't have reacted so strongly. But this minibus was not only old and worn out, it even had a cargo trailer hitched to the back. And from the looks of Jiang Lushur, he clearly didn't plan on detaching the trailer. Plus, Jiang Lushur's tone just now was totally casual, as if he didn't think there was anything strange about driving this minibus. In fact, not only did Jiang Lushur think there was no problem, he valued the base vehicle very highly. He usually wouldn't let so many people on board. It was only because these people were Jiang Zhuing's subordinates that he took the initiative to invite them. Jiang Zhuing glanced outside the car door, then looked at Jiang Lushur. She didn't seem to care and just sat down in the front passenger seat. Seeing that the group was still standing outside in a daze, Jiang Zhuing leaned toward the windshield and shouted, "Why are you just standing there? Get in." They had been thinking that maybe they couldn't refuse Jiang Zhuing's brother's offer, but Jiang Zhuing could. They didn't expect that the usually calm and rational Jiang Zhuing would agree without even hesitating. But seeing that Jiang Zhuing was already sitting there steadily, the young man, the curly-haired girl, and the other three exchanged glances and obediently got on the vehicle. As soon as they got inside, they were shocked. The outside of the vehicle looked so run down, but the inside was a luxurious RV. The curly-haired girl looked around curiously and saw that the interior really had everything. "This vehicle is such a luxury," the young man exclaimed. The curly-haired girl gave him a speechless glance but said nothing. However, what she was thinking was, luxurious, sure, but in the apocalypse, what's the point? It's completely impractical. "Hello, Zhuing's brother. I'm Yang Qingqing, nice to meet you. You came all the way from Jiangbei, that's amazing, it must have been tough." The curly-haired girl walked to the driver's area, smiled sweetly, and spoke in a very concerned tone. Her words were well-crafted, flawless. From her perspective, coming from Jiangbei to Jinling wasn't just tough, it was a near-death journey. Saying this expressed concern while remaining tactful. She had already thought of how to approach Jiang Lushur before getting in the car. While speaking, she extended a soft, fair hand. "Nice to meet you. Just call me Jiang Lushur," he said, politely shaking her hand. Just as their hands were about to touch, the curly-haired girl's smile stiffened for a moment, but she quickly covered it up and shook his hand. "You're Zhuing's brother, so that makes you close to us. We're all good friends with Zhuing, and I'm even her classmate. I'll call you Brother Jiang from now on, okay?" Of course, Jiang Lushur nodded. This was the university Jiang Zhuing had attended, so the curly-haired girl being her classmate wasn't too surprising. The young man quickly came over to shake hands as well. "Hello, big brother. I'm Zhang Hai. Just call me Haizi. I really admire our boss." The others also came to greet Jiang Lushur one after another. From this, Jiang Lushur learned that Yang Qingqing and Zhang Hai were both ability users. There was also a short man who was an ability user, while the muscular man was not. He was originally a security guard, a retired soldier, and in this survivor team, his combat ability ranked just below the ability users. There was another woman who was also an ordinary person, but she had good athletic ability and seemed like someone who didn't talk much. After greeting, Zhang Hai went to the back and sat next to Yang Qingqing, who then said in a low voice with a strange expression, "This brother Jiang is an ordinary person, there's no energy fluctuation from him." Ability users could sense the mutation energy leaking from other ability users, similar to the function of the starseed, and could even judge the strength of that energy. But from Jiang Lushur, Yang Qingqing didn't sense anything at all. Zhang Hai noticed it too, but didn't mind. Isn't that even more impressive? A regular person made it all the way to Jinling. "Keep your voice down." Yang Qingqing scolded sharply. What if Jiang Lushur or Jiang Zhuing heard? She didn't bother talking to Zhang Hai anymore and turned to look at Jiang Lushur. Not an ability user. These siblings, one was a genius among ability users, and the other had no powers at all. It was quite interesting. Yang Qingqing thought to herself. The sofa beneath her was quite comfortable. She pressed it twice with her hand. But after realizing that Jiang Lushur wasn't an ability user, and seeing the vehicle's shabby exterior, she had no hopes for how far it could go. At that moment, Jiang Lushur had already started the base vehicle. He turned and asked, "Xiaoying, where are you guys staying?" I'll check the map to see if there's a better route. Zombies are kind of annoying. For ordinary people, annoying was an understatement. Even for them, moving through zombies was extremely dangerous. However, Jiang Zhuing was very cooperative. There's even a map. Haha, let me see. Actually, zombies aren't a big deal. You can open the window, I'll just electrocute them, like a mounted machine gun. Seeing this side of Jiang Zhuing made everyone feel like rubbing their eyes to check if they were hallucinating. Normally, if anyone had said something so unrealistic, Jiang Zhuing would have given them a cold laugh that sent chills down their spine. But when Jiang Lushur said it, Jiang Zhuing gave her unconditional support. But thinking about how the siblings had just reunited, it kind of made sense that Jiang Zhuing was acting a bit out of character, right? Jiang Lushur started up the minibus. At that moment, Zhang Hai asked, "By the way, big bro, with such a big space inside your vehicle, why are you still dragging a little cargo trailer? What's in it?" Jiang Lushur glanced at them through the rearview mirror and casually said, "Just some luggage. I can't go back to my old home, but there are some things I can't let go of." Upon hearing this answer, Yang Qingqing and the others were slightly stunned. Who flees for their life and brings a whole trailer of luggage? Jiang Zhuing's brother really had quite a strange way of thinking. A trace of undisguised contempt flashed through their eyes. They figured this vehicle was probably something Jiang Lushur had picked up after the apocalypse. If you're going to pick a car, at least pick a sturdy one. But he picked a fancy RV, clearly the kind some rich guy had recklessly modified. Yang Qingqing, being Jiang Zhuing's classmate, had some understanding of her family background. To put it nicely, it was below average. To put it harshly, they were practically a poverty-stricken household awaiting aid. So with this in mind, she looked down on Jiang Lushur even more. The apocalypse hit, and the first thing he thought of was getting an RV, just to satisfy the vanity of owning something he couldn't afford before? Typical poor man mentality. Not only that, he dragged around a whole trailer full of useless stuff. This was like a flood coming and someone insisting on going back to rescue their wallet. If he weren't Jiang Zhuing's brother, they would have already started mocking him. Seeing these people looking awkward and not knowing what to say, Jiang Lushur knew they were at a loss for words. As for these people, Jiang Lushur never really trusted them in the first place. In the apocalypse, who knew what people might do? It was only because Jiang Zhuing was here that he was sure they wouldn't cause trouble. But mutant beast meat was still a huge temptation. Of course Jiang Lushur wouldn't tell them that the so-called junk trailer they despised was actually full of mutant beast meat. Seeing them instantly lose interest in the trailer made Jiang Lushur feel rather satisfied. The minibus drove toward the community gate. The group glanced back and felt a sense of relief. They finally didn't have to come back to this place anymore. Because of Jiang Lushur, they had been coming here every day after finishing their tasks. If Jiang Lushur hadn't shown up today, they would have had to drag the zombie corpses away from the gate like always. According to Jiang Zhuing, they had to do that to make sure the place wouldn't be swarming with zombies when Jiang Lushur arrived. If the residential complex weren't so unsuitable for survivors, Jiang Zhuing had even considered just living there. Watching Jiang Zhuing happily chatting with Jiang Lushur, Yang Qingqing showed a helpless expression in her eyes. But unlike what Yang Qingqing and the others expected, Jiang Lushur chose only narrow streets and alleys while driving, and even when they encountered zombies, Jiang Zhuing would lean out the window and handle them immediately. So, this bizarre minibus actually reached their place without a hitch. Of course, it helped that the distance between their place and the residential area wasn't very far. Even though the residential area wasn't suitable for survivors, Jiang Zhuing had still tried to pick the closest possible location for Jiang Lushur. Jiang Zhuing's survivor team's base was in a luxurious villa neighborhood. In front was an artificial lake, cutting them off from the zombies on the main street. The area hadn't had many residents to begin with, and after the apocalypse, the number of zombies was even lower, now completely cleared out. "We live in that house," Jiang Zhuing said while pointing out the way to Jiang Lushur. The minibus slowly came to a stop in front of a standalone villa. In a place like Jinling, even just the large lawn around the villa seemed absurdly luxurious, not to mention the massive 4-story villa sitting in the middle of it. There was no one in this villa when we arrived. It was all tidy and clean, nothing was messed up, and everything we needed was there. Plus, there are plenty of rooms, so we stayed. Jiang Zhuing said. Jiang Lushur guessed that the original owner of this villa probably evacuated early, just like Li Yusin's family. Naturally, there were no bloodstains or signs of violence. In contrast, ordinary survivors had truly woken up in hell the moment they fainted. "Brother Jiang, you can park the car on the lawn. There's plenty of space there," Yang Qingqing said enthusiastically. But Jiang Lushur looked at her and asked, "Is there a car in the garage?" "There is. We have several cars," Yang Qingqing replied. At this moment, Jiang Zhuing said, "You want to use the garage, big brother?" "Sure. Anyway, our cars are usually just parked all over the place." "Heizi, call someone to move them." "Huh?" Zhang Hai was stunned. "Since when do we park all over the place?" Yang Qingqing felt a bit overlooked. Her kind suggestion had been ignored, and now she felt dismissed. She looked at Jiang Lushur and Jiang Zhuing and felt even more contempt toward Jiang Lushur than before. Such a crappy car, and he insists on parking it in the garage. While using the garage wasn't a big deal, Yang Qingqing thought it wasn't worth the trouble for a vehicle like that. "Once the car's parked, I'll take you to your room. Don't worry, even though it's the apocalypse, our living conditions are still decent," Jiang Zhuing said. "No need. I'll sleep in the vehicle. Also, how do you open the garage?" As for living conditions, Jiang Liushur's RV was already more than good enough. In the end, Jiang Lushur not only arranged his bedroom in the vehicle but also took the only garage key with him. They had only found one garage key in the house. In reality, the starseed was in Jiang Liushur's mind, and the base vehicle was bound to it. Without Jiang Lushur, no one could drive it, or even open its door. Still, Jiang Lushur was so cautious. Even though this was his sister Jiang Zhuing's territory, he felt that as long as people were around, one should never fully let their guard down. Seeing that the first thing Jiang Lushur did after arriving was fuss over his minibus, Yang Qingqing and the others were baffled. Since meeting him, Yang Qingqing had always thought Jiang Lushur was a bumpkin, acting like his pile of junk was something special. He probably didn't even know what an ability user was. If not for Jiang Zhuing, they never would have accepted such a survivor, not even worth a second glance. Probably because he's hauling everything he owns, that's why he cares so much. And that RV, he probably sees it as a treasure. But come on, there are tons of luxury RVs out there, and he picked a converted minibus? He doesn't even know what kind of vehicle is actually worth something. Yang Qingqing whispered to the woman who didn't talk much, shaking her head. That's how ordinary people are. Because they can only struggle to survive in the apocalypse, they end up clinging to things that make others feel a mix of pity and amusement. Not long after settling in, Jiang Zhuing came knocking to call for dinner. There was a door in the garage that connected directly to the inside of the villa. Jiang Lushur had asked for the key to that door as well. Usually, he stayed inside the garage, in a completely enclosed space, effectively separated from the other survivors. The villa was large. Even with more than 20 survivors, it didn't feel crowded. These survivors each had their own roles. According to Jiang Zhuing's introduction, aside from those who took turns staying behind to guard the base, all the able-bodied men and women went out to search for food. Those with no combat ability, like the injured or women who were too weak, stayed behind to cook and clean. With so many people living under one roof, if logistics didn't keep up, it would have turned into a trash heap long ago. Besides that, there was even a doctor in their survivor team. This made Jiang Lushur sigh with emotion. This team was actually well organized, with everything it should have. At that moment, most of the survivors were gathered in the living room, sorting through all kinds of supplies they had gathered today. When they saw Jiang Zhuing bringing Jiang Lushur over, everyone looked up. "That's the boss's brother? His name's Jiang Lushur, right?" someone asked Yang Qingqing beside them. "That's right," Yang Qingqing replied in a low voice. "Oh?" That person instantly showed a knowing look. The way they looked at Jiang Lushur seemed to say, so that's the guy Yang Qingqing was talking about. If Yang Qingqing hadn't mentioned it, just by his appearance, they wouldn't have guessed he was such an oddball. They had all seen Jiang Lushur come out from the small door in the garage. What Yang Qingqing and the others said was true, this guy really did move into the garage just for a modified RV. While Jiang Lushur was staying in the garage, Yang Qingqing and the others had already subtly spread the story of his deeds. Some people hadn't even met him yet but had already formed a preconceived opinion. A country bumpkin, and a weird one, too. "Everyone, this is my brother, Jiang Lushur," Jiang Zhuing introduced proudly, her tone almost sounding like, "See? Isn't my brother handsome?" Hearing that, everyone had the urge to roll their eyes. "Hello, brother Jiang. Nice to meet you. You really came from Jiangbei? That's badass." Everyone came forward to greet him warmly. Even though they knew Jiang Lushur was strange, they couldn't ignore Jiang Zhuing's presence. Jiang Lushur also nodded to them. "Hello, everyone. All right, let's eat," Jiang Zhuing said, then turned to Jiang Lushur and added, "Come eat with me, bro." The moment she said that, all the survivors froze. Yang Qingqing and the others looked at Jiang Zhuing in surprise. Their survivor team had 4 ability users, including Jiang Zhuing. Normally, the regular survivors ate in the living room, while the 4 ability users ate separately in the kitchen. They also ate different food. Yang Qingqing couldn't hold it in anymore. She smiled and said, "Zhuing, isn't that unnecessary? Brother Jiang isn't an ability user. It won't help him anyway. That's what the other survivors were thinking too, including the ordinary ones. Eating is still better than not eating, Jiang Zhuiying said casually. If there was something good, of course she'd want to share it with Jiang Lushi. The survivors were speechless. What kind of logic was that? What, is there a problem? According to the original agreement, whether as the leader or based on combat contribution, I have more share than anyone else. I usually use my share to trade weapons with the military, and everyone uses those weapons together. Now I'm using my share for my brother. Does anyone have a problem with that? Jiang Zhuiying swept her gaze over the survivors. Jiang Lushi immediately noticed that her expression had turned sharp. The survivors quickly averted their eyes and said nothing. If Jiang Zhuiying hadn't brought it up just now, they'd almost forgotten about that rule. When someone doesn't use their rights for a long time, others get used to it and assume they've given them up. It had started to feel like Jiang Zhuiying using her share to trade for weapons was just the norm. But now that she was using it for herself, they didn't dare complain to her directly, but they were clearly displeased with the person benefiting, Jiang Lushi. Yang Qingqing was momentarily stuck, then forced a smile and said, "Yeah, you're the boss. You decide." "Come on, bro, let's eat," Jiang Zhuiying said, pulling Jiang Lushi along. Seeing the others' reactions, Jiang Lushi became curious, just how good was the food the ability users got? Now that an ordinary person was mixed in with the 4 ability users, the regular survivors peeked toward the kitchen. Some of them immediately felt a sense of imbalance. Normally, when only the ability users ate separately, no one minded. But now that someone just like them was allowed in, they started to feel uncomfortable. But they couldn't do anything, he was Jiang Zhuiying's brother. All they could do was envy that he had such a powerful sister. "Brother Jiang, what you're about to eat might be the best thing you've had in your life," Zhang Hai said cheerfully at the table. Yang Qingqing didn't say anything, but in her heart she looked down on it. To Jiang Lushi, sure, it might taste good. But it was completely wasted on him since it wouldn't actually benefit him. Hearing Zhang Hai say that, Jiang Lushi became even more curious. Did they have a 5-star chef in this team? Soon, the food was served. Jiang Zhuiying immediately gave Jiang Lushi a piece. As soon as Jiang Lushi chewed twice, he paused in surprise. The texture, and the warm feeling spreading through his body. This was mutant beast meat. Jiang Lushi quickly picked up another piece. This time he chewed more carefully and confirmed, it was definitely mutant beast meat. Seeing him stuff another piece into his mouth before even swallowing the first, Yang Qingqing and the others looked down on him. Even if it's tasty, no need to gobble it like that, right? He probably spent the trip to Jinling eating nothing but biscuits and instant noodles, or maybe not even that. "How is it, brother Jiang? Tastes good, right?" Yang Qingqing asked with a smile. Jiang Lushi nodded. Not bad. He wasn't sure what kind of mutant beast this was, but the meat was still a bit inferior to that of the mutant wild boar. Hearing Jiang Liushi's casual, not bad, Yang Qingqing didn't know what to say. This guy clearly had no idea how valuable mutant beast meat was. This isn't just any meat, it's from a mutant beast. It's specially for ability users. It helps restore physical energy and can promote evolution. If saved, it can even be traded with the military for weapons. But what effect it has on ordinary people, we don't know. Yang Qingqing explained. Evolution? Jiang Lushi ignored her last sentence. Of course it was useful for ordinary people. But as for how ability users evolved, Starseed hadn't gone into detail. It had only said they could evolve, without explaining how. Unbelievable, right? Ability users can evolve. Using your powers and eating mutant beast meat both help with evolution. Using your powers also helps you practice control, Yang Qingqing continued. She figured that after hearing this, Jiang Lushi would finally realize the meat was wasted on him. If he had any shame, he'd offer to eat with the regular survivors instead. But unexpectedly, Jiang Lushi just nodded while eating and even picked up another piece. Then he said to her, "I see. Interesting. Go on." Yang Qingqing was choked up again. This guy just didn't get it. And saying things like, "pretty interesting," and asking her to keep talking, did he think she was telling stories for fun? Yang Qingqing forced a smile and said, "Actually, there's nothing more to say. If you like the food, then eat more. You probably didn't eat much on the road, so eat up," Jiang Zhuiying said, then turned her head and called out, "Big sis, make another stir-fried pork dish." "Brother, eat more to replenish your nutrition," Jiang Zhuiying urged, continuously picking food for Jiang Lushi. Yang Qingqing really couldn't stand it anymore. Her face was already showing signs of discomfort. Her share was limited, and she always ate sparingly. Seeing an ordinary person like Jiang Lushi, who got no benefit from eating this food, eating so freely made her feel really stifled. "By the way, Zhuiying, didn't you want that custom weapon?" Yang Qingqing's eyes lit up as she suddenly spoke. Custom weapon? Jiang Lushur looked puzzled. Yang Qingqing opened her mouth to explain, but Jiang Zhuiying already started explaining to Jiang Lushur, it's a weapon made by the military. They have the technology, materials, and equipment to make it. Many survivors in Jinling City work with the military. We can collect food ourselves, but for weapons, we need to trade with them. The military changes what they accept frequently, they'll take anything, but things like mutant beast meat and medicine are long-term trade goods, Jiang Zhuiying continued, noticing Jiang Liushur's curiosity about the military. But if there was a military presence, why didn't these survivors, especially the ordinary ones, just go with the military? Before Jiang Lushur could ask, Jiang Zhuiying continued, well, it's called the military, but really it's just a forward base left by the army. The main force has already withdrawn, and only about 1,000 people are left. Their base is limited in size, and although they do accept some survivors, there's a cap. They say they don't have the manpower to escort everyone to the safe zone. So the survivors live there without knowing when they'll be transferred. According to Jiang Zhuiying, there was a safe zone near Jinling too, supposedly in the mountains, with difficult terrain, just like the safe island, it was in a remote location. Then you need supplies to trade for that custom weapon, right? How much do you need? Jiang Lushur asked. It takes a full 5 tons of mutant beast meat. Zhuiying was slowly saving up, Yang Qingqing quickly answered. But she was interrupted again by Jiang Zhuiying. Hey, there's no rush. Besides, haven't we already saved up quite a bit? Saying that, she suddenly remembered something, reached into her pocket and took something out, then said mysteriously, speaking of mutant beasts, bro, here's something you've definitely never seen. Just this little piece can be traded to the military for 1 ton of mutant beast meat. What is it? Jiang Lushur asked curiously. Jiang Zhuiying held out her fair, slender hand in front of him and smiled slightly as she opened her palm. Look! Jiang Lushur looked down and saw a crystal-clear bead lying in her palm. Isn't that a mutant crystal core? His eyes lit up instantly. To activate the biological lab in his base vehicle, Jiang Lushur needed 2 mutant crystal cores. Originally, he thought it would be very difficult, just killing 1 mutant wild boar was already hard enough, let alone 2. When he found out about Jiang Zhuiying's survivor team, he immediately thought that using her people would be much more efficient. But he didn't expect to see a mutant crystal core from her so soon. Thinking about it, Jiang Lushur realized he had been a bit dumb. He was literally eating mutant beast meat, it was obvious they had mutant crystal cores. The survivor team hunted mutant beasts to trade for weapons, and ability users needed the meat to evolve and replenish strength. Of course they'd have hunted mutated beasts. But the price the military offered made Jiang Lushur feel speechless. A single mutant beast usually only had 1 crystal core inside it. Its value far exceeded that of 1 ton of meat. In fact, it was much more valuable than the meat. What does the military want this for? Jiang Lushur asked. This is a mutant crystal core. The military seems to be researching the mutation virus with it, Jiang Zhuiying said. The military had only recently started looking into the crystal cores, they were still in the research phase. When Jiang Lushur heard that, he realized, the military didn't yet know the true value of the crystal cores. Once they found out, and once other survivors realized it too, these cores would become extremely precious. I see. Zhuiying, can I talk to you about something? Jiang Lushur said after thinking for a moment. There's no need for formalities. Whatever it is, just say it, brother. Jiang Zhuiying was tossing the core up and down in her palm. The bead looked like glass, and as a girl, she seemed to like it quite a bit. I want that mutant crystal core. It's important to me. When Jiang Lushur said that, Jiang Zhuiying had no reaction, but everyone else immediately turned their eyes to him. Yang Qingqing stared at him in disbelief. Did he even know what he was saying? That thing was worth a whole ton of mutant beast meat. And how could that possibly be important to him? He was probably seeing one for the first time. The others also frowned. Eating some mutant beast meat was one thing, but now Jiang Lushur was starting to make demands. This was too much. Even if Jiang Zhuiying was their leader, this was outrageous. It felt like he was just leeching off his sister. If she gave it to him, her credibility in the team would drop dramatically. If she didn't give it, well, judging by how she treated Jiang Lushur, she'd agree to anything he asked. Just then, Jiang Lushur continued, Zhuiying, didn't you need mutant beast meat? I happen to have some. Let me trade you for the crystal core. After butchering the mutant wild boar, he had about 4 or 5 tons of meat. He had eaten a bit of it since then, but only a small amount. Zhuiying had already saved some herself, so he only needed to give her part of his. Everyone looked at Jiang Lushur. From the moment he said he wanted the crystal core, every word that came out of his mouth had shocked them more and more. Huh? You have mutant beast meat, brother? How did you get it? Even Jiang Zhuiying was stunned. Did her brother really have meat? But she trusted Jiang Lushur unconditionally. Even if it sounded unbelievable, she didn't doubt him for a second. The others were also completely stunned. Wasn't Jiang Lushur an ordinary person? Hold on. Jiang Lushur went into the garage. After a while, he drove the small cargo trailer out. That banged up, awful-looking trailer, which they had all thought was full of junk and luggage. All the survivors gathered at the door, even forgetting about dinner. They watched as Jiang Lushur got off the minibus and opened the trailer's cargo door. Clunk. The wobbly door sounded like it might fall apart. Thump 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 thump. Large chunks of meat rolled out of the cargo trailer. Bright red, lean pork that looked mouth-wateringly delicious. A faint aroma spread through the air. Just one whiff was enough to know, it was mutant beast meat. Jiang Zhuiying stared wide-eyed at the mutant pork, and the other survivors couldn't believe what they were seeing. There really was meat. And so much of it. At that moment, Jiang Lushur leaned out of the driver's seat and asked, "Is this enough?" Jiang Zhuiying was stunned for a second, then quickly nodded. "Yes, yes. How much is here?" She ran over and saw that the trailer was still filled with mutant meat. 4 or 5 tons, Jiang Lushur said. So much. Jiang Zhuiying was even more shocked. She quickly shook her head. "That's too much. I only need 2 tons. You don't have to give me the rest." "No, take all of it," Jiang Lushur replied. He had planned to give it all to her from the start. That way, others wouldn't get any funny ideas. Sure enough, while everyone had different expressions, shock, disbelief, even thinking they were hallucinating, no one showed greed. For ordinary survivors, even if they got the meat, they wouldn't survive long enough to trade it. For ability users, what they'd get in exchange wasn't worth opposing Jiang Zhuiying. Still, they couldn't believe Jiang Lushur was the one who had brought all that meat. That raggedy, despised little trailer was filled with mutant beast meat. "Zhuiying, I want to ask you one more thing," Jiang Lushur continued. Jiang Zhuiying had been about to refuse all the meat, but paused and said, "What is it, brother? The next time you kill a mutant beast and get a crystal core, can you give it to me too?" Jiang Lushur asked. 4 or 5 tons of meat, according to the military's price, could trade for almost 5 crystal cores. Jiang Lushur only needed 2. To the others, this felt like Jiang Lushur was practically giving his sister a family discount. Before, they had envied Jiang Lushur for having such a good sister. Now, they were envious of Jiang Zhuiying for having such a good brother. So much meat, just like that. Hearing his request, Jiang Zhuiying naturally had no objections. "Sure. Brother Jiang, how did you get that mutant beast meat?" Yang Qingqing couldn't hold it in anymore and asked. It was the question everyone had. How could an ordinary person get mutant beast meat? "Oh, that? I picked it up," Jiang Lushur replied, making everyone choke on their breath. "Picked up? Picked up a mutant beast? How did you pick it up?" Yang Qingqing asked again, holding back her frustration. "I saw a mutant wild boar crash into a tree and die while I was passing by," Jiang Lushur answered with a straight face. A mutant wild boar crashed into a tree and died? Shouldn't the tree have been the unlucky one? But since Jiang Lushur had already said that, even though no one believed it, they had no way to keep questioning him. Besides, they really couldn't think of any other way he could have gotten the meat. Maybe it was roadkill, or fell off a cliff? What ridiculous luck. The mutant crystal core was handed over to Jiang Lushur. Holding the warm core in his hand, a smile appeared on his face. This core was truly worth a fortune. Now, he only needed one more core to activate the biological lab. Having suddenly gathered all the required mutant beast meat, Jiang Zhuiying immediately prepared to exchange it for weapons. As the leader and strongest ability user in the team, the weapons she traded for would directly improve the team's overall safety and combat power. So the mutant beast meat and crystal core needed for the trade were originally contributed by the whole team. Now, it was equivalent to the team owing Jiang Lushur 1 mutant crystal core. "Brother, we're going into the city today to exchange for weapons. I'll show you when I get back." Early in the morning, Jiang Zhuiying knocked on the door excitedly. This survivor team was actually based in the suburbs of Jinling, not in the core part of the city. Only in the outskirts could survivors live. The closer to the city, the more it became a forbidden zone for the living. In many areas, people couldn't even get near. Entering the city was a very dangerous thing for Jiang Zhuiying and the others. With a permanent population of 8 million and a floating population exceeding 10 million, more than 90% of them had turned into zombies. With so many zombies, it felt endless. Even ability users, once surrounded by zombies in Jinling City, would only be left to wait for death in despair. The more zombies you killed, the more came. It only brought despair. And in Jinling City, the danger didn't only come from zombies. Some mutant beasts also roamed the city. They had originated in urban environments and continued to move through the city after mutating. These mutant beasts hid in tall buildings and were even more dangerous. However, what Jiang Zhuiying was referring to when she said, going into the city, wasn't Jinling itself, that was too dangerous. She meant a satellite city, temporarily built by the military. But even going to the satellite city wasn't without danger. The route passed through an area dense with zombies. This was also why many nearby survivors couldn't reach the military for help. Only strong teams like Jiang Zhuiying's had the capability to go exchange with the military. Weaker survivors couldn't even gather anything the military wanted. If all goes well, we'll be back by afternoon. Maybe I'll even find some snacks in a roadside store to bring back for you, Jiang Zhuiying said brightly. No need. I'll go with you, Jiang Lushur said. Huh? Jiang Zhuiying's smile instantly froze. 5 tons of mutant beast meat were loaded into a refrigerated truck. At the same time, 2 off-road vehicles drove from the lawn to the front of the villa. One of them had a light machine gun mounted on it. That vehicle was used to clear the road. It was also Jiang Zhuiying's ride. The light machine gun was the team's most valuable and important weapon. Because bullets were insanely expensive, they rarely used it. As for Yang Qingqing and the other core fighters, they sat in the refrigerated truck and the second off-road vehicle. The second off-road vehicle, which brought up the rear, had been slightly modified. Iron chains with spikes were hung from the back, and many of the seats had been removed so those inside could turn and attack zombies that got close. As for the refrigerated truck, 2 full layers of steel plates had been welded onto it. Though the welds were ugly and the truck looked bulky, it was a solid, turtle shell meant to protect supplies. These materials were earned with their lives. They couldn't afford to lose even one shipment. The team was very proud of these 3 vehicles. They were their lifeline. But today, even though the vehicles were ready to leave, Jiang Zhuiying still hadn't shown up. The driver's seat of the lead vehicle, where she normally sat, remained empty. Where's the boss? Zhang Hai asked. She's talking to her brother. Probably has a lot to say, Yang Qingqing replied. All right, the garage door just opened. Looks like they're done talking, Zhang Hai suddenly said. The garage door slowly opened. Let's get in the car, Yang Qingqing said as she looked at the garage door and walked toward the last off-road vehicle. But just then, she paused and turned back to look. The minibus was coming out? And in the front passenger seat, wasn't that Jiang Zhuiying? Could it be that Jiang Lushur really intended to go with them? Zhuiying, we're about to leave, Yang Qingqing walked over and said. Jiang Zhuiying looked at her from inside the vehicle and nodded. It's about time. But although she said that, she remained firmly seated inside the minibus, with no intention of getting out. He really is coming with us, Yang Qingqing said helplessly. Forget it, if he wanted to come, she couldn't stop him. There's space in the lead vehicle. Zhuiying and brother Jiang can ride together, someone offered. Jiang Lushur shook his head. No need, I'll drive my own vehicle. No problem. This time, we'll bring up the rear and follow behind you, Jiang Zhuiying added. Yang Qingqing nodded, then whispered to the other survivors as she returned to the off-road vehicle. Zhuiying listens to her brother way too much. This must have been his idea again. What's he coming for? No idea. The off-road vehicles and the refrigerated truck started moving. Jiang Lushur followed behind them in the minibus. The convoy looked extremely odd. Jiang Lushur wanted to come along not just because of the danger. He was worried about Jiang Zhuiying, but also because he was curious about the military and the satellite city. He wanted to know what else the military exchanged for, aside from mutant beast meat. According to Jiang Zhuiying, the military frequently changed their demand list. They were always in need of different items. Even though their main force had evacuated with some survivors to the safe zone, that didn't mean they had given up on the cities or on humanity's homeland. Even setting aside the idea of reclaiming their home, the massive number of zombies, the dangerous mutant beasts, and the unknown behavior of the virus were all critical matters. The establishment of the satellite city in Jinling wasn't just for resource collection, it was also for monitoring the situation inside Jinling, studying the zombies and mutant beasts, and collecting enough samples to study the virus. That was the real purpose of the satellite city. The convoy soon left the villa compound. The lead off-road vehicle skillfully turned into a small alleyway, and after a few more turns, the road ahead suddenly opened up. They had arrived on the main road. At that moment, Jiang Lushur saw the muscular man from earlier climbing out of the lead off-road vehicle and positioning himself behind the light machine gun. This was a road that must be taken to reach the satellite city. According to Jiang Zhuiying, the other routes would only be even more dangerous than this one. Although this area, all the way to the satellite city, was still part of the outskirts of Jinling, in a place like Jinling, every inch of land was precious. Large residential areas, high-tech zones, and schools had all been built in the suburbs. So, the population here was by no means small. A large population base meant a large number of zombies. Seeing that the muscular man had already gotten into position, Jiang Lushur also silently checked the condition of the vehicle through the starseed, as he usually did. Base vehicle shell intact, power system intact, air cannon functional, the starseed's voice reported. Jiang Zhuiying held the iron rod diagonally in her arms, leaning back in the front passenger seat. Her large eyes stared ahead brightly. "Brother, get ready for a show." "A show?" Jiang Lushur asked, confused. The vehicle was moving at a fast pace, and soon, zombies began to appear ahead. These zombies had originally been wandering the streets aimlessly like ghosts, but as soon as they heard the vroom of the car engines, they immediately turned their heads, attracted by the sound. Their blood-red eyes locked onto the approaching vehicles, and they let out hoarse ha-ha growls before suddenly charging forward. As the vehicles approached, more and more zombies came rushing out from houses and alleys on both sides of the road. In the blink of an eye, the convoy was surrounded by zombies from front, back, and both sides. Especially in front, just one glance showed an endless mass. These zombies had blood-red eyes, twisted and ferocious faces, and wide-open mouths. Their gums were also blood-red, and between their teeth were strands of flesh and blood. When there are no living humans to eat, they will even attack each other. But when they are inactive, their energy consumption is very low. Toward living people, zombies are extremely aggressive. They only attack each other when they need to eat. That's why when no living humans are around, they just wander aimlessly. But once a human appears, this kind of scene happens immediately. Seeing so many zombies charging at once gave people the feeling of falling into a sea of corpses. A sense of despair naturally arose. The horror of zombies wasn't just in their combat power, they also had a strong psychological impact on ordinary people. Faced with such a crowd of zombies, everyone felt their scalps tingle involuntarily. At that moment, gunfire suddenly rang out. Rat-tat-tat-tat. The light machine gun spat out flames. Bullets rained down into the zombie horde, and the first row of zombies immediately fell in bunches. But then, the terrifying vitality of zombies showed itself. They felt no pain. Unless their heads were blown off, the others that were shot would immediately get up and charge again. Some zombies just staggered from the impact and didn't even stop. One zombie was shot in the abdomen. The motion of running tore open its muscles, even spilling its intestines, yet it still came charging forward. But soon, the smell of blood attracted other zombies, and they pounced on it from behind. The survivors were long used to these bloody scenes. Jiang Liushur's expression didn't change either. At first, he'd felt a bit disgusted, but now he felt nothing at all. He had seen things far more disgusting than this. Jiang Zhuiying had originally worried that Jiang Lushur might get nervous seeing so many zombies. But when she looked at him, she found that his hands on the steering wheel were steady, not shaking at all, and his expression was calm. At that moment, the light machine gun stopped firing and slowed down. Compared to the gun itself, the bullets were far more valuable, so they couldn't rely on shooting endlessly. That round of shooting had only been to create some corpses and slightly disrupt the forward momentum of the horde. V-Room. The refrigerated truck overtook it and became the lead vehicle. It drove straight into the zombie horde. Inside, Zhang Hai's eyes were wide open, his hands gripping the steering wheel tightly, and his foot floored the gas pedal. The zombies got closer and closer, he could almost see their hands reaching for the car. Boom! With a dull thud, the refrigerated truck jolted. It had plowed straight into the zombie horde, smashing through the ones in front. The windshield of the refrigerated truck was mostly covered with steel plates, leaving only a small gap at the driver's side, which was also reinforced with wire mesh. Seeing the flailing zombies fall one by one in front of the truck, Zhang Hai got extremely excited. He slammed the horn twice and laughed loudly. "Damn it. Die, all of you. Awesome. This feels amazing." The zombies posed a huge threat, but driving an armored car like this to crush them was exhilarating for Zhang Hai. His face turned red with excitement, and veins bulged on the backs of his hands. As they drove deeper into the horde, even though the gas pedal was floored, the truck's speed inevitably slowed down. The vehicle groaned as if it were getting stuck, completely surrounded by zombies. Clank, clank, clank. The iron plates covering the truck's exterior began to dent. The pressure and impact from the zombies were immense. Though the plates were thickened, they still seemed to struggle under the force. Boom! Suddenly, a loud bang came from below. One of the refrigerated truck's tires burst, releasing a puff of blue smoke. The truck had clearly been modified, it had 12 tires in total. The blown one only made the vehicle wobble slightly, without major impact. Still, losing one tire so soon made people worried about the rest. Ah! Don't panic. Damn it, it's just a tire. Zhang Hai shouted. At that moment, an ability user climbed onto the roof of the refrigerated truck. The last off-road vehicle followed behind. Yang Qingqing's figure emerged from its sunroof. The two ability users began to attack at the same time. The one on the truck roof held a long spear-like fork. He was practically hanging off the side, but his feet were so steady it was like he'd grown roots. He never fell off. His body swayed with the vehicle, and each time he thrust his fork, it pierced clean through a zombie's head. Yang Qingqing's action surprised Jiang Lushi. She actually climbed out of the sunroof, holding 2-foot-long knives in her hands. Then she suddenly leapt down, straight into the zombie horde. The sight made everyone's hearts clench. But the moment she landed, she spun on the spot like an agile top. Except this top gleamed with cold light, her two blades slashed open the throats and chests of the surrounding zombies. Before the others could surround her, Yang Qingqing sprang back up and lightly landed on the roof of the car. The whole thing took only a second. It was like she had springs in her legs. They both mutated differently. That guy grew some kind of webbed pads under his feet. He can grip any surface. As for Yang Qingqing, her leg muscles mutated, giving her incredible jumping power, Jiang Zhuiying explained. Jiang Lushi nodded in understanding. These two had ability mutations similar to what he imagined. Like Brother Yu, their bodies had partially mutated. But Jiang Zhuiying's case was different. Her entire body cells had mutated into discharge cells. As she continued to evolve, the electricity she could release would only increase. No one knew how far that might go. Earlier, in Jiang Liushi's vehicle, when they were still several meters from the zombies, Jiang Zhuiying's electricity had already killed them. The zombies were charred black, and when the minibus rolled over them, only piles of coal-like remains were left on the ground. Such terrifying destructive power couldn't be matched by ability users with partial mutations. This is awesome. All of you, just die already. Zhang Hai's excited shouts echoed inside the base vehicle. With cover from Yang Qingqing and the other ability user, the refrigerated truck no longer encountered any obstacles and bumped and jostled its way forward, crushing zombies as it went. Zhang Hai's shouting completely drowned out everything else, as if it was the only way to express his excitement. At this moment, the lead off-road vehicle had already slowed down and pulled up beside the minibus. Beep beep. The off-road vehicle honked twice. Jiang Zhuiying looked toward the off-road vehicle, and the muscular man popped his head out of the sunroof again and shouted, "Boss! There's a large horde of zombies up ahead. We need to accelerate. Can you keep up, brother?" Jiang Zhuiying looked at Jiang Lushi. Their off-road vehicles and the refrigerated truck had all been modified and were much faster than the vehicle's original speed. The muscular man was obviously worried that the minibus might fall behind. That's why he came over to remind them. If Jiang Liushi's vehicle couldn't keep up, they would abandon the minibus and move to one of the off-road vehicles. Jiang Lushi shook his head. "Tell them not to worry, we can keep up." "Okay." Jiang Zhuiying immediately turned and said, "It's fine, go ahead." The muscular man paused for a second, then said, "All right." Since Jiang Zhuiying agreed, they would just let Jiang Lushi decide for himself. Besides, he figured the minibus's engine must have been modified. After all, the inside was a luxury RV. The off-road vehicle drove alongside for a bit, honked again, then suddenly accelerated. Beep beep beep. The other two vehicles also honked once each, and all three vehicles sped up together. From the minibus, which had a higher vantage point, Jiang Lushi looked ahead and was shocked. In the distance, there was indeed a densely packed zombie area, twice as many as before. Vroom vroom vroom. The engines roared loudly, and the three vehicles shot out thick exhaust as they accelerated toward the zombie horde. At that moment, Jiang Lushi hadn't started accelerating yet. The distance between them quickly widened, then suddenly, Jiang Lushi slammed down on the gas. Boom boom boom. A few zombies smashed into the minibus, and in that moment of impact, the vehicle shot forward, quickly catching up to the rear of the convoy. "Wow!" Jiang Zhuiying exclaimed. The modifications on this car were really good. The acceleration was smooth and incredibly fast. Hearing Jiang Zhuiying's exclamation, Jiang Lushi smiled slightly. This was just normal acceleration. If she saw the full burst acceleration, who knows how shocked she'd be. Even though those off-road vehicles were modified, their acceleration couldn't compare to the base vehicle. If it came down to it, they could only eat dust behind the minibus. Yang Qingqing jumped back onto the vehicle again, blood still dripping from her two long knives. She accidentally glanced back, and was stunned. That minibus was keeping up so closely? From the front came Zhang Hai's voice, "Boss, are you keeping up?" Yang Qingqing looked at the minibus in surprise, then snapped back to herself and said impatiently, "We're keeping up." But in that moment of distraction, a zombie suddenly jumped onto the fast-moving off-road vehicle, grabbed the luggage rack, and quickly climbed up. Smelling a wave of blood from behind, Yang Qingqing let out a sharp cry, twisted her body, and leapt behind the zombie. As it turned, both of her blades stabbed down. Disgusting! Yang Qingqing kicked the corpse off the car. At that moment, she didn't have the energy to care about the minibus anymore. Getting through this zombie horde was very dangerous, but at this rate, they could manage it. Some zombies would chase them for a while but would eventually give up and wander off again. The road ahead was relatively safer. Fortunately, the area wasn't too large. Soon, the convoy broke through the horde. 10 minutes later, they reached an open area and stopped. Yang Qingqing and the others jumped out and dealt with a dozen zombies that had followed them there. At that moment, Jiang Lushur also stopped the minibus in the open area. "How's the car?" Jiang Zhuiying got out and walked over to ask. The drivers of the two off-road vehicles and Zhang Hai, who had gotten out of the refrigerated truck, were all inspecting their vehicles. After charging through the horde, they had to check and repair before continuing. The two off-road vehicles were okay, just minor damage, nothing serious. But the refrigerated truck looked worse. Still, the dents on the outside didn't really affect the metal plates. They could still be used. But the blown tire was a real problem. Zhang Hai walked around the refrigerated truck and saw Jiang Lushur looking over from inside his vehicle. He immediately grinned. "How is it, big bro? My truck's not bad, right? It's run over who knows how many zombies and still holding strong." "You blew a tire," Jiang Lushur said. The tire had been completely shredded. When the truck was surrounded by zombies, it might have been bitten through. "Ha ha ha, just a blown tire. No big deal." Zhang Hai laughed. "Oh right, big bro, do you know what my ability is?" Zhang Hai suddenly asked. Jiang Lushur paused. He actually didn't know what Zhang Hai's ability was. He'd seen the others use their abilities, but realized that Zhang Hai had only been driving and hadn't made a move yet. "So what is your ability?" Jiang Lushur asked curiously. "Heh, perfect timing. Big bro, just watch closely," Zhang Hai said in a poorly imitated Beijing accent. "All right." Jiang Lushur thought Zhang Hai was going to demonstrate something. But after rolling up his sleeves, Zhang Hai didn't start fighting. Instead, he pulled a spare tire out of the refrigerated truck. "I've got several tires in here. I'm not afraid of blowouts," Zhang Hai said proudly. "So that means you blow out tires often," Jiang Lushur thought to himself. But he still couldn't tell what Zhang Hai's ability had to do with the tire. Zhang Hai carried the tire over to the blown-out one. He pulled out a jack to lift the truck, then cracked his knuckles, flexing his 10 fingers that looked like carrots. "Big bro, watch this. This is my specialty," Zhang Hai said, and suddenly his hands moved so fast they became a blur. His speed was incredible, and his strength was clearly high too. The flexibility of his fingers was amazing. And what was he doing? Changing a tire. He didn't use any tools, not even a wrench. He twisted the bolts on and off with just his hands. While changing the tire, Zhang Hai boasted, "How about that, big bro? Not bad, right? My fingers mutated, they're super fast and super strong. Look, all muscle." Jiang Lushur stared blankly for a while before finally asking, "Can I ask, what did you do before?" "Mechanic. Ha 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 ha." Zhang Hai used to be a car mechanic. After mutating into an ability user, he combined his powers with his skills and continued doing his old job. In terms of combat strength, he was certainly stronger than an ordinary person, but among the 4 ability users in the team, he ranked at the bottom. However, his role was by no means unimportant. All the modifications and repairs of their vehicles were done by him alone. Even so, Zhang Hai's goofy personality and this strange power made him somewhat lacking in status. Not to mention, Yang Qingqing always looked down on him, often speaking with impatience. Jiang Lushur thought that this power was definitely not limited to fixing cars. Just the strength in those fingers alone could probably pierce a person like a bullet. To this, Zhang Hai laughed and said, "I'm not cut out for fighting. As soon as I start, I go crazy, can't stay rational." He paused, his smile slowly fading, and his tone grew heavy. This was the first time Jiang Lushur had seen such an expression on his face. "I don't know why, but I always see the image of my wife reaching out to me for help from among the zombies. I had just woken up then. If only I could have fought harder, faster. Forget it, no point talking about this." Zhang Hai forced a smile and went back to work. In fact, Zhang Hai probably knew that no matter how fast he was back then, he couldn't have saved his wife. But knowing doesn't mean you can move on from that memory. Most survivors had gone through similar tragedies. "Brother, in a little while we'll be at the satellite city." Jiang Zhuiying came over from the off-road vehicle with a bottle of water and handed it to Jiang Lushur. Everyone was drinking bottled water, replenishing their lost fluids and energy in time. Jiang Lushur noticed that the ability users were also carrying some dried mutant beast meat and were eating it with water. Using powers consumed a lot of energy, and only mutant beast meat could quickly replenish it. Ordinary food could help too, but the required amount would be much greater. It wasn't as portable and didn't help ability users evolve. Soon, the tire on the refrigerated truck was replaced. Everyone had drunk their water, eaten their meat, and rested. The convoy got back on the road, continuing toward the satellite city. From here, it would take just over 10 minutes to reach the satellite city. There were still plenty of zombies along the way, the streets were packed with them. Hearing the sound, the zombies surged forward. From a distance, it looked like a dark wave rolling toward them. Ah! Zhang Hai floored the gas pedal, charging forward under the cover of Yang Qingqing and the others, crashing and crushing zombies as he pushed through the horde. This time they were lucky, no tires blew out, though the vehicle got more dents and scrapes from the collisions. The satellite city was already close. They just needed to break through this last horde. At that moment, a sudden roar came from nearby. The sound was deep, like it came from the throat, and it didn't seem far away. Hearing the roar, Jiang Zhuiying sat up straight, a serious look appearing on her face. She listened carefully again, then quickly shouted, "Watch out!" Boom! A part of the zombie horde was shoved aside. Many zombies were even flung into the air. Right after that, a massive black shadow charged out, heading straight for the convoy. The black figure was about the size of an off-road vehicle, and its speed was just as fast. Its mouth was wide open, revealing sharp canine teeth. Its eyes were blood red. It was a mutant dog. In the cities, many people kept pet dogs, and there were also countless strays in the suburbs. These dogs all became infected, and after the apocalypse, most mutated into zombie-like monsters. A few, however, became mutant beasts. This size. Jiang Zhuiying's expression changed instantly. Mutant beasts came in all sizes, but this one was the biggest they had encountered so far. A level 1+ mutant dog, the starseed's detection showed that this was a level 1+ mutant dog. 1+ referred to its mutation energy level, but at this stage, the difference in combat power from size, strength, and speed was still massive. Even with the same energy level, actual combat strength varied greatly. This mutant dog was enormous, incredibly strong, and shockingly fast. As soon as the convoy spotted it, the mutant dog was already near. Boom! The mutant dog crashed into the refrigerated truck, sending it flying sideways and slamming hard into the roadside flower bed. Just as the truck hit, the mutant dog was already on it, slashing a paw. Its gleaming claws were each half a foot long. With terrifying force, the claws tore into the thick iron plates covering the truck like paper, leaving deep gashes. 2 pieces of packed mutant beast meat rolled out from the slashed opening, even the freezer had been cut open, showing just how deadly the attack was. With just one strike, the mutant dog sent chills down everyone's spine. Shit! Shit! Zhang Hai screamed inside the cab. His refrigerated truck could crush zombies, but in front of this mutant dog, it was like a plastic toy, completely useless. A few more swipes and the truck would be totaled. The mutant dog was almost the same size as the truck. Its blood-red eyes stared into the cab at Zhang Hai. It bared its fangs, thick, red drool dripping from its mouth and splashing onto the ground. Zhang Hai, staring from just a few feet away, felt his scalp tingle. With a scream, he slammed the gas pedal and forced the truck forward a short distance. The body scraped the flower bed, making a screeching sound, even throwing sparks. The mutant dog immediately gave chase, leaping forward to pounce on the refrigerated truck. If it landed, both the truck, Zhang Hai, and all the supplies would be done for. Just then, gunfire suddenly rang out from behind. Rat-a-tat! Bullets hit the mutant dog, creating several bloody holes. Awooh! The mutant dog howled in pain and turned to look at the off-road vehicle with the mounted light machine gun. The muscular man firing the gun felt his scalp go numb when the monster locked eyes on him. The light machine gun kept firing, but the mutant dog was agile and fast. Plus, the zombies blocked the bullets. The muscular man widened his eyes, watching helplessly as the mutant dog charged toward the vehicle. Seeing the distance between the mutant dog and them growing shorter, the muscular man finally couldn't hold on any longer. While firing desperately, he shouted, "Run! V-room!" The off-road vehicle suddenly swerved, and the light machine gun on the roof also turned, still aiming at the mutant dog, continuing to pour out bullets wildly. Because the turn was so sharp, one of the vehicle's wheels was lifted off the ground. "Yang Qingqing," the muscular man shouted. This mutant dog was too fast. Even if they turned now, they wouldn't be able to avoid it. They needed the other off-road vehicle to assist. But in the other vehicle, Yang Qingqing's face was pale. This mutant dog was more terrifying than any monster she had ever seen. Jumping onto it or near it would be too dangerous. Its size was massive, and it was still charging. Even brushing against it might cause serious injury. Also, this mutant dog's reflexes were incredibly fast. Although Yang Qingqing was quite fast herself, she had no confidence in facing it. Those terrifying claws, one hit and your guts would spill. Simply put, she'd be dead, no doubt about it. So, when she heard the muscular man shouting, although the off-road vehicle sped up immediately, Yang Qingqing herself hesitated and struggled. Seeing the mutant dog up ahead, her body felt weak, and she couldn't move. Just then, vroom. The minibus that had been following at the rear suddenly swept past the off-road vehicle, right in front of Yang Qingqing. Jiang Zhuying is going to act, was Yang Qingqing's first thought. Until now, the fights hadn't needed Jiang Zhuying to step in. But now was the moment. If every battle required Jiang Zhuying, then what use were the rest of them? Jiang Zhuying could become the leader not only because of her strength but because, in crucial moments, their survival depended solely on her. Yang Qingqing stared at the passenger seat window where Jiang Zhuying was sitting. Everyone admired her. Yang Qingqing was jealous. That was part of why she looked down on Jiang Lushi. Jiang Zhuying's amazing abilities made Yang Qingqing envious. She thought life was just too unfair. But regardless of her feelings, Yang Qingqing had to admit Jiang Zhuying's strength. The gap was too big. No matter how unwilling she was, she couldn't catch up. Seeing Jiang Zhuying make a move before her gave Yang Qingqing a bitter feeling. She had just hesitated out of fear, and Jiang Zhuying clearly saw it and acted. But to Yang Qingqing's surprise, Jiang Zhuying's window didn't open. Instead, the minibus drove straight toward the mutant dog. What is this? Before anyone could think further, the minibus slammed into the mutant dog with a loud bang. Only then did the survivors realize, this hit was right on time. The off-road vehicle, and the muscular man in it, narrowly escaped disaster. There were already several deep claw marks on the back of their vehicle. But now, that minibus had to be totaled. Next, Jiang Zhuying would probably step in. The muscular man, still wiping cold sweat, said to the driver, "Get ready to go back and get the boss's brother." If Jiang Zhuying fought the mutant dog, Jiang Lushi, a regular person, might be affected. Now that the minibus was done for, of course, they had to get him out. Jiang Zhuying would definitely order that. But just then, the minibus shook suddenly. Then it reversed briefly, then accelerated and rammed forward again. But this time, the mutant dog had already leapt to the side, and the minibus missed. What shocked everyone wasn't that it missed, it was that the minibus could still move. That last hit had completely enraged the mutant dog. Its face twisted, it let out low growls, and its target switched from the off-road vehicle to the minibus. The bullets hadn't hurt it much. Only a few had actually penetrated, it was too agile. But that sudden ram from the minibus, fast and forceful, had actually caused it real pain. After missing once, the minibus backed up again, then roared forward once more. Seeing it constantly swerving, adjusting its angle to keep attacking, and all the zombies crushed along the way, the survivors were dumbfounded. This was insane. Not only had the minibus not fallen apart, even its front looked mostly fine. What the survivors didn't know was, during Jiang Liushi's collision with the mutant wild boar earlier, the windshield cracked and the front was badly dented. But that was because the boar specialized in charging, the impact force was terrifying. The mutant dog, however, was agility-based. Its hits weren't its most deadly weapons, its claws and fangs were. Also, before coming to Jinling, Jiang Liushi's base vehicle had absorbed some mutant energy left behind after Brother Yu's death. The energy wasn't enough for a full upgrade, so it was used solely to strengthen the vehicle's armor. The defensive power had improved noticeably. Despite the repeated collisions, the vehicle kept going strong, bang bang, not even slowing down. Its sharp turning, instant acceleration, just like a supercar. The roaring engine echoed loudly. It might be a minibus, but it handled like a sports car. Damn. Inside the vehicle, Jiang Lushi had no time to care about how shocked the others were. This mutant dog was incredibly agile. Only that first unexpected hit had connected. But the off-road vehicle was too close to use the air cannon. Besides, using it in front of everyone would be too shocking. As for ramming and accelerating, those he could use freely. Even though the mutant dog had thick fur and strong defense, repeated impact trauma could still hurt it internally. A few more hits would significantly reduce its fighting strength. He hadn't rammed the off-road vehicle to save it, he had just seized a surprise attack opportunity. The moment the mutant dog appeared, a flash of excitement and anticipation appeared in Jiang Liushi's eyes. Though he was serious about the mutant dog's power, this was a great opportunity, maybe even lucky. He already had one mutant crystal. And in his eyes, this dog was the second one delivered right to him. Of course, killing it wouldn't be easy. Just then, Zhang Hai rushed in with the refrigerated truck. He saw it all and shouted in shock. Holy crap! This is insane. Freaking insane. What kind of RV was this? It was basically an armored vehicle. Inside, Jiang Lushur stayed expressionless, eyes locked on the mutant dog. Every time he turned the steering wheel, the precise direction and angle made Zhang Hai speechless. This driving skill was insane. Of course, Zhang Hai didn't know that Jiang Lushur was basically a rookie driver. He didn't even have a license. The smooth, precise handling came entirely from the Starseed's data calculations. Zhang Hai didn't come back just to spectate. On his truck, the ability user climbed out and, seeing a chance, leapt forward. As the mutant dog dodged the minibus, the user struck with his spear. At the same time, the refrigerated truck suddenly accelerated and closed in from behind. The mutant dog noticed the threat behind it and was momentarily distracted. Bang! The minibus crashed into it again, full force. The mutant dog was completely enraged, but Jiang Lushur didn't give it any chance to retaliate. Right after the collision, he immediately retreated to put some distance. If the mutant dog managed to scratch the minibus a few times, it wouldn't end well. This mutant dog had been hit by the minibus twice in a row, and now it hated both the minibus and Jiang Lushur inside it so much that it wanted to tear them apart and devour them instantly. Seeing the minibus backing away, it directly ignored the sneak attack from the Esper on the freezer truck and suddenly leapt, charging toward the minibus. The distance between it and the minibus was already short, and with its speed, it could catch up in a single pounce. The mutant dog opened its huge bloody mouth in a hideous manner, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth. It was going to bite the vehicle apart and drag the human inside out. But just then, Jiang Zhuiying appeared at the minibus window. Seeing the mutant dog charge crazily, she swung her iron rod hard. Zap! A few streaks of blue-white electricity flashed across the rod, like lightning, and the current hit the mutant dog accurately. The dog's body was massive. The current wasn't enough to be fatal, but it caused its body to freeze instantly. And in that moment of stiffness, the minibus suddenly accelerated and crashed into it again. The coordination was flawless. As soon as Jiang Zhuiying appeared, she showed overwhelming strength. In front of the mutant dog, there was no fear on her pretty face, only calm eyes. That's how she seized the opportunity to attack. Moreover, only her attack managed to truly make the mutant dog pause. If she kept attacking repeatedly, the dog's body wouldn't be able to handle it. The minibus hit just now was solid and much fiercer than the previous ones. Do it! Jiang Zhuiying shouted. At that moment, the minibus backed off again and suddenly swerved to the side. Bang bang bang. Gunfire erupted as a barrage of bullets rained down madly on the recently struck mutant dog. The muscular man kept shooting while shouting, "Help out, everyone! Yang Qingqing!" Both Zhang Hai and the muscular man realized it was time to cover Jiang Lushur. The minibus's crash resistance, performance, and Jiang Lushur's driving and reflexes were insanely good. Their earlier fight with the mutant dog made it clear, if they didn't help the minibus now, next time they faced the dog alone, they wouldn't be so lucky. Not necessarily certain death, but definitely a heavy price to pay. So they tacitly agreed to support Jiang Lushur. At this point, Yang Qingqing couldn't stay still anymore. Even if she was scared of the mutant dog, she had to grit her teeth and have the SUV move in. Boom! The minibus seized the moment when the bullets forced the dog to dodge, switched from reverse to a sudden charge forward, and rammed into it again. The muscular man immediately stopped shooting, thinking Jiang Lushur was totally insane, charging in like that through the line of fire. Fortunately, he wasn't hit. But soon, the muscular man noticed that the bullets had hit the minibus. The window now had a spiderweb-like crack. In other words, while the bullets struck, they didn't penetrate the window. The minibus actually had bulletproof glass. The muscular man was completely stunned. This vehicle's modifications were way too powerful. Even the cars of national leaders might not be this well equipped. But if he knew that Jiang Lushur's vehicle had a fuel capacity of 1 ton and carried a powerful area damage weapon like an air cannon, he'd think differently. Arg! The mutant dog wasn't dead yet. This time, the minibus had slammed it straight into a roadside shop, but it quickly charged out again from inside. The minibus's repeated collisions hadn't caused many external injuries, but the dog was now staggering as it stood. After rushing out, it shook its head hard. At that moment, Yang Qingqing approached, but as soon as she landed next to the dog, it let out a furious roar, scaring her into jumping back before she could even act. The mutant dog wasn't roaring at her, it had only one thing in its eyes now, the minibus. Yang Qingqing's face turned pale. Even injured, this mutant dog was still terrifying. Compared to Jiang Zhuiying's terrifying power, she didn't even have the chance to strike. Of the other two, one relied on a spear but couldn't even hit, and the other used a gun. Combined, they were still not as effective as Jiang Zhuiying. They were okay against ordinary zombies or weaker mutant beasts, but now, they could only play a supporting role. With Jiang Zhuiying present and the constant interference from the other three vehicles, even though the mutant dog was extremely agile, the minibus still found multiple chances to hit it. No matter how strong it was, it still had flesh and blood. After being repeatedly slammed by the minibus, its movement slowed, wounds appeared on its body, and blood flowed from its nose and mouth. Seeing this, the survivors became excited and began coordinating with Jiang Lushi more fiercely, launching stronger attacks. Earlier, they had been the ones getting beaten by the mutant dog. Now, the situation had reversed. Especially the combo of Jiang Zhuiying and Jiang Liushi's minibus, it was absolutely suppressing the mutant dog. Moreover, both of them were completely safe inside the vehicle, making it an obviously secure tactic. Boom boom boom. Jiang Lushi didn't even know how many times he had rammed the dog. This time, he directly slammed it into the outer wall of a building. The massive impact shattered the building's glass, and shards rained down like a storm. After hitting it into the wall, Jiang Lushi wasn't done. He stepped hard on the gas, continuing to press the dog against the wall. If they fired the air cannon now, both the wall and the dog would likely be blasted to bits. Vroom! The minibus engine roared wildly, the tires screeched against the ground, raising a cloud of dust and leaving deep skid marks. Seeing how fierce Jiang Lushi and the minibus were, the survivors were left speechless. Through the gaps, they could still see the massive body of the mutant dog and the blood pouring out from under the vehicle. Finally, the minibus engine noise died down, and it slowly backed away. Is it dead? Everyone stared nervously at the spot where the dog had been. As the minibus backed off, the mutant dog's form came into view. Its massive body was almost crushed out of shape, blood flowing from its eyes, mouth, ears, and nose, its body scorched with electric burns, and some areas were still smoking. Under its body was a huge pool of blood. The sticky blood was also smeared all over the minibus's front, dripping down in big drops. The mutant dog's body was still twitching slightly, but clearly, it was no longer alive. The freezer truck and the SUV stopped nearby. Everyone felt like they had run out of strength. Finally, it was killed. Besides the mutant dog, a few zombies were also killed during the fight, their bodies lying around, crushed into a bloody mess by the several vehicles speeding and turning back and forth. Holy shit! Zhang Hai shouted. He looked at the mutant dog, still in disbelief. When it attacked earlier, he thought he was going to die. But now, this fierce and brutal mutant dog had become a stray, defeated one. If this minibus hadn't suddenly unleashed its power, who knows how things would have turned out today. The others also stared blankly at the scene. It wasn't until the minibus came to a stop and slightly jolted as it ran over a zombie corpse that they finally shifted their gaze. The front of the minibus was still intact, with only a bit of damage, which, in their eyes, was as good as none. As for the windshield, there were just some claw scratches and the bullet marks from before. But looking back at the freezer truck, it was a miserable sight. The claw marks on the cargo hold looked like it could split in two at any moment. One side had been rammed by the mutant dog and was dented, the whole thing deformed. It was just a minibus, yet it had been modified to be sturdier and more crash-resistant than their freezer truck, with much better performance. For such a large vehicle, its turning was incredibly agile. Inside, Jiang Lushi simply let out a breath. His expression was calm, not flushed red, nor pale. Recalling his calm performance just now, everyone felt their impression of him had been overturned. When he came along today, they thought Jiang Lushi was just messing around, tagging along for nothing, needing Jiang Zhuiying to protect him. But now, the brutal reality was right in front of them. They were only support, just assisting Jiang Lushi. Although the main combat power was the minibus, driving skill also mattered greatly. The strong smell of blood filled the air. Jiang Zhuiying looked around, zombies were gathering again. You go stall the zombies. Zhang Hai and Musclehead, come drag the mutant dog into the freezer truck. Oh, Jiang Zhuiying glanced at Jiang Lushi and continued, dig out the mutant dog's crystal core while you're at it. Jiang Lushi rammed the mutant dog mainly for this crystal core. In fact, this mutant dog, being an agile type, was exactly the kind Jiang Lushi found troublesome. And at this time, these espers and the convoy came in handy. Of course, in the whole battle, the most important supporting role was still Jiang Zhuiying. Their loot was divided based on contribution, and this time the siblings took the biggest share. Not only had the team already promised Jiang Lushi a mutant crystal core, even by contribution alone, no one would argue if he wanted it. So when Jiang Zhuiying spoke, Zhang Hai and the other man from the freezer truck got to work without saying a word. These two were clearly used to cleaning up the battlefield and collecting loot. They were fast and efficient. Zhang Hai even stuck his finger straight into the mutant dog's heart and dug out a blood-covered mutant crystal core. He ran back to the freezer truck, rinsed it with water, then immediately ran over to the minibus and handed it to Jiang Zhuiying. This mutant crystal core is really pretty. Jiang Zhuiying looked at it briefly, then handed it to Jiang Lushi. The mutant crystal core was crystal clear, reflecting glass-like light. It was indeed very beautiful. But this kind of thing had just been dug out of the mutant dog's terrifying body. Jiang Lushi took out another mutant crystal core from his pocket. Now, he had two. After dragging away the mutant dog, the convoy shook off the zombie group and stopped again at a relatively safe place ahead. The freezer truck was too damaged, mainly the cargo hold. Though they temporarily blocked it with the mutant dog's body, after some bumping, the large crack reappeared. It had to be repaired first, or else they'd be dropping supplies all the way. As for other dents and damage from the collisions, there was no fixing that for now, they'd just have to make do. But the freezer truck already had metal plates prepared for repairs. Zhang Hai grabbed nails and a hammer and started nailing plates over the crack. Bang bang bang. As the sound of hammering rang out, Jiang Lushi took out both mutant crystal cores. Jiang Zhuiying had gone out for air, and the others were resting. No one was paying attention to him. They all seemed used to Jiang Liushi's habit of staying in the car. With such a powerful minibus, it made sense he treated it like his life. Glancing at the others, Jiang Lushi looked at the crystal cores again and gave a command to the starseed. Click. With a soft sound, a small slot popped out from the dashboard. There were 2 indents in the slot, enough to hold 2 mutant crystal cores. Jiang Lushi took a deep breath and placed both cores inside. A perfect fit, no gaps at all. As soon as the crystal cores were placed, the slot automatically closed and retracted. At the same time, the starseed's voice spoke. 2 mutant crystal cores inserted. New evolution options for the base vehicle unlocked. Please choose the direction you wish to evolve. Option 1, upgrade fuel tank. Most of the options Jiang Lushi had seen before. Looking again now, he was still tempted. Storage space, auto-absorption, mechanical arms, weapon upgrades, he wanted them all. But this time, Jiang Lushi already had a clear goal when collecting the 2 crystal cores. He shook his head, forcing himself to ignore all the other options and look directly at his target. Option 10, activate biological lab. By adding materials, you can develop a gene evolution fluid to enhance host genes and greatly improve physical ability. Requires, level 1 mutant crystal core X2. Jiang Liushi's current combat power relied entirely on the base vehicle. He himself was just an ordinary person. If he never had to leave the vehicle, that would be fine, but obviously, that wasn't realistic. Even if he ran over all the zombies alone and drove into a place to collect supplies, he'd still have to be on guard, always extremely cautious. So without hesitation, Jiang Lushi selected that option. First, activate the biological lab. Do you want to activate the biological laboratory? Biological laboratory has been activated. Please add the following materials to complete the construction of the biological laboratory. The starseed listed a long list. Seeing this list, Jiang Lushi was extremely frustrated. When upgrading the fuel tank before, a lot of materials were needed, and Jiang Lushi had long become used to it. Without materials, these facilities would not appear out of thin air. No upgrades could happen without them. But the materials needed for the fuel tank upgrade were relatively common. In this material list, however, some of the items, let alone now, even during peacetime, Jiang Lushi thought were very hard to obtain. Ordinary people wouldn't even know where to start. For example, titanium, 100 kilograms, iridium, 1 kilogram, nickel, 120 kilograms, cobalt, 150 kilograms. These were all extremely difficult to gather. The satellite city was actually just a small camp. The military had set up layers of roadblocks on the road, with rows of dark gun barrels behind them, and tanks lined up, creating a strong sense of pressure. As they approached the barricade, the convoy began to slow down. Jiang Lushi saw many zombie corpses on the road. Some had been there for a while, and no one had cleaned them up. They had been crushed over and over by passing vehicles, pressed flat onto the ground. This place really gives off a chilling feeling. Jiang Lushi looked at the soldiers behind the barricade. They were fully armed, with serious expressions, coldly watching the minibus and the 3 vehicles approach. Anyway, we're just here to exchange supplies. As long as we have something they want, they're easy to talk to. We need each other, it's mutual benefit, Jiang Zhuiying said, rolling down the window. She didn't speak or stick her head out. She just stretched out one hand, slender fingers, fair and delicate wrist, exposed in the air. Crack! A spark of electricity jumped between her fingers. Jiang Lushur saw that when the soldiers saw this, they silently moved the barricade aside to let them pass. It seemed that this electric ability had already become Jiang Zhuiying's signature. Just seeing it was enough for these people to recognize their convoy. The satellite city was made up of a small street and some roadside residential houses. These places had now been fenced in to form a camp. The convoy slowly drove in. Jiang Lushur saw many ordinary people sitting by the roadside, watching their vehicles pass. Blood was still seeping from the cracks of their freezer truck, and the faces of those people showed a trace of fear. Even though they were in a military camp, they weren't truly far from zombies. Seeing this survivor convoy arriving from outside immediately reminded them of the horrors out there. The military zone had over 1,000 soldiers and a large amount of supplies, requiring a lot of logistical manpower. These ordinary people were under the military's protection, but they weren't idle, they took shifts doing various logistics tasks. The people Jiang Lushur saw now were the ones temporarily off duty, sitting by the roadside and resting. Squads of fully armed soldiers patrolled the camp. When they saw the convoy, they cast wary and scrutinizing looks. The satellite city headquarters is over there. It used to be a school, Jiang Zhuiying pointed to a few buildings ahead. The students' dormitories were now the soldiers' living quarters. Classrooms and office buildings had become their storage areas and places to trade with survivors. The convoy stopped on the playground. Jiang Lushur got off the vehicle and saw a bulletin board at the entrance of the teaching building. This board was previously used for school announcements, but now it had many different, strange notices posted on it. List number 71. Collect 100 boxes of aspirin and other anti-inflammatory medicines to exchange for 1 ton of mutant beast meat and 100 bullets, or other needed items of equal value. This list is issued repeatedly and can be completed multiple times. List number 92. 10 boxes each of number 5 and number 7 batteries can be exchanged for 50 kilograms of mutant beast meat, 10 bullets, or other needed items of equal value. This list is issued repeatedly and can be completed multiple times. These are the military's published demand lists. This way survivors can clearly know what the military wants. Otherwise, if they bring things the military doesn't accept, it would be frustrating. These lists change often, and they want all kinds of things. Zhang Hai came up behind Jiang Lushur and explained when he saw he was interested. Usually, what the military gives us in return is mutant beast meat, bullets, and weapons. Bullets are the most expensive, followed by medicine. Look at the quantities they want, it's not easy to gather that much. Oh, Jiang Lushur nodded but didn't leave. Instead, he kept looking at the list. He had come to Satellite City, first because he was worried about Jiang Zhuiying, and second, to see if he could trade for the materials he needed. The materials required to open the biological lab couldn't be gathered by himself or Jiang Zhuiying's small team, it would be much faster through the military. List number 109, 1 mutant crystal core can be exchanged for 1 ton of mutant beast meat or other items of equal value. List number 211, 100 quilts, 100 down jackets. By the way, Zhuiying, can we trade for rare metals in this place? Jiang Lushur asked, not finding what he wanted on the list. The military only wrote other items, besides meat and bullets. What those other items were, they didn't explain. That? The military should have everything, I think. Even if they don't, if we can provide something they want, they can publish a related list to collect those from other survivors, Jiang Zhuiying said. They can do that? That's great then. Jiang Lushur nodded. Zhang Hai looked at Jiang Lushur curiously, not knowing what he wanted rare metals for. But he didn't come over just to ask what Jiang Lushur was thinking. He was extremely interested in Jiang Lushur's minibus. He hadn't had the chance to ask before, but now he couldn't hold it in any longer. Brother Jiang, where did you get that vehicle? It's awesome. The person who modified it is a genius. If there's a chance, I really want to meet them. I'd love to learn from them. I really hope they're still alive, Zhang Hai said. Of course he's still alive, Jiang Lushur silently thought. But as for asking for advice, impossible. If you asked him how it was modified, he wouldn't know either. Zhang Hai kept pestering for a while but had to give up in the end. Meanwhile, Jiang Zhuiying and the others went into the hall to exchange supplies. Being able to trade for the new weapon she had dreamed of, Jiang Zhuiying looked to be in a great mood, as if she couldn't wait. The others were more or less the same. Coming here allowed them to replenish bullets and other items, and also check if there was anything they could exchange for. Besides exchanging supplies, coming to such a crowded place and being able to do something like shopping, as in the old days, helped ease the nerves that were always tense from fighting zombies and relieved the loneliness of living among the undead. Seeing that the survivors and Jiang Zhuiying were all busy with their own things, Jiang Lushur walked over to a table. The hall setup was actually very simple. Besides the 2 original windows, the rest were just tables used as makeshift service desks, each manned by 1 or 2 soldiers. There were still some survivors inside the hall, arguing with the soldiers at one table, likely disputing the exchange rates for supplies. Jiang Lushur slowly walked to a table in the corner and asked, "I'm looking for some specific materials. Do you have them?" A young soldier sitting behind the table looked up at Jiang Lushur casually and asked, "What do you want?" Regular visitors were already familiar faces, but this young man, around 20 years old, was clearly a stranger. However, the soldier had seen that Jiang Lushur was with Jiang Zhuiying's group. 100 kilograms of titanium, and Jiang Lushur had just spoken the first word when the soldier froze for a moment. The more he listened, the more surprised he became. Although survivors came to exchange all kinds of items, this was the first time someone wanted to trade for so much metal. Survivors usually wanted supplies essential for survival or weapons. What would they need metals for? The soldier looked at him again and, seeing that Jiang Lushur didn't seem to be joking, revealed a strange expression and said, "I'll check for you." Maybe they had a local network here. Anyway, the soldier started searching on the computer in front of him. Jiang Lushur waited patiently. If the military had some in stock, that would be great. If not, then they'd have to issue a list to collect it from other survivors. After a few minutes, the soldier looked up and said to Jiang Lushur, "No. None in stock." This kind of material wasn't something survivors would collect to trade, and the military's demand lists had never included them. Then, Jiang Lushur was about to ask about issuing a request list when a voice suddenly interrupted from the side. "Iridium? What do you want that for?" "But that stuff, you can find it at our university." Jiang Lushur turned around in surprise. The speaker was an old man in his 60s, who didn't look like he was one of the survivors here to exchange supplies. He was dressed in dirty clothes, with mud on his hands, looking just like an honest old farmer. "Your university?" Jiang Lushur quickly asked. These metals, most of them were just hard to find, not particularly rare. But iridium was the hardest to get and also the scarcest. Iridium is usually used for fountain pen tips, and how big is a fountain pen tip? A whole kilogram of iridium was already quite a lot. "I'm talking about 1 full kilogram of iridium," Jiang Lushur added. If the old man told him to go pull pen tips from fountain pens at school, Jiang Lushur would be speechless. The old man wore glasses. Hearing the slight skepticism in Jiang Lushur's tone, he said, 1 kilogram? There is. Our university's lab has several iridium crucibles. Iridium crucibles are used for chemical experiments and usually found only in top national laboratories at major universities. This wasn't Jiang Lushur's field of expertise, so he hadn't thought of that. Now, hearing the old man, it suddenly all made sense. "You mean Jinling University?" If it was Jinling University, it was right next to where Jiang Zhuiying's group lived, not far at all. "Yes," the old man nodded. "Thank you." Jiang Lushur was overjoyed. That meant he could collect the hardest to find material himself. "Sir, could you tell me where the lab is?" Jiang Lushur asked. Jinling University was huge, and even Jiang Zhuiying might not know where the lab was exactly. The old man moved his lips, then wiped his hands on his clothes and asked, "Got pen and paper? I'll draw you a simple map." "That would be great." Jiang Lushur quickly borrowed pen and paper from the soldier. The soldier hesitated at first, but after glancing at Jiang Zhuiying nearby, he reluctantly handed it over. Seeing the old man's dirty hands holding his pen, the soldier immediately showed a look of disgust. "I'll draw it for you," the old man spoke slowly, giving the impression that he wasn't all there. His hands also trembled a little, but as he began drawing, Jiang Lushur was surprised. This simple map was drawn very neatly, smooth lines, very precise. The old man drew carefully. It took him 3 to 4 minutes to finish the route map and hand it to Jiang Lushur. "Here. This road here, it's the closest way in." "Got it." Jiang Lushur took the map and thanked him. "Thank you. By the way, sir, what did you do at Jinling University?" "Taught there," the old man replied. "Professor." "Professor?" Jiang Lushur was stunned. A professor should be looked after by the military, right? But judging from this old man, he was already very old and probably couldn't do much else, so they had him farming instead. He likely wasn't doing well either, which is why he was wandering around during break time. And judging from the obvious disdain on the soldier's face, this useless old man wasn't respected at all. "Astronomy," the old man added. That explained it. Jiang Lushur understood. If he had been a professor of physics, chemistry, or engineering, he would have been valued. But astronomy was considered useless in the apocalypse. Everyone only cared about survival, Who had time to worry about the stars? This old professor really was unlucky. You be careful going there, okay? Sigh, still trying to mess with this kind of stuff at a time like this, the old man wiped the pen on a relatively clean spot on his clothes, put it back on the table, and turned to leave. Wait, sir, Jiang Lushur called out. The old man turned back in confusion. Jiang Lushur looked at him, he seemed barely able to walk. At this rate, who knew how long he could survive? Jiang Lushur thought for a moment, reached into his pocket, and pulled out a bag to hand to the old man. Here, take this. It was a bag of dried mutant beast meat. Jiang Zhuiying had given it to him earlier. It was a hefty portion, much more than what Yang Qingqing and the others were carrying. But for Jiang Lushur, who had just acquired another mutant dog, this dried meat wasn't much. Originally, the soldier had lost interest in the conversation between Jiang Lushur and the old man and was flipping through a book. But with a casual glance, he saw Jiang Lushur pulling out a bag of mutant beast meat like it was nothing, and giving it to the old man. The old man looked down at the meat. A flicker of desire clearly flashed in his eyes, and he swallowed instinctively. In this camp, unless you were special talent, food was distributed based on labor. An old man like him, seen as useless, got very little and not very good food. He hadn't eaten meat in a long time. At this point, the soldier couldn't help but speak. This brother, giving such mutant beast meat to an old man like him is a waste. Better to let him eat his fill. If you want to use this mutant beast meat to exchange for more regular food, we can do that here, the soldier said. In fact, the military didn't deal with such small trades, this was the soldier's own idea. Although he wasn't an esper, with this mutant beast meat in hand, he could trade it with survivors for some good stuff, like a few packs of cigarettes. The military had large stockpiles of supplies, but they had little to do with individual soldiers. These soldiers relied on their salaries to get by, and the supplies issued to them monthly were limited. So, earning a little on the side was naturally a good thing. Originally, he thought his suggestion was pretty good, but Jiang Lushur simply smiled and said, "It's fine. I also have ordinary food, and some of it is close to expiration. It'd be a shame not to eat it, there's not even room left in the fridge. Sir, follow me out later, I'll give you some." Jiang Lushur's whole vehicle was stuffed with food, even the roof was packed full. Hearing this, the soldier had nothing to say. Judging by Jiang Lushur's tone, he clearly had plenty of supplies. He didn't care about this bit of meat at all. If even the fridge couldn't hold it, how much food must he have? Mutant beast meat? The old professor was shocked after hearing the soldier's words. So this whole bag of dried meat was actually mutant beast meat? He had thought it was just beef jerky. He had seen mutant beast meat before, but this was the first time it was in his own hands. That meat was what espers ate. In the military, it was solid hard currency. Mutant beast meat and bullets, these two things were like gold in the apocalypse. The professor usually ate rough food. If he could eat even a bit of meat, it was a blessing. Eat mutant beast meat? He didn't even dare to think about it. Looking at the meat Jiang Lushur took out, the professor, though he really wanted to eat it, didn't reach out for it. Instead, he waved his hand strongly and said, "I can't take it, I can't take it. This is too valuable. I can't accept it without having done anything. Just take it, it's not a big deal. Besides, I'd like to ask you something else," Jiang Lushur said. The professor still didn't take it and asked, "What is it?" "I'm just an old man, I might not be able to help you." "Sir, do you know where in Jinling I might find these metals?" Jiang Lushur listed out the other metals he needed. He was just trying his luck. The professor was a local and knowledgeable, maybe he would know something. The professor had actually heard Jiang Lushur listing those metals to the soldier earlier, but at that time, he hadn't immediately thought of where to find them. Now that Jiang Lushur asked, he furrowed his brow and began to recall carefully. They definitely aren't at the school. Let me think where they might be. I'm old, and my memory's not great, the professor mumbled to himself. He thought for quite a while, muttering several place names to himself and then shaking his head. Suddenly, his cloudy eyes lit up and he said, got it. Didn't they build a new industrial park a few years ago? There's a company there, Jiangnan Special Metal Technology Company. Their headquarters and warehouse are over there. The warehouse of the Special Metals Company. This company specialized in those materials. Their warehouse probably had the ones Jiang Lushur needed, maybe even more. Though iridium was rare, it was unlikely they had that. The many materials needed to build the biological lab couldn't be obtained from the military, but now, this old professor had pointed Jiang Lushur in the right direction. I haven't been to that industrial park, so I can't draw you a map, the professor said regretfully. No problem, I can find it myself, Jiang Lushur replied happily. Now he didn't need to publish a request list and wait, having a direction was all that mattered. He handed the bag of mutant beast meat directly to the professor. The professor quickly caught the bag with both hands. He still wanted to decline, but the rich aroma of the meat wafted out from the bag, making his stomach growl twice uncontrollably. This made the professor feel embarrassed. He looked at Jiang Lucier with gratitude and repeatedly said, "Thank you. Thank you so much. But please, no more, really." The professor wandered around the camp every day. Sometimes he gave survivors a bit of advice, but most people just saw him as an old man. The nice ones smiled and chatted casually without really listening. The rude ones just impatiently told him to get lost. He spent his days farming and was so stifled that he found this way to pass the time. He had never expected that after helping someone, he would actually receive something in return. This pleasant surprise filled him with gratitude toward Jiang Lucier. As for Jiang Lucier, getting clues to iridium and other metals was worth far more than this bit of food. But since the professor was adamant, Jiang Lucier didn't insist. If the old man rationed the mutant meat carefully, it would provide a good amount of nutrition. At least it would stop him from looking like he was already at death's door. At that moment, Jiang Zhuing's voice suddenly called out, "Bro, what are you doing? Come over and take a look." "Coming," Jiang Lucier replied, turning his head. At one of the tables, Jiang Zhuing and her team had gathered together. Even another group of survivors in the hall had gone over curiously to watch. They were probably trading for weapons. When Jiang Lucier was around, Jiang Zhuing always liked to ask for his opinion. That had become a habit. Actually, she knew best which weapon suited her. And since she had wanted this weapon for so long, she had definitely analyzed it in many ways and confirmed it was right for her. But with Jiang Lucier present, she couldn't help but ask him first. So the crowd automatically made way, all turning to look at Jiang Lucier as he walked over. The other group of survivors and the soldier who had spoken to him earlier all looked at him with curiosity. Especially the soldier. He had thought Jiang Lucier was just a new member of Jiang Zhuing's team. But it turned out he was her older brother? As for the survivors, they were surprised that Jiang Lucier was just an ordinary person, yet Jiang Zhuing and even her subordinates cooperated with him so willingly? Previously, Yang Qingqing and the others had looked down on Jiang Lucier. But in today's fight, they were the weak ones. Now, of course, they stepped aside consciously, and had far fewer complaints about him. "Bro, look." In Jiang Zhuing's hands was a long katana. The blade alone was about 1.5 meters long. The katana had originally been used by Qi Jiguang. This one had been custom-made for Jiang Zhuing by the military. She had paid a deposit, and now finally gathered enough mutant beast meat to complete the purchase. This katana was very different from ordinary ones. Jiang Lucier took the knife and immediately felt that the material was unusual. Cold light gleamed from it, very tough, and different from the knives he'd seen before. The blade was covered with streak-like patterns. The hilt, connected to the blade, was threaded and made from the same material. At the top was a rhombus-shaped metal ring. The blade and handle together were almost as tall as Jiang Zhuing, about 1.7 meters long. This was forged from special alloy steel, heat-resistant, and most importantly, highly conductive. The soldier sitting behind the desk took the initiative to explain to Jiang Lucier. "Highly conductive." Jiang Lucier nodded. This knife was indeed tailor-made for Jiang Zhuing. This knife, while called a katana, was more accurately a miaodao, based on the Japanese katana that Qi Jiguang modified from the Tang sword, and then further changed into something more suitable for combat. It was called a miaodao because of its long, slender blade, resembling rice seedlings. This long knife, specifically designed for military combat, was sharp and swift, a true killing weapon. With a blade like this, plus electricity, it was definitely formidable. At this moment, the soldier also brought out an alloy steel case and heavily placed it on the table. Just from the sound, you could tell it was heavy. When the case was opened, it gleamed coldly inside. He took out a long chain from it. When stretched out, it was 4 or 5 meters long, with a movable clasp at one end. This can connect to the ring at the top of the hilt. This chain is also made of special alloy steel and has excellent conductivity. The entire knife set is very expensive. It was rushed through production overnight, dozens of workers were involved. You won't find this kind of material anywhere else. Such a knife didn't exist before the apocalypse. Pre-apocalypse weapons didn't need to pair with powers, but this knife was made based on Jiang Zhuing's combat style and her ability. This special alloy steel had excellent conductivity. In a world where resources and manpower were scarce, producing this kind of metal and forging such a complex long knife meant the cost was naturally sky-high. Seeing Jiang Zhuing's eyes sparkle while staring at the long knife, Jiang Lucier could tell she was more than satisfied. Custom-made, with special alloy steel, this knife was definitely worth it. Buy it, Jiang Lucier made the final decision. The soldier immediately said, the price was agreed on earlier, just need to add 5 more tons of mutant beast meat. Did you bring it? 5 tons? The surrounding survivors all looked shocked when they heard that number. So much mutant beast meat, just to buy 1 knife? If it were food, how many people could that feed? We brought it, probably even more than enough, Jiang Lushur said. In fact, that complete mutant dog alone already exceeded the amount needed. What Jiang Lushur meant by more than enough referred to the meat he had given to Jiang Zhuiying earlier, plus what her team had stored. They didn't have a large scale to weigh it, only a rough estimate. But handing it to the military couldn't be estimated, weights had to be precise, down to the gram, for fairness on both sides. When the military called for someone to follow Jiang Zhuiying's group to retrieve the meat, the survivors curiously stood by the door to watch. The freezer truck was beat up, looking like it was about to fall apart. No one knew what they had gone through on the road. The 2 off-road vehicles parked nearby looked normal, but the minibus, with so many woven sacks stacked on the roof, stood out. Its plain appearance didn't match the rugged look of the 2 SUVs. When Zhang Hai opened the back door of the freezer truck, a hideous, terrifying mutant dog's head drooped out. The sudden drop of the mutant dog's head startled even the soldiers, who instinctively reached for their guns. The survivors also had a jolt before realizing, who could possibly transport a live mutant beast? No one had the strength to do that. Still, the dog was so terrifying that even in death, it made people feel afraid at first glance. Looking closer, blood was still seeping from its eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. It hadn't fully clotted. This was killed on the road just recently? The freezer truck's claw marks, though patched, were still visible. The metal plates used for repair were brand new, clearly just added. Those claw marks had to be made by the mutant dog. For it to tear apart a heavily reinforced freezer truck like that, how did they even manage to kill it? As the survivors were thinking this, Zhang Hai had already climbed into the truck. Boom! A dull thud rang out, a big chunk of mutant beast meat was thrown out and landed heavily on the ground. Before the survivors could react, boom 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 boom, more and more large chunks of mutant meat were tossed from the truck. At first, the people didn't react much, but as the meat piled higher and higher, and with the clearly whole mutant dog's head still hanging out of the truck, lightly swinging, the survivors started to feel unsettled. This is too much. When they saw the mutant dog's head, they had assumed it was part of the 5-ton meat, probably the majority. The soldiers had thought the same. That would have been the logical assumption. But as more meat was thrown out, the survivors slowly realized they might have been wrong. These meat chunks were probably the real payment for the knife, and the mutant dog was just something they picked up along the way. Soon, the meat chunks formed a small mountain on the ground. Jiang Zhuiying said, "This is it. You can weigh it now." The military's large scale was brought over. A few soldiers worked quickly and efficiently. Soon, they had weighed out 5 tons. Everyone watched as several chunks remained untouched. 5 tons was enough, these were extra. So when Jiang Lushur said, more than enough, he hadn't meant the mutant dog, he had meant the meat alone was already extra. All right, the meat's complete. The knife is yours, said the soldier, registering the meat. He glanced at the mutant dog and asked, "What are you planning to trade this meat for?" Yang Qingqing and the others didn't say anything. Their share of the battle was small, they weren't in a position to answer. They all looked at Jiang Zhuiying, who then looked at Jiang Lushur. "This mutant dog was mostly taken down by my brother. Whether to sell it or not, you'll have to ask him," Jiang Zhuiying said. Everyone's gaze instantly shifted to Jiang Lushur again. Soon, some survivors and even a soldier's expression changed, completely dumbfounded. He killed it? Isn't he just a normal person? Those who noticed were all espers. They could sense that Jiang Lushur had no energy fluctuation at all. He was just an ordinary person. An ordinary person killed a mutant dog? Don't mess with us, we might be inexperienced, but we're not that gullible. Although the soldier asking the question wasn't an esper, he was also surprised after hearing what Jiang Zhuiying said. He had interacted with Jiang Zhuiying's survivor team several times before and knew that the strongest person in the team was Jiang Zhuiying. Judging by the amount of supplies she brought every time, and the fact that it was always the same group going back and forth, it was clear that even among all the espers in Jinling they dealt with, Jiang Zhuiying's team was considered top tier. Otherwise, for most survivor teams, not just the members, even the leader might change each time. The supplies they brought also varied greatly, depending on luck. But Jiang Zhuiying's team was consistently stable. Of course, this time, they had outdone themselves. The soldier was surprised. Was this man also very strong? Especially since he was the one who killed the beast. Could he be even stronger than Jiang Zhuiying? Jiang Lushur could tell from the soldier's expression that he had misunderstood. He didn't care much about that kind of misunderstanding, but he also wouldn't bother to explain anything. This meat won't be sold for now, Jiang Lushur said, then looked at Jiang Zhuiying and Yang Qingqing's group and added, if you want to sell your share, go ahead. Huh? No, it's fine, we don't need to. The muscular man and the others looked at each other and quickly shook their heads. Yang Qingqing also said, I don't need it either. She bit her lip and looked at Jiang Lushur. Jiang Lushur's calm tone felt different from Jiang Zhuiying's firm, commanding style at first, but in fact, it was the same type of authority. To Yang Qingqing, she was used to being directed by Jiang Zhuiying. But now it suddenly felt like Jiang Lushur was the one making decisions. In this matter, Jiang Lushur had indeed done the most. But in other teams, even if someone contributed more, the leader would still make the final arrangements. Yet in their team, not only for this situation, even things unrelated to Jiang Lushur, they still asked for his opinion. Yang Qingqing actually wanted to trade for something, but seeing that everyone else said no, she didn't want to cause trouble. After all, her share of the meat was probably the smallest. And this frustration of not getting to trade, she blamed on Jiang Lushur. He's not even in our team, acting like he's in charge, Yang Qingqing thought silently, annoyed. Not trading, huh? The soldier looked at the mutant dog's corpse and showed a regretful expression. Usually, survivor teams didn't bring much mutant beast meat, unless they needed a lot of bullets or were making a major trade like Jiang Zhuiying. Only then would they bring enough. Survivor teams capable of killing mutant beasts had espers, and mutant beast meat was very valuable to them. A complete mutant dog like this was extremely valuable. If they could get it, today's military gain would be huge. What a pity. Then come back when you want to trade, the soldier said. Just like Jiang Zhuiying had said before, these soldiers were still polite to them. The purpose of the military base was to collect supplies, and doing that by relying only on their own team wouldn't be as fast as trading with survivors. There was no need to offend each other. Oh right, Jiang Lushur suddenly asked, can I ask what the current situation is? Previously, the starseed had told him that after the apocalypse broke out, the entire world would rapidly collapse. But as for the specific situation, the starseed didn't explain. The military, backed by the state, had preserved many important technologies before the apocalypse. They should have a better grasp of the situation. Those safe zones and islands must still be connected somehow. But that was just Jiang Lushur's guess. He wanted exact information. The current situation, the soldier hesitated. They usually avoided talking about the situation with survivors, to prevent causing more despair, but that was for ordinary people. These survivors were already struggling in the city and likely had long given up hope for improvement. I can't say too much. Anyway, the safe zones are researching the mutant beasts. These damn things are getting stronger, and faster too, the soldier said. Evolution, both mutant beasts and espers were evolving. Even though the soldier didn't say much, his implication was clear. The military definitely had no plans to counterattack for now. Just holding the safe zones was enough. For survivors, it meant they had two choices, go to the safe zone, or survive on their own. Ordinary people might want to go to the safe zone. But espers? They needed to eat mutant beast meat to evolve. On the other hand, there were already so many people in this camp. The military hadn't sent them to the safe zones. It seemed they didn't want to take in more people either. It's getting late, let's go, Jiang Lushur said after checking the time. Once night fell, the whole city would belong to the monsters. They were even more active at night than during the day. Traveling at night was basically suicide. On the way back, Jiang Lushur told Jiang Zhuiying the information he had gotten from the old professor about the metal materials. Jiang Zhuiying had been excitedly admiring her newly acquired long blade. But when she heard Jiang Lushur asking about the national lab at the university, she was stunned, then looked up and said, "Brother, what do you need those for?" "They're useful," Jiang Lushur said. "So, do you know the situation at Jinling University?" "Well, there aren't really any supplies at the school, and second, there are too many zombies. So we haven't gone back. But I do know the general situation, it's full of zombies," Jiang Zhuiying said. "Too many students and staff, there must be zombies everywhere on campus. Are you planning to go there?" "I'll go with you," Jiang Zhuiying said. "We'll see," Jiang Lushur replied. "That special metals company is said to be in Jinling Industrial Park. Have you heard of it?" Jiang Zhuiying went to university in Jinling, but usually, she was either on campus or out on field research with her professors and team. She hadn't really explored the city. She rested her head on her hand and thought for a moment, then pouted, "Nope. Let's ask Yang Qingqing later. She's a native of Jinling, she must know." "Okay," Jiang Lushur nodded. If he could get a clear location, that would be perfect. On the map, he could only find Jinling Industrial Park, but nothing more specific. The place looked messy, he hadn't seen any sign of that special metals company. Jiang Lushur had downloaded the latest version of the map, but it still didn't include that place. He couldn't help but feel frustrated and speechless. The return trip was much smoother by comparison, but by the time they got back to the villa camp, the sun was already setting, and the sky was getting dark. It gave people a feeling of relief, like they had just made it back in time. The survivors who had stayed behind at the villa were all anxiously waiting by the door. Although Jiang Zhuing's group only made up a small part of their team, they were their entire combat force. If anything had happened to Jiang Zhuing and the others, the rest truly wouldn't know what to do. When they saw the convoy appear in the distance, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. But why was Jiang Liushur's minibus at the front? Wasn't the sturdier freezer truck always the lead vehicle? When the vehicle stopped at the gate, and they saw the condition of the freezer truck, everyone gasped. The freezer truck was in terrible shape. No wonder it wasn't leading. Jiang Zhuing and the others got out one after another, and several survivors quickly and automatically surrounded them. Refueling, maintenance, cleaning, and unloading supplies were usually done by these non-combat personnel. Only repairs and modifications were Zhang Hai's job. Those tasks weren't something ordinary people could handle. There's a mutant beast in the truck. Go and drag it out to be dealt with. Cutting, removing organs, all of that was troublesome and also done by non-combat members. In Jiang Zhuing's team, there were no freeloaders. Yang Qingqing and the others had originally thought Jiang Lushur was an exception, a useless outsider. But after today, none of them thought that anymore. Although the moment Jiang Lushur returned to the camp, he really did look like someone who had nothing to do with anything. I'm heading back to the garage, Jiang Lushur said to Jiang Zhuing, then prepared to go. Big bro, I'll come help you fix the car later, Zhang Hai said. Jiang Lushur waved his hand. No need. Zhang Hai was fine with regular vehicles, but the base vehicle wasn't within his expertise. Letting him work on it might actually increase Jiang Liushur's repair costs? According to the Starseed's report, Jiang Lushur didn't need to rush repairs anyway. The current damage didn't affect performance, just made the vehicle look a bit rough. As for appearance, it really had nothing to do with his vehicle in the first place. As the minibus returned to the garage and the garage door closed, the other survivors felt a bit awkward. With Jiang Zhuing around, they couldn't say anything, but they were thinking, did that vehicle even need repairs? It didn't look badly damaged. It seemed to have been very well protected. At that moment, several survivors had opened the freezer truck's cargo hold. Whoa! Even though they were mentally prepared and knew what was inside, seeing it with their own eyes still made them instinctively step back. This mutant dog was truly terrifying. As ordinary people, they couldn't even imagine fighting a creature like this. The freezer truck ended up like this because of this monster, right? That battle, TSK, must have been intense. But you guys are impressive. As fierce as this thing was, it's lying here dead now, isn't it? As he spoke, one of the survivors even reached out and patted the dog's head. As an ordinary person, just being able to stand here and touch the dog's head gave him a strange thrill. Even seeing a few zombies used to scare him half to death, but this mutant dog's corpse couldn't hurt him anymore. Soon, it would be chopped up into pieces of meat. He knew this was all thanks to Jiang Zhuing's group, so he complimented them just the right amount. Who doesn't like hearing praise? The other survivors also chimed in. It wasn't just flattery, they were genuinely shocked and amazed. Yang Qingqing didn't look very pleased. Before the others could finish, she said, I'm tired. I'll go rest. Then she turned and went back to the villa without looking back. She really didn't like hearing all that. The muscular man and the others looked a bit embarrassed. One of the espers coughed and said, ahem, actually, this mutant dog was mainly taken down by Zhuing's brother. Huh? The survivors were all stunned. But then, seeing Jiang Zhuing's reaction, they quickly understood and started talking all at once. So strong? Ha, runs in the family. Both are amazing. Man, the gap between people is just insane. Even as they said this, their expressions were full of shock. Looking at the mutant dog, they found it hard to believe. They had already learned from Yang Qingqing and the other espers that Jiang Lushur was just a regular person, just like them. But someone like them had managed to kill a mutant dog that shocked them just by looking at its corpse? It's just the vehicle that's good, Yang Qingqing muttered softly when she heard all the cheers and admiration from afar. Inside the base vehicle's cabin, it was bright and warm. The luxurious interior glowed under the lights, making it feel even more refined. Compared to the terrifying, bloody scenes outside during the day, this place felt unbelievably safe, comfortable, and peaceful. Click. The bathroom door opened. Jiang Lushur stepped out after taking a hot shower, steam still rising from his body. Every pore felt relaxed. He lay down on the bed and felt completely at ease. Jinling University, Jiang Lushur stared at the ceiling. Today, he had obtained 2 mutant crystal cores, and the construction of the biological lab had already started. The excitement kept him awake. He had witnessed those espers in action today. The guy from before, UGE, was too weak, no evolution at all. But his speed still left some impression on Jiang Lushur. And today's battles, especially Jiang Zhuing's power, had shocked him even more. Opening the biological lab wasn't just because Jiang Lushur wanted to improve his own strength for safety, it was also because he was deeply fascinated by these special mutant abilities. Ordinary people who gained powers weren't ordinary anymore. Tomorrow morning, I'm heading to Jinling University. Jiang Lushur made up his mind. Just then, Jiang Zhuing's drawn-out voice came from outside the garage. Brother, dinner time. Hearing that voice, Jiang Lushur smiled. Even in the apocalypse, at this moment, he felt like nothing had really changed. When Jiang Lushur came into the hall, the survivors were all eating. He noticed that as soon as he appeared, everyone was looking at him, with smiles on their faces and a hint of amazement in their eyes, as if they were looking at something unbelievable. These survivors already knew that the mutant dog was mainly killed by Jiang Lushur ramming it. All of them had seen the corpse of that mutant dog. The more shocking the corpse looked, the more surprised their expressions were when they looked at Jiang Lushur. Jiang Lushur glanced at them, then walked through the hall and entered the dining room. Being stared at like that made him a bit uncomfortable. Inside the dining room, everyone was already sitting at the dining table, and the food had been served, but no one was eating. But it wasn't because of Jiang Lushur that no one was eating, it was because Jiang Zhuing hadn't moved. She was waiting for Jiang Lushur, so the others could only wait too. You've waited long enough, go ahead and eat. Jiang Lushur sat down, glanced at them, and said. After he spoke, Jiang Zhuing obediently picked up her chopsticks, and the others followed and began eating. Brother, eat more. Jiang Zhuing didn't eat much at first. Instead, she served a pile of dishes into Jiang Lushur's bowl until it was almost overflowing. You eat, too. Last time they ate together, Jiang Lushur had noticed that espers ate a lot. 2 or 3 plates per person was no problem. Judging by how unsatisfied they looked after eating, they could probably eat even more, but they held back to save resources. But that applied to people like Yang Qingqing. Their share of mutant beast meat was small, so they had to control themselves. As for Jiang Zhuing, her share was actually quite large, she just wanted to save up and trade for weapons. Now that she had her weapon, and with a whole mutant dog still there, she was eating freely. She made up for everything she hadn't eaten before. The more mutant meat one ate, the faster the evolution. As for Jiang Lushur, he didn't care about saving. He had a lot of supply now, so he could eat however he liked. Even though improving physical strength with mutant meat was a long-term process, since it was both useful and delicious, why not eat more? Gurgle. Yang Qingqing looked at the siblings eating meat so happily, and she felt her own stomach shrinking. I'm full. Yang Qingqing put down her chopsticks, silently crying in her heart. At that moment, Jiang Zhuing suddenly asked between bites, brother, didn't you say you wanted to go to Jinling University? Earlier when she asked, Jiang Lushur said, we'll see, but she had remembered it clearly. When it came to anything related to Jiang Lushur, Jiang Zhuing cared deeply. The most vivid memories she had were of Jiang Lushur's care and love for her, as well as his complaints. Even though Jiang Zhuing never mentioned these things, she always showed it through her actions. Jiang Lushur originally intended to tell her after the meal, but he didn't expect her to bring it up at the table. When, are you going? Jiang Zhuing forced herself to swallow the meat in her mouth, then asked, going? Is it urgent? The sooner the better. I've decided to go tomorrow, Jiang Lushur said. Okay. Jiang Zhuing grabbed another piece of meat, then rolled her big eyes and looked at the others at the table. Then we'll go to Jinling University tomorrow. Rest well tonight. Huh? Everyone was stunned. Go to Jinling University? If it was Jiang Zhuing who wanted to go, they wouldn't question it. She was the leader, she could go wherever she wanted, as long as it wasn't sending them to their deaths. The reason they had a foothold and were surviving was mostly thanks to her, this was why she had authority. But from the conversation they just heard, it was clearly Jiang Lushur who wanted to go to Jinling University. What are we going there for? Yang Qingqing asked. She looked at Jiang Lushur in confusion. He wasn't from their university, and now Jinling University was full of zombies. She couldn't understand at all why Jiang Lushur wanted to go there. There's something I need from the lab there. It's very useful to me, Jiang Lushur said. As for the matter with the base vehicle, he couldn't explain, so he had to be vague. The lab? What useful thing could be there now? Isn't it all just chemistry stuff? Yang Qingqing was speechless. First, he wanted mutant crystal cores, and now lab equipment? Did he want to study the virus himself? This was just daydreaming nonsense. Even if you wanted to find something like that, you didn't need to go to a university lab. You could find some elsewhere, maybe someday later? Before Yang Qingqing could finish, Jiang Zhuying interrupted her. Alright, that's enough. Is this kind of thing even up for discussion? Jiang Zhuying said. She didn't care what her brother wanted or what it was for. Since Jiang Lushur said he needed it, they'd go get it. She knew Jiang Lushur well, he wouldn't go through all this trouble for something useless. If he said it was useful, then it definitely was. And as the leader, making this kind of decision was her basic right. Usually, whenever they needed to go somewhere or do something, it was always Jiang Zhuying who made the call. Just going to fetch an item, definitely not something worth debating. Being shut down like that, Yang Qingqing's expression turned ugly. They were around the same age, from the same school, but Jiang Zhuying was the one in charge. And her personality was like that, seemingly easygoing, but actually very firm and not giving face to anyone. Yang Qingqing now felt humiliated. All the other espers and survivors in the hall seemed to be watching her joke. But Jiang Zhuying didn't care what she thought. After finishing her last bite of meat and wiping her mouth, she stood up contentedly and said, I still owe my brother one mutant crystal core. The one from that dog we killed today should go to my brother based on contribution, so that means we still owe him one more. After saying that, Jiang Zhuying grabbed Jiang Lushur and walked off. Looks like Yang Qingqing didn't want to go. I guess the others don't want to either. Jiang Lushur asked. Jiang Zhuying smirked and said, so what if they don't? I'll go alone. And if I go alone, why should I keep them around? If they don't come, then when I return, they won't have a place here anymore. These espers didn't have what it took to make it on their own. Jiang Lushur was amused by her words and rubbed her head. Not bad, kid. By the way, where's your storage room? Jiang Lushur asked. Watching Jiang Lushur and Jiang Zhuying walk away, Yang Qingqing withdrew her gaze with an unpleasant expression. She said angrily in a low voice, that guy is such a troublemaker. Don't you all feel like, ever since he showed up, Zhuying sides with him in everything? That Jiang Lushur, when it comes down to it, isn't it just that his vehicle is strong? Yang Qingqing continued. Seeing Zhang Hai and the others staying silent, Yang Qingqing stood up angrily and left. These people are all cowards. Jiang Lushur was inside the storage room checking things out. He was someone who cared a lot about supplies. He knew he would get the biggest share of the mutant dog today, but he still wanted to see exactly how much he had and what it looked like stored. This was important property. The survivors were very efficient in handling the mutant beast meat, and their cutting skills were good. The meat chunks were neatly placed, looking clean and even appetizing. Jiang Lushur was very satisfied. This mutant dog was not much smaller than the mutant wild boar, and the portion he received was quite substantial, almost 3/4 of the entire dog. The remaining 1/4 mostly went to Jiang Zhuying. Jiang Lushur was happily admiring the meat when he suddenly heard voices coming from outside the door. It's quieter here, just say it here, a woman said. It's still about that bumpkin. Another voice sounded familiar to Jiang Lushur. Wasn't that Yang Qingqing? At first, Jiang Lushur wasn't paying attention to their conversation, but then he heard his own name. That Jiang Lushur, and Jiang Zhuying too, they're really too much. Yang Qingqing said angrily. Jiang Lushur quietly moved to the door and looked out through the peephole. He saw Yang Qingqing and another woman. He vaguely recognized her. When he first met Jiang Zhuying, this woman was there too. She was an ordinary person but had good physical ability, didn't talk much, and didn't look easy to get along with. She had been sticking close to Yang Qingqing at the time, it seemed their relationship was quite close. Jiang Zhuying said we're going with her tomorrow to Jinling University to accompany her brother. Huh? Why? The other woman asked. Who knows? Yang Qingqing said angrily. It's not like I'm unwilling to move together, but he's not even part of our team. Look at him, aside from eating, he stays in that vehicle all day, treating it like some treasure. No one else is allowed near it. Even when we go out, only Jiang Zhuying gets to ride in his vehicle. The more she talked, the more irritated Yang Qingqing felt. She had been publicly shut down by Jiang Zhuying and now couldn't even avoid going tomorrow. From the start, she had disliked Jiang Lushur. But Yang Qingqing also knew that her initial dislike for Jiang Lushur came mostly from her dissatisfaction with Jiang Zhuying. When this strong, independent Jiang Zhuying suddenly had a normal, older brother, she was secretly gloating. But soon, that older brother surprised everyone. At first, under Yang Qingqing's influence, the survivors were quietly mocking Jiang Lushur, watching him like a joke, even feeling sympathetic toward Jiang Zhuying. But now, their attitude had changed. Even the other Esper started calling him Big Bro like Zhang Hai did. He's not even part of their team, why call him Big Bro? It was all just sucking up to Jiang Zhuying. Every single one of them only cared about Jiang Zhuiying. At that point, Yang Qingqing suddenly had an idea. That vehicle of Jiang Liusher's really was something. If she could get her hands on it. But thinking more about it, she realized it wouldn't work. Her driving skills were terrible. Even if it were a tank, she wouldn't be able to use it. What's the use of something you can't even operate? But just because she couldn't get it didn't mean there weren't other ways. If he wants our help, he should treat himself as one of us. That vehicle should be treated as a team resource. We should elect a driver to operate it. Even if he still drives, it should be used publicly. Yang Qingqing thought, if she could stay in that minibus, it would definitely be safer than riding in a regular off-road vehicle. After today's fight with the mutant dog, she felt deeply unsafe. And the minibus had left a very strong impression on her with its defense capabilities. By comparison, off-road vehicles were less secure than even the freezer truck. How could she feel at ease riding in one of those? That's true, but he definitely won't agree, right? The woman said. With how stingy he is. Of course he won't. But I don't believe I'm the only one who thinks this. I'll go talk to everyone, get them to bring it up. Jiang Zhuiying can't ignore everyone's opinion, right? If she disagrees, everyone will definitely be disappointed in her. Yang Qingqing said, with a sneer forming at the corner of her mouth. Judging from how protective she was of her brother, Jiang Zhuiying might really refuse, and if she did, she would face even more pressure. In the end, maybe she'd lose everyone's trust and still have to give up the vehicle. This plan was viable. Alright, I'm going to bed. Tomorrow, I'll talk to the other espers first. It's for everyone's safety and benefit, they won't disagree. And besides, what if Jiang Liusher gets bitten by zombies? He's just a normal person, after all. Yang Qingqing smiled meaningfully. The other woman was briefly stunned, then also smiled. Yeah, that last part was probably the real point. After speaking, Yang Qingqing left, and so did the other woman. After they walked away, a door not far from them opened. Jiang Liusher walked out, looking thoughtfully in the direction where Yang Qingqing had left. That Yang Qingqing had assumed he was already back in his room, but today, he happened to be inspecting the storage room. After all, he had a large share of meat stored there, and as someone who took resources seriously, of course he wanted to verify how much he really had. Yang Qingqing, Jiang Liusher rubbed his chin. He really hadn't expected this woman to try stirring up trouble. In his mind, she had barely existed. The villa area at night was far from peaceful. From time to time, zombie howls echoed from the distance. These sounds rose and fell, not like random screeches, but with a chilling, eerie undertone. Even though they knew that as long as they didn't make loud noises or shine bright lights at night, zombies wouldn't approach, and that someone was always on watch, many survivors still couldn't sleep well. But this was just the reality of surviving in the apocalypse. They were already among the lucky ones. Lying in bed, Jiang Liusher also heard the zombie howls. He paused briefly, then continued watching his show. As he watched, Jiang Liusher couldn't help but wonder, could these shows be used to trade for supplies in the future? Whether with the military or other survivors. All it would take is collecting a few USB drives to copy them again and again. The next day, Jiang Liusher got up early. Although he hadn't gone to bed very early, he had slept quite well. Sleeping in the base vehicle certainly felt much safer than wherever the survivors were. Morning. Good morning, big bro. During breakfast, Jiang Liusher glanced at Yang Qingqing. She also looked at him and smiled, nodding as a greeting. Jiang Liusher smiled back slightly, his expression warmer than usual. Yang Qingqing paused for a second, not understanding why Jiang Liusher suddenly seemed so friendly. But she didn't think too much of it. Today, she would speak with the other espers and bring up the matter. Let's see if Jiang Liusher could still smile by then. Jiang Liusher just smiled at Yang Qingqing and ignored her. He had already clearly heard what was on her mind yesterday. This is today's route map. While eating breakfast, Jiang Liusher took out the map and placed it on the dining table. That simple map had already been compared with the one downloaded on the tablet. The old professor had marked key buildings along the road in great detail, and the comparison showed almost no mistakes. This route is relatively safer, with fewer zombies. But honestly, in any area full of zombies, there's no such thing as truly safe, Jiang Liusher said. Just like how they suddenly encountered a mutated beast yesterday. The freezer truck was repaired overnight. It can run normally today, Zhang Hai said. That muscular man also said, the machine gun has been checked, and the bullets are ready. That's good. Anyway, everyone be careful today. It's best if we can go and come back safely, Jiang Zhuiying stood up and said. She was holding a long knife, wearing denim shorts and a simple tight t-shirt, with her hair in a ponytail, a perfect combination of youthful energy and terrifying cold weaponry. Seeing Jiang Zhuiying today, Jiang Liusher's eyes lit up. Maybe because of her evolution, she now had a more unique aura. Let's go! Jiang Zhuing's words were very brief. Sitting in the minibus, her expression looked eager to fight. She had just received a new weapon and hadn't tested its power yet. Today was a good chance. But as they approached Jinling University, Jiang Zhuing began to feel a bit melancholy. Back before the apocalypse, I had already left school. I don't know what the situation was like in the school when the disaster broke out. Jiang Zhuing felt lucky about this. She didn't have to face classmates who had turned into zombies when the apocalypse started. Many survivors in the camp had seen their loved ones turn into zombies or be torn apart by them. Now, entering the campus again, Jiang Zhuing felt much calmer. Even if she encountered familiar classmates or teachers turned into zombies, she felt she could face them calmly. Jiang Lushur glanced at her and said, "The school is so big, it must have been chaotic back then. Even if you were there, you couldn't have done anything." "Yeah, I know." Jiang Zhuing nodded. She knew she couldn't have saved anyone back then. This kind of thought just flashed through her mind. As the convoy approached Jinling University, the number of zombies ahead began to increase rapidly. The freezer truck led the way, and the superpowered people in the two off-road vehicles began to take action. The roars and crashing sounds of zombies were non-stop. These zombies didn't fear getting hurt. They crazily pounced forward one after another. Soon, the convoy reached the gate of Jinling University. A group of zombies made up of students and a few security guards blocked the gate. The barrier pole at the entrance tilted crookedly, swaying and creaking. The gate was stained with patches of blood, and the four big characters of Jinling University were splashed with dark brown blood. A half-eaten corpse, reduced to bones, lay across the top. Hearing the sound of the convoy, the zombies all looked over. Seeing those former classmates, Jiang Zhuing let out a soft breath and waved to an off-road vehicle next to the minibus, "Clear the way." Boom! The freezer truck directly rammed the barrier pole aside and charged into the zombie group. After nearly getting split in half by a mutant dog yesterday, Zhang Hai had reinforced the freezer truck further. He welded steel spikes, half a finger long, onto it. This length wouldn't cause zombies to get stuck on the vehicle when hit, but it could inflict more damage on zombies or mutant beasts. Although zombies don't care about injuries, the smell of blood might attract others. These zombies had no sense, they attacked when they saw humans and also when they smelled blood, no matter the time. So this function helped a bit. However, compared to Jiang Liushur's minibus that rammed freely and didn't fear attacks, the freezer truck still looked weak. Zhang Hai, driving today, felt no excitement and remained silent the whole time. Jinling University's national-level laboratory was in a secluded area near the center right of the campus. The old professor had drawn a route through quieter paths, but even so, zombies were still everywhere. These former students, now zombies, were all agile and fierce. As they were hit and attacked, the freezer truck once again became dented and battered. The convoy slowed down and entered a small square in front of the national lab. The lab was surrounded by green belts, and the convoy stopped in front of the building. Beep beep. This time, Jiang Lushur honked the horn himself. After a few honks, he backed the car up a bit. Soon, several zombies suddenly rushed out of the main entrance and charged straight at the minibus. Boom! A few seconds later, another group of zombies appeared and were also knocked down by the minibus. After repeating this a few times, Jiang Lushur finally stopped the car. Roar! As soon as Jiang Zhuing got off the car, a group of zombies, attracted by the noise, rushed in from outside the gate. She turned around, stretched her long knife to the side, and stood still. The zombies were running fast. In a blink, they were close, waving their arms and baring red mouths, eager to tear Jiang Zhuing apart. Compared to these 20 or so zombie-like monsters, Jiang Zhuing looked very fragile. But just as they were about to reach her, Jiang Zhuing suddenly moved. Her body turned slightly, and the long knife slashed across with her motion, creating a bright white arc. Sparks of electricity danced on the blade, forming what looked like a net in front of her. Crack crackle. All the zombies froze instantly. Their bodies twitched, black smoke rose from them, and then they thumped to the ground, muscles still spasming. Jiang Zhuing retracted the long knife to her side. The electric arcs still flickered, making her look like a character from a movie special effect scene. Especially when she turned around, her eyes seemed to flash with electricity too. "Let's go," Jiang Zhuing said, smiling. She was very satisfied with the knife's performance. The other superpowered people also got off the vehicle. Yang Qingqing looked at Jiang Zhuing, feeling very uneasy. Jiang Zhuing had become stronger. She just killed over 20 zombies easily. That was something Yang Qingqing could never do. Most of the zombies in the lab building had already been lured out. Even if some were still inside, it wouldn't be a big problem. They could knock on the door before entering to check. So Jiang Lushur didn't plan to go in. Jiang Zhuing would take the team inside to find the iridium crucible and bring it out. The old professor had marked its location on the map. Just as they were about to enter, Jiang Lusher suddenly said, "One of you should stay here." The survivors looked at each other. Jiang Zhuing was about to volunteer when Yang Qingqing's eyes turned, and she said, "Then I'll stay." "You?" Jiang Zhuing hesitated for a moment. Earlier, when Jiang Lusher suggested that someone stay behind, she immediately said she would stay, thinking it would be safer to be with her brother. After all, even though Jiang Lusher had the base vehicle, he himself was still an ordinary person. But now, with Yang Qingqing volunteering to stay, Jiang Zhuing was suddenly stunned. Why did her brother want someone to stay behind? These days, Jiang Zhuing had developed some understanding of Jiang Liusher's base vehicle. It was relatively easier to protect oneself in a zombie horde. It didn't make sense if he wanted someone to stay just to protect him. It would make more sense if Jiang Lusher was the one protecting Yang Qingqing. "Brother, why do you want someone to stay?" Jiang Zhuing walked over and asked. "Nothing much. Just for communication. My vehicle can't enter the lab and has to wait outside. In case anything happens outside, I need someone to pass on the message. I'm not strong enough, so it's more convenient to have someone help with communication." Jiang Lusher casually said this, and it made sense. Jiang Zhuing thought for a moment, then worriedly reminded him, "All right, brother. Be careful. Make sure you don't get out of the car." "Don't worry." Jiang Lusher agreed immediately. Jiang Zhuing had relied on her brother since childhood. She trusted him completely. No matter what crisis it was, he always had a way to handle it. "Then I'm heading to the lab." As Jiang Zhuing spoke, she swung her long knife, the chain rattling with a metallic clatter, and the blade gleamed coldly. The iridium crucible was on the top floor of the lab building, in the National Key Laboratory. That lab alone occupied the entire floor, filled with advanced equipment and instruments, each worth millions. It was the pride of Jinling University, and every time officials came to inspect, they would visit this lab. Jiang Zhuing was relatively familiar with the lab building. Though many zombies were inside, and some had been drawn out, they would still encounter zombies in the lab. To go to the top floor and retrieve a few iridium crucibles, they needed Jiang Zhuing. Zhang Hai and another superpowered person, Sun Kuan, didn't have much combat power. Zhang Hai was a mechanic, with strength only in his hands. As for Sun Kuan, to put it bluntly, he was like a gecko, his feet could stick to walls, allowing him to walk smoothly. But if they really ran into a zombie horde, both would be helpless. "Big brother, we're heading out now. Be careful." Zhang Hai carelessly reminded Jiang Lusher, grabbed a bag of mutant beast meat in one hand, and carried a light machine gun with the other as he went upstairs. But in Jinling University's campus, especially without the freezer truck, the light machine gun should be used as little as possible. Once a shot was fired, it could attract a large group of zombies. That might be drinking poison to quench thirst. Jiang Lusher nodded and watched the three of them disappear into the lab building. A trace of cold light flashed in his eyes. The lab building was tall, 12 floors. With the power out since the apocalypse, there were no elevators. They had to climb all the way up, and there were many zombies along the way. They would face intense battles. Using superpowers consumed a lot of energy. Superpowered individuals couldn't defy the law of conservation of energy. Their energy didn't come from nowhere. It had to be replenished, and the source was mutant beast meat. Because of intense fighting, they would probably stop a few times to eat and recover. So, to go up and down the lab building once, it would definitely take at least an hour. In other words, Jiang Lusher and Yang Qingqing would have an hour alone together. Yang Qingqing naturally knew this. She was calculating in her mind, occasionally glancing at her wristwatch and counting the time. About 10 minutes later, the sun emerged from behind the clouds, shining down and making the minibus glow golden. The afternoon sun in Jinling was still quite fierce. Yang Qingqing looked at the wandering zombies not far away, estimating the chance of an attack near the lab building. Nearby, there was a dormitory building, not far at all. Dormitories were absolutely packed with zombies, even more so than the lab. A single gunshot could draw in a huge group. Even though she was a speed-type superpowered person, if she got caught in a sea of zombies, she would definitely die. Of course, if she had Jiang Liusher's base vehicle. Yang Qingqing knew Jiang Liusher's vehicle stored a lot of food, including plenty of mutant beast meat. So hot. Yang Qingqing casually walked to the front windshield of Jiang Liusher's car, raised a hand to block the sun, and said in a coquettish voice. Her voice was soft and ticklish. "This sun is really strong. I'm sweating." Yang Qingqing took off her jacket, accidentally revealing the figure under her tight-fitting clothes. Yang Qingqing had a good figure. Although not stunning enough to be the campus belle, she was above average. Back in university, many people pursued her. She enjoyed being the center of attention. Even though she secretly looked down on many of the nerds chasing her, she kept a flirtatious distance so she could get them to fix her computer or carry her luggage. To Yang Qingqing, Jiang Lushi was exactly that kind of nerd. She was well aware of Jiang Zhuing's family background, slightly below average. And even after the apocalypse, Jiang Lushi was still an ordinary guy, just relying on a modified car he somehow found. Yang Qingqing believed that someone with that nerdy nature definitely couldn't resist her charms. Brother Jiang, Xiaoying, and the others probably won't be back for a while. Can I get on your car and take a shower? I'm all sweaty and uncomfortable. Yang Qingqing spoke sweetly. Jiang Lushi silently watched her flirt, sneering inwardly. In the apocalypse, morals were dead. For food, for gain, to become stronger, people would do anything. Selling bodies, murder, robbery, none of it was unusual. No electricity in the car. You can't shower. Jiang Lushi casually refused. He wasn't in a hurry and just watched Yang Qingqing perform. He definitely wouldn't let her on the vehicle. If Jiang Zhuing were here, he wouldn't care about Yang Qingqing and the others, because Jiang Zhuing's strength was greater than the other three combined. But with Jiang Zhuing gone, Jiang Lushi wouldn't even open the door. Actually, superpowered people like Yang Qingqing were barely stronger than regular folks. Jiang Lushi still had a Type 54 pistol, but even so, he wouldn't risk his life. No electricity is fine, I can use cold water. If it's too cold, Brother Jiang, you can help warm me up, right? Yang Qingqing said with a half-joking tone and threw a flirty glance. No cold water either, Jiang Lushi flatly refused. Yang Qingqing's charming smile instantly froze. No cold water either? It was already the apocalypse. Laws no longer worked, morality had collapsed, and people lived on the edge every day. Who knew how many had already indulged their desires? But this Jiang Lushi, she had clearly seduced him, yet he completely ignored her? Did he not get it? Yang Qingqing was furious. She had already planned everything. Once she got in the car, she would take it from Jiang Lushi. This car was bulletproof and had terrifying ramming power. If it became hers, it would greatly increase her chances of survival in the apocalypse. Although Yang Qingqing was a superpowered person, her abilities were very weak. Her only strengths were jumping power and agility far beyond normal people. In actual combat, forget about fighting mutant beasts, even regular zombies, she could handle only 5 or 6 at once. If there were more, she'd have to run. But her ability to escape was indeed excellent. Taking Jiang Liushi's vehicle and making it her own, what about Jiang Lushi? A loser who just happened to pick up a modified car by luck. The fact that he had survived until now was already a miracle. Becoming food for zombies would be his rightful end. If Jiang Lushi died, no one could prove she stole the car. Of course, dealing with Jiang Zhuing would still be difficult. That little girl was deeply attached to her brother. Yang Qingqing worried that even if she made something up, Jiang Zhuing might blame her anyway. So Yang Qingqing decided to go all the way, just take Jiang Liushi's car and run. There was a lot of food in the car, and plenty of mutant beast meat, enough for her to live comfortably for a while. Yang Qingqing's strength was limited, but with this car and her modest abilities, survival in the apocalypse would no longer be a problem. If it didn't work out, she could always join another group. But now, Jiang Lushi refused to open the door no matter what. This made her extremely angry and ashamed. Jiang Lushi, are you stupid or just pretending? I made myself very clear, why are you still acting like you don't understand? It's already the end of the world. We might die tomorrow. If you don't let loose now, are you even a man? Do you have a problem down there? Yang Qingqing placed one hand on the door and instinctively tried to pull it open. She didn't know what mechanism the modified minibus door used. Did it require manual locking? Just now, when Jiang Zhuing got out, she had thought of trying to open it, just to see if it would work. The result, the door didn't budge at all. Seeing this, Jiang Liushi's expression turned completely cold. A trace of killing intent flashed in his eyes. Yang Qingqing's action of pulling the door was clearly an attempt to commit murder and robbery. In the apocalypse, killing someone for a vehicle was completely normal. Survivors at the bottom of society had even killed for a piece of bread. A woman who looked seductive might be the most ruthless and poisonous. Jiang Lushi let out a sneer and mocked, even if I wanted to indulge, I wouldn't choose a two-faced snake like you. You want my car? Fine, bring your life. As he spoke, Jiang Lushi quietly pressed the charge button for the air cannon. Hearing this, Yang Qingqing's expression changed dramatically. Her hand on the door froze. She forced a smile and said, Brother Jiang, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Jiang Lushi looked at her with contempt and said coldly, when I suggested leaving someone behind for communication, I already knew you'd volunteer. And you didn't disappoint me. For my car, you acted well. But seeing how you were just now, I don't think you even deserve to be called a woman. You're just a beast in a human skin. You want to seduce me? Sorry, in my eyes, sleeping with a zombie would be less disgusting than with you. Jiang Liusher's words were vicious. When they fell into Yang Qingqing's ears, it felt like she was electrocuted. Sleeping with her was more disgusting than with a zombie? Yang Qingqing was a girl full of jealousy. She disliked Jiang Zhuiying before mostly out of jealousy. Now being mocked like this by Jiang Liusher, her killing intent instantly surged. Who do you think you are? Back in peacetime, you were just a loser. Now, in the apocalypse, you're weaker than a woman. You don't even dare to open the door. You're trash. If it weren't for your dumb luck picking up a broken down car and having a sister to cover for you, you'd be no better than dogs hit on the roadside. I wouldn't even bother looking at you. Go take a piss and look at yourself. You think you're worthy of sleeping with me? The thought makes me sick. No more pretending. Yang Qingqing knew that after Jiang Liusher exposed her intentions, she could no longer stay with this team. With how protective Jiang Zhuiying was, she'd believe whatever her brother said. There would be no place for Yang Qingqing here anymore. She had to leave, whether or not she got the car. But now that she had decided to leave, all the anger she had bottled up in the team, her jealousy and resentment toward Jiang Zhuiying, her hatred for Jiang Liusher, exploded all at once. Yang Qingqing was unwilling to just walk away. She reached into her pants pocket and pulled out a round black object, a grenade. Although superpowered people were stronger than regular ones, in the early stages of evolution, their powers were still not as deadly as hot weapons. Many superpowered people exchanged for hot weapons. Grenades, being one-time items, had huge power but were cheaper than light machine guns. Yang Qingqing had exchanged for one. She planned to throw the grenade at the windshield. Yang Qingqing didn't believe that glass could withstand an explosion. The only issue was she needed to create enough distance to avoid being hurt herself. When the time came, Jiang Liusher would be blown to pieces. The only concern was whether the car would be damaged too. If the car wasn't wrecked, she could climb in through the broken windshield and drive away. That would be much safer than wandering alone in the apocalypse. With the grenade in hand, Yang Qingqing activated her top speed and quickly created distance from the base vehicle. Yang Qingqing's power was agility, and the base vehicle was a huge, clumsy target. It had no chance of dodging a grenade. Seeing the grenade, Jiang Liusher calmly released the air cannon's charge button. At that moment, the air cannon was only half charged. It wasn't as powerful as when it had killed the mutant boar, but it was still enough to kill Yang Qingqing. Boom! A deafening explosion sounded, the shockwave blasted through the air. A visible shockwave mixed with mist roared toward Yang Qingqing, and at that moment, her grenade hadn't even been activated. The air cannon's speed was too fast. When Yang Qingqing saw that shockwave that looked like it was tearing space apart, she had no time to react. Ah! Yang Qingqing let out a miserable scream. It felt like a massive hammer had smashed her chest. Her entire body flew out like straw. The base vehicle's shot shattered all of Yang Qingqing's ribs. Her left and right lungs ruptured too. Her body, like a lump of minced flesh, was thrown over 10 meters and slammed to the ground. Clatter. The grenade in Yang Qingqing's hand also fell, rolling away. Her face was covered in blood, and her eyes were filled with unwillingness, confusion, and disbelief. She hadn't even realized what hit her just now. That terrifying shockwave, did it come from that vehicle? After being hit by the not fully charged air cannon, Yang Qingqing had not yet died. Her body was paralyzed on the ground, and she struggled to lift her head to look at the minibus, with bloody foam constantly coming out of her mouth. Am I going to die? Yang Qingqing couldn't believe it. Whether it was trying to steal the car or kill Jiang Liusher, Yang Qingqing never saw it as a big deal. Even after Jiang Liusher exposed her and she realized she couldn't get the car, she was just frustrated. But she had never thought that trying to go after Jiang Liusher and his minibus would cost her life. Yang Qingqing didn't want to die. She was a superpowered person, young and beautiful, different from a loser like Jiang Liusher. How could she die? Just then, she suddenly heard a sound behind her. Yang Qingqing's face immediately showed a terrified expression. She knew that sound, it was the footsteps of zombies. That familiar, ha-ha, sound was getting closer and closer. Because of the air cannon's noise and the blood on her body, zombies from far away had been attracted. Her desperate eyes turned to Jiang Liusher inside the car, but Jiang Liusher just looked at her expressionlessly. Finally, Yang Qingqing felt a hand suddenly grab her. Her eyes instantly turned to despair. Watching Yang Qingqing being swallowed by the zombies, Jiang Liusher's expression did not change. For someone who dared to covet his minibus and even tried to kill him, this was the fate she deserved. The explosion from the air cannon also reached upstairs. When Jiang Zhuiying heard it, she immediately cleared out the zombies in the nearest lab, then ran to the window and looked down. She immediately saw the mess downstairs, more than 10 zombie corpses lying around, but the minibus was still parked there. At this moment, the skylight of the minibus opened, and Jiang Lushur stretched out his hand and made an "okay" gesture. Jiang Zhuing immediately let out a breath of relief. What happened to the boss? Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan quickly came over to ask. Jiang Zhuing said, "It's fine. Probably more zombies were attracted again, but it's settled now. Let's quickly go to the lab and get the stuff." They were already close to the top floor, but once they reached the lab, they found the door tightly shut. Normally, Zhang Hai could easily pry open regular locks with just his fingers. But this door was extremely sturdy. The National Lab security door was not easy to open. It was not only theft-proof but also explosion-proof and bulletproof. Even superpowered people would be helpless facing such a door. "I'll do it." Sun Kuan stretched his body, cracked his fingers, and said. He returned to the lab they had cleared earlier, used pliers to cut through the protective net outside the window, and crawled out through the window. With no protective gear or tools, Sun Kuan directly grabbed the wall above the window with both hands, pushed off the window ledge with both feet, and began to climb, scritch, upward. His hands and feet were like suction cups, firmly gripping the surface, no different from a gecko. On his back, he carried a light machine gun. Once he reached the lab's window, he hung there using just his feet, cut the protective net with pliers, and fired a shot into the air. Roar! Soon, the zombies attracted by the gunfire all crowded toward the window. But Sun Kuan was still a bit away, and though the zombies were trying to reach him through the window, they couldn't. 2 of them even fell out and hit the ground heavily. Sun Kuan chuckled, aimed his gun at the zombies, and pulled the trigger. After just a dozen shots, no more zombies appeared. The academicians and professors who worked in the National Lab had probably been evacuated before the apocalypse broke out. Whether they lived or died afterward was unknown. Those who remained either became zombies or became zombie food. Sun Kuan climbed into the window, and not long after, opened the door from inside. Jiang Lushur had also heard the gunfire from above. He looked up and saw Sun Kuan entering the National Lab through the window. About 20 minutes later, Jiang Zhuing and the others came down carrying a big, fully packed bag. As soon as they exited the building, they were stunned. Earlier, from upstairs, the distance was too great, they could only see shadows and couldn't tell anything specific. But now, up close, they noticed something was wrong. Among the zombie corpses, there was a large pool of blood. And Yang Qingqing was nowhere to be seen. Sun Kuan's eyes were sharp, he immediately spotted what remained of Yang Qingqing's body in the pool of blood. In fact, only her clothes were still recognizable. The body was already incomplete. This situation was clear, Yang Qingqing had been eaten by zombies. But with her ability to escape, how could she have been caught and eaten? Jiang Zhuing quickly looked toward the base vehicle. Thankfully, Jiang Lushur was fine. If anything had happened, he wouldn't have signaled earlier. Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan exchanged a glance, both showing puzzled expressions as they looked at Jiang Lushur. "Brother Jiang, what happened here?" Before Zhang Hai could finish, Jiang Lushur replied from inside the car, "Yang Qingqing tried to kill me and steal the vehicle. She even pulled out a grenade and wanted to blow me and the car up. At that moment, the zombies came. Her focus was on trying to hurt me, so she didn't notice. She got ambushed. I was inside the car, so of course I didn't save her. After that, I ran over those zombies." This really happened. Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan were stunned. Sun Kuan scanned the area and suddenly fixed his eyes on something, then ran over and picked up a grenade that had rolled into the roadside greenery. "This really is Yang Qingqing's grenade." Sun Kuan handed the grenade to Jiang Zhuing. Jiang Zhuing took it, her gaze turning cold. "Trying to kill and steal the car, such a person deserves to die. We're a team. If we want to work together, we can't covet others' things, and even less can we plot against each other. The apocalypse hasn't even been going on that long. Just a week ago, she was still a student. But now she's already this vicious. That shows she's naturally evil. We can't keep someone like her around." As for Jiang Liushur's claim that Yang Qingqing had bad intentions, neither Sun Kuan nor Zhang Hai had any doubts. Yang Qingqing's dissatisfaction with Jiang Lushur had been clear at the dinner table yesterday. And since Jiang Lushur wouldn't get out of the car, the grenade could only have come from Yang Qingqing. As for whether Jiang Lushur saved her or ran her over, none of that mattered anymore. But as Sun Kuan and Zhang Hai looked at Jiang Liushur's calm expression inside the car, they suddenly saw him in a new light. Though Jiang Lushur was just an ordinary man, he was someone not to be messed with. Yang Qingqing provoked him, and without using Jiang Zhuing's strength, he dealt with her himself, and she died miserably. What exactly happened in between, only Jiang Lushur knew. Get in, Jiang Lushur said with a slight smile. The iridium was in hand. Jinling Industrial Park is about an hour's drive from Jinling University, but that was before the apocalypse. After the apocalypse, even if you specifically choose more remote roads, you still have to face constant zombie attacks. It took about an hour and a half before the convoy finally reached Jinling Industrial Park. From the outside, the Jinling Industrial Park looked desolate. Nothing could be seen moving on the main road, just a few vehicles parked alone on the street. As they slowly drove along the Industrial Park Road, Jiang Lushur was looking for roadside signs. The name of that special metals company should appear on one of the signs. Why don't I see any zombies? Jiang Zhuiying looked around. Zombies always gave people a scalp-numbing feeling when seen, but now this place was so quiet that it felt strange. There were so many businesses and factories in the industrial park. Normally, there shouldn't be a lack of zombies, but now they hadn't seen even one. The factories by the roadside were all deathly silent, and not a single person could be seen in the guardhouses. Maybe someone's already been here, or some noise lured the zombies away, Jiang Zhuiying guessed. Let's be more careful, Jiang Lushur said. At this time, the sun was at its peak, shining brightly, but this empty area gave off a chilling feeling. Found it. Sun Kuan reversed the off-road vehicle back and rolled down the window. That special metals company is in Zone C. We're currently in Zone A. Did you check the route? Jiang Lushur asked. Checked. Then let's go, Jiang Lushur continued. The freezer truck and the off-road vehicle led the way, and the minibus followed behind. Hey! Since there were no zombies, the off-road vehicle drove up beside the freezer truck. Sun Kuan lowered his voice and asked Jiang Hai, why do you think Brother Jiang is collecting all these weird things? Actually, Jiang Lushur was much younger than him. He only called him Brother Jiang out of respect for Jiang Zhuiying. But after what happened with Yang Qingqing today, Sun Kuan felt Jiang Lushur's image had become quite different. When they first came here, they only knew they were helping Jiang Lushur look for something. They didn't expect it would be to search labs for strange items. Someone really wanted those things? And Jinling University was just one of the places. After seeing there was still time, Jiang Lushur suggested going to the special metals company next. Judging by the name, it was clear he was looking for some kind of metal. Why was Jiang Lushur looking for these metals? No idea. Zhang Hai didn't care much about these things and didn't like to think too much. In the apocalypse, staying alive was already good enough. Sun Kuan was speechless. Sure enough, there was no point talking to Zhang Hai. But not knowing what Jiang Lushur wanted the metals for, and being unable to ask directly, there was nothing he could do but drop it. The vehicles continued forward. They didn't encounter any zombie hordes along the way. Occasionally, 1 or 2 zombies appeared, but they posed no threat to the convoy. About 10 minutes later, the convoy arrived at the gate of the Special Metals Company. The company's retractable gate was half open, and looking inside, it was empty. The guardhouse was a mess, and in the middle of the driveway, some blood had dried and solidified on the ground. Let's go in. The metals at the Special Metals Company were definitely stored in the warehouse, and it wasn't hard to find one. They drove around the company area and soon found a large warehouse at the rear side. Seeing the size of the warehouse, Jiang Lushur was delighted. With a warehouse this big, there should be plenty of metal. He could definitely gather all the metals he needed. Everything had gone smoothly so far. No zombies were found in the warehouse either. The large door was probably left open in a rush when people evacuated, otherwise opening it would have been a hassle. Jiang Lushur directly drove the vehicle into the warehouse. Then Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan followed the checklist, found the needed metals, and loaded them onto the vehicle. These metals were spread throughout the warehouse. Just finding and moving them would have taken Jiang Lushur a lot of time if he were alone. But with these 2 survivors helping, it became much easier. Having these survivors around greatly improved Jiang Lushur's efficiency in gathering materials. After all, Jiang Lushur was just an ordinary person. Driving the base vehicle and ramming through was easy, but in many places, the vehicle couldn't go, like the National Key Lab at Jinling University. Once inside a building, his weaknesses became obvious. 2 or 3 zombies could take his life. Zombies, after mutating from human form, were all incredibly fast and strong, truly capable of tearing a person apart with bare hands. Their only flaw was lacking intelligence and not being able to think. These survivors had really been a big help. In one day, they had already collected 2 mutant crystal cores, and now, they had found all the metals needed to build a biological lab. 100 kilograms of titanium, 120 kilograms of nickel, 150 kilograms of cobalt. Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan were continuously loading metal blocks onto the vehicle. Watching the metal blocks gradually pile up on the floor of the vehicle, Jiang Lushur felt very pleased. Once the materials were all gathered, he could start building the biological lab tonight. He didn't know what kind of surprises this lab might bring him, but in any case, it would help him break his current deadlock. Jiang Lushur stood on the vehicle and looked at the warehouse of the Special Metals Company. This warehouse had stockpiled a lot of metal. Except for some rare ones like iridium, most metals could be found here. Jiang Lushur had already marked this place on the map. When it came time to upgrade again and more metals were needed, he could return here instead of searching all over. Just as Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan were still carrying metals, a sudden roar came from outside the gate. Someone's coming. Jiang Zhuiying immediately turned and looked toward the gate, eyes full of alertness. Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan quickly put down the metal blocks in their hands, grabbed their weapons, and looked toward the entrance. Since entering the industrial park, they hadn't encountered a single person. Now, with the sudden sound of a vehicle, everyone became instantly tense. With a screech, a sharp braking sound rang out. Jiang Lushur, Zhang Hai, and the others saw a heavily modified Humvee charge straight to the entrance, then stop. Right behind the Humvee, several off-road vehicles and 7 or 8 motorcycles appeared. So many vehicles instantly blocked the entrance completely. Seeing these vehicles, Jiang Lushur frowned slightly. Almost all of them were equipped with various modified weapons, with long spikes on the front. The people on board wore steel helmets they had welded themselves, exposing only their mouths and eyes. Their eyes were fixed on Jiang Lushur's group, like wild dogs eyeing prey. Just from the appearance, this group gave off a feeling that they were not to be messed with. As soon as Jiang Zhuiying and the others saw them, their expressions darkened. It's Blood Wolf and his gang. Blood Wolf? Jiang Lushur asked. Yeah, their leader calls himself Blood Wolf. No one knows his real name. Anyway, everyone who follows him is crazy, Sun Kuan replied. Zhang Hai added, we saw them once at the satellite city. I heard their team has an extremely high elimination rate, even the leader has changed. Normally, survivors don't stay out every day, but they are out constantly hunting mutant beasts and scavenging for supplies to trade with the military for mutant beast meat. That means a high death rate, but their superpowered members get stronger fast. Even the ordinary people in the team, if they survive long enough, can exchange for more gear. At this stage, the strength gap between superpowered people and ordinary people wasn't so large that it couldn't be crossed. Fully armed ordinary people could still fight superpowered ones. Jiang Lushur looked at this group. Even from far away, he could smell the blood coming from them and their vehicles. Jiang Zhuiying and the others clearly didn't have a good impression of Blood Wolf's gang, and they didn't seem easy to deal with. Blocking Jiang Zhuiying's group from the outside, it was clear they didn't come with good intentions. There used to be 3 superpowered people in their team, but one died. Now there are 2 left. The one who just got out of the Humvee is one of them. Brother Jiang, look, the one who got out from the driver's seat, that's Blood Wolf, or the new Blood Wolf, anyway. The original one is already dead, Zhang Hai whispered to Jiang Lushur. 4 people got out of the Humvee. 2 of them were the superpowered ones Zhang Hai mentioned. One was a woman wearing a leather jacket and leather pants. She had shoulder-length wavy hair, sunglasses, leather boots, and held a shotgun in her hand. A leather belt around her waist was loaded with bullets and a long dagger. She looked extremely wild. The other looked very ordinary, about 20 years old, wearing simple casual clothes, with headphones hanging around his neck and non-prescription glasses. If Zhang Hai hadn't pointed him out, no one would have guessed he was Blood Wolf. His appearance and style blended into a crowd. Blood Wolf is very strong, no weaker than our leader. That woman's not weak either. If we fight, Sun Kuan and I will probably drag you down, not to mention, they have so many people, Zhang Hai said uneasily. Jiang Lushur listened silently. It seemed that if it came to a fight, they were at a disadvantage. Blood Wolf had his hands in his pockets, took 2 steps forward, and smiled at Jiang Zhuiying's group. Well, what a rare guest. You are Jiang Zhuiying, right? I've heard of you before, back at Satellite City. Blood Wolf's tone sounded gentle, like he was just saying hello on the street. But this setup clearly wasn't a friendly greeting. What do you want? Jiang Zhuiying wasn't fooled by the polite face and asked directly. Jiang Zhuiying, you're asking the wrong question. I should be asking you that. You came to our place and started moving things without saying a word. What are you trying to do? Blood Wolf's smile vanished as he spoke flatly. So this place was Blood Wolf's territory. Seeing that these people had come prepared, Jiang Lushur figured they must have been watching them for a while and waited until they entered the warehouse of the Special Metals Company before blocking the entrance. Zhang Hai and the others looked grim. Their knowledge of Blood Wolf's team was only second-hand. They had no idea where their camp was located. Turns out this industrial park was their turf. What bad luck. These metals stored here aren't yours either. Judging by your attitude, you seem to think you own everything here? Even if the metals are in your territory, you can't even use them, Jiang Zhuiying said. Whether we can use them or not, that's our business. But if you want to take them, you should talk with us first, right? The woman in leather giggled. What do you want? Jiang Zhuiying asked directly. These people kept beating around the bush with smug expressions. It was really irritating. They weren't in a hurry to fight. Clearly, they were trying to extort them. Blood Wolf pushed his glasses and said, "Now you're talking. If you want our stuff, then let's have a proper deal. How about this? If you give us 10 tons of mutant beast meat, then this place is like a supermarket. Take whatever you want." Before Blood Wolf finished, Jiang Zhuiying's expression had already darkened. This wasn't a deal, not even extortion. Blood Wolf clearly knew they couldn't possibly produce 10 tons of mutant beast meat, especially in exchange for metals he didn't even need. What do you really mean? Jiang Lushur asked. Blood Wolf looked at Jiang Lushur with some surprise. He didn't understand why an ordinary person had the right to speak in Jiang Zhuiying's group. But then he noticed how the others reacted. This young man's words actually carried weight. Interesting, Blood Wolf rubbed his nose. Maybe he was talking about Jiang Lushur, and his gaze turned toward him as he replied, "Didn't I just say? 10 tons of mutant beast meat. We've got a lot of mouths to feed. But I also heard most of your team is made up of useless people, old, weak, women, and children, right? I really don't get it. Why keep them around? Women, sure, they can be slaves, work and be worked. But the others, why bother?" At this point, one of his men said, "What can you do? Their leader is a woman." Ha ha ha. The others burst into laughter, and the leather-clad woman laughed so hard she almost doubled over. Jiang Zhuiying's eyes turned cold. Sparks of electricity suddenly crackled around her. When he saw the sparks, Blood Wolf stopped laughing. He stared closely at where the sparks had just appeared, a look of desire flashing in his eyes. "If you don't have 10 tons of mutant beast meat, then Jiang Zhuiying, you could just join us," Blood Wolf squinted and said. Hearing that, Jiang Zhuiying paused, then sneered, "Blood Wolf, are you brain dead? Why would you say something so stupid? You should know, if a fight breaks out, it'll be mutual destruction. Your team is strong, but I'm not afraid of you." Blood Wolf chuckled. He already knew how strong Jiang Zhuiying was. Though there was some risk, compared to the benefits of winning, it was worth it. "Jiang Zhuiying, you can think about it carefully," said Blood Wolf. What he said clearly meant he had no intention of letting Jiang Zhuiying go. Joining them? Obviously ill-intentioned, anyone could see that. Blood Wolf's true target wasn't the so-called 10 tons of mutant beast meat, nor did he really want Jiang Zhuiying to join him. What he actually wanted was Jiang Zhuiying's superpower. Blood Wolf had already been secretly observing Jiang Zhuiying since he first heard of her. Even if she hadn't barged in this time, he had already been planning to ambush her at some point. Blood Wolf's ability was to devour the cells of superpowered individuals, similar to infecting himself with a new virus. Different types of cells could coexist within his body, but only 2 at a time. If he tried to exceed that, his body would collapse. The original Blood Wolf was someone he had ambushed and devoured, and he became the new Blood Wolf. Since then, he had been searching for his next devouring target. After all his comparisons, he had set his sights on Jiang Zhuiying's ability. Her whole body cells had mutated into electrically charged cells. This power was exactly what he wanted. Just now, seeing Jiang Zhuiying release electricity in person, Blood Wolf became even more excited. Yes, this is it, this is the ability. If he could claim this power, combined with the one he absorbed from the first Blood Wolf, he could reach a new level. As long as he captured Jiang Zhuiying alive, her power would be his. Hearing Blood Wolf's words, Jiang Zhuiying's face turned cold, and Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan also looked grim. At that moment, the sound of weapons being loaded echoed through Blood Wolf's group. Their eyes were filled with madness, eager to start the fight. Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan tensed up instantly, sweat dripping from their foreheads. Both of them were just average fighters. If a fight broke out, they probably wouldn't make it out alive. Jiang Zhuiying also gripped her long knife tightly. Fighting with Blood Wolf's gang was just as dangerous as facing a mutant beast. But no matter what, she would never go with them. That outcome would be far more miserable. "Jiang Zhuiying, you should reconsider. With your strength, wouldn't it be better to join our team? You're dragging along a bunch of useless people, they're all dead weight. Look, your team even has a regular human." Blood Wolf continued. While he was talking, he noticed Jiang Lushur had entered the minibus. But he didn't pay attention, just a regular guy, probably scared and hiding after hearing himself mentioned. The rest of Blood Wolf's team laughed, and the member who had mocked Jiang Zhuiying earlier added, "What kind of team has a woman as the boss and even a guy who acts like a girl? Ha 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 ha." But right then, his laughter stopped. With a smile still frozen on his face, he saw Jiang Lushur suddenly driving the minibus straight at them at full speed. TSK, angry now, huh? The team member didn't even move, and neither did Blood Wolf. The woman beside him quickly loaded her weapon with a click, aiming at Jiang Lushur inside the car. Her pupils narrowed like a snake's, locking onto him. But suddenly, Blood Wolf felt a wave of dread. He scanned the front of the minibus and saw a black barrel sticking out. That chilling feeling, it came from that barrel. He didn't know what it was, but his instincts screamed danger. When a superpowered person reached a certain level, they developed a sense like wild animals, a warning before death. Blood Wolf had initially been unconcerned with the oncoming vehicle, but now he shouted, "Run!" As he yelled, he leapt backward. His muscles tightened like springs, and in an instant, he went from looking like an average young man to something more like a wolf, leaping backward fast, with his eyes glowing red. The woman didn't dare shoot now. She turned and ran too. That team member and the others saw Blood Wolf flee and immediately realized something was wrong. But they weren't as fast as Blood Wolf or the woman, both were superpowered. Vroom vroom vroom. The others scrambled to turn their motorcycles around and tried to escape. But right at that moment, boom! A loud explosion echoed, and everyone felt like they had gone deaf. A shockwave seemed to blast through the air in front of them. Thud! The team member who had been hit by the shockwave felt like he and his motorcycle had been slammed by a freight train. His body was in excruciating pain. A red mist clouded his vision. Was that his own blood? Thud! He slammed into the ground like a rag doll, rolling several times. When he stopped, he looked like a fish out of water, mouth gaping, blood pouring from inside. His eyes were wide open, pupils dilated. He saw several others lying nearby, covered in blood, bodies twitching, clearly not going to survive. Blood Wolf, the woman, and a few others had fled outside the gate. He opened his mouth to call for help, but only blood came out, with chunks of organs. Air cannon fired. Base vehicle accelerating. Inside the vehicle, Jiang Lushur's face was calm. He turned the steering wheel, stomped the gas, and charged toward the gate. Holy shit! What the hell is that? Run! Blood Wolf and the others were still reeling from the explosion and shockwave. When they saw the minibus coming again, their scalps went numb. They didn't even have time to get into their off-road vehicles or the Humvee, they just fled toward the gate in panic. Screech! A sharp braking sound, Jiang Lushur slammed on the brakes in front of the Humvee. He sat behind the wheel, coldly staring out through the windshield at the people beyond the gate. Blood Wolf and the others had already retreated far away. They were frightened by the shockwave from the air cannon, but what they didn't know was that Jiang Lushur's air cannon needed 10 seconds to charge each time and had a cooldown after firing. If they'd known, they wouldn't have fled the warehouse so fast. Unfortunately, he hadn't managed to kill Blood Wolf. It seemed like Blood Wolf had sensed danger just before the cannon fired and escaped in time. Jiang Lushur slowly reversed the car a bit. From the moment Blood Wolf appeared, he had been preparing for a fight. Once Blood Wolf revealed his true intentions, Jiang Lushur couldn't hold back any longer. They thought he was just a regular guy. They ignored his beat-up minibus and didn't realize that once he got inside, he had already activated the air cannon. When the charge was nearly complete, he slammed on the gas and charged. Blood Wolf had escaped, but the ones who didn't were completely wrecked, bones shattered, organs ruptured, they wouldn't survive. Inside the warehouse, Zhang Hai and the others were completely stunned. Their palms and backs were soaked in cold sweat. They had thought they were going to die here today, but they hadn't expected such a shocking turn of events. Jiang Lushur suddenly drove the minibus forward, then there was a loud boom. After that, the warehouse was once again left with just the four of them. The people who had posed a huge threat to them, Blood Wolf and his gang, had already fled the warehouse. The rest were corpses. Jiang Zhuiying widened her eyes as she looked at the bodies on the ground. She had been ready to fight just moments ago, her long knife almost drawn. She hadn't expected Jiang Lushur to suddenly rush out in the car. At that moment, her heart had leapt into her throat, full of worry for Jiang Lushur's safety. She had even started to chase after him desperately. But the outcome was completely beyond her imagination. It left her both shocked and pleasantly surprised, and she finally let out a breath of relief. "Brother, is that a function from modifying the car?" Jiang Zhuiying couldn't help but ask. Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan also snapped out of it. While still watching the gate cautiously, they gathered around the minibus, shocked as they examined the vehicle again. They had thought the minibus was just tough, but never imagined they would one day rely on it as their last line of defense. That air pressure, that explosion, what was it really? Jiang Lushur paused and said, "It's probably an air cannon that uses compressed airflow. It was already installed when I found the vehicle." Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan were speechless. Why hadn't they been the ones to find such an all-purpose car? Jiang Zhuing smiled slightly. Whether what Jiang Lushi said was true or not, her brother was becoming more and more mysterious. Sitting inside the vehicle, Jiang Lushi saw their expressions and didn't know what to say. He wasn't even in the mood to make up an excuse, because even if he did, they probably wouldn't believe it. Now that the air cannon had been revealed, it didn't matter much anymore. With Jiang Zhuing around, even if Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan had thoughts like Yang Qingqing once did, they would think twice after seeing what happened to her. Besides, the biological lab was about to be built, and Jiang Lushi wasn't as nervous about others coveting his base vehicle. His vehicle was bound to the star seed in his brain, and his only weakness was being an ordinary person. If he could fix that, while it wouldn't make him fearless, at least he wouldn't have to walk on thin ice anymore. Blood Wolf had come with so many people, there was no way he would give up just because a few had died. The question was, when would they strike again? If they ambushed him on the road, that would be a problem. Once Blood Wolf calmed down, he would realize that the air cannon couldn't turn, and since the minibus was large and clunky, as long as they avoided the front, they could attack from other directions without worrying about the cannon. So Jiang Lushi didn't plan to flee during this window of time. He had Sun Kuan close the front gate, told Zhang Hai to continue loading the remaining metal, and Jiang Zhuing stood guard by the vehicle. Sun Kuan carefully stepped around the bodies and climbed the wall like a gecko, reaching the gate lever and pulling it down. As he shut the gate, he cautiously glanced outside and saw that Blood Wolf and his people were not far away. They hadn't brought all their vehicles and motorcycles inside, and it seemed they had no plans to leave. All their guns were aimed at the warehouse gate. Blood Wolf's face was dark and grim, completely different from his earlier calm look. He was furious. Losing several people for no reason and fleeing in embarrassment, of course Blood Wolf was enraged. Blood Wolf's men have surrounded us, Sun Kuan reported after closing the gate. Let them surround us. We're not going out anyway, Jiang Zhuing replied. Sun Kuan looked at Zhang Hai, still moving the metal blocks, then glanced at Jiang Lushi. Still focused on those metals at a time like this? He really didn't get it. Once all the metal was loaded, Jiang Lushi said, "You guys go guard the perimeter. I've got something to do." The minibus had just shown its power, so naturally Jiang Lushi's words carried weight now. Though they didn't understand what he was about to do inside the vehicle while Blood Wolf was still outside, Sun Kuan and Zhang Hai didn't question it, they immediately walked away. They went to check if the warehouse had any back doors or windows, just in case someone attacked from behind, they wouldn't even know how they died. Jiang Zhuing stayed near the minibus. Though she was curious about what Jiang Lushi was about to do, with Zhang Hai and the others around, she didn't ask. Inside the minibus, looking at the piles of metal and the iridium crucible freshly taken out of its bag, Jiang Lushi took a deep breath. He had planned to do the upgrade quietly at night in the garage. But now, to deal with Blood Wolf's threat, he decided to build the biological lab right here and now. Scanning in progress? All materials detected. Requirements met. Building the biological lab will take 1 hour. The base vehicle can function and drive normally during this period. Confirm upgrade? The Star Seed's voice rang out. Jiang Lushi couldn't help but feel excited. The biological lab allows the user to create gene evolution fluid by adding materials, enabling the host to evolve their genes and greatly enhance physical abilities. The Star Seed's introduction of the biological lab was enough to make any ordinary person go mad with desire. Jiang Lushi hadn't mutated into a superpowered person. He didn't have that physique. And in the apocalypse, ordinary people were always at a disadvantage. Even the regular people in Blood Wolf's group were just cannon fodder. If an unarmed person faced 2 or 3 zombies, they were done. Even fully armed, a lone person couldn't handle many zombies. They lacked stamina, used it up quickly, and couldn't recover like superpowered people. Confirm upgrade. Jiang Lushi said in his mind. Command received. Upgrade beginning. As the Star Seed finished speaking, the materials began to disappear one by one. The construction of the biological lab had begun. 1 hour, relatively speaking, was not long. But whether Blood Wolf and the others could sit still for that hour remained to be seen. Jiang Lushi returned to the driver's seat. Listening to the Star Seed counting down the air cannon's cooldown, all he could hope was that the fear left in Blood Wolf's mind from the last blast would last a little while longer. How about we take the minibus and break out? Sun Kuan suggested. He didn't know what Jiang Lushi was waiting for. He ran up to the 2nd floor, hid next to the skylight, and looked outside, then felt his heart sink. The area was full of Blood Wolf's people, which made him anxious. In Sun Kuan's eyes, the minibus was bulletproof. Although it might not completely withstand Blood Wolf's men, there was still a chance to break through. However, Sun Kuan also knew that since Blood Wolf's group had followed them in, the main gate was definitely closed. Not to mention, there were probably vehicle barricades set up. The minibus could get through spikes and such, but if it rammed into reinforced concrete walls or steel plates, it wouldn't work. Sun Kuan stared at the base vehicle helplessly. The doors were tightly shut, and it was completely silent inside. In fact, even though the base vehicle was currently building a biological lab, all its normal functions were still fully operational. If they weren't, Jiang Lushur would have already considered breaking out. It wouldn't have been Sun Kuan's place to make suggestions. Since the bio lab could be built first, Jiang Lushur naturally wanted to strengthen himself first. That way, no matter what danger he faced, he'd be much more capable of handling it. The fact that Blood Wolf had managed to avoid the air cannon and even gave a warning meant they had an early sense of danger. That kind of awareness was very disadvantageous for the base vehicle. Time ticked by. In Jiang Lushur's mind, the starseed showed the progress of the bio lab's construction. Bio lab construction progress, 10%. Remaining time, 54 minutes. What the hell was that thing just now? Outside the warehouse, Blood Wolf's group was still in shock. If it had been some known attack, like a firearm or a supernatural power, they could have understood. But this? It left them shaken. Their survivor team was known for its reckless madness. Aside from hunting mutant beasts, ordinary survivors were extremely unlucky to run into them. Men could still be recruited as cannon fodder, but women were often tortured to death, even children weren't spared. These people used madness to numb themselves and cover up their fear. But that one blast just now truly stunned them. An invisible, incomprehensible attack like that, it scared them. How are we supposed to fight that? One team member blurted out, only to be kicked to the ground by Blood Wolf from behind. He was still wearing casual clothes, but his headphones had been blown off in the explosion. His face looked dark and sinister. That's enough to scare you? Doesn't matter what it is, it can't keep firing forever. Otherwise, why would they shut the gate? Blood Wolf cursed, seeing the blank looks on his team. Weapons with such powerful blasts, like rocket launchers, were usually one-time use. That cannon on the vehicle, even if it wasn't one time, must have all kinds of limitations. Otherwise, where would the energy come from? That small car with such a powerful cannon, how many times could it even fire? Hearing this, the others gradually came back to their senses. That's true. Whether or not it could keep firing didn't matter. They were caught off guard this time. As long as they were prepared, and with Blood Wolf's early warning, it wouldn't be scary anymore. If Jiang Lushur and the others tried to come out, with all the roadblocks and their ambush, the vehicle wouldn't pose much of a threat. But the current problem was, while Blood Wolf's group was still in shock, Jiang Lushur had already taken the chance to shut the main gate. They could blast it open with force, but what if that freakish and powerful cannon fired again once it opened? They'd all be doomed. Blood Wolf had realized this too. His face was grim. That damn car had caught them off guard and messed up his original plan. Originally, Zhang Hai, Sun Kuan, and that ordinary guy were Jiang Zhuing's biggest weaknesses. In a fight, he would have killed those three first. But now, things had changed. Brother Wolf, why don't we just blow up the warehouse? If they're hiding inside, it's like shooting fish in a barrel, the woman said sweetly, but before she finished, Blood Wolf interrupted, you're the smart one, and everyone else is an idiot? If we blow it up, how am I supposed to absorb Jiang Zhuing's power? What if she dies in the explosion? And we only have a few grenades, how are we supposed to blow up a warehouse? You think it's full of gasoline? At most we can blow open the door, and even then, are you going in first? His words shut her up. She just pouted. Go in first? To die? So what do we do then? The woman asked. What do we do? We wait. They didn't bring much supplies. They'll have to come out eventually. This is our turf. You think we can't outlast them? Blood Wolf said impatiently. Seeing that he was so close to gaining a superpower only to be delayed, Blood Wolf was in a foul mood. Originally, he just wanted to extract Jiang Zhuing's power and then kill everyone she brought. But now, he decided to torture them to death. As for that young man, he hadn't even paid much attention to him. Killing him would have been like stepping on an ant. But now, Blood Wolf decided to give Jiang Lushur special treatment. He wanted to slice off Jiang Lushur's flesh bit by bit to feed the zombies, then throw him into a horde of them. Time passed, minute by minute. Jiang Lushur sat in the driver's seat of the base vehicle, eyes shut, like a meditating monk. His calm appearance left Sun Kuan and the others speechless. At a time like this, he closed his eyes? Trying to act cool? In reality, while Jiang Lushur's eyes were closed, he was focused on the starseed notifications in his mind. Biolab construction progress, 70%. Remaining time, 18 minutes. Biolab construction progress, 80%. Remaining time, 12 minutes. The closer it got to completion, the calmer Jiang Lushur became. Until the progress reached 100%. Beep. A soft sound. The biolab was complete. Jiang Lushur suddenly opened his eyes and took a deep breath. His eyes were filled with excitement. It was ready. Finally ready. To Jiang Lushur, the biolab was incredibly important. In this post-apocalyptic world, external power was still just external. When he was powerless, even a small knife could kill him, let alone zombies. That's why Jiang Lushur didn't dare to leave the vehicle or go into the building. Biolab construction complete. Host may now choose to configure gene evolution fluid. Proceed now. Jiang Lushur chose yes without hesitation. Then, various options popped up in his mind. Jiang Lushur browsed through them one by one. The first bottle of gene evolution fluid would activate one of Jiang Lushur's body abilities. Option 1, Defense Enhancement. Makes muscles, skin, and blood vessels tougher and stronger, able to resist sword and knife attacks. After secondary evolution, it can even block handgun and rifle bullets. When Jiang Lushur saw the first option, he was tempted. Defense was what he needed most. With strong defense, he wouldn't have to fear ambushes or sneak attacks, and wouldn't have to stay stuck inside the vehicle. He kept reading. Option 2, Strength Enhancement. Gain unparalleled physical strength. Option 3, Agility Enhancement. Gain both speed and dodging abilities. At high levels, combined with vision and prediction, you can dodge attacks from modern firearms. Option 4, Constitution Enhancement. Gain powerful vitality. Even with serious injuries, you can recover quickly. Gain strong resistance to viruses and immunity to infections from level 1 or lower zombies. Option 5. Jiang Lushur kept looking. Every option made him excited. If he could have all of them, wouldn't he be a superhuman? But unfortunately, he could only choose one. Whether it was strength, agility, or defense, they were all too one-dimensional. Although they would make Jiang Lushur a strong superpowered person, they still weren't enough. He needed something that could immediately boost his overall combat ability. Finally, when he reached the 10th option, Jiang Lushur's heart moved. This was it. Option 10, Nervous System and Brain Enhancement. Strengthen neurons, enabling faster electrical signal transmission, and give the brain stronger and faster computing power. Upon seeing this option, Jiang Lushur couldn't take his eyes off it. This 10th choice wouldn't increase his defense or attack power. His body would still be an ordinary human's. One bullet would still kill him. His strength wouldn't increase either. But, faster neuron signal transmission meant so much more. An average person's neural signal speed is about 100 meters per second. A complete nerve reflex takes at least 0.1 to 0.2 seconds, and that's already considered fast. For example, when a zombie jumps at you, the visual info has to go from your eyes to your brain, then the brain processes it, decides on an evasion direction, and sends signals to the muscles. This whole back-and-forth process, including thinking and judgment, takes time. But what if neural transmission speed reached 1,000 meters per second? Then your reaction time would be 10 times faster. Your brain's computing speed would also be 10 times faster. Not only that, but memory, learning ability, and judgment would all see qualitative leaps. If we exaggerate further, what if neural transmission reached the speed of light? Large electronic computers use electricity to transmit signals, but since electrons are particles, the actual transmission speed doesn't meet the highest requirements. This is where photon computers come in, computers that use light to transmit information. These are true light-speed computers, with processing speeds in the trillions of operations per second. That's the terrifying power of photon computing. But photon computers aren't even the most advanced. There are theoretical quantum computers. Researchers in quantum mechanics are trying to use quantum entanglement to develop them. That would be faster than light data transfer, which defies Einstein's theory of relativity. Once mocked by Einstein as spooky action at a distance, it turned out to be real. Quantum computers would have near-infinite speed. The amount of data they could process in half an hour might equal the sum of all human computing in history. Because he understood all this, Jiang Lushur chose the 10th option without hesitation. Brain and nervous system evolution. Once evolution was complete, his body would still be human, but his brain would be superhuman, and this kind of evolution had huge potential for future development. Neural signal speed didn't even need to reach the speed of light. If it reached 10,000 meters per second, then when he observed others' movements, whether attacking or defending, it would be like watching slow motion at 100th speed. Not only that, thanks to the power of his brain and nervous system, Jiang Lushur would have far more precise control over his muscles. A normal person trying to thread a needle might take a long time because their hands shake. When the palm faces upward, an average person can't keep the ring and index fingers extended while keeping the middle and pinky fingers bent at 90 degrees to the palm, unless they use the other hand to help. This isn't because they don't have the muscles, but because they don't have the neural control to make them move that way. But with a powerful brain, his hands would be as steady as a mountain, and all 10 fingers would move with incredible dexterity. Jiang Lushur made his decision without hesitation. Option selected, nervous system and brain evolution. Confirm. Confirm. Beep, gene evolution fluid is being prepared. Estimated time, 10 minutes. He'd already waited an hour. What's 10 more minutes? Jiang Lushur stared at the control panel without blinking. 10 minutes later, a flash of light appeared on the console, and a transparent glass tube popped into Jiang Lushur's hand. Inside the tube was a purple-red liquid. It looked crystal clear, like aged red wine. Holding the tube, Jiang Lushur looked at the starseed control panel again. All the gene evolution fluid options were now grayed out. Each gene fluid required materials, for example, large amounts of mutant beast meat and sometimes mutant beast crystal cores. Also, some gene evolution fluids required the base vehicle to undergo secondary evolution. Secondary evolution of the base vehicle? Jiang Lushur paused. The base vehicle had a second evolution? He hadn't paid attention to this before. He'd have to look into it with the starseed later. But right now, there was no time. The enemy was right outside. First, drink the gene fluid. Jiang Lushur brought the glass tube to his mouth and drank. The purple-red liquid went down in one gulp. It had no taste. But after drinking it, Jiang Lushur felt like he had swallowed fire. A burning sensation surged from his stomach straight to his head, and he felt like his skull was about to explode. Pain. It hurt so much. Jiang Lushur held his head. It felt like it was going to burst. Then, starseed prompted, neural and brain region modification causes severe headache. Host may choose to fall unconscious. The gene evolution fluid will complete the transformation automatically. Jiang Lushur felt like cursing. Choose to faint? Does anyone faint just because they want to? But after holding on for a while, Jiang Lushur began to adapt to the pain. The pain gradually faded and then disappeared. 10 minutes passed. Jiang Lushur suddenly opened his eyes, feeling like he had just come out of a long nightmare. He jumped up from his seat, his back drenched in sweat. The headache was gone. Instead, his mind felt extremely clear. When he looked around, everything seemed much clearer than before. He glanced at the base vehicle's windshield. On it were cracks from bullets. The tiny fractures were everywhere. Jiang Lushur had never really noticed them before, but now, in one glance, he felt something strange. His eyes scanned across, and he realized he could count all the cracks. One bullet had created 132 cracks, and Jiang Lushur counted them in under 10 seconds. Jiang Zhuiying. Jiang Lushur saw Jiang Zhuiying outside the base vehicle, looking at him with worry. When Jiang Lushur drank the gene fluid, he downed it all at once, so no one noticed. But later, when he suddenly grabbed his head, Jiang Zhuiying got scared. But the vehicle's door was shut, and she couldn't get in. Now that she saw Jiang Lushur recovered, she finally let out a sigh of relief. "Brother, are you okay?" "I'm fine." Jiang Lushur waved his hand. He realized he could even count Jiang Zhuiying's breaths. A person's breathing is nearly invisible from the outside. But Jiang Lushur could see the slight rise and fall of her chest as she breathed. And even without a clock, he could accurately calculate time. Jiang Zhuiying's breathing rate was 26 times per minute. It was probably faster because she was worried about him. "Brother, are you really okay? Open the door." Jiang Zhuiying was still worried. A good, healthy person wouldn't suddenly behave like that. Jiang Lushur opened the car door, and Jiang Zhuiying jumped in like an arrow. As Jiang Zhuiying got into the vehicle, Jiang Lushur instinctively focused his mind. He realized that once he focused, he could see every subtle movement of Jiang Zhuiying, including how her clothes fluttered as she moved. Her speed was very fast, but to Jiang Lushur, her movements looked like a slowed-down slideshow, about 3.5 times slower. After his brain region evolved, Jiang Lushur could accurately calculate how much slower Jiang Zhuiying appeared. If it had been an enemy jumping into the car instead of Jiang Zhuiying, Jiang Lushur would have had enough time to react, like pulling out a gun. However, when Jiang Lushur instinctively tried to do something, he realized that while Jiang Zhuiying's movements were slower, his own body was even slower. His neural response was fast, but his muscles couldn't keep up with his nerves. If Jiang Lushur were to run a 100-meter dash now, thanks to the improved coordination of his brain region, he estimated he could run 1 or 2 seconds faster than before. But to run under 10 seconds, to reach the level of a top athlete, was impossible. there are gains and losses. The first gene evolution fluid from the bio lab allowed only one type of evolution. If Jiang Lushur had chosen agility, his speed would have increased, but his reaction couldn't keep up. At most, he'd be like, "Brother you. Now that my brain region has evolved, but my body can't keep up with my nerves, it still doesn't work in combat. I can clearly see a punch coming, but if I want to dodge it, my body is too slow and might not move in time. I just have to watch the punch land on me." Jiang Lushur's brain was running fast, analyzing his own strength. He could now react quickly. Give him a knife, and he could take down zombies one after another. Regular zombies couldn't even get close to him. But if he faced a mutant beast, or a professional boxer who could throw 4 to 5 punches per second, Jiang Lushur would still lose. He clearly realized that this was his fatal weakness in real combat. Thinking of this, Jiang Lushur stopped focusing. Then, Jiang Zhuing's movements returned to normal speed in his eyes. Even though his brain evolved, if he didn't actively use his ability, what he saw wasn't much different from before. "Zhuing, I'm fine. Don't worry." Jiang Lushur didn't know how to explain the bio lab to Jiang Zhuing. He knew very well that the existence of the starseed was a big deal, especially in this post-apocalyptic world. If the military found out, it would be a huge problem. To prevent information leaks, Jiang Lushur didn't plan to tell anyone, not even Jiang Zhuing. It was for her own good. "Okay." Jiang Zhuing nodded but didn't get out of the car. She was still worried about Jiang Lushur. At this point, Jiang Lushur had shifted his attention to his own hands. A person's hands are the most dexterous organs. Painters use them to create photo-like artworks, sculptors to carve lifelike statues and microsculptures, pro gamers to perform 400 to 500 effective actions per minute, and pianists to play difficult musical pieces. Human hands have huge potential. Jiang Lushur knew his speed wasn't good, but after his brain evolved, his strength lay in precision and finesse. Now, give Jiang Lushur a piece of paper, and he could draw a perfect circle. Give him a video game, and he could learn it the fastest and quickly match pro gamers. Give him a minibus, and he could drift with it. His driving skills would match professional racers. These actions didn't need great speed. They needed reaction time, dexterity, and accuracy. In combat, reaction time, precision, and finesse could be very useful. For example, "Zhuing, do you have a gun?" "An automatic rifle." Before, Jiang Lushur only had a Type 54 pistol. In a real gunfight, a pistol was no match for an automatic rifle. Jiang Zhuing was stunned for a moment. "Yes, not just one automatic rifle, we also have a light machine gun." "I just want the automatic rifle," Jiang Lushur insisted. Machine guns rely on rate of fire and can shoot continuously for a long time. But in terms of accuracy and single shots, machine guns are no match for automatic rifles. "Brother, you know how to shoot?" Jiang Zhuing looked at Jiang Lushur as if he was planning to fight Blood Wolf with a gun. "I'll give it a try, shouldn't be bad," Jiang Lushur said casually. In China, guns are strictly prohibited. Not just real guns, even setting up a pellet gun booth to shoot balloons could get you jailed. On any given street, you'd be lucky to find even one person out of 100 who knows how to shoot, and if they do, it's probably because they were in the military. When the apocalypse hit and many Chinese citizens became zombies, the remaining survivors started gathering weapons. Among all weapons, the most powerful were guns. But for untrained people, using them effectively wasn't easy, especially when nervous. An entire magazine could be emptied, and the zombies would still be alive and kicking. Even superpowered people like Zhang Hai and Sun Quan were wasting bullets when they first used guns. Now they were slightly better, but their marksmanship was still terrible. They relied on full auto spraying, firing lots of bullets to hope for a hit. Jiang Zhuing looked at Jiang Lushur with surprise, not knowing where his confidence came from. But she didn't ask further. She just shouted outside the vehicle, "Zhang Hai, bring that automatic rifle." "Huh?" Zhang Hai was stunned. Their team had only 2 high-powered firearms. Sun Quan carried the light machine gun. Zhang Hai had the automatic rifle, but he usually drove the freezer truck and rarely had to use it. Facing Blood Wolf's gang, Zhang Hai depended on that rifle to survive. Otherwise, his car-repairing superpower would be useless in battle. Though he was reluctant, he still handed the rifle to Jiang Lushur. Zhang Hai used an 81-style automatic rifle. This rifle was modified based on the Russian AK-47. It's more accurate than the AK-47, though not as durable. But Jiang Lushur didn't care about durability, he cared about accuracy. An automatic rifle and a pistol are 2 completely different things. Even the famous Desert Eagle can't match the power of the 81 style. In 1994, a soldier surnamed Tian in Yenjing used an 81-style automatic rifle and 6 magazines to fight off dozens of armed police and regular police. With his skill of changing magazines one-handed, and the 81 style's firepower suppression, he forced dozens of handgun-equipped officers to stay down. At that time, an officer surnamed Chow, wearing a steel helmet, stuck his head out to find Tian's location. In that split second, Tian fired a burst. The bullet went straight through the steel helmet, and Officer Chow was killed on the spot. One shot to the head, ignoring the helmet. That says enough about its power and accuracy. Once the Type 81 rifle was in his hands, the cold metal on the gun body gave off a heavy feeling. The gun was nearly a meter long, with a bayonet about 10 centimeters at the tip. The cold, glinting blade didn't look especially sharp, but it could definitely withstand impact and pierce through a zombie's bones. In the apocalypse, when a bayonet could be used, bullets were avoided as much as possible. Bullets were too valuable. Good gun. Jiang Lushur couldn't help but say. For men, even if they don't particularly like guns, holding a real one brings a special kind of feeling. Especially this Type 81 automatic rifle, it was a classic among classics, practically a symbol of Chinese soldiers. The safety is here, right? Jiang Lushur pointed at a small switch above the stock. Even someone who's never fired a gun could find the safety, but telling which position is on or off was difficult without experience. That's it. Right now, it's on 0, which is safe. 1 is single shot, 2 is automatic, Zhang Hai explained. It was clear Jiang Lushur had never used a gun before. He didn't know how the safety worked. Got it. Jiang Lushur naturally flipped off the safety, then leapt off the vehicle. Brother Jiang, why are you grabbing a gun? You're not seriously going to fight Blood Wolf head-on, are you? Zhang Hai saw Jiang Lushur holding the Type 81 like he was ready to shoot, and couldn't help asking. He himself had practiced shooting since the apocalypse began. Though he wasn't great, he was at least better than average. Jiang Lushur didn't answer. Instead, he asked, how many bullets do we have? 11 magazines left, 30 rounds each. Brother, you really want to use the gun? Even Jiang Zhuiying was doubtful. She was mainly worried for Jiang Liushur's safety. Bullets don't have eyes. If he planned to go head-to-head with Blood Wolf, she couldn't feel at ease. They only had 2 automatic weapons, no match for Blood Wolf's firepower. Just trying it. Jiang Lushur pulled the bolt, round-chambered. He hadn't eaten pork, but he'd seen pigs run. As Jiang Lushur focused his mind again, the world slowed down once more. Dozens of meters away, he spotted a discarded beer bottle, maybe from someone sneaking drinks before the apocalypse. When Jiang Lushur concentrated on the beer bottle, the distance of dozens of meters seemed to vanish. The bottle appeared right in front of him. He could even read the label on it. He aimed the rifle at the bottle cap, front sight, rear sight, target aligned. Brother Jiang, you're trying out the gun? Seeing this, Sun Quan opened his mouth, speechless. What was Jiang Lushur doing? He had just learned how to flip the safety, and now he was going to try live fire like it was a drill? Usually, it takes thousands of rounds before someone even reaches entry-level shooting skill. Jiang Lushur only had 11 mags. Even if he emptied all of them, he wouldn't gain much real combat ability. Even Blood Wolf survivors weren't expert marksmen, but they were definitely better than the average person. A newbie shooting it out with a bunch of gunmen, wasn't that suicide? Brother Jiang, I think your driving's great, but if you're the one shooting, then who'll drive? Shouldn't you reconsider? Zhang Hai gently tried to get the rifle back. But Jiang Liushur's attention was fully on the beer bottle. He didn't even glance at Zhang Hai. At that moment, the rifle in his hand seemed locked into a groove of solid iron. The muzzle didn't move at all. Normal shooters inevitably have slight barrel shake from muscle movement. But Jiang Lushur, who could perfectly control every muscle, had none of that. Roughly 30 meters. Rifle velocity is 700 to 800 meters per second, ignoring air resistance within 30 meters, bullet drop would be around 7 to 8 millimeters, almost negligible. Thanks to his evolved brain, Jiang Lushur quickly estimated the bullet drop using just his high school physics knowledge. At long range, gravity-induced bullet drop matters. You must adjust the rear sight to compensate. But at close range, it's almost nothing. Still, Jiang Lushur made a tiny shooting angle adjustment. Finger on the trigger, fire. Bang! With a loud bang, the beer bottle 30 meters away exploded instantly, shards flying in all directions. Zhang Hai hadn't even finished his sentence when the bottle burst. He was startled, his words stuck in his throat, jaw hanging open in shock. The bottle exploded? Is that real? Brother Jiang, were you aiming at that bottle the whole time? Or was it just luck? Sun Quan swallowed hard. He couldn't tell whether Jiang Lushur just randomly fired. It was possible to hit a bottle by chance. But believing Jiang Lushur aimed on purpose was hard. He just learned how to operate the safety. Jiang Lushur didn't answer Sun Kuan. Instead, he picked another target. This one was farther, a chunk of metal. Jiang Lushur aimed at the center and again made a tiny angle adjustment. Bang! The shot landed, but the bullet hole was off by a few millimeters from his aim. A few millimeters of error might mean nothing when shooting at people, but Jiang Lushur still wanted to eliminate that margin. He fired several shots, each one aimed at the same heavy metal block. Sun Kuan and Zhang Hai could only see sparks flying from the metal. They couldn't tell what Jiang Lushur was doing with the bullet holes. Earlier, shooting the beer bottle made his accuracy obvious, but they still doubted it was luck. Now he was shooting a big metal chunk, and the warehouse was full of them. Hitting one wasn't exactly hard. They were pained by the wasted bullets. They had only 330 rounds total, and Jiang Lushur had just burned through over a dozen. Come on, man, don't practice shooting now of all times. In the apocalypse, bullets are precious. Using live ammo to practice was too extravagant. Usually, they practiced with empty mags. Jiang Lushur kept firing, using different angles to determine how much bullets deviated, pursuing perfect accuracy. This was unnecessary for close-range combat. In close-range fights, it's all about rate of fire and dense bullets. Unless you're a sharpshooter, who has time to aim? You might get shot before you even finish lining up a target. Even veteran soldiers in firefights had pitiful accuracy. In World War II battles, killing a few thousand enemies was considered a major victory. But such battles consumed hundreds of thousands of rounds. Most enemies were killed by artillery. On average, it took 1,000 bullets to kill one enemy. One mag gone. Jiang Lushur smoothly reloaded the second. Sun Kuan and Zhang Hai were practically crying inside. Enemies were still lurking outside, and here he was burning through ammo. Why wasn't Jiang Zhuing stopping him? After changing the mag, Jiang Lushur already had a good feel for the firing angle and rear sight adjustments. But enemies weren't stationary, they moved. Jiang Lushur suddenly turned to Zhang Hai and said, "Zhang Hai, go grab a bottle." Not far away, 2 intact beer bottles remained. Zhang Hai looked unwilling. More shooting? Seeing Jiang Zhuing stay silent, Zhang Hai had no choice but to pick one up with a bitter face. "Throw it out, as hard as you can," Jiang Lushur ordered. Zhang Hai was stunned. "What? Throw it?" Jiang Lushur repeated. Zhang Hai's power was in his fingers. He could definitely throw far. Since Jiang Lushur had already wasted a mag, he wasn't too happy, but whatever, throw it then. He flung the bottle. It spun through the air with a whistling sound. That throw easily sent it 50 to 60 meters. The bottle flew in a beautiful arc. Without hesitation, Jiang Lushur raised the rifle. At that moment, the bottle seemed to slow down in the air. He could clearly see even its spinning motion. Jiang Lushur pulled the trigger. Bang! The bottle shattered midair. Countless shards of glass fell from the air like a shower of petals, crashing onto the concrete floor with crisp, clear sounds. Zhang Hai, who had thrown the bottle, was completely stunned, his mouth wide open. He could almost fit an egg in it. Damn! No way, that's fake. Sun Kuan was completely dumbfounded. Was Jiang Lushur really a newbie at shooting? Hitting a stationary target, many people can manage once they understand the basics. Depending on the shooting distance, choosing the right rear sight setting and fixing the shooting angle, as long as your hand doesn't shake too much, the bullet usually won't miss by much. But hitting a moving target? That's a whole different level. Hitting a flying bottle thrown by hand, and that fast? That's harder than Olympic skeet shooting. In Olympic skeet, they use shotguns that shoot a spread of pellets. Even if just one pellet hits the clay disc, it's counted as a hit. And even then, they often miss. But Jiang Lushur? He used a Type 81, which fires just one bullet at a time, and hit a fast-flying beer bottle. How fast must his reflexes be? How precise must his eyes be? Predicting the bottle's flight path, aiming, firing, it all had to be completed in fractions of a second. And the farther the bottle flew, the harder it was. That shot he made, the bottle had flown at least 20 meters. Brother Jiang, are you messing with me? You said you were new to guns, and you didn't even know how to turn the safety off? Were you on the national shooting team or something? Zhang Hai couldn't figure it out. Who else could do this, except those in the national team specializing in skeet or moving targets? Even trained soldiers mostly shoot at fixed torso targets. Even military snipers, top marksmen, would probably miss a flying beer bottle. They don't train for that. Bullshit. You think I don't know what my own brother does? Jiang Zhuing cursed at Zhang Hai. She had grown up with Jiang Lushur and knew him well. As for practicing with guns during spare time, that was basically impossible in China. Only the rich could afford that kind of hobby. All the magazines, give them to me. Jiang Lushur hefted the Type 81 and stretched out his hand. There was nothing left to say. Zhang Hai quickly handed over all the magazines he had. When we charge out, I'll go first. You two provide covering fire. Sun Kuan, man the machine gun. Zhang Hai, throw grenades. Zhu Ying, stay in the car, with me. Sun Kuan's ability was gecko-like wall climbing, allowing him to hide in spots no one else could. Handling a machine gun well was an art. This wasn't some anti-Japanese drama where the hero grabs a machine gun and mows down a crowd. Try that in real life, and you'll get killed for sure. The first rule of a good machine gunner is concealment. Marksmanship comes second, timing is everything. Sun Kuan wasn't a great gunner, but as long as he stayed hidden, he could still be effective. As for Zhang Hai, his strength far exceeded normal people. Throwing grenades across tens of meters was the best way to use his power. There were fewer than 10 grenades in Jiang Zhuing's team, but if used right, Zhang Hai would be like a heavy artillery cannon. Jiang Lushur, holding the Type 81, jumped onto the base vehicle. Jiang Zhuing followed close behind. Brother Jiang, you want the boss to drive? Zhang Hai glanced at Jiang Zhuing. If Jiang Lushur was shooting with the rifle, then obviously she'd be driving. Most of Jiang Zhuing's driving skills had been learned after the apocalypse. Before that, her family wasn't well off, and she couldn't drive. Since the world ended, she had trained hard, but her skills still weren't great. Plus, this wasn't an off-road vehicle, it was a bulky minibus. Could she really handle it? No need. I'll drive. Zhu Ying, you just focus on attacking. Jiang Lushur sat in the driver's seat and pulled open the left side window. He propped the Type 81 on the window frame. Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan were stunned. What? Jiang Lushur was going to drive and shoot at the same time? Was this a joke? Whether you're driving or shooting, both take full focus. There were enemies outside and barricades on the road, just driving safely was hard enough. But now he wanted to aim and shoot too? The car would be moving. The enemies would be moving. He'd have to steer with one hand, shoot with the other, and still shift gears, hit the clutch, gas, and brake, all while trying to aim? Multitasking wasn't supposed to be like this. Sun Kuan, go open the gate. Be careful. Jiang Lushur gave the order. Sun Kuan swallowed hard. This wasn't just playing with guns and cars, this was risking their lives. He glanced at Jiang Zhuing, she was already in the passenger seat, pulling out her katana. She yanked on the chain, making it rattle. The metallic clinking was sharp and clear, she was clearly ready. Well, looks like these two siblings are nuts. Guess I'll risk my life with them. Sun Kuan gritted his teeth and jumped onto the metal storage pile. From there, he leaped across to the top of the warehouse gate, stood on the vertical wall, and pulled open the rolling door. With the sound of the metal shutter clattering open, Jiang Lushur shifted into gear and slammed on the gas. Hold on tight. Jiang Lushur gripped the wheel with one hand, eyes locked ahead. The base vehicle shot forward, its acceleration so powerful that Jiang Zhuing was nearly pressed into the passenger seat. V-room. The base vehicle roared like a wild beast, charging out like a mad bull. This van. Sun Kuan's heart pounded. This wasn't a minibus, it was a damn F1 race car. Meanwhile, outside the warehouse gate, Blood Wolf's team was lying in ambush. They had already laid down spike strips across the road, and two heavy-duty trucks blocked the metal factory's gate. Around the area were reinforced concrete walls, this was a complete trap. Escape seemed impossible. Blood Wolf's members had set up all kinds of cover on the factory road, all armed and ready, waiting for Jiang Zhuing's group to run out of supplies and be forced into a desperate breakout. But what they didn't expect was that, after just 2 hours, the warehouse door suddenly opened, and a ragged-looking minibus burst out like a prehistoric beast. Shit, they're charging out. Looking to die. Weapons ready, boys. The Blood Wolf members shouted like madmen. Even if they weren't all superpowered, they were all ruthless thugs. After joining Blood Wolf, they became people with vested interests. As long as you were vicious and strong, you could rise through the ranks, abuse women, torture slaves at will. After the apocalypse, all the madness and ugliness of human nature had been fully unleashed. Since its founding, the Blood Wolf organization has been plundering. They not only hunted mutant beasts and gathered food but also looted other survivors. Because Blood Wolf was so powerful, the entire industrial park fell under their control in a very short time, and all resources came into their hands. As for the survivors captured by Blood Wolf, a few good-looking women were kept, but most of the men were killed. Some were forced to collect food, gasoline, and other supplies. Once they were squeezed dry of value, they were also killed. Blood Wolf's team never kept any burdens. This brutal expansion method was very effective in the early days of the apocalypse. With more food and beast meat, they could exchange them with the military for a large number of weapons. Plus, Blood Wolf had previously looted the local police station in the industrial park, which meant they had far more guns than Jiang Zhuing's team. They had 19 combat members, but only 2 of them were ability users. One was Blood Wolf, the other was a woman wearing a leather jacket and leather pants. The other 17 all had guns. Among them, 1 light machine gun, 2 compact submachine guns used by Chinese armed police, 3 Type 95 automatic rifles, and 2 almost obsolete Type 56 semi-automatic rifles. These 8 guns were all obtained through trades with the military and armed police. In addition, from the police station they looted, they got 9 pistols, Type 54s and Type 64s. In total, 17 guns. Besides that, they also had a few bulletproof vests, worn by Blood Wolf, the woman in leather pants, and a few core combat members. The scariest thing about Blood Wolf was that they had many people and many guns. At the beginning of the apocalypse, a person with a gun and good aim could be even more dangerous than someone with a superpower. A team of 19 was already a huge force, equivalent to 2 enhanced squads. Even in a military battle, they'd be enough to do a lot. Don't forget, back during the Long March, the famous charge across the looting bridge, with its 13 iron chains over a rushing river, only used 22 warriors. Because of all those guns, Blood Wolf was fully confident in taking down Jiang Zhuing. Jiang Zhuing's group only had 2 automatic weapons and 3 pistols total. When Jiang Lushur charged out, Blood Wolf was behind cover, sitting in a chair, wearing headphones. He immediately saw Jiang Lushur and Jiang Zhuing in the passenger seat. Seeing Jiang Zhuing, Blood Wolf's eyes lit up. So you couldn't hold back, huh? Driving a minibus trying to get out of my territory? You're just asking to die. Blood Wolf stood up and ripped off his headphones. Shoot! But don't shoot Jiang Zhuing. Turn that little bastard into Swiss cheese first. To absorb abilities, Blood Wolf needed the person alive. If they died, the energy would quickly dissipate, and the effect of absorbing it would drop sharply. Avoid attacking Jiang Zhuing if possible, but if she got hit, as long as it wasn't a fatal shot, it was still acceptable. Got it. Blood Wolf's gang of desperados, upon hearing his command, all jumped out of cover and opened fire on the minibus. Rat-a-tat-tat. Pistols, rifles, submachine guns, flames burst out from all of them. The sound of gunfire was deafening. In an instant, the minibus's windshield was shaking violently. Crack, crack, crack. Countless small cracks spread across the windshield. Tiny glass shards the size of rice grains flew everywhere. But the windshield didn't shatter completely. Jiang Lushur continued driving the minibus straight ahead. Beep beep beep. The starseed voice sounded in Jiang Lushur's mind. Front bulletproof glass durability decreased, durability reduced by 7%. Jiang Lushur stayed calm. He floored the gas pedal, and the base vehicle's speed surged. What the hell? What's going on? Blood Wolf's members were stunned. That minibus had bulletproof glass? Even bulletproof glass only provides limited protection. If it takes sustained heavy fire, especially from light machine guns or rifles, and if one spot is hit continuously, it can still be penetrated. For example, many robbers attacking banks or jewelry stores smashed bulletproof glass with iron hammers. Keep firing. Shoot. Blood Wolf kicked over his chair, grabbed a nearby member's light machine gun, and began unloading bullets furiously at Jiang Lushur's position. By now, the base vehicle had reached a speed of 100 km per hour, and ahead was a spike strip. Blood Wolf had taken over the industrial park. Welding spike strips was easy for them. They had made plenty, essential tools for robbery. Now one was laid out just in front of the cover, but the minibus didn't slow down. It charged straight over it. Shit. Is he insane? Blood Wolf's eyes were bloodshot. Hitting a spike strip at that speed should definitely blow the tires and flip the vehicle. Also, how the hell did that vehicle accelerate so fast in such a short time? In a split second, Blood Wolf didn't have time to think. The base vehicle had already run over the spike strip. Crack, clatter, crash. The 5-meter-long spike strip, with over 1,000 nails longer than a finger welded on, was crushed beneath the base vehicle. Nails burst off like bullets, scattering everywhere, bouncing off the metal body of the van. But the minibus kept charging forward like an enraged giant rhino, unhindered, heading straight for the enemy's position. Damn it, is that a tank? Blood Wolf's gang stared in disbelief. Bulletproof glass on the front, charging straight into the fire of more than a dozen guns, tires crushing the spike strip like tank treads. At that moment, Blood Wolf suddenly felt a strong sense of danger. He saw a black cannon barrel extend from the front of the vehicle. Scatter! Blood Wolf shouted. They had already suffered once before. Everyone knew how terrifying that cannon was, its power rivaled heavy artillery. This thing was seriously a tank. Boom! The air cannon fired. A terrifying shockwave blasted toward the enemy's cover. Blood Wolf's members scattered. A massive explosion followed. Dozens of empty metal drums, blocks, and sandbags were blown apart by Jiang Liusher's shot. One Blood Wolf member, trying to flee, got hit in the head by flying metal. His skull burst open, and he fell to the ground, instantly dead. At that moment, Jiang Liusher, fully focused, instantly tracked where every enemy was running. The air cannon's weakness was its slow charge time. Plus, the Blood Wolf group had already learned to avoid that black barrel, so they scattered early. Though the blast was powerful, it only killed one person, by shrapnel. Now many Blood Wolf members had jumped into off-road vehicles. All sunroofs were open, one person driving, one person standing and shooting from the top. Jiang Liusher slammed the brakes and turned the wheel hard. Base vehicle made a 90-degree turn. Screech. At over 100 kilometers per hour, the center of gravity shifted forward, the rear end swung out, a beautiful drift. Jiang Liusher hit the gas again, and the base vehicle roared forward like a wild beast. Many of the Blood Wolf gang had just started their engines, and stood there in shock. Damn, a minibus can drift like that? Forget a minibus, even their off-road vehicles wouldn't dare try drifting. The center of gravity is too high, easy to flip. Only low-chassis sports cars can handle that kind of move, and even then, only on dirt roads. Is this really a minibus? It's more like a tank and a sports car combined. At that moment, Jiang Liusher made a sharp turn, aligning the driver's side of the vehicle with the Blood Wolf members. He had opened a small slit in the left window, and the barrel of the Type 81 rifle was sticking out through that slit. That turn was made precisely to aim the gun barrel at the Blood Wolf members. After his brain evolution, every driving maneuver Jiang Liusher made, gear shifting, braking, gas, clutch, was as smooth as flowing water, with no error at all. It was absolutely at professional racer level. In addition, he had the starseed assisting in controlling the minibus. The minibus felt like part of his own body, he controlled it as easily as moving his arms. With the enhanced performance of the minibus, forget drifting, he could pull off even more complex moves. As the minibus accelerated sideways, due to the angle, Jiang Liusher's entire body remained shielded behind the glass. Only that narrow slit was exposed. Even if a bullet came through it, it wouldn't hit him. The vehicle sped ahead. Blood Wolf's off-road cars started moving too. As the vehicles crossed paths, the scene froze for a moment in Jiang Liusher's eyes. A man in his 30s with a vicious face and a greasy forehead seemed to appear right in front of Jiang Liusher. One hand on the wheel, one finger on the trigger. Bang! A single shot. Jiang Liusher only fired once, using the automatic rifle like a semi-automatic. That one bullet, in the instant the two vehicles passed each other, crossed 10 meters of open air and struck the windshield of the off-road vehicle. Crash! The entire windshield shattered instantly. The bullet pierced through the glass and went straight into the man's forehead. One shot, head exploded. The power of the Type 81 rifle is terrifying. It can punch through a steel helmet. How could flesh and blood stop it? A third of the man's skull was blown off, and the bullet didn't stop, it shattered the other side's window too. Blood and brain matter sprayed across the entire driver's cabin. One bullet passed through the off-road vehicle, the driver was killed instantly. The car lost control, swerved wildly, and smashed into a concrete wall. At that speed, a crash like that usually means total destruction. The gunner in the car realized the danger and immediately jumped out. But just as he leapt, still mid-air, Jiang Liusher seized the moment, turned the steering wheel slightly to align the left window, pulled the trigger again, bang! Another single bullet. The Blood Wolf member was still in the air when it pierced through his left chest. With a dull thud, his heart and lungs were completely shattered. The bullet blew out a spray of blood and exited from his back, leaving a hole the size of a bowl. Thump! He hit the ground like a dead dog. Alive when he jumped, a corpse when he landed. The Type 81, hit a limb, lose the limb. Hit the chest, guaranteed death, no exceptions. Against the Type 81, the human body is as weak as paper. If you compared human flesh to steel, it's not even 1 millimeter thick, worse than a helmet's surface. 2 shots, 2 kills. Jiang Liusher did it while driving, accelerating and drifting, making a bulky minibus look cooler than a sports car. Shooting from the side while driving, and still having that level of accuracy, is he even human? Blood Wolf's own face changed when he saw this. He had thought Jiang Liusher was just an ordinary man, and Jiang Zhuiying was the real threat. But now he realized, Jiang Liusher was a total monster. Was he a special forces soldier? Even the most elite unit in the world probably couldn't do what Jiang Liusher just did. Boss, what do we do? Blood Wolf's men were starting to panic. They were convinced Jiang Liusher was either ex-special forces or an elite African mercenary. They had never imagined this kind of combat style. He was like a war god. The minibus was bulletproof. Jiang Lushur was hiding inside, giving them no angle to shoot back. They could only take the hits. Blood Wolf gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice, "Forget Jiang Zhuiying, throw grenades. Blow up that vehicle." He had been eyeing Jiang Zhuiying's power, but now they were taking too many losses. At this rate, even if they killed half their people, they might not take Jiang Lushur down. Getting her power wasn't worth it anymore. Grenades? Got it. After being beaten like this, the Blood Wolf members were furious. So what if your vehicle is bulletproof? Can it stop a grenade? High-powered grenades could blast more than just glass. If one exploded under the car, the whole thing could flip over. Flip the car, and your shooting stops. Move! Blow them up! Blood Wolf roared. Several members rushed at Jiang Lushur like sharks smelling blood. Some used off-road vehicles for cover, approaching fast from the minibus's blind spots. Others lay in wait, just waiting to throw a grenade as the minibus passed. One Blood Wolf member with a mustache and slanted triangle-shaped eyes climbed onto the container of a big truck. He hid behind it and saw Jiang Lushur's minibus heading in his direction. "Rabbit's here. Time to take you out." Triangle Eyes pulled out 3 grenades from his pocket. They were tied together, with the pins connected. It was a homemade triple grenade bundle. 3 grenades exploding together, the power was obvious. His face twisted with cruelty. "Drive all you want, let's see you dodge this." "They're here." He crouched behind the container, making sure he gave no angle for the minibus to shoot him. Jiang Lushur's gun barrel was only on the driver's side, and the window was barely open. The firing angle was very limited. Triangle Eyes was in a total blind spot for Jiang Lushur's line of fire. He was confident in success. As the minibus got closer, he yanked the pins and threw the grenade bundle straight at the driver's side. He was well hidden. Even the sharpest observer wouldn't spot someone behind a truck container as the vehicle sped by. But Jiang Lushur, with his evolved brain, had ridiculously powerful awareness, eyes and ears catching everything. Even though he was looking forward, the corner of his eye spotted a dark shape flying toward him. His eyes flicked sideways, immediately identifying it, 3 grenades bundled together. He realized they were coming straight for the left side of the driver's seat. Such an intense explosion would produce a terrifying shockwave. Even if the bulletproof glass held, the shockwave would shoot through the narrow window slit, injuring or killing him. Jiang Lushur remained calm. He raised his gun, focused to the maximum. Instantly, the grenade seemed to freeze midair, like a movie in slow motion. Rat-a-tat. Jiang Lushur pulled the trigger, burst fire, bullets hit the grenade. Boom! The grenade exploded in midair. Triangle Eyes had been smiling triumphantly, then saw a blast of fire erupt toward him. His face froze. Buzz. His brain rang. His ears exploded with blood as the shockwave shattered his eardrums. What happened? That was his final thought. His body flew off the truck container like a rag doll. He saw the world spinning, and died without ever understanding what had happened. Blood Wolf witnessed the entire scene. When the explosion lit up the sky and smoke burst out, his eyes almost popped out of his head. Watching Jiang Lushur drive while detecting a grenade flying in from a side blind spot, then shoot it midair? Unbelievable. "Boss, what do we do now?" The Blood Wolf members were all panicking. Their team had always been nearly unstoppable, no other squad in the area could match their strength. But now, Jiang Lushur, just an ordinary man, was using only a vehicle and an automatic rifle to suppress them so badly they couldn't even lift their heads. "Boss, if you don't step in now, the brothers won't be able to hold on much longer." Another Blood Wolf member shouted. Blood Wolf frowned. He had 2 abilities, and in terms of strength, he was the strongest among his group. But his powers were meant for close combat, whether against ability users or armed opponents, he wasn't afraid. Even against Jiang Zhuiying, he had confidence. But telling him to go fight a heavily armored tank, traveling over 100 kilometers per hour and drifting around? No matter how strong he was, he couldn't do anything. Like a mouse trying to pull a turtle, he couldn't even find a way to attack. Against Jiang Lushur's minibus, all Blood Wolf could do was shoot with an automatic rifle or throw grenades. He couldn't do much more than his men. Attack the right side? His gun can only shoot to the left. As long as we go for the right side of the vehicle, he can't fight back. The driver's seat was on the left, and the Type 81 rifle was mounted at the left window. Jiang Lushur indeed couldn't shoot to the right. The right side? Everyone, go! The Blood Wolf members suddenly realized. They jumped into their SUVs, Hummers, Range Rovers, stepped on the gas, and rushed toward the right side of the minibus. Before the apocalypse, the industrial park never lacked high-end vehicles, and the Blood Wolf members had picked the best-performing ones. Four SUVs approached from the right like a pack of wolves hunting a bison. Bullets from automatic rifles rained down on the vehicle's windows. Crack, crack, crack. The bulletproof glass developed large spiderweb cracks. Take them down. Two Blood Wolf members popped their heads out from the tops of the SUVs. Their positions were far from Jiang Liusher's firing angle, otherwise, they wouldn't dare show their heads. That rifle was like the gaze of death. Once he aimed at you, you were dead the next second. Each held an automatic rifle in one hand and a grenade in the other. They bit off the grenade pins with their teeth and aimed at the right side door of the minibus, ready to throw. And just then, clack! The side door of the minibus opened, and a graceful figure stood at the entrance. It was Jiang Zhuiying. She wore a bulletproof vest, holding a heavy shield over 1 meter tall in her left hand. Her beautiful eyes peeked out from the observation slit in the shield. The Blood Wolf member saw the smile at the corner of her lips, like a little demon. Crackle! Blue electric currents pierced through the air like purple snakes, striking the two Blood Wolf members who had poked their heads out of the SUV roofs. Though the current wasn't strong enough to burn their bodies, it was more than enough to paralyze them. Clunk! Paralyzed, both men dropped their grenades, already armed, right through the SUV sunroofs. The drivers heard the clunk and turned to see round grenades bouncing on the leather seats. The soft seats made the grenades bounce, and the pins were already pulled. Shit! The drivers were terrified, but trapped inside the SUVs, they could do nothing. Boom! Boom! The two grenades exploded inside the vehicles. Both SUVs burst into flames. The drivers were instantly blown to pieces, then burned to charcoal. All the SUV windows shattered. The roofs were blown off. The vehicles lost control and slammed into the concrete wall, triggering even bigger explosions. In a flash, 4 Blood Wolf members were dead. Adding the ones Jiang Liusher had already killed, nearly half of the Blood Wolf members were now gone. With so many guns and so much ammo used up, and this many deaths, Blood Wolf was furious. And just then, rat-a-tat-tat, the sound of a light machine gun rang out. One Blood Wolf member was caught off guard and gunned down. And right after, boom! Boom! 2 more grenades exploded, flipping over one of Blood Wolf's SUVs. Blood Wolf's heart sank. Another ambush. He looked over, clearly the attack came from the warehouse. That's right, besides Jiang Zhuiying and that guy in the minibus, there were still 2 more ability users inside the warehouse. Though those 2 weren't very strong, showing up at this moment only made things worse. Boss, should we retreat? One Blood Wolf member asked shakily. Some were already thinking about running. Even though they were all ruthless, they were still afraid of death. They only stuck with Blood Wolf for profit. Loyalty? That was a joke. Originally, they thought attacking Jiang Liusher and Jiang Zhuiying would be easy, kill them, get their weapons and supplies, simple and profitable. But now? They were terrified. No more rewards, and half their team was dead. They had no more fighting spirit. No one dared to approach the minibus now. Bullets couldn't pierce the bulletproof glass, and grenades had to be thrown at close range. But the vehicle was moving at over 100 kilometers per hour, throwing accurately from a distance was nearly impossible. And once you got close, left or right, death awaited. Retreat. Blood Wolf resisted the urge to shoot the cowardly soldier. Since the apocalypse began, everything had gone his way. He enjoyed his power, especially after killing the former leader. Blood Wolf felt like his life was reaching its peak. He had the power to decide life and death. Endless women. Everyone trembled before him. He even dreamed that, as he got stronger, he could build an empire of his own. But now, against Jiang Liusher, a normal man with a modified car, he was completely helpless. He wanted to tear Jiang Liusher apart, but he knew the smart move now was to retreat. If he insisted on fighting, the rest of his team would betray him and run. His entire empire would collapse. Retreat! Blood Wolf roared. Even with the gunfire all around, his voice carried far. All the Blood Wolf members heard him. In truth, only 9 were left. Most had already been wiped out by Jiang Zhuiying and Jiang Liusher's team. Hearing Blood Wolf shout, Jiang Liusher smirked. Retreat? Did you ask me if I agree? The gate of the special metals factory was still blocked by large trucks at this moment. Since retreat had already been decided, the first thing to do was to move these trucks. Several Blood Wolf members abandoned their original SUVs and rushed onto the trucks blocking the gate. There were 3 large trucks in total, all Dongfeng Tianlong trucks used in the industrial park to transport steel, with a 40-ton load capacity, followed by 13-meter-long semi-trailers, with 22 truck tires. They looked like massive beasts. A Blood Wolf member had just jumped into the cab of the heavy truck, but Blood Wolf shoved him aside. I'll do it. Blood Wolf dominantly sat in the driver's seat and started the vehicle. Compared to such a heavy truck, even the minibus looked like a small toy. What if it collided with the minibus? Even if the minibus was bulletproof, getting hit by this heavy truck would definitely crush it like an iron pancake. But there was a heavy cannon mounted in front of the minibus. Blood Wolf had experienced the power of that cannon. If it fired again, even if the truck itself wasn't destroyed, the windshield in front would definitely be blasted into fragments, and as the driver, Blood Wolf would be blown to pieces. A frontal collision was suicide. He could only strike from the side. Hit the minibus from the right and split it in half. With his team suffering heavy losses, Blood Wolf's eyes were bloodshot. He had made up his mind to retreat, but now, he was unwilling. Run that kid over. Even if Jiang Zhuing doesn't die and has only one breath left, I can still absorb her ability. Blood Wolf had long coveted Jiang Zhuing's power. His current ability was physical, focused on close combat, lacking long-range attacks. If paired with Jiang Zhuing's power, he could attack both near and far, it would be perfect. He shifted gears, stepped hard on the accelerator, and drove the heavy truck forward. Just the trailer was 13 meters long. The cargo on board hadn't been fully unloaded. Such a heavy truck had enough impact to knock down even concrete walls. However, right after starting the truck, Blood Wolf suddenly heard the da-da-da sound of gunfire, a burst from the Type 81 rifle, and the sound of bullets hitting metal. Blood Wolf's heart jumped. He immediately ducked under the steering wheel to avoid getting hit by bullets. The windshield of the heavy truck wasn't shattered, which made sense, because the cab wasn't facing the minibus directly, so there was no reason for it to be hit. Even so, a strong sense of danger surged up in Blood Wolf's heart. Something extremely dangerous was about to happen. Something that could take his life. What was this? Blood Wolf suddenly looked toward the right rearview mirror. In the mirror, he saw that the several hundred-liter fuel tank was leaking. That earlier burst from Jiang Liusher's rifle had hit the fuel tank of the truck. The fuel tank of Jiang's base vehicle was bulletproof, but the Dongfeng Tianlong truck didn't have that feature. Its thin iron shell was no match for automatic rifle bullets, it was riddled with holes now. Normally, just shooting a fuel tank wouldn't cause an explosion, because there's little air inside and diesel ignites at a high temperature. But once it starts leaking and a lot of air gets inside, then shooting it again, bullets striking metal, could easily cause an explosion. And this was a several hundred-liter tank. The explosion would be massive. Damn it. Blood Wolf felt an immense crisis. He roared, his entire body bulging with muscles. The shirt on his upper body burst apart from the pressure. A large patch of tough red fur burst out from his skin. His eyes began to turn green, and sharp fangs grew out from his gums. He had transformed into a red-furred werewolf. His body and face still looked human, but he had taken on the characteristics of a wolf. This was Blood Wolf's special ability. To be precise, it was the power of the previous Blood Wolf. The organization's name came from this power. Later, the second-generation Blood Wolf took advantage of the original one being gravely injured in a battle with a mutant beast. He killed him, devoured his power, and took his place. Now, with a massive threat approaching, Blood Wolf completed his transformation. Just as he changed form, another burst of bullets came, this time mixed with the blue electric currents fired by Jiang Zhuing. The bullets hit the Dongfeng Tianlong's fuel tank, and it ignited on the spot. The entire tank began to burn. Boom! A massive explosion followed. Fire serpents swept out from the lower right side of the cab, swallowing the front passenger seat. The Blood Wolf member whom Blood Wolf had pushed away earlier let out a miserable scream, his whole body turned into a ball of fire. At the same time, Blood Wolf let out a wolf-like howl. He leaped straight out from the driver's seat and slammed into the windshield. The 2.5-meter-wide windshield shattered instantly under the impact. Crash! Shards of glass and flames burst into the cab. The entire cockpit became a sea of fire, and Blood Wolf jumped out from the flames, with the red fur on his back scorched and curled. "Kid, I'm gonna kill you." After transforming, Blood Wolf became extremely aggressive, even irrational. He charged directly at Jiang Liusher's minibus. Huh? What is that? Seeing a red-furred werewolf charging at his vehicle, Jiang Liusher was shocked. He saw clearly that the werewolf had come from the heavy truck's driver's seat, and that meant it was Blood Wolf. Blood Wolf? His power is to transform into a werewolf. Jiang Liusher was a bit surprised. Since the apocalypse, human cells had mutated and genes evolved, creating all kinds of abilities. Transforming into a werewolf was clearly a higher-tier power. Regular abilities, like Uge's speed boost, Zhang Hai's finger strength, or Sun Quan's wall crawling, were nothing in comparison. The werewolf had strength, speed, terrifying burst power, resistance to physical damage, and claws. One ability that included all strengths. In close combat, such an opponent would be a nightmare. Even in a gunfight, Blood Wolf wouldn't be scared. Werewolves were too fast to aim at. If you missed the first 2 shots, he'd already be in your face. And Jiang Lushur noticed something else. Blood Wolf had a kind of instinctive danger response. He could sense being targeted before shots were fired. But none of that mattered. Jiang Lushur was in a base vehicle. No matter how strong you are in melee, I'll just ram you flat. Jiang Lushur yanked the steering wheel, floored the gas, and the base vehicle roared forward, charging straight at Blood Wolf. The werewolf body had extraordinary speed. Blood Wolf's upper arms extended, his fingers turned into claws. On all fours, he ran quickly across the ground. Although Blood Wolf was fast, it was impossible for him to dodge bullets. No matter how fast an ability user is, compared to the supersonic speed of bullets, they are far too slow. However, while he couldn't dodge bullets, he could dodge the barrel. By watching the direction of the barrel and making early predictions, Blood Wolf had used this many times in close combat to rip gun-wielding enemies to pieces with his claws and fangs. After transforming, Blood Wolf became extremely cruel. Even his brain was affected, becoming more beast-like. The people he killed almost never had an intact piece of flesh left. Jiang Lushur held the steering wheel with one hand and the automatic rifle with the other. He believed that even a werewolf was still flesh and blood. One bullet would still be enough to disable him. But Blood Wolf was extremely alert and gave Jiang Lushur no chance. At the minibus window, the firing angle of the Type 81 rifle was very narrow, and Blood Wolf never entered that firing range. As for the air cannon, even less so, its muzzle could barely turn. Blood Wolf never stayed directly in front of it and always kept at an offset angle. Can't hit him. Jiang Lushur stepped on the gas for a head-on collision, but just as the minibus was about to hit, Blood Wolf jumped high and actually leaped over the 2-meter-tall minibus. Scrape! 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 The sound of claws scraping metal came from the minibus roof. Blood Wolf had landed on top and was running over it. But at a relative speed of over 150 kilometers per hour, he couldn't stay on top. Even if he stopped, it wouldn't help. The steel roof of the minibus wasn't something his claws could tear open. Thud! Blood Wolf, unable to adapt to the speed of the moving roof, fell and rolled off. Bang! He hit the ground hard, but even at over 100 kilometers per hour, he wasn't injured. As soon as he landed, he jumped up again. By now, the minibus had already sped over 100 meters away. At that speed, it was too fast. Jiang Lushur made a hard turn of the steering wheel, executing an extreme high-angle drift, 2 consecutive 90-degree turns. The rear of the vehicle whipped like a tail. At such high speed, pulling off such turns was unimaginably stressful on the tires. And for a high center of gravity minibus, it should have flipped, but Jiang Lushur's driving made it happen. Seeing the shocking tire marks on the concrete ground, Blood Wolf's subordinates shuddered. Was this still a car from Earth? Was this still a human from Earth? Do special forces have such skills? By now, all of Blood Wolf's men thought of Jiang Lushur as special forces or an elite mercenary. That vehicle was seen as a super-modified military car. Reaching speeds over 100 kilometers per hour in a narrow factory? Even pro racers might not pull that off. All the Blood Wolf members kept their distance, watching the battle. If it went badly, they'd flee. If Blood Wolf won, they'd return to share the spoils. But Blood Wolf trying to take out that minibus was like a tiger trying to bite the sky, no way to even begin. Whether his claws, fangs, or strength, none of it meant anything in front of the base vehicle. You coward hiding in the car. If you're tough, get out and fight me one-on-one. Blood Wolf roared from not far away. His voice was terrifying, like a true wolf's howl. Jiang Lushur heard it clearly. TSK. Turned into a wolf and your IQ dropped too? Trying to drag me down to your level? Keep dreaming. Jiang Lushur replied as he stomped the gas again, charging. In truth, Blood Wolf couldn't do anything to Jiang Lushur, but the reverse was also true. Jiang Lushur couldn't do anything to Blood Wolf. His automatic rifle only covered the left side, with less than a 90-degree shooting angle. As for the air cannon, no chance either. Blood Wolf would never allow it. If it continued like this, Jiang Lushur wouldn't be able to win. Should I open the door? Jiang Zhuiying suddenly asked. In her left hand she held a military-issued bulletproof shield, in her right, the high-priced chained samurai sword. Are you confident? Jiang Lushur's expression turned serious. Jiang Zhuiying's electric current couldn't pass through the bulletproof glass. To attack, she would need to open the door. I'm not afraid of him. I'm afraid I won't be able to stop him from jumping onto the minibus. Then he'll go after you. Against bullets, the shield was enough. But Blood Wolf's speed was too fast. He might use his agility to break into the vehicle while the door is open. Jiang Zhuiying was a well-known ability user in Jinling. She was confident in her strength, she only worried about Jiang Lushur. Jiang Lushur paused slightly. Opening the door was a gamble with high risk. Even if he wanted to take that gamble, it wasn't the right time. No matter how strong Blood Wolf was, he was still flesh and blood, with limited stamina. And the minibus had 8 tons of fuel as backup. With a 10 cubic meter modified fuel tank, Jiang Lushur wasn't afraid. Endurance? His minibus could circle the earth. Who wants to compete? Instant acceleration, tight turns, air cannon, he could use them all freely. He would stall. Keep ramming Blood Wolf with the minibus, even if it didn't hit him. Wear him down, until Blood Wolf couldn't move. If Blood Wolf tried to escape, he would chase him down. No need to open the door, Jiang Lushur said quickly while driving. A war of attrition was the safest, most effective method. But then, boom! A loud explosion. The minibus shook violently. The rear end jumped up. A powerful shockwave surged, flames running along the minibus's side, reaching the front windshield. A grenade? Jiang Lushur was startled. After failing to ram Blood Wolf, he had thrown a grenade at the rear of the vehicle. Since turning into a werewolf, Blood Wolf's mind leaned toward beastly instincts. He was used to solving enemies with claws and teeth, not modern weapons. But now, completely unable to match Jiang Lushur, he had resorted to grenades. A single grenade explosion didn't flip the vehicle, too heavy. But this time, Starseed alerted, tire number 3 damaged, damage level 30%. Huh? Jiang Lushur's heart sank, the tire. The minibus's tires were run flat, with many segmented air pockets. Even if riddled with bullets, it could still run. But grenades produce intense heat and flames. Even run-flat tires can't withstand fire. Brother, how's the car? Jiang Zhuiying asked anxiously. She didn't know how strong Jiang Lushur's base car really was. In her view, even if the armor and glass were bulletproof, whether it could withstand a grenade was still questionable. Not good. This grenade is too much. Jiang Lushur gritted his teeth and simply pulled back his automatic rifle. Blood Wolf was extremely alert and never gave him the chance to aim. Since that was the case, Jiang Lushur put both hands on the steering wheel and focused on driving. The vehicle's control isn't as smooth as before. Jiang Lushur felt heavy in his heart. Tire number 3 was the rear right tire, the one farthest from the driver's seat. Even through the right rearview mirror, he couldn't see it clearly. It was almost in his blind spot. Blood Wolf had chosen to attack exactly there. If it were an ordinary car, just one grenade would have blown the wheel off. Even though this was a Starseed base vehicle, once enough of the air pockets in the tire were blown, its rotation wouldn't be as smooth as before. And Blood Wolf clearly noticed this too. He saw that one of the minibus's wheels was damaged. Blow up that tire, let's see how he keeps driving. Blood Wolf grinned viciously. This vehicle had rendered all his efforts useless, but now he saw a glimmer of hope. He locked onto the base car's tire number 3, planning to destroy it first. Da-da-da. The sound of automatic gunfire rang out. Jiang Lushur looked through the rearview mirror. Blood Wolf was using an automatic rifle to shoot at tire number 3. When the base vehicle was speeding, hitting a tire wasn't easy, but Blood Wolf was close. With his werewolf speed, he was sprinting behind the vehicle. Though he couldn't catch up, a burst of bullets could still land a few hits. Tire number 3 damaged, damage level 40%. Starseed alerted again. Once a tire is damaged, its bulletproof ability drops sharply. Jiang Lushur could feel the vehicle getting harder to control. At this rate, once tire number 3 is completely destroyed, the base car will break down. Where did he get that gun? Jiang Lushur asked coldly. Earlier, when Blood Wolf was running, he didn't have a gun in hand. It was that woman in the leather jacket. She threw it to him, along with the grenade. A single fighter can only carry a limited number of weapons. Besides, when Blood Wolf transformed earlier, his upper body clothes were torn apart by his bulging muscles. He had no pockets, so he couldn't carry grenades. But now, the second ability user in the Blood Wolf team was supplying him with weapons while he ran at high speed. The grenades and guns she threw were very accurate. Blood Wolf caught them perfectly. This way, he could keep his carried weapons light, so as not to hinder his speed. Wolf bro! The leather jacket woman threw out another grenade and a loaded magazine. Blood Wolf caught the grenade and magazine, rolled on the ground, then changed the magazine while still running. Da-da-da. The automatic rifle fired again. Blood Wolf was right behind Jiang Lushur's base car. His speed was too quick, never giving Jiang Lushur a chance to ram into him. Boom! Blood Wolf threw a grenade. It exploded, but this time the aim was off. The shockwave hit, and the base car shook violently. Alert, tire number 3 damaged, damage level 60%. 60% already. Starseed issued an alert. Jiang Lushur could no longer just wait. Blood Wolf's out of bullets. Even while driving, Jiang Lushur was counting the shots. Blood Wolf used a Type 81, which only had 30 rounds. With such dense gunfire, only Jiang Lushur could keep count and know when the bullets would run out. At the moment the bullets ran out, he turned the steering wheel sharply, made a hard turn, and aimed the vehicle straight at the woman in the leather jacket. Can't handle Blood Wolf? Then kill the woman first. At that moment, the woman had just prepared a new magazine, ready to throw to Blood Wolf. But when she saw the base car charging at her, her face changed drastically. Open the door. Kill that woman first. Jiang Lushur shouted. Jiang Zhuing also understood his intention. She opened the door, threw her shield aside, and held up her human-height samurai sword, pointing it straight at the leather jacket woman. Boom! The base car rammed into the cover the leather jacket woman was hiding behind. Sandbags and iron barrels were knocked over. The woman screamed and leapt backward, flipping 360 degrees in the air to dodge the collision. Just then, Jiang Zhuing jumped out from the base car door, sword in hand, slashing at the woman's neck. The strike was too fast. The woman had no time to draw her gun. In fact, in close combat, a knife is often better than a gun. Bullets may be fast, but drawing and aiming takes longer than swinging a blade. By the time you raise your gun, your arm could already be cut off. The leather jacket woman crossed her arms in front of her chest. On her elbows, the skin split open, revealing a sharp white bone blade. That was her bone blade. Her ability was bone reinforcement. Her bones were 4 to 5 times stronger than normal, and the bones of her forearms could extend into 2 1-meter-long bone blades. Currently, she could only extend them in a fixed shape, but their strength was comparable to a military-grade tri-edged dagger. This was her weapon. Clang! The bone blade clashed with the katana, producing a harsh metallic screech. Jiang Zhuing's attack was like a storm. Even if the bone blade blocked the sword, it couldn't block the electricity. Zzz. Electric current pierced through like a venomous snake, paralyzing the woman. For an ordinary person, this shock would cause fainting, or even heart failure. But the leather jacket woman's cells were strong, she was only paralyzed. High-level ability users had activated cells and often ate mutated beast meat. Their physical attributes were far beyond average. In a fight between experts, even a moment of paralysis could be fatal. The woman's movement slowed. Panic showed on her face. Jiang Zhuing pulled back her blade and dashed forward, ready to slash again, but then she felt a sudden sense of danger. Watch out! Jiang Lushur shouted. Without even looking, Jiang Zhuing bent down to dodge. Whoosh! A dark object flew past her hair and hit an iron barrel. Bang! The barrel was knocked up and dented by the impact. Jiang Zhuing looked carefully. The dark object was an empty magazine. At the moment the leather jacket woman was about to be killed, Blood Wolf threw his magazine. With his werewolf strength, even a thrown magazine was as deadly as a bullet. Jiang Zhuing dodged it and didn't look back at Blood Wolf. Her blade swept out, sending a silver arc of electricity. Zzz. The woman had just regained a bit of movement and quickly tried to dodge. But Jiang Lushur wasn't about to let her escape. He focused his mental strength. To him, the woman's movements now looked like slow motion. To the right! Jiang Lushur shouted. Jiang Zhuing immediately slashed to the right. The electricity formed a line in the air, like lightning. The current stung the woman's skin and lifted her hair. Jiang Lushur's shout shocked her further. She really had planned to dodge right. But before she could finish the move, Jiang Lushur had already read her intent from her subtle movements. She instinctively jumped in the other direction, otherwise, she would have run straight into the blade. But the moment she jumped, her pupils shrank. Jiang Lushur's rifle muzzle. These siblings coordinated flawlessly, not giving her a moment to breathe. She dodged Jiang Zhuing's blade but couldn't dodge Jiang Lushur's shot. In that instant, pain surged, she saw blood burst from her chest. From the moment she jumped in the other direction to being shot, less than a second passed. Jiang Lushur didn't even need time to aim. He hit her heart precisely while she was still moving at high speed. Ah! Blood Wolf roared when he saw the woman thrown back like a bloody rag. Jiang Lushur and Jiang Zhuing, the brother and sister, worked together perfectly, making Blood Wolf's rescue attempt completely useless. The woman in the leather jacket was still killed instantly. Now, Blood Wolf completely lost his support. The Type 81 in his hand was already out of bullets. And those Blood Wolf members who had still been hesitating about whether to run away, after seeing the woman in the leather jacket get killed, could no longer stay. That woman, under the combined attack of Jiang Zhuing and Jiang Lushur, had no power to resist. Compared to her, they were even weaker. Run! Leave, join another team and you can still survive. These survivors only acted for profit. No matter how crazy they were, they wouldn't risk their lives on something with no chance. But just as they started to run, gunfire rang out again, and a grenade flew toward them. Sun Kuan and Zhang Hai weren't much help in a direct fight, but they could definitely deal with these fleeing dogs. Once someone had thoughts of escape, they wouldn't stop to fight back seriously. When they heard gunfire, they just ran toward the gate like live targets. Facing this situation, Sun Kuan and Zhang Hai wouldn't show mercy. Jiang Lushur stood at the door of the vehicle and suddenly turned his gun in the other direction. At this moment, Blood Wolf had gone completely mad. His hatred for Jiang Lushur now outweighed his desire for Jiang Zhuing's ability. Jiang Lushur had finally stopped the vehicle to kill the woman in the leather jacket. And he had opened the door. In fact, Jiang Lushur had no choice but to stop. Staying in the minibus would just give Blood Wolf more chances to attack the tires. Waiting until the minibus broke down and stopped passively was worse than stopping voluntarily. And this move had taken out the woman in leather. He had already prepared for Blood Wolf's ambush. Da-da-da. Jiang Lushur fired continuously, while Blood Wolf kept changing directions rapidly. Although Jiang Lushur had fast neural reflexes, his arms were still that of an ordinary person. He couldn't move the gun fast enough to keep up. Bullets hit the ground and sparked, but missed Blood Wolf. But just then, several electric currents burst out in front of Jiang Lushur, striking toward Blood Wolf. The crisscrossing currents formed an electric net, giving Blood Wolf no way to dodge. He suddenly darted sideways and disappeared behind the minibus. Watch out! Seeing the electric net light up above his head, Jiang Lushur immediately turned and raised his rifle. Da-da-da. More gunfire. Blood Wolf leapt over his head. Blood Wolf, exploding with full power, moved extremely fast. He was like a vicious wolf circling its prey, looking for a chance to land a fatal strike. Jiang Lushur and Jiang Zhuing stood back to back with the minibus, and Blood Wolf used it as cover. Starseed. In Jiang Lushur's mind, the rear-view camera feed from the minibus instantly appeared. Blood Wolf thought that by hiding behind the minibus, Jiang Lushur and Jiang Zhuing wouldn't dare act, unsure of when or where he would strike again. But he didn't know. Thanks to Starseed, even after getting off the minibus, Jiang Lushur could still see the camera's feed in his mind. He soon spotted Blood Wolf's figure. When Blood Wolf suddenly charged out, his terrifying speed and strength showed his power, but when he was hiding and waiting to strike, it was ironically a bit laughable. From that angle, it was hard for Jiang Lushur to shoot. He gave Jiang Zhuing a hand signal, and mouthed silently, "Attack." Although Jiang Zhuing hadn't seen anything, and didn't know what Jiang Lushur saw, she didn't hesitate. She grabbed the end of the chain and threw the long sword straight forward. At this moment, her expression turned fierce. The powerful current made her hair float without wind, and tiny electric sparks danced across her body. Wherever the blade passed, electric snakes danced. The entire sword was surrounded by electricity. Jiang Lushur had told her to attack, so Jiang Zhuing used her full power. This level of electricity could burn even dozens of zombies to ashes. Of course, Jiang Zhuing couldn't maintain this power for long. At the same time, Jiang Lushur also dropped low, aiming his gun at the ground. Blood Wolf was preparing to pounce. He was hiding behind one of the tires, but as soon as the electric current struck, he had to dodge. Seeing the blade whip toward him like it had eyes, carrying intense electric current, Blood Wolf was shocked. He instantly dodged back, and just then, bang! A sharp pain shot through one of his arms. Blood Wolf moved on all fours. When he dodged, his arm was exposed to Jiang Lushur's line of sight. Jiang Lushur didn't hesitate, he pulled the trigger. In that brief moment of exposure, he hit him with perfect precision. Blood splattered. Even bone fragments flew. That arm was immediately broken. Ah! Blood Wolf let out a shrill scream. He didn't even understand how he'd been hit. But he didn't stop moving. Even with a broken arm, he leapt backward and hid behind another tire. Click! He heard Jiang Lushur reload. The sound made Blood Wolf grit his teeth. His hand. With all his power unleashed, and the pain driving him mad, Blood Wolf's head was foggy. It felt like all the blood in his body had rushed to his brain. Kill Jiang Lushur. He had to kill Jiang Lushur. Suddenly, Blood Wolf leapt onto the roof of the vehicle, then pounced straight toward Jiang Lushur. Zzz. Above Jiang Lushur's head, dozens of electric currents instantly formed a net. Blood Wolf pounced straight into it. Blood Wolf had no other choice. Even with one arm shot, if he didn't kill Jiang Lushur or Jiang Zhuing today, he wouldn't get out alive. But it was like his every move was anticipated. The electricity instantly paralyzed him. His fur was scorched. Even paralyzed, Blood Wolf howled in rage, raised his claws, and slashed toward Jiang Liusher's head. Clang! Jiang Zhuing's long sword blocked Blood Wolf's claw. She wasn't as strong as him, but the electric current wrapped around the blade scorched his claw, smoke rose, and the flesh was charred. Jiang Liusher and Jiang Zhuing worked together flawlessly. At that moment, Jiang Liusher raised his rifle. Bang! The gunshot rang right by his ear. Blood Wolf turned his head and felt his shoulder shatter. He crashed to the ground, wailing, staring at Jiang Liusher and Jiang Zhuing in the distance. Blood Wolf slowly struggled to stand. Jiang Liusher and Jiang Zhuing were just watching him. He was in terrible shape. He had thought Jiang Liusher getting out of the vehicle meant his doom, but now, it was his own end. Damn it! Blood Wolf looked at the two with venomous hatred. His words slurred, and his muscles kept twitching from the electric shocks. He charged forward again, swinging his scorched claw at Jiang Liusher. Jiang Zhuing was about to act, but saw Jiang Liusher lift his gun. By now, Blood Wolf's speed had dropped significantly. He was still stronger than an ordinary person, but Jiang Liusher's automatic rifle spat fire. Though Jiang Liusher wasn't physically fast, this version of Blood Wolf couldn't fully dodge the bullets. Bang! Bang! 2 shots aimed for the heart. Blood Wolf saw Jiang Liusher fire and tried to dodge in advance, but failed. The bullets hit his shoulder and arm. His arm was pierced, flesh torn. Blood Wolf was covered in blood. If he weren't a werewolf, he'd have bled to death from so many gunshots. He looked at Jiang Liusher's calm eyes and face, full of hatred. If only he could land one hit on him. You only know how to shoot, you bastard. Blood Wolf swung another claw. Jiang Liusher pointed the black muzzle at Blood Wolf and said calmly, yeah. Bang! Blood sprayed. As Blood Wolf tilted his head, he suddenly saw nothing but red. His dodge had brought his own head right into Jiang Liusher's sights. A headshot. Jiang Liusher put down the gun and silently watched as Blood Wolf collapsed with a loud crash and fell heavily into a pool of blood. Those Blood Wolf members who were fleeing were already in a panic. Before they could escape the factory, they witnessed with their own eyes how Jiang Liusher killed Blood Wolf. Blood Wolf was so powerful, yet died so miserably. Now, those Blood Wolf members were even more terrified, as if their souls had left their bodies. They scrambled to flee like crazy, each trying to escape the factory before the others, even pushing people out of the way and using others' bodies to block bullets. However, the vehicles they had enthusiastically used to block Jiang Liusher and his group earlier had now become their road to death. Sun Kuan and Zhang Hai kept attacking, killing with excitement. Not a single one of these people should think about escaping. Detected 1+ mutated energy. Absorb it, came the voice of the starseed. Blood Wolf was a 1+ level mutant, just like Jiang Zhuing, actually even slightly stronger than her. After Jiang Liusher killed him, the mutated energy he released was immediately detected by the starseed. Absorb. Jiang Liusher said immediately. Detected level 1 mutated energy. Absorb it. Yes. This level 1 mutated energy likely belonged to that woman in the leather jacket. The two of them were both high level, so the amount of energy absorbed this time would definitely not be small. I really didn't expect that Blood Wolf was plotting to ambush me. But with my brother here, he never imagined he would end up this badly, Jiang Zhuing said, looking at Jiang Liusher. Jiang Liusher's performance this time even surprised Jiang Zhuing. In her memory, Jiang Liusher didn't know anything about shooting. And today, his behavior clearly looked like someone holding a gun for the first time. But even so, this rookie's bullets were more accurate than if he had eyes on them. It was truly unbelievable. Someone like that should be killed early to be safe. Otherwise, you never know when he might bite you, Jiang Liusher said. Brother, are you really a mutant? Why can't I sense any energy fluctuations from you? Jiang Zhuing asked again. Well, I'm a bit different from you guys, Jiang Liusher didn't really know how to explain. He had enhanced his brain domain, which technically made him a mutant too, but he didn't have any mutated energy on him. Brother, what's with your shooting skills? Jiang Zhuing asked. Jiang Liusher could only answer, innate talent, I guess. Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan, who had come out of hiding, walked over and heard Jiang Liusher's words. The two of them didn't know what kind of expression to show, they were totally bewildered. Innate? That, well. But it seemed there was no better explanation. That kind of talent really made people envious, jealous, and hateful. Quick, clean up the battlefield, Jiang Zhuing said. Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan were experienced. They immediately started checking the corpses and the injured Blood Wolf members lying on the ground screaming but not yet dead. They dragged them together, and then Sun Kuan went around and executed them one by one. By the time he got to the last one, that person had already pissed himself, his face ashen, his whole body trembling like a leaf. He could clearly feel the spasms of the man beside him when he was shot, and the warm blood had splattered all over his face. That's what made him wet himself. Sun Kuan raised the smoking gun barrel to his face, paused, then grinned and asked, "Where is Blood Wolf's base?" "In the northern part of the industrial park. In a villa dormitory of a pharmaceutical company," the man shouted immediately. "I can lead the way, don't kill me. Don't." Bang! Sun Kuan put down the still smoking gun barrel, spat, and said, "Who the hell wants you to lead the way? Take the road yourself." "Boss, we found out Blood Wolf's base," Zhang Hai shouted. "Gather up the bullets and everything else." "We'll go in a bit," Jiang Zhuing said, glancing at Jiang Lushur. She saw Jiang Lushur inspecting the minibus and figured he still needed some time, so she said, "In a bit." In reality, when they go depends entirely on Jiang Lushur. This victory was only possible because of the cooperation between Jiang Lushur and Jiang Zhuing. Now, even if one ignored the fact that Jiang Lushur was Jiang Zhuing's older brother, he held significant authority within the survivor team. In fact, the Starseed could provide a detailed report on the minibus's damage, so Jiang Lushur didn't need to inspect it himself. But Jiang Lushur valued the base vehicle too much, so he personally went to check the tires. The tires needed immediate repair. Tire number 3 damaged 60%, outer shell armor defense reduced by 50%, bulletproof glass durability reduced by 40%, no other damage. Base vehicle damage level 3. The Starseed's report came through, and Jiang Lushur felt a pang of pain. That was the data even after he drove the car to its limits. If he had reacted slower, the damage might have reached level 4 or even higher. After checking the list of materials needed for repairs, Jiang Lushur saw that all of them could be found in the industrial park. Some were even abundant within this metal factory. As for gasoline and electricity needed for repairs, there was no shortage of those. The vehicle's Blood Wolf's men came and already had plenty of gasoline, so Jiang Lushur didn't even need to use his own reserves. At this point, the Starseed reported that all the mutated energy had been fully absorbed. Mutated energy absorbed. Energy stored. Mutated energy can be used for: Option 1, enhance base vehicle shell armor defense. Option 2, upgrade air cannon. Option 3, add mechanical arms to base vehicle. Option 4. Option 7, initiate base vehicle's second evolution process. Option 8, activate level 1 storage space. Option 9. Second evolution. When Jiang Lushur first created the gene evolution serum, he had seen a prompt about the second evolution of the base vehicle in the biolab. Many of the gene serums listed in the biolab could only be developed after the vehicle had undergone its second evolution. Originally, Jiang Lushur had planned to ask the Starseed about it in detail later. Unexpectedly, after absorbing the mutated energy from Blood Wolf and the leather-clad woman, the base vehicle could now start its second evolution. Starting the evolution process meant gaining access to initiate it, just like opening the biolab. Since Jiang Lushur was in the industrial park and could find whatever materials he needed, there was no reason to wait. Start the second evolution of the base vehicle, Jiang Lushur said in his mind. The base vehicle's first evolution turned it from a minibus into a luxury RV, and it even gained offensive and defensive capabilities. No one knew what it would be like after the second evolution. Jiang Lushur was very excited. At this moment, the Starseed prompted, "Base vehicle's second evolution process is underway. This process takes 1.5 hours. The base vehicle can still be used during this time. Still have to wait 1.5 hours. And even after starting the second evolution, there was still mutated energy left. The options changed a bit, some dimmed, others could still be selected. Also activate level 1 storage space." Jiang Lushur had been thinking about this function for a long time. His vehicle had already maximized space usage, but even so, space was still running out. Even the roof of the car was piled high with supplies. Jiang Lushur had long wanted to activate the storage space. Activating level 1 spatial storage function. Storage space volume, 10 cubic meters. Interior is low temperature and oxygen free. Can preserve food ingredients. Ordinary food can be preserved for over a year, mutated beast meat for over 3 years. The familiar voice of the Starseed sounded, activation confirmed. Required materials are as follows. The materials needed for activating level 1 storage space were all metals. And these, Jiang Lushur could easily source on site. Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan were once again assigned the role of movers. They didn't know why Jiang Lushur needed more metal, but this time they had no questions. Jiang Lushur's marksmanship was terrifying. If he wanted metal, they would just move it, no matter what it was for. They secretly guessed that Jiang Lushur might have some strange collection habit. Previously, he had collected 2 mutated crystal cores. They had no idea what those were for. These things, once Jiang Lushur took them, no one knew what use he could make of them. At least, they couldn't understand. Level 1 storage space construction has begun. Estimated completion time, 1 hour, the starseed continued. 1 hour. Jiang Lushur could wait. During that time, he had Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan help him gather the materials to repair the vehicle. For rubber materials, Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan directly dismantled all the tires from Blood Wolf's vehicles and stuffed them all into Jiang Lushur's car. The rest of the required materials were found in the special metal factory and 2 nearby factories. Without the threat of Blood Wolf's men, and with few zombies in the industrial park, it was practically a giant warehouse of materials. An hour passed quickly. Level 1 storage space construction completed. The starseed's voice rang out right on time. Jiang Lushur couldn't help but smile, finally activated. In his mind, a panel appeared immediately. It showed the remaining storage of the level 1 space, 100%. At the same time, the starseed scanned all items inside the base vehicle, of course, excluding the host himself and other living beings. As long as items were inside the base vehicle, Jiang Lushur could transfer them into the storage space with a thought. But items outside the vehicle couldn't be stored. 10 cubic meters wasn't huge, but not small either, enough to fit all the materials packed inside the vehicle. He had already gathered the necessary repair materials, but couldn't fix the car directly in front of Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan. So, he had to store the materials first. Besides repair materials, there were rare metals. Jiang Lushur really wanted these. Upgrading the storage space was for this exact purpose. Zhang Hai. As soon as Jiang Lushur spoke inside the car, Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan stood up. Go move them now. The two of them had turned from powerful mutants into porters, but they had no complaints. Without Jiang Lushur, they really would have died today. Besides, as mutants, their physical strength combined with transport tools like carts made them much more capable than ordinary people. Even so, they were utterly exhausted. The metals Jiang Lushur wanted were spread out. Moving them onto the carts, then from the carts into the base vehicle, was hard labor. After over an hour, Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan had moved 12 tons of metal. 12 tons sounded like a lot, but it was just a cubic meter block, about the size of 7 or 8 suitcases in the vehicle, barely noticeable. Stored in the spatial space, it only took up 10%. But that 1 cubic meter took 120 trips, with each trip moving 100 kilograms. The two were completely wiped out. Even as mutants, they couldn't handle this much. Jiang Lushur was speechless too. During the base vehicle's basic evolution, there had been an auto material absorption option. Now that he had selected the storage space upgrade, he couldn't choose the auto-absorb function. Seeing Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan looking at him like sad puppies, exhausted to death, he realized he had basically used them like human forklifts. Looks like they've hit their limit. Jiang Lushur stared at the stockpile of materials, craving them. But he couldn't have Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan move too much, or it would be hard to explain. A few suitcase-sized metal blocks inside the car was fine, but 10 cubic meters of metal blocks? That would look strange. Jiang Lushur had collected rare metals that were hard to find under normal circumstances. These metals were often very dense, many weighed over 10 tons per cubic meter, some nearly 20 tons per cubic meter. Common metals found everywhere, Jiang Lushur didn't bother collecting, he wouldn't waste space on those. Jiang Lushur closed the base vehicle's doors. He wasn't in a hurry to transfer all the metal into the storage space. If Zhang Hai or Sun Kuan accidentally saw the metal vanish through the windshield, they would definitely think they'd seen a ghost. After storing all the metal blocks, Jiang Lushur sent Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan away, then mentally connected to the starseed to check on the second evolution of the base vehicle. Base vehicle secondary evolution contents. Complete construction of the base vehicle steward. Activate a new form of the base vehicle. Host can select any vehicle for scanning. After scanning, the starseed will modify the vehicle and store it in subspace, unlocking the base vehicle's second form. Once scanned, this cannot be undone. Hearing the starseed's description, Jiang Lushur was shocked. He had thought the second evolution would just be further upgrades to the current vehicle. He didn't expect such drastic changes. A base vehicle steward? A new scanning function? Jiang Lushur didn't fully understand what the base vehicle steward meant, he could only guess from the literal meaning. But the second function, scanning a new vehicle to activate a second form of the base vehicle, what did that mean? That the base vehicle would have two forms? Jiang Lushur raised his question to the starseed. The starseed gave an explanation. This wasn't about giving the base vehicle two forms, but rather, after scanning a new type of vehicle, it would allow this new form to be summoned. Summon, this meant Jiang Lushur would have a new base vehicle that could be called upon. This was a lot more advanced than simply switching the form of one vehicle. As for subspace, it was a space specifically used to store the summonable base vehicle. This space would be automatically activated by the starseed after scanning a new vehicle, and it didn't require construction by Jiang Lushur. This point made Jiang Lushur very satisfied. Everything the starseed had activated so far required him to collect corresponding materials to build. It was rare to have something activated automatically by the starseed. Jiang Lushur felt like he had just gotten a free gift. This second evolution was really powerful. But the phrase, "cannot be cancelled after scanning," slowly calmed Jiang Lushur down from his excitement. Since it couldn't be undone, this second scan opportunity had to be chosen carefully. Actually, Jiang Lushur had some ideas in his mind about what kind of vehicle to choose. And when thinking about what kind of vehicle to scan, the first thing that came to mind was that guy, but that type was probably not found around here. The matter of scanning a vehicle had to be considered thoroughly, no rushing. Let's first take a look at this base vehicle steward. Jiang Lushur shifted his attention to the base vehicle steward. When he looked at the steward option, the starseed immediately gave an explanation. The base vehicle steward also needed to be constructed. But it didn't require any metals, just energy. And this energy didn't have to be provided by Jiang Lushur. What he needed to provide was time. Another freebie. Jiang Lushur was quite curious about the steward. Subspace was understandable as an auto-provided feature by the starseed. But this steward being built with energy, it made one wonder what the final result would be. Base vehicle steward, construction time, 72 hours. Begin construction? 72 hours. After confirming that it wouldn't affect the use of the base vehicle, Jiang Lushur confirmed the build. The long wait made him feel both excited and nervous. After finishing these matters, the sky had turned completely dark. Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan started a fire in an open space, roasted some mutant beast meat, and brought 2 portions to Jiang Lushur and Jiang Zhuiying. Normally, they could only chew dried meat. It was rare to be in an industrial park with few zombies, no need to worry about firelight or smell attracting them. Of course, they took the chance to enjoy a hot meal. This mutant beast meat, though not seasoned, released juicy fat as it cooked, instantly creating a mouth-watering aroma. Jiang Lushur had been busy all day and was truly hungry. Especially after using his brain domain evolution power, now that things had quieted down, he felt a deep emptiness in his body. In the end, Jiang Lushur ate more than 3 times his usual portion of mutant meat. "Good thing we brought some backup rations," Zhang Hai said with relief. They never went out with only a day's worth of food. No one could guarantee they'd return the same day. In zombie-dense areas, anything could happen. Not bringing enough food was basically the same as walking into death. Now, all those backup rations had been eaten clean by Jiang Lushur. Jiang Zhuiying also ate quite a lot. After using her electric powers today, she had consumed a huge amount of energy. Now that she was replenishing, she started to feel a strange sensation in her body, a slight tingling from within her muscles. This was different from what she'd felt during her previous evolutionary upgrades. But one thing was clear, this change definitely wasn't bad. She even instinctively felt that the change was too weak. If it had been stronger, her body would have undergone a new transformation. For now, this was just a sign, she should find a way to grasp the sensation. After the 2 of them ate their fill, Jiang Lushur drank a few sips of mineral water and said, "It's getting late. Let's head to Blood Wolf Space now," Jiang Lushur said. "Brother Jiang, you," Zhang Hai laughed loudly. He really liked Jiang Lushur's personality. Harvesting the spoils of victory, who cared what time it was? If it were anywhere else, going out this late would be unthinkable unless you wanted to die. But this industrial park had very few zombies. As long as they didn't draw attention from farther away, they could move freely. "Let's go." "Yeah, I'm real curious what kind of loot Blood Wolf left behind. They were always hunting, trading constantly in the satellite city. No doubt they're way richer than us." Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan excitedly jumped into their car, while Jiang Zhuiying got into Jiang Lushur's minibus. The 2 vehicles drove one after the other, rumbling off toward Blood Wolf Space. The industrial park had an extensive road network, with plenty of detours. No wonder Blood Wolf's men had been able to follow them secretly and then block them once they entered the warehouse. Zhang Hai followed the road signs and took the most direct route. In just a few minutes, they arrived at the gate of a pharmaceutical company. The gate was wide open. From a distance, several red dots could be seen moving around. As Jiang Lushur and the others slowly approached in their vehicle, one of the red dots even walked swaggeringly out from a hidden spot. "Back so late? Didn't you say you went to catch some fat sheep? And why did you come back with such a junk car? This thing's a piece of crap." But before he could finish speaking, his face suddenly turned alert and shocked. Because through the windshield of the minibus, he didn't see any Blood Wolf members. he saw Jiang Lushi and Jiang Zhuiying. If Jiang Zhuiying were half dead, that would have been normal. But now, she clearly looked to be in great shape. Before the man could fully react, Zhang Hai's off-road vehicle accelerated and charged forward. Sun Quan's spear thrust out from the window, instantly skewering the man, along with his infrared night vision gun. Boom! The man crashed to the ground, and the gun fell into Sun Quan's hands. The other red dots immediately reacted. But just then, the minibus suddenly accelerated and charged forward. Rat-a-tat-tat. The people started shooting, but the minibus kept speeding toward them. Bang! Bang! 2 muffled thuds later, the red dots disappeared completely. These were the guards of Blood Wolf's base. They never even saw clearly who had arrived before being taken out. Zhang Hai's loud and excited voice came from the off-road vehicle. Listen up, folks inside. Brother Jiang brought us here to collect our spoils. Your Blood Wolf boss has already been killed by Brother Jiang. The 2 vehicles quickly arrived at the entrance of the villa. The villa had a bit of light on. When they looked inside the villa, they saw someone hiding behind the curtain, secretly pulling it open slightly to peek outside. That face and the long hair, it was clearly a woman. As soon as she saw the people inside the vehicle, the woman immediately showed a panicked expression, hurriedly let go of the curtain, and the gap instantly disappeared. Let's go. Zhang Hai and the others got out of the car first, holding their guns, slowly approaching the villa, cautiously using the car and pillars to conceal their bodies. When they reached the door, they saw that the villa's entrance had an iron lock hanging on it. Just the chain alone was as thick as a thumb. This lock was placed from the outside to lock the villa shut. Step back. Zhang Hai rubbed his hands, hid not far away, found a good angle, and aimed the gun at the lock, then pulled the trigger. Bang! As the gunshot rang out, several screams came from behind the door, but they quickly quieted down. Boom! Zhang Hai suddenly rushed forward and kicked the door open hard, then stepped aside, aiming the gun inside the house and shouting, "Everybody stay put. Our boss and Brother Jiang are here." Inside, there were a few quiet gasps from women. Zhang Hai and Sun Quan stayed by the doorway, aiming their guns for a while. After confirming that there were indeed no armed people inside, they rushed in and pointed their guns at the people inside. Sun Quan flashed a flashlight, then pressed a switch on the wall, and the living room lights turned on, lighting up the whole room and everyone in it. Inside, there were about a dozen women. They were huddled in a corner. When the lights suddenly turned on, they all squinted their eyes. Some of the girls showed panicked expressions but tightly covered their mouths with their hands, as if afraid that making any sound would anger Zhang Hai and the others. It seemed they were the ones who screamed earlier when they heard the gunshot. The rest of the girls sat limp against the wall, their eyes looking at Zhang Hai and the others appeared numb, and their faces showed confusion. All women? Zhang Hai was stunned for a moment, then asked, "Only you all in the house?" Other than the ones who looked totally numb, the girls who were caught in his gaze were so nervous they didn't dare look at him. "Talk. Don't just stay silent. No need to be scared, understand?" Zhang Hai said, surprised. At this time, Jiang Lushi and Jiang Zhuiying also arrived at the doorway and were speechless upon hearing Zhang Hai's words. With how you two act, like bandits robbing a house, of course they're scared. At that moment, one of the girls suddenly asked, "Where's Blood Wolf?" Jiang Lushi looked toward the voice. The speaker was a young girl, looking very frail. When Jiang Lushi and the others looked at her, she immediately trembled like she'd been shocked. But it wasn't just her, other girls were also waiting for an answer. Zhang Hai had been shouting the whole way over, they definitely heard it, they just weren't sure if it was true. "Blood Wolf? Heh, already killed by our brother Jiang," Zhang Hai said. Several girls looked nervously at Zhang Hai, then at Sun Quan. Sun Quan looked a bit like a thug and appeared fierce. "He's the one who killed Blood Wolf?" Being stared at by the girls, Sun Quan was momentarily stunned, then quickly said, "What are you all looking at? This here is Brother Jiang." When Sun Quan pointed at Jiang Lushi, the girls were all startled. This young man killed Blood Wolf? And these 2 fierce men were his subordinates? It's not that they didn't believe it, it's just that Jiang Lushi looked about their age, like a college student. He had a harmless appearance and didn't show the same fierce manner as Zhang Hai and Sun Quan. Blood Wolf was already a terrifying name in their minds. And this young man had actually killed him? But they had heard the gunfire and screams earlier. Blood Wolf's guards were dead. It should be true. "All right, enough with the useless talk," Jiang Lushi said as he walked in. "All of you, stand over here. First, tell me if there's anyone else in the house." His tone was calm and a bit cold, but much better than Zhang Hai and Sun Quan. Another girl carefully said, "There are 2 people in the backyard. They said they were toys." "Toys?" Jiang Lushi asked. "They call the ones they torture to death toys," another girl softly explained. "I see." Sun Kuan, go check it out. Be careful. If they're beyond saving, end it quickly for them, Jiang Lushur said. Got it. Sun Kuan headed for the backyard immediately. The remaining three, Jiang Lushur and the others, continued watching the girls. Where did Blood Wolf and his men stay? Upstairs. Someone lead the way, Jiang Lushur said. The girls looked at each other, some turning away, others lowering their heads as much as they could. Jiang Lushur randomly pointed at the girl who explained what toys meant. He vaguely remembered her face, probably the one who peeked out from behind the curtain earlier. She was probably braver than the others. Jiang Lushur knew they were all scared, but he wasn't interested in giving long explanations. Explaining things wouldn't erase their fear anyway. Looking at the girls, all pale and thin, clothes torn, bodies covered in wounds, it was clear they had been captured by Blood Wolf's group and tortured regularly. Women without the ability to protect themselves were like lambs in the apocalypse. If they met decent survivor groups, it was okay. But if they were targeted by people like Blood Wolf's crew, it was tragic. Now they were all like frightened birds, uneasy and scared. But Jiang Lushur was just here to take care of business, he wouldn't stay long. The girl was startled but didn't dare refuse. She could only gather her courage and stand up. Lead the way, Jiang Lushur said. The girl slowly walked ahead, leading them to the third floor, to the innermost room. There was still a large lock hanging on the door. Zhang Hai went over and shot it open like before. The door was kicked open. Zhang Hai held his gun and went in to check. A moment later, his voice rang out with laughter. Boss, brother Jiang, come in and see, Blood Wolf's stash is pretty big. Jiang Lushur and Jiang Zhuing exchanged a glance and walked in. The girl stood at the door, not daring to go in or leave, nervously shifting in place. The room was large. Upon entering, there was a small lounge, then a bathroom, a big bedroom, and a dressing room about the same size as the bedroom. But now, all the useless furniture had been thrown out. Aside from a bed, the whole place was piled with supplies. Apparently, Blood Wolf was a practical person. Even his tastes were practical. Compared to sleeping in a luxurious room, sleeping surrounded by supplies clearly made him feel safer. But now, the precious supplies he guarded every night had become the spoils of war for Jiang Lushur and his group. Zhang Hai immediately began to inventory the supplies. In fact, Blood Wolf's supplies were neatly sorted by category, so it was easy to compile a list. Besides a large amount of mutant beast meat, there was also plenty of dried food, weapons, and ammunition. Especially the rifle bullets, there were a lot of them, which made Zhang Hai grin from ear to ear. Even though he wouldn't get much of it based on the share, just holding these heavy, golden bullets made him happy. There was also a small box containing 10 neatly arranged grenades. Blood Wolf's team didn't bring all their stock when they ambushed Jiang Zhuing's group. But Zhang Hai thought, even if they had brought these grenades, they would have just ended up being blown up by Jiang Lushur anyway. At that moment, Sun Kuan also came upstairs. When he saw the supplies, he got excited too, checking here and there. What's this? Sun Kuan found a box in the nightstand beside Blood Wolf's bed. The box was placed closest to Blood Wolf, making it immediately draw attention. Sun Kuan's call drew the attention of Jiang Lushur and the others. In front of everyone, Sun Kuan carefully opened the box. Inside the box lay a bead the size of a pigeon egg, as clear as glass. A mutated crystal core. Sun Kuan said. One mutated crystal core was an important asset for any survivor team, equivalent to 5 tons of mutant beast meat. Blood Wolf's group had hunted often, so they likely had more than one crystal core, but the rest had probably already been traded with the military in the satellite city. This one looked freshly obtained, there were still traces of blood on it. Blood Wolf had clearly kept it carefully. This crystal core, Jiang Lushur stared at it with a burning gaze and said, I'll take it. Since reuniting with Jiang Zhuing, all the crystal cores of her team had gone to Jiang Lushur. When they heard him ask for this one too, Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan were briefly stunned. But Jiang Lushur contributed the most in this battle. Based on the distribution rules, a large part of the loot rightfully belonged to him. And as the person with the biggest contribution, he also had priority in choosing the loot. Even if Jiang Zhuing said nothing, Jiang Lushur had every right to take this crystal core. Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan naturally had no objections. Brother Jiang, if it's useful to you, take it. It's your call anyway. Taking this core wasn't a big deal for Jiang Lushur, there was plenty more he could take. In terms of share, this crystal core wasn't even that significant. Jiang Lushur nodded and put the crystal core away. Mutated crystal cores were now the rarest material for Jiang Lushur, and collecting them wasn't easy. Getting even one was a win. Blood Wolf had so much ammo and mutant meat. Compared to them, Jiang Zhuing's team was dirt poor. But with so many supplies, moving them would take time. Plus, their current vehicles couldn't hold everything. Of course, this wasn't a big problem. In the industrial park, finding a cargo truck was easy. Once they had a vehicle, it was just a matter of time and labor. And the only ones who could drive were Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan. Jiang Zhuiying could manage a small car, but definitely not a truck. They still had to prepare for possible battles on the way back, so in reality, they could only take one cargo truck. Still, that was enough to carry most of the supplies. It was already late at night. Even if they packed the supplies, there was no way to leave tonight, they'd have to stay overnight. But Jiang Lushur wasn't interested in sleeping in Blood Wolf's place. The air was filled with a faint bloody smell. He would of course sleep in the base vehicle. Jiang Zhuiying could sleep there too. As for Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan, they planned to make do in the truck and the off-road vehicle. Although the apocalypse hadn't been going on long, they were already used to fragmented, shallow sleep. Truly sleeping deeply was no longer possible. The apocalypse had changed everything in people's lives, from small details to fundamental habits. Anyone who couldn't adapt would be eliminated sooner or later. You guys keep moving supplies. I'll take a walk nearby, Jiang Lushur said. Besides the enslaved girls, all of Blood Wolf's combat members were dead. The industrial park was basically safe now. Plus, with the base vehicle and his Type 81 rifle, Jiang Lushur was easily the safest among them. No one objected to him going out. Brother, come back soon, Jiang Zhuiying said. Okay. As soon as Jiang Lushur stepped out the door, he startled the girl standing at the entrance. The moment their eyes met, she flinched as if shocked, quickly looking away with a pale face. Am I that scary? Jiang Lushur touched his chin, feeling a bit complicated. He had already walked past her but paused, turned around, and said, "You can go downstairs now. No need to keep standing here." The girl had heard their conversation from inside the room and knew they weren't planning to stay there overnight but would sleep in the car instead. And none of them had said anything about the girls. It was like they didn't plan to deal with them at all. At first, she was only guessing. But after hearing Jiang Lushur's words, she was now sure, they really didn't intend to harm them. Thank you. The girl was stunned and only managed to say 2 words. By the time she realized it, Jiang Lushur was already gone. To Jiang Lushur, he couldn't save these girls. In the apocalypse, everyone had to learn to survive on their own. However, Blood Wolf had stockpiled a lot of food. They prioritized taking mutant meat. The rest, like dried food that couldn't fit in the truck, was left behind. The dried food wasn't much, so if the girls wanted to survive, they'd have to figure it out themselves. When the girl returned to the others, she found them watching her nervously. She softly said, "That brother Jiang, he won't do anything to us." "Really? You sure? He's their leader, right? He killed that bastard Blood Wolf. If he wanted to hurt us, he wouldn't act like this," the girl said. The girls were still afraid of Jiang Lushur, but a part of them began to change. Once they realized he had no ill intentions, they started to feel grateful. They had finally escaped from Blood Wolf's torment. Life under him had been worse than death. Some had been white-collar workers or students, just ordinary people before the apocalypse. Then one day, they were thrown into a nightmare. Now, with Blood Wolf dead, it felt like waking from that nightmare. Although what awaited them was still a cruel world. Jiang Lushur went downstairs and returned to the base vehicle. He started it, turned it around, and drove out of the pharmaceutical company. Following the same route he'd come from, he drove back to the special metals factory. From the moment he got that mutated crystal core from Blood Wolf, Jiang Lushur had a plan. There was one function he urgently needed. Especially after having Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan haul metal today, he needed this function even more. Right now, he had help. But what about later? Moving that kind of metal alone would be backbreaking work for him. Buzz. The base vehicle drove past the abandoned cars and bodies, returning to the warehouse. Inside the dark, silent warehouse, Jiang Lushur sat in the driver's seat and took out the mutated crystal core. Starseed, Jiang Lushur communicated mentally. Click. A metal slot popped out from the base vehicle's dashboard. Jiang Lushur placed the crystal core into the slot. As the slot retracted, the Starseed's prompt sounded, "Mutated crystal core inserted successfully. Please choose evolution path." A light screen appeared in front of Jiang Lushur with a list of options. He had seen them before and immediately skipped to the one he wanted now. Option 3, activate automatic absorption function. The base vehicle can absorb materials via particle beam without manual labor. This was it. Without hesitation, Jiang Lushur selected activate. Automatic absorption function is activating. Estimated time, 15 minutes, the Starseed said. 15 minutes was nothing, Jiang Lushur didn't mind waiting. He looked around the warehouse. There was still a lot of metal, and his base vehicle still had an empty level 1 storage space. If he didn't take more of this metal, it would be a huge waste. What a waste! And waste is the biggest crime. While waiting, Jiang Lushur had already identified all the metals he wanted to take. Auto-absorption function activated. The starseed's notification sounded precisely 15 minutes later. From the outside, the minibus looked unchanged, still the same as before. Jiang Lushur immediately started the base vehicle, eager to try this new feature. After instructing the starseed to activate the auto-absorption function, Jiang Lushur slowly approached his target, a shelf loaded with a large quantity of rare metal. The metal had very high density and mass. Even a small crate required a forklift to remove it. Transporting such heavy metal one small piece at a time with a forklift, if they wanted to move it all, who knew how long it would take? As Jiang Lushur drove the base vehicle closer to the shelf, the starseed gave another prompt: absorbable target detected. Begin auto-absorption? Of course, start absorption. Jiang Lushur immediately stepped on the brakes. He had approached the shelf very slowly and stopped the moment the starseed gave the prompt. This distance should be the maximum range for auto-absorption. According to the starseed's distance measurement, it was exactly 5 meters. This kind of detail might seem unimportant, but there'd always be times it came in handy. Better to know it in advance than to be clueless when needed. Jiang Lushur stared unblinkingly at the metal on the shelf, curious about how the auto-absorption function actually worked. He had some prior understanding of particle beams. For example, high-energy particle cannons were one form of particle beam application. After Jiang Lushur gave the "begin absorption" command, a selection screen appeared in his mind. The screen listed all absorbable items detected by the starseed, including the shelf and its contents. As Jiang Lushur moved his line of sight, all items within 5 meters that entered his field of vision appeared on the list. However, blood and corpses were not included. Jiang Lushur asked the starseed and learned that living beings couldn't be absorbed either. Although the energy of particle beams was extremely high, when used in auto-absorption mode, it only affected inanimate objects. Jiang Lushur selected the metals he wanted to take. Instantly, he saw those metal blocks flash with light, then disappear from their original location. Immediately after, neatly stacked metal blocks appeared in the base vehicle's level 1 storage space. The entire auto-absorption process took less than a second. If someone else saw it, they would definitely think they were seeing things. The base vehicle continued absorbing at that speed. Very quickly, the entire shelf of metal disappeared and was transferred into the level 1 storage space. Without stopping, Jiang Lushur turned to his next target. The base vehicle was like an invisible giant mouth, sucking clean everything it passed. The once fully stocked shelves were now empty. Jiang Lushur knocked over the emptied shelves with the car, then drove deeper in. By the time he drove the base vehicle out of the warehouse, everything that could be moved had been taken. The warehouse likely stored over 1,000 tons of metal, but Jiang Lushur didn't choose the common or easy-to-find types. He only selected the truly rare ones. These metals filled the storage space, but they were only a small part of the entire warehouse. The 10 cubic meter storage space held over 100 tons of metal. This weight, even for a heavy-duty truck, would be overwhelming, let alone a minibus. But when the base vehicle was moving, its performance wasn't affected at all. That 100-plus ton weight didn't affect the vehicle's total weight. This storage space design is quite reasonable, Jiang Lushur thought. With this much metal, Jiang Lushur finally didn't have to worry about material shortages anymore. As for the metal he had previously moved, Jiang Lushur still kept it inside the vehicle cabin and hadn't put it into the storage space, to avoid raising suspicion. The special metals warehouse had now been secretly cleaned out by Jiang Lushur. He drove the base vehicle back to Blood Wolf's base. Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan had guessed that Jiang Lushur might have something to do, but when he returned and the vehicle looked the same, they thought maybe they had guessed wrong. Jiang Lushur really had just taken a walk, as he said. All packed up, even the driver's cabin is full. The off-road vehicle is also stuffed, Zhang Hai said. There simply weren't enough drivers, nothing could be done about it. But there's not much left anyway, just a tiny bit, Sun Kuan added. Then just leave it, Jiang Lushur said. That little bit wasn't worth it. All the good supplies had been prioritized and loaded. Even Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan didn't feel bad about what was left. That dog Blood Wolf really had quite a stash. All top-quality stuff. Zhang Hai said, eyes shining as he talked about the loot. Sun Kuan climbed up the truck and opened the container door for Jiang Lushur to see. They had already sorted and counted everything during loading, placing different categories into separate boxes before putting them on the truck. In terms of weapons, combining Blood Wolf's stash with what they had collected from corpses, they had about 20 guns of various types. Among them were 3 Type 95 automatic rifles, 2 submachine guns, 5 valuable weapons in total, and a light machine gun. The rest were mostly pistols, including Type 54 and Type 64 models. There was one box of grenades, 10 in total, and a whole box of assorted bullets, about 2,000 rounds altogether. Just the bullets alone were a massive fortune. No one knew how many Mutant Beast's Blood Wolf's crew had hunted to trade for all these supplies. But considering how hard it was to hunt mutant beasts, it was likely their main targets were actually other survivor teams. Through killing and looting, they quickly built up their stockpile. And the better their gear, the more supplies they had, the more powerful Blood Wolf's team became, and the more efficient their looting. For them, it was a shortcut to rapid development. This positive cycle was finally broken by Jiang Lushur. There are also 4 bulletproof vests, several military triangular bayonets, and 2 riot shields. Tons of mutant beast meat too. Sun Quan patted a stack of over 10 bags, all filled with mutant meat. At least 3 tons. We've really hit the jackpot, Sun Quan said. Hunting a mutant beast was extremely dangerous. Back then, without Jiang Lushur, it would have been nearly impossible for Jiang Zhuiying to gather 5 tons of meat. Besides that, the truck was filled with all kinds of dried vegetables, food, rice, and drinking water. A huge haul. This time they gathered more than all their previous runs combined, several times over. Boss, Brother Jiang, you guys do the distribution, Zhang Hai said with a grin. Actually, the distribution could have been done after they returned, but Zhang Hai and Sun Quan were a bit impatient. It was like how ordinary people who suddenly get rich want to take out the money and count it by hand. Jiang Zhuiying smiled and turned to Jiang Lushur, it's up to my brother. I don't have much say in this distribution, I have to listen to him. Sigh, it's kind of a sad feeling. Aya. Before she could finish, Jiang Lushur tapped her head. She stuck out her tongue and didn't dare joke further. Zhang Hai and Sun Quan were momentarily stunned, not because it felt strange, but because Jiang Zhuiying looked very cute like that. For people who were used to seeing the decisive, powerful Jiang Zhuiying, this side of her felt almost like an illusion. Aside from that, they completely agreed with what she said. Whether by strength or by contribution in the battle, Jiang Lushur should absolutely lead the distribution. Then I'll handle it. Jiang Lushur jumped into the truck, tossed the Type 81 rifle back to Zhang Hai, and took out a new handgun, tossing that to Zhang Hai too. Zhang Hai caught it and happily rubbed it in his hands. The gun was well maintained. Before, he only had one gun and was reluctant to use it. Now he had an extra, he could carry one and use another. Jiang Lushur said, each person gets one gun. 1 grenade per person. 300 rounds of ammo each. Mutant beast meat, 300 kilograms for each of you and Sun Quan. As for the rest, I don't need vegetables, give them to Zhuiying. Since I took 1 mutant crystal core, Zhuiying, you take more of the meat. The remaining supplies, we split evenly. You've already got your guns, the rest of them won't be useful to you, so I'll take those. If you have objections, speak up, Jiang Lushur said. No way, Brother Jiang is fair. Zhang Hai and Sun Quan were very satisfied. 300 kilograms of mutant meat was a lot, and getting 300 bullets felt like winning the lottery in peaceful times. Even though they did their best, their abilities were limited. Compared to Jiang Lushur and Jiang Zhuiying, their role in this battle was minimal. They basically fired a few shots and killed a few regular enemies. Their team's principle had always been to divide rewards based on combat contribution. That they got this much was purely because Blood Wolf had so much loot. Being able to get such a share was already a huge surprise, all thanks to Jiang Lushur. Actually, brother, you could take more of the meat. Those weapons. Jiang Zhuiying said. It's fine. I can use those weapons. Weapons, relatively speaking, weren't as valuable as ammo, but survivors still needed to trade them in the satellite city, and they didn't go cheap. Especially powerful rifles and machine guns, those were essential for any survivor team and costly even for the military. That's why Zhang Hai had been reluctant to hand over the Type 81 rifle before. These weapons, if I sell them to survivors at slightly below military price, there'll be no shortage of buyers, right? Jiang Lushur asked. Absolutely. Every team would want that. Are you planning to trade them for meat or something? Zhang Hai asked. Mutated crystal cores, Jiang Lushur said. Mutated crystal cores. That was his most scarce material now. Upgrading and modifying the base vehicle, many options required crystal cores. The bio lab especially burned through cores. If he had to rely on hunting to get them, who knew how long it would take to get one? And hunting mutant beasts was very risky. If he could trade for them with weapons or other supplies, that would be best. These items were all in high demand, hard currency. Zhang Hai and Sun Quan were stunned. This brother Jiang was really obsessed with crystal cores. They felt a little pained. What survivor wouldn't use a crystal core to trade for ammo and meat? Only Jiang Lushur was doing the opposite. But it didn't matter, the supplies were his. He could use them however he wanted. He had so much, he could afford to be willful. We'll find buyers as soon as possible. Shouldn't take long, Sun Quan said. When they reached the satellite city, they'd easily find survivors in need, no trouble at all. All right, Jiang Lushur nodded. The army had set up a camp here, which made things easier for Jiang Lushur. His base vehicle's evolution could proceed even faster. Okay, let's go, Jiang Lushur said. Vroom vroom vroom. The 3 vehicles started up and drove away from Blood Wolf's base. Inside the house, the girls all ran to the windows, cautiously looking out, watching the vehicles move farther and farther away. The convoy found a quiet place in the industrial park to rest for the night. Even though there were no zombies nearby, distant roars could still be heard. The truck parked at the outermost gate. The off-road vehicle parked a bit farther back, its machine guns aimed at the gate. As for the base vehicle, Jiang Lushur drove it deeper into a clearing. Once the base vehicle was away from the gate, only Jiang Lushur and Jiang Zhuing remained nearby. Jiang Zhuing sat in the vehicle, watching TV with great interest. Jiang Lushur had preloaded tons of movies and shows onto a hard drive, including a lot of anime just for her. Probably no survivor out there would guess Jiang Zhuing was a die-hard anime fan. Brother, you're the perfect brother, I love you. Jiang Zhuing was so excited she almost rolled on the bed. Having this kind of spiritual joy in the apocalypse, it felt amazing and magical. This scene, one watching TV, the other holding a tablet, made Jiang Zhuing feel like they were back in the old days, relying on each other. Back then, the 2 siblings lived similarly, bunk beds, doing their own things, chatting occasionally. Simple and comforting. Watch one episode, then help me with something. I'll get you a tablet later, it's full of downloads, Jiang Lushur said. Got something to do? Then I'll watch later. Let's do it first. Jiang Zhuing turned off the TV immediately. No need, keep watching, Jiang Lushur said. Nope, I want to finish the task first, then lie in bed and watch until I fall asleep. Jiang Zhuing had a longing look. A relaxed, undisturbed life like this was so rare. She had to enjoy it to the fullest. Jiang Lushur didn't know whether to laugh or cry, such ambition. Jiang Lushur glanced at the materials inside the vehicle and said, Zhuing, go down and charge the vehicle. Although the minibus was solar-powered, it also had a power battery pack. The charging method was similar to electric cars. As for why Jiang Zhuing was asked to charge it, the reason was simple. Repairs. The base vehicle was seriously damaged. Without proper repairs, Jiang Lushur wouldn't feel safe driving it out tomorrow. The energy stored from solar power was only enough for daily use. After a whole day of fighting, even more energy had been consumed. Relying on that little energy was far from enough to repair the vehicle. When he returned from the Special Metals Company earlier, he had looked for a generator, but the industrial park was huge, and so were the factories. Searching would have taken too long. But right beside him, he had a powerful energy source, and it was biological. Jiang Lushur already knew that although using abilities consumed a lot of energy for an ability user, the more they used it, the more proficient they became, and it could even promote evolution. So having her generate electricity was harmless, just feed her meat. Okay, Jiang Zhuing obediently went to charge the vehicle. Even though she was being used as a human generator, Jiang Zhuing actually found it quite fun. As siblings, they often thought alike. In fact, Jiang Zhuing had secretly used her electric power to charge her phone before. Of course, the result wasn't great, the phone burned out instantly. But there was no such concern with the base vehicle. It had a built-in voltage regulator during charging, stabilizing the voltage and preventing damage to the power battery. Seeing Jiang Zhuing go out to charge, Jiang Lushur took out a large piece of mutant beast meat and some vegetables and began cooking. Although grilled mutant meat already smelled good, it was nothing compared to Jiang Lushur's cooking with various seasonings and ingredients. Very soon, the whole vehicle was filled with fragrance. The car door was left open. While charging with her hand on the port, Jiang Zhuing leaned her head toward the door, her little nose twitching gently. Smells so good. With meat as motivation, Jiang Zhuing generated electricity even harder, her cheeks puffed up. She really looked like a little Pikachu. Soon, the starseed notified Jiang Lushur that enough electricity had been generated for repairs. Jiang Zhuing continued to charge, filling the battery completely. Thanks for your effort. Come get some energy yourself. Jiang Lushur extended a hand from the door, holding a plate. It had grilled meat, crispy on the outside, juicy inside, garnished with fresh vegetables and a few fruit slices. It was mouth-watering. Food like this in the apocalypse was a luxury, the ultimate indulgence. The moment Jiang Lushur extended his hand, he felt the plate lighten. By the time he pulled it back, it was already empty. Another one. So fast. Jiang Lushur was surprised. Jiang Zhuing ate several pounds of mutant meat. The energy from it flowed through her body, warming her all over. Her cells were slowly evolving. After watching some TV, Jiang Zhuing soon fell into a deep sleep. Normally, even in a camp, she wouldn't sleep so soundly. But now she was with Jiang Lushur, sleeping in his minibus. Though she acted strong with her teammates and was obedient in front of Jiang Lushur, she had originally decided to protect him. But after today, Jiang Zhuing felt like things had returned to how they used to be, with Jiang Lushur protecting her. She was still the pampered little sister. It was the first time in a long while that she had slept so peacefully. She didn't even notice when Jiang Lushur came over to tuck her in. Seeing her fast asleep, Jiang Lushur sat on the sofa and mentally instructed the starseed, "Start repairs." The materials in the vehicle began disappearing one by one. Electricity and fuel were consumed. The minibus's damage was quickly repaired before his eyes. The blown-out tires were restored. The spiderweb cracks on the glass disappeared as if wiped clean. Repair progress, 30%, 50%, 80%. Repair progress, 100%. Repairs complete. Base vehicle condition, good. No issues. The starseed's notification sounded. Looking at the newly repaired base vehicle, Jiang Lushur exhaled deeply. Now he could sleep peacefully. He could already imagine how, the next morning, Jiang Zhuing would rub her eyes hard in disbelief, wondering if she was still dreaming. The next morning, as soon as it was light, Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan were already awake. They rinsed their mouths and splashed water on their faces. That was their version of washing up. Safe sleep and the luxury of waking up and washing their faces, Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan felt they were living well. In the apocalypse, most survivors weren't nearly as lucky. Forget sleeping in a vehicle, even a dirty ditch would do, as long as it was safe enough to sleep. After freshening up, the two started preparing to grill meat. Just then, the minibus drove over. "Boss, Brother Jiang, we were just about to call you for breakfast." Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan's faces twitched the moment they saw the minibus, their eyes nearly popping out. Did they see wrong? They had to be mistaken, right? They quickly blinked and looked again. Clean glass, intact tires, no dents, fully restored. They weren't seeing things. Jiang Lushur had repaired vehicles before. They had always thought he was just a car enthusiast. But last time the damage wasn't bad. This time, they had clearly seen what shape the minibus was in. Normally, with that kind of damage, repairs would have been a massive project. It would take a long time, and the surface would still show lots of patches. And the materials needed for repairs? You'd have to search all over. A minibus like this one, the materials used must be top grade, and they're not easy to find. At that moment, the minibus pulled up in front of them. Jiang Lushur and Jiang Zhuing got out. The two looked refreshed, clearly having slept well. Especially Jiang Zhuing, her fair skin had a healthy glow, almost like she was shining. What was going on? Weren't they supposed to have been up all night fixing the car? When Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan saw Jiang Lushur, they stared at him dumbfounded. Jiang Lushur lightly coughed and said, "I have spare glass and tires in my vehicle." Spare glass? That's a thing? It's normal to carry spare tires, but spare glass, this was the first time they'd heard of it. Even if he had the materials, repairing the car to such a state overnight was just too ridiculous. Most people might not understand how time-consuming and labor-intensive car repair was, but Zhang Hai was a professional mechanic, and Sun Kuan had often helped him. They were both ability users, yet whenever they did major repairs, they would end up drenched in sweat. For significant damage, they could only patch things up. To restore something to like new condition was basically impossible, not because it couldn't be done, but because, first, there was no time or energy for it, and second, there was no need. This wasn't an era where a flashy sports car made you look cool. The car's appearance didn't matter at all, no one would waste effort on that. So, when they looked at the minibus and Jiang Lushur, it was like they were seeing a ghost. He not only fixed the car but even restored its appearance perfectly. Just how easy must the repair have been? Moreover, they had guarded the gate last night. Although they were asleep, they remained alert and would wake up at any sound. Yet they didn't hear a single noise related to car repair. That was completely unreasonable. Jiang Lushur knew this excuse wouldn't convince anyone. That morning, when Jiang Zhuing saw the vehicle, she directly turned back inside, mumbling, "I must have gotten out of bed wrong." Looking at Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan, Jiang Lushur repeated the explanation he had used with Jiang Zhuing. "You should have noticed that I'm similar to you in some ways, but also a bit different." "Jiang Ji, I don't really get what you mean," Zhang Hai said, confused. Sun Kuan, however, remembered when Jiang Zhuiying had asked Jiang Lushi if he was an ability user after their battle with the Blood Wolves. Jiang Lushi hadn't directly denied it, just said he was a bit different. At the time, Sun Kuan hadn't understood and Jiang Zhuiying had quickly changed the subject, so he hadn't asked further. Now Jiang Lushi was saying this again. I suppose I can be considered an ability user too, but I'm not like you with limb or cellular mutations, Jiang Lushi said. He couldn't reveal the starseed, and even more so the special nature of the base vehicle. But being just an ordinary person was too unbelievable. Using the identity of an ability user as a cover would make things appear more normal. Then, Jiang Ji, what's your ability? Zhang Hai scratched his head. From his understanding, if it wasn't limb or cell mutations, then what else could mutate? Ability users were basically all mutants, wasn't that common knowledge? Even Zhang Hai knew that. Mechanical modification, Jiang Lushi said. Lying on the sofa the night before, he had thought it through. If he said brain domain evolution, it wouldn't be hard for Jiang Zhuiying and the others to understand, but linking that to vehicle repair would be tough. So he simply invented a new ability, mechanical modification. Strictly speaking, it wasn't entirely made up. Though all the modifications were done by the starseed, it was bound to Jiang Lushi and invisible to others. To them, the repairs and modifications appeared to be his doing, and the materials were indeed gathered by him. Mechanical modification? Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan exchanged glances, both looking confused. What kind of ability was that? I have some special abilities in repairing and modifying machines. It's hard to explain exactly. As for the principle? Don't look at me like that, I don't know either, Jiang Lushi said calmly. What he said wasn't wrong. Many ability users knew what powers they had but couldn't explain the underlying principles, maybe their hands or legs mutated, or their cells. But how, or to what extent? They didn't know. If that was true for regular powers, it was even more reasonable for something as vague as mechanical modification. Yeah, with the apocalypse and all, nothing's surprising anymore. Jiang Ji's ability is unusual, but not weird, Sun Kuan said, acting like he understood everything. Once apocalypse was mentioned, Zhang Hai also felt it wasn't that strange anymore. Zombies, strange? Mutant beasts, strange? Even they used to be normal people, now they were low-level ability users. So what? Jiang Ji, even if your ability is for fixing cars or whatever, I think your shooting skill is related too, it's all mechanical. So this ability is great, Zhang Hai said with admiration. His own ability wasn't meant for repairs, but that's all he could use it for. The difference was just depressing. Yeah, Jiang Ji, if your ability evolves, maybe you can modify guns too? You fixed a whole vehicle overnight, it's super useful in the apocalypse, Sun Kuan agreed. Jiang Lushi didn't know what to say. He hadn't said much, and yet these two not only accepted it, but even helped him justify and expand on it. But Jiang Ji, your ability doesn't emit any energy signals. If you don't say anything, everyone would just think you're an ordinary person, Zhang Hai added. He and Sun Kuan had once been normal people, only becoming special after awakening abilities. So whether others could tell you had powers was something they cared about. But before he could finish, Sun Kuan pulled him aside. Look at Jiang Ji. Do you still need energy signals to tell if he's strong? Zhang Hai thought about it and agreed. They'd once seen Jiang Lushi as a normal guy, even a burden. Now, both of them completely accepted his strength. They were pretty sure now that Jiang Lushi had killed Yang Qingqing, even though he'd said it was an accident. Still, even if they knew the truth, they wouldn't complain. It had been a warning, don't mess with Jiang Lushi. Come on, time to eat. Zhang Hai ran over and grabbed 2 freshly grilled skewers of mutant beast meat, handing them to Jiang Lushi and Jiang Zhuiying. In the apocalypse, eating was top priority, and the strongest in the group ate first. After eating, Jiang Lushi and the others set off. Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan, carrying so many supplies, felt a kind of nervousness, like regular people carrying a fortune through a crowd. They were eager to return to the camp as soon as possible. The survivors who had stayed at the villa base had been nervously waiting for news from Jiang Zhuiying and her team for a whole day and night. Although they weren't freeloaders, without the ability users, survival would be extremely difficult relying solely on them as ordinary people. These people all knew that Jiang Zhuiying had gone out to collect some kind of metal for her brother. Metal was something that couldn't be eaten or used to trade for supplies. On the contrary, this collection must have consumed quite a bit of supplies and weapons. But there's no choice. Zhuiying is totally devoted to her brother. Whatever he wants to do, she supports unconditionally, a woman said to someone beside her. This woman was considered to have some influence among the ordinary people and was on good terms with the ability user Yang Qingqing, so her words carried a certain level of credibility. You can't really blame Zhuiying. He is her biological brother after all, said one survivor. Zhuing has always been reliable in what she does. Maybe she has her own considerations, another survivor said hesitantly. Without Jiang Zhuing, they might not have even survived up to now. These people were all sincerely grateful to her. I'm not blaming Zhuing, the woman quickly said. I just think her brother should think more about her too, not be so selfish. Qingqing even tried to oppose it, but unfortunately, Zhuing wouldn't listen. Sigh, maybe she's just too emotionally involved. While speaking, she was also thinking about Yang Qingqing's plan, wondering how it was progressing. Before going to collect the medal, Yang Qingqing had complained to her and had vaguely mentioned making Jiang Lushi hand over the vehicle for public use. If he refused no matter what, she might even make Jiang Lushi disappear. Calculating against someone who's unprepared, the woman thought Yang Qingqing had a good chance of succeeding. Now, by saying these things to lower Jiang Zhuing's credibility and help Yang Qingqing gain more support, she would surely benefit once Yang Qingqing returned. For example, she might be assigned to that vehicle. That would significantly raise her chances of survival. Seeing that the others weren't responding, clearly still not completely disappointed in Jiang Zhuing, the woman rolled her eyes. A bunch of brainless fools. Do they really think sucking up to Jiang Zhuing will bring them more benefits? No matter, once Yang Qingqing and the others return, they'll know she was right. They're back. They're back. A lookout survivor on the rooftop saw the convoy entering the villa area and quickly ran down to report. Over a dozen survivors rushed to gather at the gate. That woman followed behind, her expression calm, as if she hadn't said anything earlier. Why is there a truck? Is it loaded with metal? Weren't they going to collect metal? The survivors waited anxiously at the gate. But unlike before, this time they weren't hoping for supplies, instead, they were anxious about how much had been consumed. Even if they wouldn't complain about Jiang Zhuing, the woman's earlier words had cast a shadow over their hearts. Soon, the three vehicles arrived at the villa gate. When Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan got off the vehicle, several survivors immediately stepped up, ready to help unload. Usually, everyone would be excited at this point, but facing a truckload of metal, it was hard to feel happy. Haha, you all better get ready to work hard today, Zhang Hai said with a laugh. The survivors forced out a smile. Seems heavy, huh? You collected a lot? If it weren't for Jiang Zhuing's sake, they couldn't even bring themselves to smile. Bringing back a bunch of useless metal was tiring and troublesome, and now everyone had to help unload it. There's quite a bit, but it wasn't collected, it was taken from a bunch of bastards, Sun Kuan said as he climbed onto the truck and reached to open the cargo door. Taken? Just some metal, what's there to take? Who would guard that like it was treasure? The survivors were confused. They'd already heard from that woman that Yang Qingqing and the others were unwilling to go and had no choice. But now Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan seemed quite happy? So cheerful, were they faking it? At that moment, clunk, the truck's cargo door opened. Inside the truck, the mutant beast meat packed in bags had shifted during the bumpy ride. Because it wasn't well secured, several bags slid toward the edge of the truck bed. As soon as the door opened, several bags fell right out and nearly hit the survivors, who screamed and backed away in fright, breaking into a cold sweat. Be careful. That's metal. A survivor shouted out, but then abruptly stopped. Metal hitting the ground, no matter the type, would definitely make a loud and distinct sound. But these bags landed with a dull thud. The shape of the bags didn't look like they contained metal either. One of the survivors sniffed lightly. I think I smell meat, he said blankly to the others. All right, stop fooling around, it is meat. Zhang Hai said loudly. And not just this meat, the truck is full of supplies. Guns, bullets, meat, dried vegetables, and rations. Packed full. At that, the crowd was stunned. One survivor, skeptical, went up and opened a bag. Inside was a large chunk of fresh mutant beast meat. At the same time, another survivor had climbed into the truck and was rummaging around. He soon shouted excitedly, "It's all food. So much of it. Bringing back this much in one go, this was the first time. And such variety, everything they could want." With a loud rustling, the survivors all crowded around the truck. A few climbed in and began handing down bag after bag, box after box of supplies. What about the metal? A survivor asked someone nearby. At that moment, Zhang Hai opened the SUV's trunk and rear door. There's more here. I need 2 more people. A few survivors walked over, guessing this vehicle must be carrying the metal. But when they lifted the heavy boxes, they discovered ammo. All bullets. There are also guns, handle them carefully. Zhang Hai called out. So you actually went to collect supplies? The woman walked over cheerfully and said, Qingqing must have persuaded you, right? Good thing Zhuing finally listened and stopped going after that useless metal. If that's the case, the car must have been taken too. Maybe Jiang Lushur was even killed? If he was dead, then of course there'd be no need to collect metal anymore. The woman said gleefully, Qingqing really is rational. That's such a relief. The few survivors nearby nodded knowingly after hearing this. So that's how it was. Everyone was happy to see so many supplies. What the woman said wasn't wrong. Luckily, Yang Qingqing stopped them, which led to such a big harvest. Unexpectedly, at this moment, Zhang Hai sneered at the woman, rational? Heh, this is lucky? If we hadn't gone to collect metal, where would these supplies come from? It should be, luckily went to help brother Jiang collect metal, that's what it should be. The woman was stunned, choked by his words. Why was Zhang Hai reacting like this? What did he mean? If they didn't go collect metal, they wouldn't have these supplies? And who told you that we didn't go collect metal? Zhang Hai picked up a shiny, polished gun and said, these were taken by boss and brother Jiang while collecting metal. See this Type 81 rifle? It's now a hero. Heh, you didn't see how accurate it was in brother Jiang's hands. If you had seen it, even with twice the courage, you wouldn't dare to talk behind his back here. When Zhang Hai said this, he looked at the gun and sighed, sigh, now holding this gun, I feel like I'm insulting it. My shooting is just too poor. There's a saying, without comparison, there's no pain. Now, whenever Zhang Hai fires a shot, he feels like an idiot who can't hit anything. He didn't notice at all that after he finished speaking, the woman was already stunned, and the other survivors also turned their heads, looking at Jiang Lushur with expressions of disbelief. Soon, among the survivors, the origin of these supplies spread quickly. That survivor's guess wasn't unique, all of them had thought the same thing. But now, their thoughts were completely overturned. Jiang Lushur wasn't someone who only took advantage of his sister. On the contrary, time and time again, he proved with actions that he was powerful. Last time on the way to Satellite City, he killed a mutant beast. People thought it was because his car was powerful. Though their opinion of him improved, they didn't really admire him that much. But this time, Zhang Hai personally said it, Jiang Lushur himself was also not to be underestimated. At this stage, the difference between ability users and ordinary people wasn't huge, unless it was someone like Jiang Zhuiying. But a sharpshooter? That kind of combat power was far above most ability users. At this moment, the woman sneakily approached the minibus. Jiang Zhuiying had just gotten off the vehicle and was organizing the moving of supplies. The woman stood at the front of the vehicle, tiptoeing to look inside. Didn't seem like anyone was there? She now desperately wanted to ask Yang Qingqing what was going on, had the plan worked or not. If Yang Qingqing succeeded, she could also benefit. But from what Zhang Hai said earlier, maybe Yang Qingqing had failed, she had to hurry and find out. Hopefully Yang Qingqing hadn't been exposed. What are you looking for? A voice suddenly came from behind, scaring the woman so much she jumped and quickly turned around. Brother Jiang, the woman looked at Jiang Lushur in front of her, and her heart suddenly sank. Brother Jiang, you scared me. The woman smiled, patting her chest. She was slightly plump, with a considerable bust, and the pat made her chest jiggle. She used this method to cover up her surprise and panic. Jiang Lushur watched her reaction with great interest and asked, from the looks of it, you were really startled, your face is pale. What were you just looking for? The woman smiled slightly and pretended to be calm, looking for Qingqing, didn't see her. You're looking for Yang Qingqing, why are you looking on my vehicle? Jiang Lushur asked again. Well, just in case she was, the woman didn't know what to say. She didn't know why, but the way Jiang Lushur looked at her made her feel strange, as if he already knew everything. But it was just her and Yang Qingqing talking at the time. How could Jiang Lushur know? Even though she thought this, she suddenly didn't want to keep facing Jiang Lushur. She felt a little flustered inside. Forget it, it's quite busy now. Maybe I missed her. I'll look for her later, the woman said. As she spoke, she turned around to leave. But just as she turned, she let out a scream. Jiang Lushur had silently appeared in front of her again. I'll take you to her, Jiang Lushur said as he reached out to grab her arm. Seeing Jiang Lushur's smile, the woman seemed to see a hint of coldness in it. Her heart jumped, and she tried to shake him off. Brother Jiang, what are you doing, you? Her physical ability was stronger than average, but as she tried to shake off his hand, Jiang Lushur still firmly grabbed her arm. Her struggle had no effect at all. The survivors were still moving supplies and in shock about the collection trip, when suddenly, they heard a scream. They looked over and saw Jiang Lushur dragging the woman to the minibus. The woman's face was twisted, struggling desperately while screaming, "What are you doing? Zhuiying! Zhuiying! Look at what your brother is doing." Jiang Lushur was a young man, and naturally stronger than the woman. She had no ability to resist being held by him. But when the woman opened her mouth to bite, Jiang Lushur smirked coldly and reached to his waist. Be honest. A cold gun barrel was pressed against her head, and the woman immediately froze, terrified. Jiang Lushur, what are you doing? Are you crazy? Zhuing. Zhuing. Qingqing. Qingqing, help me. The other survivors, including Zhang Hai, Sun Kuan, and Jiang Zhuing, all came over. Though Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan didn't know what happened, they said nothing after seeing the scene. They had some understanding of Jiang Liushur's personality, not someone to provoke lightly, but also not someone who liked trouble. Unless this woman did something, Jiang Lushur wouldn't treat her like this. As for the other survivors, they had heard of Jiang Liushur's strength, but had never seen him act. Now, looking into Jiang Liushur's eyes, they truly felt a chill from him. He wasn't bluffing, he really had killing intent. The woman felt it even more intensely. Her face was drenched in sweat, and her screams were becoming hoarse. What do you want? Are you all just going to watch? Stop him, the woman screamed. Stop pretending. Yang Qingqing wanted me dead, to take my vehicle. Isn't that something you know well? You just came to check if I was dead, didn't you? What a pity, sorry to disappoint you. Otherwise, if Yang Qingqing had killed me and taken my car, you could have gotten a share too, right? Jiang Lushur said. You're looking for Yang Qingqing? I'll take you to her, Jiang Lushur said with a smile. After hearing this, the woman immediately stopped screaming. Her expression froze, her face turned pale, and she looked at Jiang Lushur in terror. Yang Qingqing, dead? Everything exposed too? No, no, no. It has nothing to do with me. I originally wanted to warn you, but Yang Qingqing threatened me. I didn't do anything. The woman, after being stunned for a moment, immediately screamed wildly. Jiang Lushur wanted to kill her. She didn't want to die. The survivors, still confused and not knowing what had happened or why the scene suddenly broke out, were shocked the moment they heard Jiang Liushur's words. Yang Qingqing wanted to kill Jiang Lushur? Wanted to take his vehicle? Such a thing actually happened. At this time a survivor, with a complicated expression, spoke, no wonder you kept talking about this trip. So the two of you teamed up, wanted to kill and take the car. You and Yang Qingqing, this is too heartless. Damn, really snake and scorpion heart. Brother Jiang saved her life before on the way to Satellite City. Otherwise, with her skills, just wait to die. Zhang Hai cursed angrily. He and Sun Kuan had only known that Yang Qingqing disliked Jiang Lushur, but didn't know she actually had such vicious thoughts. Before, when they guessed Yang Qingqing was killed by Jiang Lushur, they only sighed that he was ruthless and couldn't be provoked, even opposing him wasn't allowed. But now, hearing this, Yang Qingqing was simply damned. Jiang Lushur was not someone to provoke, but he also wasn't unreasonable. Killing Yang Qingqing was justified. These survivors also immediately grew angry. Yang Qingqing had acted without considering any consequences at all, completely selfish. If something happened to Jiang Lushur, how would Jiang Zhuing react? Their hope of survival lay with these ability users, and the most important was, of course, Jiang Zhuing. Yang Qingqing's malice could have implicated them, but she didn't care at all. Now that Yang Qingqing was already dead, they turned their angry eyes on Yang Qingqing's accomplice. No. No. The woman gave a venomous glance at the survivor who had sold her out, then wailed toward Jiang Zhuing. Zhuing, Zhuing, listen to me. Aren't we sisters? We went through life and death together. Jiang Zhuing was usually approachable, and though she appeared calm and decisive, she was still a young girl with a soft heart. Maybe she wouldn't have the heart to kill her. However, this time, when the woman saw Jiang Zhuing, her heart immediately sank to the bottom. Jiang Zhuing was now looking at her in silence, with eyes like looking at a dead person. Forget sparing her. Seeing this stance, if Jiang Zhuing didn't step up and fry her into charcoal, it was already being very restrained. Jiang Zhuing's heart was kind, but that depended on what the matter was. Trying to harm her brother had already completely crossed her bottom line. Jiang Zhuing's bottom line was Jiang Lushur. You're not looking for Yang Qingqing anymore? Jiang Lushur smiled at the woman screaming and asked doubtfully. No. I'm not looking for her. She deserves to die. It's all her. Nothing to do with me. Even if I said those things, I didn't do anything. I didn't act. The woman was already in tears and snot, Jiang Zhuing's reaction making her completely despair. She had survived with difficulty, she couldn't die now over something like this. Zhang Hai, come over. Jiang Lushur had originally intended to shoot the woman dead. But killing in front of these survivors wasn't very good. A few minutes later, outside the residential area, the woman was thrown off the vehicle, dumped on the main road. Our camp can't take you anymore. You go on your own. The woman stood there, her face ashen, body trembling like a sieve. Let her go on her own? Heh. That was worse than shooting her. No, don't, But after throwing her off, the vehicle turned around without hesitation. It wasn't even Jiang Lushur personally sending her off, Zhang Hai and the others did it instead. Throwing her off the car was no different from throwing away trash. The woman stood in the street, shivering all over, for the first time truly feeling what despair meant. At this time, among more than a dozen zombies in the distance, one slowly turned its head. Seeing that ferocious face, the woman couldn't help crying. In an instant, like a chain reaction, all those zombies suddenly turned their heads. When there was no prey, these zombies just wandered slowly, but once they saw prey, they would immediately burst out with speed stronger than a sprint champion and with astonishing strength. A few seconds later, the woman's screams drifted far into the ears of Zhang Hai and the others. For them, this woman wasn't worth any sympathy at all. The survivors watched the woman being taken away. Although they didn't see it with their own eyes, they could more or less imagine the fate she was about to face. Toward Jiang Lushur, they now felt both respect and fear. His strength was proven, and his decisive killing of Yang Qingqing and the woman shocked everyone. Some people had no covetous thoughts about Jiang Lushur's vehicle but had been curious. Now that curiosity was gone. Brother Jiang should join our team, right? Don't know yet, hopefully. Without Yang Qingqing, if we could get Brother Jiang instead, that'd be great. The survivors secretly discussed among themselves. They now eagerly hoped Jiang Lushur would join. If Jiang Lushur also joined, he and Jiang Zhuing together would make survival much easier. Of course, easy wasn't really possible, the number of zombies was too many. The area they were in now was just the suburbs where zombies were relatively few, on the city outskirts. The real zombie-dense city center was truly a forbidden zone for the living. The scene of zombies packed densely together was terrifying just to think about, let alone approach. After resting one night at the villa camp, early the next morning, Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan hurried out. They only drove one refrigerated truck, carrying no supplies, traveling light, heading to Satellite City to find buyers. Zhang Hai had reinforced his refrigerated truck again, improving safety a little. Though it was still far inferior to the minibus, going out and back should be fine. Really, car to car, it made you want to throw it away. If it were the minibus, there'd be no need for the word should. It would definitely be fine. Last time going to Satellite City, they had accidentally encountered a mutant beast. But mutant beasts weren't something you ran into often. In fact, the chance of an accidental encounter was very low. Especially just the two of them, without any mutant beast meat on them, the chance of attracting a mutant beast was even lower. So with just the two of them going, as long as they were careful enough, there wouldn't be much problem. At the villa camp, Jiang Lushur finally got a rare moment to rest. First, he had a good night's sleep, and the next morning, he moved his body a bit. Jiang Lushur knew that after his brain domain evolved, his neural response speed became very fast, but his physical reaction still couldn't keep up. Those professional athletes have very strong physical fitness, coordination, and reaction abilities. For example, football players, NBA basketball players, and fencing athletes, their physical response is very fast, and their neural response speed is also much stronger than that of ordinary people. Of course, the neural response speed they achieve through training can't compare at all with Jiang Lushur's brain evolution. But the physical response speed they gain through training is exactly what Jiang Lushur needs now. Athletes' training is the result of years of accumulation. Jiang Lushur certainly didn't expect to achieve the same results in a short time, but he could still do some targeted training. Guns are already very fast, pulling the trigger only takes a split second, which suits Jiang Lushur's current condition very well. But using a gun doesn't mean physical response speed isn't needed. Before, Jiang Lushur was in the vehicle, with a narrow shooting angle, no need to adjust. Even if he needed to adjust, it was done by moving the vehicle. But what if he got out of the car? Jiang Lushur upgraded the biological lab and developed genetic evolution serum just to ensure he could fight even when off the vehicle. There would always be times he needed to get out. Jiang Lushur chose two pistols. He already had a Type 54 pistol. From the weapons obtained from the Blood Wolf, he picked another Type 54. The Type 54 is a military pistol, nicknamed the Black Star, with very strong penetration power. At close range, it can shoot through two people with no problem, pierce bulletproof vests, and even go through a certain thickness of brick wall. Naturally, Jiang Lushur would choose a powerful weapon like this. The Type 81 rifle had great killing power, but in narrow spaces, it wasn't as good as a pistol, which was more concealed and portable. So Jiang Lushur had already decided, on the vehicle, he'd use the Type 81, once off, he'd use the pistol. Holding the two pistols and enough bullets, Jiang Lushur drove the base vehicle out. There weren't many zombies around this villa area. Jiang Lushur didn't drive far before stopping the car. After observing the surroundings, he sat inside and checked the guns again, loaded the bullets, and walked to the car door. Getting out of the car in a zombie-threatened area, and even actively searching for zombies, this was the first time for Jiang Lushur. He lightly exhaled and gave an order to the starseed, "Open the door." With a soft click, the door opened. As the outside air rushed in, Jiang Lushur immediately felt his skin tighten slightly. The street was filled with the faint smell of blood and the stench of rotting corpses. After getting out, Jiang Lushur stood alone on the street, giving off a feeling of desolation. The once bustling eastern central city was now dead silent. Some cars had crashed, some were abandoned by the roadside, doors wide open. Shops along the road were pitch dark inside, things scattered in disarray. Some windows were shattered and stained with blood. Just seeing such a scene made one's scalp tingle. Jiang Lushur controlled the starseed to close the car door, then slowly gripped his gun and cautiously took 2 steps forward. He stayed close to the base vehicle. If surrounded immediately, that would be too much. This way, he could return to the vehicle at any time. The door was beside him, and one command would open it instantly. Even though his steps were light, Jiang Lushur could still clearly hear the sound of his own footsteps. And he knew, he wasn't truly alone on this street, more precisely, he was the only living person. Jiang Lushur looked toward the surrounding shops and the pitch-black windows above. He vaguely felt some gazes staring at him. Click! Suddenly, Jiang Lushur heard a sound from the side and turned sharply. Hiss! At that moment, Jiang Lushur suddenly felt a strong sense of danger. A foul wind rushed from behind. From the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a zombie. It was a female zombie, with a good figure, wearing a dress, covered in blood and dirt. One foot still wore a high heel, the other barefoot, uneven, yet she ran terrifyingly fast. No time to fully turn. Jiang Lushur stretched his right hand under his left armpit, twisted his body slightly. In his view, the female zombie's speed instantly slowed. Bang! A gunshot, a bloody hole appeared in her left chest. She collapsed, still reaching toward Jiang Lushur, fingers just under 5 meters away from him. At this moment, his left hand also fired. The 2 gunshots were almost simultaneous. From the direction of the earlier sound, a child zombie, about 7 or 8 years old, came crawling out of a store. 2 gunshots in a row were like a loudspeaker shouting, "Dinner time," to the zombies with sharp hearing. Zombies could instantly judge the direction of the sound. After killing 2 zombies, Jiang Lushur exhaled again, tightened his grip on the gun. They were coming. Hiss! In the blink of an eye, more than 10 zombies appeared, at the intersection, upstairs, in the shops, at alley corners. As soon as they appeared, they charged madly toward Jiang Lushur. He stood in the middle of the street. To the zombies, he was a massive, irresistible lure. Over a dozen zombies charging at once was terrifying. Few people have experienced being attacked by a dozen at the same time, let alone zombies. So many hands reaching for one person would paralyze most people with fear. Although Jiang Lushur had been surrounded by even more zombies inside his vehicle, facing them alone like this was a first. The visual and psychological shock and fear were overwhelming. Focus. Jiang Lushur activated his ability. Instantly, the zombies moved in slow motion, like a sudden slow motion scene in an action movie. Everything he couldn't clearly see before became visible. These zombies hadn't appeared all at once. More were coming, some near, some far, and they weren't all reaching him at the same time. To ordinary people, those few seconds of difference meant nothing. But to Jiang Lushur, they were his only chance to kill them all. Exhale, in slow motion, even his breathing felt slower. The fear vanished. In his eyes, only the zombies remained. Now. Shoot! The first shot targeted the closest zombie. The second, 2 zombies nearly in a straight line. Penetrated both. Jiang Lushur's body couldn't keep up, but by minimizing his movements, he could match his eye speed. Faster. More accurate. From a zombie's perspective, Jiang Lushur was constantly rotating slightly, changing his gun's angle, no aiming, no big movements. Moving and shooting happened at the same time. Normally, changing body posture takes time. But if the gun is adjusted with minimal motion, it's faster. And the hard part isn't movement, it's aiming while doing that. That's what tests shooting precision, and that was Jiang Lushur's strength. Shoot! Jiang Lushur pulled the trigger. But not a single bullet was fired blindly. In this kind of situation, many would panic and shoot wildly, and die quickly. Only calmness and 1 shot per zombie would let him survive. At first, he shot for the left chest, a large target. But as the zombies got closer, there was no time to aim for the chest. Heads, eyes, all targets. 1 shot per zombie. If one missed, rhythm broke, and he'd have no choice but to retreat into the car. But now, Jiang Lushur didn't think of retreating. Zombies fell one after another. The last 4 were less than 3 meters away. Bang bang bang. When the last zombies fell around him, the final 2 were only 1 meter away. One had an eye blown out, the other shot precisely between the brows. When they fell, their bloody hands had touched the tips of Jiang Liusher's shoes. In just a few seconds, Jiang Liusher felt like he'd just run 2,000 meters. Sweat covered his forehead and palms. He stepped back to lean on the car, eyes still scanning around, breathing heavily. He noticed his body heating up. At the start of the fight, he was too slow, but quickly, his speed slightly improved. The improvement wasn't visible, but he could feel it through his ability. Mutant beast meat, Jiang Liusher thought about its effects. Regular people who ate it long-term could improve their constitution. People who ate mutant beast meat saw faster training results. Through this practice, Jiang Liusher also became more familiar with using his brain domain. Ability users evolved through fighting and eating mutant beast meat, so did Jiang Liusher's brain. And thanks to the meat, his physical condition also improved during the training. The gunshots attracted more and more zombies from farther away. In the end, every zombie within hearing range was drawn to Jiang Liusher's location. After firing the last shot, Jiang Liusher stood in place and waited for 3 minutes, but no new zombies appeared. He wiped his sweat, lowered his gun, and glanced around. Centered around him and the base vehicle, the street within a 30-meter radius was littered with zombie corpses. Especially in the fan-shaped area in front of him, the bodies were piled thickly. However, between him and the corpses, there was an empty space about 1 square meter wide, completely filled with spent shell casings and empty magazines. The Type 54 pistol only holds 8 rounds. Jiang Liusher wielded dual pistols, so that was 16 bullets. While shooting, he always kept count of the remaining bullets in the magazines, avoiding wasting time by firing an empty gun. Being able to do this in such extreme tension was thanks to the ability brought by his brain domain evolution. Blood flowed from the pile of corpses and trickled toward his feet. Jiang Liusher stared at the bodies for a few more seconds, then said to the starseed, "Open the door." Buzz. The base vehicle started up and bumped slightly as it crushed over the corpses, heading back toward the villa district. The street full of zombie corpses was left behind by the base vehicle, a disturbing sight. Inside the vehicle, Jiang Liusher held the steering wheel with both hands, his expression slightly excited. During the latter part of the training, as the number of zombies increased, he had nearly reached the point of firing the moment he saw a zombie, relying entirely on his strong nerves to instantly adjust his aim. What Jiang Liusher needed now was to train his sense of hand control and coordination between hand and brain. If he could attack at any time with simultaneous aiming and shooting like an instinct, then his aim could fully keep up with his neural response speed. Of course, today's training was only to familiarize Jiang Liusher with this combat style. To become proficient, he needed more practice, until his body fully memorized the muscle movement patterns. Also, the combat scenario he practiced today was relatively simple. When actually entering a building to search, zombies don't come from dozens of meters away, they appear suddenly in front or behind. In that case, the reaction time might be only 0.1 seconds. This mutant beast meat is really useful. After such high-intensity training, my muscles are just warm, without the slightest soreness. Jiang Liusher moved his fingers on the steering wheel. Despite firing repeatedly, his arms and fingers didn't feel uncomfortable at all. High-speed movement under muscle tension and repeated recoil usually lead to soreness, and a single round of training could make it hard to even lift your arms. But Jiang Liusher had no such problem. What he felt most strongly now was hunger. His stomach growled, and he felt like he could eat a whole cow. Still driving, he impatiently grabbed a few chocolate bars from the dashboard, ripped them open with his teeth, and stuffed them in his mouth. No, I need meat. I need mutant beast meat. These ordinary foods couldn't satisfy him at all. His stomach felt completely empty. Now Jiang Liusher finally understood what mutant beast meat meant to ability users. After every battle, they could eat large amounts of it. Although Jiang Liusher's body hadn't mutated, his brain had evolved, and the energy consumption from its high-speed operation wasn't any less than from physical muscles. Using such a beyond-human ability brought the same exhaustion. Back at the villa camp, Jiang Zhuiying sat to the side cupping her cheeks, eyes wide as she watched Jiang Liusher eat nearly 6 pounds of mutant beast meat in one go. There were more than 10 plates stacked beside him. Only after swallowing the last bite of tender and juicy mutant meat did Jiang Liusher finally show a satisfied expression and set down his chopsticks. Finally full, Jiang Liusher said. That gnawing hunger had been unbearable. Now that so much mutant meat was in his stomach, warm currents flowed from his abdomen to every part of his body, bringing a very comfortable feeling. He felt a faint itching sensation under his skin, as if something was crawling around inside. As this feeling spread, the stamina he had expended was quickly recovering. His mind felt clearer than ever, even without using his ability, his vision seemed sharper than usual. "Brother, is it tasty?" Jiang Zhuying asked with a grin. Zhuying's grilled meat is pretty good," Jiang Lushur also smiled. Mutant beast meat was a necessity for ability users. Without it, they couldn't use their powers at all, like cars needing fuel, or rockets needing propellant. Extraordinary power always needed a source. At that moment, loud conversation came from outside. Sun Kuan and Zhang Hai walked in laughing. "Brother Jiang, we've got the info." After eliminating the Blood Wolf group, they had obtained a large number of weapons. Jiang Zhuying's squad couldn't use them all, so they wanted to trade them for mutant beast cores. Sun Kuan and Zhang Hai were tasked with finding buyers. "Brother Jiang, here's the situation. Blood Wolf left too many weapons, no single squad can buy that much. To sell all of them, we have two options. One is Jinling Satellite City, the military's temporary base. There are many squads there. If we sell in the city, we could probably unload everything. But the price, it'll need to be a few grades lower than the military's." As Sun Kuan explained, Jiang Lushur nodded. The military's weapons were mostly new. If they tried to sell second-hand gear at the same price, why would anyone buy from them? Also, the military had more trust from civilians, people wouldn't worry about getting defective goods. But with second-hand weapons, buyers couldn't be sure, they weren't familiar with guns and wouldn't feel confident. "What's the other place?" "The second one, it's far. A black market on the outskirts of Jinling, near Lan County. Because it's far from the military's acquisition point, many squads nearby can't make it to the satellite city. That place's market is self-organized, and weapons are rare. Just pistols go for 50 to 60% more than in the city. As for rifles, even 2 or 3 times more wouldn't be surprising." "Oh?" Jiang Liushur's eyes lit up. In Huaxia, rifles and submachine guns could only be found in military zones and armed police units. Ordinary police stations might have a few pistols and bulletproof vests. After the apocalypse began, pistols were still relatively easy to get. But rifles? If you were far from the military, it was really hard to get one. The pistols in the black market likely came from the satellite city, the farther the transport, the higher the value. If there's any product or service that saw the biggest price increase after the apocalypse, it probably wasn't food, but delivery. How far is the black market from here? Jiang Lushur was already tempted. Selling weapons in the satellite city would not only mean losing profit but also offending the military. After all, they'd be taking business on the military's turf. But the black market had more than double the price difference, which was enough to move Jiang Lushur. The trip was far, but with the base vehicle, it shouldn't be too dangerous. About 80 to 90 kilometers. But some highways are blocked by abandoned vehicles, and some places need detours. I used to be from Jinling, that black market is in the outskirts of Lan County. I know the place. Zhang Hai said simply. Jiang Lushur nodded. "All right, no time to waste, let's head out." "Got it." Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan were fired up after Jiang Lushur made the call. Since following Jiang Lushur, they had won every fight, and their blood was pumping. Many people have a hidden spirit of adventure. Although the apocalypse was brutal, it sometimes stirred people's fighting instincts. Zhang Hai jumped into the freezer truck and started the engine. Sun Kuan drove a Hummer SUV. As for Jiang Zhuying and Jiang Lushur, of course, they still used the base vehicle. Jiang Zhuying had completely fallen in love with Jiang Liushur's base vehicle. She could shower, charge devices anytime, and there was enough anime on board to watch for a long time. They had just started driving, and Jiang Zhuying was already charging the vehicle's battery system. Jiang Zhuying was a charging slave. She had to fully charge her phone every night or she'd feel uneasy. Unexpectedly, she hadn't dropped this habit even after the world ended. Jiang Lushur shook his head and didn't bother with her. Being with his sister and having this all-in-one minibus, in this crazy apocalypse, this was the only place that gave Jiang Lushur a sense of peace. Lan County was in the opposite direction of the satellite city. From Jiang Zhuying's base to Lan County, the route passed through mostly suburban and rural areas. 80 to 90 kilometers would have taken about an hour before the apocalypse. Now, even 3 to 4 hours was a guess. If any accidents happened, it could easily take a whole day. As the base vehicle drove away from the residential area and into the outskirts, the site was full of destruction. Abandoned cars everywhere, scattered junk, burned houses. Nearby small stores had been looted by survivors, windows shattered, interiors trashed, brown bloodstains on the ground, occasional scattered corpses. These corpses were zombies, and already partially decomposed. No living person would leave a corpse here. Zombies are very sensitive to the smell of blood and especially love fresh flesh. A dead human would be devoured entirely, not even bones left, just a black puddle of blood. Even zombies, once dead, would be eaten by other zombies. But the hardened, spoiled flesh wasn't as tasty as fresh meat, which is why some of it remained. Even though the apocalypse had lasted this long, these broken zombie corpses hadn't rotted. Like mutant beast meat, they could last long even in hot, humid conditions. But that zombie stench still made it hard to breathe. Brother Jiang, there's a horde ahead, maybe 20 or 30 zombies. Zhang Hai's voice came from the front vehicle. Run them over, Jiang Lushi replied calmly. Okay. Zhang Hai stepped on the gas. The powerful freezer truck roared forward, its thickened steel plate crashing into the zombie horde. Bang bang bang. Heavy thuds rang out. A dozen zombies were knocked flying. The minibus followed behind. Any zombies that slipped through were run over by Jiang Lushi. Sun Quan, in the middle, was much safer. His SUV couldn't handle running over zombies like the others, one or two maybe, but a group would block it. Jiang Lushi held the steering wheel with one hand, and with the other, rested his Type 81 rifle at the window. He was on guard for mutant beasts. A small group of zombies posed no threat to the base vehicle, but if there was a mutant beast, that'd be a different story. So far, all the mutant beasts Jiang Lushi had encountered were level 1. He still didn't know what a level 2 was like. At that moment, Jiang Lushi felt a slight tremor in his mental sea. The voice of the starseed sounded in his mind. Base vehicle AI completion, 75%. Host can now choose base vehicle butler form. Huh? Jiang Lushi was stunned. Choose a form? After killing Blood Wolf, the base vehicle had entered its second stage and began constructing a vehicle butler. He hadn't thought about what the base butler would be. Now, a selection panel appeared in front of his eyes. First option, choose specialization. Jiang Lushi read Starseed's explanation. The base vehicle butler would have twice the physical capacity of an average person, strength and reflexes both, but on top of that, you could select a specialization, greater strength, faster speed, stronger defense, more precise shooting, etc. Defense and precision were eliminated first. A base butler needed to assist and protect him, just having strong defense was pointless. As for precision, it overlapped with him, so also useless. Jiang Lushi didn't choose right away. He kept reading. The second option made him pause, choose gender. Gender? So the base butler was a person? Jiang Lushi hadn't been sure if the butler would be human, a robot, or just a software, like an auto-driving AI. But now, it was a person. That was interesting. He kept reading. Choosing gender wouldn't affect the butler's abilities. Male or female, same stats. The third option was the butler's appearance. It was fully customizable by the host, could be modeled after someone the host had seen before, or entirely imagined. The fine details would be filled in by the base AI. Jiang Lushi froze for a while. Based on people he'd seen before, could he pick Superman, Wolverine, Hulk? Having a Wolverine by his side would definitely look cool. But only an idiot would pick that. Sure, Wolverine looked badass. But if he didn't have Wolverine's powers, what was the point? Having a big muscular guy around, even eating would feel awkward. Since all abilities were the same, twice normal strength, one chosen specialty, then. Jiang Lushi cleared his throat. Some weird thoughts popped into his mind. This base vehicle system was kind of tempting him to commit a crime. According to the base vehicle's description, the base vehicle butler would be absolutely loyal to him. Among the choices available, Jiang Lushi first looked at the second option, gender. As for gender, since male and female abilities were the same anyway, he might as well pick a female. She'd be more pleasing to the eye. As for appearance, it was easy to imagine some celebrities from before the apocalypse, but now that the world had ended, what use were celebrities? Jiang Lushi had no interest in modeling after any stars. If he were to imagine all kinds of cute girls, stockings, long legs, soft types, lowless, long black straight hair, sweet and dumb types. Cough cough, thinking a bit too much. But imagine this kind of scene. A beautiful girl with long black straight hair, wearing stockings and a short skirt, curvy figure, long straight legs, always following him, completely obedient, but when enemies appear, she suddenly pulls out a huge battle axe taller than herself and splits a wall with one strike? Or a sweet and cute lowly, just smiling innocently a moment ago, suddenly pulling out a rocket launcher taller than herself from behind her back and blasting a building? Jiang Lushi didn't know where these twisted thoughts came from, but once they appeared, he couldn't get rid of them. Camouflage. It's all for camouflage. That's what Jiang Lushi told himself. In the apocalypse, only camouflage gives the element of surprise, only that lets you survive. If you bring along a guy built like a tower of muscles, people would treat you like a humanoid beast and be on high alert. If a fight broke out, your power would be greatly reduced. So, choosing a soft-looking girl wasn't for perversion, it was for camouflage. Jiang Lushur quickly gave himself a perfectly reasonable excuse to justify his evil thoughts with a straight face. Next, how should he choose? Jiang Lushur mentally went through many beautiful appearances. This one's too young, might be misunderstood. That one's too sexy, dressed like that in the apocalypse would be too flashy. No good. After thinking for a while and reluctantly rejecting several ideas, he finally settled on the image. In his mind, he kept building the appearance of the base vehicle butler. And so, a 17 or 18-year-old girl gradually became voluptuous. Jet black flowing long hair, like a waterfall draped over her shoulders, a high nose bridge, thin willow leaf eyebrows, big, bright eyes like a pool of autumn water. Her lips were slender and obedient looking, slightly smiling, yet within that smile, there was a hint of cold elegance. A shiny black top, with a tight-fitting short white t-shirt underneath, outlining her full and tall chest, while also exposing her slim waist. Her waist was thin but surprisingly flexible. Below was a black short skirt, revealing a pair of breathtakingly long, beautiful legs, and on her feet, dark red military boots. Done. Looking at his creation, Jiang Lushur stroked his chin, even he felt it was perfect. In real life, a figure like that, legs like that, a face like that, you'd never find one in a million. Appearance selection complete. Confirm. Confirm. Please enter a name. Name? Let's go with Ing, Shadow. Even among countless beauties, Ing would absolutely be one of the most beautiful. She combined all the beauty of Eastern girls, and most importantly, she was distinct. Her traits were very clear. Those traits came from the combination of her facial features and body, forming a unique aura. She was the one. Jiang Lushur thought so. He chose Ing as her name because he hoped this girl could follow him like a shadow and fight by his side. Appearance and name confirmed. Generating? Remaining, 25%. The starseeds prompt came again. 25%, feels like it's taking forever. Jiang Lushur was starting to get impatient. He wondered how strong Ying's combat power would be. Along the bumpy road from the base to the black market, they encountered many zombie hordes. At first, the freezer truck led the way, but after just a dozen kilometers, it couldn't hold up any further, and the tires would have been bitten through. They had no choice but to switch to the minibus in front. Relying on Jiang Lushur's base vehicle, they fought through dozens of kilometers, took a detour along a side road, and finally neared Lan County. Only Jiang Lushur's base vehicle could manage this. Any other vehicle, even a heavy-duty truck, wouldn't survive plowing through zombie piles over and over. These zombies were terrifyingly strong. Just the windshield, a few crazed zombies could smash it. Once the glass shattered, you'd be partying with the zombies. Even a well-equipped elite squad would have to pay a big price to cross 100 kilometers in Jinling City. Not to mention casualties, even the amount of ammo required would be unaffordable. Shooting mutant beasts was worth it. But using bullets on zombies? Totally pointless. Zombies were much harder to kill than humans. A person hit once by an assault rifle, even if not in a vital spot, would immediately lose combat power. But zombies, unless you hit the heart or head, would keep crawling even with broken legs. These zombies seemed to have gotten a bit stronger. As they neared Lan County, Jiang Lushur looked at the small group of zombies they had just run over, and thought to himself. Since the apocalypse started, humans were slowly evolving. Ability users were all growing stronger. What about zombies? Maybe they were evolving too. Thinking of this, Jiang Lushur took a deep breath. Who knew what the world would become next? Brother Jiang. The black market is just ahead. Zhang Hai accelerated and caught up next to Jiang Lushur's base vehicle, rolled down the freezer truck's window and shouted. Jiang Lushur looked in the direction he pointed. At the far end of the road was a hazy town. In it, faintly visible, were some vehicles and tents gathered together. It was already near sunset. The sun in the west cast a reddish glow, lighting up the clouds like fire. And that grayish little town, under the brilliant sunset, stood out as a heavy patch of gray, a faint shadow quietly spreading, waiting for total darkness to fall. Jiang Lushur looked at the black market town and nodded. All right. As described by the base vehicle butler is absolutely loyal to its master. Among the available choices, Jiang Lushur first looked at the second one, gender. As for gender, since male and female abilities are the same, he might as well choose a female. More pleasing to look at, right? As for appearance, it would be easy to imagine some pre-apocalypse celebrities, but now, in the apocalypse, what use are celebrities? Jiang Lushur wasn't interested in imagining celebrity looks. If he imagined all kinds of cute girls, stockings, long legs, soft girls, Lolas, long black straight hair, sweet dumb types. Cough cough, he was thinking too much. But just imagine the scene. A beautiful girl with long black straight hair, wearing stockings and a short skirt, with a stunning figure, long straight legs, always following him, fully obedient. But when enemies show up, she suddenly pulls out a massive axe taller than herself and smashes down a wall with one strike? Or a cute and sweet-looking little loli, who was just innocently smiling, then suddenly pulls a rocket launcher from behind, one that's taller than she is, and blows up a building? Jiang Lushur didn't know where all this twisted taste came from, but once the idea popped into his head, it wouldn't go away. Camouflage. It's all for camouflage. That's what Jiang classmate told himself. In the apocalypse, only by disguising yourself can you catch enemies off guard, that's how you survive. Otherwise, if you brought along some tower-like muscle guy, people would immediately treat you as a humanoid beast and keep their guard up. Once a fight starts, you'd lose the element of surprise. So, choosing a soft girl wasn't for perversion, it was for camouflage. Jiang Lushur quickly found a perfectly reasonable excuse that let him righteously embrace his evil plan. Next, how should he choose? In his mind, Jiang Lushur quickly scrolled through the faces of many beautiful women. This one's too young, might be misunderstood. That one's too sexy, dressing like that in the apocalypse would draw too much attention. Not good. He thought for quite a while, reluctantly rejecting several ideas, and finally settled on one. In his mind, he continuously imagined what the base vehicle butler would look like. Thus, the figure of a 17 or 18-year-old girl gradually became voluptuous. Jet black flowing long hair, like a black waterfall draping down her shoulders. A high nose bridge, thin willow leaf eyebrows, large expressive eyes like autumn water. Her lips were slim and well-shaped, as if smiling, but within that smile, there was a hint of cold beauty. A black glossy top, under it a tight short white t-shirt, outlining her full, tall chest while exposing a slender waist. Though her waist was thin, it was filled with flexibility. Below was a black short skirt, revealing a pair of breathtakingly long legs. On her feet, dark red military boots. Done. Looking at his creation, Jiang Lushur stroked his chin, even he felt it was perfect. In real life, a figure like this, legs like this, a face like this, you'd never find one in a million. Appearance selected. Confirm. Confirm. Please enter a name. Name? Let's call her Ing, Shadow. Even among countless beauties, Ing was absolutely gorgeous. She combined all the aesthetics of Eastern girls, and most importantly, she was distinct. Her traits were very prominent, a unique aura formed by the combination of her features and figure. She's the one. That's what Jiang Lushur thought. He chose the name Ing because he hoped this girl could follow him like a shadow, fighting alongside him. Appearance and name confirmed. Generating? Remaining, 25%. The starseed's notification came again. 25%, this is taking forever. Jiang Lushur felt a bit impatient. He couldn't wait to see how powerful Ing would be. Along the bumpy journey from the base to the black market, they encountered quite a few zombie hordes. At first, the freezer truck led the way, but after just over 10 kilometers, it couldn't take it anymore. Any further and the tires would have been chewed to pieces. They had no choice but to put the minibus in front. With Jiang Lushur's base vehicle clearing the way, they fought their way through dozens of kilometers and made a detour down a side path, finally approaching Lan County. Only Jiang Lushur's base vehicle could handle this. If it were any other vehicle, even a heavy-duty truck, it wouldn't survive constantly charging through zombie packs. These zombies were insanely strong. Just the windshield, a few desperate zombies could smash it open. Once it's broken, get ready to party with the zombies. Even an elite team, trying to cross 100 kilometers in Jinling City, would pay a hefty price, not to mention potential casualties, just the ammo consumption alone was unaffordable. Shooting mutant beasts was worth it. But shooting zombies? Totally pointless right now. Zombies are more resilient than humans. A person hit once by an assault rifle, even if it's not a vital spot, would instantly lose combat strength. But zombies? Unless you hit the heart or head, they'll crawl forward even with broken legs. These zombies seem a bit stronger now. As they neared Lan County, Jiang Lushur glanced at the small group of zombies they'd just run over, and thought to himself. Ever since the apocalypse started, humans have slowly been evolving. Ability users are getting stronger. What about zombies? Maybe they're evolving too. Thinking this, Jiang Lushur took a deep breath. Who knows what this world would turn into next? Brother Jiang, the black market is right ahead. Zhang Hai sped up and pulled his freezer truck alongside Jiang Lushur's base vehicle, rolled down the window, and shouted. Jiang Lushur looked in that direction. At the far end of the road was a gray, hazy little town. Within that town, he could vaguely make out some vehicles and tents gathered together. It was now near sunset. The western sun cast a fiery red glow across the sky, painting the clouds like flames. Under the brilliant sunset, the gray little town stood out as a deep, dark shadow, that hazy silhouette quietly spreading, waiting for complete darkness to fall. Jiang Lushur looked at the black market town and nodded. All right. Jiang Lushur usually slept on the sofa in the small living room of the base vehicle, separate from Jiang Zhuiying. Now, in the small living room, only Jiang Lushur was there. It wasn't yet dawn, and suddenly a stunning beauty appeared in front of him. The visual impact on Jiang Lushur was imaginable. If this were a typical otaku, they'd already be drooling. At that moment, the voice of the starseed sounded in Jiang Lushur's mind. Scanning host, scanning in progress, scan complete. Consciousness fully linked. Jiang Lushur immediately felt a very close and special connection between himself and this beautiful woman, simply put, a controller and the controlled. This black long-haired beauty's physical status and all kinds of details were displayed before Jiang Lushur just like Starseed's data. Like the Starseed, this beauty was now bound to Jiang Lushur, absolutely loyal to him. At first, the beauty seemed to lack awareness, until the Starseed asked whether to activate the base vehicle butler. When Jiang Lushur confirmed with a yes, her eyes gradually lit up, suddenly becoming full of life. Jiang Lushur cleared his throat and was about to greet her when the black long-haired beauty spoke first. You are the host? The words Jiang Lushur had prepared got stuck in his throat. He replied instinctively, yeah. Wait. This isn't how the script is supposed to go. When a girl with this kind of setting appears, isn't she supposed to be completely obedient and call him master? She should smile brightly, bow slightly, and gently ask, Master, do you have any commands? That's the proper line. Calling him host? Is there any term more unpleasant than that? It's fine if the starseed calls him that, but this girl too? What, you think you're a parasite? Jiang Lushur grumbled in his heart. Meanwhile, the black-haired girl was already inspecting the various features inside the vehicle, all the modifications he'd made. She bent over and touched the steering wheel. When she bent down, her tight black short skirt outlined her perky but perfectly. It was incredibly seductive. Hey, can you not call me host? It sounds awful. Jiang Lushur voiced his protest. Then what should I call you? Ing stood up straight and turned to look at Jiang Lushur. Call me. Jiang Lushur was momentarily at a loss for words. As thick-skinned as he was, he still couldn't bring himself to say master. Call me Jiang Ji. Okay, Jiang Ji, Ing softly replied. Her gentle, sweet tone paired with that Jiang Ji sounded really pleasant. At that moment, Jiang Lushur unintentionally noticed, even though Ying's chest made her shirt bulge impressively, below that, he could vaguely see the tight t-shirt outlining a perfect curve. That meant? No bra? Jiang Lushur paused for a moment. Right, when he created her, he only said a short tight t-shirt and black jacket. He didn't specify any underwear. So, it's actually vacuum underneath? And still standing that firm. Jiang Lushur subtly swallowed a mouthful of saliva. What a visual blessing. But Ing would be going into the black market with him later. Not wearing a bra would just benefit others, that wouldn't do. He was thinking this when suddenly, the bedroom door opened. Jiang Zhuiying, in cartoon pajamas, walked out looking confused and stared at the living room. She'd heard voices. Actually, the soundproofing in the base vehicle's bedroom was excellent, and both Jiang Lushur and Ing had been speaking softly, but she still heard them. Brother, who are you talking to, huh? Jiang Zhuiying was stunned the moment she saw there was suddenly another person in the room. But seeing Jiang Lushur talking gently to the girl, it seemed she wasn't an enemy. Who are you? Jiang Zhuiying quietly reached for her waist. Cough cough. Jiang Lushur felt a headache coming. A base vehicle butler had suddenly appeared, of course he had to explain. But no matter how he said it, it all sounded weird. Zhuiying, let me introduce you. This is Ing. She's my, how do I put it? She'll be, Jiang Lushur choked. What should he say? Subordinate? Bodyguard? Driver? Mercenary? All sounded dumb. Or maybe say she was a college classmate, awakened her ability, and he just ran into her at the black market? Though that also sounded fishy, way too coincidental and off. Just then, Ing spoke up and gracefully introduced herself. You can consider me Jiang Ji's follower. Hello. By the way, our names sound a bit similar. Follower? Jiang Zhuiying was confused. She had just woken up and wasn't fully awake yet. Why does brother have a follower? And her figure is too good. Plus, Jiang Zhuiying obviously noticed too, Ing wasn't wearing a bra. It's not even dawn yet, and she's already on the vehicle with her brother, in the same room, and not even wearing a bra. Jiang Zhuying's imagination ran wild, and her face turned a bit red. Jiang Lushur instantly realized she might have misunderstood, but he didn't know how to explain either. Bro, did you meet this pretty sister on the way to find me? Is her ability something like wall phasing? I don't remember hearing the car door open. Actually, Jiang Zhuiying had already scanned Ing. Ing didn't have the unique energy waves of an ability user, just like Jiang Lushur. She felt like an ordinary person. But still, Jiang Zhuiying's instincts told her Ing wasn't normal. Although there were things she couldn't understand, Jiang Zhuiying had a naturally carefree nature and didn't bother thinking too hard. In this apocalypse, with powers and zombies, people's ability to accept things had grown. Jiang Zhuiying was no exception. Anyway, Zhuiying, go find a bra for Ing. Jiang Lushur said awkwardly. Upon hearing this, Jiang Zhuiying stuck out her tongue. She glanced at Ying's perky chest and whispered, she probably won't fit into mine, a bit small. Jiang Zhuiying's figure was actually quite good, slender waist, long legs, proportionate, with a nicely sized chest. Bra? Ing paused, seemingly unfamiliar with the term. It's underwear, you wear it on your chest. The minibus bedroom was small. Open the door, and there's the bed. Jiang Zhuiying hadn't closed the door before, and casually grabbed a bra from the bed. She wasn't shy at all and directly waved her bra in front of Ing and Jiang Lushur, which made Jiang Lushur sweat. This girl really doesn't treat her brother like an outsider. This is battle-use chest armor? Ing looked at the two cups on the bra and, based on Jiang Zhuiying's "you wear it on your chest" explanation, made a connection. She casually took the bra and put it on her chest. Of course, she didn't take off her clothes, just wore it over her outfit. Most of Ying's memory was about combat and the base vehicle. Apparently, she hadn't been programmed with information about women's underwear. But she was smart, she quickly figured out that the back clasp could be fastened. Her slender fingers tried to buckle it behind her back, but because her chest was just too full, it was a struggle. Her soft and full breasts were squeezed in all directions, revealing an endless spring-like view. Jiang Liushur's lips went slightly dry at the sight, while Jiang Zhuiying was dumbfounded. Where did this girl come from? She didn't even know what a bra was, and she just wore it over her clothes like a superhero? How did she grow up? And grow that big? The sun rose. Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan, having stayed up all night and dozed off, didn't wake up until after 8 o'clock. They had finally gotten some proper rest. Zhang Hai casually splashed some water on his face. He was brushing his teeth with a toothbrush clenched in his mouth. Brushing teeth was a quality of life only those with abilities could afford. Toothpaste was easy to find, but ordinary people couldn't even eat enough, so who had the mood to brush their teeth? Brother Jiang, are we going to the black market today? Seems like a lot more people are around. Zhang Hai mumbled with the toothbrush in his mouth. Yeah, let's go. Jiang Lushur said as he opened the door of the base vehicle. Jiang Lushur stepped out first. Following right behind him were Jiang Zhuiying and Ing. Zhang Hai hadn't reacted when he saw Jiang Zhuiying, but when he saw Ing coming out last, his eyes froze, and the toothbrush fell from his mouth. What's with this woman? How did someone suddenly join their group, and she even got out of Brother Jiang's vehicle? This is. Ying's perfectly proportioned figure, along with her contradictory aura of icy elegance and big sister next door, made Zhang Hai so stunned he didn't even realize he swallowed his toothpaste. Haizi, that's Brother Jiang's woman, what are you staring at? Sun Kuan caught up from behind and smacked the back of Zhang Hai's head. Sun Kuan was much sharper than Zhang Hai. Although he didn't know exactly what had happened, seeing such a stunning beauty get out of the car with Jiang Lushur, he could guess they'd spent the night together. Who knew what had gone down? Thinking about this made Sun Kuan extremely envious. This was the benefit of being strong. Brother Jiang had food when he wanted it, piles of mutant beast meat, and in the apocalypse, that was better than money before the world ended. Not to mention he wasn't bad looking, had a vehicle, not just any vehicle, but one with a soft bed to sleep on, hot water for showers, and clean and aesthetically pleasing. In this filthy apocalypse, that kind of setup was lethally attractive to beautiful women. Altogether, Brother Jiang was basically the post-apocalyptic version of tall, rich, and handsome, house and car included, while everyone else suffered, he was living it up. This beauty, when did Brother Jiang meet her? Last night? Brother Jiang really had skills. While the two of them had taken turns on night watch, somehow he'd managed to bring a woman on board. And this kind of top-tier beauty was truly rare. Sis-in-law is really beautiful. Sun Kuan, ever the smooth talker, immediately started flattering. Ing didn't react at all. In fact, to Ing, aside from Jiang Lushur, the host of the Starseed, everyone else was either an enemy or not an enemy. Dirty jokes wouldn't stir any emotion in her. However, Jiang Lushur and Jiang Zhuiying both felt awkward at Sun Kuan's words. Jiang Lushur couldn't be bothered to explain to Sun Kuan and Zhang Hai. He only needed to clarify things for Jiang Zhuiying. As for those two lackeys, they didn't need an explanation. She's called Ing. From now on, she's part of the team. Alright, let's cook. After breakfast, we head to the black market. Yes. Yes. Sun Kuan and Zhang Hai quickly nodded. They grilled mutant beast meat and even made some vegetable porridge to replenish fiber. After everyone had eaten and drunk their fill, they drove to the entrance of the black market. It was already 9 a.m. by now. The black market had just opened. Jiang Lushur saw quite a few vehicles heading that way, as well as some ordinary people bringing all sorts of miscellaneous goods to the market stalls. There weren't many rules in the apocalypse, stalls were ownerless and free to claim. Stronger people naturally got better spots, while weaker ones were pushed to the corners. Then again, the things the weak sold were usually much less valuable. Jiang Lushur saw some ragged survivors huddled in corners selling a bag of tea or a can of cola. Others were selling half a pack of cigarettes and a lighter. Since food was hard to come by, they were trying to trade these things for something to eat. There were all kinds of odds and ends, razors, daggers, canned fruit, jewelry, even medicine with no instructions, just a name but no clear use. There were even sanitary pads and jewelry, even with diamonds over a carat, was basically worthless. Compared to food, it might be worth less than a single. In fact, had a huge market in the apocalypse. Many women, out of desperation, turned to sex work, and promiscuity often led to disease. Ordinary people didn't care, they lived day to day. But ability users wanted to survive properly, and getting sick in the apocalypse was a big deal. So had a market. Most ordinary people came to sell stuff in exchange for food. Among ability users, mutant beast meat was hard currency. For regular people, food was life itself. Tea, cola, cigarettes, those were luxuries. Things that couldn't fill your stomach were only bought by ability users with spare food to splurge on. Jiang Lushur and his crew naturally had no interest in such trinkets. However, some weaker teams paid attention to these items. Jiang Lushur saw a grown man with a gun haggling over 2 packs of cigarettes. Even in the apocalypse, people with nicotine addiction still couldn't resist. Jiang Lushur's group stood out in the black market. The two distinct beauties, plus Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan with their strong builds and automatic rifles, drew plenty of eyes. Ironically, Jiang Lushur was the most unremarkable among the 5. To avoid trouble, Jiang Lushur had Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan show their guns. Guns meant deterrence. On top of that, their group was well-dressed and full of energy. Surviving like this in the apocalypse made it obvious even to children, they weren't people to mess with. Jiang Lushur could feel it. Ever since they entered the black market, someone had been watching them. But the attention wasn't on him, it was on Jiang Zhuiying. Jiang Lushur and Ing didn't have any visible energy fluctuations, while the other 3 did, and Jiang Zhuiying was the strongest among them. Looks like they're here for big business. They don't seem interested in these little items. Not far from Jiang Lushur's group, a young man and an old man whispered to each other. They're outsiders. Maybe a fat sheep, ripe for a good slaughter. The old man licked his lips. Of course, by slaughter, he meant ripping them off hard. No one made a move in the black market. Doing so would break the unspoken rules. Zhang Hua, go bring them in. Only the inner market goods might catch their interest. The black market wasn't too big, but not small either. As Jiang Lushur walked further inside, he noticed that the closer it got to the center of the market, the more valuable the goods became. On the outer edge of the black market, there were only some ordinary people selling low-value daily items. Weapons were limited to kitchen knives, daggers, and having a few fire axes was already considered high-end. But once inside the inner circle of the black market, some advanced weapons started to appear: entrenching tools, pistols, bullets, bulletproof vests, military tri-edged bayonets. These things mostly came from the police or military after the apocalypse. And those selling these items were also ability users. Jiang Lushur casually asked about the price of a few guns and found they were much more expensive than those sold by the satellite city's military. And these were just pistols, he hadn't even seen a rifle. Let me introduce myself. I'm Zhang Hua. Miss, may I ask what you're looking to buy? At that moment, a voice as warm as a spring breeze sounded. A man in a suit and dress shirt, hair neatly combed, walked up to Jiang Zhuiying with a gentle smile on his face. When Jiang Lushur saw this person, he was momentarily stunned. Someone still dressed like this in the apocalypse? If he didn't know better, he'd think this was an insurance manager from before the apocalypse. But Jiang Zhuiying frowned in disgust at the man's flattering smile. This guy looked slick and greasy. Trying to get close to her, it was really annoying. She glanced at Jiang Lushur. Brother, what do you have? Jiang Lushur asked. What he wanted to buy first were mutant crystal cores, followed by a weapon for Ing. Ing was a strength-type warrior, so a double-handed sword would be ideal, but very hard to get. At the very least, they shouldn't give her a fire axe, that would be too humiliating. The man in the suit glanced at Jiang Lushur in surprise. He had thought Jiang Zhuiying was in charge, but it turned out Jiang Lushur was her brother and seemed to be the team leader. This wasn't unusual. Sometimes in a team, the strongest person wasn't the leader, instead, the brain of the team led. Of course, these survivor teams didn't have many people. A brain didn't have to be very smart, just not an idiot. Haha, we've got plenty of stuff. Tons of grain, tons of mutant beast meat. If you want guns, we can get you pistols, semi-automatic rifles, even automatic rifles. Hand grenades too, you've seen hand grenades, right? We can get you 3 to 5 of those. As for the price, heh. Zhang Hua laughed and gave a, you know what I mean, look, while discreetly glancing at the gun in Zhang Hai's hands. Ordinary survivor teams usually had 1 or 2 ability users and 1 or 2 rifles, that was standard. This team looked like they were doing alright. 1 Type 81 rifle, and 1 semi-automatic 5.56. The 5.56 semi-auto was held by Zhang Hai. Zhang Hai wasn't really skilled at shooting. Though the 5.56 semi-auto was low-grade and only allowed for semi-auto fire, in the apocalypse, where bullets were precious, it made more sense for someone unskilled in shooting to use a semi-auto, to save bullets. Zhang Hua judged the team's strength based on the number of ability users and firearms. In his view, Jiang Liushur's team had 1 top-tier ability user, Jiang Zhuiying, 2 lesser ability users, Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan, 1 team leader, who thought he was clever and important but was basically useless in a fight, Jiang Lushur, and 1 eye-candy beauty, probably just there to pass the long nights. But that beauty really was top-tier. Zhang Hua quickly estimated the team's strength based on ability users and firearms and concluded that they were much weaker than the teams running the black market. That's why he dared to approach them, hoping to take advantage of this outsider team. If they were too scary, he wouldn't have dared. He could already tell that the team had only 1 automatic rifle and 1 semi-auto. They were probably going to ask about buying guns. Around the black market, rifles were a hot commodity. If Jiang Lushur asked to buy one, and Zhang Hua didn't rip them off hard, he might as well not be called Zhang. Oh? What's the approximate price? Jiang Lushur smiled slightly. He wasn't in a rush to say he was there to sell guns. That was just a trick when dealing with shady merchants. This black market had black in its name, how could it not be shady? If you asked about prices properly, you'd never get an honest one. He'd definitely try to suppress the buying price of the gun. Jiang Lushur remembered when his parents died and he had to sell the family house. He went to a real estate agency but didn't say he was selling. He pretended to be a buyer and just looked around. The agent thought he was there to buy and went on and on about rising prices, value appreciation, saying if he didn't buy now, it'd all be gone tomorrow. Then Jiang Lushur casually said, "Ma'am, I'm actually here to list my house. Just set the price based on what you said earlier." The agent was stunned on the spot. "Well, if you're looking to buy a Type 81, it'll cost this much, and that doesn't include bullets. Bullets are extra." Zhang Hua mysteriously held up 3 fingers. Jiang Lushur saw that and sneered inside. In the apocalypse, mutant beast meat was hard currency. 3 fingers meant 3 tons of meat. Damn, what a rip-off. The military sold a Type 81 rifle for just 800 kilograms of meat, and included 2 magazines with 120 bullets. But here, the gun alone cost 3 tons. Bro, that price is really fair. Seeing Jiang Liushur's reaction, Zhang Hua quickly put on a friendly face. "You've looked around, right? Seen any rifles for sale? Rifles are only available in the inner market. And only a few teams sell them, with very limited stock. They're snatched up instantly. Honestly, those few teams are the ones who run the black market. They handle taxes and maintain order, especially the leader team, 7 Gods Squad. Take the 7 Gods Squad for example, they've got 4 top-tier ability users, and 3 a bit weaker. That's where the name comes from. Bro, let me tell you the truth, the strength of the 7 Gods Squad is beyond your imagination. Even though your team has a top-tier ability user, it's not the same. Even the weaker 3 in their team would be leaders in other squads. That's why they can afford to sell rifles. These are automatic rifles, man. When they fire, rat-a-tat-tat, each bullet has more penetration than a Desert Eagle. Who would normally sell these? Only top squads like 7 Gods, they're that rich." Zhang Hua boasted enthusiastically. Besides overpricing the rifle by 1.5 tons of meat, the rest of what he said was actually true. Hearing him brag, Jiang Zhuiying chuckled, she didn't expect her brother to be this sneaky. Zhang Hua didn't know why Jiang Zhuiying was laughing, but he knew she was definitely laughing at him, which made him feel very annoyed. An outsider team came to his turf and acted all arrogant, even dared to laugh at him? Clearly, they didn't know what kind of power he had. This black market belonged to the 7 gods. If you came here, whether you were a dragon or a tiger, you had to stay low. If he weren't still planning to rip off Jiang Lushur, he would have flipped out long ago. But now, he was still holding back. At this moment, Jiang Lushur asked again, "Do you have bulk gun sales here? Any mutant crystal cores for sale?" He didn't like Zhang Hua. That guy's eyes were like a snake's. On the surface, he seemed respectful, but he was constantly scanning them, sizing them up like prey. Bulk gun sales? Hearing this, Zhang Hua couldn't help it anymore. A team of 5 people wanting to buy guns in bulk? Did they know how rare rifles were in this world? Even if someone sold in bulk, could they even afford it? He let out a sneer and said impatiently, "Only the 7 gods squad has a lot of guns, so they sell automatic rifles. This black market hasn't been open long. Up to now, they've only sold 2 automatic rifles. All the other squads combined have only sold 1 semi-auto. Who would be willing to sell? They're so in demand." "So you're saying, since the black market was set up, only 3 rifles have been sold?" Jiang Lushur understood. Sure enough, guns were very limited in this Lan County. "What, you think that's too few?" Zhang Hua became more annoyed at Jiang Lushur's tone. "They've sold a few, but they're holding on to plenty. The 7 gods squad alone has 1 automatic rifle per person. And lots of other teams have 3 or more guns too," Zhang Hua said proudly. Jiang Lushur nodded slightly. "That's all right then." "All right?" Zhang Hua frowned, now completely out of patience. "I'm asking, how much mutant beast meat did you bring? The entry threshold for the inner market is 1 ton, you know." Zhang Hua felt like he was wasting his time. This brain of the team asked about bulk gun deals. Was he brain dead? Bulk guns? Trying to arm a reinforced platoon? What a joke. 1 ton? Got it. Jiang Lushur smiled. 1 ton of beast meat was nothing. All right then. Zhang Hua believed that. This team looked strong enough. Killing a mutant beast wasn't that big of a deal. Go ahead and enter the inner market. Zhang Hua waved impatiently and pointed to a building in the center of the market. Seeing that building, Jiang Lushur didn't move yet. "Can I drive the vehicle over?" Going into someone else's turf always felt risky. Having the base vehicle nearby would make him feel more secure. If it were just him, the base vehicle couldn't enter the black market. But if a black market manager helped move a few stalls, it might be possible. "Drive in." Zhang Hua looked at Jiang Lushur like he was a fool. He wanted to say, "Who do you think you are?" But he held it in and replied rudely, "Only the 7 leaders of the 7 gods squad are allowed to drive in. Their loot is huge. They need to transport several tons of mutant beast meat. Ever seen a mutant beast that weighs 3 or 4 tons? Zhang Hua snorted. He was sure Jiang Lushur hadn't. He was just the brain, usually stayed in the base. Maybe Jiang Zhuiying had seen one, but even if she had, she probably couldn't kill it. A 3-ton mutant beast was terrifying. 3 or 4 tons. Jiang Lushur smiled. The first mutant wild boar he killed was almost 10 tons. 3 or 4 tons, that's just enough to buy a rifle. Skin it, remove the bones, might not even be enough. Based on the black market's sky-high prices, a 3 or 4-ton mutant beast really wouldn't be enough to buy a rifle, especially without the crystal core. Zhang Hua's eyes widened. Damn, meta bragger today. Didn't care about 3-ton mutant beasts, didn't care about automatic rifles. Called it, just a rifle. Easy for him to say. In the apocalypse, the lives of 100 ordinary people might not even match the value of a single gun. Wasn't he just a regular person? Bragging is pointless. If you look down on guns so much, why come to our black market to buy? Zhang Hua naturally thought Jiang Lushur had come to buy guns. Jiang Lushur didn't respond. Talking to Zhang Hua was pointless. He was just a go-between, not someone who could make decisions. And just then, beep, a loud horn blared. A medium-sized truck drove in from outside the black market. Though it slowed down, it still caused chaos, stalls scrambled, people shouted, and some even fell while dodging. Jiang Lushur had seen vehicles driving through marketplaces before. Just passing through one usually took half a day. But this truck was going fast. People screamed and jumped aside. Some tripped and fell. When Zhang Hua saw the truck, his eyes lit up. It's Boss Yuan. Boss Yuan is here too, haha. This so-called Boss Yuan was the leader of a survivor team. His vehicle was this modified medium truck. Zhang Hua recognized it instantly. Boss Yuan was also a top-tier ability user. His ability seemed especially good at hunting mutant beasts, which made him very wealthy. He was one of the black market's biggest players. Of course, to Jiang Lushur, this top tier was just a level 1 ability user. Boss Yuan scored again. Zhang Hua looked toward the truck's bed and saw a dead mutant beast, covered in black fur, soaked in blood, which kept flowing out. As it passed, the market's ground was stained red. Boss Yuan! Zhang Hua shouted and rushed over, bowing and greeting him with a big smile. Boss Yuan opened the truck door. He was a short, middle-aged man with a bit of a beer belly, a face full of fat, and a thick gold chain around his neck, as if he'd been a nouveau riche before the apocalypse. Behind Boss Yuan were several SUVs. Doors opened, and his crew jumped out with guns. Boss Yuan made a big score again. Zhang Hua grinned, but seeing how wary Boss Yuan's men were, he didn't dare get too close. Boss Yuan, you're here for a trade with the 7 gods, right? That mutant beast must weigh 4 tons, huh? Boss Yuan glanced at Zhang Hua, lit a cigar, and started puffing smoke. Jiang Lushur also walked over. This Boss Yuan really had flair. It was the apocalypse, and people couldn't even find cigarette butts, yet he had cigars. But Jiang Lushur could tell that cigar had been smoked before. Cigars weren't like regular cigarettes, you could smoke one for an hour. Sometimes people smoked half, put it out, and saved it for later. Boss Yuan was clearly like that. The cigar was just for show, he only lit it in public. Who would really smoke cigars all the time? In this apocalypse, they were almost impossible to find. Who's this guy driving in? How did this guy drive in? Jiang Lushur asked. Zhang Hua had just said that only the 7 bosses of the 7 gods squad could drive in, and now he was immediately slapped in the face. From Zhang Hua's earlier words, Jiang Lushur already knew that this Boss Yuan wasn't part of the 7 gods squad. Otherwise, why would Zhang Hua ask if he had come specifically for the 7 gods trade fair? As soon as Jiang Lushur asked this, Boss Yuan also heard him. He looked at Jiang Lushur like he was an idiot, his eyes full of disdain. With his status, he naturally couldn't be bothered to respond to Jiang Lushur. In fact, Boss Yuan didn't need to explain. Zhang Hua's face turned cold, and he looked at Jiang Lushur, speaking in an unfriendly tone. This black market belongs to the 7 gods squad. The rules are also set by the 7 gods squad. Coincidentally, I am a member of the 7 gods squad and one of the deputy managers of this black market. If we decide someone can drive in, then they can. Boss Yuan has traded more than 7 or 8 tons of mutant beast meat here since the market opened. Of course, he qualifies. Boss Yuan was a major benefactor of the black market, so Zhang Hua naturally had to back him up. As for Jiang Lushur's team, no one even knew how strong that top girl really was. Even if she was strong, so what? Only teams that could bring benefits to the black market mattered. Seeing Zhang Hua work so hard to boost his presence, Boss Yuan felt satisfied. He took another puff of his cigar, laughed loudly, and ignored Jiang Lushur. He encouragingly patted Zhang Hua's shoulder and walked into the building with his beer belly shaking. At this point, Jiang Lushur turned to Ing and said, "Bring the car over." Jiang Lushur didn't bother arguing. He would just drive the vehicle in himself. Since Boss Yuan had barged in and scattered the stalls, the base vehicle could barely make its way in too. "Okay, brother Jiang. Actually, I don't need to get in the car. The Starseed can drive the car on its own now, that's a function unlocked after activating the base vehicle's AI butler." Ing quietly explained. Only Jiang Lushur could hear her voice. Originally, the base vehicle could only be driven by Jiang Lushur. Often when he got out, he had to worry about the car's safety, and his own safety couldn't be fully guaranteed either. But with Ing now, she could not only drive for him, she had also added autonomous driving to the base vehicle. "Oh? Self-driving?" Jiang Lushur was surprised. "You drive it over. Self-driving is too showy." Before the apocalypse, autonomous driving wasn't anything extraordinary. But a minibus with that feature still seemed too suspicious. "Okay." After Ing finished speaking, she weaved through the market. Soon, she returned driving the base vehicle. The vehicle was 2.5 meters wide. It barely squeezed through many stalls, almost brushing past them. But to Ing, the base vehicle's AI butler, driving it was easier than riding a bike. She didn't even scrape anything. When Jiang Lushur drove, he relied on data correction. But when Ing drove, she was the base vehicle butler. Driving was one of her instincts. Ing parked the minibus right outside the trade hall entrance. Seeing this, Zhang Hua was very displeased. This Jiang Lushur, just doing whatever he wanted on his turf? But really, it wasn't a big deal. He just snorted and let it go. After all, Jiang Lushur's team was a survivor squad, with ability users and guns. They had some strength. A conflict wouldn't be good. This brat, let him find out soon what kind of gap exists between him and the 7 gods squad. He needs to know his place. Zhang Hua snorted and went inside. At this point, his focus had already shifted, he was following Boss Yuan. If Boss Yuan spent a lot at this trade fair, Zhang Hua would benefit too. Let's go in too. With the base vehicle parked outside, Jiang Lushur felt much more secure and led Jiang Zhuiying and the others into the trade hall. The building in the black market had a very simple layout. After entering, it was just a large hall, with 5 round tables placed in the middle. The one in the center was the biggest, the 4 around it were smaller. Jiang Lushur blinked. These tables must have been custom-made after the apocalypse. This trade fair had people sitting around to trade goods, bartering, very primitive. But since the apocalypse had only just begun, building a lively, well-organized market wasn't realistic yet. Normally, each team had 7 or 8 people. With 6 or 7 such teams gathered, without large tables, there wouldn't be enough seats. Especially that biggest table in the center, it was welded entirely from steel plates, 4 to 5 meters in diameter, with 8 steel pipes as thick as thighs for legs. The table looked incredibly heavy. One could imagine how sturdy it was. It was likely used to hold 2 or 3 tons of mutant beast meat during trade. Without heavy welding, it couldn't support the weight. Around each table were more than 10 chairs. At this time, many of the smaller tables were already full. But the big round table in the center had fewer people. Following Huaxia's tradition, even without anyone saying it, it was clear the people at the big central table held higher status. Without strength, you didn't dare sit there. For example, the 7 bosses of the 7 Gods squad were all seated at that big table. After entering, Boss Yuan also casually headed toward the big round table. At the big table sat a group of beautiful young girls serving the big shots. Some sat beside the chairs, others directly on the men's laps, being held and played with. Of course, since this was a public setting, they wouldn't go too far. Haha, brothers, long time no see. Boss Yuan cupped his fists toward the people at the big table. They returned the gesture one by one. After the apocalypse, society reverted to one of force. Outside the military and government, these civilian groups unknowingly revived the old martial world customs. These gestures seemed to fit their identities. Boss Yuan, have a seat. The speaker was a man wearing a fur cloak. His face was thin, his eyes deep and sharp like blades. He wore a large sapphire ring on his hand, a necklace with a metal skull around his neck, and knee-high military boots with metal heels. He held a fine metal chain in his hand, as if he were walking a prize dog. But when Jiang Lushur got closer, he frowned slightly. He saw that it wasn't a dog, but a young woman. A girl with barely any clothing, looking 17 or 18, was crawling on the ground like a dog. A metal collar was around her neck. She had a pretty face but looked pale. Whenever the man in the fur cloak tugged the chain slightly, the girl would move with it. The metal collar had rubbed her neck red. This man deserves to die. Jiang Zhuiying couldn't stand it. Everyone had a dark side, and after the apocalypse, laws were gone and morality collapsed. Many of humanity's darkest traits could now explode uncontrollably. Especially those in power, they acted without limits. Some people may have fantasized about keeping beautiful even before, but couldn't do it in peacetime. Now they had the chance. If he treated her well, Jiang Zhuiying might have tolerated it. But seeing how this girl had been abused, with many whip marks on her body, and still being paraded around in public like this, it was clear this fur-cloaked man was a pervert. His energy is strong. He must be the leader of the 7 Gods squad. Jiang Zhuiying said. Her sense for ability users was sharp. But Jiang Lushur wasn't far behind either. After his brain evolved, many of his abilities were almost like those of ability users. Should be. Let's go. Jiang Lushur spoke as he led his team directly toward the central table. At that moment, many people turned to look. The large round table in the center was by default reserved for the strong, including the founders of the black market and VIPs like Boss Yuan. Ordinary teams knew their place. As soon as they saw the layout of the room, they understood where they belonged and automatically sat at the 4 corner tables. But Jiang Lushur's team was clearly here for the first time. They actually swaggered right up to the center table. Didn't they know the rules? Were they blind? The man in the fur cloak frowned. Boss Yuan's eyes also widened, the fat on his face trembling, and even the girl in his arms let out a little whimper, seemingly frightened. Just outside the door earlier, Boss Yuan had already heard Jiang Lushur ask a dumbass question, asking why he was allowed to drive in. And now this brat even dared to sit at the central table? Boss Yuan used to be a butcher before the apocalypse. After awakening his powers, which were related to pig slaughter, hunting mutant beasts became much easier for him. His status skyrocketed, and with it, his intolerance for being disrespected. Get lost. You think you can sit here? Boss Yuan slapped his fat hand hard on the table and said. Jiang Lushur glanced at Boss Yuan and ignored him. Instead, he looked at the man in the fur cloak. Without a doubt, he was the true master of this room. This friend doesn't seem to be an ability user, right? The man in the fur cloak narrowed his eyes and sized up Jiang Lushur. Jiang Lushur was walking in front of the team, clearly the leader, so he naturally focused on him. Does it matter whether I'm an ability user? Isn't this a trading fair? I heard the entry requirement was 1 ton of mutant beast meat. I've got goods to trade, why can't I sit? As he spoke, Jiang Lushur confidently sat down on a steel chair opposite the man in the fur cloak. There were many strong people in the room, especially at this central table. Their aura was overwhelming. Ordinary people couldn't handle the pressure. Only those with true strength and confidence could sit comfortably here. But Jiang Lushur was just an ordinary person. His sitting here stunned the group of big shots. Was this guy crazy? Not only did Jiang Lushur sit down, Jiang Zhuing also casually sat beside him. The third was Ying. In everyone's eyes, she had no energy fluctuations at all, just a pretty vase, yet she also sat down naturally on Jiang Liushur's other side. As for Sun Kuan and Zhang Hai, they hesitated and didn't sit down in the end. It wasn't just that they lacked the presence, more importantly, they felt that if Brother Jiang was sitting, they should be standing. So they stood behind Jiang Lushur, one on the left and one on the right, each holding a rifle. With their burly builds, they looked just like door guardians. Jiang Lushur leaned fully back in the chair, with beauties on either side and 2 muscular bodyguards behind, the image of a mafia boss. Damn, this guy's acting tough. The surrounding ability users, team leaders, all stared wide-eyed. They had always thought they were the arrogant ones, but compared to Jiang Lushur, it seemed they were nothing. Was he the real boss, or were they? Who the hell is this guy? Just 'cause he brought 1 ton of mutant meat, he comes here acting all high and mighty, a bald middle-aged man cursed. Has he even seen a mutant beast? 1 ton's not even half a beast. Because they were unhappy with Jiang Lushur, people began to curse. Only the woman next to him remained friendly. She smiled and said, 1 ton of mutant beast meat is just the entry ticket. It's not little, but definitely not enough to sit here, hee hee. She looked about 30, dressed a bit provocatively, but was very well maintained. At that moment, a man in a suit rushed nervously to the central table. It was Zhang Hua. Boss Bai, this man is. Seeing Jiang Lushur sit at the central table without knowing the rules, and especially sitting directly across from the man in the fur cloak, Zhang Hua broke into a cold sweat. It was Zhang Hua who brought Jiang Lushur in. Back in the marketplace, he already felt the guy was a bit dumb. But he didn't expect him to be this dumb. Offending Boss Bai? If Jiang Lushur got killed, fine, but he, Zhang Hua, might get dragged down too. With Boss Bai's temper, he was screwed. Boss, this guy bumped into me in the market earlier, Zhang Hua braced himself and whispered into the fur cloak man's ear, glancing at Jiang Lushur now and then, his eyes filled with murderous rage. He bitterly regretted talking to Jiang Lushur earlier. This guy was a complete idiot. And to think he had planned to rip him off, now, he was just hoping not to get dragged down. You want to bulk buy automatic rifles? Hearing Zhang Hua's report, the man in the fur cloak laughed. Everyone around heard this and burst into laughter, especially Boss Yuan, who laughed the hardest. Kid, how many rifles do you mean by bulk? The apocalypse came and now you want to build an army and be a warlord? Boss Yuan's belly jiggled as he laughed. This guy's hilarious. I was wondering where he got the guts to sit here. Turns out he's just an idiot. The 30-something seductive woman beside Jiang Lushur still seemed a bit friendly. She laughed and said, "Little brother, you're really naive. Do you know how much mutant meat it takes to buy 1 automatic rifle now?" "How much?" Jiang Lushur asked with a faint smile, looking at the seductive woman. He had already dismissed everything Zhang Hua said as nonsense. A nobody like him couldn't be trusted. He only listened to people with real status in a setting like this. The woman held up 2 fingers. At least 2 tons of mutant beast meat per rifle. Even semi-automatics go for 1.5 tons or more. Her price was 1 ton lower than what Zhang Hua had quoted, exposing his inflated price. Normally, this would make Zhang Hua nervous, but now, with Jiang Lushur acting like an idiot, he wasn't worried anymore. Oh? 2 tons? Jiang Lushur was amused. Though the price was lower than Zhang Hua's, Jiang Lushur knew this was the real price, or at least the high end of it. In this setting, the woman would naturally quote the high side. Compared to the satellite city, where 1 rifle cost 800 to 900 kilograms of mutant meat, the price here had more than doubled. If he sold his entire truckload of weapons, he could exchange it for a lot of mutant crystal cores. If that's the price, would you buy? Jiang Lushur laid a trap for the seductive woman. Of course I'd buy. The woman laughed, her body swaying enchantingly. Assault rifles are really in demand right now. Even though 2 tons is a painful price for me, I can still afford to buy one. Unfortunately, they're not easy to find. The alluring young woman said this and threw a flirtatious glance at the man in the fur coat. Usually, automatic rifles were sold by the leaders of the 7 Gods Squad. Kid, had enough of your antics? If you're done, then stand up. Today is only the second trading fair since the black market was founded. I don't want to ruin the atmosphere on a day like this, but I also don't want anyone making a scene for attention. The man in the fur coat suddenly spoke sharply at this point, with a faint killing intent in his voice. Making a scene? Jiang Lushur shook his head. My time is valuable. If anyone wants to cause trouble, I won't waste my time. I don't care about sitting in a seat of honor, and you call this welded table and steel chair a seat of honor? I don't like the spot, but since I've sat down, I won't be forced to stand up. I'm staying right here today. Jiang Lushur's words were very direct, with a roguish air. A fight? Their team was no weaker than anyone else's, and their base vehicle was parked just outside. The air cannon could be fired at any moment. But Jiang Lushur knew that the 7 Gods Squad, led by Boss Bai, wouldn't resort to violence easily. They had established the black market, which showed they had ambition. Now, this trading fair had gathered nearly 10 well-known squads from nearby. If they started a fight here, with blades and bullets flying, who knew how many would get hurt? That would ruin their own venue. Who would attend their future trading fairs then? Kid, you've got guts. A shadow flickered in the eyes of the man in the fur coat. Forcing Jiang Lushur to leave wouldn't be easy, especially since the big guy behind him also had 2 guns. He changed his tone and said, but if your strength doesn't match your courage, then you're just a fool. The man in the fur coat placed one hand on the table. The solid steel surface seemed to tremble slightly. I came to your black market to trade, naturally. Jiang Lushur gave Zhang Hai a look, signaling him to bring the goods. As for Ying, she stood up and followed Zhang Hai. Without Ying, Zhang Hai wouldn't even be able to open the vehicle door. This is getting interesting. I want to see what this kid has brought. Boss Yuan gave Jiang Lushur a disdainful look, then turned to the others. Everyone, don't let a few bad apples ruin the fun. Let's all bring out our goods. If it's too big to carry, just report what you have. I'll start things off. As Boss Yuan spoke, he pressed a cigar onto the table. I didn't bring anything special this time, just 3.5 tons of mutant pig. One whole pig, with at least 2.5 tons of pure meat, and with the mutant pig's crystal core, that's another 6 or 7 tons worth of meat. Whoever brings the best stuff, I'll buy from them. When Boss Yuan spoke, everyone was impressed by his generosity. A whole 3.5-ton mutant pig was not easy to hunt. Boss Yuan had brought the entire carcass, and with the value of the crystal core, it could easily double. For an average ability user squad, a mutant pig like this would usually be kept for personal use. After all, the daily consumption of mutant beast meat by ability users was no small matter. Seeing everyone's reaction, Boss Yuan sat down beaming, pulling his pretty companion into his arms. He was very satisfied with the effect. That young woman initially disliked this nouveau riche Boss Yuan, but upon seeing all that mutant meat, her eyes lit up, and she softened, trying to please him. Maybe she could get a few bites herself? After Boss Yuan, a short, skinny man stood up. He snapped his fingers, and a younger follower brought over a tri-edged army spike, a night vision scope, and a large composite metal crossbow. The black crossbow arms were full of texture, equipped with a scope, precise and beautiful. How about it? My army spike and crossbow are pretty nice, right? And they save bullets. The skinny man proudly introduced them. Crossbows also counted as ranged weapons. An arrow could pierce a skull easily. But thinking that bolts could be reused was a mistake. Real killing bolts had heads covered with sharp metal shards. Under massive impact, those shards would break. They were disposable. Replace them with standard tips, and while reusable, they'd be much weaker. So crossbows were fine for occasional use but could never replace guns. The tri-edged army spike, however, was very practical. Many ability users were strong but lacked a suitable weapon. The army spike was durable and far better than a dagger. The skinny man was ultimately selling cold weapons. He simply had no spare firearms to part with. So, many people turned their attention to the man in the fur coat. Everyone knew that only the 7 Gods Squad occasionally sold rifles. Boss Yuan said, Boss Bai, we still need you to anchor the scene. Bring out the real goods. Didn't you say you were going to sell a machine gun at this trading fair? I've been looking forward to it. Heh. Boss Yuan, you're flattering me to death. I only have one machine gun, how could I sell it? But an 81-style semi-auto rifle should be enough, right? Accurate and good feel. Everyone keeps their best stuff in reserve. I'm selling 2 81s today, that's already showing respect, right? Not only that, I've also got one semi-automatic rifle and 600 rounds of ammo. The man in the fur coat placed one foot on the back of a beautiful woman like a dog. Her body trembled slightly, but she didn't dare move. If she struggled, the consequences would be dire. 3 rifles, 600 bullets, boss buy, you're really generous. Many people were envious. In the apocalypse, guns were expensive, bullets even more so. These 600 bullets alone were worth a fortune in mutant beast meat. Haha, boss buy really is rich. I thought I was well prepared this time, but I still can't compete when it comes to buying your guns. Boss Yuan, don't say that. How could these guns all go to just you? The bald middle-aged man who scolded Jiang Lushi earlier said cheerfully and poured the contents of his bag onto the table. Suddenly, 7 or 8 round grenades rolled out of the bag. Grenades! Good stuff. Even Boss Yuan's eyes lit up, the fat on his face jiggling hard. He was drooling over those grenades. In Lan County, bullets were already expensive, grenades were luxury items. Normally only used against mutant beasts, using one on zombies would be a complete waste. The bald man pushed the grenades forward, looking smug. With one arm around his girl and the other hand fondling her chest, he let the other bosses admire his goods. Grenades, guns, and even a military dagger, these are all good stuff. People were whispering among themselves. At these big-shot trading fairs, it's mostly mutant beast meat exchanged for weapons. Other goods were nothing compared to the price of weapons. Just as everyone was chatting, the room's door was pushed open. Zhang Hai and Ing had returned. Zhang Hai was carrying 2 large bags, and Ing had one in her hand. The bags were black with zippers and looked quite heavy. Oh ho! You brought them. The bald man played with the grenade he had just shown off, watching Zhang Hai and Ying's bags with great interest. The others were also curious. They wanted to see what kind of goods this country bumpkin Jiang Lushi, who didn't follow the rules, had brought. What kind of stuff is that? Could it be local specialties from the countryside? If it's smoked pork and farm eggs or something, let's just cook and eat them, haha. Fatty Yuan teased. Jiang Lushi didn't care at all. He signaled Zhang Hai to put the bags on the table and said, just some things we can't use. We're selling them. But let me be clear, I don't want mutant beast meat. Only mutant crystals. Mutant crystals could be used directly by their base vehicle. If they took beast meat instead, their convoy couldn't even transport it. You don't want mutant meat? Only sell for mutant crystals? Damn. Fatty Yuan was speechless. With that attitude, it was like the earth couldn't contain him anymore. In Lan County, mutant crystals weren't as valuable as in the satellite cities. There, the military guaranteed to buy them at a fixed price, 5 tons of meat per crystal. In Lan County, it was the armed police who bought them, offering 4 tons per crystal. Even 4 tons was a lot. In Lan County, if a small squad had 1 mutant crystal as working capital, they were already considered rich. Don't be fooled by the fact that many brought 3 or 4 tons of beast meat today. That was squeezed out just to attend the fair. Normally, if they had a crystal, they would have already traded it for gear. Bullets alone were a major expense. So Jiang Lushi saying he'd only accept mutant crystals meant his goods were super valuable, otherwise, there'd be no need to ask for crystals. I gotta see what kind of goods you've brought. What makes you so confident, acting all high and mighty in front of me? Fatty Yuan hadn't finished speaking when, under Jiang Lushi's signal, Zhang Hai unzipped a bag. With a series of clanking sounds, a row of pitch-black objects slid out from the bag. Everyone widened their eyes. For a moment, they couldn't process what they were seeing. That black barrel, the finely crafted trigger. Damn, were these assault rifles? The rifles weren't the older Type 81s but the newer, more compact Type 95s. Sleek design, more modern. These were lighter, more accurate, had less recoil, and packed just as much punch. 3 assault rifles? There's more underneath, Fatty Yuan gaped. Just the 3 Type 95s had him shocked, but underneath them were 2 submachine guns and 1 semi-auto Type 56. Submachine guns? Fatty Yuan couldn't really tell the difference between submachine guns and assault rifles. He was just stunned by how many fully automatic weapons were in front of him. The bald middle-aged man next to him, Boss Bai, also had his jaw hanging. They looked like they'd just watched China beat Brazil 10-0 in a World Cup match, completely stunned. What the hell is going on? How could someone have this many guns? Even Boss Bai's 7 Gods squad had only sold a few guns before, and those didn't even add up to this one bag. This was 6 rifles. Clatter. At that moment, Zhang Hai unzipped the second black bag. A long, black barrel appeared. The ultra-long gun body, unfolded bipod, and a comically oversized drum magazine, about as big as someone's face. Holy crap, it was a machine gun. A Type 95 light machine gun, standard in the Chinese army. Bullet muzzle velocity close to 1,000 meters per second, effective range of 800 meters, terrifying firepower. Against zombies, this kind of treasure would never be used. One drum held 75 rounds. If all it killed was a small group of zombies, it'd be a total waste. But against mutant beasts, say, a 4 or 5-ton mutant wild boar charging like a tank, this kind of high-powered, high-rate-of-fire machine gun could provide way more suppression than an assault rifle. Kill just one mutant beast, and you'd make back everything you spent. You're selling a machine gun too? Fatty Yuan swallowed hard. He had joked about Boss Bai's machine gun earlier, but he was drooling over it himself. Machine guns were super scarce in Lon County. The armed police barely sold them, probably because they didn't have many themselves. Under that Type 95 light machine gun were 6 handguns, Type 54s, Type 64s, but compared to the eye-blinding Type 95 machine gun, those handguns were nothing. You could find those even in local police stations. And it wasn't over yet. Zhang Hai opened the third bag. Clatter. A cascade of golden yellow bullets spilled out. Heaps of ammo, loaded magazines for the assault rifles, and 2 heavy drum mags as big as watermelons. And not just that, 7 grenades too. The bald man who had shown off his grenades earlier nearly fell off his chair. He had brought 7 grenades and treated them like treasure. But the other side also had 7 grenades, just tossed casually in the corner of a bag, like they were a few hot eggs, didn't even care. This black market had only been running a short while and had only seen a handful of rifles traded. But Jiang Lushur just pulled out a whole stockpile like it was wholesale. That's about it. Like I said, I only accept mutant crystals. Jiang Lushur spread his hands. Zhang Hai had already dumped all 3 bags on the table. The open bags and the overwhelming firepower inside left everyone in the room envious. Even the bosses at the nearby small tables came over, practically drooling. Only mutant crystals accepted. People who mocked Jiang Lushur earlier now understood, why wouldn't he only accept crystals? If he took mutant meat, there'd be no way to transport that much. Little brother, how do you have so many guns? The stunning 30-something woman opened her mouth wide in disbelief at Jiang Lushur. Zhang Hua, the one who had brought Jiang Lushur here earlier, looked like he had swallowed a live rat. You have this many guns, and you were talking to me about buying guns? You weren't just. Zhang Hua had wanted to say, crazy, but the words died in his mouth. He wasn't stupid. Think about it, any squad that could get this many guns couldn't be weak, right? So how could he dare call someone like that crazy? That would be asking to die. Jiang Lushur looked coldly at Zhang Hua and asked in return, when did I say I came to buy guns? I just asked about the price. And, no matter what I said, what right do you have to question me? Jiang Lushur's words were full of presence. Zhang Hua instantly didn't dare to make a sound. He shrank back at a table in the corner and didn't have the courage to look Jiang Lushur in the eye anymore. At this point, everyone understood clearly, so this guy didn't come to buy a bunch of guns, but to sell a bunch of guns. Kid, don't act tough just yet. Fatty Yuan, who was drooling over the guns earlier, suddenly became rational. He still thought that Jiang Lushur's team wasn't strong. He couldn't figure out how a squad with only 1 top-tier ability user and 2 half-baked ones could be stronger than the 7 gods squad. Are those guns real or fake? I don't believe you really have that many. The Type 95 assault rifles didn't look particularly metallic, because the Type 95 rifle body was made of plastic, though the frame was metal. They didn't look very solid and even resembled toy guns. In fact, many modern firearms, both domestic and foreign, use plastic components for the gun body. It makes them lighter and doesn't affect performance. Some, like Germany's G36 or Austria's August, are almost entirely plastic, even stress parts like the bolt catch, hammer, and trigger are plastic. Oh? If you doubt it, I can shoot you to prove it. As Jiang Lushur spoke, he pulled a Type 95 from the black bag. It was already loaded. He released the safety, pulled the charging handle, and pointed the black muzzle straight at Fatty Yuan's forehead. Being stared down the barrel of a gun created immense pressure. Fatty Yuan's subordinates behind him immediately tensed up and pulled out their weapons. Stop! Boss Bai shouted. It was his trading fair. If people started pulling guns on each other, the whole black market would be ruined. Put the gun down. Boss Bai commanded, his gaze on Jiang Lushur flashing with a hint of intrigue. So many weapons, that was a massive fortune. He created the black market precisely to gather wealth, and now, with all that wealth laid out before him, how could he not have the thought of killing to steal? Since the apocalypse began, backstabbing was everywhere. Many people died to zombies, but not a few had also died at the hands of other survivors. He stared at Jiang Lushur, silently assessing the strength of his squad. If they dared to bring out such a fortune at the trading fair, how confident were they? Jiang Lushur looked like an ordinary man, but he sat there calmly and confidently. Where did that confidence come from? Boss Bai had originally thought Jiang Lushur was just average, but now suspected that was just a facade. Jiang Lushur must have something special about him. But even so what? Jiang Lushur plus Jiang Zhuiying, the top ability user, that was only 2 people. As for the big-breasted, long-legged beauty next to Jiang Lushur, she looked like nothing more than a bed warmer. The 2 muscle guys behind them looked impressive but were probably useless. Even with guns, could they pose a real threat? Boss Bai trusted his own judgment. He already mentally exaggerated Jiang Lushur's strength, but even then, he believed his 7 god squad could easily crush them. Fighting inside the black market was unrealistic. It would destroy the black market's credibility, and no one would dare come again. But outside the black market, Boss Bai was calculating the risks and benefits in his mind. "Friend, aren't you going to put down the gun?" said a young man seated nearby. This man, dressed in jeans and a t-shirt, looked like a college student. He was the 3rd member of the 7 god squad. He had been low-key at previous trading fairs and barely spoke. Jiang Lushur glanced at him but didn't lower the gun. He smirked slightly and said, "It was this fatty who said the gun was fake. Since he said that, what's wrong with firing a test shot?" Fatty Yuan felt enormous pressure from the muzzle pointed at him, but he still stubbornly said, "It's all plastic, how do I know it's real? Unless you go to a range and shoot, I won't believe it." Fatty Yuan still refused to admit it, but his tone was clearly softer. After all, he didn't really dare let Jiang Lushur pull the trigger. At that moment, the young man who looked like a college student gave Fatty Yuan a disdainful glance. He had indeed been a college student before the apocalypse, calm by nature, but the apocalypse had changed everything. He discovered his powers and became physically very strong. He looked down on people like Fatty Yuan, who were full of nothing but fat. "You think plastic isn't sturdy? Boss Yuan, have you never heard of engineering plastics? This stuff is high-temperature resistant, very strong, can even replace metal in many areas, and it's extremely expensive, not easy to produce. Engineering plastics can be used for gun bodies, hammers, you name it. They can fire over 100,000 rounds without damage. Some foreign guns even use it as a selling point." The young man spoke calmly, sharing his gun knowledge. Fatty Yuan's eyes widened. Plastic can replace metal? Really? It sounded unbelievable, but this was the 3rd in command of the 7 god squad speaking. How could he not believe him? The guy was educated, and Fatty Yuan was just a butcher. He could only grunt awkwardly and say no more. Fatty Yuan sat down with an ugly expression. Though he had to accept the guns were real, he still couldn't understand. How could there be so many guns? This was like dealing in military arms. So many Type 95s, rifles and machine guns, this is practically a whole Type 95 weapons family. The parts for rifles and machine guns are interchangeable. If something breaks, you can swap it out, even the bullets are the same. Very practical, extremely efficient. The college student-looking man gave his evaluation. Before the apocalypse, in the Chinese army, the Type 81 was the eternal classic, the most reliable partner for many veterans. But the Type 95 had many advantages that gradually made it the Army's standard-issue rifle. Especially now, with a full weapons family, when squads go out, they can't carry spare parts for every type of gun. But with one gun family, you can cannibalize parts on the spot. And the low recoil of the Type 95 made it especially good for beginners, easier to shoot accurately. The 3rd in command clearly knew his military stuff, which saved Jiang Lushur the trouble of explaining. He pushed the gun forward and said, "Cash on delivery. Only accepting mutant crystals. 2 tons of mutant beast meat per assault rifle, comes with 1 extra magazine. The machine gun is sold separately." Mutant crystals were indeed the most suitable hard currency in the apocalypse. Mutant beast meat was too bulky and not easy to carry. But mutant crystals also had a drawback: their value was too high, and they couldn't be divided, making transactions inconvenient. Many squads were still at the stage of teaming up with other squads to hunt mutant beasts, or searching for pistols at the police station, or transporting fuel from gas stations to sell. Getting a complete mutant crystal? That was way too difficult. For example, right now, in this room, there were more than a dozen squads. The squad leaders were all sitting here, but most squads had only brought 1 or 2 tons of mutant beast meat. Only a few squad leaders seated at the central table had brought a mutant crystal with them. Even the beautiful mature woman beside Jiang Lushur didn't have a single mutant crystal on her. Everyone was already strapped for resources, and after hearing Jiang Lushur's prices, many felt a sting in their hearts. Just that light machine gun alone would cost around 5 tons of mutant beast meat. And a gun like that, once bought, had to be treated like a god. Truly, one shot from the gun, worth its weight in gold. Most people's goal was just to buy an assault rifle, that would already be good enough. Bro, got a crystal? I've got beast meat. We can pool our stuff and buy 2 assault rifles, split one each. Buying 2 assault rifles with 1 mutant crystal, even for those seated at the main table, was not an easy deal. Pooling resources with others and keeping just 1 gun each was the smartest option. Seeing that people were already acting privately, Fatty Yuan's chubby face twitched. He did have a complete mutant crystal, but he had mocked and doubted Jiang Lushur before. Now, having to humbly ask him to sell a gun felt humiliating. He swallowed hard and still asked, how much for the machine gun? He had his eyes on that Type 95 machine gun. His squad already had 2 Type 81s, but no machine gun. If he could buy one back, it would be much safer when hunting large mutant beasts. He had looked impressive before, but in truth, hunting that black-furred mutant boar had been extremely dangerous. He was nearly gutted by the boar's tusks. Although they eventually killed it, the squad paid the price of one member's life. 5 tons. I'll throw in 2 spare drum magazines, but the bullets cost extra. Jiang Lushur raised 5 fingers. 5 tons. Fatty Yuan winced just hearing it. That Type 95 machine gun would be best used with a Type 95 rifle together, and he'd still need to buy a huge amount of ammo. The beast meat and crystal he brought probably weren't enough to even buy the gun alone. Even if he bargained a bit and got both guns, if he couldn't afford bullets afterward, how could he dare fire that machine gun? That thing eats bullets like water. Sure, if it killed a mutant beast, it'd pay for itself. But if it didn't, he'd be left starving. Even though it was a huge amount to spend at once, Fatty Yuan had ambitions. He wanted to grow his power, and a machine gun was essential. He picked up the cigar on the table, took several deep drags, and was just about to speak when Boss Bai from the 7 Gods squad had already placed 2 mutant crystals on the table. 2 crystals here, equal to 8 tons of mutant meat. I'll buy 1 Type 95 rifle and 1 Type 95 machine gun. With the remaining ton of meat, I'll buy grenades and bullets. Also, I have one more condition, I want to trade a Type 81 for another Type 95 assault rifle. Boss Bai, dressed in a fur coat, stood up completely. His hand pressing on the crystals was heavy. Even as the black market's controller, putting out that kind of wealth wasn't easy. Only the 7 Gods squad could bring out 2 mutant crystals at once. And even then, it hurt them badly, otherwise, Boss Bai wouldn't be trying to trade a Type 81 for another Type 95. Having a Type 95 rifle and machine gun formed a weapons family, increasing combat power. One rifle clearly wasn't enough for Boss Bai, but he couldn't bear to spend more, so he figured he'd trade the 81 for a 95, at least that he could handle. Jiang Lushur looked at Boss Bai, thin body wrapped in fur, wearing military boots, holding the leash of a beautiful woman crawling like a dog. He looked like a ruthless warlord, maybe calling him a warlord was too much, but he was definitely a black-hearted boss. People like him were chaos makers, even in the apocalypse. Jiang Lushur knew well, bringing out so many guns today would inevitably make others envious. It might bring trouble, like getting ambushed on the way back. But Jiang Lushur wasn't worried. His fully bulletproof base vehicle was his trump card. He came to the black market to get mutant crystals. If he gave that up out of fear of robbery, how could that be? If someone comes with force, he'll fight back with force. If one comes, he'll kill one. If 2 come, he'll kill both. Deal. Jiang Lushur agreed immediately and pushed the Type 95 rifle and machine gun forward. 2 drum magazines, fully loaded, plus 2 grenades and a box of ammo. The deal was done. 2 mutant crystals landed in Jiang Lushur's hand. The cold mutant crystals had a hard shell. Under the light, they reflected a dazzling, rainbow-like glow, like the most perfect gemstones in the world. 2 of them. Getting 2 at once was a first for Jiang Lushur. With them, he could evolve the base vehicle or choose to configure gene evolution fluid to strengthen himself. Holding the crystals felt amazing. Jiang Lushur was very excited inside, squeezing the crystals tightly in his right hand, feeling their texture in his palm. But on the surface, he didn't show a hint of excitement. He appeared mysterious and calm, like someone used to great wealth. And really, he didn't even need to pretend, someone who could bring out a dozen guns definitely had great wealth. Ing, take them. Jiang Lushur casually handed the mutant crystals to Ing. This scene made people stare, holy crap, he just handed over something that valuable to that flower vase of a woman. Ing accepted the crystals and, without needing Jiang Lushur to speak, walked out. No one knew where she was going. She walked once around the base vehicle outside. Without even entering it, she returned. As the base vehicle's manager, she could store items in the vehicle's storage space. Just like that, without anyone noticing, she stored the crystals in the base vehicle. The whole process felt like a magic trick. People guessed she had gone to hide the crystals, but no one could figure out how or where. All right, let's continue trading. Jiang Lushur let out a breath. Only in the base vehicle were mutant crystals truly safe. He didn't even dare carry them on his person, for fear of being robbed. I want the last type, 95, a submachine gun, and a grenade, Fatty Yuan said with a defeated expression. Just now, he had worked up a lot of courage, his palms were sweaty, but in the end, the machine gun was snatched by Boss Bai. Fatty Yuan was heartbroken but could do nothing. Settling for second best, he decided to buy a Type 95 rifle. After all, he didn't have the resources for more. Everyone saw Fatty Yuan's behavior. In their impression, Fatty Yuan had always been a nouveau riche, spending mutant beast meat lavishly. But now, watching him smoke that cigar like he wished he could finish it in 3 puffs, they were all reminded again of just how valuable these 3 bags of weapons were. I'll take that traded back Type 81, the semi-auto Type 56, 2 Type 54 pistols, 300 rounds of ammo, and 3 grenades. A bald middle-aged man and a skinny guy pulled a mutant crystal to buy those items. There was still some value left over in the crystal, so others quickly joined in to split it. Soon, with people forming small groups or going solo, most of the weapons Jiang Lushur had brought were sold off. Now, Jiang Lushur had only 1 submachine gun, 3 pistols, and 2 grenades left. And in his hands, he had gained 4 mutant crystals. For mutant crystals, that was equal to everything he had earned through hard fighting before. Once used, these mutant crystals would bring a huge leap in both Jiang Lushur's personal strength and the combat ability of his base vehicle. And Jiang Lushur didn't even lack the metal required to upgrade the vehicle. The base vehicle's storage space already held 100 tons of metal, saving the entire collection process. As long as he had the crystals, he could immediately enhance combat strength. Little brother, you're really something. Big sister is jealous, the beautiful 30-year-old woman who had been sitting next to Jiang Lushur said in a sweet voice. Jiang Lushur glanced at her. He didn't particularly like this overly familiar woman who always called herself Big Sister and others Little Brother, but he still smiled and said, I've got enough mutant crystals. The remaining guns and grenades aren't worth crystals anymore. I'll sell them for mutant meat. 1 ton for the submachine gun, 500 kilograms for the remaining 3 pistols. In this black market, not many people wanted pistols. With the police station around, pistols weren't scarce, especially the Type 64, which was too weak and often mocked as a pop gun or starter pistol. No one really wanted to sell or buy those. Only the Type 54 still had a market. 500 kilograms was about the going rate for a Type 54. As for the submachine gun, although weaker than a rifle, it was fine for shooting zombies, but much less effective against mutant beasts. The seductive woman giggled, Big sister is broke. I didn't bring much mutant meat this time, and I still have to buy a Type 81 and several hundred rounds of ammo from Boss Bai. But I really want your submachine gun and grenades. Though less powerful, the submachine gun had one big advantage, it used pistol ammo. In the apocalypse, due to its lower power, pistol ammo was much cheaper than the highly demanded rifle rounds. Jiang Lushur had sold most of his weapons, but the trading fair wasn't over. Others still had items to sell. Many people still had things they wanted to buy or sell. Jiang Lushur was no exception. He also had things to buy, related to his base vehicle's evolution, but he didn't think he would find them at this fair. The squad leaders in the room began taking out what they had for sale. But compared to what Jiang Lushur had brought out, everything else looked underwhelming. The items at the central table were somewhat better, but the squads at the 4 smaller tables had very ordinary things. Combat knives, bulletproof vests, military tents, many of these items didn't even attract a single buyer. Jiang Lushur took a liking to 2 tri-edged military spikes and bought them on the spot, one for himself and one for Ing. As for his sister, Jiang Zhuiying, she preferred her special chain blade. That weapon wasn't cheap, the high-strength chain alone cost more than a rifle to make. He played with the spike in his hand. It felt heavy and solid. The refined blued finish made it hard to put down. If stabbed into someone, it would cause a massive bleeding wound, and even inject air into the body. Truly a deadly weapon. At that moment, Jiang Lushur noticed that nearly every squad had taken out items for trade, except the seductive woman. Noticing people looking at her, she gave a charming smile and said, Well, I wasn't expecting to get much for this, but I'm short on funds, so I'll have to sell it. As she spoke, she clapped her hands, and the door of the trading hall opened. 2 men pushed in a cart covered with a cloth. Seeing the cart her subordinates brought, many people were curious. What's that? As someone spoke, the 2 men pulled the cloth off the cart. It was a metal cage, about half a person tall. Inside was a curled-up girl. She wore a white dress, was slim and fragile-looking. Her long, expressive eyes were striking, but her irises weren't pure black, they were gray, which made her look very unusual. "This girl is pretty, but is this the item Sister Hong plans to sell?" The bald man who had shown the grenades earlier spoke up. He had expected something impressive. Instead, she brought out a girl. He shook his head slightly. Many people had the same reaction. The girl in the cage did have a delicate, fragile beauty, but in the apocalypse, pretty women weren't worth much. Before the apocalypse, many beautiful women were unreachable, far out of the league of average guys. But after the apocalypse, power became the rule of the world. As long as you had power, what woman couldn't you get? Most of the squad leaders present were lustful men. After all, how many men would claim not to be? And nowadays, one loaf of bread could get you a night with a beauty. So why trade valuable mutant meat for a woman? That was just not worth it. However, not everyone felt the same. Fatty Yuan, for example, licked his lips when he saw the girl in the cage. Damn, this girl was top tier. Fatty Yuan especially liked those sickly, fragile-looking girls. Crushing them under him brought a special kind of twisted pleasure. He was tempted, but Fatty Yuan wasn't a fool. No matter how beautiful she wasn't worth much. A few dozen kilograms of mutant meat, tops. He stared eagerly at Sister Hong, waiting for her to name a price. But, some of the more sensitive top-tier ability users, including Jiang Zhuiying and Jiang Lushi, whose brain had evolved, sensed a very faint energy fluctuation coming from the girl. An energy fluctuation? Could she be an ability user? Sister Hong understood what these people were thinking. A few of them indeed wanted to buy, but if they thought it would be for a dirt-cheap price, they were dead wrong. This girl is not ordinary. Let me introduce her background first. Her name is Ran Xiyu, and she's the granddaughter of Elder Ran from Jinling. Do you know Elder Ran? Sister Hong paused here. Most of the squad leaders present were from the bottom of society before the apocalypse, the most unsuccessful group. Just worrying about daily meals was already enough for them. Like Fatty Yuan, he barely knew how to read, let alone be concerned with the elite class. Who the hell was Elder Ran to them? But someone did know. The young man who looked like a college student spoke calmly. Elder Ran is the chairman of the Ranka Group. Later, he slowly stepped down. You should have at least heard of Ranka Group. Ranka Group? Everyone exchanged glances. Now they understood. Ranka Group was a very well-known manufacturing company in Jinling province, a top name in the entire province's industry. And this fragile-looking girl was the princess of Ranka Group? That status was no joke. Before the apocalypse, the difference between her and people like them was more than heaven and earth. And now, the princess of Ranka Group was locked up in a cage in front of them? For a moment, everyone felt a strange excitement in their hearts. Especially Fatty Yuan, he couldn't even sit still. His face flushed red as he stared at Ran Xiyu, squeezing the chest of the girl next to him. She winced in pain, her brows furrowed, but didn't dare resist. Sister Hong slowly stepped down from the steel table and squatted beside Ran Xiyu, carefully observing this beauty. She said again, Ran Xiyu, the most beloved granddaughter of Elder Ran, is not only beautiful, but also smart. At just 20 years old, she was studying for an MBA in the US, and already helping Elder Ran manage various affairs of the company back home. She was supposedly an assistant to the chairman, but had already taken over half the group's operations. A girl like that should never have ended up in my hands after the apocalypse. You should know, the military had originally set up a safe island. As an elite from a powerful family, she naturally had a chance to get on. But unfortunately, her father mutated on the way and killed her mother. After that, it was a tragedy. Sister Hong spoke slowly. Jiang Lushi was familiar with the safe island. Li Yusin's family had gone there before the apocalypse started. That opportunity was only given to high-level elites. But in the face of the virus, everyone was equal. Even elites could mutate into zombies on the way there. Once that happened, it was an automatic execution. In fact, many times even escorting soldiers mutated. If too many mutated in a squad, it could cause a total wipeout. Yeah, those sons of bitches abandoned us and ran for their lives. Too bad, humph. I'm doing better than them now. When I get the chance, I'll build my own country on this wasteland, lead an army to storm the safe island, capture those bastards, kill all the men, and the women, heh. A dark-skinned, bearded ability user cursed loudly. The government saving the elites had left deep resentment among those left behind. But it was also a pragmatic decision by the state. Sister Hong smiled but ignored the man. She continued, Ran Xiyu barely escaped with her life. After many twists and turns, she ended up in my hands. And here's the special thing, she awakened an ability. When Sister Hong said this, the top-tier ability users weren't surprised, but the ordinary people were visibly shocked. Selling an ability user in a cage? Shouldn't she be recruited to fight? That'd be worth way more than a ton of mutant meat. Her ability is strange, it's mental type. She can communicate directly with people through the mind without speaking. But zombies have no consciousness. How can you talk to them? Ask them not to bite you? As for mutant beasts, totally useless. This kind of ability was basically worthless. In the end, Ran Shiyu was still just an ordinary person. But Jiang Lushur pondered slightly. A spiritual type ability, this was the first time he'd heard of such a thing. Was it really useless? Suddenly, the seductive woman laughed wickedly and said, because of her ability, Ran Shiyu has extremely strong mental power and sensitivity, far beyond normal people. If you take her to bed, tisk tisk tsk. She's incredibly sensitive. Plus, with mental contact, she'll give you an extraordinary experience. And I've confirmed, she's truly a virgin. Probably never even been in love. It's a pity I'm a woman. Otherwise, I'd have kept her for myself. Sister Hong sat on the cage as she spoke, her legs in stockings crossed, smiling mysteriously as she looked at the men. Mental powers, super sensitivity, high intelligence and management skills, once the princess of Ranka group, everything combined made her irresistible to the men here, especially those who were nobodies before the apocalypse. This was what they worked so hard for in the apocalypse, to become the strong, to rule others' fates. And now they had the chance to dominate the fate of a once high and mighty princess, to press her beneath them and do as they pleased. Of course, it felt amazing. Not just someone like Fatty Yuan, even the college student-looking third member of the Seven Gods squad felt tempted. Before the apocalypse, he had just graduated. During his senior year, he attended Ranka Group's campus recruitment event. Over 1,000 students showed up, only 20 were hired. He submitted a resume, but he wasn't a student council leader, nor from one of the top 985 universities, so he didn't even pass the first round. He hadn't expected to get in, and now, the princess he couldn't even look up to, was locked in a cage before him. And he could control her fate. That kind of feeling was addicting. And now he remembered, he had seen her photo online before. It was definitely her. The room was like a pack of wolves, every man's eyes glowing as they stared at Ran Shiyu in the cage. She had once been a perfect white swan. And now, ruled by toads, that was the apocalyptic world where rules collapsed and humanity decayed. Seeing this scene, Jiang Lushur sighed. Looking at these restless men, they might offer a very high price, for their own satisfaction. After the apocalypse, Jiang Lushur had put away his sympathy. Ran Shiyu was pitiful, yes, but the world was full of girls even more pitiful than her. He couldn't justify spending a fortune just because she was beautiful and came from a good family. A girl like that, until her mental abilities' value was proven, was just a flower vase. He couldn't take her along. Women in the apocalypse, especially those without power, are always miserable. Ran Shiyu's fate was already decided when she was caught by Sister Hong. Jiang Lushur glanced at Sister Hong. This Sister Hong, sweet words but a knife behind her smile, had been all friendly from the beginning to the end. But now, she casually pushed a weak girl into the fire pit for her own benefit. This kind of woman feels like a madam from before the apocalypse. Their mouths are all coated with honey, but the girls under them suffer miserably. The scene in front of him was like a competition in an ancient brothel for the courtesan queen. Whoever offered the highest price would win Ran Shiyu's first night. Jiang Lushur looked at Butcher Yuan. Overly excited, he had already taken off his shirt, his upper body bare, drooling at the mouth. He was already bidding 500 kilograms of mutant beast meat. Jiang Zhuiying frowned, turned her head away, completely unwilling to look at Butcher Yuan. Just seeing that disgusting look of his made her want to vomit. Thinking of Ran Shiyu falling into the hands of this group of people, Jiang Zhuiying felt a bit uneasy. The price has climbed to 500 kilograms of mutant beast meat. In the satellite city, add another 300 or 400 kilograms and you could buy an automatic rifle. For a girl, that's a lot to fight for. Before, guns, grenades, and three-edged military daggers all had standard prices, and the fluctuations weren't too big. But Ran Shiyu was different. Her value came from her identity before the apocalypse. That identity's worth was hard to define. Before the apocalypse, there were already rumors of celebrities with marked prices, tens of thousands per night for a star. And some rich people would pay for it. Maybe the star wasn't even that beautiful, but they liked the feeling of conquest. Some so-called bosses weren't even that rich, but even with tens of millions in assets, they might spend $1 million to chase a celebrity, or even just an internet influencer. The current situation was more or less the same. Jiang Lushur looked at the people competing. Fatty Yuan seemed the most eager. Once, he was just a butcher selling meat. Now he had transformed into a man above others. Deep down, he couldn't believe such a change. He needed proof. He needed to press under him a woman whose toes he couldn't even see before, to conquer her, to tell himself he had become a boss. This was probably human nature. Jiang Lushur didn't bid, but in his heart, he didn't want to see Ran Shiyu fall into Fatty Yuan's hands either. That would be too miserable. At this time, the beautiful young woman said to Jiang Lushur, "Little brother, why aren't you interested?" Or, the beautiful young woman looked at Jiang Zhuiying and Ying, her gaze a bit suggestive. This boy seemed lucky with women, sitting with two beauties, one pure and cute, one enchanting, enjoying this blessing of two women. This was life's ultimate pleasure. Only, the Ran Shiyu she brought was different. That was a conquest born of identity, not just beauty. I couldn't win even if I tried. Jiang Lushur shook his head. While talking to Sister Hong, he inadvertently glanced at Boss Bai. And saw Boss Bai looking at him. His gaze was like a bullet shooting into him. Jiang Lushur frowned slightly. "This man? Brother Jiang, this man has killing intent toward you." Ying's voice suddenly rang in Jiang Lushur's mind. As the base car's manager, Ying could communicate directly with Jiang Lushur through the starseed. Killing intent was an invisible feeling. Even ability users found it hard to sense, but Ying had caught it. Killing intent? Jiang Lushur stayed expressionless. No surprise. He had 4 mutant crystal cores on him. Such a fortune, how could Boss Bai not be tempted? Not only that, Jiang Lushur's team also had guns. If Boss Bai swallowed Jiang Lushur's team, it would be a huge windfall. 1 ton of mutant beast meat. I'll buy this girl. At this moment, Boss Bai suddenly stood up, throwing the fur cloak behind him onto the chair. Boss Bai looked at Jiang Lushur, but his words were directed at Sister Hong. Sister Hong froze, unsure for a moment if Boss Bai really meant to buy the girl. "Boss Bai, you mean?" Sister Hong asked hesitantly. Boss Bai turned his head toward her, smiled, and said, 1 ton of mutant beast meat, and I'll give you 200 bullets. As he spoke, Boss Bai suddenly yanked the dog chain in his hand. The woman crouching at Boss Bai's feet screamed. Her whole body fell to the ground, groaning in pain, and the chain on her neck snapped. Boss Bai dragged the chain and walked toward Ran Shiyu. This scene instantly cooled the fierce competition. Fatty Yuan, who had been dead set on winning Ran Shiyu, suddenly deflated like a balloon. He opened his mouth but didn't dare speak. The leader of the 7 Gods squad had spoken. Was he going to fight Boss Bai over a woman? Fatty Yuan bit his teeth. He thought he didn't have the guts. Before the apocalypse, offending a boss might just get you suppressed. After the apocalypse, it could mean death. He'd heard things about Boss Bai's methods. Even though they were just rumors, they sent chills down his spine. Boss Bai walked up to the cage and threw the collar inside. Ran Shiyu showed no reaction. She looked at the cage with indifferent eyes, as if she didn't care at all about Boss Bai's arrival. Seeing Ran Shiyu's indifference, Boss Bai smiled, so stubborn. "Let's see how many days you can last in my leopard room." Leopard room? Hearing Boss Bai describe this place, Jiang Lushur was stunned. The leopard room was a place built at great expense by the Ming dynasty's Emperor Jingde, for handling state affairs but more importantly for keeping hawks, hounds, young boys, beauties, and exotic women for indulgence and debauchery. It was a place of sensual pleasures, a life of drunken dreams, a place the Jingde Emperor still missed on his deathbed, regretting he couldn't take it with him. The leopard room built by the Jingde Emperor left endless rumors. Though publicly condemned, in their hearts people couldn't help imagining those scandalous tales, even fantasizing about building a leopard room themselves. Before the apocalypse, this was impossible. But after the apocalypse, it could happen. Are lords and nobles born different? Many people had the dream of being emperor. Put nicely, it was about refusing to be oppressed and rising up. Put bluntly, it was about killing you, becoming emperor, and oppressing others themselves. Boss Bai was now also building a leopard room, imitating ancient emperors. His intentions were already obvious. This black market was just the beginning. At this moment, Boss Bai looked at Jiang Lushur. "My friend, you've come to my black market. Are you only here to sell guns? Don't you have anything you want to buy?" As soon as Boss Bai asked that question, everyone in the room turned their eyes toward Jiang Lushur. Jiang Lushur was too unusual among the crowd. Obviously, his team didn't seem very powerful. Just 5 people, with only 1 top-level ability user, yet they unbelievably had so many weapons. People were very curious about what Jiang Lushur's team might need to buy. Jiang Lushur only sold weapons. Didn't his team need anything essential? In fact, Boss Bai asked this question to test Jiang Lushur. He wanted to figure out from his needs whether Jiang Lushur's team had any strength that hadn't been shown yet. Some ability users could have their abilities partially guessed based on their preferred weapons. However, what Boss Bai didn't expect was Jiang Liusher's reply, "There is one thing I do want to buy. Unfortunately, you won't have it." Boss Bai's expression darkened. As the black market's owner, of course he didn't like hearing something like that. Others also frowned slightly, feeling that Jiang Liusher spoke arrogantly. "What do I not have?" Boss Bai stared at Jiang Liusher. "A vehicle," Jiang Liusher said. "A super heavy vehicle, weighing more than 120 tons, do you have one?" Boss Bai was stunned. A super large vehicle? Jiang Liusher wanted to buy something like that? He had thought that Jiang Liusher might be looking for some kind of weapon. "What do you need that for?" "A super large vehicle, how could he have something like that?" "You don't need to worry about that." Jiang Liusher sat in his seat, gently playing with a few bullets. A few days ago, after the Starseed completed its second upgrade, besides getting the base vehicle's manager, it also unlocked a major function, the secondary scan. The Starseed could scan another vehicle and obtain all its data. Before the apocalypse, due to limitations and lack of time, Jiang Liusher had only been able to pick a minibus to complete the modification. But now, he had the means to search for a better vehicle. So he hadn't used the secondary scan function yet. After all, once scanned, it couldn't be undone. If possible, Jiang Liusher wanted to choose many things, like an aircraft carrier. If he could pick an aircraft carrier, that would be amazing. If not, a nuclear submarine would do. A little less cool, but even a fighter jet or a main battle tank could work. But these overpowered things were all completely rejected by the Starseed. In fact, even without the Starseed, Ing could tell Jiang Liusher, "You're dreaming." After unlocking the second-level evolution, the Starseed could still only choose normal vehicles. They couldn't carry weapons themselves. Otherwise, the Starseed would have to integrate modern weapon tech, and combining that with its own weapons would be much more difficult. As for the main battle tank Jiang Liusher was thinking of, especially an aircraft carrier, that was out of the question at this stage of evolution. Especially an aircraft carrier, that burns heavy oil. Even in peacetime, heavy oil was considered national fuel reserves. In today's world, where would you even find that? Ordinary cars already drink fuel like crazy, calling an aircraft carrier an oil whale wouldn't even be enough. As for a more advanced nuclear-powered aircraft carrier, you'd have to go to America to find one. And Jiang Liusher's vehicle would need to support nuclear power for it to be converted. Although the road ahead was long, after listening to Ying's explanation, Jiang Liusher still felt full of confidence and expectation. Not even talking about a nuclear-powered aircraft carrier, just a nuclear-powered car would be insanely awesome. Before the apocalypse, let alone nuclear-powered cars, there weren't even nuclear-powered planes. Driving a nuclear-powered car, what would that feel like? Carrying a reactor with you, plus thick radiation shielding, how big would such a car need to be? What if he could build a land-based aircraft carrier? Just like many ability users in the apocalypse, once they had power, they started chasing emperor dreams. Jiang Liusher also had ambition. But he wasn't interested in forming factions or fighting for territory. What he wanted first was a mobile fortress. Maybe, in the future, it could become a super base for land, sea, and air. Of course, that was just thinking for now. The real priority was to be down to earth and find a suitable vehicle for the second scan. The minibus was fine for living, like an RV, comfortable for home and travel. But in terms of impact force and combat power, it was lacking. Jiang Liusher wanted a real steel beast that could crash through anything. On this point, Ing had also given Jiang Liusher a rough upper limit for modification. The Starseed modifies vehicles using its own unique energy. If the vehicle is too heavy, the energy gets spread too thin, weakening the strength. So for this second scan, there was a specific weight range. Although Jiang Liusher felt a bit annoyed about that, when he saw the tonnage calculated by the Starseed, he smiled. The range was 120 tons to 160 tons. What does that mean? Some oversized mechanical parts weigh over 100 tons themselves. To transport something like that, you'd need a specialized heavy cargo transport company, trucks with more than 20 wheels. These kinds of vehicles even need to apply for permission to cross bridges. Most bridges can't support them, the vehicle would collapse the bridge as soon as it drives over. Jiang Liusher wanted to find a super heavy truck, weighing over 100 tons, to ensure the second form of his base vehicle had enough collision power. But here came the problem. Where to find such an outrageous vehicle? Buying it at Boss Bai's black market? Impossible. But Jiang Liusher thought maybe he could at least gather some information here. A super heavy vehicle? Isn't that just a big truck? That's easy to find. I have a Dongfeng heavy-duty truck. When the trailer's full, it's as tall as a house. Just one tire off it would be enough to crush you. I bet with your small body, you couldn't even lift it, Fatty Yuan said, looking at Jiang Liusher with disdain. In his eyes, Jiang Lushur looked delicate and weak. Before Jiang Lushur could respond, the third member of the Seven Gods squad gave Fatty Yuan a contemptuous glance and said, "Over 120 tons? A Dongfeng heavy-duty truck isn't enough. Take the Dongfeng Tianlong heavy truck for example, even fully loaded, it weighs only around 40 to 50 tons. That's about the biggest kind of truck people would see on normal roads. But that's only counting cargo. The Starseed required only the vehicle's weight, not including cargo. Just the net weight of the vehicle had to be over 100 tons. No one at the scene said anything. No one had any idea where such a vehicle could be found. At this moment, the third member of the Seven Gods squad spoke again. "Friend, the kind of heavy vehicle you're looking for, people like us, ordinary folks before the apocalypse, would never have had access to something like that. Only large construction machinery would use such things. For example, large wheeled cranes, mining trucks, mining excavators. But as far as I know, within several hundred kilometers of Jinling, there aren't any mines. So I think you'd better forget about it." The third member of the Seven Gods squad was quite knowledgeable, but what he said this time was still useless to Jiang Lushur. Of course Jiang Lushur knew there were no mines around Jinling City. If there were, he could have found the way just by asking around. Why would he need to bring it up at the trade fair? So, no one knows anything? Jiang Lushur looked around at the people nearby. If anyone had information and it was real, he could trade mutant beast meat for it. But now, it seemed hopeless. In the whole hall, there were very few who even knew about the existence of heavy engineering machinery. Those who did said nothing. In the apocalypse, information was sealed off. People like Fatty Yuan had long been wide-eyed just listening. His impression of large vehicles stopped at container trucks. As for what heavy engineering machinery even was, he couldn't imagine it. There probably isn't anyone. The third of the Seven Gods shook his head. This kind of info, let alone knowing it, even making it up would be hard. These types of vehicles were so rare, and making up something in such a short time would be full of holes. With just a bit of investigation, someone could tell if it was true or not. Then forget it. Jiang Lushur shook his head. He hadn't had high hopes to begin with, so he wasn't disappointed. Just like the third of the Seven Gods said, this kind of obscure knowledge wasn't something ordinary people could know. Jiang Lushur had lived so long and had never even seen a mining truck, only heard of them. These kinds of vehicles cost tens of millions of RMB, much more than a Rolls-Royce Phantom. And because they're so big and heavy, they're not allowed on roads, only driven at mining sites. How would ordinary people ever see one? But just then, a calm voice suddenly sounded in Jiang Lushur's mind. "I know where the vehicle you mentioned is." Jiang Lushur was suddenly shocked, a voice directly in his mind? Before, only Ying had this ability. But Ying's voice was clearer and sweeter, not like this voice, gentle, but with indifference. Could it be? Jiang Lushur suddenly looked toward the iron cage beside Sister Hong. Inside the cage, Ran Shiyu was wearing a white dress, hugging her knees, with a calm expression. She had a pair of light gray eyes. Even though she was in a desperate situation, those eyes were still calm, like the surface of a lake under storm clouds before a storm. "You're talking to me?" Jiang Lushur didn't know how to respond in his mind. He could only focus hard on thinking the sentence, hoping Ran Shiyu would receive it. "Yes," Ran Shiyu replied softly. After saying that, she fell silent again. "You mean the vehicle is near Jinling?" Jiang Lushur took a deep breath, feeling slightly excited. Finally, there was a clue. Vehicles like this were indeed beyond reach for ordinary people. But Ran Shiyu was different. She was the princess of Ranko Group and the assistant to the chairman. The information she had access to before the apocalypse couldn't be compared to what regular citizens knew. What others didn't know, Ran Shiyu might have dealt with regularly. And Jiang Lushur remembered, Ranko Group's business was heavily involved with heavy machinery. Not too far, Ran Shiyu didn't use a firm tone. "I want to ask you, is finding this vehicle really that important to you?" Jiang Lushur was slightly stunned and didn't answer immediately. But Ran Shiyu continued, "If it's not important, then let's drop it. If it is, you must agree to one condition." Ran Shiyu's ability was telepathy. Although it wasn't full mind reading, her sensitivity to people's thoughts far exceeded that of a psychologist. She could vaguely feel that finding this heavy truck was extremely important to Jiang Lushur. "What condition?" Jiang Lushur asked directly. He more or less had an idea already. "I want you to take me away." To Ran Shiyu, this black market was hell. From the female dog woman earlier, she had already seen her own future. She was naturally cold and proud. After her father became a zombie, killed her mother, and was then shot dead, she had already given up on the world. She could accept death calmly, but she couldn't accept having her dignity trampled and being humiliated. And in the hands of these people, even suicide wasn't an option. It's impossible to kill yourself barehanded. Strangling your own neck, biting your tongue, smashing into a wall, none would work. And the 7 gods were watching her. Even if she tried starving herself, they would force food down her throat. Besides, before she could even die from starvation, she'd probably already be tortured and humiliated beyond recognition. Take you away? Jiang Liushir's eyes flashed with sharp light. Aren't you afraid I'm the same as them? That after I take you away and find the truck, I'll treat you just like they would? Maybe. Ran Shiyu gave a bitter smile. But, your mental waves tell me, you're different. Maybe in this world, only the soul doesn't lie, even though it's often ugly. Ran Shiyu stretched out her slender fingers, gently touching the cold iron bars. Separated by several meters, Ran Shiyu and Jiang Lushir looked at each other, as if separated by a distant space and time. Jiang Lushir looked away, slowly closed his eyes, and sat back down in his chair. He silently considered the cards he still held and the current situation. About 10 seconds later, he slowly opened his eyes and looked toward Boss Bai. His eyes were glowing with a strange light. How about giving me that girl? Jiang Lushir suddenly spoke. Everyone was stunned. What? Boss Bai suddenly turned to stare at Jiang Lushir. His hawk-like eyes locked with Jiang Liushir's. What did you say? I didn't hear clearly. I want to buy Ran Shiyu. Name your price. Jiang Lushir spoke again. This time, Jiang Zhuing, Sun Kuan, and Zhang Hai were all stunned. They didn't understand why Jiang Lushir suddenly wanted to buy Ran Shiyu. He had clearly said before, with so many suffering people in the apocalypse, they couldn't possibly save them all. Even people like Fatty Yuan were confused. In their eyes, if Jiang Lushir liked Ran Shiyu, why didn't he bid earlier? Why wait until Boss Bai had already made the final offer before stepping in? Damn, turns out this guy's also a pervert, just like me. Pretending to be all noble, but now blowing money for a woman. But too bad, he's trying to take Boss Bai's woman, must be tired of living. Fatty Yuan mocked without holding back. He didn't even care if Jiang Lushir heard him, after all, he'd already bought his gun and wasn't afraid anymore. Fatty Yuan was probably the one most envious of Ran Shiyu. But since Boss Bai took her, he didn't dare say a word. Now Jiang Lushir suddenly stepped in, he found it hilarious. This guy was basically digging his own grave. Fatty Yuan had suffered enough under Jiang Lushir before. Now he just wanted to see him get crushed. They say even a strong dragon can't suppress a local snake. But Boss Bai wasn't a snake, he was a tiger ruling a mountain. On his turf, who could get away with anything? This guy is done for. Let's see how Boss Bai deals with him. He actually plans to put a green hat on Boss Bai. Is he crazy? Someone else said gloatingly. If they couldn't have something, and someone else started fighting over it, even leading to death, that would be interesting. Ha ha ha. Boss Bai suddenly burst into laughter. I, Bai Zhanshan, have already called dibs on this woman, and you want to take her from me? You're asking me to give her to you, on what grounds? Not on any grounds, just an exchange of benefits. I can offer you a price you'll be satisfied with. I think your ambition isn't limited to just this small black market, right? Otherwise, you wouldn't have rushed to set it up so early. It's for quicker accumulation, isn't it? Building up power, early accumulation is important. Giving up profit for a woman isn't worth it. Jiang Lushir understood Boss Bai's character well. He was lustful, greedy, cruel, hungry for power and wealth, and wanted to possess everything. But he wasn't a slave to his lust, he knew what was more important, and he knew how to choose. He was a man who wanted to become a warlord. Benefits? Bai Zhanshan laughed. How much can you offer me? Oh, I think I get it. Let me think. You didn't bid earlier, but now you want to take this girl from me. What's the reason? Ran Shiyu, your ability is telepathy, right? Did you say something to him? As Bai Zhanshan spoke, his gaze suddenly shot toward Ran Shiyu. His gaze was extremely aggressive, as if it could pierce through someone. He had already heard from Sister Hong that Ran Shiyu's ability was telepathy, she could speak directly into people's minds. And earlier, Bai Zhanshan had noticed a brief eye contact between Jiang Lushir and Ran Shiyu. To make Jiang Lushir change his mind, spend a large sum, and risk offending him just to buy Ran Shiyu, there had to be a reason worth that price. So how could he let Ran Shiyu fall into Jiang Liushir's hands so easily? Bai Zhanshan locked eyes with Jiang Lushir, who said nothing. Jiang Lushir had to admit, Bai Zhanshan had extremely sharp insight. Bai Zhanshan suddenly raised 4 fingers. For mutant crystal cores. Didn't you say you'd offer me benefits? Fine, I'll give you the girl. Buy her for 4 mutant crystal cores. As soon as Bai Zhanshan said that, the whole room gasped. For mutant crystal cores. Jiang Lushir had brought out so much weaponry earlier, and he had only sold it all for 4 mutant crystal cores. Now, Bai Zhanshan was asking Jiang Lushir to spit everything back out, principle and profit included. Calling it opening a lion's mouth wasn't enough, it was beyond outrageous. So domineering. Jiang Liusher's expression instantly darkened. The apocalypse was a world of power, where the strong took everything. Bai Zhanshan was strong. He'd bought first, so Jiang Liusher had let him name the price. But this price Bai Zhanshan gave was completely unreasonable. So you're saying, you really don't want to give her up? Jiang Liusher asked word by word. Ha ha ha. I didn't say that. For mutant crystal cores, you have them, don't you? But you don't want to spend them. You thought 1 or 2 tons of mutant beast meat would make me compromise? Then in the future, will anyone be able to take my woman just by offering some meat? And not just women, what about other things? Bai Zhanshan's face was full of disdain. He was a ruler. A ruler needed more than just profit, he needed authority. To walk the path of domination meant bloodshed. Gains and losses couldn't be measured by profit alone. He didn't like anyone he couldn't control, especially on his own turf. I'm indeed not limited to this black market. But first, wherever I stand, I make the rules, whether it's a broken down town or a ruined city. As Bai Zhanshan spoke, he stood up. Though his face was thin, his tall figure gave off immense pressure. Jiang Liusher still sat unmoving. The atmosphere in the room seemed frozen. Many people looked at Jiang Liusher, their faces showing gloating smiles. They all sensed that Jiang Liusher was in big trouble. Now, he had 2 choices in front of him, either give in, or die. Bai Zhanshan is really domineering. He wants Jiang Liusher to give up everything he earned in the black market. Of course, was Bai Zhanshan's money ever easy to earn? Well, the kid's to blame for being dumb. Carrying that much wealth but not knowing how to keep a low profile. And his team isn't even close to Bai Zhanshan's level. In that case, he still wanted to compete with Bai Zhanshan over a woman? He just gave him an excuse to strike. I think he's finished. He'll probably have to hand over those 4 mutant crystal cores. That's his money to buy his life. If he doesn't pay, he's dead. Someone whispered. The stuff Jiang Liusher had brought out before was too flashy. After selling it all for 4 mutant crystal cores, who wouldn't be jealous of that kind of wealth? Even if Jiang Liusher had left quietly before, the 7 gods squad might have targeted him, ambushing and robbing him on the road. And now? With this situation, there was no way he'd get out alive. For mutant crystal cores, pay them and live? Will he or won't he? Fatty Yuan was excited. It looked like this kid had gained nothing and would end up losing even his underwear. Fatty Yuan felt thrilled. But not everyone was as carefree as him. With this situation, everyone had different reactions. Most people, though jealous of Jiang Liusher's wealth before, now felt both gleeful and terrified. Boss Bai was truly a scary man. Trying to survive under him meant living in constant fear. Everyone present looked toward Jiang Liusher, waiting to see if he would submit or choose death. At that moment, Jiang Liusher was still sitting firmly on the steel chair, as if he didn't even realize the danger he was in. But Jiang Liusher knew better than anyone, today's incident, whether or not Ran Shiyu appeared, was never going to end peacefully. Even before he tried to buy Ran Shiyu, Bai Zhanshan had already revealed killing intent toward him multiple times. These 4 mutant crystal cores, Bai Zhanshan was never going to let them go. Competing over Ran Shiyu was just an excuse to act. Without that excuse, he'd find another. If he couldn't find one, he'd strike on the road. Jiang Liusher sat firmly in the steel chair. But behind him, Sun Quan and Zhang Hai had sweaty palms gripping their guns. They were scared too. This was Bai Zhanshan's stronghold, after all. Good. Very good. Jiang Liusher suddenly spoke, spitting out those few words coldly. And at that moment, the black clothing beside Jiang Liusher suddenly moved. Her graceful figure shot up like lightning. With the tri-edged military dagger she had just bought at the trade fair in hand, she charged straight at Bai Zhanshan. The whole process was as fast as lightning. Bai Zhanshan was greatly shocked. He had already been on guard against a sudden attack, but his attention was almost entirely on Jiang Zhuiying, as she was the strongest ability user in the team. But he never imagined, not even in his dreams, that the first to strike would actually be the black-clothed beauty beside Jiang Liusher. This busty, long-legged flower vase, she looked like she was just there to warm Jiang Liusher's bed. Yet now, without a word, she made a move, and once she did, it was with overwhelming force, and her target was him. In his own stronghold, knowing full well he was the leader of the 7 God squad, the strongest here, she still dared to attack him? Looking for death. Bai Zhanshan let out a thunderous roar, not like a human voice, a bellow that shook everyone's eardrums. The clothes on his upper body suddenly tore apart, solid muscles swelled out, and on his back and face, long fur grew. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a bear man. A beast-type ability, awakening the bloodline of a wild beast. The previous blood wolf was the same. In the early days of the apocalypse, this was an extremely powerful ability. Bear men were lacking in speed, but had unparalleled strength and powerful defense. At this moment, Ying had already leapt across the several-meter-wide metal table. The tri-edged dagger in her hand was already stabbing toward Bai Zhanshan's face. Bai Zhanshan roared and grabbed the steel chair behind him, smashing it toward Ying. He actually wanted to use pure brute force to knock her away. With his strength, this strike could definitely smash a person into meat paste. Dagger versus steel chair. Bearman versus Beauty. A completely unbalanced clash, an intense visual impact. Just when everyone thought this agile beauty would die right then and there, an unbelievable scene unfolded. Ding! A sharp metallic crash rang out. Ying's tri-edged dagger struck the steel chair solidly, and pierced through the thin steel plate on the seat. What? A tri-edged dagger piercing steel plate? Just how much strength did that take? Before the crowd could react, Ying placed both hands on the chair, directly pressing down on Bai Zhanshan. Both of them held the same chair, but Bai Zhanshan's strength couldn't overpower her. Bai Zhanshan was completely stunned. Was this strength something a woman could have? At that moment, Ying used the steel chair as support, performed a beautiful mid-air spin, and her long leg whipped toward Bai Zhanshan's neck like a whip. A leg sweep to the throat. Bai Zhanshan was shaken. He couldn't even pull away the chair and could only watch as the kick came. Normally, a beauty's kick like this wouldn't even tickle him. But now, he didn't dare take it and had to raise his arm to block. Clang! Ying's long leg struck hard against Bai Zhanshan's forearm. Through the thick bear hide, everyone could still hear the crisp sound of bone hitting bone. Ying specialized in strength enhancement. That came from a whim when Jiang Lushur set her up. But now, it made Bai Zhanshan suffer. That kick made his arm go numb. Since awakening his ability, he had never encountered such a thing. This woman wasn't a vase, she was a humanoid tyrannosaurus. Terrifying. What are you all staring at? While being suppressed by Ying, Bai Zhanshan roared. In the room were a dozen members of the Seven Gods squad responsible for order. They weren't ability users, but all of them were strong, henchmen of the squad. Most of them had pistols, and 2 held rifles. When they saw Ying's rampage, they were stunned. They couldn't believe the unbeatable boss Bai was being overpowered. Now that Bai Zhanshan shouted, they panicked and raised their guns to shoot at Ying. But the moment they raised their weapons, Jiang Lushur had already drawn his Type 54 pistol, and made his move first. He hadn't frozen. The moment the fight began, he had already drawn his guns. Dual wielding, firing with both hands, gunfighting technique. Bang 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 bang. Continuous gunshots. In Jiang Lushur's eyes, everything in the room moved in slow motion. His hands barely moved, switching targets one after another. With both hands aiming in different directions, 2 bullets, 2 dead targets. This kind of terrifying gun skill in real combat, not even elite special forces snipers could do it. Many people could dual-wield guns, but hitting one spot accurately was already expert level. Aiming at 2 different targets simultaneously? Unheard of. Bang bang bang. Blood sprayed. Every shot was fatal either to the heart or the head. In moments like this, Jiang Lushur practically became a cold-blooded killer. If he didn't kill, he'd be the one to die. In an instant, 6 people were taken down. The whole crowd was stunned by this shooting skill. Sister Hong's face turned pale. She never imagined this harmless-looking young man was so terrifying. In such a chaotic and dangerous situation, with gunmen surrounding him, he still had such precise aim and fast shooting, eliminating half the firepower on the spot. Was he even human? Not just Sister Hong, many other squad members had already ducked under the tables. Fatty Yuan, who had been shouting and yelling before, was now curled up in fear. Among the people here, Fatty Yuan was considered strong. But facing Ying and Jiang Lushur, these monsters, he didn't have the guts to get involved. And even if he did, what good would it do? He might just die. After Jiang Lushur eliminated 6 gunmen, 6 remained, and they were now raising their guns. But at that moment, a wave of blue-white electricity flashed in front of them. 3 gunmen were caught in the current, screaming as they convulsed violently. One of them was charred in an instant. How could raising a gun be faster than electricity? Jiang Zhuiying held a katana, swinging her chain. It flew through the air, forming an electric net everywhere it passed. The remaining 3 gunmen finally got their chance to fire, but Ying had already leaped behind a large steel table. Made of welded steel and weighing 600 or 700 kilos, the table was kicked up by Ying with 1 foot, and she followed up with a spinning side kick. The steel table flew out like a toy. Boom boom boom. Several gunmen were smashed directly by the steel table. That massive table, spinning and smashing into them, bones were crushed, tendons snapped, blood gushed. Holy shit! Someone in the crowd shouted. What kind of strength was this? Was she still human? Some people dropped to the floor and hugged their heads, signaling, "This has nothing to do with me, don't shoot me." Sun Kuan and Zhang Hai also opened fire. The two of them were the weakest, with slower reaction speeds. Plus, the scene was chaotic. The two of them only managed to kill one gunman together, but the sound of the automatic rifles was still very intimidating. More people instantly covered their heads and hit the ground, trying to avoid the rain of bullets. Just then, boom! The back brick wall of the trading hall was smashed through by Bai Zhanshan. He had burst through it. He ran away. Bai Zhanshan ran? Just moments ago, Bai Zhanshan was mighty, domineering, thinking he had everything under control. But after the black-clothed, long-legged beauty suddenly struck, the situation turned sharply, and he actually couldn't beat her? And next, with the tide turning quickly, Bai Zhanshan actually ran away without hesitation. They say even a strong dragon can't suppress a local tyrant, but now, even the Tiger King of the mountain got wrecked. "We're leaving." Jiang Lushur gave the order without hesitation. In this situation, though it looked like they had won completely, in reality, they hadn't. This was Bai Zhanshan's territory. The gunmen they killed were just regular people, but Bai Zhanshan's power was far beyond that. For this trade fair, only 2 of the 7 God Squad's ability users were present. If the others joined in, things would get messy. Not to mention, Bai Zhanshan had numbers and guns. If he gathered his men, blocked the doors with assault rifles and opened fire, then even if Jiang Lushur had 3 heads and 6 arms, he'd be riddled with holes. Ying said nothing. She appeared in front of Ran Shiyu like she had teleported. Sister Hong was right next to the cage at that time, already scared out of her wits. "That key," Sister Hong stammered. She had just started to speak, wanting to hand over the key. At this point, how would she dare to stop them? But before she could finish a single word, Ying had already reached out, grabbed the iron cage, and tore it open. This scene made people's eyes nearly pop out. Iron bars as thick as a child's finger were ripped open by Ying with brute force. This big-busted, long-legged woman, who looked like she was all soft meat and silky curves, had swept aside a bear man, kicked a steel table, and now torn open an iron cage. What the hell was this woman? Forget others, even Ran Shiyu, inside the cage, who was always emotionally detached and hopeless about the world, now had wide eyes, looking at Ying like she was a war goddess. This girl, so strong. Or rather, the 3 leading members of Jiang Lushur's team were all strong. Ran Shiyu had powerful spiritual sense. From beginning to end, she saw the whole fight clearly. Whether it was Ying's speed and terrifying strength, Jiang Lushur's godlike dual-wield shooting, or Jiang Zhuiying's electric attacks, it all shocked her. She had originally asked Jiang Lushur to take her away as a desperate gamble. She didn't expect Bai Zhanshan to be so domineering, nor that Jiang Lushur would carry such valuable gear. Just mentioning her had triggered a life-or-death battle. At first, when she saw Jiang Lushur being pressured by Bai Zhanshan, she had regretted making the request. But never could she have imagined things would turn out like this. In just 2 or 3 seconds, the 3 of them stunned everyone. Their strength was terrifying. "Get in the car. Abandon the SUV and freezer truck for now," Jiang Lushur quickly said. The base vehicle was parked just outside the door. Ying picked up the frail-bodied Ran Shiyu with one hand, like she was lifting a doll. The group rushed toward the base vehicle, including Sun Kuan and Zhang Hai. The freezer truck was still parked outside the black market. Sun Kuan and Zhang Hai were blushing. In the earlier fight, they had hardly contributed. But it wasn't really their fault, they were still limited in strength, and their shooting skills weren't great. In such chaos, how could they aim properly? Ying carried Ran Shiyu in one hand, then made a swift leap toward the base vehicle. But the vehicle door hadn't opened yet. Ran Shiyu widened her beautiful eyes, staring at the minibus door rapidly approaching. She was about to slam into it. Since Ying was holding her, she'd be the first to hit. At that speed, she'd definitely get badly hurt. She had no time to react. But just then, the minibus door opened by itself, and the next moment, Ying had already entered and tossed Ran Shiyu onto the sofa in the small lounge. Ran Shiyu was a little dazed from the throw. The minibus, opened by itself? And opened so fast, she had thought she was about to crash, even instinctively closed her eyes. The next moment the door opened wide. This was too unbelievable. She held onto the back of the sofa and sat up. Then she finally saw the surroundings. Inside this minibus, it was a fully equipped, beautifully decorated RV. Though not large, it had a bedroom, bathroom, and kitchen. Of course Ran Shiyu had seen luxury RVs, and even stayed in them. But during the apocalypse, she had suffered so much: hunger, filth, cold, exhaustion, fear, despair. She had even been caged many times. After all that, to suddenly be thrown into such a clean and well-equipped RV, it felt like a dream to her. And then she saw Ing sit down in the driver's seat and start the engine. Ing was actually the driver of the minibus. This long-legged beauty was now in charge of the wheel. Driving a minibus was much harder than a regular car. And this was during a crisis. Surely the Seven Gods squad would come chasing. There was sure to be a battle on the road. Driving skill would be critical. This girl in black was just too capable. At that moment, Jiang Zhuing, Jiang Lushi, Sun Kuan, and Zhang Hai all got in. The black market roads were narrow, so only the minibus and SUV had come in. The large freezer truck was still outside. We're abandoning the freezer truck? Sun Kuan and Zhang Hai felt regretful. It still had supplies and tons of mutant beast meat. From their perspective, rushing out in the minibus meant no time to drop them off and go start the freezer truck. That truck was their mobile base, built with great effort and resources. Sure, it couldn't compare to Jiang Liushi's minibus, but compared to a regular SUV, it was already great. To compare it with Jiang Liushi's vehicle was asking for punishment. Who said we're abandoning it? Jiang Liushi's mouth curled slightly as he spoke, but his eyes flashed coldly. Since they made a move, they'll have to pay the price. Sun Kuan and Zhang Hai were stunned. By then, Ing had already started the vehicle, and the minibus roared forward like a wild beast. There were stalls everywhere in the black market, but after hearing gunshots earlier, and seeing Bai Zhanshan charge out like a raging bear, the crowd had already fled in panic. So now, there was no one blocking the way. Naturally, Ing floored the gas pedal. Everywhere the base vehicle passed, stalls were smashed aside, as it roared straight through the black market. Very quickly, it hit 100 kilometers per hour. As the manager of the base vehicle, Ying's driving skills were, of course, excellent. Now that the base vehicle had reached its second form, it could already drive autonomously. But in autonomous mode, the base vehicle was like a precision machine. It could perfectly avoid many obstacles, but its responsiveness was lacking. It lacked intelligence and thought. If Ing was driving, those shortcomings could be made up for. As for Jiang Lushi, since he had activated brain domain evolution, in terms of reaction speed, he was even faster than Ing. With the correction from the starseed and the brain domain working together, his driving skill was no worse than Ying's, possibly even better. In the blink of an eye, the minibus had rushed out of the black market. Stop! Stop! The guards at the black market gate raised their guns to block the vehicle. They still didn't know what had happened inside the trade hall, only that they had heard gunshots. But as the minibus roared toward them, about to knock them down, how could they dare stand in the way? They quickly dodged aside in panic. Whoosh! Like a jet engine roaring, the minibus blasted through. The gust of wind it kicked up almost knocked the two guards over. They stared, dumbfounded, at the minibus speeding away. Was that really just a minibus? Just from the trade hall to the gate, it had already accelerated to such a terrifying speed? What the hell is going on? The black market was in chaos. Among the Seven Gods Squad's 7 ability users, 5 were currently still at the market, including leader Bai Zhanshan, 4th brother Black Blade, and 3rd brother, the young man who looked like a college student, named Su Yang. The other 2 were slightly weaker ordinary ability users. At that moment, under Bai Zhanshan's lead, Bai Zhanshan, Black Blade, and Zhou Ping jumped into an off-road vehicle. Bai Zhanshan, covered in dust, was still in his bearman form. Chase! Bai Zhanshan roared in fury, overflowing with killing intent. Ever since the apocalypse began and he awakened his ability, he had never suffered such a huge loss. And this was on his own turf, right in front of all the top teams under his influence. He had been slapped hard in the face by a young man who looked like a student. If he didn't get revenge for this, how could he still be the boss? The modified SUVs started up, but by the time the vehicle squeezed through the parking lot and reached the gate of the black market, Jiang Liushi's minibus was already nowhere to be seen. This car, why is it so fast? Bai Zhanshan's face was extremely ugly. He had already reverted from bearman form and was driving himself, but he could see clearly, there was no way he could catch up. It's a modified vehicle, they actually turned a crappy old minibus into that? Bai Zhanshan slammed the steering wheel in anger. Now, chasing was pointless, but not chasing was also embarrassing. If he chased, he wouldn't catch them. If he didn't, he'd lose face. Damn it. In the end, Bai Zhanshan kicked open the car door, carried a machine gun, and stormed back to the trade hall in a fury. The entire trade hall was silent. Everyone could feel Bai Zhanshan's rage. Normally, Bai Zhanshan appeared gloomy, never showing emotions. But now, his face was so dark it looked like it could drip ink. He walked into the trade hall, his furious gaze sweeping over the mess. Tables overturned, chairs on the ground, corpses everywhere. Those who had come to trade stood up from behind the furniture where they had hidden, all with shocked expressions. When they saw Bai Zhanshan return, they all avoided his gaze. Bai Zhanshan felt his face burning. The anger in his chest made him feel like he might explode. When had he ever been this humiliated? Damn it! Bai Zhanshan fiercely kicked a fallen chair in front of him. The chair was badly deformed from the kick and clanged loudly as it hit the floor. Everyone stood watching him in silence, not daring to speak. Call second brother back. After a moment of silence, Bai Zhanshan spoke in a deep voice. The second brother of the Seven Gods Squad, Bai Pinghai, was Bai Zhanshan's younger brother. Although Bai Pinghai was a member of the Seven Gods Squad, most of the time he was stationed at the armed police base in Lan County. Originally, Bai Pinghai wasn't a police officer, just an ordinary office worker. After the apocalypse began, both brothers awakened abilities, and Bai Pinghai became an important figure at the Lan County Armed Police Base. It was said that the head of the armed police base had personally invited him. Bai Pinghai was a mysterious man, but clearly very powerful. Otherwise, the base wouldn't have formally invited him. The fact that the Seven Gods Squad could occasionally smuggle out military weapons also had to do with Bai Pinghai's presence at the base. Most of the guns and ammo from Lan County came from the armed police base. Unlike the satellite city of Jinling, which was built by surviving state forces, this armed police base was formed by a local unit from Lan County, who had banded together after the apocalypse. They were now no longer connected to Jinling's military. They were a separate power in the post-apocalyptic world. Calling Bai Pinghai back? Looks like Boss Bai is really mad. Someone in the crowd whispered. But if I were that guy, I'd just run as far as I could and hide somewhere. The world's such a mess now, how could they even find anyone? Someone else disagreed. Jiang Liusher's group were newcomers. They hadn't been living in the area and didn't rely on local resources. As long as they didn't come back to the black market, why fear Bai Zhanshan? Heh, that's easy to say. But if that were the case, why would Bai Zhanshan call his brother back? Bai Pinghai has been stationed at the armed police base. I heard there are even criminal investigators from the county police staying there. Bai Pinghai might bring a few detectives, track down clues, follow the trail, and catch that guy. Right. Criminal investigators have some terrifying methods. Just from tire tracks alone, they can find all kinds of stuff we don't even understand. I think that kid's probably going to get found. And once they do, Seven Gods Squad, Bai Pinghai, and armed police backup? There's no way he'll escape again. And once he falls into Bai Zhanshan's hands. Just thinking about it gives me chills. Just a few days ago, someone who had offended Bai Zhanshan had been tortured and hung up at the black market gate for public viewing. Almost everyone who came and went had seen it. Bai Zhanshan had even kept him alive on purpose so more people would see him. It was said the handiwork was done by Bai Pinghai. The man's skin had been peeled off, his flesh carved away, leaving only thin, hair-like veins crisscrossed like a spider web. His internal organs were exposed, and his beating heart was visible. The technique was more precise than a top surgeon's. Hard to imagine someone so cold-blooded could calmly perform such torture while the victim screamed in agony. Even the ruthless squad members watching had felt their scalps go numb. If Jiang Liusher and his group ended up in the hands of the Bai brothers, their fate would only be worse. Jiang Liusher sat in the front passenger seat. While Ling drove, he wasn't idle. He directly pulled up the starseed evolution panel. Detected, for level 1 mutant crystal cores. Can be used to activate base vehicle evolution. Base vehicle evolution. Finally, another evolution could begin. Jiang Liusher felt very excited inside. He had spent so much effort for this evolution. After the life-and-death battle with the Blood Wolf, after obtaining weapons, driving the base vehicle from Jinling to Lan County, then selling at the Lan County black market and making the black market boss so jealous, that was how he exchanged for these 4 crystal cores. With these 4 crystal cores, Jiang Liusher felt he could start a modification he had long been waiting for. Although the base vehicle had unlocked the second scan, allowing him to search for a mining truck, the original minibus would not be lost. It would be kept as the first form of the base vehicle. The newly added mining truck would only be the second form. And the first form of the base vehicle would be the most stable, the most flexible, and also the most energy efficient. In the future, most of the time, whether for travel or living, Jiang Liusher would use the first form, the minibus. The mining truck would only be used in critical crises. Each vehicle had its own advantages. Not to mention anything else, just the mining truck's weight alone meant it didn't dare cross bridges when empty. When fully loaded, it was terrifying. Ordinary asphalt roads couldn't handle it, they would be crushed directly. And with that ultra-wide body, one vehicle took up 4 lanes. What to do if encountering an alley? As for fuel consumption, its fuel use per 100 kilometers could reach more than 1,000 liters, and that was as a normal vehicle. After starseed modification, fuel consumption might go even higher. If it reached 2,000 liters per 100 kilometers, Jiang Liusher's 10 cubic meter spare fuel tank, even if filled entirely with diesel, would only run 500 kilometers. So the first form minibus would have to continue being used. In the ruins of the apocalypse, its agility and low energy consumption were the most practical. Opening the panel, a series of choices appeared in front of Jiang Liusher. Reinforced armor, reinforced tires, reinforced air cannon, added mechanical arms, and so on. Jiang Liusher swept his eyes over them. Among these, the one he cared most about was reinforced tires. Once the tires reached reinforcement level 1, the rubber of the base vehicle's tires could be upgraded to high-temperature fireproof rubber. Inside each tire were hundreds of bulletproof airbags. Even if dozens broke, it could still keep driving. Fireproof tires, this was something Jiang Liusher really needed. Right now the base vehicle had a copper head and iron body, but its tires were the weak point. Once a tire burst, all its power was useless. However, even though he coveted the fireproof tires, the first upgrade Jiang Liusher chose was not the tires but another function, an upgrade not only tempting but also exciting to him, customizing the base vehicle. This was a new ability obtained after the base vehicle unlocked the second form. It allowed Jiang Liusher to remodel the base vehicle according to his own wishes. To activate the customization function required one mutant crystal core. It didn't sound like much, but afterward, every modification would need one crystal core. This customization was extremely expensive, but to Jiang Liusher, no matter how expensive, it was worth it. When the apocalypse broke out suddenly, Jiang Liusher had very little time. He had chosen a minibus as the first scan target. But many aspects of the minibus couldn't meet his wishes. Now he finally had the chance to modify the minibus according to his own will. To personally build a war fortress of his own, how could Jiang Liusher not be excited? Select customization. Jiang Liusher placed the first mutant crystal core into the slot on the base vehicle's dashboard. This first crystal core only activated the function. The real heavy cost would come from the modifications afterward. So expensive. After second evolution, the base vehicle consumes even more mutant crystal cores. My current wealth looks abundant, but in reality, it can't handle much. Jiang Liusher muttered to himself. At this time, the crystal core had already been absorbed by the base vehicle. This scene was blocked by Jiang Liusher's body, and Sun Quan and Zhang Hai were at the rear window guarding against the Seven Gods Squad's pursuit, so they didn't see it. Beep. A soft sound rang in Jiang Liusher's mind. Customization function about to start. Time required, 1 hour. During this time, base vehicle use is not affected. All required metals detected in storage space. Continue? Continue. Jiang Liusher chose yes. Having a 10 cubic meter storage space was great. More than 100 tons of metal stored inside, all kinds available. As long as it wasn't too rare, he didn't need to gather more, he could use it directly. Modification begins. The starseed prompted. The base vehicle began its modification. On the outside, no changes could be seen. Only Jiang Liusher and Ing knew the base vehicle was modifying. And at this time Jiang Liusher was not idle either. He began looking at the price list given by the starseed. That was the cost of modifying the base vehicle. Seeing it, even though Jiang Liusher was prepared, he still secretly clicked his tongue. Before the apocalypse, modifying vehicles was a money-burning hobby only the rich could afford. He hadn't expected that after the apocalypse, modifying the base vehicle was just as costly. Base vehicle modification was a long process. The consumption of mutant crystal cores was terrifying. The base vehicle absorbed mutant crystal cores, in essence, it absorbed energy. And the rate of energy consumption was based on two standards. The first was the degree of modification. Modifying the base vehicle used the special alloy synthesized by the starseed. This alloy was stronger than the base vehicle's armor. For every 500 kilograms synthesized, one mutant crystal core was consumed. Adding alloy modifications increased the vehicle's weight. Crystal cores were consumed fastest here. The second was the strength of modification. The special alloy synthesized by the starseed also had grades. A level 1 mutant crystal core could only synthesize level 1 alloy. If in the future there were level 2 crystal cores, then level 2 alloy could be made. Level 2 alloy would of course surpass level 1 alloy in every aspect. Of course, if he really had level 2 mutant crystal cores, Jiang Liusher would definitely not use them to make alloy now, that would be a total waste. If he had level 2 crystal cores, there were plenty of other uses for them. Not even talking about modifying the base vehicle, Just the many gene evolution liquids in the biolab that used level 2 crystal cores already made Jiang Lushur envious. Expensive, really expensive. If I expand the base vehicle's interior space using this special alloy, about every 5 square meters would cost 1 mutant crystal core. But for now, no matter how cramped, I can't bear to use crystal cores to expand the interior. Inside Jiang Lushur's base vehicle, the bed in the bedroom was foldable and could be stored away. The kitchen and living room were connected with no door in between. The kitchen was ridiculously small. The bathroom was in the corner of the minibus, hard to even turn around once inside. After all, it was a minibus. How much interior space could it have? However, if Jiang Lushur had used a larger vehicle for the first scan instead of a minibus, even though the space would now be larger, it doesn't necessarily mean that the base vehicle's performance would be significantly improved. After all, the energy from the first scan by the starseed was limited. If it was used to modify a smaller vehicle, the energy density would be higher, making it stronger. If used on a larger vehicle, the interior space would be bigger, but the energy density would be lower. And if Jiang Lushur wanted to replace the original vehicle body with level 1 alloy, the cost in mutant nuclei would still be 1 nucleus per 5 square meters, more expensive than real estate in Zhonghai. The special alloy produced has outstanding performance in all aspects, and its impact resistance far exceeds that of previous vehicle materials. A vehicle body made from it performs far better than before. After thinking briefly, Jiang Lushur selected 2 areas for the first phase of modifications. These 2 modifications were extremely important to him. When the autonomous modification function was activated, Jiang Lushur began drawing blueprints. During modifications, everything depended on his imagination, and a clear blueprint would help him achieve it. The first was the rooftop combat module. This was the most critical modification. Simply put, it was like building a bunker on top of the minibus. Jiang Lushur picked up a pen, and the starseed projected a touchscreen in front of him. As long as he outlined the main structure of the modification on the touchscreen, the starseed's AI would fill in the details. Jiang Lushur casually drew a few strokes. Since his brain domain had evolved, he now had superior control over every muscle in his body. Without a ruler or compass, he could draw straight lines and perfect circles by hand. He chose an oblate shape for the combat module. The combat module would be about 1 meter tall, with an interior area of approximately 3 square meters. In the middle was a combat seat that could rotate rapidly at Jiang Lushur's command. Around the module were 360-degree observation windows, allowing for full-range surveillance. Below the observation windows was a 360-degree firing port. As long as Jiang Lushur had a gun, he could provide covering fire in any direction. That was basically the idea. Jiang Lushur finalized the blueprint, and the starseed began generating it automatically. Soon, a 3D model of the combat module appeared on the control panel in front of him. In the 3D model, the top of the minibus looked like it had a flying saucer mounted on it. The combat module had a flying saucer shape, full of a techy and metallic feel. The combat module was made entirely from level 1 starseed alloy, stronger than the materials used for the base vehicle. When not in use, the module could retract into the vehicle, leaving no trace on the exterior. The module's thick armor was strong enough to withstand sniper bullets. Inside the armor was a layer of soft buffering material, to prevent Jiang Lushur from being injured by hitting the metal shell during vehicle movement. This was it. Jiang Lushur confirmed the selection. Now with the combat module set, there was another item he had long wanted. After enabling autonomous modification, he finally had the chance to add it. A battering ram. In ancient times, warships had long battering rams in the front to smash enemy ships. With a battering ram installed, the base vehicle's impact force would far surpass what it had before. However, such a ram required extremely strong steel and solid welding with the base vehicle. The modified base minibus had an integrated body. For Jiang Lushur to weld on a few rams himself was a highly technical job. If done poorly, the ram could snap off on impact. And more importantly, the ram needed a supporting frame. It couldn't just be stuck onto the vehicle's outer shell. Ancient warships had rams attached to their keel, which was the most solid design. Otherwise, when the ram hit the enemy ship, the force could crush the ram itself. The enemy's ship might stay intact, while their own ship got damaged, with the ram even shoved back into the broken hull. So installing a ram required an internal alloy frame in the base vehicle, so that during a collision, the impact force would be distributed through the alloy structure, preventing an embarrassing scenario where the ram gets pushed into the front of the vehicle. The ram was selected. A V-shaped steel plate would be added to the vehicle's front. In the center of the V, a main ram would be mounted, a square metal cone made of 200 kilograms of alloy. The cone wasn't long but was very thick, making it better at withstanding impact. Around the main ram would be auxiliary rams, shorter square cones, 4 on each side, forming a V shape from center outward, with each one shorter than the last. The entire battering ram looked powerful and imposing. Over 300 kilograms of level 1 alloy was used for the ram, and another 200 plus kg was used for the supporting frame, barely enough. 3 mutant nuclei were spent on the entire base vehicle modification, 1 to activate the function, 1 for the combat module, and 1 for the ram. At the same time, the vehicle's storage space lost 4 to 5 tons of metal. Jiang Lushur still had over 100 tons of metal in storage, so 4 to 5 tons wasn't a big deal. But later, if he wanted to modify a mining truck, the amount of metal required would be enormous. Thinking of that, Jiang Lushur let out a breath. As the base vehicle grew stronger, the resources it consumed would also become scarier. Base vehicle modification function activated. Remaining progress, 60%. The starseed's voice rang in Jiang Lushur's mind. From activation to completion of the modification, it would still take an hour or 2. He wasn't in a hurry. No need to drive so fast. They probably won't catch up. We'll be heading back later anyway. No point going too far. With driving, the base vehicle tore through the roads. Jiang Lushur figured that by the time the 7 Gods squad saw the vehicle's taillights, they'd already given up chasing. Although they likely wouldn't chase anymore, Jiang Lushur wouldn't let the matter rest either. Bai Zhanshan had tried to kill him, how could Jiang Lushur just let that slide? Still, since the base vehicle was under modification, he was willing to be merciful and let Bai Zhanshan live a bit longer. After finishing the blueprints, Jiang Lushur stretched and got up, looking at the small living room in the base vehicle. Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan were on alert by the rear window. Jiang Zhuiying held her samurai sword like a warrior, guarding another window. Ran Shiyu sat obediently on the sofa. Dressed in a white dress, her figure was delicate and her face pale. Her jade-like hands rested on her knees. Suddenly being brought into this clean, bright, comfortable yet unfamiliar environment made Ran Shiyu feel a bit reserved. In fact, although Ran Shiyu was extremely intelligent and once assisted her grandfather in managing a business empire with 2,000 employees, she herself had not developed the aura of a career woman. Ran Shiyu was still just an intern and had never appeared in public. She only worked as a behind-the-scenes assistant, so in terms of temperament, she still looked like the girl next door. Even at the company, she was just like an ordinary female student, far from being some queen of the business world. Want some water? Jiang Lushur could tell that Ran Shiyu hadn't fully recovered from the previous trauma. When he saw her in the cage earlier, her eyes looked calm and indifferent, but at the same time filled with desolation and hopelessness. Now, there was finally a bit of light in those gray eyes. Thank you. Ran Shiyu took the water Jiang Lushur handed her. The cold and smooth touch of the metal surprised her. It was a can of cola. Ran Shiyu knew very well what a can of cola was worth in this world now. It was an absolute luxury. Before the apocalypse, there were luxurious drinks too, like the wines she had seen priced at tens of thousands. But those wines were mostly for show, and even when drunk, it was more for the mood than the taste. They weren't necessarily that delicious. But a can of cola in the apocalypse was different. People would literally kill for one. Even Ran Shiyu, holding this can, had a strong urge to drink it. She was indeed thirsty, and after long-term malnutrition, she desperately needed sugar. She carefully pulled open the can and took a small sip. It was hard to describe what it feels like for someone who had gone hungry for days to suddenly taste sweetness. Her whole body felt light, and her blood seemed to flow faster. But to Jiang Lushur, this can of cola didn't mean much. He had much more valuable supplies and food. This cola was just something he had picked up from a small shop along the way. Noticing that Ran Shiyu was hungry, Jiang Lushur casually grabbed a piece of last night's roasted meat, put it in the microwave, and heated it up. When the microwave started, Ran Shiyu was shocked. She forgot about drinking cola and stared in surprise at the lit-up microwave. Using a microwave after the apocalypse? Electricity had long been cut off. But on this vehicle, there was still a working microwave? Looking around, she saw the fridge was also powered. Nearby was an iPad charging. The iPad screen was set to stay on, paused halfway through an anime. With a modern RV, a comfy sofa, and a can of cola in hand, Ran Shiyu almost felt like the apocalypse had never happened. Ding! The microwave beeped, snapping Ran Shiyu out of her daze. The heating was done. Jiang Lushur took out the plate of golden, juicy roasted meat and placed it in front of her. It was leftover from last night, but the mutant beast meat was so tender that, even after sitting overnight, once microwaved, it still tasted just as crispy and delicious. Eat. Jiang Lushur sat across from Ran Shiyu, both arms resting on the back of the sofa in a relaxed posture. Is this mutant beast meat? Ran Shiyu asked cautiously. She hadn't eaten it before, but she could tell it was different from normal meat, just the rich aroma alone was far beyond ordinary roasted meat. Jiang Lushur nodded. Mutant beast meat was the energy source for ability users and a necessity. The consumption was also huge. One ability user could eat several pounds in a single meal and still need more during battle. Many survivor teams had some mutant meat, but they were living tight themselves and wouldn't even give leftovers to ordinary people. But a leftover piece of meat meant nothing to Jiang Lushur. However, to Ran Shiyu, it once again showed the strength of Jiang Lushur's team. Ran Shiyu picked up the chopsticks, took a piece, and placed it in her mouth. The meat melted instantly, full of juices but not greasy. Even without being hungry for days, this would still be top-tier delicacy. Ran Shiyu ate slowly, in small bites. She was indeed very hungry, but she didn't eat ravenously. Instead, she gave off a quiet and calm aura. She silently finished the whole plate of mutant meat. From the cage under Sister Hong's control to this vehicle, it really felt like going from hell to heaven. Thank you for saving me. Ran Shiyu looked up at Jiang Lushur. Her spiritual power was different from others. Just by looking into someone's eyes, she could sense many of their thoughts. She stared into Jiang Lushur's eyes, but they were like a deep, calm pool, pure, but unreadable. Miss Ran, no need to thank me. This is mutual benefit. If it's convenient, can you tell me about that mining truck? Jiang Lushur asked. He believed Ran Shiyu wouldn't lie to him, it was instinct. And in the apocalypse, it was foolish for the weak to lie to the strong. Okay, Ran Shiyu began. Her pale gray eyes flickered as she calmly explained the mining truck. The Ranku group I belonged to was originally a machinery manufacturing company. Among the 12 large and small projects the group had, one was related to mining. Ranku Group was responsible for producing and assembling a batch of tricone drill parts. After assembly, they were shipped via the Yangtze River to the mining company. To save transportation costs, the mining company purchased a Caterpillar 793 mining truck to be shipped together with our drill parts. At the time when the apocalypse began, the cargo ship was docked at Jinling port for the handover. But whether the crew on the ship survived after the outbreak is uncertain. If the ship remained operational, it might have sailed out of Jinling's area. That's why, when you asked me earlier, I couldn't give a definite answer. I see, then it shouldn't be too big of a problem, Jiang Lushur nodded. After the virus outbreak, 70 to 80% of the population either turned into zombies or were killed by them. Very few survived. Cargo ships were closed environments and civilian ones didn't have weapons. If most crew members turned into zombies, then it would be hard for the rest to survive. So, even though Ran Shiyu said she wasn't sure, Jiang Lushur felt there shouldn't be much of a problem. Just as Jiang Lushur was about to say more, Ying suddenly said, "Brother Jiang, there's a zombie horde ahead." Oh? A horde? Jiang Lushur narrowed his eyes and looked ahead. There were about a few dozen zombies blocking the road. For ordinary vehicles, seeing a horde like that would mean turning back. But Jiang Lushur didn't care at all. He said directly, "Drive through them." Okay. Ying stepped on the gas and charged straight into the zombie horde. On the base vehicle, Jiang Zhuiying, Zhang Hai, and the others were already used to charging into zombie hordes. It was only Ran Shiyu whose pretty face turned slightly pale at the sight. She knew very well how terrifying a horde of zombies could be. Back when she followed her father to the safe island, her father, along with many soldiers in the team, had mutated into zombies and started a brutal slaughter. When she was driving away, a few soldiers had also escaped with military vehicles. But when they encountered a zombie horde on the road, she saw several military vehicles rush in, and never come out again. The minibus was speeding fast. While Ran Shiyu was lost in thought, the vehicle had already charged headlong into the zombie horde. Bang! 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 A series of hair-raising crash sounds followed. The base vehicle shook violently, zombies flew through the air, and blood and flesh splattered. Ran Shiyu saw with her own eyes a zombie fly past right outside her window, blood splashing against the glass, leaving a long streak several meters long. Damn it, now I have to wash the car again. Zhang Hai could still joke around, laughing as he watched the scene. Since the apocalypse began, they had trained their nerves to be tough. If it were before the apocalypse, the sight of blood and flesh flying would have made an ordinary person throw up. All right, stop the car after we pass through this horde. Jiang Lushur stood up from the sofa and casually grabbed a QBZ-95 automatic rifle. We're not going anymore? Zhang Hai asked in surprise. He thought they were heading straight to the Jinling dock to look for a mining truck. Yeah, we've gone far enough. They probably won't catch up. We'll need to go back later, going too far is meaningless. Go back? Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan's eyes widened. Damn, are they going back to fight? There were only 6 of them, or rather, 5, since Ran Shiyu didn't count. 5 people, with limited combat ability from Sun Quan and Zhang Hai, going to attack the black market? There were probably at least dozens of people in the black market, plus the 7 God Squad's 7 ability users. Brother Jiang was being too crazy. Brother Jiang, what if the other teams joined forces with the 7 God Squad to fight us? Zhang Hai figured Jiang Lushur was mainly targeting the 7 God Squad. But seeing how domineering Bai Zhanshan was, the other teams might have been recruited by him. That would be trouble. The number of ability users alone would exceed 10 if the teams joined up. But Jiang Lushur just nodded and said, "Let them unite. Whoever stands in our way, kill them." Jiang Lushur spoke calmly, but everyone who heard it felt a shock in their hearts. That single sentence carried an immense confidence that compelled admiration. The confidence of a strong man is infectious. If a weakling said something like that, it would sound like foolish bragging and be laughed at. But when Jiang Lushur said it, it inexplicably gave people a sense of reliability. In this chaotic world, having a strong leader like him would greatly boost both their fighting power and courage. They feared nothing. Got it. Zhang Hai and Sun Quan responded in unison, their blood boiling even though they knew the enemy was powerful. Jiang Zhuiying just smiled without saying anything. She hugged her katana and slowly wiped the blade with an oiled cloth. As long as her brother said it, she would follow, even through fire and water. As for Ying, it went without saying. Like a star seed bound to Jiang Lushur, Ying completely belonged to him. Her loyalty to Jiang Lushur was absolute. His will was her will. Seeing how this group formed a tightly knit, deadly team centered around Jiang Lushur, Ran Shiyu pursed her lips, feeling something unfamiliar in her heart. She quietly watched this strong and confident man. Having once run a company, she understood how hard it was to be a leader. For this team, Jiang Lushur was not only the core of combat power but also the spiritual leader. No one is allowed to get out of the car. Rest here and recover your strength. After giving the order, Jiang Lushur sat in the front passenger seat and closed his eyes to rest. As for Jiang Zhuiying's reaction, Ran Shiyu was speechless. She actually picked up the iPad that was charging, hit play, and continued watching the anime she hadn't finished. They were about to go into a life-or-death battle, and she was watching anime? How big was her heart? Zhang Hai and Sun Quan, on the other hand, were more serious with their battle preparations. They finished cleaning their guns, loaded the bullets, and took out some mutant beast meat prepared last night, heating it up in the microwave. At the base where Jiang Zhuiying lived, there were many ordinary people. They processed mutant beast meat into various products, preserved meat, bacon, jerky, sausages, etc. These meat products, combined with dried vegetables from the fridge, made for a very rich meal in the apocalypse. After each battle, ability users had to replenish with mutant beast meat. If they fought too long and consumed too much energy, they'd show symptoms like hypoglycemia, no strength left to fight. Take Sun Quan and Zhang Hai, for example. Normally, 4 or 5 pounds of meat was enough for a meal, but during battle, even over 10 pounds wasn't sufficient. After the big meal was heated, everyone ate until they were full, just waiting for the next battle. "Brother Jiang, what are we waiting for?" Sun Quan asked as he stuffed grenades into the pockets at his waist. "Digest first, no rush." Jiang Lushur replied unhurriedly, glancing at the roof of the base vehicle. From that position, his personal combat room was being generated, already 65% complete. From inside the vehicle, the room under construction showed no difference, including the battering rams. Even if they noticed something unusual, it wouldn't matter. Jiang Lushur had already said his ability was mechanical transformation. In the apocalypse, no matter how strange the ability setting, people could accept it. Modifying a vehicle into a combat room with battering rams wasn't anything too surprising anymore. Of the 4 mutant crystal cores, Jiang Lushur had used 3. He kept the last one for the Star Seed's second scan of the mining truck. A second scan required 1 crystal core. Future third and fourth scans would also need mutant cores, and even higher level ones. To transform these 2 base vehicles into amphibious, airborne super-mobile fortresses, Jiang Lushur was destined to walk the path of collecting crystal cores without end. In 10 more minutes, we move out. While Jiang Lushur was finishing the base vehicle transformation, at the gate of the black market, a convoy of police cars arrived with great momentum. Seeing the police cars and the words, "Public Security" and "Armed Police" written on them, everyone knew, this was the return of Bai Pinghai, the second in command of the 7 God Squad. The armed police base was only a few kilometers away from the black market, so after Bai Zhanshan sent the message, it didn't take long for Bai Pinghai to arrive. In the apocalypse, police cars didn't dare to use sirens, Once they did, surrounding zombies and mutant beasts would all be attracted. But once they reached the safe zone near the black market, the police lights were flashing brightly, so much that it hurt the eyes. And the vehicles didn't slow down at all, forcing people on the roadside to quickly jump aside. Clack! The door of the police car opened. Bai Pinghai got out wearing a leather jacket and military boots. Even in times like these, his hair was still slicked back and shiny. Anyone who didn't know might think he was a gangster boss. In fact, calling Bai Pinghai a gangster boss wasn't wrong. Nowadays, the armed police detachment of Lan County was no different from the mafia. Before the apocalypse hit, Lan County's elite armed police suddenly received orders and were reassigned. Looking back now, they were likely sent on urgent missions related to the coming apocalypse. Those left stationed in Lan County were the scoundrels among the armed police. These people, together with some auxiliary police officers and ability users from the Lan County Police Station, formed the current so-called Lan County Armed Police Base. In reality, it had nothing to do with the actual armed police. The auxiliary officers at Lan County's police station weren't very qualified to begin with. Students with good grades in high school went on to college. Those with aspirations to become real police officers attended the few proper police academies in the country. Such people would never come to a backwater place like Lan County to work as auxiliary police. The ones who came here were troublemakers back in school, with terrible grades. Later, some of these hooligans thought being a cop looked cool. Cops were like the bosses of thugs, so they joined the local station as auxiliaries. After the rules of the world collapsed, the dark side of human nature was free to run wild. A group that used to maintain order, now with weapons and combat strength, without any oversight, naturally didn't think about protecting civilians or bravely fighting zombies. What they thought about was protecting themselves, claiming territory, and acting like kings. So, although Bai Pinghai's armed police team called themselves the Lan County Armed Police, it was really an insult to the term armed police. But in the eyes of ordinary people, the Lan County Armed Police were a terrifying force. They had lots of weapons, and quite a few ability users, far stronger than any small squad. Bai Pinghai was noticed by the armed police detachment because of his strength. Now, he was an important figure in their group. This time, since his big brother Bai Zhanshan ran into trouble, Bai Pinghai brought a 12-man squad and came in aggressively. Bang! 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 After Bai Pinghai got out of the car, the other police cars also opened their doors. A group of armed police officers jumped out with guns at the ready. They all wore bulletproof vests and helmets, and about half of them held riot shields. As for weapons, they either carried submachine guns or automatic rifles. The armed personnel at the base ensured that everyone had a gun. Seeing this group rush in, the ability user squads nearby all felt a jolt of fear. This was the difference between regular troops and rabble. Even if all their squads combined, in terms of weapons and gear, they might not match this armed police squad. Damn, 12 people, fully armed. Plus the 7 gods squad, that's 30 fighters right there. That's the strength of an entire platoon, and their weapons are top-notch too. What if Bai Pinghai and Bai Zhanshan suddenly decide to wipe us all out? Looking at all the guns around them, one squad leader spoke in a low voice, his tone shaky. This was a lawless world. No one could feel at ease seeing such overwhelming force that could take their life at any moment. Relax. If we join forces, we could still give them a hard time. Besides, Bai Zhanshan's main enemy right now is that guy in the minibus. If I'm right, Bai Zhanshan will soon call on us to unite. He's really pissed this time. I think that kid is doomed. If he doesn't show up again, fine. But if he ever does, Bai Zhanshan will definitely kill him. Even if he hides, it might not work. In times like these, it's not easy to run far. Bai Zhanshan and Bai Pinghai have lots of men and informants, plus forensic police helping them. If that kid gets found, then, just thinking about Bai Zhanshan's torture methods gives me chills. Several squad leaders whispered among themselves, secretly glancing at Bai Pinghai. His movements were always mysterious. For many of them, this was their first time seeing him in person. Sister Hong instinctively shrank back and whispered, "This Bai Pinghai has a terrifying aura. Probably the strongest ability user I've ever encountered." Ability users could sense each other's energy fluctuations. While not an exact measure of strength, it reflected part of it. According to rumors, Bai Pinghai's personal strength was even higher than Bai Zhanshan's. It was only because he was Bai Zhanshan's younger brother that he remained number 2. Otherwise, the leader of the 7 gods squad would definitely be him. At that moment, Bai Pinghai walked into the hall. Seeing him approach with his armed followers, all the squad leaders became quietly alert. "Big brother, what happened?" Seeing Bai Zhanshan injured and the trading hall in chaos, almost torn apart, Bai Pinghai's expression darkened. He didn't expect someone would dare to cause trouble in the black market, on their turf. Don't mention it. Bai Zhanshan shook his head and briefly explained what happened. Oh? A woman who controls electricity, a female assassin skilled in martial arts, and a man good with guns. After hearing the story, Bai Pinghai curled his lips into a mocking smile. Big bro, no offense, but from how you describe them, those three aren't that strong. If they were outrageously powerful, you wouldn't be standing here now. Bai Pinghai understood the situation clearly. It looked like Jiang Lushi and his team were outnumbered and still put up a great fight. But in reality, it was the other way around, they had the advantage in numbers. In the trading hall, the three of them fought only Bai Zhanshan. His subordinates had guns, but they were just regular people. Since it was a trading event, no one expected trouble, so many of the guns were still on safety mode. The first to strike was the woman in black. She attacked without warning, gaining the initiative. The armed subordinates couldn't even react before the man and other woman killed them. In the end, it was 3 versus 1, Bai Zhanshan alone. And the third-ranked member of the Seven Gods squad, the college guy, didn't help at all. This annoyed Bai Pinghai. This third brother always seemed out of place with the rest of them. Second brother, you're right. If it weren't for that woman in black moving so fast and catching me off guard, making me lose balance for a moment, I wouldn't have been defeated so badly. After Bai Pinghai said this, Bai Zhanshan nodded in agreement. As for that man with the accurate shooting, his physique should be average. He uses firearms for long-range attacks just to make up for his physical weakness. In my eyes, someone like that is just an ordinary person. An ordinary person wants to hit me with a bullet? I won't give him that chance. And that last girl who uses electricity, as an ability user who controls electric currents, in close combat she definitely can't match you, big brother. These 3 people, on my own, I can take on 2 of them without being at a disadvantage. The last one, you can handle. Not to mention we brought so many people with us, and several brothers also have abilities. This is like using a butcher's knife to kill a chicken. After Bai Pinghai finished speaking, Bai Zhanshan felt a bit uncomfortable. After all, he had just been beaten and forced to flee in embarrassment, and now Bai Pinghai was belittling those 3 people as worthless. But thinking it over, what Bai Pinghai said did make sense. Now the question is, how do we find them? Bai Zhanshan said. That kid had modified a minibus into something like a supercar and disappeared in a flash. It was infuriating. Bai Pinghai gave a light chuckle and said calmly, Zhou Jing. Here. A plain-looking middle-aged man stepped out from among the people Bai Pinghai had brought. This man had a cigarette in his mouth, reeking of smoke, with yellow-black teeth and sunken cheeks. He looked rather lifeless. But Bai Zhanshan knew that this man's skills definitely didn't match his appearance, otherwise, Bai Pinghai wouldn't have brought him along. Zhou Jing used to be a seasoned criminal investigator. He was passed over for promotion because of some old incident, but that's all in the past now, not worth mentioning. The important thing is, Zhou Jing isn't just experienced, he's awakened an ability related to this line of work. With Zhou Jing on our side, I want to see who dares make trouble on our turf and still thinks they can escape. Bai Pinghai said slowly, his tone full of confidence. Zhou Jing let out a hoarse, heh-heh laugh, without saying a word. But everyone he looked at felt like they were being stared at by a venomous snake. The members of the other squads nearby didn't look too comfortable. Bai Pinghai's presence was even more oppressive than Bai Zhanshan's. What he said just now was clearly a warning to the rest of them, not to think that just because Jiang Lushi stirred up trouble in the black market, the armed police base and Seven Gods squad had gone soft. Bai Pinghai continued, zombies are more active at night, and mutant beasts come out too. No matter how fast they run, they'll have to stop and rest at night. That will be their death sentence. Bai Zhanshan's eyes lit up. Excellent. A sinister smile crept onto his lips. He said coldly, once I catch that kid, I'll make sure he regrets ever being born. Pinghai, I'm counting on you. No problem. It's been 2 days since I've had a fight. Let's see if I'm rusty. A sharp throwing knife appeared in Bai Pinghai's hand. He twirled it skillfully between his fingers at dazzling speed. The flickering cold light reminded everyone of that person who'd once been hung up in the black market as a warning. It sent chills down their spines. When we go to catch that kid later, everyone can come along for the fun. It's just for kicks, like hunting a rabbit. In times like these, there's not much entertainment. What do you all think? Bai Pinghai turned and casually asked the other squads. The people in those squads looked at each other. They understood that this was Bai Pinghai asserting his dominance. Having them go along was meant to show them the consequences awaiting Jiang Lushi and his group, so they wouldn't get any ideas because of what just happened. Seeing the strength of Bai Pinghai's team and the Seven Gods squad, none of them dared to refuse. Just witnessing that strength was enough to kill any thoughts of rebellion. Even without seeing it firsthand, they already knew what that kid's fate would be. Sister Hong suddenly felt a pang of regret for having sold that Ran Shiyu girl. She had planned to get a good price, but in the end, the girl was snatched away by that kid. If that sickly girl ended up back in Bai Zhanshan's hands, she would definitely be tortured terribly. This deal had been a total loss. Nervously watching Bai Zhanshan, Sister Hong secretly began thinking about how to apologize and curry favor. Originally, she didn't have to go out of her way to please Bai Zhanshan just for a deal. But now, it was clear these two brothers were incredibly powerful. If she didn't cling to them now, she'd be begging them for scraps sooner or later. No need for second brother Bai to say, "I'm staying for sure. I want to watch that kid get on his knees and beg. Just looking at him pisses me off, acting all arrogant and smug." Pa! Boss Yuan spat viciously on the ground and cursed. Earlier, he had been scared stiff by Jiang Liusher's team's lightning-fast attack. His fat body lay on the ground, not daring to move. No one had paid attention to him then, or his humiliation would have been even worse. Now that Bai Zhanshan and the others were going to hunt down Jiang Liusher like animals, he was red with excitement, as if he was going to get revenge himself. Especially after listening to Bai Pinghai's analysis, he started to feel more confident. If Jiang Liusher's group was so strong, why did they run? God damn it, you think you can just run off after stealing a woman? Boss Yuan turned and shouted to his men, "Go get the car. We're going with Boss Bai to catch that bastard." The other squads also rushed to get their cars. Bai Zhanshan watched the scene with a cold smile. With such a massive force, Jiang Liusher and his people would probably be scared senseless the moment they were found. There wouldn't even be a need to use force. Let's go, today I want to watch that kid die." Boss Yuan didn't even care about his mistress anymore. He flopped into the front passenger seat, shaking the whole car with his weight, so excited that foam was forming at the corners of his mouth. Whoa! Seeing Boss Yuan's car charge out first, racing ahead of everyone, Sister Hong quickly called her people to follow. Boss Yuan sure liked to be in front now, but where was he when the real fighting broke out? Besides, the detective hadn't even started tracking yet. What was he rushing for? "Let's go too." Bai Zhanshan shook his fur-lined coat. "Brother Zhou Jing, tracking is up to you." Here. Zhou Jing still looked lifeless, like a drug addict. Zhou Jing, nicknamed Hound, had the ability to track using scent. But just as he reached the black market gate, his face froze. He looked up in disbelief at the distance. At that moment, Boss Yuan was still driving at the front. He loved this kind of hunt, like a hawk chasing a chicken, especially when the target was that arrogant kid from before. But as he laughed, Boss Yuan's smile froze on his face. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the road ahead. In the distance, a minibus was charging down the asphalt road like a raging beast. That minibus, isn't that the kid's car from earlier? It's that kid? He came back? After awakening his ability, Boss Yuan's eyesight became very sharp. He vaguely saw Jiang Liusher sitting in the front passenger seat, and the black-clothed driver next to him was probably Ying. That kid actually dared to come back? Was he crazy? At this moment, the black market had gathered most of the forces from Lan County, many guns, many people, many ability users. It had already become an unbreakable super fortress. This kind of defense wouldn't just scare enemies, even the squad leaders currently allied with Bai Zhanshan felt uneasy. And yet Jiang Liusher, who had just barely escaped, now turned back? Did he think he wasn't dying fast enough? What's he coming back for? Has he gone insane and thinks he can come kill us and steal our supplies? One of Bai Pinghai's men said sarcastically. Everyone around burst into laughter. Of course, even as they laughed, they still raised their guns. Just one minibus and he wants to wipe us out and rob us? How dumb do you have to be to even try that? It's the apocalypse, how has such an idiot even survived this long? Boss Yuan blinked his small eyes. Even though he thought Jiang Liusher was a complete idiot, he still quickly shifted into reverse gear and stepped on the gas to back away. No matter how dumb Jiang Liusher was, his strength was still there. Against a large force, he was an egg hitting a rock, but against himself, Boss Yuan didn't dare face this lunatic head-on. "Big brother, this is the guy you mentioned?" Bai Pinghai looked at the approaching minibus as if he were looking at an idiot. He lit a cigarette slowly, took a deep drag, and smirked. "I thought he was some kind of big shot. Turns out he didn't even bring his brain when he came out. I came all the way back just for this? So boring. Did he really think after causing all that chaos we wouldn't tighten our defenses?" Bai Pinghai leisurely blew a smoke ring and casually waved his hand toward the back. "Load the bullets." Clack clack. A series of gun-cocking sounds rang out. Behind Bai Pinghai, over a dozen people loaded their weapons and began casually setting up a few bulletproof shields. They were still joking around, clearly not worried about a little minibus. Against this setup, even an armored vehicle would be useless. When it enters firing range, shoot. Aim for the tires. Don't kill anyone, we'll capture them and have some fun. Bai Pinghai's voice sent chills down everyone's spine. The effective range of a standard rifle was about 300 to 400 meters. But to actually hit a target at that distance required expert marksmanship. For these guys, hitting anything at 200 meters would be impressive. At that moment, the minibus, still over 800 meters away, underwent a slight transformation. A flat, disc-shaped object like a flying saucer slowly emerged from the roof. It looked extremely high-tech. What is that? Everyone was stunned. At such a distance, they couldn't tell what it was. Even up close, they might not recognize it. Who installs a bunker on top of a vehicle? No one could imagine it. In the blink of an eye, the minibus was already within 700 meters, a little over 1 li away. The QBZ-95 rifle had an effective range of 400 meters. Its maximum range was 600 meters, but even a sharpshooter would need luck to hit a target at that distance. But Jiang Lushur wasn't using a QBZ-95 rifle, he was using a QBZ-95 light machine gun. The 95 LMG had a longer and thicker barrel than the rifle version, allowing bullets to be propelled up to 1,000 meters per second, with an effective range of 800 meters, and a much higher rate of fire. Jiang Lushur sat inside his custom combat room, with 360-degree firing ports that allowed him to cover every direction with ease. The room also gave him full protection, far better than a traditional bunker. "Brother, are you really going to fight here?" When she saw the combat room appear on the roof of the base vehicle, Jiang Zhuing was shocked. But remembering Jiang Liushur's mechanical modification ability, she wasn't too surprised. So many people. From inside the vehicle, Ran Shiyu saw dozens of enemies in the distance. She could even see the gleam of guns and bulletproof shields. There were just too many of them. This one little minibus was going to charge straight into a fortified enemy position? It looked completely hopeless. Just then, Ing stepped on the brakes. Jiang Liushur's gun was already mounted at the firing port. There was no scope, just the built-in iron sights. But that didn't matter to Jiang Lushur. Legendary snipers like Finland's Simo Haiha and China's Zhang Taofang in the Korean War never used optical sights either. They killed enemies at 600 to 700 meters with iron sights, becoming famous worldwide. It stopped? Why did the car stop? The people guarding the black market saw that Jiang Liushur's minibus had stopped about 700 meters away, already outside their effective shooting range. He must have noticed something, Bai Pinghai sneered. At 700 meters, he's probably spotted our setup. I bet he's thinking of turning around to flee. Too bad, it's already too late. Bai Zhanshan nodded. Brothers, get ready to pursue. Blow up that. Before he could finish, a powerful sense of danger struck him. It was an indescribable feeling, like the scythe of death was already on his neck. The next moment, he would die. Bai Zhanshan's instinct screamed. Without thinking, he dove to the ground. Powerful ability users could sense imminent death, just like animals sensing storms or disasters. Their evolution had awakened such abilities. Just as Bai Zhanshan threw himself to the ground, a burst of gunfire swept across. 3 of his armed men were hit instantly and dropped to the ground. After flying 600 to 700 meters, the machine gun bullets had lost some speed. But that only made it worse, the bullets tumbled violently inside the body. The 3 men were torn up inside and died on the spot. What just happened? Bai Zhanshan rolled on the ground, completely shocked by the burst of gunfire. As for Bai Pinghai, the cigarette fell from his mouth. From his view, the minibus was still no bigger than a fist. At that distance, how could a burst of bullets hit so accurately? A sniper rifle? But snipers can't fire full auto bursts. Could it be an automatic rifle or machine gun firing this far, and this accurately? How could that be possible? Bai Pinghai was still thinking when suddenly, a strong sense of danger surged in his heart. Take cover! Someone shouted wildly. At this point, Bai Pinghai no longer cared about his leader image, he immediately dove to the ground and rolled far away like a donkey roll. Bang! A row of bullets shattered a concrete stall, sending chunks of debris flying. 2 more underlings were taken down by that burst of bullets. This time, it was a direct headshot, 1 man's skull was blown open by a third, and brain matter and blood splattered everywhere. Before the apocalypse, seeing something like this would have made people vomit on the spot. Even now, those underlings turned pale from the sight. The members of other squads hanging around Bai Pinghai started feeling uneasy. Fatty Yuan was already drenched in cold sweat. He huddled behind a piece of concrete wall, not daring to show his face. Sister Hong also turned pale, like a frightened rabbit. At such long range, the bullets were terrifying, you'd get hit before even hearing the gunshot. you wouldn't even know how you died. That bullet was fired by the kid who bought Ran Shiyu. His shooting is really accurate. Sister Hong suddenly shouted. Earlier, Jiang Lushur had dual-wielded pistols and taken out 6 or 7 armed men in seconds. But now, it was even more outrageous, he was sniping from 700 meters away, hitting wherever he aimed. Was this a cheat code? Damn it, how can that kid have such good aim? Was he in special forces or something? Bai Pinghai hid behind cover, his face extremely grim. Earlier, he had looked like a strategist commanding the battlefield. Now, he was hiding behind a concrete wall, not daring to lift his head. One firepower point was suppressing dozens of people. It sounded unbelievable, but what could they do? This was 700 meters. They couldn't hit him, so they were just sitting ducks. Machine gun, where's our machine gun? Bai Zhanshan had previously bought a QBZ-95 light machine gun from Jiang Lushur. With an effective range of 800 meters, at least it gave them a fighting chance. Here, boss Bai. A subordinate carefully brought over the QBZ-95 LMG, hugging the wall while loading the ammo drum. Big brother, let Liangzi do it. He's our top marksman. If he hadn't harassed a cheap girl after drinking, he'd have been promoted out of Lan County long ago. As Bai Pinghai said this, he pointed to a short man hiding behind the wall. The man looked sleazy, drunken harassment wasn't a small issue in the team. Bai Zhanshan directly tossed the QBZ-95 LMG to Liangzi. Great. Brother Liangzi, we're counting on you. After this fight, you'll have any woman you want, no need to harass anyone. Nice gun. Liangzi licked his lips as he took the LMG. I've handled plenty of guns in the Lan County team, but none as good as this. As he spoke, he adjusted the gun's rear sight skillfully. The 75-round drum felt heavy and solid in his arms. Don't save bullets. Every shot that hits is worth it. Just blow up that damn minibus. Best case, hit the fuel tank, then that guy's just a crippled grasshopper, can't jump anymore. Got it, boss Bai. I'm not bragging, but at 700 meters it's hard to hit a person, but hitting a vehicle? That's easy. As Liangzi said that, he rolled over to another wall section. There, he found a crack the width of a palm. Through it, he had a clear view of the minibus. Liangzi carefully pushed the barrel through the small gap, using it like a mount, no need for a bipod. Seeing this, Bai Pinghai nodded approvingly. A proper machine gunner's first skill isn't aim, it's choosing the right firing position. It has to be hidden and effective. Liangzi picked a spot that's like a bunker opening. Bai Zhanshan nodded too. Real soldiers were different from wild types like them. At first, they thought they were completely pinned down, but now it looked like they could fight back. Shoot! Blow up his fuel tank. Damn it, we're gonna use the gun that bastard sold us to shoot him back. Let him taste his own medicine. Bai Zhanshan shouted in anger, but he had just finished speaking when. Bang! A bullet came flying, passing right through that small crack in the wall. With a puff of concrete dust, it hit Liangzi square in the forehead. Boom! Liangzi's head looked like it had been hit by a sledgehammer, his body flew backward and slammed hard into the ground. The QBZ-95 light machine gun was flung away. A huge hole was blown in Liangzi's skull, blood and brain fluid everywhere. His eyes were still wide open, staring blankly at the sky, unable to rest in peace. His lifeless eyes were full of disbelief. He was dead. Bai Zhanshan and Bai Pinghai were just 3 or 4 meters away. From the moment Liangzi leaned forward to aim, to the moment he extended the barrel, the whole process took only 2 or 3 seconds. A crack only the width of a palm at 700 meters, how big could that be? A person peeking from behind it wouldn't even be visible, let alone targetable. What kind of shooting was this? The team's top marksman didn't even understand the enemy's situation, and was instantly killed by Jiang Lushur. It would be one thing if he missed after firing, but he didn't even get to pull the trigger. The gap in skill was utterly hopeless. Not just Bai Pinghai and Bai Zhanshan, everyone who saw this had sweaty palms. Suddenly, they lost all courage to keep fighting. After all, this fight had nothing to do with them in the first place. Did this kid awaken some kind of shooting ability? Bai Pinghai said. Everyone felt that was probably the case. That kid's gun is too scary. Let's pile cover toward the center and retreat to the trading hall. We'll fight from inside. The trading hall's glass was opaque. Once inside, Jiang Lushur's aim would be useless. Good. Let's do that. Bai Pinghai's squad brought 7 or 8 bulletproof shields. They crouched behind them and moved cautiously, lifting cement slabs from the stalls and standing them upright. Now, they could fully hide behind cover and safely retreat into the trading hall without exposing themselves. Everyone fall back. Be careful. Someone shouted. The machine gun had gone silent, but even if it fired, it wouldn't matter. At 700 meters, the bullets had already slowed down and couldn't pierce the shields or concrete. No one dared to peek and see what was happening in the distance. Liangzi was the warning example. But just as they were slowly crawling back into the hall, they suddenly heard a roaring sound. It sounded like a jet engine taking off. It was coming fast and loud, and with it came a terrifying pressure. That sounded like an engine roar. What the hell is that sound? One of Boss Yuan's underlings couldn't stand the terrifying noise rapidly approaching from behind. He cautiously peeked through a gap in the cover to take a quick look. That one glance nearly scared his soul out of his body. In just a few seconds, the minibus that had just been 700 meters away and looked no bigger than a fist had already rushed to within less than 100 meters. What kind of terrifying speed was this? The roaring minibus, along with the engine's thunderous noise, looked like a steel monster. This underling had followed Boss Yuan on several mutant beast hunts, but the sense of fear and pressure this minibus gave off was far greater than those beasts. Boss. He's charging us, the underling cried out in panic. Boss Yuan had already been scared out of his wits by Jiang Liusher's marksmanship. His mind was full of only one thought: hide in the trading hall as fast as possible. He didn't even bother to listen to what the underling was shouting. Shut the hell up. Is he a moron? Charging us to die? We've got multiple layers of cover. Before he could finish, Boss Yuan's voice stuck in his throat. He couldn't finish the sentence. Because from behind them came a loud boom. Boss Yuan quickly peeked through a gap in the cover, and the fat on his face twitched violently. That minibus was barreling down the Black Market Street at full speed, knocking over stalls on both sides as it flew by. At the inner market entrance, a few vehicles had been parked. But the minibus smashed through them like they were made of tofu. Under the high-speed impact, the minibus plowed straight through the parked cars. The force sent them flying. Was this even a vehicle? It was more like a missile. 100 meters, this distance meant nothing to the roaring beast. Ing had the gas pedal floored, and straight ahead were the barriers set up by Bai Zhanshan and the others. Ran Shiyu sat on the sofa, strapped in with a seatbelt, her palms covered in cold sweat. Watching the vehicle charge toward those steel and concrete barriers felt like riding a roller coaster, except she was watching herself crash straight into the ground. And even now, Jiang Liusher wasn't telling them to slow down? This lunatic. Boss Yuan's eye twitched. At this speed, crashing into reinforced concrete? Wasn't that a death wish? How could this end in anything but destruction? At that moment, Boss Yuan suddenly saw a black gun barrel extending from that saucer-like structure on the minibus roof. In an instant, Boss Yuan felt like his soul was leaving his body. He immediately dove to the ground. Rat-tat-tat. Gunfire erupted. Lying on the ground, Boss Yuan felt something warm splatter onto his head. He trembled, turned his head, and saw the underling who had peeked out just now lying dead, eyes wide open. His skull had been blown open, red and white matter splattered all over Boss Yuan's face and hair. Flat on the ground, Boss Yuan wouldn't dare peek out even if you gave him 100 lives. Seeing the entrance to the trading hall just ahead, he crawled toward it as fast as he could. Who cared about dignity at a time like this? Bai Pinghai and Bai Zhanshan saw all of it. Shit! This minibus was insane. And now, it had reached the front of the barriers. Ran Shiyu's heart was in her throat. She couldn't hold back her scream anymore. Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan also felt numb all over. They looked at Ing, this stunning beauty, who looked like a fragile vase but turned out to be deadly, still had a completely emotionless face. She didn't even show the slightest intention of breaking. Ying's mind, like the star seed and the base vehicle, was linked with Jiang Liusher. While she drove, Jiang Liusher could receive all feedback on the vehicle's status, speed, etc. And Jiang Liusher's thoughts could be transmitted to Ing in real time. Right now, his command was, charge through. With Jiang Liusher's command, ka. Several slots suddenly opened on the front of the minibus, and a giant square metal spike extended from inside the vehicle, exuding a cold, high-tech vibe. Beside the main spike were 4 shorter square cones. These high-strength alloy steel spikes gleamed with a cold light, full of murderous intent. With the engine roaring, the steel beast charged straight toward the barriers. Seeing the scene, Bai Pinghai and Bai Zhanshan's eyes nearly popped out of their heads. Under the threat of Jiang Liusher's machine gun, only a few ability users, including the Bai brothers, dared peek out, relying on their danger sense. So they were the only ones who saw this unbelievable sight. The front of a minibus suddenly extended a row of terrifying metal spikes. It was one thing to modify a minibus, but to install something like this. It looked like a vehicle straight out of a sci-fi movie, far beyond what they could have imagined. The front of the minibus, topped with a row of metal spikes, didn't slow down at all. The scene was utterly shocking. Boom! With a deafening explosion, concrete blocks burst apart and smoke filled the sky. After the concrete was shattered into rubble, Bai Pinghai and the others felt a brief moment of silence. But it was just temporary deafness caused by the blast. Because as their hearing returned, what they heard was still the terrifying roar of the engine, and saw the minibus charging out of the dust cloud. The minibus crashed into the barriers, crushing everything in its path like a hot knife through butter. Those who had been slowly moving behind the cover turned and fled in panic the moment the minibus charged. But their speed was like snails compared to the vehicle. If reinforced concrete couldn't withstand the impact, what chance did human flesh have? The minibus hit one person, boom, instantly turning them into a mist of blood, with no time to scream. Another was sliced clean in half by the row of spikes, blood spraying everywhere. Boss Yuan caught a glimpse, and his mind exploded. He recognized that guy. It was a fellow squad leader, a decent ability user. Just days ago, they'd feasted and messed with women together. And now he was dead. Boss Yuan used every ounce of strength to crawl. Bai Pinghai and the others' scalps went completely numb. Could a modified vehicle be this terrifying? This was totally unheard of. No need for Bai Pinghai to shout, everyone was already fleeing toward the trading hall like mad. It was just like the early days of the apocalypse, everyone afraid to fall behind. There was no time to think. They were running on pure survival instinct. This minibus was no different from a zombie horde. No, it was even scarier. Boss Yuan crawled into the trading hall like a madman. The moment he touched the cold floor, he felt like all his strength had been drained. He finally made it. To think he had planned to take the lead chasing Jiang Lushur, and now he'd been scared half to death by him. But now that they were inside the trading hall, Jiang Lushur couldn't do anything. As soon as Bai Pinghai and the others rushed in, they immediately set up their guns, instantly turning the hall into a fortress. No matter how strong Jiang Lushur's car was, it couldn't smash through a building. Charging in might be possible, but if he really did, it would be suicide. Terrifying aim, powerful vehicle, but inside the trading hall, all of Jiang Lushur's advantages were neutralized. Sister Hong also stumbled inside, her once flawless makeup now ruined. Outside, the engine roar surged right up to the entrance, and then, amid everyone's trembling fear, it stopped. Outside suddenly became completely silent, making everyone who had just narrowly escaped feel like they were dreaming. But looking around at the people, each one disheveled, still in shock, even their own hearts were still pounding wildly. They had truly been fleeing for their lives just now. Those who normally felt they were doing well in the apocalypse, at moments like this, were no different from ordinary people. The gap was just too big. Just like how they usually looked down on ordinary people, before Jiang Lushur, they were no different. Maybe even worse. Thinking about the scene of Jiang Lushur's minibus crashing into people, the members of these squads felt a chill down their spines. In front of that vehicle, they were no stronger than tofu. Bai Pinghai had also dived in and was now covered in dust, looking nothing like the mafia boss he had seen before. With a dark face, he slowly stood up and swept his eyes around. Just a moment ago, when he brought people to hunt down Jiang Lushur, he had been full of confidence. But in the blink of an eye, everything was a mess, dead, wounded, and the rest were pale-faced. When Bai Pinghai saw one of his subordinates still trembling, his anger surged even more. He felt like his face was burning. Everyone, no need to panic. That kid doesn't dare come in. Bai Zhanshan also looked ugly. He had planned to kill that kid as a show of force, but instead, he'd been completely humiliated by him. The other squads looked at each other when they heard Bai Zhanshan's words. Even if he doesn't dare come in, we can't get out either, one squad leader couldn't help but say. The Bai brothers might be domineering, but when lives were on the line, being tough didn't help anymore. And now, in this situation, Bai Pinghai wouldn't dare to make a move against them either. Yeah, so what do we do now? You're the ones who made us stay, said it was just catching a rabbit, and now look, we're all trapped by that guy and his one vehicle. Once one person spoke up, the others followed. Especially the squad whose leader had died, they were full of complaints. Their boss was dead, their team's strength was massively reduced, and now everyone's situation was extremely bad. If it hadn't been for Bai Pinghai's threats, how would this have happened? Seeing this situation, Bai Zhanshan was furious inside. The prestige he had worked so hard to build was about to go up in smoke. After today, who would still respect the Seven Gods squad? The black market would probably be finished too. These squads, who usually called him boss by every other word, had all been eager to go before. But now that things had gone sideways, they were all backing down. We're already in the trading hall, what are you afraid of? Grab your guns, get to the windows, and shoot him dead. Bai Zhanshan shouted angrily. But the others just looked at each other, no one moved. That guy's aim was terrifying, who would dare stick their head out? Bai Zhanshan's face turned red with rage. These useless cowards. Damn it. At that moment, Bai Pinghai suddenly slapped the table and spoke coldly, "No need to rush to shoot. Right now, we're all in the same boat. That kid has his vehicle blocking the door, we can't get out for now, but he doesn't dare come in either. And we're the ones defending, he can't outlast us." He looked at the other squads, and his chilling gaze made many of them shudder inside. But some weren't afraid of him. At this point, what could Bai Pinghai still do to them? Second brother by his right, Boss Yuan had gotten up from the ground, still hating and fearing Jiang Lushi. He glanced at his own people, only 2 left alive. This black market trade had been a huge loss because of Jiang Lushi. That kid is still outside. He probably thinks he's invincible. These arrogant fools, if he doesn't leave, he's dead. Enough ants can bite an elephant to death. Boss Yuan said. Everyone's lost a lot. If this kid wants us all dead, then we'll make him die. We just hold out till night, his gun will be useless in the dark. By then, he'll only have 2 chicks who can fight, what can they do? As for now, let's play weak and stall him. Boss Yuan spat as he talked. Bai Pinghai glanced at Boss Yuan in surprise, didn't expect him to be this devious. But for dealing with someone like Jiang Lushi, this was indeed a good method. Fine. He's clearly trying to trap us. But if he doesn't dare come in, we'll wait until night. Bai Pinghai said. That's right. There's nothing he can do to us now. Just then, while Boss Yuan was excitedly waving his fat arms and talking, he suddenly felt a jolt through his body, and a cold chill shot up from his feet. What's happening? Before he could react, a loud bang exploded in his ears. The last thing Boss Yuan saw was the trading hall spinning around him, and the shocked faces of people he knew well. Pretty much the same as when he saw that squad leader get killed. Boom! Boss Yuan's fat body hit the wall like a blood-filled balloon. His eyes were wide open, his body covered in wounds, looking like a torn burlap sack, blood pouring from everywhere. Boss Yuan wasn't dead yet. His layers of fat and enhanced constitution kept him barely alive. He looked around helplessly and let out a muffled sound, "Help me." But at that moment, who would bother with him? Sister Hong stared at the entrance, her legs shaking uncontrollably. The thick iron door, previously welded and reinforced, had been blown open. Besides the just exploded Boss Yuan, several others near the door had been blasted into minced meat along with it. The floor looked like it had been swept by a storm, tiles shattered like a spiderweb, everything twisted and mangled. Through the blasted entrance, they saw the minibus calmly parked just a short distance away. On the front of it, a black cannon barrel was slowly retracting. The metallic battering ram gleamed. The body of the vehicle was smooth. And the combat room on the roof was still visible. All of it felt like a loud slap across Bai Pinghai and the others' faces. In the silence, someone's teeth chattering could be heard. What the hell kind of vehicle was this? The gate was suddenly blown open, and everyone was stunned. The scene of blood and wreckage everywhere sent chills down their spines. What was going on? Weren't they told that once they entered the trading hall, they'd be safe, and Jiang Lushi wouldn't be able to do anything to them? But now, an iron door had been blasted apart like it was made of paper. That iron door had been specially reinforced and welded by Bai Zhanshan to defend against zombie hordes and mutant beasts. This black market was his base, his stronghold. How could he not have put serious effort into its defenses? Even the windows had thick iron grates welded over them. That's why everyone had relaxed a bit after getting into the trading hall. Boss Yuan even stood up from the ground and continued yelling about killing Jiang Lushi. But now, before they had even caught their breath, the only safe place had been breached. Sister Hong backed up into a corner, filled with deep regret. If she'd known, she would have left earlier. The other squad members also panicked, scrambling to find cover. Boss Yuan, still lying on the ground groaning, was now a bloody warning. Who would dare stand out in the open anymore? At that moment, a roar came from Bai Pinghai inside the trading hall. What are you all stunned for? Pick up your guns and shoot that bastard. He was the first to hide behind a riot shield, reaching out and grabbing a rifle from one of his subordinates. Everyone was so scared they'd forgotten to shoot. Hearing Bai Pinghai's shout, Bai Zhanshan also snapped out of it. He grabbed a light machine gun and his body suddenly swelled up, transforming into a bear man. That cannon barrel's retracted, just avoid it. Now's our chance, blow up that damn minibus. That cannon blast had been terrifying. Moments ago, they had been so sure Jiang Lushi couldn't break in, and then in a blink, he blasted the gate open. But as long as they could destroy that vehicle, Jiang Lushi would lose half his power. No matter how good his aim was, without the car, he'd be finished. Closing the distance like this, even though the cannon blast had been impressive, it also meant he'd given up his greatest advantage. That idiot's looking to die. Hurry, shoot! Bai Zhanshan shouted. The squad members finally came to their senses. That car was terrifying, just like a bomb. If they didn't kill Jiang Lushur and destroy the vehicle fast, they were all doomed. Open fire. They flipped tables for cover, stuck their barrels out, and opened fire at the entrance. Jiang Lushur's car was right outside, a huge target. They didn't even need to aim. In fact, they didn't dare aim. Jiang Lushur's bullets had eyes, anyone who stuck their head out would get shot. Intense gunfire rang out. A twisted smile appeared on Bai Pinghai's face. After such a wild barrage, even if Jiang Lushur survived, the car must be destroyed. And that chick driving? Probably riddled with holes by now. What a pity, he had planned to torture her in front of Jiang Lushur, make him suffer even more. Since awakening his powers, Bai Pinghai had never suffered such a loss. He was filled with rage and desperately wanted to drag Jiang Lushur out and kill him slowly. He also fired over 10 shots. Hearing bullets hit the vehicle, he felt a wave of satisfaction. But then, that familiar engine roar started up again. The minibus could still move? They had just poured out over 100 bullets, and the car was fine? Vroom! As the minibus reversed, everyone was stunned. Bai Pinghai crept to the window and cautiously peeked out, instantly shocked. Not only was the minibus not destroyed, it didn't even have any serious damage. The windshield had some bullet marks, but none had penetrated. The minibus could ram, fire cannons, and now it was bulletproof too. Is he insane? Who modifies a minibus like this? Bai Pinghai was losing it. Jiang Lushur had fired a cannon, then calmly backed off. While they had only wasted ammo, without causing Jiang Lushur any damage at all. Is he leaving? Sister Hong asked, her voice trembling. Jiang Lushur's car was bulletproof. He could just retreat a bit, wait until he felt like it, and then come back and fire another shot. If it stayed parked under fire too long, even bulletproof vehicles couldn't take that forever. A few more rounds of this, and the entire trading hall would be leveled. Everyone hiding inside would be dead. By now, everyone was thinking of retreat, including Bai Pinghai. He still had the Lan County Armed Police Base to fall back to. Once he got back there, even if Jiang Lushur acted tough, he'd just be walking into death. With time to regroup and nightfall on his side, he could hunt Jiang Lushur down later. The losses today were too heavy. There was no way he could just let this go. Bai Pinghai gave Zhou Jing a hand signal. Zhou Jing, who already looked like a sickly monkey, was extremely nimble despite appearances. Using corpses for cover, he quickly crawled toward the outside. Soon, Zhou Jing reached their modified armed police vehicle and turned the key. As soon as Bai Pinghai and his group rushed out, they'd be able to drive off and escape. But Bai Pinghai wasn't in a hurry. He knew the other squads also wanted to flee. Once they made a break for it, they'd serve as his cover. As long as Jiang Lushur backed off just a little, these guys, desperate to escape, would risk being shot just to run. But then, the engine roar came again. Boom! With a loud rumble, a heavy crash followed. Everyone watched in horror as a police vehicle flew into the air, flipped several times, and then crashed into a shop by the road. Zhou Jing was in that car. He didn't even get the chance to show his face, just got crushed with the vehicle. Blood seeped from the cracks in the door. The minibus roared as it charged, its terrifying battering ram flipping their parked vehicles one by one. Not only by Zhanshan's cars, even Sister Hong's vehicles were overturned like toy cars, crushed and smashed, some pinned against walls, creaking and groaning as they were flattened into scrap metal. It was like a giant stepping on a bunch of ants. No more vehicles. Jiang Lushur had cut off their escape. Inside the car, Ran Shiyu was stunned. She had thought Jiang Lushur coming back was incredibly risky. But with just one man and one vehicle, he had completely overwhelmed the entire black market. Watching the cars being smashed, Ran Shiyu was speechless. Jiang Lushur wasn't just retaliating, he was going for total annihilation. Only after the last vehicle in front of the trading hall had been destroyed did Jiang Lushur having point the vehicle back at the hall's main entrance. Inside that gate, it was dead silent. Inside the trading hall, no one spoke for a moment. First the gate was blasted open, and now the cars were smashed. Zhou Jing had sneaked out, many had seen it. Now that they came back to their senses, everyone's first reaction was, run. If they didn't escape, were they going to wait here to die? Just minutes ago, none of these people would have believed that on the Bai brothers' turf, facing just one minibus, they would end up fleeing in panic. The cars were gone. If they wanted to escape now, it would have to be on foot. Could anything be more humiliating? As for what to do if they ran into zombies out there, that was a problem for later. On foot, there was still a chance of survival. Stay here, and they were dead for sure. Bang! A squad leader was the first to pry open a back window, then turned around and cursed loudly. 7 God Squad, fuck your mother. His team had suffered heavy losses, with several men dead. He had no hopes of taking revenge on Jiang Lushur, so he vented his anger on Bai Zhanshan's group. Before, he wouldn't even dare breathe loudly in front of Bai Zhanshan or the Seven Gods squad. But now that death was right in front of him, who still cared? Seeing that this captain and his people were fleeing, the rest could no longer hold back. Sister Hong quietly followed behind. She didn't dare stay here anymore. With Jiang Lushi being a bigger threat now, no one cared about the Seven Gods squad. Everyone was just trying to save themselves. Could they even stop them? If forced to the edge, everyone would die together. Bai Zhanshan watched the scene with a grim face. When Jiang Lushi smashed their cars, his heart had already sunk. Now the squads were fleeing, this meant his black market was completely finished. Fuck! Bai Zhanshan's eyes turned red. This black market had been the launchpad for his ambitions, and it was wiped out in mere minutes. The pain made him want to rush out and blow up that minibus. Then, Bai Zhanshan noticed his third-in-command trying to sneak out with 2 ability users and a few others. You're running too? Bai Zhanshan's face twisted. The third-in-command held a gun defensively and said, Boss Bai, if we don't retreat now, do you want the brothers to die for nothing? The Bai brothers were strong, but the third still tried not to speak too harshly. Another ability user from the Seven Gods squad spoke up, much more bluntly. Boss Bai, this whole mess is your fault. We only want to survive. We didn't join the Seven Gods squad to die for you. Escaping together was unrealistic. They all saw Zhou Jing sneaking out just now. If Bai Pinghai and his men had gotten out, would they really have brought anyone else? Facing someone like Jiang Lushi, someone had to stay behind. Would the Bai brothers sacrifice themselves? Everyone here had used others' lives to save their own. These dirty truths, they all knew them well. Shit! Bai Zhanshan roared and raised his gun. He had ambition, and these guys weren't saints either. Would they have gathered if not for self-interest? They had enjoyed the benefits before, now they just wanted to save their own skins. You say this is all my fault? But those 4 mutant crystal cores, didn't you want them too? If that kid hadn't come back, which one of you would have objected? Bai Zhanshan barked out each word. The third-in-command said calmly, Brother Bai, this is our choice. Are you going to force us to stay? When Bai Zhanshan raised his gun, they had already aimed theirs at him. Seeing them silent, Bai Zhanshan trembled with rage. He wanted to spray them with bullets and blow their heads off. Brother! Bai Pinghai spoke in a low voice, stopping him. Let them go. Bai Zhanshan didn't move. The third looked at him deeply, then said, We're leaving. Watching them go, veins popped on Bai Zhanshan's forehead. He hated them, but hated Jiang Lushi even more. Brother, it's come to this. Once they escape, we'll also look for a chance to get out, Bai Pinghai said. If the black market was gone, so be it. Stay alive, and with strength, they could always rise again in the apocalypse. Running into Jiang Lushi, just bad luck. But getting out wasn't going to be easy. Bai Pinghai looked out through a window. That minibus, with its shining battering ram and rooftop combat room, made his scalp tingle. Would that kid let them just escape? Others didn't have much hatred toward Jiang Lushi, but they did. That kid is too vengeful, too ruthless. He's definitely keeping an eye on you, brother. Escaping directly? Impossible. But if we distract him, maybe I can do something, Bai Pinghai said. He licked his dry lips. A fierce look flashed in his eyes. Bai Zhanshan froze. Hi, what do you mean? That kid's gun is strong, the car is strong. But no matter how strong the car, can it take this? Bai Pinghai gestured to someone, bring it over. Someone quickly opened a bag, it held 5 or 6 grenades. With these, plus the ones he sold you, we can blow any car to pieces. Bai Pinghai said with a savage grin. Jiang Lushi might be scary, but in front of explosives, even he would be finished. Bai Zhanshan's eyes lit up. Right. That kid's just hiding in his shell and sniping. Use his own grenades, to blow him up. You, come with me. Too many people won't help. Bai Pinghai picked a few close combat experts, ex-military. Only they had the guts to try a sneak attack. The other squad members were all ordinary people. When things turned bad, who would dare move? Even Bai Zhanshan was just full of rage, but still planning his own escape. It was his brother who took real action. This was their only choice now. Bai Zhanshan and the rest took cover and aimed at the main door. Bai Pinghai led a few elite men and hid. Only hidden, could they find the right moment to strike. Bai Zhanshan wiped the sweat from his palms and let out a mad grin. Kid, you're about to go to hell. So cool. That was insane. Inside the minibus, Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan were pumped up after watching those cars get smashed. Who wouldn't want to be that powerful and brutal? Whatever stood in your way, blast it, crush it. Zhang Hai thought his old freezer truck was pure junk now. In the apocalypse, this was the kind of vehicle you needed, simple and violent. Ran Shiyu looked at the 2 big men. Their red faces made it seem like they'd done the crashing themselves. They even looked like they wanted to smash the cars a few more times just for fun. She thought their reactions were barbaric, but even she had to admit, sitting in this car, watching those cars get wrecked, watching the trading hall's gate get blown open, she felt a thrill too. She had once been locked in a cage, waiting to be sold. Everyone around her could decide her life or death. It was hopeless. But in front of Jiang Lucier, those people were no different from her. Ran Shiyu stared at the shattered gate, not knowing what would happen next. Then, the engine roared again. Jiang Lucier and Ning shared a mental link. Smashing those cars? Just a bonus. He could only block one side of the hall, he wouldn't let Bai Zhanshan and his people escape at all. He came back not to win, but to kill. V-room. The minibus, like a beast, charged at the trading hall again. In the combat room, Jiang Liushir's gun pointed straight at the entrance. Bai family. Come out and die. Bai family, get out and die. Get out and die. D. The trading hall in the black market used to be the warehouse of Lan County's market before the apocalypse. As Jiang Lucier shouted, his voice echoed throughout the entire trading hall and even across the black market. The sound made by Zhanshan and Bai Pinghai's eyes bulged with rage. If they couldn't kill Jiang Lucier in today's battle, all the prestige the two brothers had built would be lost. That kid is too arrogant. Bai Pinghai held a bag of grenades, tying all the grenade pins together with a piece of iron wire. But just then, V-room. The roar of the base vehicle sounded. Jiang Liushir's thoughts were instantly transmitted to Ing without a word. The roaring base vehicle charged directly toward the bunker where Bai Pinghai's armed police were hiding. The icy battering ram, combined with the vehicle's savage force, along with Jiang Liushir's machine gun on the roof. Shit! Bai Pinghai cursed loudly. Under Jiang Liushir's terrifying firepower, they didn't even dare to show their heads. Scatter! Bai Zhanshan shouted, but at the same time, the bunker they were hiding behind was already smashed apart by the terrifying battering ram. Many of Bai Pinghai's gang members were just regular people. They might have bullied survivors with guns in the past, but now, facing the base vehicle, they were close to mental collapse. Someone held an automatic rifle and madly fired at the base vehicle, but whether the bullets hit the windshield or the tires, it was useless. Bang! 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 3 precise shots. Before the shooter could even grunt, his skull was blown off. Another person was shot through the chest, with half his body torn apart. 2 were killed on the spot. Earlier, when machine gun bullets were shot from 700 to 800 meters away, the speed dropped to about 400 to 500 meters per second, so the bodies stayed intact. But at close range now, a machine gun round left no corpse intact. Seeing someone's head blown off right next to you, that kind of shock and fear hits hard. V-room, vroom, vroom. The base vehicle roared like the howl of death. With its ram and machine gun, Jiang Lucier drove it rampaging through the trading hall, leaving a trail of blood. Those gangster cops began scattering and fleeing. At this point, who cared about plans? They only wished they had more legs to run with. Seeing even his own police subordinates fleeing, Bai Pinghai was furious. He knew that once these guys ran, they'd never return to Lan County's station. They feared punishment. If this continued, even if he killed Jiang Lucier, his foundation would be ruined. He'd have to start all over again. Stop! Driver, my friend. Let's talk. Bai Pinghai didn't dare poke his head out. He shouted from behind a concrete wall. Jiang Lucier was surprised. He didn't expect Bai Pinghai to start talking at this point. He was curious, what could Bai Pinghai possibly say? Did he really think he could negotiate now? That naive? Friend, I know your vehicle is powerful. But just because your car is strong doesn't mean you are. Your aim is good, but what about your close combat? Can your skin and muscles resist knives and bullets? Bai Pinghai saw that Jiang Liushir's vehicle had slowed down, and immediately seized the chance to speak, trying to grab Jiang Liushir's attention as quickly as possible. Jiang Lucier sat in the combat cabin, the corner of his mouth curling. He wanted to see what trick Bai Pinghai would play. Friend, maybe you don't know, on Changming Island, the military has already established a research base. They are extracting a kind of compressed energy crystal from mutant beast meat and mutant cores. It's tentatively called an evolution crystal. This small item can promote human evolution. Especially mutant cores, if refined into evolution crystals and absorbed by someone, whether they're normal or ability users, it greatly boosts their strength. Bai Pinghai spoke quickly, and Jiang Lucier paused slightly. Evolution crystal? Though he knew Bai Pinghai had no good intentions, Jiang Lucier had a gut feeling this evolution crystal might be real. Seeing Jiang Lucier show interest, Bai Pinghai became more enthusiastic. If evolution crystals can be extracted, do you know what that means? Right now, mutant beast meat can be stored without refrigeration for a month, but after that, it still rots. Plus, even for ability users, the absorption rate is low. Even those with strong digestion can only eat 20 to 30 pounds of beast meat per meal, more than that, and it won't digest. 1 ton of beast meat takes about 20 days for one ability user to finish, and during intense combat, the energy intake is far from enough. If they don't even have enough energy to sustain battle, how can they evolve their bodies? How can they grow stronger? It's like raising a tiger or wolf but feeding it only grass and bran, it'll never grow. But with evolution crystals, everything changes. If there's enough crystal supply, taking one per day allows fast evolution. Even a regular person who consumes one crystal will have greatly enhanced physique, at least as strong as a professional boxer. With enough crystals, even normal people can become superhumans comparable to ability users. Bai Pinghai rattled all this off rapidly. What he said sounded logical, and Jiang Lushi knew. At the very least, Jiang Zhuiying often didn't get enough energy from mutant meat, which slowed her growth. Also, mutant core prices had recently surged several times, that was another sign. It seemed the military was taking mutant cores increasingly seriously. The price of mutant cores might even rise again soon. Of course, no matter how expensive mutant meat or cores got, they could never be more valuable than evolution crystals. When the military's extraction tech was still in its early stages, even one evolution crystal would be priceless. Compared to that, even pre-apocalypse high-carat diamonds would be nothing. Just then, Ying shook her head. Her voice rang in Jiang Liushi's mind. Brother Jiang, evolution crystals aren't that special. If we have a level 2 mutant core, the base vehicle can have its own crystal extraction lab. The crystals made with starseed are way better than anything humans can make. Besides, the gene evolution fluid in the biolab can only be used by you, but energy crystals can be used by anyone. Energy crystal extraction laboratory? Jiang Liushi's heart stirred. At present, the evolution direction of the base vehicle had not yet been fully revealed, many features still awaited unlocking. This energy crystal extraction laboratory indeed tempted Jiang Lushi. Previously, his food was all mutated beast meat. Before evolving his brain domain, eating one gene is almost equal to 0.5 kilograms of meat in one meal was already a big deal. After evolving, he needed several genes. With so little mutated beast meat, the energy it provided to remodel his body was indeed meager. If there were energy crystals? Jiang Lushi didn't doubt for a moment, once this thing was extracted, it would be the top luxury item in the apocalypse. It would serve as large denomination currency, more convenient to store and carry than mutated beast meat. Those thoughts flashed in Jiang Liushi's mind like lightning. His senses, meanwhile, remained ever vigilant of the surroundings, not relaxed for a moment. At this time Bai Pinghai said again, "Well? Feeling tempted? To be honest with you, the evolution crystals are still in the experimental stage, but the armed police and the military maintain radio communication. The current head of the armed police branch has backing in the military. If you are willing to trade, using weapons and crystal cores, you might be able to exchange for a few evolution crystals to raise your personal strength." Bai Pinghai spoke temptingly. At that moment, Ran Xiyu furrowed her brows and suddenly said, "Brother Jiang, he is lying." "Oh?" Jiang Lushi smiled. He knew Ran Xiyu had psychic-type powers, able to vaguely perceive others' minds. But even without her reminder, Jiang Lushi already knew Bai Pinghai was deceiving him, intending merely to stall. Jiang Lushi unhurriedly released the Type 95 rifle. While listening to Bai Pinghai, his extremely strong brain domain allowed him to know everything around him. Being in the combat room, Jiang Lushi also had a 360 degrees field of view, ensuring he would miss no blind spots. He clearly saw a corner of the trading hall, behind the base vehicle, where even rearview mirrors could hardly reach. There was a robust man. He quietly took from a bag a series of grenades. It was Bai Zhanshan. He had transformed into his bearman form. Those grenades were bundled together, their pins could be pulled at once. In bear form, Bai Zhanshan was like a human artillery turret. He could easily smash the grenades onto the base vehicle. So many grenades exploding together, even the base vehicle could hardly withstand it. The armor might not be blown open, but it would certainly be flipped over. If the vehicle flipped, the consequences would be unimaginable. This was likely Bai Zhanshan and Bai Pinghai's last gamble. One would draw attention, the other would sneak attack from behind. But Jiang Lushi would never let them succeed. Jiang Lushi left the Type 95 in the front of the base vehicle, and then took another rifle, Type 81. On the surface he did not turn the barrel, but in fact, all his attention had shifted to the rear of the vehicle. His finger hovered on the trigger, but he did not rush to aim, because he knew that as ability users with sharp perception, they could sense imminent death. As soon as a gun was pointed at them, they would sense it. He simply waited, watching Bai Zhanshan put his finger on the pull ring of the bundled grenades. At that moment, a cold smile curved at the corner of Jiang Liusher's mouth. "Friend, if you let us go, this trade can proceed later. Even if you kill us now, you will gain nothing." Bai Pinghai was still trying to distract Jiang Liusher's attention. But just then Bai Zhanshan suddenly pulled all the grenade pins at once. He sneered, clutched the grenades in his hand, his face twisted into a ferocious, mad grin. Keet! Bai Zhanshan roared inwardly. At that moment, a sudden sense of crisis surged. At the instant Bai Zhanshan pulled the pins, Jiang Liusher, fully focused, immediately raised his gun. Aiming and pulling the trigger happened almost simultaneously. Bang! 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 Gunshots rang out. One burst of fire, several bullets shot in rapid succession, giving Bai Zhanshan no chance. Even though Bai Zhanshan might sense danger in advance, to dodge he needed time. A rifle's bullets at close range are terrifying. Even a full dodge might not avoid them, let alone give Bai Zhanshan the chance to throw grenades. Bai Zhanshan gave a miserable scream. The Type 81's bullets pierced his left shoulder. He managed to dodge, otherwise Jiang Liusher's shot would have aimed for his heart. Pong! Blood spurted, the bullet passed through Bai Zhanshan's body, spraying a huge arc of blood. Given Bai Zhanshan's bare form body, if he were a normal human, that shot would have torn off the entire left arm. Even so, no matter how strong Bai Zhanshan's flesh was, he could not maintain combat strength after being shot by the Type 81 in one shot. The momentary muscle spasm from intense pain rendered Bai Zhanshan powerless, he collapsed to the ground. The grenade bag also fell to the ground, 7 or 8 grenades remained bundled together, and their pins were pulled. Bai Zhanshan's eyes were red, his face contorted. He stared as the grenades landed very close to his face. But now, with a bullet in his body, he couldn't throw the grenades away. In that instant, Bai Zhanshan felt time slow, sound recede. He frantically struggled, trying to grab the grenade bag to throw it away. But Death Scythe had already stretched out. Boom! The bundled grenades exploded together. Terrible tongues of flame shot out, the shockwave instantly filled the entire trading hall. Even inside the base vehicle, Jiang Liusher felt it shake violently. Luckily the rear bore the shock, if it had hit the side, it would have almost been knocked over. As for Bai Zhanshan, he didn't even grunt, he was blown to pieces, no bones remaining. With such a powerful explosion, never mind flesh body, even a tank would be knocked out. Big brother! Seeing Bai Zhanshan instantly engulfed by the explosion's fire, Bai Pinghai's eyes filled with bloodshot veins. For someone aspiring to become a hegemon, seeing one's brother die, Bai Pinghai could not say he was utterly devastated, but in that moment and scene, Bai Zhanshan's death meant Bai Pinghai was one step closer to death. "You little beast, I fuck your mother!" Bai Pinghai screamed wildly. As Jiang Liusher's gun shifted toward the rear, he suddenly leapt from behind cover, charging toward Jiang Liusher's base vehicle. At that moment Bai Pinghai's muscles gleamed with a metallic sheen, as if cast in copper. In his hand he held a steel column as thick as an adult arm. A steel rod weighing 500 or 600 kilograms, wielded by Bai Pinghai like a spear. He charged at the base vehicle holding the spear. During his sprint, each step was heavy. As he struck the trading hall floor, stone chips flew. The thick steel column in his hand pointed straight at the windshield of the base vehicle. He intended to smash through the windshield with a spear and kill the driver of the base vehicle. Bai Pinghai's special ability is metal hardening of the flesh. Like Bai Zhanshan, Bai Pinghai is also a transformation type ability user. Metallizing his flesh gives Bai Pinghai enormous strength and defense. That defense is enough to block knives, but against rifle and machine gun bullets that can penetrate 8 to 9 millimeters of steel, Bai Pinghai's current semi-metal hardened flesh is useless, one shot pierces it. Perhaps in the future, as his ability level grows, Bai Pinghai will not fear bullets. But that requires him to survive today. Life and death on the edge, Bai Pinghai erupts with potential far beyond his normal self. At a distance of 17 or 18 meters from the base vehicle, holding a steel column weighing 500 or 600 kilograms, Bai Pinghai in an instant charges to right before them. At that moment, Jiang Liusher had just killed Bai Zhanshan behind the base vehicle, and he had just turned his muzzle toward the front of the combat room. This short 1 or 2 second gap in attack is what Bai Pinghai seizes. He knows full well that the time difference Bai Zhanshan created with his life is his only chance to reverse the battle. Bai Pinghai roars, his body leaping upward. Jiang Liusher was about to aim and pull the trigger, and by then Bai Pinghai was already directly in front of the base vehicle, taking cover behind the vehicle itself. Although Jiang Liusher's muzzle has a 360 degrees shooting angle, within about 2 meters around the base vehicle is also a dead zone for his fire, because bullets would be blocked by the vehicle itself. Ing! Be careful! Jiang Liusher shouts. Before he finishes speaking, Bai Pinghai launches his all-out strike. The air cannon that had been charging for several seconds is now useless. Bai Pinghai vaults over the bumper of the base vehicle. His body unfolds like a large bird, his spine arched backward like a bow. Using legs and waist, his arms exert force. The tremendous impact of the steel column combines with Bai Pinghai's own explosive strength. The solid steel column slams into the windshield. Boom! The windshield of the base vehicle trembles violently. Time seems to freeze. Dozens of glass shards, originally shattered by bullets, shoot upward into the sky, reflecting scattered pinpoints of light, like countless drops splashing on water. Bulletproof glass, after all, is not tank armor. It is made of multiple layers of glass. Though it can stop bullets, each bullet still breaks 1 or 2 layers. Sustained fire will thin the bulletproof glass layer by layer. Now Bai Pinghai's full-force strike, that high-speed steel column, is far beyond what a bullet can do. Push! A large amount of shattered glass rains into the interior of the base vehicle. Bai Pinghai's steel column has smashed through the windshield. Inside the base vehicle, Ran Shiyu's face turns pale, Sun Kuan and Zhang Hai both pull back their bolt actions. And Ing has already leapt up from the driver's seat. Boom! The steel column slams heavily into the driver's seat, nearly penetrating it. That is why Ing, relying fully on the command of the Star Seed, was able to instantly retract her seatbelt, allowing her to leap out. If it had been any other person, they would be bound by the seatbelt and pinned in the driver's seat. Die, all of you! Seeing that his blow succeeded and finally shattered the damned bulletproof glass, Bai Pinghai grabs the steel column and pries. More large chunks of bulletproof glass crack off. He intends to break into the base vehicle. At that moment, Jiang Zhuing is quick. She rushes to the front of the driver's seat and grabs the steel column. 1,000 volts of electricity flow along the steel column, giving off a dazzling blue light. Strong current surges into Bai Pinghai's body. Bai Pinghai groans, and the steel column in his hand nearly slips from his grasp. His metallized body can defend against knives, even small power 64 type pistol bullets, but against Jiang Zhuing's electric shock? Since metal has lower resistance, the electric damage is instead amplified. Crackling. Blue current spreads all over Bai Pinghai's body. His hair rises, his clothes ignite, yet he still clutches the steel column. Get off! Bai Pinghai violently pushes the steel column. Jiang Zhuing panics, can't pull back in time. Her small hand is thrust and suffers intense pain, her wrist joint almost dislocates. Bai Pinghai's attack power is too terrifying, no wonder he could enter the Lan County Armed Police Base and become an important figure there. Yet at this moment, Jiang Zhuing does not retreat. She switches to her other hand, still grasping the steel column. Electric currents surge. Jiang Zhuing exerts all her strength to discharge electricity, making Bai Pinghai's body go numb. Almost simultaneously, the door of the base vehicle opens. Ing flips and jumps out of the car, her feet don't touch the ground. She grabs the metal support of the rearview mirror and swings to the front of the base vehicle. The trident military dagger in her hand thrusts toward Bai Pinghai's neck. Bai Pinghai screams furiously. At this moment his whole body is charred, his clothes burning. He sees Ing charging, but ignores the trident dagger. He throws a punch straight at Ying's chest. That punch is powerful, it would absolutely break bones and tendons. Bai Pinghai knows he is now in dire straits, fighting with life or death. Ing, get away! At that moment, a stern shout rings in Ying's mind. Without hesitation, Ing uses the support of the rearview mirror with force, swiftly pulling her body back. At the same time, the trident dagger in her hand is thrown hard. Swish! The trident dagger violently stabs toward Bai Pinghai's throat. At the same time, bang! A gunshot rings. A bullet, following a narrow crack caused by the iron rod piercing the windshield, flies through. The bullet lands exactly in Bai Pinghai's chest. Bai Pinghai's body is hit as if struck by a heavy hammer. He groans in agony, his body flung backward. A single bullet powerful enough to pierce through 3 people didn't exit Bai Pinghai's body, but it rolled inside him, shredding his internal organs into a mess. Though the bullet passed through his body, the wound was somewhat lighter than if it had remained lodged, which would have been worse. Bai Pinghai is shot in the chest. A slanted trident dagger is stuck in his neck. His carotid artery bleeds profusely. Bai Pinghai's gaze fades. He looks at the already shattered front windshield of the base vehicle, and at Jiang Liusher holding the Type 81 rifle. A ghastly smile appears at his lips. His strength was great, but under the paralysis from electricity, his muscles stiffened. As a result, he was instantly killed by the joint effort of Jiang Lushur and Ying. Bai Pinghai is dead. Jiang Lushur lets out a breath. This battle also greatly consumed his mental energy. Ying, get in. Jiang Lushur speaks. It's too dangerous below the car. Though most people in the trading hall have fled, you can't guarantee someone isn't hiding in a corner with a sniper. Jiang Lushur increasingly feels he needs to strengthen his own physical ability. Otherwise he can only hide in the vehicle and shoot. If the car fails, Jiang Lushur will be placed in an extremely dangerous position. Shadow jumped onto the base vehicle and shut the door. That shocking steel rod was still stuck in the front windshield of the base vehicle. Shadow delivered a clean and sharp side kick, hitting the end of the steel rod. Clang! A loud metallic bang rang out. The several hundred-kilogram iron rod was directly kicked out by Shadow, slamming heavily into a concrete wall, shaking it violently. By now, the entire black market trading hall was a complete mess. After the base vehicle had charged through several times, bullet holes were everywhere, glass was all shattered, and all the ordinary people in the black market had already fled. Countless stalls were overturned. It looked like the aftermath of a military raid. This black market was basically destroyed after Jiang Lushur came back for a surprise attack like this. Jiang Lushur threw away the Type 81 rifle in his hand and sat in the driver's seat. At that moment, he heard a prompt from the starseed, Level 1 plus ability user energy detected. Absorb. Absorb. Jiang Lushur confirmed directly. Compared to mutant beasts, human ability users had relatively weaker energy. Previously, only the Blood Wolf's energy had brought significant benefits to Jiang Lushur. As for Brother Yu's energy, it wasn't even worth half a mutant crystal core. As for Yang Qingqing, who was even weaker than an average person, she was practically negligible. Now Jiang Lushur had just killed 2 ability users whose strength was not weaker than Blood Wolf, so the energy gained was naturally more. Bai Zhanshan had been blown to pieces, his body completely destroyed. Most of his mutant energy had already dispersed, and very little remained. But Bai Pinghai was different. He was only shot through the chest and killed, so his energy was completely preserved. The starseed began directly absorbing the mutant energy that had dispersed from Bai Pinghai after his death. While the starseed was absorbing mutant energy, Jiang Lushur started the vehicle and drove the base vehicle around the black market to search the battlefield, in case someone with ill intent was hiding somewhere. Getting out of the vehicle would be too dangerous otherwise. After searching around, there was no one. But Jiang Lushur did see the barely alive Fatty Yuan. At this moment, Fatty Yuan was covered in blood, his body like a torn blood bag. He had been blown away by the shockwave from the air cannon, with countless fractures all over his body. Yet he was still barely breathing. Seeing Jiang Lushur's base vehicle slowly approaching, Fatty Yuan's eyes were full of despair and fear. He never expected that this trip to the black market to buy supplies would end like this. A student-looking young man, driving a vehicle, swept through the black market, and even the powerful Bai brothers were wiped out by him. You. Fatty Yuan trembled all over, tears streaming down his face. Jiang Lushur looked at him coldly and pushed open the car door. He rummaged through Fatty Yuan and found a blood-stained mutant crystal core in the inner pocket of his jacket. Help me. I'll give you the mutant crystal core, and the mutant meat on my truck too. Fatty Yuan reached out in vain. He was afraid of dying. The human fear of death comes from the instinct of life, especially since Fatty Yuan had just started living like a real person. Yes, the apocalypse was hell for most people, but for Fatty Yuan, it was a paradise where he could dominate and act recklessly. Even though the apocalypse brought water shortages, power outages, no internet, food shortages, and constant danger, many times, as long as one could step on others, they would feel satisfied with their life. Having just fulfilled his life, how could Fatty Yuan want to die? Fatty Yuan desperately tried to grab Jiang Lushur's pants leg, his face covered in tears and saliva, his forehead dripping with sweat, from pain, and from fear. The mutant beast meat and the mutant crystal core were originally mine. I don't need you to give them to me. Jiang Lushur put away the crystal core and silently raised his gun. Your injuries are too severe. You won't survive. Instead of dying in pain, I'll send you on your way. With such injuries, even in the pre-apocalyptic world, rushing to a hospital might not save him, let alone now, when even antibiotics were unavailable. Being stabbed in the leg with a knife could lead to death from infection. If Fatty Yuan hadn't been an ability user, he'd already be dead. No. Fatty Yuan shouted helplessly, but Jiang Lushur had already pulled the trigger. Bang! A gunshot rang out. A soul filled with corruption, filth, and desire was thus freed by the bullet. And in this post-apocalyptic world, there were countless such souls. Level 1 ability user energy detected. Absorb. Jiang Lushur nodded calmly. The environment changes people quickly, and Jiang Lushur himself was rapidly being changed by the environment. Compared to the early days of the apocalypse, Jiang Lushur was now much calmer, facing bloodshed. He was now thinking about his wealth and the direction in which his base vehicle should evolve. This trip to the black market had been a huge haul. Truly, horses don't grow fat without night grazing, and people don't get rich without windfalls. Nothing was faster than robbery. Jiang Lushur got back into the base vehicle. Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan had already been sent off by Jiang Lushur to handle the refrigerated truck and the SUV. Jiang Lushur drove the base vehicle to the gate of a warehouse. He stepped on the gas. The vehicle's ferocious front ram smashed the gate open. The metal sheeting was torn apart, and the steel lock completely twisted. Inside the warehouse was a large amount of food. Flour, rice, dried vegetables, cooking oil, peanuts, and a large amount of vacuum-packed side foods. Before the apocalypse, the black market in Lan County was a farm product trading market. That's also why, after the apocalypse began, Bai Zhanshan was able to quickly establish the black market with it as the foundation. The farm market originally had a lot of food and agricultural products. The survivor teams who came from surrounding areas, hoping to scavenge some food from the market, were stunned when they arrived. They found all the supplies had been monopolized by Bai Zhanshan alone. They couldn't beat Bai Zhanshan. Those who tried had long been tortured to death and hung at the black market gate by Bai Zhanshan. As for those who didn't try to fight, Bai Zhanshan didn't kill or rob them, but traded with them instead. This was Bai Zhanshan's cunning move. Pure robbery would easily provoke public anger and lead to disaster. Developing black market trade, on the other hand, could establish his own power base step by step. He could even build a country in the future. But now, all these food supplies belonged to Jiang Lushur. So much food! Ran Shiyu's eyelids twitched slightly when she saw the warehouse full of food. In the apocalypse, she knew all too well what such a huge amount of supplies meant. Inside the black market warehouse, aside from food, there was also around 1 ton of mutant beast meat. Team 7 Gods didn't store much mutant meat, probably because they had exchanged it all for mutant crystal cores earlier. The supplies in this warehouse, plus the mutant crystal core and the whole mutant beast left behind by Fatty Yuan, along with the scattered guns and ammunition, and even some overturned vehicles hit by Jiang Lushur's base vehicle, many of which contained mutant meat, all of it became the property of Jiang Lushur's team. Unfortunately, the vehicles parked around the perimeter of the black market had mostly driven away. The survivor teams took their guns with them. Jiang Lushur's strength had limits. He couldn't keep everyone in the black market from leaving. Calculating the value of this haul, Ran Shiyu was secretly shocked. These resources were enough to form the foundation of a new power and sustain it for more than half a year. Too bad there was no way to transport all this food. Staring at the warehouse full of grain, Jiang Lushur fell silent. Suddenly, he said to Ran Shiyu, "Get out of the car." Ran Shiyu paused. Faced with Jiang Lushur's cold and commanding tone, she wasn't used to it for a moment. Before the apocalypse, she was a high-status princess. After the apocalypse, even though she lost everything and was imprisoned in a cage, many men still looked at her with lustful eyes. Jiang Lushur's indifferent attitude, on the contrary, surprised her. Ran Shiyu nodded. After all, Jiang Lushur had saved her life. Naturally, she followed his every command. After she got out, Jiang Lushur opened the starseed control panel. He had her leave so he could load the supplies into the storage space. Wasting anything in the apocalypse was a crime. With so many resources, how could he not try to take as much as possible? But doing this with Ran Shiyu watching would be inconvenient. Right now, the only people Jiang Lushur fully trusted were his sister Jiang Zhuiying and Ying, who was spiritually linked to him. To store the supplies, he needed to unlock the base vehicle storage space upgrade function. He now possessed both ability user mutant energy and crystal cores, enough to upgrade. Upgrade storage space, increase capacity from 10 cubic meters to 20 cubic meters, requires 1 level, 1 mutant crystal core. From 20 to 30 cubic meters, 2 cores. From 30 to 40, 3 cores. Jiang Lushur scrolled down. Each upgrade increased storage by 10 cubic meters, but the number of required crystal cores rose sharply in a sequence: 1, 2, 3, 5, 8, 13. Interestingly, each number was the sum of the previous two. It's the Fibonacci sequence. Jiang Lushur was surprised. This simple numerical pattern is one of the most famous and mysterious in mathematics. The ratio of each number to the next gets closer to the golden ratio, hence the name. Strangely enough, the Fibonacci sequence appears almost everywhere in nature: the spiral pattern of sunflower seeds, the number of flower petals, branch splits on trees, seashells, typhoon spirals, even human finger bones and arm lengths, all follow this sequence or draw from it. It seemed this sequence had become a fundamental rule of the universe since its birth. All life, unknowingly, obeyed it. Even the mysterious starseed, its upgrades followed the sequence that matched the beauty of nature. Unfortunately for Jiang Lushi, this was bad news. The Fibonacci sequence grows geometrically. That meant the base vehicle storage could probably only be upgraded to 1 or 200 cubic meters. Beyond that, the cost would be unbearable. Still, 100 cubic meters is a lot. In the apocalypse, food is as valuable as gold. That's enough to store over 100 tons. Jiang Lushi placed the crystal core left by Fatty Yuan into a slot in the base vehicle's dashboard. Along with the energy he had absorbed from other ability users, it was equivalent to about 3 crystal cores. But he couldn't bear to use all 3 cores on storage. There were too many areas of the base vehicle that urgently needed upgrades: tires, bulletproof glass, even internal living space, all needed improvement. Looking at the warehouse inventory, Jiang Lushi estimated that if he only upgraded once, he could take about 70% of it. 70% is fine. Less is okay too. Safety first, wealth second. With that thought, Jiang Lushi used his spiritual sense to confirm the storage space upgrade. Activating level 2 storage space. New size 20 cubic meters. Environment oxygen-free, sterile. Ordinary food stays fresh for 1.5 years, mutant meat for 4 years. 1 unit of mutant energy will be consumed. Proceed with upgrade. Upgrade. Jiang Lushi recalled that the previous storage only preserved normal food for a year and mutant meat for 3 years. Now, even the preservation time had increased. In the apocalypse, having a portable storage space that also preserved food was incredibly valuable. Required metals for upgrade detected. Upgrade begins. Base vehicle operation not affected during process. The upgrade would take about an hour. During that time, Jiang Lushi sent Sun Quan and Zhang Hai to clean up the battlefield and gather scattered supplies. Each person he had killed carried a gun. After collecting them, Jiang Lushi ended up with 3 automatic rifles, 1 submachine gun, and the Type 95 light machine gun he had previously sold to Bai Zhanshan. Sun Quan carried it back. Seeing all those guns, Jiang Lushi couldn't help but laugh. The weapons he'd sold were basically all back, ready to be sold again. While the starseed upgraded, Jiang Lushi inspected the damage to the base vehicle. The front windshield was completely destroyed. The vehicle's armor and tires had taken minor damage. Fixing them required materials, gasoline, and electricity, all manageable, and could be done in a couple of hours. Still, it made Jiang Lushi realize the base vehicle wasn't strong enough yet. Both the bulletproof glass and the tires were weak points. If, after Bai Pinghai smashed the windshield, other armed enemies hadn't fled but opened fire, they could have reduced the glass to shards. Without the protection of the bulletproof glass, everyone in the vehicle would have been exposed to gunfire, with consequences too terrible to imagine. Jiang Lushi, with his current body, wouldn't survive even 1 bullet. Thinking of this, Jiang Lushi frowned. He didn't want his life to depend on luck and coincidences. If possible, Jiang Lushi would have replaced all the materials on the base vehicle with the level 1 alloy used for the battering ram, but he didn't have the resources for that now. Let's upgrade the bulletproof glass first. With that thought, Jiang Lushi used another unit of mutant energy to upgrade the bulletproof glass. As for the mutant crystal core he got from Fatty Yuan, after thinking it over carefully, Jiang Lushi decided to use it to make gene evolution fluid. Only mutant crystal cores could be used for gene evolution fluid. The mutant energy absorbed from ability users could only be used to upgrade the base vehicle. The biological lab's control panel popped up, and Jiang Lushi saw that after the base vehicle's second evolution, the control panel had also changed. Before, the gene evolution fluids that the lab could make were for enhancing defense, strength, agility, nervous system, and brain domain. Now, however, several major categories appeared. The first was physical enhancement. When Jiang Lushi opened it, he found all the previously available defensive, strength, and physical gene fluids grouped under this category. Not only that, there was also a panel displaying Jiang Lushi's current physical stats. Host, Jiang Lushi. Strength, 1.0. Agility, 1.1. Constitution, 1.0. Defense, 0.9. Mental power, 1.1. Virus immunity, 1.1. Brain domain, 3.1. What's this? Jiang Lushi was slightly stunned. His physical stats were now fully reflected in the lab's evolution panel. A value of 1.0 meant average for a normal human. So his stats were ordinary, neither strong nor weak. The 1.1 virus immunity probably explained how he managed to survive during the early outbreak. As for the 3.1 brain domain, that was clearly the result of the brain domain gene evolution fluid he had consumed earlier. Now, Jiang Liusher's brain speed was 3 times that of an ordinary human. The basic level of evolution fluids made by the lab started at triple strength. Whether it was defense, agility, or strength, one bottle of evolution fluid would bring triple stats. Jiang Liusher longed for those attributes. But for now, he didn't rush to choose. He kept browsing. Only after the base vehicle reached its second evolution had these advanced options appeared. The first option, body enhancement, he had already reviewed. The second option was control over elements and energy. Opening it, he again saw his attributes, all at 0. Available elemental controls included wind, fire, ice, lightning, poison, and so on. Among them, lightning control was exactly what Jiang Zhuiying's ability was. But elemental control required at least one level, 2 mutant crystal core to unlock, immediately putting that out of Jiang Liusher's reach. A level 2 crystal core. He hadn't even seen a level 2 mutant beast yet. Some stronger abilities like metal control or gravity manipulation even required several level 2 cores to activate. Jiang Liusher could only stare helplessly. So elemental powers were this expensive? Zhuiying truly had an incredible power. Lightning control, considered higher level than any physical enhancement, was recognized by the starseed as superior. He exited that menu. The third option was bloodline activation. This would let the host acquire a special bloodline. For example, the werewolf or bearman bloodlines, both of which Jiang Liusher had seen before. The blood wolf could transform into a wolf. Baijianshan transformed into a bear. They gained speed, strength, and powerful defense. But the starseed's bloodline activation didn't require transformation. The bloodline would be directly integrated into Jiang Liusher's body, giving him the physical power of a werewolf or bearman while still in human form. After the werewolf and bearman lines, there were other bloodlines, and one of them caught Jiang Liusher's attention. Blood evolution bloodline? Curious, Jiang Liusher instinctively clicked the description. As he read, everything became clear. According to the starseed, humans carried powerful blood and bone marrow genes. But for ordinary people, these genes were locked and inactive. Some people had partially activated these extra blood and marrow genes before the apocalypse. But without exposure to mutant energy or virus-induced evolution, this premature activation only caused harm, leading to shortened lifespans. In medical terms, this condition is called porphyria, also known as vampire disease, a hereditary illness. Jiang Liusher had heard of it. Some of the earliest vampire legends in the West originated from porphyria. Patients feared sunlight. When exposed to UV rays, the porphyrins in their skin converted to toxins, causing burning pain. They craved fresh blood because they needed the heme in it to feel better. Heme could survive digestion and be absorbed by the small intestine. They hated garlic. Their faces were pale. Their gums mutated, exposing their teeth, making them look like they had fangs. However, with the support of mutant energy and virus-triggered cellular modification, their cell activity would greatly increase. These so-called porphyria patients would instead become evolved humans, with activated blood and marrow genes. They wouldn't fear sunlight like Western vampire myths. They would instead possess great power. Blood is an incredibly special tissue. It accounts for 7 to 8% of human body weight. All living cells depend on it. If stretched out, human blood vessels total nearly 100,000 kilometers, enough to circle the Earth 2.5 times. If every cell in the body received ample, strong blood circulation, the entire body would undergo a qualitative transformation. Why doesn't the heart ever get tired, despite beating all life long? It's only the size of a fist, yet it pumps enough blood daily to fill a whole fuel tanker. Over a lifetime, the load it endures is unimaginable. Yet it never stops. Textbooks claim the heart rests during diastole, but that's nonsense. When people do bench presses, muscles rest when lowering the bar, but no one says bench presses don't tire you. Let alone doing it for a whole lifetime. In reality, the heart doesn't tire because it has dedicated blood supply, the coronary circulation. The heart is only 0.5% of body weight, but the coronary system takes 5% of cardiac output, and it's the first branch off the aorta, getting the highest oxygen content. What's more, coronary pressure is the highest, and blood flows fastest, completing a loop in just seconds. The venous blood returning to the heart contains more oxygen than the arterial blood received by other muscles. Muscle fatigue isn't due to the cells themselves. Cells don't tire. Fatigue happens when waste builds up from intense movement and can't be expelled fast enough, or when oxygen and energy are insufficient. If all these were adequate, any muscle could work indefinitely. The heart's power ultimately comes from its powerful blood supply, unmatched by ordinary muscles. So what if every muscle in a person's body had the same level of blood supply as the heart? Then that person's strength, stamina, and endurance would soar dramatically. Not only that, recovery would also skyrocket. Rich blood brings more nutrients and stimulates cell growth. Immunity would also rise. After all, immune cells and proteins are all carried in the blood. Even lifespan would increase. With cells well nourished and less waste buildup, aging slows, due to reduced oxidative stress from free radicals. This is the blood evolution bloodline. Tremendous strength, speed, stamina, the myth of agelessness, and terrifying regeneration. After reading the starseed's explanation, Jiang Lushur understood that the so-called blood evolution bloodline was actually very different from the blood clans in movies. Only some of the abilities appeared similar on the surface. In essence, it was about having a much stronger circulatory system, where mutated cells in the blood had enhanced ability to carry oxygen, nutrients, and energy. With stronger blood circulation, even digestion would improve. This meant he could eat more mutant beast meat or evolution crystals, and get stronger faster in the future. If I activate the blood evolution bloodline, not only will my survivability increase, but I'll also gain strength faster. Of course, I'll consume more evolution crystals daily. That might be too much for normal people, but I have the starseed, so it's not a problem. Jiang Lushur weighed the pros and cons of the bloodline. Of course, it all depended on obtaining a level 2 mutant crystal core. Right now, he only had one level 1 core, which felt quite pitiful. I'll just use it to make an agility-type gene evolution fluid. Thinking that, Jiang Lushur threw the core into the biological lab. His nerve reflexes were fast, but his movement speed wasn't up to par. Tripling his agility would be a timely boost. Gene fluid in progress. Estimated time, 1 hour. In the blink of an eye, all the mutant energy and cores gained in the black market were nearly spent. Only one core remained. Jiang Lushur had saved it to modify the mining truck. Currently, over 95% of the team's resources had gone to Jiang Lushur. He took all the mutant cores. Many of the weapons were also exchanged for more cores. The rest of the team's consumption was mostly just some mutant beast meat. Though Jiang Lushur was the most important member, Jiang Zhuing also played a major role each time. He had to ensure her growth as well. Give it a few more days. Right now, Zhuing can only eat mutant meat. We've got plenty of that, but she can't eat much at once. What would really help is the evolution crystals extracted by the military. But those aren't for sale. And they don't need to be. Once the base vehicle's energy extraction lab is complete, it can extract evolution crystals for Zhuing to use. Jiang Lushur muttered to himself. He felt a bit guilty toward his sister. No matter where he went, she followed him, and everywhere was extremely dangerous. She stuck with him through life and death, never complaining. This made Jiang Lushur even more eager to get stronger. Only with enough strength could he truly help Jiang Zhuing become stronger too. Brother, are we fixing the vehicle now? Jiang Zhuing put down her iPad and stretched. Sun Quan, Zhang Hai, and even Ran Xiu had been sent off the vehicle. Inside was warm, so she was only wearing a small, light tank top. When she stretched, her pale, slender waist was exposed, full of youthful beauty. Yeah, let's fix it. Jiang Lushur smiled. Repairing the base vehicle required electric power, which Zhuing provided. As for the food and mutant meat in the warehouse, Jiang Lushur didn't hide anything from his sister. He activated the automatic collection system and began absorbing it all into storage. Ever since he revealed that his ability was mechanical modification, Jiang Zhuing no longer questioned any strange things that happened to the vehicle. Maybe her brother had a few secrets, but as long as he stayed strong, nothing else mattered. Happily, Jiang Zhuing ran over to the vehicle's battery compartment and started charging and repairing. For her, this was also a kind of training, even if the results were minimal. Meanwhile, the food in the black market warehouse was being rapidly absorbed into the vehicle's storage space. In less than 10 minutes, the new 10 cubic meter storage was already full of food and mutant meat. Soon after, the base vehicle was repaired, the gene evolution fluid completed, the bulletproof glass upgraded, and the battlefield cleaned. All scattered weapons and ammunition were gathered by Sun Quan and Zhang Hai. Even the punctured ballistic shields and bulletproof vests were stripped off corpses. In this world, no one cared if your vest had been worn before, holes just meant a discount. Everything was now organized. They were ready to move. Jiang Lushur's team took a short rest. At dusk, a minibus, a freezer truck, and an SUV in the middle pulled away from the black market. After 20 to 30 kilometers of travel, night had fully fallen. The convoy stopped in a desolate field to rest. They cooked hot mutant beast soup, grilled meat, dried vegetables, and fresh, fragrant rice, a truly rich dinner. On this chilly night, a hot bowl of soup warmed every inch of the body. After such intense fighting, this was the perfect way to relax. Of course, a hot shower would have made it flawless. But that kind of luxury was only enjoyed by Ying, Jiang Lushi, and Jiang Zhuiying. Sun Quan and Zhang Hai hadn't bathed since the apocalypse began. They could rub off layers of grime. Instead of cramming into the tiny onboard bathroom, they spotted a small river in the wild, free of zombies and beasts, and just dove in for a refreshing wash. As for Ran Xiyu, when she saw Jiang Zhuiying come out of the shower, hair still wet and steam rising from her head, she was absolutely jealous. She hadn't imagined that in this post-apocalyptic world, anyone could still take a hot shower, heating water with electricity. Such a luxury was probably only possible on a high-end RV like this. As a girl, especially one as clean-loving as Ran Xiyu, she couldn't stand feeling dirty. But she was too shy to ask. After hesitating for a long time, she finally blushed and said to Jiang Lushi, "Brother Jiang, can I use your bathroom?" Worried he'd say no, she nervously pinched her skirt and looked at him with pleading eyes. "Oh, sure." Jiang Lushi answered casually. Only then did Ran Xiyu carefully go into the bathroom, gently close the door, and undress. She turned on the faucet. Hot water flowed out instantly. There was even a small seated bathtub. The steam rose, enveloping her face, and Ran Xiyu felt a long-lost sense of happiness. Sometimes, happiness is just that simple: food when you're hungry, a shower when you're dirty. In the pre-apocalyptic world, full of greed and indulgence, people chased endless desires. Though there was abundance, happiness wasn't guaranteed. But now, in this world of scarcity, Ran Xiyu, for the first time, felt that maybe this world wasn't all that bad. After taking a shower, Ran Xiyu washed her dirty clothes too, carefully putting away her underwear. She never thought she'd end up bathing in the home of a man she'd only known for a day, and that man was just outside the door, barely a few steps away. The sound of water splashing on her body, Jiang Lushi definitely heard it all. And now, after it had all happened, Ran Xiyu felt embarrassed, yet at the same time, there was a strange feeling in her heart that she couldn't quite explain. She didn't have any clean clothes to change into, so she wore Jiang Zhuiying's pajamas, a cartoon-style fuzzy bear set, completely not her style. Ran Xiyu didn't even know how she looked in it. She carefully pushed open the bathroom door. With her naturally slender and delicate frame, wrapped in that small bear pajama set, she actually looked like a 15 or 16-year-old girl, innocent and adorable. As soon as she stepped out, she instinctively glanced toward Jiang Lushi. She saw him wearing only a tight athletic tank top. After constantly eating mutant beast meat, his muscles had grown firmer. Even through the fitted shirt, you could see the lines: a strong, powerful build. Right now, Jiang Lushi's focus was entirely on his hands. He held 6 coins, flipping and flying through his fingers at an astonishing speed. The coins spun rapidly in the air, reflecting light in a dazzling display. "What is this?" Ran Xiyu was stunned. She couldn't believe anyone could move their hands so fast and accurately. What was he doing? Jiang Lushi's finger movements were so flashy and precise that Ran Xiyu's eyes couldn't keep up. The 6 coins flipped and even collided at times, yet not a single one fell. His long, nimble fingers seemed almost magical. After performing 4 or 5 complex tricks in a row, the 6 coins landed together on the small table. Clack clack clack. The 6 coins stacked neatly, perfectly aligned. Jiang Lushi exhaled. He had just been practicing finger dexterity. After drinking the agility gene evolution fluid, his body had become much faster. He was now training to get used to his new physical capabilities. With both agile muscles and faster neural reflexes, Jiang Lushi could now pull off many flashy movements that seemed impossible to ordinary people. Being an ability user didn't mean you could just eat mutant meat or use evolution crystals and instantly become stronger. Training was still essential. Otherwise, even a strong body was useless if you didn't know how to use it, like a clumsy brute. Next to him, Jiang Zhuiying was recording the training with her phone, clearly amused. "Hee, bro, that was awesome." Since meeting Jiang Lushi, Jiang Zhuiying had witnessed miracle after miracle. She could feel her brother growing stronger. When they first met, Jiang Lushi really seemed like just a regular guy. But now, as long as you gave him a gun, he could wipe out a whole squad by himself. "Alright, that's enough for today. Zhuiying, stop watching so much anime. Practice controlling electricity when you get a chance." I knew. Jiang Zhuiying stuck out her tongue playfully. Indeed, she had been too relaxed lately, especially staying close to her brother. Tonight they needed to rest well. Ahead of them was the road to Jinling Port, and probably more intense battles. As for sleeping, Jiang Lushi was starting to worry. The base vehicle only had one foldable single bed. Just yesterday, it had only been him and Zhuiying. She took the bed, he slept on the couch. But now, with Ying joining in the morning, and Ran Shiyu added too, even the couch had no space left. Among all the vehicles, only the freezer truck and the minibus were fit for sleeping. The SUV had weak protection, even Sun Kuan didn't dare sleep in it. The freezer truck's cabin was already full with Sun Kuan and Zhang Hai. Jiang Lushur obviously couldn't let Ran Shiyu squeeze in there with them. That meant she had to sleep on the minibus. If only the base vehicle could be expanded, but expanding the space cost 1 crystal core per 5 square meters. Jiang Lushur was already stretching every core he had. There was no way he'd waste one just for comfort. For now, they'd just have to make do. I can sleep on the floor, Ran Shiyu said softly. She was sensitive and had already noticed the sleeping arrangements were tight. As she spoke, she picked up a blanket and hugged it tightly to her chest, because she wasn't wearing a bra. She could borrow clothes from Jiang Zhuiying, but not underwear. She had dried her underwear with a hair dryer, but drying a bra properly was too difficult. So she had no choice but to go without, directly putting on the bare pajamas. Thankfully, the pajamas were loose and fluffy enough to hide it. But if Jiang Lushur looked too closely, she'd be extremely embarrassed. I'll sleep on the floor instead, Jiang Lushur offered. Actually, the floor of the minibus was quite clean and warm. With bedding laid out, it wouldn't be uncomfortable, no worse than a bed. Still, Jiang Lushur didn't feel right making Ran Shiyu, a young girl, sleep on the floor. Just then, Jiang Zhuiying burst into laughter. Brother, you didn't think it through. 1 person on the bed, 1 on the couch, that means 2 on the floor. Even if you take the floor, you'll need someone to sleep with you. So, who do you pick, Ying or Sister Ran? She said it teasingly, with a mischievous grin. As soon as she said that, Ran Shiyu's face flushed red. She had already thought of that issue when Jiang Lushur offered to take the floor. Now, seeing his stunned expression, she felt a mix of amusement and embarrassment. She sneaked a glance at Ying, the powerful and beautiful woman who always seemed cold. She couldn't tell what Ying would choose. Jiang Lushur looked down at the floor. The minibus didn't have that much space. The back was taken up by the bathroom, toilet, and a small storage room. One side was the bedroom, the front was the kitchen. The living area beside the bedroom had a couch, but once that was placed, floor space was limited. 2 people sleeping on the floor would basically be as close as sharing a bed. Thinking of the possibility of sleeping next to one of these women made Jiang Lushur a little distracted. 3 beautiful women in one vehicle, well, one of them was his sister. So 2 stunning women, each with their own charm, and just him, the only guy? Even sleeping on the couch would mean being right beside them. Roar! On the highway, dozens of zombies lunged forward, but with a series of muffled bang bang bang, a minibus roared through, smashing several zombies out of the way and easily breaking through the small pack. Following closely behind it was an SUV, and then a refrigerated truck. It was Jiang Liushur's team. After a safe and quiet night's rest, everyone had regained their energy. They immediately set out for Jinling Port. Jinling Port was the largest port in the central region. From their departure point, the fastest route was a straight line, but that meant cutting through nearly half of Jinling City. Jinling had been a populous metropolis, which now, in the apocalypse, meant only one thing: a lot of zombies. Even though Jiang Liushur's base vehicle had evolved several times, he didn't dare cross the city center. The vehicle was strong, sure, it could handle a few hundred zombies. But thousands? Tens of thousands? Hundreds of thousands? If it got caught in an endless sea of zombies and couldn't move, they'd be doomed. So that route was ruled out. If we have to take a detour, this is the closest one. But even this way, to make it by today, we'll need to pass through a small section of the city, just the outskirts, said Sun Kuan, who was a local of Jinling and familiar with the roads. He used his tablet to trace the path on the digital map. The route had been carefully considered. Densely populated areas and congested roads were avoided, since the convoy would never make it through. So a detour was necessary. According to the route Sun Kuan mapped out, they could avoid the city completely, but that would mean going way around. There'd be no way to arrive today. Jiang Lushur thought for a moment and said, "Then let's go through." Detouring would mean staying the night on the road, and the closer they got to the city, the more unknown dangers they'd face at night. That risk wasn't small either. Plus, with his strengthened body, ability, and upgraded base vehicle, Jiang Liushur's confidence was high. It was only the outskirts, not as densely populated as the city center. Why not give it a try? Hearing this, Sun Kuan's eyes lit up. Got it. Going through the city. Just thinking about it was exciting. Most teams avoided zombies, but they were going to charge straight into them. Brother Jiang, your tea. A delicate hand gracefully offered a cup from the side. Jiang Lushur looked up at Ran Shiyu and accepted it. Thanks. You're welcome, Ran Shiyu said softly, avoiding his gaze. She had changed back into her own clothes and now sat perfectly poised on the sofa. Her slender neck was like a swan's as she poured tea, her elegant and noble aura completely natural. Still, her ears looked quite red? Sun Kuan glanced between Jiang Lushur and Ran Shiyu, then Edding driving the vehicle, and stroked his chin thoughtfully. This vibe. He wondered who Brother Jiang had ended up sleeping next to last night. Noticing Sun Kuan's gaze, Ran Shiyu lowered her head even further. Just thinking about last night made her ears burn. Originally, Jiang Lushur hadn't decided anything. But then Ing just went and laid down on the couch. Guess that's how we're sleeping then, Jiang Lushur said. Since Ing took the couch, the rest just went with the flow. It didn't really matter to him where he slept. Ran Shiyu wanted to speak, but hesitated. Asking to move? She couldn't say it, nor did she have the right. So Ran Shiyu had no choice but to wrap herself tightly in the blanket and carefully lie down by the wall, trying to keep as much distance as possible from Jiang Lushur. But the floor space was limited. No matter how far she tried to stay, it didn't matter. She could hear Jiang Lushur's breathing, and feel his body heat. Meanwhile, lying between two beautiful women with very different charms, Jiang Lushur couldn't help but feel a bit restless. Still, he'd fought hard that day, and his mental energy was drained. He quickly fell asleep. Ing was already asleep, and even Jiang Zhuing was breathing evenly. Only Ran Shiyu remained awake. But after staring at the ceiling for a while, she too drifted off. She hadn't eaten or slept well for days. Now, with a full belly, even of mutant beast meat, and a warm, safe place to rest, she finally slept deeply. Although the night had passed peacefully, it was still the first time in her life she'd slept next to a man. Even though she tried to act calm, she still felt awkward facing Jiang Lushur. The convoy continued moving. Sun Kuan had chosen a path with few obstacles, only some sedans blocked the way, which the minibus easily smashed aside. Had they taken routes meant for trucks, it would have been a hassle. As they neared the edge of the city, zombies grew more numerous. Sun Kuan returned to the SUV and had Jiang Zhuing switch back to the minibus to help deal with the zombies. Bullets were too valuable, best not to use them unless necessary. Jiang Zhuing, from the safety of the combat room, could unleash electricity freely. Since Jiang Lushur had reminded her about slacking off lately, Zhuing had gotten serious. She stood in the combat room, releasing electric currents at the zombie horde ahead, weaving a net of blue and white lightning in front of the windshield. With Ing driving full speed, it looked like they were charging into a storm of lightning. Zombies were either fried on the spot or stiffened from the shock and then smashed aside by the minibus. Though the zombie numbers were high, the convoy cut through like a hot knife through butter. Ran Shiyu watched silently. She had seen this before, but it still amazed her. Brother Jiang, something ahead, Ying's voice suddenly rang out. Ran Shiyu tensed immediately. In the apocalypse, something ahead meant danger. Jiang Lushur went to the driver's seat to look ahead. Usually, zombie hordes would charge at them before they even got close. But now, there was a massive cluster of zombies up ahead, facing away from them, seemingly attacking something. Bang! Bang! 2 gunshots rang out, followed by a blood-curdling scream. No! No! Help! Ah! The voice only cried out twice before being silenced. The outcome was obvious. Didn't expect survivors here, Jiang Lushur murmured. This was already within the outskirts of the city. Unless for vital supplies, no survivor team would dare get this close. Soon, they spotted the survivors. To Jiang Lushur's surprise, they weren't ordinary people, but 5 or 6 well-armed soldiers. They had a military truck, now being used as cover while they fought the zombies. Even from a distance, their fighting posture showed they were clearly well-trained. They only fired at close range, and nearly every shot hit, maximizing ammo efficiency. No wonder the gunfire was so sparse. Facing such a dense horde, it took extreme calm to hold fire until the last second. Most would panic and shoot wildly long before. From the sounds earlier, they had just lost a teammate. Still, Jiang Lushur could tell, unless they were out of ammo, they could break through the horde without much trouble. He noticed one of the soldiers had a light machine gun with extra drum mags on his back. With that kind of firepower, they weren't in immediate danger. They just needed to shake off the horde and escape into a less infested street. But what confused Jiang Lushur was, the soldiers all looked extremely tense, sweat pouring from their foreheads. Their calm fighting didn't match the fear on their faces. What were they so afraid of? Originally, Jiang Lushur planned to bypass them. His goal was reaching Jinling Port, he didn't want to get involved. But seeing the soldiers' expressions, he realized, this road wasn't going to be so simple. Let's wait and see, Jiang Lushur said to Ing. In the early days of the apocalypse, a squad of soldiers definitely had strong combat power, stronger than most ordinary survivor teams. Seeing them so panicked made Jiang Lushi feel something was wrong. So after stopping, besides taking care of the charging zombies, Jiang Lushi ordered the whole team to go on high alert. There was no telling what danger might be hidden in this zombie horde. Jiang Lushi's team stopped at a distance, and those soldiers immediately noticed them. Seeing someone arriving, one of the soldiers said with some surprise, "I didn't expect there to be survivors here. Captain, should we ask them for help?" The captain of this group of soldiers was a man in his 30s, with a very firm appearance and dark skin. His hair was soaked with sweat, and his palms were covered in sweat as well. The captain glanced at the convoy. With his sharp eyes, he immediately figured out the structure of this team. An SUV and a modified vehicle, this was the standard setup. The minibus looked a bit eye-catching. Not sure what it was used for, probably accommodation or a storage room. There should be at least 2 ability users in the team, inferred from the modified freezer truck. The freezer truck was decently modified, and since it was operating here, that meant the team had some strength. 2 or more ability users would be needed to manage 3 vehicles. Normally, they would also have 1 or 2 firearms. But facing that monster, it was far from enough. They had been trapped here for so long. Originally a 20-man team, only a few of them were left now. Over a dozen elite soldiers had died. Even if this small team joined, it would only be sending them to their deaths. Besides, seeing them stop from so far away probably meant they didn't even dare get close just because of this zombie horde. Even if they offered a reward for help, they probably wouldn't assist. However, the captain turned to glance inside the truck. Inside, an elderly man in civilian clothes was sitting there. Though over 60, with silver hair, he looked spirited. Even in this environment, he sat with his back straight. His eyes were calm, and even in this life-and-death moment, he showed no panic. Beside him was a young girl around 15 or 16 years old. Although her face looked stubborn, every time a gunshot sounded, she would subconsciously clench her clothes and tremble slightly. The fear in her eyes could be faintly seen. She was, after all, just a young girl. Having witnessed over a dozen soldiers being dragged away, she was already terrified inside. Soon, she and her grandfather would face the same fate. Thinking of this, her face turned even paler. She would rather shoot herself. Although the old man wasn't afraid to die himself, he kept glancing at the girl, and a trace of pain flashed in his eyes. It didn't matter if he died, but he pitied his granddaughter. If they can get through the zombie horde, maybe under our cover, we can entrust Elder Zhang to them. Then splitting up and escaping would be easier. But if they can't even get through the horde, there's no way. The captain shook his head inwardly. He looked again at Jiang Lushi's group and said, "Forget it, it's useless. When that monster shows up, you all cover me. I'll go all out, whether it works or not. I'll try to stall it, and you take the chance to break out." As he spoke, the captain pulled at his waist. His waist was covered in grenades. He linked the pins together and had a determined expression on his face. "Captain!" The other soldiers all cried out. "Captain, you!" "No need to say more. I'm the strongest ability user here. Only I have a chance. And I won't necessarily die, this is just a backup. If I fail and that monster eats me, I'll blow it to pieces and let it know I'm not that easy to swallow," said the captain. At this moment, several zombies in the horde suddenly twitched. These zombies were extremely agile. If not for the narrow truck entrance and the reinforced truck body, they wouldn't be able to hold them back at all. These zombies didn't stumble, this was caused by that monster starting to move. The captain's pupils shrank sharply. "Get ready." The soldiers didn't have time to speak. Every one of them was tense, shooting zombies while nervously scanning the crowd. That thing used the zombie horde as cover. Every time, it appeared like a ghost and dragged someone away. Seeing their expressions suddenly change, Jiang Lushi also began observing the zombie horde carefully. The horde still looked the same. What were they afraid of? Just then, Jiang Lushi suddenly caught a shadow flicker through the horde. At that moment, a scream came from the military truck. A black shadow suddenly darted out from the zombie horde, as thick as a water barrel, with 5 or 6 meters of its body visible. It moved like lightning, biting down on a soldier. That soldier was a strong man, but had no time to resist and was dragged out instantly. Only then did the others react and start firing. They were indeed well trained, but if it was too fast for them to react or shoot, what use was that? The dragged soldier screamed in pain, struggling in midair. "Ah!" The others frantically pulled the triggers, but the black shadow was too fast. Within moments, the soldier was dragged into the horde. The captain's eyes widened, he still hadn't reacted in time. He immediately grabbed the door shield and prepared to leap out toward where the soldier was taken. "Cover me! I'm going all out," the captain shouted. That shadow moved too fast, even Jiang Zhuiying and the others hadn't seen it clearly. But Jiang Lushur saw it. With his brain domain ability activated, that brief flicker appeared in slow motion to him. It was a mutated python. As thick as a barrel, covered in thick scales. Judging by how the zombies were pushed aside, this mutated python must be over 10 meters long. Such a massive body, yet incredibly fast. At the same time, the starseed gave a power reading for the mutated python. Level 1 plus mutated python, currently in evolution. At first, hearing level 1 plus made Jiang Lushur a bit disappointed. He hadn't even seen a level 2 mutated beast yet. But the second part made his eyes light up. This mutated python was evolving. The explanation of evolution state by the starseed refers to the fact that this mutated python's mutation energy level is shifting from 1 plus to 2. This mutated python had eaten many people, including some with abilities, which pushed it to the critical point of breaking through to level 2. Jiang Lushur hadn't expected that although he hadn't run into a level 2 mutated beast, he ended up encountering one that was evolving. Truly lucky. About to break through to level 2, this mutated python was indeed terrifying. Its speed allowed it to hit its target every time it attacked, and it was nearly impossible to shoot it with bullets. The soldier who had been bitten was desperately stabbing the mutated python with his army knife out of a desire to survive, but couldn't pierce its scales at all. Its defense was also very strong. If this mutated python really advanced to level 2 and stabilized for some time, its speed would definitely become even faster. Jiang Lushur was currently lacking mutated nuclei, especially level 2 ones. He was desperate for them. He watched as the mutated python dragged its prey and moved quickly through the zombie horde. It was likely heading into a nearby building to eat its food first before launching another attack. Once it got inside, Jiang Lushur would have no way to stop it. Who knew what might change by the time it came out again? Speed up. Charge over. Jiang Lushur ordered decisively. Got it. Ying's consciousness was fully linked with Jiang Lushur's. As soon as she heard the command, she reacted instantly. Practically the moment Jiang Lushur finished speaking, she had already slammed the gas pedal. The minibus, having been building power, suddenly roared with a loud engine noise and charged into the zombie horde. When the captain was preparing to leap forward, he realized his speed still couldn't match the mutated pythons. Even if he jumped down, he'd only be diving into the zombies, still some distance from the python. But with fewer and fewer people left, they were falling into utter despair. So even if he could only throw a grenade and rely on the shockwave to hit it, the captain had no choice but to gamble. It might at least buy a little time. But just then, he suddenly heard a vroom, a sound like a sports car speeding by at close range. The captain froze for a moment and looked toward the sound. The other soldiers were also startled by the noise. They saw that the minibus, which had been far away, had suddenly stormed into the zombie horde with a roar. The zombies in its path were knocked aside like bowling pins. The zombies screamed and hurled themselves at the minibus without fear of death, but were either killed on contact or sent flying. This car is amazing. The captain was a bit shocked. He hadn't expected this minibus to be a modified vehicle. He'd thought it wasn't meant for combat. But what were this minibus and its occupants trying to do? They're crazy. They want to hunt the mutated python, a soldier said wide-eyed. Hunt the mutated python? What were they thinking? That mutated python was so terrifying. Unless someone was a fool unaware of the danger, anyone could see that. Even these soldiers, if they had seen the python's speed at the beginning, would never have provoked it. Yet now, this group of survivors, after seeing how terrifying it was, still dared to follow the same path. Maybe this survivor team was very powerful, but the captain and the others still felt they were overconfident, charging in like that so recklessly. Even if they were strong, they couldn't show their power when being suppressed by such overwhelming speed, especially in the middle of a zombie horde. Still, as the minibus approached, their hearts tightened, their eyes fixed on it. The captain had already been prepared to die, and the others were actually feeling just as hopeless. Even if the captain bought them a little time, they had no confidence they could escape. Now, seeing the minibus charge into the zombies with a roar, even though they knew the odds were slim, they couldn't help but feel excited. That grandfather and grandson saw this too, and their faces showed an uncontrollable desire to survive. Of course Jiang Lushur knew how fast the mutated python was, but he didn't plan to fight it head-on. The minibus had used both acceleration and collision, reaching its peak speed. With Jiang Lushur's brain power, he could clearly see the mutated python's path. The direction Jiang Lushur charged toward wasn't the python itself, but ahead of it. The minibus arrived at that spot just as the python was arriving. It was a head-on collision. Bang! The mutated python was hit solidly. The whole minibus shook with the impact. Zhuiying. Jiang Lushur shouted. The mutated python's scales were very tough. The crash didn't leave any marks on its body. But its speed was high, and so was the minibus's. The two collided hard, and the python's head spun, its body feeling very uncomfortable. Before it could rise in fury, over a dozen bolts of electricity formed a net and came crashing down over its head. Hiss! The mutated python rose upright within the electric light. For the first time, its appearance was fully revealed to the people. A flat, triangular head, a huge snake mouth, a long tongue flicking from it, and a sharp hissing sound. Its massive body flailed wildly in the electric field. Over 10 meters long and thick as a barrel, its thrashing was incredibly shocking. Dozens of zombies around it were instantly killed or injured. Before the electric net faded, a gunshot suddenly rang out. Bang! One of the mutated python's eyes exploded, blood mist bursting out. Hiss! Its tail lashed out wildly, smashing a nearby abandoned car into a flat metal pancake. From the moment the minibus charged forward to when it hit the mutated python, everything happened in a flash. It wasn't until the crushed car made a loud bang that the soldiers snapped back to reality. Holy crap! Their eyes nearly popped out. They had hoped the minibus might do something, even hoped it could kill the mutated python, but deep down they hadn't believed it. The best they expected was that when the survivors realized they couldn't win, they'd cause a little trouble for the python and create a chance to escape. The captain was utterly shocked. If the car had tangled with the python for a while, he wouldn't have been surprised. He thought the survivors were reckless but assumed they must have had confidence in their strength. Still, the python's terror went far beyond what the survivors could have imagined. Yet, the result was, the minibus, with overwhelming force, had slammed straight into the incredibly fast mutated python with deadly accuracy. Just the collision alone wasn't much, it was the storm-like attacks from these survivors that completely shocked the captain. The coordination was too smooth, not giving the mutated python any chance to react. And that shooting skill. The mutated python's head moved very fast when it went mad. Although the electric shock slightly slowed it down, it was only slightly. The python's body was too massive, and Jiang Zhuing's electric current had limited effect on it. In this situation, the captain thought, even if it were him, he might be able to hit the python's head, but to hit its eyes, very difficult. Extremely difficult. Especially firing within such a short time, there was almost no time to aim. The captain looked at the minibus and saw the shooter. It was a young man under 20, holding a Type 81 rifle. This young man looked like a college student who hadn't even graduated. Could he really have such shooting skills? At that moment, the young man fired again. Bang! The mutated python's other eye also exploded in a spray of blood. The captain's eyelid twitched, completely moved. That first shot could still be explained by luck, but this shot. The grandfather and granddaughter were also stunned, the girl's big eyes wide open, even wondering if she was seeing things. This huge mutated python had forced them step by step toward death, leaving them only to wait in despair, yet when this minibus arrived, it completely beat down the mutated python? Was this the same snake? So fast, all in one go, without any hesitation or mistake, especially those two critical shots. Just 2 bullets, and both of the python's eyes were ruined. The captain couldn't help but be impressed. Shooting at the python's eyes wasn't to blind it, its whole body was covered in scales, only the eyes were its weak point. 2 7.62mm bullets fired at close range into its eyeballs. If it were a human, the head would have been gone. Even this mutated python, after taking these 2 shots, wouldn't survive. Jiang Lushur's gaze was calm, his face unchanged. He had charged in to strike like thunder, to completely stun the mutated python and give it no chance to fight back. Before it could react, he would kill it directly, not letting it use its speed or strength at all. Otherwise, if this huge python really fought head-on, Jiang Lushur wouldn't have had a good time either. He had just fixed the base vehicle, he didn't want to repair it again so soon. However, just then, the captain's heart sank. The mutated python wasn't dead. Hiss! In extreme pain, the python twisted its body wildly and moved around, opened its mouth, and bit a zombie in half in one chomp. Many zombies were hit by its body, their bones breaking instantly, tossed like sacks and slammed hard to the ground. Seeing the python go berserk, the girl turned pale, and even the soldiers couldn't help but want to retreat. In front of this 10-meter-long monster, they seemed so small. Before the apocalypse, the world's largest snake was the Amazonian anaconda, which could grow up to 8 meters long, reportedly even 10 meters, weighing over 225 kilograms, a terrifying predator that could even swallow 2-meter-long caimans. After the apocalypse, this mutated python was over 10 meters long, with a triangular head that looked poisonous. The zombie it bit in half had a rotting wound. Retreat! Jiang Lushur ordered. Ying's cold and pretty face showed no expression as she immediately reversed the minibus. After retreating several dozen meters, Jiang Lushur said again, "Kill it by ramming." This mutated python was already at the end of its strength. Though its madness looked terrifying, it was also its weakest moment. At that moment, the starseed prompted, the mutated python had completed evolution and become a level 2 mutant beast. The severe injury had triggered the python's evolution, making it evolve into a level 2 mutant beast at this time. From the front of the minibus, a cold metal ram extended out. Buzz! In such a short distance, the minibus accelerated to over 100 kilometers per hour, charging fiercely at the raging python. Seeing a ram appear on the minibus, the captain and others were stunned. This modification was insane. The ram looked so high-tech. It immediately reminded the captain of the U.S. Marine Corps' M1 ABV assault breacher vehicle. Of course, compared to that, the minibus's ram was far inferior, but that vehicle was specially developed at great cost, and this was just a minibus. This modification skill, truly amazing. Still, charging in like this gave the feeling of an egg hitting a rock. The raging python was destroying everything. It crushed roadside concrete planters, even knocked down utility poles. But before the captain could think further, the minibus collided with the python's swinging tail. Boom! A thunderous crash, like an explosion, and the minibus was flung sideways. Ah, the girl in the military truck screamed. Thump thump thump, the sounds of zombies being flung away by the minibus. After the violent jolt, Ran Shiyu inside the car steadied herself and quickly looked out the window. Though the minibus was knocked aside, the python suffered even more. The ram had struck directly, its iron-like scales were dented in a large patch. Blood flowed out in streams. The python kept hissing and struggling, but its speed and strength were clearly weaker than before. Jiang Lushur didn't hesitate. He raised his gun, aimed at its high, already bloody head, and pulled the trigger again. Bang! Another blood burst. The python's body twitched a few more times, then its head fell heavily. The mutated python spasmed for a while longer, then finally stopped moving. The soldiers watched nervously. Even after confirming it was truly dead, they still felt it was unbelievable. One soldier's legs gave out. He felt completely drained. "There are still zombies," the captain shouted, waking everyone up at once. The process of killing the python had been so shocking, the reversal from certain death to sudden survival had left them stunned. "Grandpa, we don't have to die," the girl said emotionally, her eyes red. She was still young. Saying that, she burst into tears. "Yes," the old man nodded. He looked at the minibus. Compared to the giant python, the minibus was still small and looked outmatched. But it was this vehicle and its passengers that crushed the python. The metallic ram still gleamed, stained with the python's blood, cold and ferocious. Seeing the mutated python was dead, Jiang Lushur let out a light breath. This mutated python was really tough. It took 2 collisions, the use of the ram, and 3 shots to the head before it finally went down. If it had a chance to fight back, it would have been a tough battle. At this time, the freezer truck and the SUV also drove over. In this fight, Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan didn't get a chance to help at all. They were watching from a distance, but were no less shocked. Even though they knew Jiang Lushur was strong and the minibus was strong, seeing Jiang Lushur fighting such a terrifying monster was still way beyond their imagination. The freezer truck and SUV stopped right next to the mutated python's corpse. Damn, Zhang Hai glanced through the window. Compared to this mutated python, his 100-something-pound body was like a bean sprout, probably swallowed in one bite. If this python had wrapped around his freezer truck, it would have crushed both him and the vehicle into a metal pancake in an instant. Sun Kuan jumped out of the car, shot a few nearby zombies, then walked over to the python. Even from a distance it made your scalp tingle. Up close, the feeling was even stronger. This snake was fucking huge. Sun Kuan was pretty sturdy himself, but standing next to this snake, it was probably 2 or 3 times his thickness. Its scales were the size of an adult's palm. When Sun Kuan touched it, it felt icy cold. He knocked on it. It was so hard, even his knuckles hurt, like hitting an iron plate. Then he looked at the part hit by the ram. It was a bloody mess, the scales all dented deep into the flesh. That ram was indeed terrifying. In fact, when dealing with these very agile mutant beasts, the ram worked way better than the air cannon. The air cannon needed charging and a good angle. It was really hard to hit the target accurately. So this time Jiang Lushur didn't use the air cannon. Besides, these people looked like they were from the military, and Jiang Lushur didn't want to reveal the air cannon. A ram could be explained, it was rare, but still installable. But the air cannon was harder to explain. Old son, catch. Zhang Hai also got out with his gun and tossed a 3-edged army knife to Sun Kuan. Sun Kuan caught it, swung it a few times casually, then looked at the massive python and frowned. How the hell are we supposed to dissect this? Such a big mutant beast, after dying, would quickly attract a ton of zombies due to the blood smell, so it had to be dealt with fast. Stuff like this, Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan took full responsibility for. They weren't good at fighting, but they could do labor. They didn't want to be total dead weight. Due to the fight, the zombie group had scattered. The few dozen remaining zombies were soon cleared by the soldiers. But the soldiers didn't rush over, only the captain and a soldier came down supporting the old man, and the girl supported the old man timidly as well. The soldier began searching around, while the captain and the two others walked toward Jiang Liusher's group. When they got to the python, the girl still had a frightened look on her face. Even knowing the python was dead, she didn't dare go near. She had watched it drag away more than 10 people. The captain saw the wound caused by the ram, and his eyelid twitched. They had fought so long and didn't even damage one scale. The contrast was hard to describe. Friend. The captain stopped with the grandfather and granddaughter. His dark, firm face was full of gratitude. He gave a sharp military salute. Professor Zhang and I are here to thank you. Thank you for saving us. Professor Zhang looked at Jiang Lusher through the windshield, waved, and bowed. Thank you, young man. Thank your companions too. If it hadn't been for Jiang Liusher's group today, he, an old man, was one thing, but his only surviving family, his granddaughter, would have died here too. Everyone felt lucky to be alive. Even Professor Zhang, who was ready to die earlier, now felt a lingering fear. The girl also quickly bowed with her grandpa toward Jiang Liusher's group. She turned and bowed to Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan too, saying sweetly and clearly, "Thank you, thank you." Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan scratched their noses awkwardly. The little girl was really polite. She looked elegant, not like a kid from an ordinary family. But since the military protected her, she clearly wasn't a regular person. No need to be so polite, Jiang Lusher said. He didn't come specifically to save these people, they knew that too. But they still came to thank him. If you want to dissect this python, flip it over. The belly is relatively soft in the center, cut there and you can peel the skin easily, the captain suddenly said to Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan. Oh, okay. Thanks. Come on, old son, give me a hand. Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan immediately got to work. They had never handled a snake before. If the captain hadn't said that, they'd still be trying to figure it out. You're welcome. I've eaten snake meat in the wild before, but they were all under a meter long. First time seeing one this big. The captain smiled, then looked at the ram on the minibus. That thing's awesome. Did you guys modify this vehicle yourselves? Jiang Lusher glanced at the three of them. He was still in the car and hadn't gotten out. He also kept holding his gun, clearly staying cautious. The captain obviously noticed this but didn't say anything. As for the grandfather and granddaughter, they were clearly just normal civilians, not military, not a threat. Their setup showed they truly came to express gratitude and show goodwill. The captain had actually opposed letting Professor Zhang and his granddaughter come over. He was also cautious about this group of survivors. But Professor Zhang insisted and said, if Jiang Liusher's group had bad intentions, could they even resist? Better to show sincerity. The captain had no choice but to bring them along. Thinking of this, Jiang Lusher nodded. Yes, I modified it. The captain had just been asking out of curiosity. He originally thought the minibus was modified by Zhang Hai or Sun Kuan, since they were both in their 30s and had powers. Jiang Lusher looked more like a sniper or team leader type. But it turned out, this young man did it. Amazing. The captain didn't know what to say. Modifying the vehicle like this young man probably had a related ability. The captain guessed, and his guess happened to match the excuse Jiang Lusher usually used. The girl's eyes were full of admiration too. She had already been impressed by Jiang Liusher's calm 2 shots that hit the python's eyes. Now hearing the vehicle was also modified by him, she was even more amazed. Jiang Lusher had defeated the terrifying mutated python. Admiring a powerful person, especially one who saved her life, was only natural. I'm Shintao from Zhonghai Safe Zone. This is Professor Zhang and his granddaughter Zhang Jiaying, Shintao said as he put down a small bag from his back and tossed it to Sun Kuan. Bro, please accept this. Sun Kuan caught it, grinned, and said, it's heavy. He opened the bag and saw around 500 to 600 rounds of ammo inside. Not much, but we don't have many bullets left. Hope you don't mind. Later, if we can recover some intact guns, we'll give those to you too, Shintao said. He said, not much, but although the bullets were few, the guns would definitely be valuable. They were all Type 95 rifles, even if only 2 or 3 could be recovered, they were still worth a lot. If not for Jiang Lusher, they wouldn't have had any chance to get them back. It was only right for him to take them. Shen Tao had sent the soldier to search just to show goodwill. Professor Zhang said to show sincerity, and Shen Tao agreed. If Jiang Liusher's group had any ideas, it would probably be about their gear. Now he had given gear and then said, I wonder if you're interested in Zhonghai Safe Zone? This time, surely there won't be a fight again, right? Before the apocalypse began, countries received the news and began to both stabilize the situation and prepare for the arrival of the end times by establishing safe zones. Zhonghai Safe Zone was one of them. Shen Tao knew that a powerful survivor team like Jiang Liusher's had surely heard of Zhonghai Safe Zone. Although the military had retreated, they still maintained bases like satellite cities on the outskirts of cities. Jiang Liusher and his group having access to guns and ammo meant they must have come into contact with the military. In fact, when they heard Shen Tao introduce himself, Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan already showed a strange expression. They were just ordinary people. To them, the military establishing safe zones and preserving those elites made them feel uncomfortable. Even though they understood that in that situation, it was impossible for the country to save everyone, and even those elites gathered weren't completely safe, mutation could occur within the military, and one misstep could wipe out an entire team. But knowing this didn't mean they could accept it. No one wants to be the one left behind. And the people in front of them, Shen Tao and the others were soldiers, and that old Professor Zhang and his granddaughter were clearly protected elites. Although they said nothing, Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan's expressions clearly turned cold. Jiang Liusher also showed a thoughtful expression. He thought of someone. Li Yusin. He had managed to modify the base vehicle with some help from Li Yusin. And even during a desperate escape, Li Yusin had remembered to call and warn him, telling him where to run. That kindness left a deep impression on Jiang Liusher. At that time, Li Yusin had gone to Zhonghai Safe Zone. He didn't know how she was now. Did she mutate back then? Shen Tao noticed Jiang Liusher and the others' reactions. When he saw Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan, he naturally understood what these survivors were thinking. Professor Zhang also noticed. As for his granddaughter Zhang Jiaying, she was still too young. Her face showed confusion, not understanding why the atmosphere had suddenly gone cold. Everyone, my comrades and I, we're just soldiers, also ordinary people. When the apocalypse first broke out, we were assigned to a toll booth junction to receive survivors fleeing the disaster. At the time, we were told that our comrades beside us, even we ourselves, might turn into monsters. If that happened, we were to be immediately executed. No one believed it back then. But suddenly, everyone fainted. When we woke up, the two officers beside me had already turned into monsters. In the end, of the 500 officers and soldiers, only 72 remained. Everyone was confused and scared. We didn't know what had happened. We were worried about our families. But we still had our mission. We held the junction, letting survivors pass and connect with the forces behind us. Only when the zombies surged did we begin to retreat. During this time, another 36 died. In the end, only 27 of us made it alive to the safe zone. The rest were killed by zombies in the chaos. They hadn't adapted to the cruelty of the apocalypse. The survivors we escorted, none of them died. Shen Tao suddenly said this. Zhang Jiaying looked at him confusedly, not understanding why he was telling all this to Jiang Liusher's group. But hearing Shen Tao calmly say those numbers, her delicate nose twitched, her eyes turned red, and she nodded with tears. Captain Shen and the others are really amazing. This time, just to escort me and Grandpa to Zhonghai Safe Zone, more than 10 soldier brothers sacrificed their lives. Professor Zhang fell silent for a moment, then said, I'm just an old man, I don't feel I'm more special than anyone. If there's a place where I'm needed, I'd give everything I've got. But what I can do is still nothing compared to those lost lives. Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan's expressions turned complicated. They shook their heads and said nothing, turning back to dissect the mutated python. Where did you come from? Jiang Liusher asked after thinking for a moment. Jiaying and I have been hiding since the disaster. Later, we made contact with the military via radio. Then Zhonghai Safe Zone sent Captain Shen and the others to pick us up, Professor Zhang said. Professor Zhang and his granddaughter were originally taken to a certain place, but after the apocalypse broke out, the squad protecting them was wiped out. Fortunately, they were lucky and found an enclosed place to hide, Shen Tao explained briefly, not going into detail. Yeah, that's pretty lucky. Jiang Liusher nodded. It seemed this kind of thing had happened a lot. Ran Shiyu was also supposed to go to Zhonghai Safe Zone, but something unexpected happened. That's how cruel the apocalypse was. Even the elites who were supposed to be protected, only with luck could they survive and reach Zhonghai Safe Zone. But that luck has run out, Shen Tao gave a bitter smile. To be honest, with our current manpower and ammo, there's no way we can reach Zhonghai Safe Zone. So you asked if I'm interested in Zhonghai Safe Zone? Jiang Liusher picked up his words. Shentao smiled and didn't deny it. He did want Jiang Liusher's group to escort them. Now they only had 4 people. Strictly speaking, only 3. One of the team members had his arm scratched by the python's fangs while trying to save someone. The python's saliva was poisonous, his arm was already swollen, the wound turning black and foul-smelling. As Shentao spoke, the wounded soldier walked down from the truck. He looked younger than Jiang Liusher, about 18 or 19, with a round baby face. His lips were black and purple, and dark blood kept flowing down his arm. He waved at Shentao's group, smiling foolishly. "It's Brother Biao," Zhang Jiaying said and tried to run toward him, clearly close to the soldier. But Biaozi smiled and waved at her. "Little Jiaying, Brother Biao's got something to do. Don't come over." Zhang Jiaying froze, her little foot stopping mid-step. "Captain, I'll go take a walk. You guys talk." Biaozi picked up a bundle and waved at Shentao. Shentao moved his lips as if to speak but said nothing in the end. He watched Biaozi turn and slowly walk into a nearby store. Watching Biaozi's back, Zhang Jiaying suddenly felt her nose sting, her big eyes filling with tears. She didn't quite understand, but she vaguely sensed something. "Jiaying, let your brother Biao be alone for a while," Professor Zhang said softly. Shentao was silent. He subconsciously reached for his pocket to get a cigarette but only found a lighter. He smiled bitterly. Yeah, it had been days without a smoke. The soldier from the truck got down too. Standing beside it, he gripped his steel rifle tightly, his knuckles turning white. The soldier who had gone to search also stopped, standing among the zombie corpses, staring at the store Biaozi had entered. Only a few seconds passed. Thud. A soft sound came from the store, like a table had been knocked over. Shentao walked toward the store in silence. Zhang Jiaying cried out loud and then quickly covered her mouth with both hands. Jiang Liusher sighed, grabbed his gun, and followed. The door opened. Biaozi lay in a pool of blood. In his chest, a 3-edged army knife was stuck deep, blood gushing out. His gun was beside him, unused, they didn't have many bullets left. Shentao didn't speak. He picked up the bundle Biaozi carried. There wasn't much inside, just an empty wallet. Inside were 2 photos. One was a family photo of Biaozi, 2 middle-aged parents with kind smiles. The other was of a girl, plainly dressed, with long black hair tied in a thick braid, clearly a village girl. At that moment, Jiang Liusher felt a pang in his heart. Everyone has their story. In times of peace, when someone dies, there are family and friends to preserve their story. But in this broken world, when a person dies, and their family is also gone, who will remember their story? The sun set. The remaining sunlight was like blood. Jiang Liusher quietly watched Shentao and the others place another recovered corpse inside the store. Shentao put the photo in Biaozi's chest pocket and sealed the door. A fire lit up, and the shop burned in the flames. The firelight reflected on Shentao's iron-like face, and now, this tough soldier's eyes were wet. Behind him, a few comrades took off Biaozi's army cap and placed it before the blazing fire. The military emblem with the wheat ear seemed to shine especially bright in the flames. Shentao pulled out a bottle of clean water from his waist. "Brother, I know you like to drink a little. Times are hard, we've got no booze. I'll pour some water to see you off." A stream of water splashed to the ground. The blood on the ground stirred, slowly mixing with the flow. "We don't have the means to bury you. Today, let this battlefield be your tomb, let the military emblem be your gravestone. No liquor, but clean water to send you off. May you be a hero in life, and a heroic spirit in death. Brother, rest well." Under the setting sun, before the blazing flames, 3 soldiers stood among the corpses, facing the small army cap, and stood at attention with a sharp salute, "Pa." Jiang Liusher silently watched this scene. A military emblem as the gravestone, a battlefield as the tomb, this might be the final resting place for warriors of the apocalypse. Night was falling, and Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan were hurrying to cut up the meat of the mutated python. "Brother Jiang." Zhang Hai suddenly shouted with surprise and ran over, handing Jiang Liusher a clean, crystal-clear nucleus. A level 2 mutant nucleus. Jiang Liusher immediately became a bit excited. When he took the nucleus in his hand, he felt a warm and smooth sensation. This level 2 mutant nucleus was about the size of a ping-pong ball. At first glance, it looked blood-red, but under light, you could see inside were fine, vein-like red lines forming a regular radial pattern, glowing faintly red. The size and color made it easily distinguishable from a level 1 mutant nucleus. "I'll take this nucleus. You 2 take 100 pounds of the meat each, and the rest goes to Zhuiying." This mutated python was huge. Even after removing skin and bones, it could yield nearly a ton of meat. That was a lot. After all, this was level 2 mutant beast meat, which was on a whole different level from level 1 mutant meat. Although the python was big, as a snake, it still couldn't compare in volume to something like a mutant wild boar. And the danger level of a mutant beast wasn't based on size. This level, 2 mutated python didn't produce much meat, but it was very difficult to kill. In this battle, it mainly relied on Ing driving, and Jiang Lushur and Jiang Zhuiying doing the fighting. Jiang Lushur already felt he owed Zhuiying lately, so after taking the most valuable nucleus, he gave her the largest share of meat. As for Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan, though their combat power was low, they always handled the dirty and tiring work. They had been very hardworking, so Jiang Lushur felt it was right to give them a share. Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan felt a bit embarrassed when they heard this arrangement, but they didn't act pretentious, they just worked even harder. The python was so huge that just the blood from skinning it stained the entire street red. If they didn't hurry, not only zombies but even mutant beasts could be attracted. "Thanks, brother," Jiang Zhuiying said cheerfully. She didn't care how it was distributed, what was hers was Jiang Liushur's, and if Jiang Lushur had food, would she ever go hungry? Jiang Lushur stored away the level 2 mutant nucleus, feeling great. He still needed to think about how to use it. At that moment, Shintao came over. His eyes were still a bit red, but his expression had returned to normal. As a hardened soldier, even if he felt grief, he could suppress it. "Your surname is Jiang, right? I'll just call you Brother Jiang," Shintao greeted Jiang Lushur. He had also seen Zhang Hai pull out the nucleus. So it really was a level 2 mutant beast. "Captain Shen, you've seen a level 2 mutant nucleus before?" Jiang Lushur asked in surprise. "Saw one once in Zhonghai District 1, Shintao replied. "But this thing is rare. If you're willing to sell, you could take it to Zhonghai District 1 and sell it to the military, we'll definitely give you a good price." As he said this, Shintao revealed a bit of envy. Even though they were soldiers, if they acquired extra resources or hunted mutant beasts during missions, they could keep the rewards. So much level 2 mutant meat, and a level 2 mutant nucleus, if they had gotten it, it wouldn't just be a side profit, it'd be a windfall. Shintao was also an ability user and needed mutant meat to evolve. Let's talk about it later. Most survivors would trade a level 2 nucleus for weapons or supplies, but Jiang Lushur had no plans to sell it, so he only smiled. Then he asked, puzzled, "Isn't it called Zhonghai Safe Zone? What's Zhonghai District 1? Zhonghai Safe Zone has limited space. Many institutions are based there, so a safe area was set up nearby called Zhonghai District 1, to house some survivors. Now, with survivor teams arriving from surrounding areas, a special acquisition department has been set up in District 1 for trading with survivor teams. I know there's a satellite base in Jinling, but to be honest, the variety of weapons and supplies is still much better in Zhonghai District 1, Shintao said. But after he finished speaking, seeing the faint smile on Jiang Liushur's face, Shintao felt a bit awkward. Saying there was limited space, actually, all the living spots in Zhonghai Safe Zone had already been allocated to the powerful and elite. "Brother Jiang, I'll be direct. We're down to just 3 people. We can't escort Professor Zhang and his granddaughter to Zhonghai Safe Zone safely anymore. I'd like to ask your group to help escort them. There's still quite a distance to Zhonghai Safe Zone. The military will provide rewards based on the difficulty. Brother Jiang, are you willing?" Shintao finished speaking but wasn't very confident. Teams like Jiang Liushur's, with such strong individual strength, might not even be interested in safe zones. Especially survivor teams who had built their own forces, they were even less interested. That's why Shintao had emphasized the acquisition department in District 1 and offered rewards, hoping to win Jiang Lushur over. Zhonghai Safe Zone. Jiang Lushur thought of the evolution crystals the military was researching, and also of Li Yusin. If there was a chance, he did plan to visit Zhonghai Safe Zone in the future. But right now, he still had things to do. However, that moment earlier when Biaozi took his life, and the way the soldiers sent him off, had touched something in Jiang Liushur's heart. "What's the reward you're offering?" Jiang Lushur asked. He was already interested in Zhonghai Safe Zone, and if there were rewards, even better. Since these rewards weren't from Shintao's group but from the military or government, Jiang Lushur had no reason not to take them. "Weapons, whether bullets, guns, or grenades, whatever you need," Shintao said. "Don't worry, normally you won't need to fight. Just let us follow behind you. We'll handle regular zombies ourselves. If there's a horde or mutant beasts, we'll stick close and fight together." Survivor teams all wanted weapons, so Shintao offered weapons and ammo as rewards. Jiang Lushur shook his head. "I don't need those, I want mutant nuclei." What he lacked most now were mutant nuclei. Even with one level 1 and one level 2 nucleus in hand, it was far from enough. He needed nuclei for many things. Shintao was stunned, but didn't ask much. After thinking for a moment, he said, the military doesn't sell mutant nuclei, we're collecting them ourselves. How about 3? 3 level, 1 mutant nuclei. 3. Jiang Lushur had cleared out the black market before and only got 4. 3 was already a lot, especially since they'd mostly just be following. Escorting them back could also let him take Ran Shiyu to Zhonghai safe zone too. Jiang Lushur wanted to know the current situation and how far the military's research had gone. Alright, but I'll need to take a detour, Jiang Lushur said. Detour? No problem, up to you, Shintao agreed without hesitation. Where to? Jinlingport, Jiang Lushur said. Shintao paused, why go there? Get ready. We're leaving soon. Jiang Lushur said as he turned and walked toward the minibus. Shintao stood there, scratching his head in confusion. Was he going to search for supplies? But Jiang Lushur had agreed to his request, which made Shintao very happy. This survivor team was stronger than theirs even when they had full numbers. Following them, they should be able to reach Zhonghai safe zone safely. After cutting off all the mutated python meat, the team immediately moved to a relatively open area. They would rest here for the night. After a while, Shintao personally brought over 3 Type 95 rifles. They were retrieved from corpses, and after wiping off the blood, he brought them over. Shintao said that his team already had 1 gun per person, so they couldn't use these guns. He insisted that Jiang Lushur accept them. In Shintao's view, although Jiang Lushur's team was strong, their consumption was also high. For ability users, especially Jiang Lushur and Jiang Zhuiying, who were extremely powerful, needed a lot of mutant beast meat to maintain their strength. They wouldn't spend it on extra guns. Since Jiang Lushur didn't want firearms as a reward, these 3 guns were a good supplement. Jiang Lushur saw that he was persistent and accepted them. Take the guns and store them, Jiang Lushur said. Responded, then dragged out a large bag. This bag was just a common woven sack. Before, Jiang Lushur used to keep a pile of supplies on the roof of the vehicle. Later, they were stored in the storage space, but the woven bag was kept. Why take out the sack? It looked stuffed and was probably filled with miscellaneous items. Maybe to take out a pouch or something to hold these 3 guns. Shintao felt emotional. Guns were indeed a huge asset to a survivor team, and they treasured them. At that moment, swiftly unzipped the bag. Damn! The smiling expression on Shintao's face instantly froze, and the corner of his eye twitched. Good heavens, so many guns! Previously, Jiang Lushur had collected quite a few guns from the black market and stored them in this bag. Jiang Lushur didn't hide it. These weapons might make survivors envious, but to soldiers, it wasn't a big deal. But Jiang Lushur didn't know, these guns didn't make Shintao greedy, but rather dumbfounded. So this sack was used to store guns. This survivor team was too damn rich. No wonder Jiang Lushur wasn't interested in firearms, just this pile of guns was enough to equip his team twice over. Why would he want more guns? And inside the sack, there were also grenades, bullets, light machine guns. So many guns and ammo, what a fortune, just thrown into a sack. Thinking of his previous thoughts, Shintao couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. Placed the 3 rifles inside, zipped up the bag again, and Shintao finally withdrew his gaze. Brother Jiang, you're going to Jinlingport, right? I can guide you part of the way, Shintao said. He had come for another matter. Isn't this road going to Jinlingport? Jiang Lushur asked. This route was planned by Sun Quan. This road does lead to Jinlingport. It's relatively close and easy to reach, but we specially cleared another road when we came. That way is safer, with no obstructions, and no blocked cars, Shintao said. They had come by military truck, which was even larger than the minibus. If they could get through, then of course the minibus could too. This way, they also wouldn't have to pass through parts of the city. That's great. Then I'll trouble you, Jiang Lushur nodded. Haha, no big deal. Don't mention it. I'll head back then, Shintao said. They had brought along jerky and such, and were getting ready to eat. At that moment, a girl's voice called out, "Dinner's ready." Then the door of the vehicle opened, and a beautiful girl stood there with a plate of fragrant mutant beast meat. Shintao had been standing by the door and only saw the driver's cabin. He hadn't expected this was actually a camper van. A minibus modified to have such speed and power, even fitted with a ram, that was already impressive. But it turned out to be a camper too. And it had a kitchen. And the girl was really beautiful, with distinctive gray eyes. Shintao had already seen 3 girls in Jiang Lushur's vehicle, each of them beautiful. He knew one was Jiang Lushur's sister, but the other 2. Shintao truly felt emotional. He had strength, a camper, and beautiful women. Jiang Lushur's life didn't look like the apocalypse at all. It was carefree to the point of envy, jealousy, and hate. By the way, I don't know if I should ask. Is Brother Jiang seeking mutant nuclei because you know the Zhonghai Safe Zone Research Lab is studying them? Shintao was about to leave but suddenly asked. Jiang Lushur glanced at him, then nodded. Yes. There was nothing to hide. No wonder, Shintao nodded and turned around. Professor Zhang. Professor Zhang and his granddaughter Zhang Jiaying quickly came over. Zhang Jiaying had long wanted to come look but was too shy. Now that she came, she couldn't wait. Her big eyes stared curiously at Jiang Lushur and the minibus. Seeing the camper interior, she let out a surprised, wow. Zhang Jiaying had been strictly raised since childhood. After the apocalypse, she hadn't gone through much, so her thoughts were pure, and she didn't hide her emotions. Professor Zhang, elderly and steady, smiled and nodded to Jiang Lushur. Professor Zhang is the expert we brought back to study mutant nuclei, Shintao introduced. Jiang Lushur was stunned and looked at Professor Zhang. He naturally knew the Zhonghai Safe Zone had gone to great effort and risk to bring back this professor because of his knowledge. Though the apocalypse had come, it didn't mean the world would always stay in apocalypse. To defeat zombies, defeat the virus, and rebuild civilization, it wasn't enough to rely on the military and ability users. What was needed were knowledgeable researchers like Professor Zhang. Professor Zhang was an academician at the Institute of Microbiology, Chinese Academy of Sciences, highly respected, and an authority in virus research, Shintao said. I don't deserve that, Professor Zhang waved his hand. I've communicated with some professors from Zhonghai Safe Zone via radio. I'll keep it simple so you don't get bored. Evolution of ability users needs large amounts of energy. Mutant nuclei contain concentrated energy, they're the essence of the mutant beast. All the beast meat combined doesn't compare to one nucleus. And inside the nucleus, there's a special substance not found in the meat, with even stronger energy. But the nucleus can't be directly eaten. If swallowed, it won't be digested. So we extract the essence inside, and ability users consume it. That can greatly speed up evolution. Professor Zhang explained clearly. Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan standing in the back understood too. Jiang Lushur nodded. So, mutant nuclei would become even more valuable in the future. He planned to trade all those weapons for mutant nuclei when he reached Zhonghai District 1. Otherwise, if prices kept rising, he might not afford them anymore. Thinking of this, Jiang Lushur felt a bit annoyed. He just happened to need a large number of mutant nuclei. This price hike was most frustrating for him. After chatting a bit more, Shintao and the others went back to rest. Jiang Lushur sat in the driver's seat and took out the level 2 nucleus again. In this apocalypse, unimaginable danger could appear at any time. When there's a chance to get stronger, it must be done immediately. He had already decided how to use this level 2 nucleus. Within the starseed, a level 2 mutant nucleus could be exchanged for quite a lot. Activating the energy crystal extraction lab would allow direct extraction of energy crystals, with much better quality than the mutant crystals extracted by the military. And it wouldn't be limited to just Jiang Lushur alone. Jiang Lushur really wanted to activate this energy crystal extraction lab. The control-type ability could manipulate all kinds of energy, wind, fire, thunder, lightning, which Jiang Lushur also greatly desired. But Jiang Lushur already had brain domain evolution, plus triple agility boost, and he still hadn't fully adapted to them, hadn't trained them to the level of instinct. Wanting too much only leads to poor results. Though he wanted abilities, Jiang Lushur chose to painfully give them up for now. What he needed most now was to improve his physical constitution. Triple agility allowed his body's reaction speed to keep up with his evolved brain domain, but without enough physical strength, Jiang Lushur wouldn't last long. A machine with speed, but weak structure, would wear out even faster. But more importantly, improving his physical strength would give Jiang Lushur greater self-preservation ability. At the very least, if the base vehicle had a problem, or he had to get out, he wouldn't be so nervous and fearful like now. There were 2 ways to improve physical strength. One was to enhance physical fitness, the other was to activate a bloodline. Jiang Lushur wanted to use both methods on himself, but compared to strengthening physical fitness, the effects of activating a bloodline were greater. Jiang Lushur connected to the starseed and opened the bloodline activation options. His gaze swept over each bloodline, then stopped on the Blood Evolution Bloodline option. The Blood Evolution Bloodline was similar to porphyria, but only similar. In fact, Jiang Lushur had once heard a theory that porphyria, or even cancer, might actually be the result of human evolution and bodily mutation. It's just that at this stage, such evolution was fatal. Cancer cells could divide and proliferate infinitely, transform, and destroy normal cells. But only the powerful heart muscle was almost unaffected by cancer cells. This showed how powerful the blood mutation bloodline could be. If all body muscles were like heart muscles, even cancer wouldn't occur. Some scientists even considered cancer cells as a key to human immortality. They studied how cancer cells bypass the telomere limit to replicate endlessly. If that technology succeeded, it could be used to extend human life. The blood evolution bloodline evolved the circulatory system without side effects, making the host's blood circulation much stronger, a true human evolution. This brought with it great strength, speed, endurance, and terrifying recovery. This was what moved Jiang Lushi the most. In the apocalypse, with a lack of medicine and harsh conditions, even a stab wound, not hitting a vital spot, could lead to death by infection. Even if not fatal, the loss of mobility due to injury would leave survivors extremely vulnerable during the long recovery. Ordinary people already had weak bodies. Once injured, how could they fight against zombies or mutant beasts? So the importance of recovery ability was self-evident. Jiang Lushi had already thought it over. When he sat down in the driver's seat, he had made up his mind. He would activate the blood evolution bloodline. Click. The slot opened. The level 2 mutant nucleus he had just gotten, not even warmed up yet, was placed into the slot. As the slot retracted, the starseed's voice immediately sounded, level 2 mutant nucleus detected. The following options can be activated. The list of options appeared. Jiang Lushi looked calm and said in his mind, activate blood evolution bloodline. Scanning host's body condition? Scan complete. A full body scan projection of Jiang Lushi appeared on the starseed interface, along with all his physical data. Including heart rate, blood pressure, etc., all sorts of dense numbers were displayed. Blood evolution bloodline selected. Configuring gene evolution serum. Jiang Lushi originally thought this would take a long time, at least several hours, but surprisingly, only 15 minutes later, the starseed prompted that the gene evolution serum was ready. A nearly transparent, pale pink liquid appeared in Jiang Lushi's hand. He just looked at it briefly and then drank it without hesitation. A few seconds later, Jiang Lushi suddenly felt a strange sensation in his body. Thump thump. Jiang Lushi felt all the sounds around him fade away, with only his heartbeat growing louder and louder. Gradually, it was as if the heartbeat echoed next to his ears, loud like urgent drumming through headphones. Jiang Lushi's body lost strength. His limbs were numb and immobile. A burning sensation rose all over, even from the palms and soles of his feet. Veins bulged under his skin, and he could almost see the blood flowing. His blood circulation was accelerating. Blood from the heart passed through large, medium, and small arteries, into the capillaries throughout the body, then through small, medium, and large veins, returning to the heart. This cycle takes about 20 seconds under normal conditions. But during bloodline activation, Jiang Lushi's blood circulation speed was far beyond that of normal people. On the starseed scan interface, Jiang Lushi could clearly see the changes in his body's real-time data. His red and white blood cells, all blood cells, underwent mutation and evolution. His blood's oxygen content increased. Normally, 100 milliliters of arterial blood contains about 19 milliliters of oxygen, and 100 milliliters of venous blood contains about 14 milliliters. But Jiang Lushi's blood oxygen content was 3 times higher than that. For ordinary people, if too much oxygen enters the bloodstream, it causes oxygen toxicity. First, they feel euphoria, then respiratory suppression, slower breathing, poor CO2 output, lowered oxygen pressure in blood, and in severe cases, coma or death. But Jiang Lushi's blood cells had evolved. His high oxygen levels had no side effects. Increased blood oxygen meant full-body physical improvement. Athletes have higher blood oxygen than average people. Many train at high-altitude locations with low oxygen to increase oxygen-carrying ability. Some triathletes even draw blood and refrigerate it before competition, then re-inject it the next day to boost performance. This blood transfusion is also to raise blood oxygen levels. This process lasted over half an hour. When Jiang Lushi suddenly jumped up from his seat, the blood evolution bloodline had been fully activated. He clenched his fists and exhaled a long breath. From his nostrils, 2 faint white streams of air shot out like arrows, reaching over a foot in length. Seeing this, Jiang Lushi was startled himself. Damn, if my breathing is like this from now on, won't I become a base vehicle myself? Emitting exhaust gas. But Jiang Lushi was only startled for a moment. He quickly realized that just because he let out a long breath, it appeared that way. Once his breathing returned to normal, he only felt it was a bit deeper, no more air arrow shot out. Jiang Lushi inhaled deeply again, then began holding his breath. He wanted to know how long he could sustain holding a single breath now. Before, when Jiang Lushi swam, he could hold his breath for a little over a minute, considered average. Time passed, minute by minute. He quickly exceeded his original limit, and yet he felt no discomfort. 5 minutes passed, and Jiang Lushi began to slowly exhale. Normally, after exhaling, a person can't hold much longer and soon starts to feel dizzy and heavy-headed. In fact, even though no new oxygen was being inhaled, his blood still had oxygen, and the body has self-protective regulation. When lacking oxygen, blood vessels in less critical organs or tissues constrict to reduce consumption, ensuring that important tissues, like the brain, still get blood and oxygen. But brain cells are very sensitive to hypoxia, so it becomes uncomfortable. From that point until about 5 minutes later, the brain starts undergoing irreversible damage due to oxygen deprivation. But when Jiang Lushi exhaled, he showed no symptoms of ischemia or hypoxia. Jiang Lushi blinked. He almost felt as though he were being mocked. The oxygen content in his blood was so high that supplying his body and brain was no problem at all. The second hand ticked, 7 minutes passed, 10 minutes passed, 20 minutes passed. Before the apocalypse, the world record for longest breath holding was held by a German, at 15 minutes 2 seconds, Guinness record. That record was easily broken by Jiang Lushi. 20 minutes. A full 20 minutes, only then did Jiang Lushi finally feel a bit dizzy. Holding breath for 20 minutes, before the apocalypse, that was unthinkable. But after the apocalypse, Jiang Lushi activated the blood evolution bloodline via the starseed and did it effortlessly. Jiang Lushi felt he could hold on longer, but it was unnecessary. He already had his answer. He was very satisfied with the result. With blood cell mutation and evolution, Jiang Lushi's physical constitution would undergo a comprehensive transformation. This change, while not as dramatic or obvious as a werewolf or bear bloodline, would have far greater potential. Jiang Lushi then used his brain domain ability. Before, when he activated his brain domain ability, he couldn't sustain it long and would feel dizzy and heavy-headed, because the blood supply was insufficient to support such intense brain cell activity. But now, after activating the blood evolution bloodline, not only could he last longer, he felt his brain domain ability also improved. It wasn't that time slowed, rather, his eyes captured more environmental detail, and his brain could analyze more. This allowed Jiang Lushi to notice more changes around him in battle. His brain's information processing sped up, and his neural reaction speed became faster. This blood evolution bloodline is truly powerful. Jiang Lushi was very satisfied. He never cared much for turning into a werewolf or bear bloodline. Blood cell evolution was the body's own evolution, just like his brain domain ability. And after activating the bloodline, Jiang Lushi somehow felt hungry. Zhuiying, what about tonight's leftover roast meat? Jiang Lushi couldn't wait to replenish his energy. At first, Jiang Zhuiying just warmed the meat and put it in front of Jiang Lushi, then went to watch anime. But as Jiang Lushi kept eating, she kept heating it more, even recooking. She stopped watching anime and just watched Jiang Lushi. Even Ran Shiyu lifted her head from reading ebooks. Her expression changed from casual interest to surprise, then shock. The only one who didn't react was Ying. She already knew Jiang Lushi had activated the blood evolution bloodline. Plate after plate, all of today's newly acquired level 2 mutant beast meat went into Jiang Lushi's stomach. This level 2 mutant meat contained far more energy than level 1 meat. Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan could only eat about 2 kilograms each before they were full, but Jiang Lushi ate 15 jin. His blood circulation was faster, his metabolism was faster, so his digestion naturally became stronger. The more mutant beast meat he ate, the more mutation energy he absorbed, and the faster his constitution and ability would increase. Not only Zhuiying and those others knew this, but Ran Shiyu also understood. Seeing Jiang Lushi devour so much level 2 mutant meat, disbelief filled Ran Shiyu's beautiful eyes. "Brother, how did your appetite grow so much?" Jiang Zhuiying widened her eyes and asked. "My mechanical modification ability improved somewhat, so my appetite got better too, I guess," Jiang Lushi said. "Improved?" Zhuiying didn't fully understand the difference in improvement of the mechanical modification ability, but seeing this much increase in appetite meant it must be powerful. Ran Shiyu didn't chime in, but in her heart she was also greatly surprised. Just a little improvement? The longer she interacted with Jiang Lushi, the more she felt that this boy, roughly her age, was growing stronger at a lightning pace. "All right, let's sleep," Jiang Lushi said. "Okay." Before Ran Shiyu could speak, Ying had already laid down on the sofa. She had a great figure. Even when lying down, her chest was high and firm, and her long, slender legs didn't even fully fit on the sofa. She had to curl sideways. In that sideways position, she was effectively sleeping face to face with Jiang Lushi. This posture made the white patch at her collar even more striking, like a mysterious ravine. Wearing Ying's underwear, which was not well fitted, one side revealed part of her smooth, fair breast. Ran Shiyu's eyes widened seeing Ying lie like that. That hot body was completely exposed. Even she felt a blush, as though the atmosphere in the cabin had become strange. And again, it was her? Could it be that for the rest of the way, she had to sleep on the ground with Jiang Lushur? Thinking of what it would feel like to sleep together at night, Ran Shiyu pinched the hem of her clothes and lowered her head. The road that Shintao and the others cleared was indeed very smooth to travel. Along the way, Shintao and the others couldn't help but be shocked again by the violence of the minibus. When encountering zombie hordes, it didn't slow at all, it just crashed through them. As long as there weren't large zombie hordes or mutant beasts, this minibus had absolutely no pressure dealing with zombies. At first, Shintao and the others kept their guns raised, ready to fight at any moment. But gradually they realized that following behind Jiang Liushur's minibus, they seldom had a chance to act. At first they couldn't adapt and remained tense, but eventually, Shintao had to accept the fact that they really had nothing to do. After several days of continuous fights, always under threat of death, suddenly things became easier. Not only did Shintao feel unaccustomed, but even Zhang Jiaying, the protected girl, felt out of place. Though she didn't have to fight, watching Shintao and them fiercely battle zombies all the way, she felt nervous and fearful. Zombies kept lunging, giving her the sense that the next second they might burst into the vehicle. But with the team following Jiang Lushur, it was totally different. Those zombies were simply knocked aside. Following closely, they saw zombies being knocked to death or flung away. At noon, the convoy successfully reached Jinling Port. Jinling Port was the country's largest inland river port. Day after day, countless cargo ships entered and departed, and it handled huge volumes of goods. From afar, innumerable containers could be seen. The broad river surface was full of cargo ships. The tall port cranes had long ceased working. The entire port was quiet. That silence made one's heart tremble. Do you know the exact location of that cargo ship? Jiang Lushur asked. Yes, I know. Ran Shiyu nodded. A batch of rolling drilling rigs was not a small deal. As the successor of Ran Corporation, Ran Shiyu would not neglect such a business. In fact, she had been responsible for this deal. Although she personally didn't carry out the operation, her subordinates did, but Ran Shiyu's memory was sharp. Even just from reading reports, she remembered all related details. Jinling Port has 8 port zones. Different goods are loaded and unloaded according to classification in different zones. From the reports I saw, this cargo ship should be docked in Longwan Port Zone. That's one of the 2 zones designated for containers, Ran Shiyu said. Good. Jiang Lushur nodded. According to the signage, they soon found Longwan Port Zone. Here, the number of zombies was not especially many. Floating on the river were some containers, and many corpses. The corpses had long since swollen. What made one's scalp tingle was that these floating bodies weren't whole, they were dismembered limbs. The convoy drove through the port zone. Ran Shiyu watched carefully outside the window. Soon she pointed at a massive cargo ship and said, "It's that one." "So large?" Jiang Zhuiying exclaimed. Jiang Lushur was also surprised. He had seen many cargo ships north of the river, but none comparable to this. This cargo ship was like a huge skyscraper, standing quietly on the broad river surface. This is a car transport ship. Its total length is about 130 meters, height equivalent to 9 stories. It has 9 decks. The vehicle deck, when unfolded, has an area exceeding 4 standard football fields, and can carry 4,000 cars at once. The mining truck you want is on it, Ran Shiyu said. She had worried the ship might leave. After interacting with Jiang Lushur, she found that although he seemed a bit cold, he didn't fly into anger readily. He was relatively easy to get along with. Even if the ship left, it likely wouldn't be because of her. But Jiang Lushur saved her, gave her food, clothes, let her bathe. Ran Shiyu sincerely hoped everything would go smoothly, and that Jiang Lushur would get that truck. Only, how would that truck drive on roads? Ordinary bridges might not support a mining truck's weight. Of course, these were only thoughts in her mind. She did not ask. If Jiang Lushur desired such a vehicle, he naturally had use for it, it was none of her business. After disposing of a dozen or so zombies that had followed them, the minibus stopped not far from the cargo ship. The military truck followed and stopped beside. Shintao jumped out and asked, "Brother Jiang, what's your plan?" "I'm going to board that cargo ship," Jiang Lushur said. Shintao froze and looked up at the cargo ship. That cargo ship was really huge. He, a grown man, standing beneath it was as tiny as an ant. Shintao didn't know what Jiang Lushur was going up to find. Jiang Lushur himself didn't volunteer the reason, and Shintao didn't press him. "This ship is so large. We don't know what's inside. It might be risky. If Brother Jiang agrees, I'll go with you. I can stay behind with them to guard the car and protect Professor Zhang and the others," Shintao said. Having trailed behind Jiang Lushur all day with ease, Shen Tao felt the 3-level, 1 mutant nuclei they spent were totally worth it. Now Jiang Lushur had something to do. Though it didn't strictly concern Shen Tao, he still offered his help. Jiang Lushur thought for a moment and nodded, okay. Though he had activated the blood evolution bloodline, he hadn't practiced it under real combat. It was safer to act cautiously. Shen Tao, being military, was more professional at terrain surveying and reconnaissance in unfamiliar, complex environments, just suitable for this. Ying and Jiang Zhuiying, and Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan also got out. Jiang Zhuiying carried her long sword, a weapon that made Shen Tao glance in surprise. A customized military weapon. As military personnel, Shen Tao recognized at a glance. That special alloy was only used by the military. Shen Tao again marveled, this survivor team was truly wealthy. They didn't use rifles or light machine guns, but even more expensive customized weapons. Zhang Hai, you stay here too, Jiang Lushur said. Though zombies here were few, one could not be sure none would appear suddenly. Better to be safe. Okay. Zhang Hai responded, grabbed his gun, and walked toward the military truck. The minibus had strong defense. Once the doors were closed, unless a mutant beast or large zombie horde appeared, it would be fine. Zhang Hai wasn't needed for guard duty. After stepping out, Ying closed the minibus's doors. Ran Shiyu sat inside the vehicle. She was a psychic-type ability user, her body was ordinary. It would be too dangerous for her to go out with them. Board the ship, Jiang Lushur said. They already saw an iron gate leaning against the shore. It was tightly closed, separating the cargo ship from the shore. Creak. As the iron gate opened, Sun Kuan felt a sudden chill rise behind him. This was the first time this gate had been opened since the apocalypse. The car transport ship is actually a new type of vessel, somewhat resembling an aircraft carrier. Cars can drive right into the ship through 2 watertight doors, one at the stern, one on the right side. The door that Jiang Lushur's group entered through was one of those watertight doors. This door was much larger than those on ordinary ships. Once opened, it formed a movable anti-slip ramp. Compared to that door, Jiang Lushur's group looked very small. As they walked in, Shen Tao felt as if he were stepping into the dark, giant maw of a monster. Inside the ship there was no sound. Their footsteps on the steel deck sounded especially loud. The interior of the transport ship was very spacious and dark. At a glance, many cars were parked inside. Apart from carrying the jaw drill rigs from Rand Corporation and the mining truck from that mining company, the ship also transported many sedans. All luxury cars, Sun Kuan muttered. He glanced over and saw many car emblems that before the apocalypse stood for wealth. These luxury cars, each worth millions once, now were like heaps of scrap. Even their modified freezer truck was worth more than many of these. Be careful, Shen Tao said. They proceeded slowly inside. Jiang Lushur watched his surroundings. The mining truck was very large and should stand out. But the ship was huge, its parking deck spanned 9 levels. He didn't yet know which level the mining truck would be on. The vehicles were parked densely, light was dim, and they had to be on guard for zombies suddenly leaping out. After walking for a bit, Jiang Zhuiying suddenly said, "It seems there are no zombies here." Actually, not just Zhuiying, the others also noticed. Logically, a group like theirs walking in should be like a chunk of fresh meat suddenly thrown in front of zombies. Even the sound of their footsteps should have drawn zombies out. But despite their vigilance, they didn't even see a shadow of a zombie. There seems to be a corpse over there. Shen Tao's eyes were sharp, spotting a sleeve sticking out from under a car. I'll go take a look. Shen Tao held his gun, walked over cautiously, scanning surroundings, bending to inspect the body. Soon he frowned and looked up. This is a zombie corpse, torn apart at the waist. But the key is this, brother Jiang, come look. Before he finished speaking, Jiang Lushur had already walked over. What Shen Tao meant was that luxury car. Half of it had been crushed flat. Though zombies are strong, why crush a car like that? Everyone stay alert, Jiang Lushur said, turning around. Though that car and the zombie corpse were eerie, it wasn't completely strange. During the time the ship was sealed, zombies might kill each other. But as they advanced further, reaching the second deck, Jiang Lushur gradually sensed something was wrong. They began to find more corpse remains, and mostly just naked bones. Some places still bore dents from crushing, in some spots, steel pipes as thick as arms were bent and twisted. And yet, no zombies appeared. Could it be that all the zombies on the ship killed each other and died out? Sun Kuan guessed. But from his hesitant tone, even he didn't fully believe it. When they boarded, they had been prepared for zombie ambush. But now there was no ambush, they felt uneasy instead. So many zombie corpses, could they really all be from internal slaughter? Let's find that truck quickly, Jiang Lushur said. They walked farther. Jiang Liusher's eyes fell on a huge mining truck. They found it. At that moment, Jiang Liusher suddenly noticed Shintao hadn't moved. What's wrong? Jiang Liusher asked. He saw Shintao reach out, touching his forehead. Water? Shintao looked at his fingertip. The liquid was pale yellow, sticky, with a faint fishy stench. It definitely wasn't water. Suddenly Shintao raised his gun muzzle and looked upward. His scalp tingled. A gigantic snake was crawling above his head. Da-da-da. Shintao almost reflexively fired. Damn. To suddenly spot a mutant beast so silently overhead, who wouldn't be frightened? As a soldier, Shintao's calm lay in that although his heart nearly jumped out, he did not fire wildly. At such close range, every shot he fired struck the snake's body. The snake, which had been moving slowly, was suddenly struck and began to writhe violently, crawling with tremendous speed. Jiang Zhuing rushed over, grabbed the chain, threw her long blade. The long blade and chain instantly glowed with blue-white electricity and shot toward the snake. The snake shrank from the electric strike, then accelerated its crawling, disappearing into the darkness in the blink of an eye. But in that flash of electricity, Jiang Liusher saw clearly the shape of the snake. He had thought when Shintao said, giant snake, that it would be another mutated python. But what he saw just now made him involuntarily shiver. He didn't see the full body, but he saw a huge maw filled with dense teeth and pink flesh, gross and terrifying. It's wounded, Shintao said. At close range, the rifle bullets and electric attack must have hit it hard. But then Shintao suddenly let out a muffled moan. Not just him, Jiang Zhuing's face turned pale, and the weakest, Sun Kuan, clutched his chest. He felt something pressing on his chest. Not only was he nauseated, but his vision seemed to blur. Because of Jiang Liusher's boosted constitution, he was least affected, but even he felt a surge in his qi and blood. What's happening? Why do I feel so bad? Sun Kuan said. Jiang Liusher looked at the floor and saw the thick steel deck trembling slightly. Not just the floor, pipes and columns too were vibrating continuously. This was a 130-meter ship. How could such trembling occur? At that moment, another giant snake suddenly crawled from not far away at extreme speed. That's not a snake. Jiang Liusher stopped Shintao from firing. When he first saw the maw, Jiang Liusher felt it didn't seem like a normal snake. Now he was sure. This giant snake, the ship's tremor, the sensation of qi and blood surging in his body, all signs, this was absolutely a big creature. One situation could cause phenomena like this. Jiang Liusher had once heard of a high-tech weapon called an infrasonic weapon. Infrasonic weapons emit frequencies below 20 Hz, causing resonance with the human body, making resonant organs or parts displace, deform, or even rupture, causing injury or death. Below 20 Hz, humans can't hear sounds in that frequency band. Every part of the human body has subtle rhythmic pulsations. Those pulsation frequencies are generally 2 to 16 Hz. For example, internal organs vibrate at 4 to 6 Hz, the head at 8 to 12 Hz, etc. These inherent human frequencies just fall within the infrasonic frequency range. Once a high-power infrasonic wave acts on the human body, it will cause strong resonance. In 19th century Europe, there were multiple tragedies where soldiers marched across a bridge in steppe, causing the bridge to resonate and collapse. If a sturdy bridge can be destroyed by resonance, how much more fragile is human flesh and blood? Before the apocalypse, infrasonic weapons were only conceptual and not in service. But what just happened made Jiang Liusher immediately think of infrasonic waves. Living beings that can emit infrasonic waves include crocodiles, elephants, even a tiger's roar can produce infrasonic waves. A tiger's roar is a kind of infrasonic attack, only around 18 Hz. It can cause misalignment in ear joints, cause resonance in internal organs, leading to reduced mobility. In severe cases, it can even frighten one into passing out. This giant creature before them, it had mastered infrasonic attack. Against such a monster, they had already lost most of their fighting ability before the fight began. All the zombies on the ship had become its food. They had just stepped into the monster's lair. By now, judging from the situation, the monster was enraged. Not only was it using infrasonic attacks, but every part of the ship emitted crack 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 sounds of friction and compression. These sounds came from all directions. It's unimaginable how huge this creature must be. You guys retreat first. I'll be out soon, Jiang Liusher suddenly said. Before Shintao and the others could react, they saw Jiang Liusher and Ning sprint toward the mining truck. Brother Jiang. Shintao felt a buzzing in his head. His nausea grew stronger. Even his robust body felt it. How could Jiang Liusher tell them to retreat first? But seeing Jiang Liusher and Ying's speed, Shintao was stunned. Shintao had been a soldier for over 10 years. He was very confident in his physical fitness, honed through countless trainings. His muscles were solid as iron. Jiang Lushi looked ordinary, no special training. Shen Tao had assumed that Jiang Liushi's ability had little to do with physical mutation. So when Jiang Lushi dashed out, Shen Tao intended to pull him back. At a time like this, he thought, still not running? I should pull him and run. But before he could move, Jiang Lushi was already over 10 meters away. What speed? Jiang Liushi's sprint speed was in no way slower than Shen Tao's full burst. Even Ying and Sun Kuan were stunned. Ying's eyes widened. How had her brother suddenly become a sprinter? You guys retreat. I'll go support my brother. Ying didn't want to abandon Jiang Lushi. No, brother Jiang is so fast. Before Shen Tao finished, Ying had already run forward. He had wanted to say Ying might slow Jiang Lushi, but from afar he saw a flash of electricity. Ying hurled her long blade. In an instant, a stream of electric current dozens of meters long flashed through the air like lightning, striking a giant shadow that flickered past. Incredible! Shen Tao had already seen Ying act at full strength once before, but that was in daylight. Now in this dim environment, the shock of the electricity was stronger. Electric arcs flashed around Ying. Her long hair was lifted by the arcs as if by wind. She looked like a goddess caught in a storm. Across 10 or so meters, with a wide attack range, Ying's cover worked very well. Let's fall back a bit more. Shen Tao ground his teeth and spoke. He had thought his athleticism was an advantage. Worrying about this and that, in the end the one who should fear being a burden was himself. He and Sun Kuan retreated first, while Jiang Lushi and Ying raced toward the mining truck. Ying's constitution was already very good, he had said it so originally. What amazed Jiang Lushi was that in full sprint, his speed was nearly on par with Ying. He had been a normal person, his running speed average. Now after activating the blood evolution bloodline, such a leap in capability, how could he not be pleased? His blood oxygen content was now so high, stronger even than the effect of stimulants. Enhanced blood circulation strengthened the body. In time, when his muscles were as tough as heart muscle, fatigue would be meaningless to him. Hurry, hurry, hurry! Jiang Lushi sensed the monster had gone berserk. Electric light was frantically flashing behind them as proof. He likely had only seconds left. Within that time, he needed to scan the mining truck and dash it out. Starseed! Jiang Lushi shouted in his mind. He had already placed a level 1 mutant nucleus into the vehicle's slot earlier. The starseed was in his mind. Even if the base vehicle was away, he could still communicate with the starseed. Level 1 mutant nucleus detected. The following options can be activated. Activate secondary scan. Scan this mining truck. Jiang Lushi roared mentally. To scan the mining truck, the starseed didn't need the base vehicle. Secondary scan activated. Target detected. This vehicle model meets standards. Scan starting. Jiang Lushi watched the scan percentage on the panel. He had never felt a number change so slowly. Faster, faster. Crack, crack, crack. Bang! Jiang Lushi saw that the ship wall at his side had caved in. This was a massive cargo ship. That whole wall must be extremely strong, yet it was dented just like that. Scan progress, 90%, scan complete. Base vehicle obtained second form. That form is mining truck. Go! Jiang Lushi had no time to listen to the description. When the scan finished, the mining truck had vanished from its original position. If Shen Tao had seen this, his eyes would probably pop out. But right now it was urgent. Even Ying didn't notice. Seeing Jiang Lushi and the others rush back, Ying cried out and released yet another electric discharge. Instantly, in that area, electric snakes danced wildly in a 10-meter radius. She stood in the midst of the electric net, holding her blade, hair flying, stunning to behold. The decks inside the ship were steel and conductive. Ying here used her ability to the maximum. After releasing the electricity, she turned and ran. She knew she was slower than Jiang Lushi. She needed to run first so as not to hold them back. But at that moment, Jiang Lushi, while racing, suddenly accelerated and from behind scooped Ying in his arms, carrying her while sprinting. After the boost in his constitution, Jiang Liushi's strength was also much improved. Running while carrying Ying didn't slow him. Run! Jiang Lushi and Ying overtook Shen Tao and Sun Kuan. Holy crap! Shen Tao was okay, he was mainly waiting for Sun Kuan. But when he saw Jiang Liushi's group overtake them, his scalp tingled, it was unbelievable. When he saw Jiang Lushi carrying Ying, he didn't even know what to say. The group sprinted back the same route. When they got outside, they found Zhang Hai and the others in a state of shock. Zhang Hai had already returned to the freezer truck and was anxiously watching the watertight door, waiting for them to emerge. They turned around, and felt a rush of coldness. From the ship's hull hung many long, giant snakes, wrapping the entire ship like octopus tentacles. These giant snakes had huge mouths full of sharp teeth at their tips. This was clearly a gigantic aquatic monster. After the apocalypse, even aquatic life mutated into monstrous creatures. This beast swallowed the ship's zombies, probably ate many things underwater too. In a short time, it evolved to a terrifying form. Go! Jiang Lushur shouted. The monster didn't attack the vehicles on shore because it had been shot by Shintao, then struck severely by Ying's electricity. Its attention had been drawn to the ship. But looking at the monster's massive size, those 10 or so bullets and the discharges weren't even a scratch. If they didn't run now, they couldn't escape. Open the vehicle doors. Jiang Lushur shouted nonstop, carrying Ying as he dashed toward the minibus, and he mentally instructed the starseed to open the doors. They rushed to the vehicle. The door just opened in time, and the three of them leapt inside. Ying didn't stop, she dashed directly to the driver's seat and started it. Acceleration instantaneously kicked in. Zhang Hai jumped back onto the freezer truck, ready to run. Shintao shouted from afar, "Drive, drive." When the military truck started, he lunged forward, grabbed the truck's cabin, and was hauled inside by those already in it. Whoosh whoosh. The convoy raced crazily out of the port zone. From the window, Jiang Lushur saw the giant cargo ship, completely wrapped in the monster's coils, but he could not see the monster's full body. As the cargo ship began to tilt, this gargantuan vessel was forcibly dragged into the water. By the way, have the starseed scan the monster. Jiang Lushur finally had time to think of this. He could still see parts of the monster's body, so a scan should be possible. Scan level exceeds host permissions. Cannot scan. The starseed's response surprised Jiang Lushur. What level was this creature? It exceeded his current permissions? Yet this was the first time Jiang Lushur realized that as a host, he had limitations at his current stage. The starseed explained that his permissions were unlocked progressively as the base vehicle was upgraded. What exactly is that monster? Ran Shiyu said, her face pale. Jiang Lushur's expression darkened. He whispered, I don't know. The only fortunate thing is that this monster doesn't seem to come ashore. But as soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Lushur's body trembled. He realized he was somewhat weak. Jiang Lushur was exhausted because all the energy stored in his body had been used up. Although his physique had improved greatly, the amount of energy he needed to consume had also increased. It was just like how a base vehicle consumes more fuel after its power is boosted. Jiang Lushur figured that at his current rate of energy consumption, even though he had stored a lot of mutant beast meat, it would soon be gone. He guessed other superpowered people were the same. The stronger their evolution, the more they needed to eat. In the future, mutant beast meat would likely become more expensive. This mutant beast meat and mutant crystal cores would be the most important consumables in the future. I need to stock up more, but mutant crystal cores are still the top priority, Jiang Lushur thought to himself. He was relatively well off now, but his rate of consumption was also high. Compared to a truly comfortable and secure life, his supplies were still far from enough. Ying sped forward like a rocket, with Zhang Hai and the military truck following behind, stepping hard on the gas. The convoy quickly left the port area and then exited Jinling Port. Only after they were far away from Jinling Port did everyone finally breathe a sigh of relief. That monster had been too shocking. It felt just like when the apocalypse first broke out and they were escaping from zombies. It truly felt like surviving a disaster. Zhuing, fry some meat. Jiang Lushur spoke, then glanced at Ran Shiyu and Jiang Zhuing, who were still staring blankly at him, and said, I'm hungry. Oh. Jiang Zhuing snapped out of it and quickly turned to head into the kitchen. Brother, wait a bit. Ran Shiyu sat on the sofa, watching Jiang Lushur. What's wrong? Jiang Lushur asked. Nothing. Ran Shiyu paused, then said, sorry, I didn't expect something like that to happen. Earlier, while she was alone in the minibus, she had suddenly seen a giant snake rise from the water and wrap itself around the freighter. That kind of massive shock and fear, even when the disaster first started and she faced zombies, she had never experienced anything like that. On top of that, there was nausea, dizziness, blacking out. At that moment, she truly felt a chilling fear, as if she was about to be killed by the monster. Ran Shiyu had almost thought she would die right there, but unexpectedly, Jiang Lushur and the others had escaped in time. Jiang Lushur had saved her for the mining truck. Although the information she provided was correct, the freighter was still there. It had been occupied by the monster. Not only did they fail to retrieve the truck, but they also faced great danger. Because of this, Ran Shiyu felt very guilty. It's fine. A narrow escape, but no harm done. And besides, it's not your fault, Jiang Lushur said. But that mining truck, Ran Shiyu began. Jiang Lushur smiled and said nothing. Both Ran Shiyu and Shintao thought this trip had been for nothing. But only he and Ying knew, his base vehicle had already obtained its second form. Brother, the meat's ready. Jiang Zhuing brought out a big pot of meat. That pot alone weighed about 5 kilograms. Jiang Zhuing sat across from him, propping up her chin, watching Jiang Lushur calmly eat the entire pot of meat, not ravenously, but with ease. Want more? She asked. Yeah, a bit more, Jiang Lushur nodded. That first pot had only gotten him about half full. He figured he could easily eat another. Jiang Zhuing didn't say anything. She got up and went back into the kitchen. Soon, another fragrant pot of mutant beast meat was brought to the table. Mutant beast meat, even before the apocalypse, was a top-grade ingredient. With simple cooking, it became a delicacy. Jiang Lushur sniffed the meat aroma, picked up a piece, and put it in his mouth. The meat melted instantly, its flavor bursting out, almost making him want to swallow his tongue along with it. Piece after piece, Jiang Zhuying's eyes followed his chopsticks, tracking the movement between his mouth and the pot. This time, he ate even more than yesterday, altogether, about 10 kilograms. As Jiang Lushur's strength increased rapidly, his appetite was also growing at a terrifying rate. I'm done. Thanks, Zhuing, Jiang Lushur said with satisfaction, putting down his chopsticks. The earlier feeling of weakness had quietly disappeared while eating. With nearly 10 kilograms of mutant beast meat in his stomach, Jiang Lushur felt warm all over. A tingling sensation spread throughout his body. The feeling of strength and full recovery was simply amazing. After activating his bloodline evolution, the effect of eating mutant beast meat had become even stronger. He knew it was due to his greatly improved digestion ability. Jiang Zhuing blinked. She felt that her brother was changing more and more, becoming more mysterious, with more and more secrets. There were so many questions, but she didn't bother to ask them all. Anyway, the moment he had carried her and dashed off earlier, she had felt truly happy. Even though they were fleeing for their lives, she felt an incredible sense of safety. Her brother was getting stronger and stronger, she couldn't allow herself to fall behind too far. The convoy left Jinling port and continued heading toward Zhonghai Safety Island. From Jinling to Zhonghai, the drive used to take 5 hours before the apocalypse when the highways were clear. But after the apocalypse, that time had at least doubled. By the time the convoy reached Zhonghai, it would already be the next morning. As the golden crow set in the west and the jade rabbit rose in the east, the convoy had just gotten on the highway and stopped at a rest station. Although the highway had been cleared, mutant beasts could still appear. And nighttime brought many unknown dangers, so most people avoided traveling after dark. After seeing the terrifying water monster at Jinling port, Jiang Lushur had become even more cautious about this apocalypse. Even though Zhonghai was only a little over 4 hours away, Shentao and the others weren't in a rush. In the apocalypse, being too hasty, and not cautious, was just asking to die faster. The zombies and even the corpses in the rest stop had been cleared out, but there were still random items scattered on the ground, probably left behind by survivors who had once passed through here with the military. We'll rest here tonight. I'll go scout ahead, Jiang Lushur said. Okay, I'm going to grill some meat. Jiang Zhuing had already jumped out of the vehicle. Ran Shiyu stood up quietly before Jiang Lushur even said anything. I'll go help, she said. In the blink of an eye, only Jiang Lushur and Ing were left in the car. Seeing the minibus suddenly start up and drive ahead, Shentao was puzzled. What's brother Jiang doing? But when he looked at Zhuing and the others, no one answered. Shentao scratched his head. It felt strange, but it was Jiang Lushur's business. We brought dried meat too, mind if we use your fire to grill it? Shentao asked with a smile, holding the meat. Just grilling? That's no fun. We've got oil and everything, bring it here and I'll cook it for you, Zhang Hai replied, looking like a real chef now. He had a full grill set up ready. Shentao looked at the jars and bottles, twitching at the corner of his eyes. When his team went on missions, they were lucky to have cold, hard meat to chew. They rarely had the chance to grill or heat it up, let alone have soup or spices like Jiang Lushur's team. Just the smell was enough to make people drool. Zhang Jiaying leaned on the railing of the vehicle, her big eyes wide, staring eagerly. She hadn't had a proper meal in a long time. Last night they were still strangers, she had to gnaw on jerky while the aroma of cooked meat drifted through the air. Today, she could finally eat grilled meat. Meanwhile, Jiang Lushur and Ing had driven the minibus a kilometer away. Looking back from there, the rest stop was no longer visible. Here's good, Jiang Lushur said. At the same time, he couldn't help but feel excited. What would the second form of the base vehicle be like? While inside the ship, because the situation was urgent, Jiang Lushur didn't even get a clear look at the mining truck. Now that he had the opportunity, he couldn't wait to see the base vehicle's second form. Jiang Lushur sat in the driver's seat and grabbed the steering wheel with both hands. Actually, after activating the second form and successfully scanning the mining truck, a new button appeared on the control panel of the minibus. Hidden beside the dashboard, this button slid open a seam when Jiang Lushur thought of it, and a black circular button rose up. Seeing that black button, Jiang Lushur inhaled gently. Switch to second form. Jiang Lushur stretched out his hand and slammed the button. Click, a faint sound, yet he didn't see any obvious changes. But then, in his mind, a projection of the base vehicle appeared. Jiang Lushur felt that his field of vision was rising rapidly. Beneath him, the feel of the driver's seat changed. The steering wheel he held also changed. Compared to the minibus, the mining truck's steering wheel was much larger. The dashboard likewise changed, including the handbrake, the gear lever, all of them were changing. Sitting in the vehicle, Jiang Lushur saw inside and out that every detail of the base vehicle was transforming rapidly. In a way, it felt like playing a VR simulation game. His eyes perceived the internal changes, while the projection in his mind showed the external transformations. Starting from the tires upward, the original minibus seemed to vanish like an outer shell, replaced by gigantic tires and thick steel plating. In less than a second, the minibus disappeared from the highway, and a fearsome mining truck roared into view. Boom! The ground seemed to tremble. A layer of dust appeared to be blown away under the tires. Jiang Lushur sat in the driver's seat, still with a feeling of disbelief. In just an instant, the minibus had switched into the form of a mining truck. A Caterpillar 793D mining dump truck. Just its height alone was about 6.5 meters. Sitting in the cab, looking at a car by the roadside felt like looking at a toy car. At that moment, as the base vehicle's second form, the full vehicle projection of the Caterpillar 793D mining truck and all relevant data appeared in Jiang Lushur's mind. Base vehicle second form activated. After activation, the vehicle's information. Model, mining truck. Empty vehicle mass is almost equal to 365,500 pounds, meeting standards. Height is almost equal to 21.3 feet. Width is almost equal to 25.2 feet. Length is almost equal to 42.2 feet. Power, diesel powered. Power output is almost equal to 2,337 horsepower. Fuel tank capacity is almost equal to 1,150 gallons. Top speed is almost equal to 33.7 miles per hour. Features: can use acceleration, ramming, level 2 storage space functions. The air cannon, ramming horns, combat cabin, bulletproof glass reinforcement functions that were equipped in the first form cannot be used. A Colossus. Within the same company, the Caterpillar 797 dump truck is known as the world's largest truck, the king among trucks. Although this 793D is a bit smaller, its size and weight are still terrifying. Things like Land Rovers and Hummers pale in comparison to this vehicle. Just a single giant engineering tire of this mining truck, specification 40.00 R57, weighs 3.5 tons. Its outer diameter is 3.6 meters. Each tire costs over $20,000. The 16-cylinder engine has a displacement of 78 liters, and its fuel consumption per 100 kilometers is nearly insane. Top sports cars couldn't compete. Any ordinary adult standing in front of one of those tires looks tiny, let alone comparing with the truck. Awesome! Jiang Lushur sat in the driver's seat, inwardly thrilled. Although the fuel consumption of this vehicle was terrifying, burning fuel like drinking water, using it only at critical moments was perfectly fine. As for air cannons and the like not being usable, that was normal. Those were equipment on the minibus. This mining truck was essentially a bare vehicle. Even as a bare vehicle, its ramming and defensive capacities were already astonishingly powerful. When the vehicle was delivered, it had already been fueled, otherwise it could not have been driven away. Now it gave Jiang Lushur a chance to try it out. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The mining truck engine roared like thunder. Jiang Lushur slammed on the accelerator, and the truck charged forward like a giant taking huge strides. Boom, boom, boom. The small cars by the roadside looked like crushed soda cans. Jiang Lushur turned the vehicle head toward the middle of the road toward a green belt. He activated the ramming function, and the mining truck roared as it crashed into a concrete median more than a meter high. Crash! Concrete chunks flew everywhere. The wide, tall concrete median was flattened in an instant, as if it were made of tofu. Driving this mining truck, anything it hit got smashed. At that moment, he suddenly heard a muffled noise. As Jiang Lushur turned to look, he was dumbfounded. The road surface had large cracks everywhere, as if an explosion had occurred. This seems like he got a little carried away. Actually, highway foundations are quite thick. If a mining truck just drove over them, it wouldn't damage it. But with the ramming function activated, it was different. Jiang Lushur looked at the road and thought he should have driven the vehicle more toward the back. He wondered what Shintao and the others would think when they passed by tomorrow and saw the scene. Jiang Lushur checked the remaining fuel in the tank via his starseed system and felt there wasn't much left, only about half a tank. While inwardly ridiculing the stinginess of the people who sold him the truck, he thought about where to get more diesel. In this apocalypse, most survivor squads used modified off-road vehicles that burned gasoline. Diesel was mostly used by the military. Military trucks burn diesel. Any gas stations along this road were probably plundered by the military. Jiang Lushur thought he would either try a nearby small town or check the trade market in Zone 1 of Zhonghai. Shintao said the trade materials variety there was large, so gasoline was likely available. As for diesel, he wasn't sure. Jiang Lushur stepped out for a moment to admire it, then switched the base vehicle back to its first form, the minibus, and drove back to the service station. Far off, Shintao and the others saw them returning. Although they were a kilometer away, they heard all the noises. One by one felt uneasy, wondering what Jiang Lushur was doing. Had he encountered a mutant beast? But when Jiang Lushur drove the minibus back and they looked him over, everything seemed normal again. "Brother Jiang, dinner is ready. Come eat." Zhang Hai shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Waving a skewer of fragrant grilled meat, he beckoned toward the approaching minibus. There were many things about Jiang Lushur they didn't understand, but it didn't matter, they just needed him to be powerful. Why did they follow him? So they could kill enemies freely and eat hearty meals. That night's dinner, Jiang Lushur's group, Shintao soldiers, Zhang Lao, and Zhang Jiaying joined at one table. Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan grilled meat, took out seasonings for Shintao and the others, while Jiang Lushur specifically took a few cans of beer from the vehicle. Seeing the beer, Shintao and the others' eyes lit up. Before the apocalypse, they liked to drink. But in the apocalypse, beer and soda had become luxury items. People like Shintao, once they got supplies, would exchange them immediately for mutant beast meat to replenish their energy and evolution. Who would give up meat for beer? More absurdly, this beer was ice cold. "This beer is sold in Zhonghai Zone 1 too, but not much," Shintao said. Jiang Lushur nodded. He brought out the beer partly because those soldiers had made a good impression, especially today, when Shintao entered the ship with him, risking life and death. And the matter itself had nothing to do with him. Also, those soldiers lived on the safety island, so they could exchange useful information with him. Besides, he had gotten those beers from you, and if he didn't drink them they'd expire. Normal beer's shelf life is just 6 months, too short. By the way, Brother Shen, do you know where the people who evacuated early from Jiangbei lived on Zhonghai Safety Island? Jiang Lushur asked. He guessed Li Yusen might live on the island. Jiangbei? Shintao thought seriously a moment, then shook his head. "Sorry, the area I was responsible for evacuating was the Jinling area. I don't know about Jiangbei, and I haven't heard from comrades either." "Why, Brother Jiang, are you from Jiangbei? Looking for someone?" "No matter, if you don't know it's fine," Jiang Lushur shook his head. He didn't insist on finding Li Yusen, he only felt some concern for her, that kind girl. "When we reach Zhonghai Safety Island, I'll ask around everywhere," Shintao said. "Thanks then," Jiang Lushur said. He actually didn't hold much hope, so many people evacuated, and Li Yusen might not even be alive. "Let's drink." Jiang Lushur popped a can of beer. He didn't usually drink, but he was in a good mood today. Jiang Zhuing also held a can of beer, sat there sipping through a straw. Zhang Lao and Zhang Jiaying didn't drink, but both old and young wore smiles on their faces. "Want some beer?" Jiang Lushur looked at Ran Shiyu quietly sitting nearby, and passed her an open can. Ran Shiyu intended to refuse, but looking at the beer can covered in droplets, somehow nodded. "Thank you." She held the cold beer with both hands, placing it on her fair lap, and stared at the liquid inside the can. Beer. Before the apocalypse, she drank top-grade wine. Even a small sip of those wines was worth far more than this beer. But in this apocalypse, sitting beside the grill, holding a can of ice-cold beer, Ran Shiyu felt a luxury many times beyond what she felt before. She never imagined that as the heir of the Ran Corporation, one day she would sincerely feel the meaning of luxury. As the liquid went down her throat, Ran Shiyu felt her cheeks flush warmly. That night, Ran Shiyu only drank 2 cans of beer, but after finishing them, she felt especially dizzy. This made Ran Shiyu feel a bit strange. Before the apocalypse, when she attended banquets, she also drank red wine. Although she had a low tolerance for alcohol, she could still handle a few glasses of red wine. It definitely wasn't to the point where just a bit of alcohol would make her drunk. But today, just 2 cans of beer, and she felt her head was heavy. Hearing Jiang Lushur and others talk around her, the sound of cans clinking, she didn't know why, but it all felt a bit distant. When it came to drinking, Ran Shiyu had always been very restrained. After all, she was a girl. Even though she often moved in high society, some rich young masters, when they got wild, were capable of doing anything. Ran Shiyu had almost never been drunk before. But today, she felt she was drunk. It was really baffling. But thankfully, Ran Shiyu was clear-minded enough to know that although she was outside now, the environment was relatively safe. She was sleeping in the minibus, and the only man there was Jiang Lushur. To put it bluntly, if Jiang Lushur really had any intentions toward her, he wouldn't need to take advantage of the drunkenness. She put down the beer can and wanted to eat some mutant beast meat to sober up. The mutant beast meat fried by Jiang Zhuing was really delicious. She ate a bit too much, but still felt dizzy. By the campfire, Ran Shiyu's face was lit up red by the firelight, giving her a different kind of charming beauty. Ran Shiyu felt like she couldn't hold on much longer, but the manners cultivated by her good upbringing allowed her to endure until the end of the dinner. When it was time to sleep, she groggily got into the car, lay down on the warm bedding. Under the moonlight, she vaguely saw the young face of the man across from her. A very clean face, very close, with a scholarly air to it, but in the dark, it was also sharp and defined, with an indescribable feeling. It was hard to imagine that this man drove a car, carried a gun, and almost single-handedly swept through the black market, rooting out the forces of Bai Zhanshan and Bai Pinghai. Thinking of the scene when he was shooting with the gun that day, Ran Shiyu fell deeply asleep. With the faint scent of alcohol, there seemed to be a subtle masculine scent near her nose, an unusual feeling. Ran Shiyu fell asleep. The corners of her lips curled slightly, as if smiling. No one knew what she dreamed of, but in the middle of the night, Jiang Lushur turned over, and his hand accidentally touched Ran Shiyu's face. It was a very soft touch, but very hot. Extremely hot. Jiang Lushur woke up groggily, subconsciously touched her again. Ran Shiyu's skin was very delicate, like fine silk, very pleasant to the touch. But at that moment, Jiang Lushur couldn't care about that pleasant feeling. He sat up straight. Damn, why is she so hot? Jiang Lushur quickly turned on the light, and only then did he see that Ran Shiyu's forehead was covered with sweat. She had kicked off the blanket in her sleep. Even the shirt she was wearing had a few buttons undone, revealing a large area of her collarbone. Her fair skin flushed red, and he could vaguely see the curves extending downward, reaching her chest. That slight sheen of sweat on her chest was indeed enough to make one's imagination run wild. She has a fever. But this is way too high. Jiang Lushur swallowed a mouthful of saliva and reached out to feel her temperature. It must have been at least over 40 degrees Celsius. Before the apocalypse, Jiang Lushur had collected some medicine, especially life-saving ones like antibiotics. He had quite a lot, but he didn't have a thermometer. He could only estimate that Ran Shiyu's temperature was very high. For most people, such a fever would fry their brain. What happened? Ing suddenly sat up from the couch, fully awake almost instantly. Then Jiang Zhuing opened the door and came out. She was wearing cartoon pajamas and rubbing her sleepy eyes. Brother, what's wrong? Ran Shiyu has a fever. Go get some ice from the fridge. Use a towel for a cold compress. We can't let the fever continue. Huh? A fever? Jiang Zhuing also woke up completely. She quickly checked Ran Shiyu's forehead. Damn, it was burning hot. In the apocalypse, getting sick was very dangerous. There were no doctors, no sufficient medicine, and the conditions were harsh. Many people couldn't recover even from a cold, they just died. Hot. Just then, Ran Shiyu managed to weakly say that word. Her hand instinctively tugged at her clothes, they were already soaked with sweat. The season was a bit cold in Zhonghai. Ran Shiyu wore thermal clothing under her shirt, and the heat had nowhere to escape, making her feel even hotter. She's burning up. Must be over 40 degrees Celsius. I think fevers over 41 or 42 degrees Celsius can be life-threatening. If it drags on, it'll damage her organs. Jiang Zhuing muttered. At that moment, Ing brought over the towel with ice. But the small fridge in the minibus had very little ice, and the towel on Ran Shiyu's forehead warmed up quickly. Take her clothes off. She'll die from the heat at this rate. You could cook an egg in that. Jiang Zhuing said and directly began unbuttoning Ran Shiyu's shirt. It was soaked in sweat and stuck to her body. Wearing such wet clothes could worsen the condition, even a healthy person could catch a cold, let alone someone already sick. They were all girls, so Jiang Zhuing didn't mind. She undressed Ran Shiyu quickly. As for Jiang Lushur, he was her brother. What's the big deal about him seeing a bit? At that moment, Jiang Lushur had just brought a glass of warm water and was about to feed Ran Shiyu some cold medicine and antibiotics when he suddenly saw Jiang Zhuing undressing Ran Shiyu. Ah? Jiang Lushur wanted to say something, but in the end swallowed it down. At this point, what was the point of pretending? Living in a van every day with two beautiful women, how could he not feel tempted? Besides, now it was about treating Ran Shiyu's condition. He consoled himself with that thought, but his eyes didn't know where to look. Jiang Zhuing was really unreserved. Shirt off, then thermal shirt, then long pants. Ran Shiyu's legs, long and slender, were suddenly revealed, pale and glowing, making Jiang Lushur feel a bit dizzy. Now Ran Shiyu was down to her underwear. Light blue underwear, bra and panties were a matching set, very delicately made, clearly expensive. As for Ran Shiyu's figure, though not as full as Ying's, her skin was white as porcelain, with the gentle charm unique to southern girls, sparking endless imagination. Jiang Zhuing grabbed a towel and began wiping Ran Shiyu's sweat. With her whole body soaked in sweat, the illness could easily worsen. It had to be wiped dry, or she couldn't even be covered with a blanket. Seeing his sister wipe sweat off a beautiful girl, it was a bit of a sensual scene. Cough cough, what am I looking at? Ran Shiyu is sick and I'm thinking dirty thoughts? I'm horrible. Jiang Lushur quickly shook off those thoughts. Taking advantage of someone's weakness was bad, especially in this situation. But Jiang Liushur's tiny actions were caught by Jiang Zhuing. She giggled, brother, if you want to look, just look. Why act all sneaky? Exposed by her words, Jiang Lushur was speechless. You brat, what nonsense are you saying? Focus on treating her. Pfft. Jiang Zhuing rolled her eyes and flipped Ran Shiyu over to wipe her back. Without looking up, she said, you think I don't know what's in the hidden folders on your computer? Don't think I don't understand. Jiang Zhuing's words almost made Jiang Lushur faceplant. Damn it, you looked through my computer? He didn't even have the guts to deny it. Jiang Zhuing explained, I didn't mean to. I opened your media player and accidentally saw the recent playlist. She gave Jiang Lushur an evil smile, revealing her little sharp tiger teeth. At that moment, if she had little wings and a tail, she'd be a complete little devil. Jiang Lushur didn't want to talk to her anymore. The dignity of being an older brother was gone. Thankfully, Ying was his completely loyal vehicle AI and didn't feel anything about these things. Otherwise, he really would want to crawl into a hole. Jiang Lushur quickly fed the medicine to Ran Shiyu. But just after he did, Jiang Zhuing, maybe just to tease him, after wiping Ran Shiyu's body dry, pulled the blanket over her. Then, her little demon hand slipped inside and pulled out a wet, light blue bra. Then, Jiang Zhuing continued wiping Ran Shiyu's chest with a towel. At that moment, Jiang Lushur was dumbfounded. His little sister really dared to do anything. But thinking about it, if the bra was soaked with sweat, wearing it would indeed feel uncomfortable. Wiping off the sweat and covering her with the blanket would help her recover. Plus, she needed to be wiped down from time to time, so the blanket wouldn't get soaked too. But now, wasn't Ran Shiyu left with just a pair of small panties? Aside from that, everything underneath was bare? Seeing Jiang Zhuing's little demon hands reach under the blanket to wipe Ran Shiyu's chest, Jiang Lushur couldn't help but feel a bit dry in the mouth. Brother, are you trying to say, don't let me wipe anymore, you'll do it yourself? TSK, do you want me to lift the blanket for you? Jiang Zhuing winked at Jiang Lushur with a mischievous smile on her lips. Jiang Lushur coughed dryly, what nonsense are you talking about? So young and already full of dirty jokes. Hurry up and wipe her clean. We'll change the cold towel again in a bit. She's taken the medicine and we've wiped off the sweat. Now we just wait and see if she gets better. Jiang Zhuing curled her lips and muttered, you say I'm full of dirty jokes, but who knows what you're thinking in that brain of yours? Buying a computer with such a huge hard drive, and you still have the nerve to scold me. Jiang Zhuing's mouth was sharp, and Jiang Liushur's forehead was covered with dark lines. Fine, this little ancestor was fierce. He couldn't afford to provoke her, better just shut up. He didn't dare argue with Jiang Zhuing anymore and focused on Ran Shiyu's condition. He touched Ran Shiyu's forehead, it was still hot. He had given her broad-spectrum antibiotics. Even though Jiang Lushur didn't know how to treat illnesses, generally a high fever meant a bacterial infection. Broad-spectrum antibiotics were effective for most acute conditions. Of course, antibiotics shouldn't be taken casually, but now it was the apocalypse, who cared? Mom? Grandpa? Ran Shiyu seemed to be having a nightmare. She bit her lip tightly, her delicate hands struggling hard, calling out to her family. With her struggling, inevitably, a bit more of her body was revealed. But this time, Jiang Lushur didn't look. He only sighed. He guessed that Ran Shiyu had witnessed her father mutate and eat many people. Maybe, some of them were her other relatives. Thinking about that scene, even hell couldn't be worse. One could imagine the trauma for a girl. With that thought, Jiang Lushur gradually calmed down. Such a pitiful girl, seriously ill and so fragile, if he still had thoughts of taking advantage, he'd be no better than a beast. Brother Jiang, at that moment, Ying came to Jiang Liushur's side. I feel like there's a strong energy fluctuation in Ran Shiyu's body. What Ying said made Jiang Liushur's heart skip a beat. Energy fluctuation? He looked at Ran Shiyu in surprise. Could it be, thinking carefully, such a high fever was indeed unusual. Over 40 degrees Celsius, how could a normal person burn so hot? Even the cold towel was steaming. Could it be evolution? Does evolution cause a high fever? Zhuiying, did you have a fever when you evolved? Jiang Lushur asked Jiang Zhuiying. Neither he nor Ying had evolved, so they didn't know what the process was like. Jiang Zhuiying shook her head. Nope. I just felt like I took a nap. My body hurt a lot, really hurt, and when I woke up, I gradually realized I had abilities. It hurt? Where did it hurt? Jiang Lushur asked. Jiang Zhuiying pointed at her arms and legs. Here hurt, and my shoulders too. Jiang Lushur thought for a moment, then said, Zhuiying, your cells evolved and became capable of producing electricity. Maybe the pain you felt was from the cellular changes. As for Ran Shiyu, didn't she already have some weak psychic abilities? That must be related to the brain. So if she's evolving, fever and nonsense talking would make sense. Jiang Lushur suddenly understood. Ran Shiyu had been an ability user before, but her ability was so weak it was practically useless. That's why Red Sister's team didn't even treat her as a real ability user and locked her in a cage to be sold as merchandise. Forget mutant beast meat, Ran Shiyu didn't even have enough normal food to eat. From the start of the apocalypse, she had been in a constant state of hunger. But after joining Jiang Liushur's team, she had 3 meals a day with mutant beast meat. With that kind of energy supply, it wasn't surprising her suppressed ability would start to awaken. Especially since they had killed a level 2 mutant snake recently, and had been eating level 2 mutant beast meat for days. Ran Shiyu had eaten a lot tonight, maybe it was the snake meat that triggered her evolution. Thinking back, Ran Shiyu had already looked drowsy while eating. She even nearly fell on him once. Originally, Jiang Lushur thought it was because she drank alcohol, but now it seemed unrelated to the beer. Ran Shiyu is probably evolving. Jiang Lushur stated his conclusion. Evolving? That's great. Jiang Zhuiying's eyes widened. I wonder what ability Ran Shiyu will awaken. Probably still psychic, but what kind? After hearing Jiang Liushur's theory, Jiang Zhuiying got a bit excited. In previous battles, Ran Shiyu couldn't help at all. The only thing she could help with was assisting Jiang Zhuiying in cooking. As someone who had focused entirely on her studies and business, Ran Shiyu's cooking skills couldn't compare to Jiang Zhuiying's. Zhuiying, keep wiping her sweat until she wakes up. We don't have doctors now. All we can do is feed her medicine and wipe off her sweat. Although Jiang Lushur guessed it wasn't just a fever, it was safer to give her medicine. Taking a little antibiotic wouldn't do any harm. Hopefully, it really was evolution. Okay. Jiang Zhuiying nodded, her little head bobbing. Brother, seriously, you don't want to try wiping her yourself? There you go again. Jiang Lushur rolled his eyes at her. Be serious. We've done all we can. Whether she evolves or not depends on her fate. Jiang Zhuiying and Jiang Lushur quietly waited. An entire hour passed. Ran Shiyu's fever slowly subsided. She stopped sweating so much. She slowly opened her eyes. The first thing she saw was the faces of Jiang Zhuiying and Jiang Lushur. Wah, what happened to me? Ran Shiyu struggled to sit up, but as she moved, she suddenly felt bare in front. She was startled and instinctively clutched the blanket that nearly slipped off. She reached out and touched herself, her face instantly turned red. Where are my clothes? Ran Shiyu's mind went blank. Any girl would panic waking up to find their clothes gone. She touched below, her panties were still there, but her first thought was that something inappropriate had happened while she was drunk. But when she looked at Jiang Lushur, she instinctively felt that wasn't right. Ranjia, your clothes were soaked with sweat, so I wiped your sweat, hee. Don't worry, my brother didn't see your body. Jiang Zhuiying explained with a cheeky grin and kept winking at Ran Shiyu. Ran Shiyu's face turned red. She awkwardly glanced at Jiang Lushur and said, that's not what I meant. Of course she trusted Jiang Lushur. Honestly, in the apocalypse, countless girls had sold their bodies for a piece of bread. In this world, a girl's body didn't mean much anymore. Ran Shiyu valued her body, but so what? Back in the black market, she was still locked in a cage and sold like a pet. If not for Jiang Lushur, her chastity would have been long gone. She might already be living a life worse than death. So in front of Jiang Lushur, Ran Shiyu didn't put on airs. She still maintained a girl's modesty, but she knew her place. Hee, then what did you mean, Ranjia? That it's actually fine if someone did see? Jiang Zhuiying, a little troublemaker, caught the loophole in Ran Shiyu's words, making her blush all the way to her ears. She didn't know how to respond. Actually, Ran Shiyu understood that this wasn't a law-based society anymore. It was a world ruled by power, almost like ancient Rome. Honestly, saving someone could be seen as making them your property. If her relationship with Jiang Lushur had started as a transaction, now that he had failed his mining truck mission and even stirred up a sea monster nearly costing him his life, Ran Shiyu felt she owed him even more. Her food, drink, shelter, all from Jiang Lushur. Even her life was saved by him. She felt she could never repay him. She was just about to say something when suddenly a feeling struck her. She looked at her hands and muttered, "I feel like I've changed somehow." The situation during each person's evolution is not necessarily the same. When Ran Shiyu said this, Jiang Lushur was already certain that this fever was caused by her having eaten enough mutant beast meat. The energy accumulated in her body had finally fully released the previously suppressed psychic ability. What's different? Tell me, Jiang Lushur looked at Ran Shiyu with some anticipation. If the team could gain another ability user, that would naturally be the best outcome. It feels like, Ran Shiyu looked around with some confusion, and it was this one glance that made Jiang Lushur's pupils slightly contract. He saw that Ran Shiyu's eyes had completely changed. Ran Shiyu's pupils were already different from normal people's, somewhat gray, giving off an indescribable sense of coldness. It was also because of these eyes that, when Red Sister tried to sell her at the black market, she made by Zhanshan, Fatty Yuan, and the others obsessed, willing to trade tons of mutant beast meat just to buy her. And now, when Ran Shiyu activated her ability, her eyes seemed to become a gray starry sky, filled with tiny star-like lights, like sparks of spirit power. When Jiang Lushur looked into her eyes, he felt a chill in his heart, as if he were being drawn into her gaze. However, Jiang Lushur had evolved his blood. After the mutation of his red blood cells, his brain received ample blood flow. Coupled with his already powerful brain region, he snapped out of it instantly. This gaze could probably hypnotize someone. Before the apocalypse, there were rumors of hypnotists who could, through psychological suggestion and mental guidance, put people into hypnosis to treat psychological trauma. Those pre-apocalypse hypnotists were probably people with especially strong mental power, but due to the lack of viral stimulation, they had never unlocked their full psychic abilities. Now, things were completely different. In Ran Shiyu's eyes, those light dots kept flashing. Only after a full minute did her eyes return to normal. She seemed a little afraid, her face slightly pale. "What's wrong?" Jiang Lushur asked. Ran Shiyu frowned slightly, hesitated, then said, "It's like what I saw in my dream just now. I saw a gray world. Everything in that world was made of lines, all connected by lines. The vehicle we're in also became lines. I looked through those lines and saw outside, the service station, trucks, refrigerated vans, they all became lines. And between these lines, there were clumps of flames, like people," Ran Shiyu said uncertainly. She glanced at Jiang Lushur again and nodded to confirm, "They really were people? Brother Jiang, you also turned into a flame, just a bit more intense than the others." "Oh? You saw all that?" Jiang Lushur was surprised. That was probably the so-called mental world. What Ran Shiyu saw was a completely spiritual world. Those non-living things, without spiritual power, became simple lines in the mental world. Only beings with spiritual energy appeared as burning flames. Presumably, the stronger the flame, the stronger the mental power. "How far can you see?" Jiang Lushur asked again. "As far as my eyes can see, very far," Ran Shiyu considered her words and replied. She saw the highway simplified into 2 lines, extending all the way to the end of her vision. "Wow, Ranjia, that's awesome. Can you tell how powerful my spirit flame is? Oh, and look at this cup, can you lift it with telekinesis?" Hearing Ran Shiyu's words, Jiang Zhuiying became interested and came closer. Speaking of psychic abilities, the first thing that came to Jiang Zhuiying's mind was telekinesis, the ability to move objects without touching them. There had been rumors of people with such abilities even before the apocalypse. Ran Shiyu looked at the cup in Jiang Zhuiying's hand. Her eyes once again turned into the gray starry sky form, with twinkling lights that were mesmerizing. She tried hard, but in the end, shook her head. "I don't know how to apply my mental power to this cup." "I see, what a pity. If you could lift the cup, maybe someday you could lift me, and I could fly while shooting electricity. That would be amazing," Jiang Zhuiying said regretfully, as if already imagining herself as a flying heroine. Jiang Lushur knocked her on the head and said grumpily, "If you fly into the sky, won't you become a live target for people with guns?" Jiang Zhuiying stuck out her tongue and said nothing more. Brother Jiang, is this ability useful?" Ran Shiyu blinked and looked at Jiang Lushur nervously. After the apocalypse, she had awakened her ability, but since it was useless, Red Sister had treated her that way. Although Ran Shiyu knew Jiang Lushur wouldn't treat her like that, she still hoped she could be helpful. Otherwise, she'd feel guilty just eating for free. Ran Shiyu had never been in combat. How useful her ability would be depended on Jiang Lushur's judgment. "It's pretty good. It might be very useful in the future. Jiang Lushur said with a smile. Ran Shiyu's psychic ability, at least for now, had one clear function: scouting. In the complex environment of the apocalypse, being able to detect the enemy's location in advance would be a huge advantage. Besides that, Jiang Lushur knew that even before this psychic evolution, Ran Shiyu could already communicate mentally, transmitting her voice directly into someone's mind. With one scouting ability and one communication ability, that was the current usage of her psychic powers. As for other potential functions, they'd need to be developed slowly. Developing telekinesis wasn't impossible either, and that would open up even more possibilities. In the future, as Ran Shiyu's strength grew, she should show more abilities. Psychic-type powers had huge potential. After hearing Jiang Lushur's affirmation, Ran Shiyu showed a joyful smile. These past days, she had watched Jiang Zhuing and Jiang Lushur fight side by side. She felt envious and hoped she could have combat abilities like them. Sleep. We'll study more tomorrow. Jiang Lushur snapped his fingers. They had been busy half the night without resting properly. Tomorrow, they'd need to cross Zhonghai, so they needed to be well rested. As soon as he said this, Jiang Zhuing yawned and went back to her room to sleep. Ying naturally lay down on the sofa. Ran Shiyu and Jiang Lushur were still sleeping on the floor, their positions close. In the dark, Ran Shiyu quietly opened her beautiful eyes and looked at Jiang Lushur. Slowly, sleep came over her again, and Ran Shiyu fell into dreamland. Zhonghai, this was the largest city in Huaxia before the apocalypse, with a permanent population of over 25 million. 25 million people, if they held hands, they could circle the earth. With so many people gathered in one city, when this city suddenly fell into the apocalypse, one can imagine how hellish the scene must have been. The city center of Jinling was already a forbidden zone for the living. What would the city area of Zhonghai be like? Just thinking about it made Jiang Lushur's scalp tingle. They absolutely would not enter Zhonghai's urban area. At this moment, the convoy had only just arrived at the outskirts of Zhonghai. The tall buildings in the distance didn't look much different from before the apocalypse, but the scene on the streets was horrifying. The shops along the streets were covered in blood inside and out. A large number of vehicles were crashed together on the roadside. Traces of fire and explosions were still fresh. Clean-picked human skeletons could be seen everywhere. It was unclear whether they were humans or zombies that had been eaten. We have to go around Zhonghai, circle along the outskirts to reach the safety island. The military truck caught up, and Shentao pressed the windshield and spoke. Zhonghai's safety island was a newly developed area to the north of the city. Before the apocalypse, this area was under planning and construction. It was meant to become a satellite city combining commercial, residential, educational, and employment functions to relieve pressure from the main city. Later, when the apocalypse was imminent, this new area had completed construction but was uninhabited, making it an ideal location for establishing a safety island, and it was directly requisitioned by the government. In fact, from the time the government learned of the apocalypse to when the virus broke out, only a few days passed. Preparation time was extremely limited. In those few days, the government commandeered nearly all transportation routes, even suspending use of some highways. The hastily built safety islands had many flaws. As for Zhonghai District 1, it was essentially a township, originally called Xiaxiang Town. Because there were too many people on the safety island, some were relocated to Xiaxiang Town. In terms of infrastructure, Xiaxiang was much worse than Zhonghai's safety island. All this information about the Zhonghai safety island was told to Jiang Lushur by Shentao. As he processed this information, he also learned from Shentao that safety islands were not only in Zhonghai, emergency safety islands had been established across the country. That made sense. Huaxia was so large, and it wasn't realistic to gather all elites in one place in such a short time. The more people, the harder to manage. One mistake, and the entire safety island could collapse. As for who qualified as an elite for the safety island, it wasn't only pre-apocalypse powerful or political figures. Many technical professionals were included too. For example, university professors, IT elites, engineers, even skilled workers, carpenters, masons, farmers who understood hydroponics, and so on. Safety islands had to be built. These grassroots builders were essential. After the apocalypse, safety islands began opening up, allowing ordinary survivors to join. After all, to grow and develop, safety islands first needed manpower. I wonder what Li Yusen's parents did before. Jiang Lushur was thinking, when suddenly, boom! A loud explosion rang out. Jiang Lushur looked up and saw that about 100 or 200 meters ahead, a dozen-story building suddenly exploded, bursting into flames. Then the windows shattered, and over a dozen people fell from the building like ants. They struggled in the air, but eventually all crashed onto the asphalt road in front of the building. Even from this far, Jiang Lushi seemed to hear the sound of bodies turning into pulp. Falling from that height, death was certain. Survivors? Jiang Lushi didn't know what happened ahead, but for now he didn't plan to go over. There was a small residential area near that building, surely full of zombies. He didn't want to get involved in danger. Among those who fell, only 2 were living people. The rest were zombies. Probably the people were chased by zombies, had nowhere to run, and jumped out of the windows. At this time, Ran Shiyu suddenly spoke beside Jiang Lushi. Jiang Lushi nodded. From a distance of 1 to 200 meters, normal eyesight wouldn't distinguish humans from zombies. But Ran Shiyu, through her mental vision, could clearly see. It seemed that humans and zombies looked very different in the spiritual view. Can you see what's happening inside the building? Jiang Lushi asked Ran Shiyu. Ran Shiyu shook her head, I can't see clearly. If we get closer, it should be fine. The concrete walls weaken spiritual waves. Then forget it. Jiang Lushi shook his head. There might be survivors in that building, but with so many tragedies in the apocalypse, he couldn't save everyone. If it wasn't dangerous, he didn't mind helping, but in this case, no way. Just as Jiang Lushi was about to start the car and drive away, Ran Shiyu spoke again, someone's coming. Jiang Lushi's eyes narrowed. He saw a small team crouching, moving quickly toward them using cover. They all carried guns, but the weapons weren't good. No machine guns, no automatic rifles, not even a semi-auto Type 56. All handguns. Those pistols were probably found in a police station. In the apocalypse, police stations mostly had Type 64 pistols, which were very poor in performance, worse than crossbows. Even a headshot or heart shot might not kill a zombie. A very weak team, but there was an ability user. Jiang Lushi noticed the leader was a plump middle-aged man, slightly bald, who had deliberately combed some hair from the right side to cover his bald spot. To still care about image in the apocalypse, that was rare. An ability user, but not strong. Jiang Lushi could tell at a glance the fat man was the leader. Hard to believe someone so soft-looking and bloated could awaken. The middle-aged man cautiously approached Jiang Lushi's team, squinting his small eyes to look. When he saw the military emblem of the 81st Army on the truck, he finally relaxed. After checking that there were no zombies nearby, he straightened his clothes and walked over upright. Since Jiang Lushi's minibus was in front, he stopped in front of Jiang Lushi's windshield and said with a big smile, "Comrades from the military, right? I'm a local official from Zhonghai. I've been looking forward to your arrival. I knew the organization wouldn't abandon us. These days, though I stayed in Zhonghai, I always cared about the central government. I've been leading the people of Zhonghai, carrying forward the spirit of hard struggle and fearlessness, constantly fighting against evil forces." The middle-aged man spoke passionately, but Jiang Lushi rolled his eyes. What nonsense was this? Did he think they were a rescue team? Jiang Lushi held back. Jiang Zhuiying directly laughed out loud. Fighting evil forces? What, you think you're Sailor Moon? Uncle, did you wake up wrong? What are you babbling about? Jiang Zhuiying leaned on the windshield, slightly rolled down the passenger window. She didn't care. This weak ability user, with a Type 64 starter pistol, posed no threat. The middle-aged man was confused. Who was this little girl? Why was she so rude? He was still a state official, a Zhonghai official. People always treated him with respect. Only because of the current situation did he speak politely to these soldiers. Back in the day, he wouldn't even glance at such low-level troops. Who's in charge here? The middle-aged man was a bit annoyed. He didn't want to waste words on underlings, just find their commander or political officer. What do you want? Jiang Lushi looked at the man, already a bit impatient. This guy was putting on airs right away. The man looked at Jiang Lushi, probably only 18 or 19 years old. A rookie soldier. And he was driving, so clearly not in charge. He coughed and repeated, I'm a local official of Zhonghai. I want to see your person in charge. So damn long-winded. If the windshield wasn't in the way, Jiang Zhuiying would have kicked him away. Just then, Shintao came down. What's going on? As soon as he saw Shintao, the man glanced at his shoulder insignia, 1 stripe, 3 stars, a captain, battalion or company level. The man immediately ignored Jiang Lushi and walked toward Shintao with a big smile. Comrade, your rescue work is really hard. I'm a local official of Zhonghai. Before he could finish, Shintao impatiently waved him off. You're mistaken. Yes, we're a rescue unit, but not for you. Do you have anything else? If not, get out of the way. Shintao's orders were to rescue scientists. Only scientists were worth risking dozens of lives for the government to dispatch the army. So many comrades had died. Now they finally rescued the person. Shintao didn't want complications at the last moment. This man claimed to be an official, but in the apocalypse, people's hearts are unpredictable. Who cared what he was? The man's face froze. He adjusted his glasses, face turning cold. Since you're here to rescue people, why not rescue a few more? Comrade, don't speak too harshly. I think you'd better reconsider. There are a few senior officials from Zhonghai trapped in the office building up ahead. These leaders are very influential in the southeast region. If you rescue them, they could easily support your career, help you rise quickly. Think about it. I can pretend I didn't hear what you said earlier. When the middle-aged man said this, Shintao became somewhat angry. He said in a deep voice, I don't care what kind of leader you are. The orders I received came directly from the military headquarters, and I only follow military orders. I'll say it one more time, move aside. Although Shintao was angry, he still maintained basic restraint. Otherwise, he would have drawn his gun already. After all, Shintao was a man of the army and still had some scruples about certain things. Seeing Shintao still refusing to rescue, the middle-aged man's expression turned even uglier. Although his official rank wasn't high, he had followed his superior for a long time and had a special status. Before the apocalypse, even officials of higher rank than him treated him with courtesy. An officer like this captain, back then he wouldn't have even bothered to look at him. If he didn't desperately need help now, he would have already cursed him out. He suppressed his anger and said coldly, even though it's the apocalypse, the military still has people in charge. Zhonghai's safety zone is under the Jinling military district, right? Our leader knows several of your senior officers. The middle-aged man spoke slowly. Shintao frowned. Officials in Zhonghai, even just a district-level leader, it wouldn't be surprising if they really did know people in the Jinling military district. Originally, Shintao didn't want to bother with these local officials. But if they were tied to the military headquarters. What do you say? Rescue my few old leaders, you won't lose anything. If you let them die and your superiors find out? Seeing Shintao hesitate a bit, the middle-aged official felt pleased. In his eyes, Shintao's team was probably just a small combat squad from the military district, with only a few guns and people. If they learned the old leaders they were saving were connected to their superiors, wouldn't they rush to help? Shintao's mouth twitched. He really wanted to beat this fat, greasy official up, but considering the guy might have companions nearby, and that his license plate had already been seen, he didn't dare do anything reckless. This is a note from our leader. If you don't believe what I said, you can look at this note. The middle-aged official said and handed over a note to Shintao. But at that moment, a hand reached over and took the note. It was Jiang Lushur. What are you doing? The middle-aged man's eyes widened. What's wrong with this new recruit, so rude, is he rebelling? Just as he was about to curse, he saw Jiang Lushur casually unfold the note. The paper used was a red-header document from before the apocalypse, now useless. On the back was a flamboyant signature. Jiang Lushur stared at it for a while but couldn't tell what the 3 characters were. He only recognized the surname Li, after that were 2 seals, 1 official government seal, and 1 personal stamp. This note is for your captain. Do you not understand rules? Give it back immediately, the middle-aged man shouted angrily. This thing? Jiang Lushur chuckled, raised the note, turned it sideways, and with both hands, tore it in half. The middle-aged man was stunned. You dare? He pointed at Jiang Lushur, watching the paper get torn into more and more pieces, until it was all shredded. Jiang Lushur casually tossed it. The scraps of paper fluttered to the ground. The middle-aged man trembled with rage. Fine. Very good. What unit are you from? What's your name? My name, Jiang Lushur smiled, then suddenly lunged forward and slapped the middle-aged fatty right in the face. A loud slap. The fat official's heavy body flew straight up, his glasses shattered into pieces. His body spun several times in the air before crashing to the ground. He was dizzy from the blow, nose and mouth bleeding, several teeth knocked out. The official was completely stunned. Before he could react, Jiang Lushur stomped down on him. The others around the official were frozen. They did have a few pistols, but those Type 64 handguns were worthless in Jiang Lushur's eyes. If anyone dared to draw a gun, Jiang Lushur could have killed them several times over already. I'm a government official, and you dare hit me? The middle-aged man's voice trembled. He couldn't even speak clearly. So what if I hit you? What do you officials usually do? Sucking up to superiors? Before the apocalypse, that was bad enough, now you're still doing it? You probably only care about your leaders, right? Your protective umbrellas. What, planning to take them to the Zhonghai Safety Island to keep being officials? And you'll stay there bootlicker, bullying others again? Jiang Lushur saw it clearly. The Zhonghai Safety Island looked like a pure land now, and countless people had their eyes on it, all kinds of schemers wanted to stir up trouble there. Because the apocalypse had only just begun, many people couldn't accept that Huaxia had shifted from a society where identity, power, and wealth decided everything, to one where strength was all that mattered. Especially those from the former power class. Since the government still existed and had considerable power, they kept fantasizing that the powerful, well-equipped state would eventually solve everything. Zombies and mutant beasts weren't invincible. If they just killed them all, the world would return to order. However, after witnessing that terrifying monster in Jinling port, which dragged down a cargo ship weighing thousands of tons, Jiang Lushur felt that the apocalypse hadn't even truly begun. Yes, the military was strong now, but in the future, as more and stronger mutant beasts appeared, and as ability users continued to evolve, the world would become unpredictable. Zhonghai's safety island seemed like a haven, but how long could it really last? Under such circumstances, let alone offending an official from before the apocalypse, even offending the entire military wouldn't scare Jiang Lushur. His base vehicle was his capital. The world was vast, where couldn't he go? Of course, for now, the military's actions were commendable. For example, sacrificing soldiers to rescue scientists, and protecting the country's senior technicians, farmers, and engineers, this was all for the hope of restoring peace. Drive. Let's go. Jiang Lushur got back in the car and started it. Shentao, standing to the side, secretly clicked his tongue. That was a clean hit, no hesitation at all. As a soldier, Shentao did care about the status of government officials. Even if he hated them, he didn't dare do anything. But look at Jiang Lushur, he not only beat that middle-aged official up, but probably wouldn't have flinched even if he shot him on the spot. From Zhonghai to the safety island, before the apocalypse, it was only a few hours' drive. But now, with all the stops and delays, it wasn't until the afternoon of the next day that Jiang Lushur's convoy finally saw Zhonghai District 1. Zhonghai District 1 was originally just a rural town. The town center was only a crossroads, and buildings taller than 5 floors could be counted on one hand. The rest were typical Jiangnan-style country houses. Black tile roofs and white walls, they looked very refreshing. But now, from a distance, Jiang Lushur saw that Zhonghai District 1 had become a huge construction site. From several kilometers away, they could already see a towering concrete wall, spreading across the horizon like a black giant serpent. This city wall had only just begun construction. The base was 5 meters thick, with lots of steel beams and rebar exposed, and many parts only half poured with concrete. Before the apocalypse, the government had requisitioned railways and highways to transport large amounts of building materials here. That was also why Jiang Zhuiying hadn't been able to return home. After the apocalypse hit, craftsmen that were summoned early, along with ordinary people, worked day and night to build this massive wall. It would become the lifeline of Zhonghai's safety island. The wall now stood only 4 to 5 meters high, but eventually would reach over 15 meters, forming a concrete great wall to resist increasingly stronger zombie hordes and mutant beasts, protecting the hundreds of thousands inside the safety island. Every 10 meters, a tower was built into the wall. Although these towers weren't completed, weapons had already been installed, 130mm cannon howitzers, paired with 2 large-caliber anti-aircraft machine guns. Just looking at those thigh-thick barrels and the oversized machine guns as tall as a person gave a strange sense of security. Probably the people of Zhonghai Safety Zone felt the same. With such weapons, no matter how many zombies came, they'd be blasted away. Even mutant beast packs wouldn't be able to withstand the heavy firepower. Below the wall stood armed patrol soldiers. Each unit was a reinforced platoon, each person carrying an automatic rifle, grenades, some even shouldered rocket launchers. Jiang Lushur had already passed by 8 or 9 such units. Combined, that was the strength of a reinforced battalion. With the heavy weapons on the partially finished wall, this fortress was truly impregnable. Of course, that was only for now. No one could say what the future held. Although the wall wasn't finished yet, several large iron gates had already been installed at the city entrance, alloy steel plates welded into thick gates that could withstand cannon fire. Each city gate had heavy guards, inspecting people entering Zhonghai District 1. Those waiting to enter formed a long line, many dressed in rags, skin and bones, looking like famine refugees from ancient times. They were all ordinary survivors who had gathered from elsewhere, bringing any weapons they could find. The lucky ones had ability users leading them. They crawled and walked from all directions toward Zhonghai Safety Island. Who knew how many had died on the way? But upon reaching the safety island, they were still just the lowest-tier refugees. Food supply on the island was extremely limited and couldn't feed so many mouths. The result, they had to perform hard labor, like building the wall, in exchange for very little food. Hunger, exhaustion, and illness due to lack of medicine, many would die here. It was not much different from building the Great Wall in ancient times. In fact, the safety island removed dead bodies every day. To prevent disease, they were cremated or buried en masse. Not only did they have no grave or tombstone, even their ashes were mixed with others. This was the tragedy of ordinary people in the apocalypse. Everyone, regardless of status, had to undergo wound and virus inspection before entering the city. Although the virus had already broken out and survivors carried antibodies. Even so, ordinary people still risked infection and turning into zombies, because the virus inside the zombies had mutated and evolved. The antibodies in regular bodies were mostly ineffective now. Once bitten, the chance of infection was over 90%. Safety Island regulations stated, anyone with wounds must be quarantined for observation. Those without visible wounds must have their eyes checked. Infected people in the mutation phase had noticeably different eyes. Easy to spot. At the city gate, 8 quarantine stations had been set up. Each was staffed by armed personnel, extremely alert. If anyone seemed off, they were immediately shot. At such a critical time, it was better to mistakenly kill someone than to let a virus carrier into Zhonghai District 1. Of the 8 checkpoints, 6 were for ordinary people. Because the inspection was thorough, all 6 had long lines. Under the scorching sun, with no shade, standing in line for 3 or 4 hours was a huge ordeal for starving refugees, truly a kind of suffering. Some had traveled a long way only to faint in line from low blood sugar. No one knew if they would ever wake up. Since the wound checks required touching the body, female personnel were assigned. Most were middle-aged women, doing the same repetitive task, often impatient. They would sometimes tug roughly. For men it was okay, but those skinny young girls couldn't handle it. Some were directly pushed over and even scolded. No one dared complain. They just hurried to stand up and continue the inspection. But the other 2 checkpoints, those were a different sight. One, slightly more crowded, was for combat personnel. Combat personnel meant ordinary people in fighting teams, required to carry rifles or high-powered handguns with at least 100 rounds of ammo. The last checkpoint was for ability users. That line was even shorter, only 3 people, no need to wait at all. 2 major-level officers handled reception, and 6 beautiful women did the inspections. These 6 beauties were originally part of a performance troupe, stunningly beautiful, tall, with big breasts, slim waists, and long legs. Their inspections were gentle and sweet-smiling. They asked a few questions, made notes, the whole process was pleasant. This clearly showed the massive gap in treatment between ability users and ordinary people. At this point, Shintao had already gotten out of the car. Looking at the refugees, he sighed, ordinary people are truly pitiful. When they come here, they're still at the bottom. Vehicles aren't allowed in the city, all must be parked outside. Fuel is confiscated, though the military will give a bit of food in exchange. After that, they have to wake up early and work until dark just to barely survive. Their housing? Huge shared dorms, or even tents. In winter, that's hell. But ability users? They're much better off. They can bring vehicles into the city. They get assigned a small apartment. The stronger ones even live inside the safety island itself, in modern high-rises. Behind those buildings, there's a small mountain, with a villa district. But those villas? Not for ordinary folks. Shintao briefly explained the rules for entering the city. Jiang Lushur nodded. With hundreds of thousands living here, of course it would be crowded, there weren't enough homes. He suddenly thought of something and asked, what about the elites? What kind of place do they live in? Actually, he wanted to know where Li Yusen would be. After all, odds were low that she awakened as an ability user. If she was lucky enough to survive, she was probably just an ordinary person. As for elites, they generally live in high-rise apartments. Only 2 scientists who made significant contributions at the Virus Research Institute were assigned villas in the mountain district. Now that Elder Zhang has arrived, maybe he'll also get to live in the mountain villas. That would be quite something, Shintao said, with a trace of respect on his face. No matter the time, these scientists were always highly respected. Brother Jiang, your team is quite strong. In the future, you'll likely have the chance to move into the high-rise apartment area, Shintao added. Jiang Lushur nodded. Shintao had clearly misunderstood, thinking he was asking about where he himself could live. But Jiang Lushur wasn't planning to ask about Li Yusen directly, asking wouldn't help anyway. Elder Zhang, as a senior scientist, needs to go through a full medical check. We also need to get inspected and report back, so we'll take our leave now. When we find out where you'll be staying, we'll come visit. As for the 3 level 1 mutant nuclei, once they're approved, I'll bring them to you, Shintao said. The military had procedures for material approvals, so it wouldn't be immediate. Jiang Lushur nodded in understanding. No problem. Then we're off. Let's have a drink together in a few days. Shen Tao laughed heartily. Professor Zhang and his granddaughter Zhang Jiaying also got out of the vehicle to say goodbye, especially Zhang Jiaying. Her eyes were red, and she reluctantly held Jiang Zhuiying and Ran Shiyu's hands. Then she walked to Jiang Lushur and said, Brother Jiang, goodbye. Please come visit us later. Okay. Goodbye, little Jiaying, Jiang Lushur said, reaching out to pat her on the head. The military had a dedicated channel for missions. Shen Tao and the others got back into their military truck and drove off. Zhang Jiaying leaned over the truck's rail, still waving goodbye to Jiang Lushur and the others. Let's go. Time to enter the city, Jiang Lushur said. The minibus led the way, followed by the refrigerated truck, heading to the ability user quarantine checkpoint. Many refugees looked toward Jiang Lushur and his group, their eyes filled with envy. The beautiful female performers, who had just finished inspecting the previous 3 people, immediately smiled and came forward again when they saw more vehicles arriving. Hello, welcome to Zhonghai District 1. Please get off the vehicle for inspection, and we'll need to ask you a few questions, said one tall female soldier. She had a curvy figure, wore a tight-fitting military uniform, and black leather boots. Though none of her skin was exposed, she exuded a special kind of allure. Jiang Lushur and the others got out of the car and followed her to the inspection station. They first underwent a physical examination and were then led to a table. 2 major-ranked officers were sitting there, with a computer in front of them. Hello, the 2 officers greeted them with a smile. This is the rules handbook for Zhonghai District 1. The main 2 points are, first, do not break the law or fight. Second, vehicles can enter the city, but you are not allowed to drive them inside the city unless you're leaving. Each residence is assigned for 1 month. Normally, the stay is automatically extended. If you leave the city, your spot is held for 1 extra month. After that, if you don't return, it's considered vacant and reassigned. The rest are details, you can check the manual, said one of the officers, handing them a booklet. No driving allowed. Jiang Lushur frowned slightly, but he understood. Zhonghai District 1 had limited space and was crowded with people. If every survivor team drove around freely, traffic would be a disaster. Now that the minibus had autopilot and fighting was prohibited inside the city, Jiang Lushur wasn't too worried. This is the ability user badge. Each ability user gets 1, the other officer said, handing out 4 badges, for Jiang Zhuiying, Ran Shiyu, Zhang Hai, and Sun Kuan. It seemed these 2 officers were also ability users. They had already judged the group's identities and strength through energy fluctuations. Although Jiang Lushur had developed brain domain abilities and activated mutated blood cells, his powers came from genetic evolution fluid, not from virus mutation, so he emitted almost no energy fluctuations like other ability users. It was normal for the officers to mistake him for an ordinary person. That's not right, our boss is also, Zhang Hai began to speak. It's fine, Jiang Lushur interrupted him. His ability was difficult to explain, and he didn't want to get entangled with the military over it. Do we have to wear this? Jiang Zhuiying asked, holding the badge with a frown. Won't this make us look like school kids? It's not mandatory to wear it, the officer replied, shaking his head. Jiang Lushur asked, how are the living arrangements handled? The 2 officers checked the computer and replied, we assign housing based on strength and number of ability users. You're eligible for 4 housing units. You can choose 4 single rooms or 2 suites. Jiang Lushur nodded. Most ability users probably lived in Zhonghai District 1. Shen Tao had only said they'd have a chance to live in high-rise apartments in the future. It looked like few people got to live inside the safety island itself. Even within Zhonghai District 1, those who got apartments were already a small group. Then let's pick 2 suites, Jiang Zhuiying said immediately. She turned playfully to Jiang Lushur and stuck out her tongue. I want to stay in the same suite as my brother. Then, I'll stay in a room with you too, Zhuiying, said Ran Shiyu. Then has to stay with us too, Jiang Lushur thought for a moment and asked, can we get 1 3-room and 1 1-room apartment? The 3-room suite would house 4 people. The 1-room apartment would go to Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan. The officer looked at him and said, yes, please wait a moment. We'll arrange it right away. These are the keys and the addresses for both apartments, one officer said, handing them 2 sets of keys. We've also set up a trading hall in Zhonghai District 1. If you want to buy or sell anything, you can go there. The military and many survivor teams often post tasks. If you want to earn supplies, that's the fastest way. Hope you enjoy your time in Zhonghai District 1. Both officers were very friendly. The outer area of Zhonghai District 1 was a large construction site. As the vehicles drove further in, the surroundings gradually began to feel more normal, almost like before the apocalypse. Shops lined both sides of the street, and many pedestrians walked by. It didn't feel desolate at all. Most people walked in small groups, clearly part of survivor teams. Jiang Liushir's team was assigned housing in the same complex, about 200 or 300 meters apart. This complex was considered among the best in Zhonghai District 1. It had green belts, parking spots downstairs, and the buildings were built with a somewhat European style. Jiang Liushir and the others casually looked around their rooms, then Jiang Zhuiying began clamoring to go out and see the town. After living in the apocalypse environment, suddenly coming into a safe, bustling town, wanting to go out for a walk and relax was only natural. I just saw a barber shop. I haven't cut my hair for a long time. Let's go see it. Jiang Zhuiying grabbed Jiang Liushir's arm and shook it, coquettishly. Hearing haircut, Ran Shiyu was also tempted. Girls all like to be pretty. Before, when conditions didn't permit, she naturally didn't think of such things. But now, just hearing there was a barber shop? Only Ying had no expression. What is a haircut? Okay, let's go. Jiang Liushir gave in to Zhuiying. Bring some mutant beast meat. I guess here they'll take mutant beast meat as payment. Haircuts surely wouldn't be expensive. But in this apocalypse, probably only ability users with decent strength would get haircuts. Who else had the spare money? Ying stayed behind to watch the vehicles. Jiang Liushir accompanied the two girls to the barber shop. After sitting there a while, Jiang Liushir felt restless. You two continue. I'll go walk around. Accompanying girls shopping or having their hair done, before or after the apocalypse, is really torture for a guy, even if both girls were pleasant to look at. Jiang Liushir thought to go to the trading hall and take a look. He had quite a few weapons to sell, and he also wanted to see if there were mutant crystals for sale, though that was unlikely. Walking along the street slowly, Jiang Liushir felt a strange sense, like his mood had suddenly relaxed a lot, as though he had returned to before the apocalypse. Thank you for coming, Li young master. Please come again next time. At that moment, a few people walked out of a shop ahead, faces flushed with health. Behind them followed a man in a suit, nodding and bowing, wearing a big smile. These people are powerful, wealthy. They're eating at Jingchun Pavilion. Jiang Liushir heard two people passing by say with envy. The name Jingchun Pavilion was well chosen. Actually, judging by its storefront, it was modest, probably a restaurant from the pre-apocalypse town that had just been reused. But for someone to still dine in a restaurant in the apocalypse, they were indeed wealthy. If anyone comes again selling wool yangya, let someone notify me, the group's leader said, loud enough. That's a must. Since young Master Li speaks, how could I not notify? The restaurant owner nodded repeatedly. Jiang Liushir passed by that restaurant, glanced at them, and went past the people. Jiang Liushir? A surprised voice called out, stopping him. Jiang Liushir turned and was taken aback. He had just glanced casually and had not expected the person to be someone he knew. Li Qinghui. Jiang Liushir was also surprised. This Li Qinghui had been his high school classmate. They had played soccer together for a time and were somewhat familiar. But later they drifted apart. Damn, to meet you here of all places. Li Qinghui shouted dramatically. You're doing well now, Jiang Liushir said, glancing at the restaurant owner. The one calling young Master Li earlier was Li Qinghui himself. Cough, cough, what young Master Li? Li Qinghui looked a bit embarrassed and lowered his voice. I'm just hanging with the boss, here to help buy liquor. The owner calls everyone young Master Li when they see a buyer. Damn, he'd rather call anyone his father. So that's how it is. Jiang Liushir smiled. Just now Li Qinghui had acted like he enjoyed the treatment. But when an old classmate showed up, he got awkward instantly. He lowered his voice, clearly worried passers-by would hear. He had just been speaking loudly himself. You haven't changed much. Just like before. Haven't seen each other since graduating high school, right? Geez, you grew quite a bit. I, since graduation, have just drifted sideways. People comparing, kills you. Li Qinghui slapped Jiang Liushir on the shoulder and laughed. Yeah. Jiang Liushir said. Alive and meeting again isn't easy. When did you come to Zhonghai? Li Qinghui asked. Me? I just arrived today. Jiang Liushir replied. Oh, that's quite something. Li Qinghui nodded knowingly. Coming from the North Bank is difficult, that you only arrived now was normal. No one knew how many hardships you endured. He had felt that deeply. What do you plan to do now? Zhonghai District 1 is safe, but not easy to survive here. Li Qinghui asked again. I plan to go to the trading hall, Jiang Liushir said. Damn. Go to the trading hall? They recruit wall builders over there. How could a scholar like you do that? Fortunately you ran into me today. Li Qinghui cut in, grabbing Jiang Liushir's arm, then turning to his companions. Tell the boss I ran into an old classmate and went off to handle something. His companions nodded. Go, go. Come on, come on. I'll take you to a good place, Li Qinghui said, dragging Jiang Lushi along. Where are we going? Li Qinghui pulled him along without saying where they were headed. By the way, have you met any other classmates here in Zhonghai District 1? Jiang Lushi suddenly remembered something and asked. He had originally thought about asking Shen Tao, but when it came to news about Li Yusin, it would probably be faster to ask Li Qinghui than Shen Tao. Yeah, since Jiangbei is pretty close to Zhonghai, the classmates who survived mostly came to Zhonghai. We even had a small gathering once, Li Qinghui said. Oh? Have you seen Li Yusin? Jiang Lushi asked. Li Yusin? Of course I have. Li Qinghui replied. Jiang Lushi nodded. Knowing that Li Yusin was still alive was good news. In the apocalypse, the chances of mutation and death were too high. Jiang Lushi had considered the possibility that Li Yusin had become a zombie or had died. Hearing that she was safe gave him a sense of relief. What, you want to see her? Li Qinghui looked Jiang Lushi up and down and suddenly punched him in the chest. Wow, so you really had a crush on Li Yusin. What do you mean, really had a crush? Jiang Lushi was stunned. Back then, everyone said you liked her. It was all over in private. Damn, I thought it was just rumors. You're bold, aiming for the school beauty, Li Qinghui said. It's nothing like that. Back then, Li Yusin helped me a bit, so I just want to see her, Jiang Lushi explained. Alright, it's not something to be ashamed of. Besides, Li Yusin is pretty, classy, from a good family, and has a nice personality. It's normal to like her. Honestly, I admire her too. But it's just admiration, I wouldn't dare to think more. She's a white swan. We're not in the same league, Li Qinghui said. Jiang Lushi shook his head speechlessly. Clearly, reasoning with him was pointless. I was going to take you to someone I know and help you get a job, but since you're so love-struck, let's go see Li Yusin first. Li Qinghui also shook his head. They still hadn't figured out their next meal, and he was already thinking about girls. But for ordinary people like them, Li Yusin was way out of their league. Wait a sec, I have her communication code. I'll call her, Li Qinghui said. Call? Jiang Lushi was surprised. People could still make calls in the apocalypse? He also had a phone, but he only used it for maps and music. He never got any signal. Was it a satellite phone? That'd be high-end. Li Qinghui walked with Jiang Lushi for a bit more and arrived in front of a small shop. Here we are. Jiang Lushi looked up and was shocked again. Damn, China Telecom. China Telecom is still providing service in the apocalypse. Jiang Lushi asked in disbelief. Even though he knew Zhonghai had well-preserved infrastructure, seeing China Telecom still in business was unbelievable. Haha, of course. Communication has always been a basic human need, Li Qinghui said with a sigh. Don't worry, I know the guy who runs the place. He's efficient. Jiang Lushi didn't know what to say and followed Li Qinghui into the small shop. Inside were just 2 glass counters, a map on the wall, and a long price list. Where was the phone? Jiang Lushi looked around but didn't see any. Li Qinghui had already gone to the counter and said to the slightly bald man behind it, Old Huang, what are you doing? A customer walks in and you're still reading that dirty magazine? Damn. You scared me. The bald man quickly shoved a magazine with a revealing cover to the side and asked, Young Master Li, what brings you here? Making a call. Communication code is 7981, Li Qinghui said. Hold on. The bald man pulled out a thick booklet. His chubby fingers flipped through it quickly and stopped at one page. Got it. What's the message? Li Qinghui casually took a notebook and pen from the counter and quickly wrote something down. Here's the message. The bald man glanced at it and said, That's the safe island, expensive. But for you, I'll give a discount. Don't you have some Farang Wang cigarettes? 3 sticks. That's a rip-off. That's the friendship price. Li Qinghui took out a pack of Farang Wang. It was carefully wrapped in a Ziploc bag, clearly something precious. When he pulled out 3 cigarettes and saw only 5 or 6 left inside, his mouth twitched. 3 sticks. Make it quick, Li Qinghui said. All right, there's a bench, go sit and wait. It won't take long. The bald man then called out a teenage boy from the back. The kid took the note and dashed off. So this China Telecom is just someone running errands? Jiang Lushi asked, a bit confused. Yeah, these days they're called human telephones. He has the address linked to the communication code. As long as you know the code, he can deliver your message, Li Qinghui proudly said. Jiang Lushi shook his head. In this apocalyptic world, phones didn't work. Satellite phones were likely military use only. Regular folks had to walk to talk to each other. This China Telecom relay service did help a bit. But even the friendship price cost 3 cigarettes. Most people couldn't afford a call. The main issue is Safe Island. Most people can't go in without permission. But these communication runners can get in and out. Otherwise, he wouldn't have given up those 3 cigarettes. It hurt. But when he noticed Jiang Lushur watching him, Li Qinghui quickly laughed. You'll get a reply soon. Excited? I like how devoted you are. As an ordinary person, Li Qinghui's life in Zhonghai District 1 wasn't as glamorous as his nickname, Young Master Li, suggested. Running into an old friend like Jiang Lushur, who was even worse off, made him feel a sense of camaraderie. And it wasn't much trouble just to send a message to Li Yusin. That address came from a contact during our last gathering. She's living in Safe Island. She's really in a different world than us, Li Qinghui said, glancing at Jiang Lushur. Even though he helped him, he didn't want Jiang Lushur to get too caught up. There was too much of a gap between them. It would only lead to disappointment. The high-rise apartments in Safe Island were the most luxurious residential areas in Zhonghai before the apocalypse. As for the mountain villas in Safe Island, their prices were sky-high. Ordinary people could only dream of living there. The current residents were either powerful superhumans or elite professionals like scientists. Even now, the villas weren't fully occupied. In one of the high-rise apartments, behind a large floor-to-ceiling window, a girl was sitting on a sofa, quietly reading a book. She looked about 19 or 20, wearing a casual white nightdress with a silk robe draped over it. Her fair shoulders and long slender legs were visible. She was completely absorbed in her book when another girl came over with a cup of tea and sat in front of her. Yusin, I'm so bored. Stop reading and talk with me for a bit. Li Yusin looked up and tucked her hair behind her ear. Didn't you say you were going to find a book to read? She was Li Yusin, Jiang Lushur's former deskmate. The other girl was her best friend, Wang Shiqi. They knew each other before coming to Zhonghai. She was a year younger than Li Yusin, and their parents were co-workers. But all your books are technical. I get dizzy just looking at them. Ugh, the apocalypse was scary at first, now it's just suffocating. No electricity, no internet, not even TV. Yusin, stop reading already. Come have dinner with me tonight. My husband has a few friends who've heard about you, the famous beauty. They really want to meet you, Wang Shiqi said excitedly. I'll pass, Li Yusin shook her head. Shiqi, you only think about fun. It's not like before. Without skills, what will we do in the future? We're not superhumans, we need to rely on knowledge. Yusin, please, Wang Shiqi groaned, hugging her arm and tickling her. For a moment, her nightgown shifted, revealing even more skin. Your skin is so soft and fair. I'm jealous. Prepare to be punished. Stop it. Li Yusin tried to dodge away. At that moment, there was a knock at the door. Li Yusin took the chance to get up. All right, stop messing around. I'll go change. You answer the door. This was a high-end building. Random people couldn't get in, so there was no worry about safety. Wang Shiqi pouted, clearly not done playing. She opened the door and asked disinterestedly, Who are you looking for? The telecom runner was stunned when he saw her, so pretty. Hello, I'm from China Telecom. I have a message for Li Yusin, he quickly said. A message? I'm her best friend. Just tell me directly, Wang Shiqi said. A classmate of Li Yusin's arrived in Zhonghai District 1. His name is Jiang Lushur, the runner said. Jiang Lushur? Li Yusin had just changed clothes and came out. When she heard the name, she froze for a second and then quickly walked over. The telecom boy's eyes lit up when he saw Li Yusin. Wow, these girls were all stunning. Especially this one, not as fashionably dressed as the first, but with a quiet beauty that was really captivating. Wang Shiqi noticed Li Yusin's expression and asked curiously, Who is it? Got our Princess Yusin so worked up? A classmate, he's still alive. I didn't expect him to make it to Zhonghai, Li Yusin said happily. Back then, she had told Jiang Lushur to head to the highway to find the military and come to Zhonghai. But after the disaster broke out, she had seen too much death and destruction. She had no idea if Jiang Lushur had survived or made it to Zhonghai. She didn't even want to think about what might have happened to him. Now, hearing news about him all of a sudden, Li Yusin was filled with joy. In this post-apocalyptic world, knowing someone you care about is still alive, there's no way to describe that feeling. Where is that person now? Wang Shiqi asked the telecom boy. Waiting at China Telecom for a reply, the telecom boy quickly answered. Ah? Zhonghai District 1. Before Wang Shiqi could finish, Li Yusin said, Please tell him I'll be there soon. Ask him to wait at, never mind, tell him to wait for me at the Xianlai Yaki Cafe. Li Yusin felt this was something worth celebrating. The Xianlai Yaki Cafe in Zhonghai District 1 was considered a very classy place. In all of Zhonghai District 1, there were only a handful of places for leisure and entertainment. Shiqi, come with me, Li Yusin said. She suddenly felt a bit awkward about meeting Jiang Lushur alone, since they hadn't had contact for 2 or 3 years. As a girl, meeting a guy alone like this made her a little shy. Zhonghai District 1 is so far. Wang Shiqi was quite unhappy. Cars weren't allowed, so they had to walk. Her delicate feet couldn't take it. But thinking of Li Yusen's classmate, Wang Shiqi felt a little curious. Just from the name Jiang Lushi, she could tell it was a guy. She wondered what kind of relationship he had with Li Yusen. Li Yusen said he was just a classmate, but how could Wang Shiqi believe that? All right, I'll go with you, just to be nice. Wang Shiqi held Li Yusen's arm and blinked mischievously. But in exchange, you have to go to dinner with me tonight. Yusen, if you go on like this, you'll become a shut-in. You need to get out and interact with people sometimes. Li Yusen helplessly agreed, fine, you win. The telecom guy left first. Li Yusen changed her shoes, and then she and Wang Shiqi left. The two girls didn't walk very fast. About an hour later, while Jiang Lushi and Li Qinghui were still waiting at China Telecom, the telecom boy came back. Li Yusen said to wait for her at the Xianlai Yaki Cafe. She'll be there soon, the telecom boy said before Li Qinghui could ask. Xianlai Yaki? Nice. I've been here for so long and never been there. Li Qinghui smacked his lips and said. Sigh, life really is different. Even meeting someone has to happen in a place like that. Jiang Lushi, you're new here so you don't know, this Xianlai Yaki Cafe is super fancy. Regular people can't afford it. Come on, I'll take you to check it out. Jiang Lushi was also curious how fancy this cafe really was. But 10 minutes later, when they arrived at the entrance, Jiang Lushi couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. This place looked like an old dive converted into a cafe? What, looks average to you? Seeing Jiang Liushi's expression, Li Qinghui said, speechless. Don't look down on how small it is. Sure, it can't compare with Starbucks or whatever from before the apocalypse, but now it's the end of the world. This cafe may not look like much, but regular people can't afford it. Come on, I want to see it myself too. There weren't many people inside. Near the entrance, a row of waitresses in maid outfits stood beside the front desk. They were all pretty and, more importantly, youthful, really eye-catching. Even though the place was clearly converted from a dive bar, the walls had decorations, and the tables and chairs were quite classy. It had that kind of decadent, artsy vibe that was popular before the apocalypse. The only downside was it was a bit small. 2 people, a waitress came up and asked warmly. We have others coming, Jiang Lushi said. This way please. Since the cafe wasn't busy, the waitress led them to a larger table. Would you like to order now? The waitress asked. Let me take a look at the drink menu, Jiang Lushi said. Sure. The waitress quickly brought over the drink menu. Jiang Lushi opened it, and Li Qinghui leaned over to look too. Holy crap. Li Qinghui's eyes nearly popped out. Damn, this was insanely expensive. A cup of freshly brewed coffee cost 5 kg of rice. This was robbery. No wonder the cafe was so empty. One sale probably supported them for half a year. In Zhonghai District 1, food was the standard currency. The military issued food stamps that worked like old paper money. Grain was precious in the apocalypse. Spend 5 kg of rice for a cup of coffee? But Li Qinghui glanced around and saw 2 tables of customers, both had ordered coffee. Even in a harsh apocalypse, some people still lived pretty well, either relying on strength or other resources. This cafe existed because of people like that. Damn it, this place really isn't for poor folks like us, Li Qinghui thought, touching his pocket. Jiang Lushi had just barely made it to Zhonghai alive, of course he didn't have money. Li Qinghui mentally calculated his own assets. He couldn't afford it either. Looked like they'd have to let Li Yusen pay. Damn, how embarrassing. Have you decided what to order? The waitress asked. We'll wait a bit. We're waiting for a friend, Li Qinghui said. Jiang Lushi nodded in agreement. More than 40 minutes later, 2 beautiful girls appeared at the cafe entrance. Just by standing there, they immediately drew the attention of most of the people on the street. One of the girls was petite, dressed very delicately, with perfect makeup and doll-like smooth curls. She looked like she didn't belong in the same world as everyone else. It was the apocalypse, most people couldn't even stay clean, let alone wear makeup. The other girl wore just a simple white t-shirt and tight jeans, but her presence stood out. She was extremely pretty, and her exposed skin was incredibly fair, almost glowing. Her long black hair flowed freely over her shoulders. Compared to the cute girl, she was even more eye-catching. People couldn't take their eyes off them. But this was Zhonghai District 1, not the outside. Even though some ability users were tempted, they wouldn't dare act out here. Oh my god, I'm exhausted. I can't walk anymore. Wang Shiqi stopped, refusing to move. She deeply regretted it, just a bit of curiosity had led her to walk so far. Even during her escape in the early days of the apocalypse, she hadn't walked this much. And Zhonghai District 1 was broken and old, with strange people everywhere, dressed dirty. Several times, people had accidentally brushed against her. She quickly patted down her expensive little jacket. Before the apocalypse, this outfit cost tens of thousands. Now it might be worthless, but it was still rare. And now it was all dirty from just one trip here. Shichi, we're almost there, just a few more steps and we can sit down. My classmate is still waiting for me, Li Yusen said helplessly. Wang Shichi rolled her eyes. She was fine until that classmate was mentioned. Just hearing that name made her angry. It was all his fault. All right, my lady. I'm just resting a bit. Wang Shichi gently rubbed her calf, then walked into the cafe. Li Yusen followed her in. Jiang Lushi? A soft, pleasant voice rang out. Jiang Lushi, who had been looking down at his phone, raised his head. A beautiful figure with a gentle smile appeared in front of him. After not seeing each other for 2 or 3 years, and having gone through the outbreak of the apocalypse, Jiang Lushi felt as if time had turned back the moment he saw Li Yusen again. Li Yusen's simple outfit and gentle smile made Jiang Lushi feel like he had returned to high school, the girl who used to turn her face slightly, holding a pen in her hand, quietly gazing out the window. Back then, when the two of them were solving problems together, Jiang Lushi could always smell the clean scent of body wash on Li Yusen. Sometimes her hair would brush against his face or hands, making him feel a ticklish sensation. Jiang Lushi looked at Li Yusen and showed a faint smile. Long time no see. It has been a long time. Meeting under these circumstances really makes one emotional. Li Yusen's voice was soft and gentle. She was always like that, giving people a kind and warm feeling. But in reality, she kept her distance from most people. Back in school, although many boys were crazy about her, she never gave anyone special attention. When did you arrive? Li Yusen asked. Just today, Jiang Lushi replied. Li Yusen was about to ask more, but suddenly a loud, exaggerated exclamation came from inside the cafe. Isn't that Miss Wang Shichi? A well-dressed young man from one of the 2 occupied tables stood up. Amazing, I actually ran into you outside of Safe Island. What brought you here? Song Feng? Wang Shichi looked surprised. Why are you here? Came out to meet a friend, but my friend's delayed, probably stuck outside, Song Feng said. And you? I came with Yusen to meet her classmate. Wang Shichi pointed inside. Song Feng's eyes lit up. He quickly looked over and whispered, that stunning beauty just now is Li Yusen? Duh, Wang Shichi rolled her eyes at him. This Song Feng also lived in Safe Island. His dad worked in the government, and he himself was an ability user. Wang Shichi had known Song Feng for a while. She knew that although he had abilities, he was too scared to fight monsters or zombies, so his combat strength was terrible. And since Song Feng had a very easygoing personality, Wang Shichi didn't hold back when talking to him. TSK, hearing about her doesn't compare to seeing her. Introduce me. Song Feng asked. Yusen. Li Yusen had already seen the two chatting. When she saw them approaching, she nodded slightly to Song Feng and asked, Shichi, who's this? Before Wang Shichi could speak, Song Feng said, Hello Miss Yusen, I'm Song Feng. I also live in Safe Island. My father is Song Liang, the secretary of the Zhonghai office. He knows your mother and grandfather too. He often speaks highly of the 2 Professors Su, both your mother and grandfather. Hello, Li Yusen nodded. In fact, she had never heard of Song Liang before. But since the man said his father knew her mother and grandfather, whether or not it was true, she had to be polite. Jiang Lushi, standing by the side, understood immediately. So Li Yusen's mother and grandfather were both professors. A family with 2 professors would surely have high status in Zhonghai Safe Island. As for Song Feng, though his father sounded like he had a minor position, being a secretary in the Zhonghai office was already a real power-holding job in this place. Much higher up than that so-called local official Jiang Lushi met on the road earlier. Song Feng was also giving off faint waves of mutant energy, clearly an ability user, though not a strong one. Still, it was obvious he was good at socializing. Jiang Lushi, this is my best friend Wang Shichi, and this is Song Feng, Li Yusen introduced. This is my classmate Jiang Lushi. He helped me a lot before. The other one is Song Qinghui. Nice to meet you, I'm Song Feng said as he reached out to shake hands, subtly sizing Jiang Lushi up. Song Feng had been wanting to get to know Li Yusen for a while, but she didn't like socializing, so he never had the chance. He didn't expect that she would come all the way to Zhonghai District 1 just to see a classmate. When Li Yusen walked in, he had already noticed her, such a beautiful woman would draw attention anywhere. He'd also overheard her talking to Jiang Lushi and knew this scholarly-looking guy was the one she came to see. When Song Feng walked over, he had already sensed that neither Jiang Lushi nor Li Qinghui were ability users. But in Zhonghai, even non-ability users could be very powerful. For example, Li Yusin's family was quite influential and worth networking with. Since he lacked personal strength, Song Feng planned to go into politics, so he needed to build connections. Bro, you live in Safe Island too? What do your parents do? Maybe we know each other, Song Feng asked warmly. Jiang Lushi shook his head. No, I live in Zhonghai District 1. He just arrived today. Probably hasn't even settled down yet, Li Yusin said, glancing at Jiang Lushi apologetically. She knew that the accident involving his parents had been a heavy blow to him, and that was the reason they had drifted apart. She didn't expect that right after reuniting, someone would bring it up again. I see, Song Feng smiled, but his expression turned colder. Not settled? Everyone was settled the moment they entered the city, unless you came to Safe Island after the apocalypse. Which basically meant, refugee. Song Feng had thought the classmate Li Yusin came all this way to meet must be someone impressive, maybe someone worth connecting with. But it turned out to be a refugee with no background. And this kind of person had once helped Li Yusin? Still, getting to meet Li Yusin today was a nice surprise. If he could build a good relationship with her, he might be able to connect with the two Professor Su behind her. Old Professor Su worked at the Research Institute, which had become a major force in Zhonghai and was extremely valuable. Unfortunately, professors rarely interacted with people like him. The only way to get close was through their children. Li Yusin lacked nothing, while her classmate had nothing at all. Thinking this, Song Feng smiled and pulled up a chair. It's rare to run into Miss Yusin and her friends today. This one's on me. What? You're not treating me? Wang Shiqi said, annoyed. Of course I am, how could I not treat our Princess Shiqi? Song Feng said quickly, attentively pulling out a chair. Order, 5 cups of Blue Mountain. Song Feng said. In this cafe, 5 cups of Blue Mountain meant 10 kilograms of grain. Li Qinghui clicked his tongue secretly. Just drinking coffee here would cost an ordinary person a whole month's food. Damn, this wasn't drinking coffee, it was drinking money. If it were him, he wouldn't spend that much, he'd rather take the grain home. Song Feng was good at reading people. He noticed the change in Li Qinghui's expression and felt satisfied. Li Yusin was hard to win over, so he might as well give some benefits to her poor classmates. That was still a way of getting closer to her. But Li Qinghui wasn't very useful. The key was Jiang Lushi. But when he looked at Jiang Lushi, he found that his reaction was quite calm. This refugee either didn't realize how hard it was to get a cup of hand-brewed coffee in the apocalypse, or had no clue what the coffee was worth. Damn, it's like casting flotation at a blind man. Bro, you just got to Zhonghai, do you know what you want to do yet? Song Feng suddenly asked. Refugees who just arrived in Zhonghai were all eager to find a job just to get a meal. But at the trading hall, the only jobs they could find were manual labor. As for the shops on the streets, the work inside was obviously easier, but ordinary people couldn't get in. Helping Jiang Lushi find a job wasn't a big deal for someone like Song Feng, who had many connections, but it was a chance to do Li Yusin a favor. After his brain area evolved, Jiang Lushi could easily catch subtle changes in facial expressions. He saw clearly how the man reacted just now when he heard he had just arrived in Zhonghai. And now, hearing the man suddenly ask this, he couldn't help but find it a little amusing. Not yet, Jiang Lushi said. That wasn't wrong either. He had originally planned to take a look at the trading hall, but before he had the chance, he ran into Li Qinghui. He still hadn't figured out what was what in Zhonghai. Song Feng smiled, thinking, just as I thought, and said, well, what a coincidence today. I came to meet a friend. He's the captain of a small team that's become quite a rising star in Zhonghai recently. Both he and his team are strong, guns and men, all in place. I remember his team is short on people. Survivor squad, that's dangerous, Li Yusin said. Yusinjia, let them talk. It's rare for Song Feng to help with a job, Wang Shiqi said from the side. She had come out of curiosity, and after seeing Jiang Lushi, found nothing special, though he was pretty good looking. After evolving his blood cells and brain area, Jiang Lushi's skin became fairer, his body gained some subtle muscle lines, and his posture was more upright. His eyes looked deep and dark, giving him the vibe of a handsome guy with presence. Too bad that in the past, good looks had appeal, but in the apocalypse, just a face wasn't enough. Helping him find a job, what's wrong with that? Haha, Miss Yusin, don't worry. How could I introduce a dangerous job to our friend here? There are 2 positions. One is a bit tiring, but the pay is good. Heard of mutant beast meat? Song Feng said. Cleaning mutant beast meat, mainly cleaning the organs. A lot of people fight to do this job. It's a few teams hiring together. So bloody, Wang Shiqi showed a bit of disgust, and it sounded gross too. Girls hearing about guts and organs, just the thought was unpleasant. Li Yusin didn't say anything, but she frowned slightly. She felt this job didn't suit Jiang Lushi. Calling it a bit tiring was an understatement. It was exhausting and filthy. What about the other one? Li Yusin asked. Haha, I also think that one doesn't suit our friend, Song Feng continued. The other one just requires helping clean the living space, doing laundry and such. It's lighter work, but the pay's not bad either. I think you could totally handle it. Jiang Lushi smiled. No need. I'll look around myself, Jiang Lushi said. Hearing that, Song Feng wasn't too happy. Doesn't know what's good for him. He had seen plenty of people like this, just hadn't adapted to the apocalypse yet, still thought they were some kind of college graduate. When he hits a wall looking for work, he'll come begging. Beside him, Li Qinghui looked at Jiang Lushi with some anxiety. These two jobs were already quite decent, especially that squad, which was an up-and-coming team. He tugged at Jiang Lushi a little, but Jiang Lushi just smiled back at him, showing he had his own plan. Then I wish you good luck, Song Feng said with a laugh. He didn't want to bother with Jiang Lushi anymore and turned to Li Yusin and Wang Shiqi. I'm throwing a party in 2 days, already reserved the pool at Riverside Garden. Will you two beauties come? Li Yusin opened her mouth to decline, but before she could, Wang Shiqi cheered, sure. I heard that pool is really hard to book. Exactly. I begged my dad for a long time before he helped me out, Song Feng said proudly. In Zhonghai Safe Island, besides the mountain villa area, there were only 2 pools. In the apocalypse, with almost no entertainment, young people were all bored stiff. A pool party, they'd be dying to go. Song Feng put a lot of effort into this party. With beauties like Li Yusin attending, the atmosphere would be amazing. Yusin Jie. Wang Shiqi shook Li Yusin's arm. Let's go, let's go. I'm going stir crazy. Li Yusin couldn't resist her. She glanced at Jiang Lushi and Li Qinghui. Song Feng noticed her expression and guessed that she was unwilling to accept the invite in front of them because he didn't invite them. She wasn't the host, so she couldn't invite them for him. She was stuck. Damn. Li Yusin was beautiful, sure, but her kindness was too much. She cared about every little person. Song Feng originally didn't want to invite 2 refugees to his party, but since Li Yusin was popular and had 2 professors behind her, he forced a smile and said, you two should come too. The more, the merrier. Jiang Lushi could see this man didn't actually want to invite him. He wasn't interested either and was about to decline. You guys come too. Besides Shiqi, I won't know anyone else. It'd be awkward. And we haven't seen each other in years, Li Yusin said. She wasn't really into these parties anyway. Shiqi would definitely go crazy, and she wanted someone she knew to be there. She also had things she wanted to ask Jiang Lushi, but with Song Feng around, it wasn't convenient. Well, Jiang Lushi hesitated. Seeing that Li Yusin didn't fit in with that kind of crowd either, he nodded, all right. I won't go. Things are busy with my team, Li Qinghui said. That's a pity, Song Feng said, sipping his coffee without much sincerity. He glanced at Jiang Lushi with annoyance. This guy really didn't get it, and still agreed like he was doing someone a favor. Did he think someone begged him to come? What, does he think he's going to chase Li Yusin? That would be crazy. Even Song Feng never dared pursue Li Yusin. He knew she was proud, and her family might one day move to the mountain villa area. How could the son of a secretary even think about her? He didn't dare dream of it, yet this refugee dared? Then 2 days later, 3 p.m., report my communication code at the safe zone entrance. Song Feng gave his code to Jiang Lushi. After finishing their coffee, it was getting late. Song Feng took out food coupons, paid the bill, and left. He had daily social activities and was basically non-stop. We're heading back too, Li Yusin said. She and Wang Shiqi still had to walk back to Safe Island. It wasn't a short walk. I'll walk you, Jiang Lushi said. No need. You just arrived today, must be tired. Rest early, Li Yusin said, waved her hand, and left with Wang Shiqi. Wang Shiqi glanced back. Once they were far away, she immediately said, Yusin, don't tell me that classmate of yours likes you. What are you talking about? Li Yusin rolled her eyes. This again? Then do you like him? Wang Shiqi asked again. You're too much, Li Yusin didn't even have the energy to respond. I don't think you do, which is good. Look, you even invited him to the party, let it go this time, but don't get too close to people like him in the future, Wang Shiqi said. It's not that I look down on your classmate, but there's too big a gap between you two. If he gets ideas, he'll only end up disappointed. And won't that make you feel bad too? I already said no, Li Yusin pressed her fingers to her forehead and said. Jiang Lushi stood in place and touched his chin. Actually, after activating his bloodline evolution, unless it was intense combat, He didn't feel tired even after walking all day. But he was just trying to be polite. Zhonghai wasn't dangerous. Two girls walking together, nothing to worry about. Since Li Yusen said no, then fine. Sigh, you shouldn't have agreed to go to that party today, Li Qinghui suddenly sighed from beside him. People from Safe Island, we're not from the same world. We weren't from the same world to begin with, and we never will be. Just look at that coffee today. Li Qinghui shook his head. Here's my communication code. I'm heading out. Contact me if you get the chance. Watching him walk away, hands in his pockets, his steps slightly heavy, Jiang Lushur held the piece of paper with a somewhat complicated expression. That cup of coffee today must have hit Li Qinghui hard. Not from the same world, huh? Jiang Lushur turned his gaze toward the direction of Safe Island. In the distance, tall buildings stood everywhere. Compared to this rural town, it really wasn't the same world. As Jiang Lushur walked back to his residence, several muffled thunder-like booms of artillery suddenly sounded in the distance. Today's shelling isn't as much as the past few days. Two pedestrians nearby also stopped walking. Both of them gave off a fierce and tough aura. You just got here, so you don't know. It's always like this. Those zombies and mutant beasts increase in numbers every few days, then retreat. Looks like those zombies don't just blindly charge in to die, one of them said with a smile. Then let's go out during this time. Zhonghai is so prosperous, there must be lots of supplies, right? Forget it. Just try hunting one mutant beast. If you're too bold, you won't live long. Every day, the teams that go out of the city, very few come back in one piece. Listening to their conversation, Jiang Lushur looked toward the city wall. The safe zone felt lively and secure, but outside the wall, there were tens of millions of zombies and countless mutant beasts, just separated by a wall. The zombies and mutant beasts he had encountered before would attack madly as soon as they saw humans. But from what the man just said, the monsters surrounding Zhonghai Safe Island actually knew how to avoid direct confrontation and wait until they gathered enough numbers before launching attacks. That wasn't a good sign. However, the defenses of Zhonghai District 1 were strong, and the firepower was fierce. Even with large numbers of zombies and mutant beasts, there was nothing to worry about in the short term. As for the future, thinking of the giant sea monster at Jinling Port, Jiang Lushur felt that what they were currently facing might be just the tip of the iceberg in this apocalypse. And among countless monsters, Zhonghai Safe Island was actually like a lone island. The attraction of these tens of thousands of people to those creatures could be imagined. The trading hall of Zhonghai District 1 was actually the town government building from before the apocalypse, a 4-story building with a large courtyard in front used for parking. Ever since the military and government converted it into a trading hall, it had been bustling with people every day. Early the next morning, Jiang Lushur arrived at the trading hall with Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan. From early morning, the trading hall was packed with all kinds of people. Many were dirty refugees who had just entered the city, team members carrying guns, and some ordinary people standing by the bulletin boards copying things down with paper and pen. Armed soldiers were stationed all over, with a full-strength platoon covering every corner. The bulletin boards were hung from the outer wall all the way to the inside courtyard. Jiang Lushur glanced over. There were probably more than 30. He walked up to one and saw that it was filled with posted tasks. Each task listed a reward. But the tasks were all kinds of different things, with no standardized handwriting. He guessed these were tasks posted by the small teams, as many tasks asked for collecting all sorts of supplies, mostly focused on medicine. Then Jiang Lushur saw 2 boards labeled with sale information. Most of the items being sold were homemade weapons, medicines, and miscellaneous goods. He only took a quick glance at those before entering the trading hall. Just as he entered, he saw a giant board in front. These were tasks issued by the military. High-powered generator, required output 150 kW or above, 1 unit for 3 tons of mutant beast meat. 10 points. What a reward. But finding such specific machinery wasn't any easier than hunting a mutant beast. The 10 points afterward, he wasn't sure what it meant. Medical equipment, see detailed list below. 5 tons of mutant beast meat. 15 points. Gasoline, no purchase limit, high price for large quantities. Inquire for details. Mutant crystal cores. Jiang Lushur saw the price for mutant crystal cores. Level 1 mutant crystal core, 1 core for 6 tons of mutant beast meat. It had indeed gone up. The price of mutant crystal cores was skyrocketing, scarier than real estate prices before the apocalypse. The military only bought crystal cores, they didn't sell them. But at the top of the task board, Jiang Lushur saw a task with mutant crystal cores as the reward. One of them read, Shutdown of Xiangshan Nuclear Power Plant, reward, 5 level, 1 mutant crystal cores, 20 tons of mutant beast meat, 3,000 bullets. 500 points. 5 level, 1 mutant crystal cores. Jiang Liushir's pupils shrank. This reward was way too high. At that moment, a man standing nearby who was also looking at the board said slowly, jealous, huh? But this task's been posted for days and no one's taken it. I heard a military squad was lost trying it, imagine how hard it is. At first the reward was 3 crystal cores. After the squad was lost, it was raised to 4. Now it's 5. If I had the equipment, I'd try it. But I'll wait until I gather enough gear. Jiang Lushir turned to glance at him. The man wasn't speaking to him, but to his companion. And his companion, so tall. He looked like a giant, about 2.5 meters tall. This kind of height, even before the apocalypse, would be considered giant-sized worldwide. It must have come from post-apocalyptic mutation. His muscles bulged massively, his skin was dark, and each muscle seemed filled with explosive strength. As he walked, the floor tiles creaked like they were going to crack. The man who spoke didn't look as intimidating as the giant, but emitted a strong wave of mutant energy. He walked like a tiger, scanned like a wolf, and carried 2 curved blades at his waist. One short, one long, only people with real skills dared use such short curved blades as weapons. This man was clearly that type. The man beside him was an ordinary person, but walked with a straight back and solid build, like a soldier. The 3 of them didn't lower their voices, so everyone nearby heard them and looked over. Who is that? Wants to take on a 500-point high-difficulty task? That's the Red Blade Squad. Oh, so it's them. They're on the points board. No wonder they want to take on tough missions. If they complete this one, they'll jump straight into the top 5. Jiang Lushir heard people discussing. He looked where they did and indeed saw a points board beside the task board. So the numbers after the tasks were points. 5,000 points. Points can be used to buy some restricted items. Points, this must be a reward system the military set up to encourage teams to take tasks. And below this sentence was a list of team names with their current point totals. The team ranked first was Peace Squad, with points 1,700? Jiang Lushir was surprised. Seems points weren't easy to earn. He scanned down the list and found Red Blade Squad. Ranked 20th, at the bottom, with 217 points. Even though they were at the bottom of the rankings, Jiang Lushir didn't look down on them. The tasks listed on the board were all very difficult. Many tasks were only worth 10 or 20 points. Gathering 217 points meant they had risked their lives many times. The military created this points board to motivate teams. As long as a team got on the board, they could buy restricted items and also gain some invisible privileges. For example, no one dared to stand within 2 meters of the Red Blade Squad. That alone was a kind of special treatment. Even within the safe zone, no one wanted to mess with a team like that. Jiang Lushir wasn't interested in most task rewards, but he was very interested in mutant crystal cores. Of course, what interested him most now were level 2 mutant crystal cores. But he didn't find any listed on the task board. He wondered if the restricted items mentioned on the points board included level 2 mutant crystal cores. Forget it, let's trade first. Jiang Lushir looked around, and then heard Zhang Hai shout, "Brother Jiang, over here." While Jiang Lushir had been looking at the task board, the 2 of them had already found the counter for trading goods. When Jiang Lushir walked over, he was stunned for a moment, because the members of the Red Blade Squad had just walked over too. "We're here to buy guns." The 2.5-meter-tall strong man walked over like a mountain, directly pushing Zhang Hai aside, and said in a deep, booming voice. His voice was loud, and when he said they were buying guns, almost everyone in the trading hall turned to look. Guns were extremely valuable assets. Although most teams in the trading hall had guns, shouting like that meant he probably wasn't buying just one. "We want 1 light machine gun, 5 rifles, 5 handguns, and bullets. Grenades." The big guy listed everything in one breath, leaving the people nearby secretly shocked. Incredible. This guy was loaded. No wonder they made it onto the points board. They had completed so many missions and saved up a lot of wealth. The Red Blade Squad already had several guns, and now they were adding even more. They were clearly expanding the team. Some teams only had 2 or 3 rifles, which they built up gradually. Buying so many guns in one go, that was a big move. At the trading counter was a pretty female soldier and a military officer. When the pretty soldier saw the big guy approach, she was also surprised by his size. After hearing what he said, a warm smile appeared on her delicate face. She had just stood up to speak when a calm voice came from the side. "I'm buying diesel." Compared to the big guy's booming voice, this voice didn't attract much attention. But cutting in right after the big guy spoke immediately caught his attention. The big guy frowned and looked over. Right beside him stood a young man who looked to be no more than 20, casually standing there. What the hell? The big guy had thought it was someone important, but it turned out to be some young brat. At this moment, the officer stood up and asked the big guy, "You want to buy guns? What are you using to pay? How many bullets and grenades do you want?" His attitude was calm. In fact, even though the Red Blade squad was buying a lot at once, it only amounted to a few tons of mutant beast meat, not much to the military. Meanwhile, the female soldier acted like nothing had happened and naturally turned to Jiang Lushur, "What would you like to buy?" Since the officer was personally handling them, the big guy didn't bother with Jiang Lushur anymore. "Mutant beast meat. Supplies. We came fully prepared this time," the big guy said proudly. But just as he finished, that calm voice spoke again. "Diesel, around 10 tons. What the hell?" The big guy immediately turned his head again. This time, he didn't just glance, he stared wide-eyed at the young man. 10 tons of diesel? Did he hear that right? Everyone in the trading hall instantly turned their eyes toward Jiang Lushur. When he interrupted earlier, no one paid him any attention. Some had glanced at him and, seeing he wasn't from a known team, ignored him. Only the big guy had been a little annoyed at being interrupted. The other two members of Red Blade Squad hadn't even looked at Jiang Lushur. But now, after hearing this, they also turned to look. "Kid, do you know what 10 tons of diesel even means?" the big guy couldn't help asking. 10 tons of fuel, that's a terrifying number. The survivor team's modified SUVs usually had fuel tanks of only 70 to 80 liters, plus maybe an extra 50-liter gas can, standard setup. Stronger teams might have 3 to 4 vehicles total, with all tanks combined holding about 500 liters. Buying 10 tons of diesel at once? The big guy looked Jiang Lushur up and down. Even if he didn't underestimate him for being an ordinary person, he still felt like buying 10 tons of diesel was an insult to his intelligence. The curved blade man from Red Blade Squad smiled and said, "Young man, this is the trading hall. If you joke around, the military may put you on a blacklist. If it's serious, they could even expel you from Zhonghai District 1. I'm just giving you a kind reminder." It wasn't just Red Blade Squad. Everyone else couldn't believe it either. Even the female soldier and officer thought Jiang Lushur had probably misspoken. Take the military truck SX-2150K, for example, its fuel tank only held 320 liters. 10 tons? That was more than an entire convoy could use. "Do you really want 10 tons of diesel?" the female soldier asked. That amount was just too much. Jiang Lushur calmly said, "Of course, the more the better. So, are you selling diesel here?" Although his vehicle's tank held only a little over 4,000 liters, Jiang Lushur also had a space tank. Buying 10 tons of fuel at once was nothing for him. With enough diesel stored, he could switch his base vehicle to its second form and enjoy using the mining truck mode to the fullest. "We sell it," the female soldier replied politely. "The more the better," the big guy rolled his eyes. He had tried to kindly warn him, but now it seemed this kid was just trying to show off. "All right. So how do you plan to pay?" "We accept mutant beast meat or food," the female soldier asked. Although very surprised, she still remained professional. Since Jiang Lushur insisted on buying, the military wouldn't withhold goods they already offered for sale. Jiang Lushur turned around, took the bag from Zhang Hai's hands, and said to the big guy who kept complaining, "Move aside." The big guy hadn't reacted yet when, bang, the bag was dropped heavily onto the counter. Still the same woven plastic bag. Jiang Lushur hadn't even changed it. As soon as it hit the counter, several people couldn't help but twitch at the corners of their mouths. So down to earth. That kind of bag made people immediately question what was inside. Some even guessed maybe it was just a pile of junk. After all, someone who came to buy 10 tons of diesel didn't seem normal. But at that moment, Jiang Lushur unzipped the bag. Clack! A brand new, shiny Type 95 light machine gun fell out of the bag and landed on the counter. And inside the woven bag, it was full of rifles and handguns. There was even a mini submachine gun. So many guns. The big man swallowed hard, his eyes going wide. Under everyone's gaze, Jiang Lushur began pulling the guns out of the woven plastic bag one by one. 6 Type 95 automatic rifles, 6 handguns, 1 mini submachine gun. The soldier in the Red Blade Squad widened his eyes, counting from the side. After their latest procurement, all the guns in their entire squad added together were only about the same as this. The guns Jiang Lushur brought for sale included those he recovered from the black market, as well as 3 rifles given to him by Shintao's military squad. His team used Type 81 rifles, so these weren't needed. Damn! Everyone in the trading hall had their eyes locked onto the well-made firearms, unable to look away. Guns and ammo, who doesn't want them? A squad's strength, besides ability users, depended on how many guns they had. These three guys looked ordinary, but they casually took out so many guns. And they really were casual about it, such valuable weapons, just thrown into a plastic bag. Some squad members were already jealous. If this were outside the safe zone, someone would have robbed them by now. But this was Zhonghai District 1, inside the trading hall. Otherwise, with these three people carrying so much good stuff openly, they'd have been picked clean. After seeing all those guns, who could still say Jiang Lushur was crazy? Even if he was a rich maniac. Jiang Lushur had already sensed that many people were looking at him with ill intentions, but he didn't care. He swept a glance around and smiled slightly. "Can I use these to pay?" Jiang Lushur asked. The female soldier had also frozen when she saw the weapons. She'd originally thought Jiang Lushur couldn't possibly afford that much diesel and was probably just messing with them. But her good professionalism had kept her from saying anything doubting out loud. Now it was clear, Jiang Lushur definitely had deep pockets. And he really meant to buy over 10 tons of diesel. These guns were enough to pay for that much fuel. The female soldier quickly recovered and smiled, nodding, "Of course you can." A soldier walked over and began inspecting and counting the guns. The results came quickly. "Sir, if you use all these guns to buy diesel, you can purchase 16 tons in total," the female soldier said with a smile. Jiang Lushur nodded. "That was a fair price. I'll buy 13 tons of diesel for now. For the rest, I want bullets and food coupons," Jiang Lushur said. He had just arrived in Zhonghai District 1 without a single coin. Though mutant beast meat was a hard currency, he couldn't exactly carry it around everywhere. "All right," the female soldier nodded. Soon, she prepared a bag full of bullets. Jiang Lushur opened it. It was packed with shiny golden bullets and loaded magazines. There were bullets for Type 81 rifles, Type 54 handguns, and Type 95 light machine gun drum magazines, all completely full. Seeing Jiang Lushur buy all these different types of ammo, the big man from Red Blade Squad was totally stunned. "You only buy these if you already have the matching guns. And buying this much?" It meant either you had a lot of guns or burned through ammo fast. Either way, only one phrase: filthy rich. He sold that many guns and still had more? Damn. The other people in the trading hall were all twitching at the corners of their eyes. Too much of a shock. Comparing yourself to others will only drive you mad. These are your food coupons. After buying the ammo, Jiang Lushur looked at the coupons he received. Not too many, just a few hundred kg of food. Enough for now, Jiang Lushur thought. He was satisfied with the results of this trade. That batch of guns from the black market had now been sold off twice, definitely a great deal. Diesel needs to be delivered from the warehouse. "Please leave an address, it will be sent within 2 days," the female soldier said. "All right." Jiang Lushur had no worries when dealing with the military. After leaving the address, the officer suddenly spoke, "Your team can accept some military missions at the trading hall. If your team has ability users, you're going out to hunt anyway. Taking missions lets you finish them at the same time, 2 birds with 1 stone." "We'll see," Jiang Lushur replied casually. The officer nodded. Regardless of why he was buying so much diesel, everyone in the hall now assumed Jiang Lushur was preparing to leave the city. So much ammo, who knew how long he planned to stay outside? Under the mixed gazes of envy and jealousy, Jiang Lushur and his 2 companions left the trading hall carrying the bullets they bought. They had just taken a few steps when a voice called from behind, "Hey, brother, wait up." Jiang Lushur stopped and turned. The man with the curved blades from earlier had followed them out. "Hello, I'm the captain of the Red Blade Squad. My name is Wang Kuei. I'm looking to take on a difficult mission. I wonder if your team would be interested in cooperating with us." "A difficult mission? Probably that one about shutting down the nuclear power plant." "Sorry, not interested," Jiang Lushur replied coldly. This man saw how much ammo he bought and wanted to team up, clearly just to use their firepower. Jiang Lushur had no patience for people treating him like a sucker. Being rejected so coldly, Wang Kuei's smile froze on his face. "Brother, maybe you should think it over." "Nothing to think about," Jiang Lushur said and turned to leave. Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan gave Wang Kuei a mocking glance and followed after. "Boss, how'd it go?" the soldier from earlier asked. Wang Kuei replied, annoyed, arrogant as hell. He looked again in the direction they left, then added, "Probably just an errand boy. Can't even do deals like this on his own. Zhonghai District 1 doesn't allow fighting, otherwise, letting a low-level guy like him handle so much business is reckless. Next time we see their real boss, I'll bring this up and make sure he gets put in his place." Jiang Lushur had guessed right. Wang Kuei did want to use their firepower. Though he sounded confident at the task board, if it came down to actually doing it, he wasn't sure of success. That place was too dangerous. But if they could complete it, the rewards were huge. At the very least, the military would start to take them seriously. But Wang Kuei didn't want to work with those big teams, they might end up swallowing him whole. A rich but inexperienced new team like Jiang Liushir's was the perfect partner. You two go back first, rest for a few days. Nearby their residence, Jiang Liushir said to Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan. Haha, okay. Just yesterday we found a casino. Zhonghai District 1 is something else, Zhang Hai rubbed his hands and said. A casino? Well, in this apocalypse, survivor squads often had to leave the city to hunt mutant beasts and gather supplies, and take military missions for materials. For those strong ability users it's easier, for ordinary people, none of them could be sure they'd return alive. In such brief safe moments, if not letting loose, you'd probably go crazy. During this time, Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan, following Jiang Liushir, had gotten a fair share of mutant beast meat and supplies. Seeing a casino made their hearts itch. You two must already have been, right? Did you lose or win? Jiang Liushir asked. I won a little, Sun Kuan lost a bit. How about it, brother Jiang? Want to come play a few rounds with us? Zhang Hai said proudly. You two play slowly, I won't go. I have things to do, Jiang Liushir said. Buying diesel at the trading hall today was an important task done for him. Back at the residence, Jiang Liushir entered the bus and sat in the driver's seat. Once seated on the soft seat and his hands on the steering wheel, he immediately felt a sense of connection. Click. The groove on the control panel popped open. Jiang Liushir took out a level 1 mutant crystal core and placed it inside. Soon, the star seed panel appeared before him, and a voice sounded, Level 1 mutant crystal core detected. Activate the Level 1 space tank for the second form mining truck, Jiang Liushir said. The bus had long since activated its space tank, now he enabled the space tank for the mining truck form too. If he didn't upgrade the fuel tank, when the military delivered so much fuel, he wouldn't know where to store it. Detected required steel for upgrading the space tank, upgrading now. Fuel tank upgrade complete. Storage capacity 10 cubic meters, equipped with automatic fuel retrieval system. Leaning back in the seat, his palm rubbing the steering wheel, Jiang Liushir felt tremendous excitement. Starting from a shabby vehicle to now a base car with 2 forms, his inner heart surged with passion. On Zhonghai Safe Island, it now felt like a city within a city. Compared to the outer Zhonghai District 1, there was a clear divide. People in District 1 couldn't enter Safe Island without permission. This made sense. Inside Safe Island were military and government important facilities, including research institutes. If anyone could enter, it would be chaos. The checkpoint to Safe Island had over 10 armed soldiers and officers standing guard, giving a very strict feeling. After showing Song Feng's communication code, Jiang Liushir entered Safe Island. Once inside, it felt like entering a garden city. The streets were clean and quiet, the greenery well trimmed, flower beds blooming. From a glance, tall buildings stood densely. Just the scenery alone was starkly different from District 1. The riverside garden was near the Safe Island entrance, easy to find. Jiang Liushir walked along the garden's shaded path toward the pool. The pool was built in a small garden, very European style. On the shore were barbecue grills, beach chairs, umbrellas. It wasn't excessively luxurious, but girls in bikinis laughing and chatting gave it a lively vibe. You're a bit late. Li Yusin walked over from the poolside in a white long dress, smiling. Normally her style was casual. Today, though not in a bikini, the simple dress made her look strikingly like a goddess. With her outstanding aura, even among many beautiful girls, she stood out. Miscalculated distance, Jiang Liushir said, glancing at her appreciatively. Actually, he wasn't too interested in the pool party. Arriving late reduced time there. Is that so? Li Yusin's calm, expressive eyes looked at him. Under her gaze, Jiang Liushir felt as if his excuse had been seen through. Ahem, there are a lot of people at this party, Jiang Liushir said. Besides many girls, there were young men in swimwear too. He saw Song Feng by the pool wearing beach shorts and a t-shirt, holding a drink and talking eagerly with several men. Seeing Jiang Liushir arrive, Song Feng only glanced at him and continued talking with those men. Song Feng's network is broad. Probably half the youth on Safe Island were invited by him, Li Yusin said. Judging by her reaction, she wasn't particularly interested in those people. But Jiang Liushir noticed many men kept glancing over, clearly triggered to pay attention when Li Yusin walked over. They were probably her suitors. Come over, have a drink, there's water and soft drinks, Li Yusin said. Just then, an engine sound whoosh came. Immediately everyone by the pool turned their gaze toward the greenery. Huh? Don't they disallow vehicles in Safe Island? Jiang Liushir also looked toward where it came from. In a blink, a domineering camo off-road vehicle drove in along the shaded path. The car was very fast. Only when in front of the garden did it sharply drift and break, the tires screeching on the ground. It turned out to be a military vehicle, a military off-road vehicle. No wonder it had such privilege. Wow, so cool. A girl not far behind Jiang Lushur exclaimed. Yeah, so handsome, another girl said. A drift stop indeed looked flashy. Xiaolong off-road vehicle. This car can reach a top speed of 71.5 miles per hour, traverse complex terrain, matching the performance of the world's best off-road vehicles. Only special forces officers in the military can drive this car. Really cool, said a man who seemed to know about cars, with envy in his tone. He made a point to stand next to the two girls. Unfortunately, they had no interest in his car knowledge. They quietly discussed, so it's a special forces officer, amazing. At that moment, Song Feng rushed over with a look of delight. He arranged this pool party partly for this person. A newly inducted member of the Wolf Fang Special Unit, Chiao Wenlong. Because he was new in Wolf Fang, just entered, Chiao Wenlong at this moment needed help and support most. That was why Song Feng had tried to court him. But until right before the party started, when Song Feng invited, Chiao Wenlong had not given a clear answer. Song Feng had thought Chiao might not come, but unexpectedly, this was a pleasant surprise. Chiao Xiao, welcome, welcome. Song Feng politely opened the car door to help. Chiao Wenlong stepped down from the driver's seat, shiny leather boots, a crisp military uniform, a gun at his waist, looking cold and stern. A member of the Wolf Fang Special Unit outranked even Song Feng's father. Among the young people present, most had family working on Safe Island, they themselves had nothing special. Although there were a few ability users, none could match Chiao Wenlong in status or strength. The moment Chiao Wenlong got out of the car, he felt like the focus of the entire scene. Even the atmosphere seemed to shift slightly because of him. Many young girls looked at him with admiration. In the apocalypse, a young officer with strength was undoubtedly an ideal candidate. I've long wanted to celebrate your joining Wolf Fang, Chiao Xiao, but you've been busy. Today is just right. Song Feng hurriedly invited someone to bring drinks. Jiang Lushur looked and saw champagne. Song Feng really went all out. And no one else had served champagne, only now that Chiao Wenlong arrived did he dare bring it out. I don't drink alcohol, Chiao Wenlong declined without looking. Wolf Fang has a rule, no drinking at any time. Alcohol weakens strength, speed, muscle endurance, cardiovascular endurance, and reduces reaction, balance, and coordination. Haha, that's true, that's true. No wonder Chiao Xiao, at such a young age, could enter Wolf Fang. So strict with himself, we should all learn from that, Song Feng said. At that moment, another car door opened and someone else got out of the car. Song Feng froze, then happily said, Brother Luo is also here. I wanted to invite you for a drink few days ago but timing didn't work out. Didn't expect you'd come today. Brother Luo, along with Chiao Xiao, really brightens this place. Jiang Lushur glanced and smiled. Safe Island really was small. This Brother Luo turned out to be the soldier from the Red Blade Squad he met yesterday. The Red Blade Squad's leader was that curved blade man, Wang Kuei. This soldier was probably just a subordinate. Yet here he was acting big. But since he also came from the military, walking beside Chiao Wenlong made sense. Luo Donghai strode down from the car casually. Seeing the pool, green trees, and many bikini girls lounging nearby, his eyes lit up. How is it, old Luo? The environment here is pretty nice, right? Chiao Wenlong asked with a smile. Luo Donghai nodded, inhaling through his nose, not bad. I can't even smell decay here anymore. Haha, Brother Luo pleasing is all that matters. Come, Chiao Xiao, Brother Wang, this way please, Song Feng said very politely. But after taking 2 steps, Luo Donghai suddenly stopped. His gaze first stayed on Li Yusen for a moment, then shifted to Jiang Lushur. Jiang Lushur saw Luo Donghai staring at him, but his expression remained calm as he drank his mineral water. Luo Donghai showed a slight cold smile. Why, Brother Luo know that person? Song Feng asked. Met him at the trading hall yesterday. Brought 7 or 8 guns, and bought over 10 tons of diesel, Luo Donghai said. So awesome? Chiao Wenlong looked at Jiang Lushur in surprise. Song Feng was stunned when he heard that. Him? Bringing out 7 or 8 guns to sell? Wasn't he just a refugee newly arrived in Zhonghai District 1? Then Song Feng's expression turned sour. No wonder Jiang Lushur refused the job introduction. So at that time, when he offered to help, Jiang Lushur was treating him like a fool? But Song Feng still couldn't believe it. I know some about this guy. His name is Jiang Lushur. He just arrived in Zhonghai District 1 a couple of days ago. First thing he did was look for a former female classmate, the girl. Probably thinking she'd be soft-hearted and trying to lean on her resources. Does he really have that many guns? Who said they're his? He's just a runner, Luo Donghai said. So you're saying he followed that girl here? I thought he followed his boss. Damn it. Earlier Wang wanted him to go talk to his team leader about cooperating on a mission. He rejected it outright. And acting arrogant too. Luo Donghai did not expect to run into Jiang Lushur again so soon. Song Feng immediately rolled his eyes in irritation. Damn, I was right. Just a runner, acting all high and mighty. A runner thinking he's some hotshot? Anyone dare be arrogant to the leader? That's bold. I'll go ask what's going on, Qiu Wenlong said. You're Jiang Lushur? Qiu Wenlong walked directly over, asking. He couldn't help glancing at Li Yusen. Her looks and temperament were outstanding. Probably Jiang Lushur wasn't trying to leech off someone, but thought he could act big and flirt. That's me. Jiang Lushur glanced at him and responded. I am Qiu Wenlong of the Wolf Fang Special Unit. Which squad are you from? Qiu Wenlong asked again. Which squad? Jiang Lushur hadn't even named his squad yet. But he didn't answer immediately, which made Qiu Wenlong frown. He came forward and introduced himself, giving face to this runner. But when Jiang Lushur was asked a question, he remained silent. Go back and pass a message. Tell them Red Blade Squad wants to cooperate with your squad. Red Blade Squad is strong. Cooperating with them won't be disadvantageous, Qiu Wenlong said, restraining annoyance. Jiang Lushur, hearing this, was speechless. Whether they gain or lose, you decide. Also, he already refused cooperation. Now you come again, are you forcing it? No need to pass anything. We're not used to cooperating with others, Jiang Lushur said. Seeing Jiang Lushur refuse without hesitation, Qiu Wenlong was taken aback. Who is that person? Talking to Qiu Xiao like that? Just heard he's a classmate of Li Yusen. Originally, when Qiu Wenlong walked toward an unfamiliar face, many had started watching that corner. Now, all eyes focused there. Many people were seeing Qiu Wenlong for the first time. But the name Wolf Fang Special Unit was well known. There were about a dozen or so special units on Safe Island, handling complex missions. Wolf Fang was one of them. Some ability users in the military also belonged to these special units. Though Qiu Wenlong was a new member, entering a special unit showed his strength was no small thing. He had rank and personal strength. That kind of person, who would dare offend him? Many looked at Jiang Lushur with gloating eyes. Offend Qiu Wenlong, let's see how he ends this. Qiu Wenlong stared at Jiang Lushur for a while. Jiang Lushur's expression remained indifferent. Good. Qiu Wenlong sneered coldly. As a member of Wolf Fang, he was already being polite. The other side didn't even acknowledge it, refusing to take a message. For Qiu Wenlong, being rejected by a common person from District 1 was a first. Just as Qiu Wenlong prepared to speak more, suddenly an even sharper car engine sound came. Boom, boom, boom. Two Xiaolong off-road vehicles pulled up right next to his vehicle. Though both were Xiaolong models, these two had been modified, looking more imposing. Parked beside his car, it looked like the deluxe version next to a base model. When Qiu Wenlong saw the two vehicles, his face changed. He no longer bothered with Jiang Lushur, glaring fiercely at him instead. Whoa, talk about a lavish show. A pool party, huh, impressive. A loud voice spoke as a man wearing a jacket over a combat off-road outfit jumped down from one of the cars. 4 or 5 agile people jumped down from the two vehicles in succession. They all moved with nimble grace. Duan Dingbang, what are you doing here? Qiu Wenlong stepped forward, his face dark, and asked. Duan Dingbang was also from the Wolf Fang Special Unit, but not from Qiu Wenlong's squad. Seeing Duan Dingbang, Song Feng's heart skipped a beat. He had heard the name Duan Dingbang, an old trooper of Wolf Fang, having done many dangerous missions before the apocalypse. Though he looked sloppy, his skill was not to be underestimated. He was ruthless and notoriously someone not to provoke. He had long known there was bad blood between him and Qiu Wenlong. That he appeared here now was likely not coincidence. Duan Xiao, rare guest, Song Feng hurried with a smiling face to approach. Duan Dingbang tugged at his belt, a cigarette dangling from his lips. His eyes scanned the surroundings before he smiled and said, if you can come, why can't I? What exactly are you doing here? Qiu Wenlong asked warily. Duan Dingbang obviously had come after hearing news, bringing people. He was not a friendly visitor. Nothing much. Just my brothers and I had reserved to swim here today. We arrive on time and find some group occupying it. Duan Dingbang said, looking toward Song Feng, smiling, what's this about? Song Feng's expression stiffened immediately. Duan Dingbang asked him what it meant. They clearly came to disrupt the event. Hearing Duan Dingbang's words, Jiang Lushur shook his head and said to Li Yusen, looks like today's party won't happen. I'll take you back in a while. Duan Xiao, how about this, we all play today, I'll treat all the drinks and refreshments. Give me face, Song Feng pleaded in a careful tone. Oh, I've heard of you. You're Song Feng, right? Duan Dingbang asked. Song Feng immediately forced a light smile and nodded, yes, yes. Before Song Feng's words were out, Duan Dingbang's smile vanished. He plucked the cigarette from his mouth and smashed it onto Song Feng's body, hard. Who do you think you are letting me give you face? Even if your dad's here, he has no say in our unit's affairs. Since when do you get to speak? Duan Dingbang's tone was ferocious. He was someone truly forged on the battlefield. His aura could not be matched by a useless ability user like Song Feng who had never fought. Song Feng's face turned pale, and he took a step back. In front of so many people, being humiliated so openly, Song Feng did not dare utter a word. Duan Dingbang, don't go too far. Qiu Wenlong shouted, reaching to restrain Duan Dingbang. At that moment, Duan Dingbang's eyes glinted coldly. Qiu Wenlong's heart sank. Bang! Duan Dingbang rooted his footing like a rock and body-checked Qiu Wenlong, like a heavy plank hitting him. He struck Qiu's shoulder and arm hard. With a crack, Qiu Wenlong's face turned white, he staggered backward several steps. Want to fight? Qiu Wenlong's face turned fierce. He charged forward with a shout, sweeping a leg like a whip at Duan Dingbang's temple. Good timing. Duan Dingbang crouched and lunged forward. A fist struck out violently, speed blinding. The air itself seemed to whistle. Just hearing that punch's sound made many girls present turn pale. Bang! Clash of power. But Duan Dingbang's blow struck Qiu Wenlong. He felt it as though a solid iron weight had slammed into his leg bone, an intense pain shot through him. Qiu Wenlong, you still fall short. You want to fight me? Duan Dingbang mocked, merciless. Then behind him came a whoosh sound. Duan Dingbang's pupils shrank. He twisted his body, using strength from his waist, and punched sharply behind him. Two fists slammed together viciously. Luo Donghai stepped in. He was a guest that Qiu Wenlong had invited. He could not stand by and watch Qiu get hit. But when Luo Donghai clashed fists with Duan Dingbang, he silently cursed in his heart. Though he had abilities, they were mostly supportive. He required firearms to show real power. In Safe Island, brawling was minor, using weapons meant death. Thus, his full strength couldn't be used. Duan Dingbang, by contrast, was clearly a strength-type ability user, extremely fast, experienced in combat, and had razor reflexes. In hand-to-hand combat, he had nearly no weakness. Duan Dingbang's assault struck like a storm. Luo Donghai barely blocked a few hits before Duan kicked him in the abdomen. His stomach churned violently, almost making him vomit. Still coming? Duan Dingbang sneered. Qiu Wenlong realized today was lost. Duan Dingbang had brought several men. Give up? Duan Dingbang's voice rose suddenly, then get out if you're so slow. The girls were startled by his shout. This was directed at them, he intended to drive them off. He had said he would swim here. These people obviously had to go. Frankly, these girls were only children of elites, they had no real deterrence. Duan Dingbang had no reason to spare them. He differed from Qiu Wenlong, unwilling to be polite. This was the apocalypse, the strong ruled. He simply pushed them out, no big deal. Though they too had lived through the apocalypse, their thinking hadn't fully changed, they still acted like in the old world. Duan Dingbang meant to humiliate them, to shock them. Hurry and leave. We want to swim, one of Duan's companions strode over and ordered, go, go, go. Some girls trembled. None of them had ever been insulted like this before, being told to get out. Seeing the girls frozen, another man strolled over with a smirk, if you don't want to leave, fine. Stay and swim with us. Actually, because they were elites, they wouldn't be harmed. But being fierce toward elite children did nothing. So those girls didn't dare stay. They hurried out of the pool garden. Even Qiu Wenlong's group stayed silent. Who would dare provoke Duan Dingbang? Some girls were on the verge of tears. Li Yusen sighed, showing a troubled look. She had just stepped aside and removed the long dress, revealing the white one-piece swimsuit beneath. Now she had to walk outside. Let's go, Li Yusen said softly. Jiang Lucia removed his coat and draped it over her. Thank you, Li Yusen looked at him gratefully. At that moment, the man's voice rang again, TCH, you still in the mood to chase girls now? Jiang Lucia looked up. The man snorted and said, what are you looking at? Still not going? You pretty boy idiot. Still not leaving? The man sneered again. He raised the gun he held, the black muzzle pointed at Jiang Lucia. If you don't leave, I won't mind helping you along. Of course he wouldn't fire, it wasn't even off safety, but scaring a pretty boy was fun. At that moment, a thin smile appeared on Jiang Lucia's face. Still smiling? The man's eyebrows shot up. Before he could curse, he saw a blur. In an instant, Jiang Lucia was in front of him. The man hadn't reacted when he felt his wrist, holding the gun, twist sharply. He let out a pained thaw. The next instant, the gun was in Jiang Liusher's hand. Bang! The cold muzzle was pressed to his forehead. Click. Safety off. The chamber loaded. The man froze completely, unable to move. Jiang Liusher smiled slightly and lowered the gun muzzle. The man exhaled in relief, then before he could speak, there was a crack. Jiang Liusher smashed the handgun hard into his right cheek. Excruciating pain. Blood and broken teeth flew from the man's mouth. Then Jiang Liusher grabbed the man's collar, lifting him, coldly staring. "Who did you tell to leave?" "Shit," the man muttered in a garbled curse. Bang! Another hard blow. The blood shot onto his chest, staining his clothes. "One more time, who did you tell to leave?" Jiang Liusher's low voice sounded just above his head. At that moment, another member of the Wolf Fang team also saw what was happening. Fuck! His eyes turned red instantly, and he charged forward. His pounce was like a tiger attacking its prey, his massive body crashing down toward Jiang Liusher. Jiang Liusher suddenly took 2 steps forward, dodging the pounce, and then threw a punch. The man immediately felt his stomach hit accurately. All his strength drained in an instant, and he rolled onto the grass beside him, vomiting violently. "Yo, didn't expect someone here can fight." Duan Dingbang's pupils shrank when he saw this, then he sneered and walked over. He observed Jiang Liusher. Actually, he had no real combat skills, seemed very inexperienced, but he was fast, strong, and knew where to hit. Hits the head, hits the organs, you strike pretty hard. Duan Dingbang stared at Jiang Liusher and said coldly. Jiang Liusher calmly looked at him and rotated his wrists a bit. He couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with this guy. "Fine. I'll make sure you can't talk in a moment." As Duan Dingbang spoke, his body suddenly shot forward like a nimble monkey, lifting his hand to strike. His palm was like a knife, slicing straight toward Jiang Liusher's neck, while his other hand smashed toward Jiang Liusher's throat. Not only was his attack lightning fast, the power was terrifying. His feet pressed into the grass, leaving 2 deep pits. Duan Dingbang said he'd make Jiang Liusher unable to speak, and he meant it. Li Yusen's heart clenched tight. Compared to Duan Dingbang, Jiang Liusher stood quietly in place. He didn't move until Duan Dingbang's punch was right in front of him. Duan Dingbang grinned viciously. "You're fast, but did you think I wouldn't be prepared?" Just then, Duan Dingbang suddenly let out a loud roar. The veins on his face and hands bulged, scaly patterns appeared on his skin, and his body swelled up. His hands turned into giant fans, and his speed suddenly increased again. Getting hit by this kind of attack, even a superhuman stronger than the average person would probably pass out instantly and lie in bed for months. But at that moment, Jiang Liusher still hadn't changed his movements. Then suddenly, the speed of his hands increased. Duan Dingbang only saw Jiang Liusher's fist suddenly become a blur. This punch, although it was launched later, arrived first, slipping between Duan Dingbang's 2 hands and landing directly on his nose. "Ah!" Duan Dingbang screamed. A sharp, burning pain made his vision go black, almost knocking him out, and a stream of heat gushed down. Immediately after, Jiang Liusher had moved behind him and kicked him hard on the calf. Duan Dingbang cried out in pain. With a loud thud, both his knees slammed into the ground, smashing 2 pits even deeper than before. His eyes turned red, and he roared. As he struggled to stand up, the foot he just lifted was ruthlessly stomped back down by Jiang Liusher. Everyone present clearly heard a cracking sound. "Aya!" Duan Dingbang screamed in agony. The poolside garden fell into dead silence. Jiang Liusher stood there with hands in his pockets. Duan Dingbang thought he was fast, but under Jiang Liusher's brain domain ability, every move Duan Dingbang made was in slow motion. Unless Duan Dingbang became faster, stronger, and exceeded Jiang Liusher's current reaction speed, everything he did in front of Jiang Liusher looked like a monkey show. He couldn't even touch the corner of his clothes. Everyone stared at Jiang Liusher in shock. He looked no different from before, just like a young college student. But looking at the 2 men on the ground, and Duan Dingbang kneeling nearby with a blood-covered face, everyone felt a chill run down their spine. Chiu Wenlong's throat felt dry. He had a conflict with Jiang Liusher earlier. If it wasn't for Duan Dingbang and the others, he might have been the one lying there now. Just a moment ago, because of Duan Dingbang's arrival, Chiu Wenlong felt humiliated and angry. But now, he actually felt a strange sense of relief. At this moment, Jiang Liusher glanced down at the 3 men on the ground, then looked at Duan Dingbang's other 2 companions. Those 2 men felt a chill run down their backs as Jiang Liusher looked at them. "Should I help you get lost, or will you leave on your own?" Jiang Liusher said. The same line was now directed at them. Duan Dingbang's face was pale, eyes filled with dark madness. He squeezed out the words through gritted teeth, "We're leaving." The two men rushed over to help the three of them up. Two growling Xiaolong off-road vehicles had come roaring in. No one expected they'd leave in such utter defeat. Qiu Wenlong and Luo Donghai couldn't stay either. The two of them quickly followed Duan Dingbang's group, silently driving away as if afraid Jiang Lushi would notice them. "You're a superhuman?" Li Yusin walked over and asked, as if seeing Jiang Lushi for the first time. Jiang Lushi nodded. "Something like that." "I see." Li Yusin didn't ask further. She smiled slightly, then said with some worry, "But you beat them today. That might cause trouble." "I'm not worried they'll call the military, they started it. But privately, they might seek revenge. You need to be careful." Jiang Lushi smiled indifferently. "It's fine. He only gave them a light lesson today. If they dare to retaliate in secret, then..." "I'm heading back," Jiang Lushi said. The garden's lawn was dotted with bloodstains. No one would be in the mood to continue the party. Li Yusin nodded. "Okay, see you next time." Jiang Lushi walked down the road, thinking back on the feeling during the fight. Today was his first time fighting others purely with physical strength, and against well-trained soldiers at that. Though he completely overpowered the three with his agility, brain evolution, and powerful bloodline, he realized he had no real combat skills. If he were skilled in martial arts, one punch per person would have been enough to put them in bed for weeks, maybe even cause permanent damage. Still, even without technique, Duan Dingbang's broken nose probably left a lasting mark. "Yusin, was that guy your classmate just now?" The incident had passed, but Wang Shiqi still looked shaken, mostly shocked. "Yeah." Li Yusin nodded, then suddenly paused. She looked down at the coat on her shoulders. "Ah, I forgot to return his jacket." Jiang Lushi walked while recalling and mentally simulating even faster attack methods, occasionally stopping to gesture a few moves. He felt that what he lacked wasn't just combat experience, but also familiarity with his body after activating the bloodline of blood evolution. Before, Jiang Lushi had a rough idea of how much force to use for different things, knew his sprint speed, long-distance running results, and how many push-ups he could do. But now he had no sense of it at all. Unfamiliar with his own body, if he encountered another situation like the one at Jinling Port, where he was exhausted while the fight wasn't over yet, it would be a disaster. After Jiang Zhuiying awakened her powers, she trained frequently. Jiang Lushi felt he also needed to practice more. He walked slowly like that. A not-so-long stretch of road took him nearly half an hour to walk through before he left the safety zone. Just as Jiang Lushi arrived at the entrance of the community, his steps suddenly paused. "What's going on?" He frowned slightly, then walked quickly toward two people walking into the neighborhood. These two were Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan. Both were covered in dust, their faces bruised and swollen, and Zhang Hai even had a cut on the corner of his mouth. "What happened?" Jiang Lushi asked. Seeing Jiang Lushi, Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan both froze for a moment. Sun Kuan gritted his teeth, lowered his head, and said nothing. Zhang Hai didn't speak either. "It's too embarrassing to talk about." "Just some stupid crap," Zhang Hai said, looking extremely aggrieved. "Go ahead and say it," Jiang Lushi said. "It's that casino. That place is a scam." Sun Kuan chimed in. Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan had gone to that casino for the second time today and ran into a group of people who took a lot of money from them. But with gambling, you're supposed to accept the risks. If it were just that, even though they were upset, they'd have no choice but to suck it up. However, they found out that the group seemed to know the dealer and might be working together. As soon as they questioned it, they were kicked out for causing trouble. Naturally, the two were not convinced and went back to argue. This time, instead of just being thrown out, they were literally tossed out. That group even kicked them a few times on the way. After Zhang Hai finished explaining, Jiang Lushi asked, "How do you know they were working together?" "I started to get a feeling toward the end. That dealer would glance at those people every time. I noticed it a few times. And with that kind of gambling, even with bad luck, there's no way to lose every round. Sigh. We didn't want to take the loss. If we'd left earlier, we could have saved some," Sun Kuan said, shaking his head, clearly regretting it deeply. Jiang Lushi nodded. If the other side really rigged the game, then they deliberately scammed Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan. And to beat them up just for asking a few questions, that casino sure was arrogant. "Not strong enough, that's how it is." Zhang Hai clenched his fists, his face turning red. "After this, I'm going to train more. Even if my powers don't work, training is still useful." Sun Kuan didn't speak, but his face showed the same anger and frustration. He was clearly just as provoked. "That's a good thing. I've also been planning to train. But you two should take care of your injuries first, clean up the wounds," Jiang Lushi said. Watching Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan head toward their place, a gloomy look briefly flashed across Jiang Liushi's face. "A casino, huh? During dinner, Jiang Lushur sipped a bowl of rich, aromatic soup and asked, "Did you guys go shopping again today?" He noticed Ran Shiyu was wearing a new outfit. She had completely changed her style, now dressed in a youthful, casual way similar to Jiang Zhuiying. A simple t-shirt and shorts on her didn't look so casual, instead, they came off as particularly sexy. Jiang Lushur glanced between Ran Shiyu and Jiang Zhuiying, and concluded it was because Ran Shiyu's chest was so impressive. The tight t-shirt highlighted her figure even more. Yeah. After the apocalypse, lots of stuff that used to be expensive is really cheap now, Jiang Zhuiying said. Jiang Lushur immediately noticed a few delicate rings on her hand, obviously valuable, at least before the apocalypse. Now, this kind of jewelry was worth very little. Seeing Jiang Lushur notice, Jiang Zhuiying raised her hand, her 10 fingers moving like she was playing the piano. Instantly, electric currents flowed through the rings, leaving short arcs in the air, like visible music notes. She reached out and grabbed them. The notes suddenly gathered, and her fingers lit up with sparks, quickly forming an electric ball in her palm. Not bad, Jiang Lushur nodded. Jiang Zhuiying had clearly put effort into this, she wasn't just goofing off every day. By the way, you guys go out all the time. Do you know how many casinos are in Zhonghai District 1? Jiang Lushur suddenly asked. Sure, there's just one casino. It's kind of hidden, in an alley on the west side of town. I heard from others, lots of teams go there to play, Jiang Zhuiying replied, then looked at Jiang Lushur in surprise. Why, brother, are you thinking of gambling? Ran Shiyu also gave Jiang Lushur a surprised look. She didn't think he was someone who liked gambling. Only Ying kept silently eating. Yeah, planning to earn a bit on the side, Jiang Lushur nodded. Then he suddenly looked at Ran Shiyu. Want to come with me? Jiang Lushur asked. Ran Shiyu was stunned for a moment, then nodded. I've never seen what a casino looks like. I'll go with brother Jiang and take a look. Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan wouldn't lie. Jiang Lushur wanted to check it out for himself, see how that dealer and those guys were working together to scam people. What's so fun about a casino? Jiang Zhuiying was even less interested in gambling. She'd rather stay home and watch anime. Jiang Lushur had downloaded so many shows, he barely watched them himself. They were all for Jiang Zhuiying. The western part of Zhonghai District 1 was already on the edge of town. Looking out, it was a dark mass, dotted with a few lights. That was where the bottom-tier refugees lived, workers who built the city walls, staying in slums or tents. Many weary, skinny people sat by the roadside. Just looking at their dull eyes made one feel heavy. Closer to the town were some houses made of blue bricks and white tiles. Compared to the nearby slums, these homes were like a completely different world. When Jiang Lushur and Ran Shiyu arrived, one of the biggest houses was already brightly lit. This was the only casino in Zhonghai District 1. As soon as they entered, 2 rows of girls in cheongsams and black stockings bowed neatly and said, "Welcome." One of the girls stepped forward with a warm smile and a sweet voice. "Is this your first time here?" Jiang Lushur looked at her. She seemed just over 20, with a clean, pretty face and a student-like vibe. Though dressed maturely, she still gave off a pure feeling. They had just stepped inside, yet she already knew they were first-time visitors. Could it be that she remembered every guest? "Handsome men and beautiful women like you too, I'd definitely remember if I had seen you before. That's why I asked," the girl said, smiling proactively again. She wasn't very old but was clearly good at talking. "What kind of games do you have here?" Jiang Lushur saw several tables in the hall, all surrounded by people. Many had a cheongsam girl beside them, likely a one-on-one service. He assumed this girl would follow him, so he asked while walking inside. Jiang Lushur noticed that in the 4 corners of the casino stood 3 or 4 strong men, constantly watching the situation inside. These men wore identical black suits, with their guns intentionally shown at the waist, clearly security guards. At this moment, Ran Shiyu's voice suddenly sounded in Jiang Lushur's mind, "There's someone here like me." "Like you?" Sitting beside a small table on the left. "That's also a psychic ability user," Ran Shiyu continued. As Jiang Lushur walked further in, he looked around and casually glanced in the direction Ran Shiyu mentioned. It was a man with heavy dark circles, skinny and huddled in an inconspicuous corner, head lowered, looking at his phone. If Ran Shiyu hadn't pointed it out, Jiang Lushur wouldn't have noticed him. "He should have the same mental vision as me and is monitoring this place," Ran Shiyu said. "How do you know?" Jiang Lushur asked. "I felt like I was being watched the moment I came in," Ran Shiyu said. Jiang Lushur thought for a moment and then asked the female receptionist, "Are there any rules in the casino?" "Yes. One is that using abilities is not allowed. There are signs on every table. If you're caught, you'll be asked to leave. Also, the casino doesn't provide chips, you can just use food coupons or supplies directly," the girl replied. Jiang Lushur nodded, then said mentally, he's probably monitoring ability users. But I feel like his mental power isn't as strong as mine, Ran Shiyu said. Jiang Lushur nodded and paid a little more attention to that person. Sir and Miss, in our casino we mainly play blackjack, Texas Hold'em, Baccarat, and big/small, these are the mainstream games. Which one do you prefer? The girl continued to ask. I don't know how to play cards, Jiang Lushur said. So this is your first time playing then? You can try big/small, the girl smiled sweetly. Big/small was dice throwing. Jiang Lushur looked at the big/small table. It was packed with gamblers yelling big, 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 or small. Must be small. Their faces flushed, even their veins bulging. Seeing that Jiang Lushur didn't seem very interested in big/small, the girl smiled again and said, then maybe you can try. What's the fastest game for winning or losing here? Jiang Lushur interrupted and asked. The girl paused for a moment. Just then, a woman in business attire with black stockings and high heels, looking like a white-collar worker, walked over and said, is this gentleman looking for something more exciting? Jiang Lushur glanced at her and didn't speak but casually touched his bulging pocket. The white-collar woman immediately gave a knowing smile. Hello sir, I'm the floor manager here. My name is Chi. If this is your first time at a place like this and you want to have fun, then 3 cards is a good choice. Alright, take me there, Jiang Lushur nodded. This way, please, Chi said warmly, then turned and gave the girl a glare. A young man like this, bringing along such a beautiful and elegant woman, clearly came to show off his wealth. Yet this girl had recommended big/small. The casino loves people like Jiang Lushur, fresh meat, with no experience, bringing along a high-class female companion. He's bound to spend big to avoid embarrassment in front of a beauty. Chi enthusiastically brought Jiang Lushur to a long table. There weren't many people playing 3 cards. 4 or 5 people sat at the long table, and a dealer stood there. When Jiang Lushur and Ran Shiyu arrived, the others were mid-game. Jiang Lushur watched for a while and roughly understood the rules. 3 cards was just another name for what most people call golden flower, Jia Jin Hua. Have you played cards before? Jiang Lushur asked Ran Shiyu. Ran Shiyu shook her head. No. What about you, brother Jiang? I've played landlord. But this doesn't matter if you don't know how. If we win money later, I'll buy you whatever you want, Jiang Lushur said. Ran Shiyu couldn't help but smile, not expecting Jiang Lushur to be so into character. But in Chi's eyes, she couldn't help but show a knowing smile. She had seen many like him. Before the apocalypse, she was the floor manager at a nightclub. She had met plenty of nouveau riche and spoiled second-generation kids, just like this young man. At the 3 cards table, bets kept increasing, and soon food coupons were piled like a small mountain. Chi glanced at Jiang Lushur and saw his eyes light up, obviously already hooked. Damn it, lost again. A fat man threw down his cards and left behind over a dozen food coupons, getting up and walking away. Want to play this round? Chi asked with a smile. Jiang Lushur nodded, then sat down with Ran Shiyu. The dealer wore a sheer dress, her graceful figure hidden in a thin mist. Her fair skin faintly visible. She wasn't especially beautiful, but her eyes were full of flirtation and charm. Let's play a few rounds to try it out, Jiang Lushur said. 3 cards played fast. In just over 10 minutes, Jiang Lushur had played several rounds. But his luck seemed terrible, he lost every round. Chi watched from the side and was now certain, this young man really didn't know how to play cards. The key to 3 cards was reading people's mental state. You needed to have presence, be decisive and calm. Otherwise, opponents would pin you down. Some people wouldn't play without good cards, others got excited when they did, easy to read. It's all psychological warfare. After losing several rounds, Jiang Lushur's expression didn't change. He didn't seem to care, but rather looked a bit impatient. Betting this small is boring. He grabbed a handful of food coupons and tossed them out. Minimum bet, 1,000. Betting that big? Someone at the table shook their head. Most people couldn't afford that. Though many survivors came to gamble, their supplies were earned through life-and-death struggles. Some lost thousands or tens of thousands in food, but that was usually built up over time. No one gambled that much in a single round. Seeing Jiang Lushur throw out 1,000 caddies worth of food coupons without blinking, clearly, he was filthy rich. Actually, 1,000 caddies of food coupons was only worth about 50 caddies of mutated beast meat. For Jiang Lushur, it was nothing. And for other ability users, it wasn't much either. So although some people left, others stayed. Gradually, even some spectators were drawn over. Some people didn't have much money and came to the casino just to enjoy the excitement of watching others gamble. Earlier, they were all watching big/small and show hand, but now they had all gathered around this table. That's how casinos are, the more intense the gambling, the more people gather around. At this moment, out of the corner of his eye, Jiang Lushi saw Anqi give a hand signal to a female receptionist. That receptionist nodded and quickly went upstairs. The corner of Jiang Lushi's mouth curved slightly, as if he hadn't seen anything. His fingers gently tapped on the armrest, as if now he was finally showing some interest in gambling. He said lightly, "Then deal." The female receptionist came back down shortly afterward. She returned to her position as if nothing had happened. But Jiang Lushi noticed that not long after she came down, a man wearing a leather jacket also walked down from upstairs. This man stood quietly among the crowd and watched a few rounds, then came over and pulled out a chair to sit down. "I'll play too." Jiang Lushi glanced at him. The man in the leather jacket looked to be in his 30s, with a pale face and an overindulgent appearance. Looks like Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan were right. Jiang Lushi was now sure that this leather jacket guy was a planted gambler raised by the casino. The purpose of running a casino is profit, nothing is faster than winning money. Many casinos used to have fake gamblers. The only question was, how would this leather jacket make him lose more money? Once he joined, the game continued. He placed large bets, and soon, the rounds call had reached 3,000. The food coupons on the table already amounted to about 1 ton of mutated beast meat. 1 ton of mutated beast meat wasn't small change, even ability users would feel the sting. Seeing Jiang Lushi and the others betting bigger and bigger, even the spectators around them were gasping. Damn, this was the world of the rich. In just a few minutes, the win or loss of a ton of mutated beast meat, this was way too intense. The man in the leather jacket glanced at Jiang Lushi, then looked down at his cards, then raised his head and threw out the food coupons, saying in a low voice, 4,000. He actually raised again. The betting was already this high, and he still raised. The man leaned back in his chair, crossed his legs, and looked relaxed, as if he was sure of winning. Jiang Lushi's fingers tapped lightly on the table. Just then, Ran Shiyu's voice rang out in his mind, "He's bluffing." Jiang Lushi glanced at the psychic who was monitoring. "It's fine, he can't detect me. His mental power isn't strong enough," Ran Shiyu said. "You said that before, but I didn't expect that after you surpassed him in psychic ability, he couldn't sense you at all," Jiang Lushi said. Then he asked in surprise, "Can you tell what he's thinking?" "No, just his emotions. I had this ability before, but now I can sense emotions more accurately and intensely, so I'm sure of it," Ran Shiyu said. "I see." Jiang Lushi looked at the leather jacket guy. As expected of a veteran gambler, he was flawless in psychological warfare. His most convincing aspect wasn't his expression, but the unintentional gleam in his eyes, filled with suppressed excitement, as if he was about to win all the food coupons. Even experienced gamblers would probably be fooled by him. Sure enough, another man stared at him for a long time, then tossed his cards with a dark face and said, "I fold." His lips twitched in pain, he'd lost badly this round. Then it was Jiang Lushi's turn. He remained expressionless, 5,000. Fuck. Now everyone's eyes widened, he raised again. "I'm out." Another player really couldn't keep up. He didn't have that many food coupons unless he bet his gun. But a gun was a life-saving tool, no one would bet that. The man in the leather jacket suddenly sat up straight. His gaze toward Jiang Lushi finally became unsettled. He now had 3 options: follow, show cards, or fold. He knew his cards. They weren't good, just a lousy hand. But 3 cards was all about psychological warfare. Now it looked like Jiang Lushi had stronger nerves than him, at least enough to make him hesitate. Mainly, the stakes were too high. The man slapped his thigh and thought for a while before saying, "Raise. 1 ton of mutated beast meat." Holy shit. Everyone thought the game was finally ending, but he raised again. Jiang Lushi lifted his eyes to look at him. Ran Shiyu had already told him this guy was bluffing, just playing mind games. But now, with the stakes this high, he dared to raise? Strange, he's suddenly full of confidence again. "Brother Jiang, he thinks he's going to win," Ran Shiyu suddenly said. Jiang Lushi looked at the man. He had been bluffing earlier, now he seemed sure of victory? Jiang Lushi looked at his hand resting on the table. His index finger tapped steadily, eyes calm, he was clearly confident. And this time, it wasn't an act. To win against me now, is he going to cheat? Jiang Lushi thought, a trace of a smile in his eyes. He pulled something out of his pocket and placed it in front of him, then pushed it into the center of the long table. "I raise, 1 level, 1 mutated crystal core." A mutated crystal core. Seeing the crystal clear core, everyone was speechless. Betting a crystal core on the table, this was pure madness. No wonder people before the apocalypse could gamble away their fortunes, even destroy their families. Even the leather jacket man's brow twitched. A mutated crystal core? He looked at Jiang Lushi, pulling out a core like that wasn't just psychological warfare. Jiang Liushi's hand must be really good, why else would he be so confident? But no matter how good, it can't beat mine. The man's hand still lightly patted his thigh. He was just an ordinary person, but what made him strong was that he was an excellent cheat. Even with enhanced senses and eyes, many ability users couldn't catch his sleight of hand. To be safe, the man never played continuously. After a few games, he'd rest for days. He'd been playing the last few days, planning to take today off, until he heard about a rich newbie showing up. He thought someone who'd never played cards before could be beaten with pure psychological tactics, but this kid wasn't taking the bait. To be honest, he never cared what cards he actually had, because he could always get the best hand. The stakes were huge now. He decided to end it here. 2 mutated crystal cores. Show cards. He slapped the table and stood up. Everyone stared. He actually had 2 mutated crystal cores too? Damn, they were all filthy rich. A slight smile appeared on Jiang Liushi's lips. He had already activated his brain domain. The brain domain evolved from the star seed wasn't an ability, so that psychic couldn't detect it. Jiang Lushi had been watching closely. This man had never touched his cards, meaning they hadn't been swapped yet. But the moment he slapped the table and stood up, both hands landed on the table. If he was going to cheat, this was his last chance. Swapping cards during the reveal was the hardest moment to catch, because everyone's attention was tense. Nice try, but Jiang Lushi pulled off a button from his sleeve and flicked it. Like a bullet, it hit the man's knee precisely. Ah? The leather jacket man grunted, his body recoiling, knocking over the chair and bending over. With his body ruined by wine and women, the pain was unbearable, not to mention standing, he could barely remain upright. But no one knew what happened. Everyone thought he was just too excited. And at that moment, no one was watching him, they were all focused on the cards. Jiang Lushi looked at the dealer. Show the cards. The man gritted his teeth through the pain and shouted, no. Weren't you the one who said to show? What, can't handle it now? Jiang Lushi asked coldly. Then he sharply said to the dealer, what are you waiting for? Show the cards. A chill in his eyes made the dealer shiver. She reached out to flip the man's cards. No. Amid his screams, the dealer revealed them. 2-9-J. A terrible hand. Everyone was stunned. Such a lousy hand, and he bet that much? The man staggered, his face pale. It's over. At that moment, Jiang Lushi tossed out his cards too. All eyes snapped to look. A pair of 3s and a 7. Just a tiny pair? Everyone was speechless. A game with such high stakes, both had such small hands? So fucking intense. Someone who had folded earlier almost coughed up blood. His hand was much better than Jiang Liushi's. Damn it, who would have thought someone would go all in with a pair of 3s? But the one who really wanted to puke blood was the leather jacket man. He had prepped a trio, 3 identical cards, the highest hand. It would have crushed whatever Jiang Lushi had. But at the key moment to swap cards, he failed. Jiang Lushi stood up. He looked at the man, the stunned dealer, and the frozen Enchi, smiling, thanks for the game. But just as Jiang Lushi was about to collect all the food coupons and crystal cores on the table, the leather jacket man suddenly shouted, you cheated. Jiang Liushi's movement stopped. He looked at the man. The man screamed, you cheated. And you hit me. You broke my fucking knee. Of course, his knee wasn't broken, but now, the more pitiful he sounded, the better. A cold smile appeared on Jiang Liushi's face. As soon as he heard the man throwing a tantrum, he caught a glimpse of the security guards walking over. What's going on? The guards pushed through the crowd and asked in a fake official tone. Jiang Lushi didn't respond, he just smiled and watched them talk to the man. Soon, a man who looked like the head of security came over and said to Jiang Lushi, a guest is accusing you of cheating. Please come with us. If there's no issue after we check, we'll apologize to you. This young lady too. Jiang Lushi glanced at him. These guards had surrounded him and ran Shiyu while walking over. Come with them? Heh, they probably wanted to beat them up instead. Lose too much, don't want to pay up. What if I don't want to go? Jiang Lushi asked. He's feeling guilty. Otherwise, why won't he agree to an inspection? Cheating in a casino, according to the rules, his hand should be chopped off. When the man in the leather jacket heard this, he immediately shouted loudly as if he had caught Jiang Liushi's weakness. The leather jacket man's behavior was somewhat crazy. Right now, he was both angry and afraid. He had fallen too hard. Although the casino clearly wouldn't pay out the money now, this incident had still caused trouble and brought a negative impact to the casino. As the troublemaker, Jiang Lushi would definitely be punished, but the leather jacket man would also be punished for his mistake. The torturing methods used by the casino, he knew them very well. Thinking of this, he hated Jiang Lushur even more. Soon, he decided, he would personally beat Jiang Lushur up badly to vent his anger. As he thought this, his expression became more twisted. Then he saw Jiang Lushur turn his head and look at him with a faint smile. "What are you looking at? What, are you going to hit me in front of everyone here?" Before he finished speaking, he saw Jiang Lushur's figure suddenly rush forward, and then a shoe sole suddenly filled his vision. "Ah!" With a scream, the rest of his words were stomped straight back into his throat. Jiang Lushur stepped on his face, pressing him hard to the ground. "So what if I hit you?" With a dulled bang, the leather jacket man's head seemed to sink into the floor. The back of his skull hit the ground with a thud, and the sound made everyone present feel their own scalps turn cold. The leather jacket man's whole body trembled, his hands and feet twitching violently. Jiang Lushur's movement was too fast. Even the nearby security guards, including the captain, couldn't react in time to stop him. When Jiang Lushur lifted his foot, many people secretly gasped. That kick was vicious. He had stomped the man's nose into a mess of flesh, and all his front teeth were broken. Blood and tears mixed together on his face, and the man kept screaming miserably, like a pig being slaughtered. After lifting his foot, Jiang Lushur showed no sign of stopping. He raised his leg again and stomped toward the man's knee. "Stop!" several security guards shouted, rushing forward. But Jiang Lushur ignored them. "Ah!" The leather jacket man's screams grew even shriller, his whole body trembling. After crushing his knee, Jiang Lushur lifted his foot and stomped down again, this time on his right hand. "Ah!" The man's body straightened instantly, the pain shooting from his fingers was unbearable. "You said I broke your knee, and that cheaters should have their hands cut off. Now your knee really is broken, and I've helped you lose a hand too." Jiang Lushur sneered coldly. This man's current fate was entirely his own doing. Now, the eyes of everyone around were filled with shock as they looked at Jiang Lushur. When Jiang Lushur first stomped on his face, that was one thing. But to completely ignore the casino guards and still move faster, crippling one hand and one leg of the man in the leather jacket, that was terrifying. "You dare make trouble in our casino?" the head security guard said darkly when he saw the man's broken hand. He knew exactly who this leather jacket guy was. Though he was just an ordinary person, his top-level cheating skills made him an important figure in the casino. Before the apocalypse, this man had partnered with others in underground casinos, driving people to suicide by cheating. After the apocalypse, he had lived in the slums, later coming to this casino to volunteer himself, where he immediately fit in and returned to his old trade. Zhonghai Safe Zone had hundreds of thousands of people, but their casino had only one professional cheat. Now Jiang Lushur had crippled him, where could they find another? "You've caused a huge problem," the head of security said, giving a signal to the guards. The guards immediately understood and began slowly surrounding Jiang Lushur and Ran Shiyu. "Oh?" Jiang Lushur gave a cold snort, then suddenly moved. There were still many spectators around, and the guards had to push through the crowd. But Jiang Lushur moved freely among them. As the guards swung their weapons, machetes, iron bars, at him, under his activated brain domain, their attacks hit only themselves. In less than a minute, the casino floor was covered with people lying on the ground, groaning in pain. Jiang Lushur grabbed a steel pipe from one of the guards and hit each of them once more for good measure. The crowd backed away quickly, and in the blink of an eye, the security captain realized he was the only one still standing. At this point, Jiang Lushur shook the steel pipe in his hand and looked at him with a faint smile. "What did you just say I've caused?" "You," the captain swallowed hard. He was actually an ability user himself, but if he were truly strong, he wouldn't be working as a guard here. He knew he couldn't beat Jiang Lushur. He glanced toward the psychic who was monitoring things. That man had already stopped playing with his phone and was staring in shock. When the captain looked at him, he shook his head. He hadn't sensed any energy waves from Jiang Lushur at all. The captain was inwardly panicking. If Jiang Lushur were a strong ability user, they wouldn't have handled things this way from the start. Still, even if Jiang Lushur had beaten up all these guards, he wouldn't get away with it. "You probably don't know that our casino's boss is the Gale team. If you're part of any survivor team, you must have heard of them," the captain said, his tone regaining confidence. "Never heard of them," Jiang Lushur said. He really hadn't. Maybe they were on the ranking list, but he'd only glanced at it once. "And so what?" Jiang Lushur asked back. "So what?" The captain sneered. "The Gale team is very powerful. If you provoke them, your life will be miserable," one gambler said. "I heard someone provoked them before, and then disappeared," another added. Hearing the crowd whispering, the captain's face showed a proud expression. He thought Jiang Lushur must be scared now. But Jiang Lushur just shook his head and walked toward him. The captain's heart trembled, and he instinctively stepped back. But then he remembered his backing from the Gale team, so he straightened his back and tried to look calm as Jiang Lushur approached. If you apologize properly and pay compensation, the leaders of the Gale team might forgive you. Bang! Jiang Lushur swung the steel pipe, knocking him to the ground. Too much talking. The captain screamed, staring up at Jiang Lushur in disbelief. Even after hearing the name of the Gale team, Jiang Lushur attacked without hesitation? Clang! Jiang Lushur tossed the steel pipe aside, took Ran Shiyu with him, and walked out of the casino. Everyone inside stayed silent, watching them pass. And Chi's face turned pale. As soon as Jiang Lushur came near, she lowered her head quickly, afraid to be noticed. Just as Jiang Lushur stepped out of the casino door, he suddenly felt a surge of danger. A flash of cold light, like a silent viper, struck from behind. The blade was so fast that even passers-by didn't notice. Bang! A thin man looked in shock at the sudden appearance of the cold, beautiful woman. With his strength, he had been sure that attacking Jiang Lushur would succeed easily. His strike should have killed Jiang Lushur before he even realized what was happening. But unexpectedly, this woman appeared, kicking his wrist and sending his dagger flying. His wrist was still numb. This cold beauty was incredibly strong. Right after kicking the dagger away, she attacked again without hesitation. The thin man stepped back quickly, glancing deeply at Jiang Lushur, who had now turned around. Don't think it's just our team. No matter who you are, you've offended someone you can't afford to offend. As he spoke, he suddenly grabbed a passing refugee and shoved him hard toward Ing. When Ing quickly dodged around the refugee, the thin man's figure had already vanished into the crowd. No need to chase him, Jiang Lushur called to Ing. This slum area was densely populated and complex. Hiding one person here was too easy. Searching would take forever. Anyway, I don't need to find him, they'll come for me again. That assassin must have been from the Gale team, Jiang Lushur said calmly. He had come to the casino prepared. Ing had been waiting outside, ready to back him up at any moment. He hadn't needed help inside, but outside, an ambush had been waiting. Still, this didn't surprise him. If the Gale team let him walk away unharmed, the casino's reputation would be ruined. That's why Ing had been following quietly instead of joining him right away. And sure enough, Jiang Lushur's prediction was right. Who was that person they said you can't afford to offend? Ran Shiyu asked. Jiang Lushur sneered. Who else? Probably someone from the military. There was only one casino in the whole city, with massive profits. A single team couldn't run it, they didn't even have the qualifications. Saying this casino had nothing to do with the military was impossible. But no matter how big the profits, it was still a shady little business, not worth much to the entire military. So it could only belong to some individual within the military. The thin man hid in a corner. After watching Jiang Lushur and the others walk far away, he finally stepped out. He looked deeply in the direction they had gone, then headed into the town. Not long after, the man appeared in front of a small shop by the street. The outer wall of this shop was covered in graffiti. On the door, two crooked characters were written, Tavern. Below that was a drawing of a black skull. This kind of place looked low-class, but passers-by knew, this wasn't a place ordinary people could enter. Many ability users liked to gather here. One team that regularly stayed here was the Gale team. The thin man pushed open the door and walked in, moving skillfully through the first-floor hall and into the second floor, then opened the door of a corner room. Inside the room, smoke filled the air. A few men were sitting together playing poker, with women accompanying them. These men were laughing and cursing while playing cards, and fondling the women next to them. The women giggled in soft voices from time to time. You're back early, old seven? How's the casino today? One of the men asked without even lifting his head. Where's the boss? Old seven didn't answer, but asked instead. In the back? Hey, the boss has a guest. But before the man could finish warning him, old seven had already pushed open the inner room's door. Inside were two sofas and a liquor cabinet, luxuriously decorated. On a side sofa sat a very tall man with his hair tied back, skin so pale it had a bluish tinge, even his eyes looked bluish. On closer look, there was something eerie about him, like a corpse. He held a glass of wine, sitting beside a mature and seductive woman. Though he had his arm around her, his attention wasn't on her at all. On the other sofa facing the door sat a man dressed formally, wearing glasses, reclining comfortably with a girl in each arm. One of the girls looked very young, face still childish. She looked nervous and frightened as he stroked her thigh but didn't dare make a sound. Boss. Old Seven nodded at the tall man, then smiled at the man in glasses. Mr. Chu is here too. What is it? The tall man glanced at Old Seven and asked. There was trouble at the casino, Old Seven said. The man in glasses lifted his eyelids slightly, but didn't speak. The tall man leaned forward a bit, releasing the woman beside him. All of you, out. The tall man was the leader of the Gale team, named Bai Jingchong. He glanced at the man in glasses, the corner of his mouth twitching slightly. What happened? The man in glasses watched the two girls next to him stand up. Suddenly, he reached out and pinched the younger girl's butt. She let out a startled yelp, while he smiled. Once the three women had left, Old Seven recounted what had happened in the casino. I think they came to cause trouble on purpose, Old Seven said. After the women left, Mr. Chu's lewd smile disappeared. Now, he looked lazy, but a cold gleam flashed behind his glasses. His gaze was cold and indifferent. After hearing Old Seven's report, he said calmly, maybe they came for revenge. Old Seven froze, and Mr. Chu continued, but it doesn't matter. Old Seven glanced at Mr. Chu. He knew this was the real Chu Songming. That perverse side earlier, it was probably just a hobby. The contrast made him even more terrifying. Chu Songming was usually very low-key. The casino and this tavern were both his businesses. That, it doesn't matter, meant that regardless of right or wrong, those young people had come to stir up trouble and should be ready to face the consequences. 2 women and 1 man. One of the women was very skilled. A team like that must be a fairly strong survivor squad, that's why they're so arrogant, thinking they're unbeatable. Send more people to search around the apartment area, it should be easy to find them, Bai Jingchong said. Once we find them, should we finish them off? Old Seven made a throat-slitting gesture and asked. Bai Jingchong thought for a moment, then said, cut off the guy's limbs and leave him there. Oh right, what about the 2 women? What do they look like? Chu Songming suddenly asked. Old Seven immediately showed a knowing smile. Very beautiful. Both are young, about 20. One looks very elegant, like a noble lady, and she's an ability user. The other has an amazing figure, that's the one who fights well. Bai Jingchong chuckled. Such pretty girls, what a waste to kill them. Bring them back. He glanced at Chu Songming, a sinister grin forming on his pale face. The tougher the girl, the more fun she is to play with. They can endure more. Not like those ones last time, died too quickly, boring. You've got to play them hard for a few days, really enjoy it. Chu Songming smiled faintly. Sounds good. Bai Jingchong grinned. He knew what Mr. Chu liked. Several of the women who had served him had died from abuse. The women in this tavern were all terrified of being assigned to him. That young girl earlier was just one example. But killing people inside the survivor squad apartment, even in the apocalypse, there are still rules. Doing that wouldn't look good, Chu Songming said. He was tempted, but didn't agree to Bai Jingchong's plan. Someone might trace this incident back to him. And there were plenty of jealous eyes on the casino's huge profits. Chu Songming was actually a very cautious man. Bai Jingchong described him as a viper, sinister and fond of lurking in the shadows. Then what does Mr. Chu suggest? Bai Jingchong asked. Chu Songming looked at him and said coldly, make sure they die cleanly. Then do it outside. Bai Jingchong immediately understood and grinned wickedly. If they were part of a survivor squad, they'd have to leave the safe zone eventually. Once outside, there was no coming back. Send people to watch the city exit. I want to know the moment they leave, Bai Jingchong ordered. Old Seven responded and was about to leave when Chu Songming's voice came from behind. Oh, and that cheat? I don't want to see him again. Old Seven paused and said, I'll take care of it. For a tool that had lost its use, Mr. Chu had never shown mercy. Especially when that cheat not only lost his value, but also caused the casino significant losses. Jiang Lushur originally thought that the Gale team's revenge would come quickly, but unexpectedly, the next 2 days were completely calm. He had smashed their casino and even won a large amount of supplies. Could they really let that go? Jiang Lushur shook his head. That was impossible. During this time, the military also delivered the diesel he had purchased. All the diesel was filled into the fuel tanks of the base vehicle. Besides the space tank, the second-form mining truck itself had a capacity of over 4,000 liters. These 10-plus tons of diesel were all loaded in. Now with ammo restocked and fuel tanks full, Jiang Lushur suddenly felt a sense of peace of mind. He felt that he had rested enough recently and could go check out the trading hall. Jiang Lushur wasn't very interested in military missions, but the rewards the military offered were quite valuable to Jiang Zhuiying and the others. Also, as ability users, they needed to fight in order to evolve and improve themselves, otherwise, they would be stuck at their current level. After witnessing that huge aquatic monster at Jinling Port, not only Jiang Zhuiying and the others, but even Jiang Lushur himself felt a sense of crisis. If they were satisfied with their current strength and just wanted to muddle along in Zhonghai District 1, then they really would end up just eating and waiting to die. With their current strength, they couldn't even begin to compare with that giant aquatic monster. They weren't even enough to get stuck between its teeth. But before Jiang Lushur could go to the trading hall, someone came knocking. When he opened the door and saw two soldiers, Jiang Lushur remained calm and instinctively reached for his waist. "Brother Jiang." A familiar voice came from behind the two soldiers, and Jiang Lushur relaxed, lowering his hand. "So it's Captain Shen." Jiang Lushur smiled. Shen Tao stepped out from behind the two soldiers, his dark, tough face showing a hearty smile. "I was looking for your place all day yesterday, and only got the address today. The efficiency almost delayed things." He shook his head. "The moment I got the address today, I came right over," Shen Tao said, pulling a small cloth pouch from his pocket and handing it to Jiang Lushur. Jiang Lushur opened it and saw 3 level 1 mutant crystal cores, wrapped inside like translucent glass. He put the cores away and smiled. "Whether the cores are given earlier or later doesn't matter. No need to rush." Jiang Lushur had a good impression of Shen Tao. He felt Shen's reliability was solid for now. Even if not, he wasn't worried Shen Tao would steal his crystal cores. "That won't do. But honestly, that's not the main reason I came." Shen Tao hesitated for a moment and asked, "I wonder if Brother Jiang has any plans for the next few days?" His intentions were obvious. He hadn't just come to deliver crystal cores, he had something else. "If there's something, just say it, Captain Shen," Jiang Lushur said. "It's like this." Shen Tao quickly looked upstairs and downstairs. Seeing this, Jiang Lushur became curious and opened the door wider. "Come in." But the two soldiers didn't enter and silently stood guard outside. "I'll get to the point then," Shen Tao said as he stepped in. A few days ago, a survivor squad came back, with 7 or 8 members dead. The 2 who survived came back with some news, hoping to trade it for supplies. In the military, some information could be exchanged for rewards, especially important material information, or information on personnel, especially elite individuals. But the information had to be verified before any rewards were given. Jiang Lushur had been to the trading hall and was familiar with this process, so he nodded when he heard Shen Tao's explanation. Clearly, Shen Tao had come because of this piece of information. They said their team went to hunt a mutant beast and ran into a monster in a small town. From their description, it should be a mutated zombie, Shen Tao said. A mutated zombie. Jiang Lushur was surprised, but not too shocked. Since there were mutant beasts, the appearance of mutated zombies was also logical. Shen Tao continued, "Actually, mutated zombies are just less commonly encountered than mutant beasts. Maybe it's because the zombie hordes are too massive." Jiang Lushur nodded. Shen Tao made sense. Zombie hordes often number in the hundreds of thousands or even millions. The ones they encounter are just a tiny fraction. Mutated zombies among such large hordes are easily overlooked. Jiang Lushur was very interested in mutated zombies. Killing mutant beasts gave him crystal cores, which advanced the evolution of the base vehicle. So naturally, he was also very curious whether killing a mutated zombie could bring any upgrades. "We plan to go hunt that mutated zombie. I wonder if Brother Jiang would be willing to join?" "Of course, the reward will match the mission's difficulty, you won't be underpaid," Shen Tao said. "Don't worry, you'll only be collaborating," Shen Tao added. Jiang Lushur nodded. Compared to the reward, he was much more interested in the mutated zombie itself. His goal in joining was that zombie. However, working with the military didn't mean he would follow their plan. When the time came, he'd act based on his own judgment and needs. With that in mind, Jiang Lushur nodded. "I can go. Knew you'd be straightforward, Brother Jiang." Shen Tao was pleased. "Then let's go to the military base and finalize things with the commander." "Commander?" Shen Tao gave a sheepish laugh. "This mission's important, so I'm not leading the team. The higher-ups sent someone powerful. So later, don't call me captain, just call me Shen Tao." "Oh right, Brother Jiang, go ahead and get ready now. Once we're there, we'll set off directly," Shen Tao said. "So soon?" Jiang Lushur was a bit surprised, but then nodded. He brought Jiang Zhuiying and the others, called up Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan, and the group followed Shen Tao's military jeep in a minibus and a refrigerated truck. In Zhonghai District 1, survivor teams leaving the city had to go through the exit route. Normally, only military vehicles were allowed on those roads. So seeing a minibus and a refrigerated truck following a military jeep drew many curious glances. The military zone spanned both Zhonghai District 1 and the Safe Island, covering the largest area. Where Jiang Lushur and the others were headed was just one supply station within the military zone. But even that supply station was already a massive military base. As they passed through the checkpoint and entered the gate, they saw a large number of military vehicles and soldiers moving back and forth. The Zhonghai District 1 supply station is one of the exits from District 1. Armies leaving District 1 get sufficient supplies here, and then carry out their various missions. When Jiang Lushur arrived at the departure point, he found a lot of people had already gathered. A glance showed about 30 soldiers, and many personnel not wearing military uniforms but carrying various standard military weapons, obviously ability user squads. There should be 2 squads, and with his own, that makes 3 squads. A platoon's worth of soldiers plus 3 ability squads, to kill 1 mutated zombie. Are they calling in so many? Jiang Lushur was somewhat surprised. The lineup was over the top. Shen Tao saw what Jiang Lushur was thinking and said, "These people with us not only have to kill that mutated zombie, but also have a mission, to open an optimal route to Tongnan City." Open a route? Jiang Lushur asked in surprise. Yes. The upper management of Zhonghai Safe Island is considering gradually clearing the surrounding cities. First take small towns, then take on cities like Jinling and Zhonghai. That way, beyond the safe zone on Zhonghai, the surrounding several hundred kilometers could also barely count as a safe zone. The military plans to counterattack? Hearing this, Jiang Lushur was really shocked. It's just a preliminary plan. Counterattacking isn't easy. We now have only a few 100,000 people on Safe Island, and the military is fewer than 100,000. Many cities have zombie populations in the millions or even tens of millions, plus various mutant beasts. A counterattack will be hard. Heavy weapons must be used, and extreme caution is required. The military has only just gained a foothold. Retaking zombie-occupied cities sounds thrilling, but it's far from easy. You say heavy weapons? You don't mean nukes, right? Jiang Lushur frowned. He had a bad premonition about nuclear weapons. Shen Tao shook his head. No. Many scientists believe that using nuclear bombs could trigger more mutant beasts via fallout, essentially suicide. Nuclear weapons are powerful, but the deadliest aspect is radiation, wide area, long duration. The places nuked to flat Earth are actually limited. Radiated zones, whether for zombies or mutant beasts, are less affected. Jiang Lushur nodded. That was a relief. He often worried about that giant aquatic monster lurking in Jinling. If such creatures existed deep in large cities, could the military still win? Safe Island only has 80 to 90,000 soldiers. If they suffer heavy losses, even holding ground within the Zhonghai safe zone would be hard. While Jiang Lushur was thinking this, a rough voice shouted, "Get out of the car. Hurry up. I'm talking to you. Didn't you hear me?" A burly man with a face full of meat, carrying a Type 81 rifle, pounded on Jiang Lushur's car window. Jiang Lushur frowned. Here on Safe Island this was tolerated. Out in the wild, someone doing that would already be shot. "What are you yelling about?" Jiang Zhuiying tossed the tablet aside and jumped off the seat. She had always been fiery. Don't let her cuteness fool you. She had a sharp temper. "Oh, she's pretty cute." The man grinned lecherously, licking his lips. But in this situation, he wouldn't seriously make a move. Jiang Zhuiying glared at him, about to explode, but Jiang Lushur had already stood up and said, "Get out of the car first." Jiang Lushur recognized what was happening. The captain of the operation was urgently gathering troops, but the messenger was low quality and puffing up. People like this need just a little discipline. The man saw Jiang Lushur standing and called to others to get out too. Soon, in that area, everyone assembled. The 3 ability squads plus 30-some military officers, around 60 people in all. At that moment, Jiang Lushur sharply sensed someone watching him. He turned and saw a burly man with a sallow face staring at him. Jiang Lushur frowned slightly. Next to that burly man, he saw a familiar face. The killer from the casino. "Is that the Gale team?" Jiang Lushur asked Shen Tao. "Yes." Shen Tao nodded. Among the 3 survivor squads, Gale team had the most members, about 10 or so. The burly man, seeing Jiang Lushur's question, realized his identity had been recognized. He gave Jiang Lushur a sinister grin. How coincidental, Jiang Lushur thought. At that moment, 2 military officers stepped to the front of the formation. One was about 30 years old, with eagle-sharp eyes sweeping across the field. This is Captain Zhang Jing. His personal strength is high. He's led troops on many extremely tough missions. Among the younger officers in the army, he has great prestige. He leads this operation, Shen Tao quietly told Jiang Lushur. The officer accompanying Zhang Jing wore glasses and looked like a non-combatant, but his expression was stern, with a dark gaze. His aura was not simple. After the apocalypse, one's status was often judged not by rank but by power and capability. "That's Chu Songming, this time's deputy commander," Shen Tao indicated the glasses man to Jiang Lushur. At this time, Zhang Jing and the others from the 2 other ability squads had already conferred among themselves and were walking toward Jiang Lushur's group. "You're the reinforcements you called in?" Zhang Jing asked Shen Tao before addressing Jiang Lushur. "Yes." Shen Tao answered with a salute, his voice loud. Jiang Lushur, who usually saw Shen Tao as casual, was surprised to see him standing at attention. So Zhang Jing is strict, Jiang Lushur thought to himself. Zhang Jing looked at Jiang Lushur, assessing his gear and strength. They were short on numbers, just 6 people. And, why so many women? No need to mention Jiang Zhuiying, she looked strong. But Ran Shiyu's presence was odd. Her aura was hazy, Zhang Jing essentially judged she had little combat ability. As for Ying, even more ordinary, he was ignored entirely. Good guns, but the fighters were weaker than Gale team. After sizing up Jiang Liushur's squad, he addressed Jiang Lushur, I'm Zhang Jing, the commander of this operation. I know your survivor squad has some talent, and some are proud. But in my team, your pride, your arrogance, you'll tuck those in. In my squad, there's only one voice, that's mine. Your team must obey my commands. Zhang Jing's tone was very stern, giving off an air that allowed no disagreement. As a squad leader, Jiang Lushur could understand Zhang Jing saying these things. But Jiang Lushur wasn't a soldier, he was just here to help. His relationship with the military was cooperative, not one of hierarchy. Zhang Jing's attitude made Jiang Lushur frown slightly. Shen Tao looked a bit embarrassed. He didn't expect Zhang Jing to be this blunt right from the start. What are your abilities? Zhang Jing asked, needing to understand Jiang Liushur's team's powers to plan tactics. Start with you, Zhang Jing said, pointing at Sun Kuan. Jiang Lushur originally thought he would be the one to answer first, but Zhang Jing skipped him entirely. Thinking about it, he understood, Zhang Jing was probably an ability user and had already judged that Jiang Lushur didn't have any powers, so he didn't bother asking. Jiang Lushur looked at Shen Tao, who gave him an apologetic look. My ability is climbing. Kind of like a gecko, Sun Kuan replied lazily. He didn't care about Zhang Jing at all. The only people he listened to were Jiang Lushur and Jiang Zhuiying. As for Zhang Jing, who was he supposed to be? Zhang Jing, as a commander, could tell what Sun Kuan meant just from his expression. He frowned slightly but didn't say anything. He was used to soldiers responding with loud and clear yes, sir. Not this kind of lazy attitude. He really didn't like these ability user squads. He thought they were just a bunch of undisciplined thugs. If it weren't for orders from higher-ups to cooperate with them, he wouldn't have brought them in at all. Got some finger strength. I know a bit about fixing cars, Zhang Hai said, equally dismissive. Climbing? Fixing cars? What kind of abilities were these? Useless. Could he fix an armored vehicle? Zhang Jing's frown deepened. Was this the kind of team Shen Tao brought? My mental strength is a bit higher than others, Ran Shiyu said simply. Ying didn't say anything. In her eyes, Zhang Jing didn't even exist. As for Jiang Zhuiying, she had already taken a dislike to Zhang Jing. She said just one word, electric. She didn't even bother to add punctuation. Zhang Jing's face darkened. Did this Stone Shadow squad think they were here to be worshipped? Captain Jiang Lushur spoke up. We are not your soldiers. We don't have a superior-subordinate relationship. I believe the military and we are cooperating. I'll try to follow your orders as much as possible, but if I think your decision is wrong, I won't cooperate. Jiang Liushur's voice was calm. Zhang Jing's pressure might work on soldiers, but not on him. A wrong decision? Are you questioning me? You don't even know the danger of mutant zombies or the terrain. How can you judge whether my orders are right or wrong? Zhang Jing's eyes widened, and his voice rose sharply. Jiang Lushur, at his age, would be a rookie in the army. What soldier would dare talk to him like this? Many people turned to look. Members of the Gale squad grinned mockingly. This guy didn't know his place. Talking about cooperating with the military, he didn't even have the strength for that. At this moment, Chu Songming spoke up, even though it's a partnership, during joint operations, there must be unified command. Otherwise, if everyone acts on their own, things can go terribly wrong. I'm sure you don't want to see that happen either, right? Chu Songming smiled politely, trying to smooth things over. Zhang Jing glared at Shen Tao, clearly blaming him for bringing such a cocky and weak team. Shen Tao felt miserable. He broke military formality and explained, Captain, I've personally seen the Stone Shadow squad in action. They're very strong. Don't underestimate Captain Jiang Lushur, he has an ability too. An ability? Zhang Jing didn't care. With such weak energy fluctuations, what ability could he possibly have? He says it's mechanical modification. I think it's more about making custom vehicles. That minibus over there is his work. Modified car? Zhang Jing snorted and didn't even glance at the minibus. Can he modify armored vehicles? Zhang Jing's sarcastic question left Shen Tao speechless. Jiang Lushur probably couldn't. Even the most hardcore car enthusiast wouldn't be able to handle armored vehicles. The structure is totally different. All right, Captain. It's time, Chu Songming said, checking his watch. Zhang Jing stopped wasting time and walked away without another word. The operation was about to start. He wasn't interested in wasting more breath on Jiang Lushi. Don't take it personally, Shen Tao said apologetically to Jiang Lushi. Jiang Lushi smiled calmly, it's fine. But I stand by what I said, I won't follow wrong orders. He knew this demand would challenge any commander's authority, but it was his bottom line. At that moment, Zhang Jing strode to the front, climbed into the armored personnel carrier, and gave everyone a powerful look. Everyone's here. Move out, he shouted. As he waved his hand, the armored vehicle roared to life and led the convoy. As the commander, his vehicle was naturally in the lead. Though Jiang Lushi didn't like Zhang Jing's words, he couldn't fault his actions. In the apocalypse, power was the only thing that mattered. Leading from the front was the best way to command respect. The convoy, 3 military vehicles followed by the survivor teams and 2 more military vehicles at the rear, had a total of 15 vehicles. They stirred up clouds of dust as they rolled out from the supply station, leaving Zhonghai District 1. Every day, teams entered and exited Zhonghai District 1, both military and survivor teams. Some came back loaded with loot. Others never returned. As the convoy left the gates, Jiang Zhuing looked back. The steel gates and half-finished city walls, still under frantic construction, stood like a massive barrier between two worlds, stretching endlessly along the horizon. The Type 92 wheeled infantry armored vehicle is 6.6 meters long, 2.8 meters high and wide, with a combat load of 15 tons. Its top speed is 85 kilometers per hour. The main weapon is a 25mm automatic cannon, and it also has a 7.62mm machine gun. This combat vehicle looks like a miniature tank, only the tracks are replaced with wheels, and the tank's large-caliber cannon is replaced with a small-caliber automatic cannon. But even though it's called small caliber, its power is still extremely terrifying. If it hits a person, there's no doubt they'd be torn to pieces. Of course, being a smaller version of a tank, it inevitably has weaker protection. The Type 92 wheeled armored vehicle can barely defend against regular rifle bullets. If hit by an anti-material sniper rifle, it would probably be taken out with one shot. A burst of armor-piercing bullets from a machine gun could also wipe out the people inside. As for shells or rocket launchers, it goes without saying, they'd be devastating. Still, against zombies, who are after all made of flesh and blood, the Type 92 wheeled armored vehicle is definitely a deadly killer. In fact, the soldiers of the Zhonghai safe zone are full of confidence about retaking the city. That confidence comes from the weapons they have. Modern heavy weapons are on a completely different level compared to things like rifles. After the convoy had traveled about 2 kilometers, small groups of zombies began to appear ahead. Against such small groups, they didn't even use the automatic cannon. A soldier on the armored vehicle stood up and operated the mounted machine gun. A burst of bullets swept across, the zombies were shredded. When encountering small groups of zombies, the convoy didn't bother to fight unless the zombies were blocking the road. After more than an hour, the convoy left the urban area of Zhonghai and entered the highway, heading southwest. Tongnan City is just over 120 kilometers from Zhonghai, a 1.5-hour drive before the apocalypse. After the apocalypse, for ordinary survivor teams, this distance is difficult to overcome. But for the military, Zhang Jing didn't think it would be a problem. They brought armored vehicles, lots of ammunition, and so many soldiers carrying rocket launchers. Ordinary zombies were no threat. The only real concern was large mutant beasts. But as long as they were spotted early, they weren't much trouble either. Some mutant beasts can resist rifle bullets, but could they really withstand automatic cannon fire? We've probably covered 20 kilometers by now. The convoy has hardly stopped. On the minibus, Ran Shiyu checked the map downloaded to her tablet and said, "Yeah," Jiang Lushi nodded. If they stayed on the highway, they shouldn't be delayed much. But Jiang Lushi didn't think things would go that smoothly, otherwise, there would have been no need to clear the route. Sure enough, after driving for just over 20 minutes on the highway, the lead military vehicle turned off onto a side road and stopped at a toll station. After clearing out the surrounding zombies, a soldier ran over and shouted as he ran. "The highway ahead is blocked by abandoned vehicles. We have to get off here. Once we pass the toll station, the road ahead hasn't been cleared, we're entering the wilderness." "Understood." Zhang Jing nodded and shouted, "From now on, the infantry combat vehicles take the lead. Gale Squad to the left, Dragon Leap Squad to the right, provide cover and support. Shadow Squad, assist the engineers in removing obstacles along the way. Everyone stay alert, we can't afford to mess up here." As soon as the order was given, even before Jiang Lushi could speak, Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan behind him exploded in anger. What the fuck is that Zhang guy thinking? He wants us to help clear the obstacles? We're here to fight, not sweep the damn streets. Haha, clearing obstacles is great, nothing dangerous. We're jealous. We have to protect you guys, it's a huge responsibility. At that moment, a loud, mocking voice rang out. Jiang Lushur looked up and saw 4 vehicles pull out from the front of the convoy and drive to its left side. One of the vehicles deliberately made a big turn and sped past Zhang Hai's vehicle, forcing Zhang Hai, who had just poked his head out to talk, back into the car. The speaker was that foul-mouthed brute who had previously said rude things to Jiang Zhuiying. It turns out he was also from Gale's squad. The brute stopped his car, looked at the furious Zhang Hai from the driver's seat, and sneered. Haha, just kidding, don't get mad. What? You gonna hit me? Better save your strength. You might need it later to push some abandoned cars. The other 3 Gale squad vehicles didn't come over, but their occupants were all watching the scene with smirking expressions. It was clearly a provocation. Seeing Jiang Liushur's team with no way to respond amused them. Jiang Lushur had caused the casino to lose a lot of money earlier, they were still hurting from that. The higher-ups took most of the cut, and they were just getting scraps. That chunk of profit Jiang Lushur took cost them dearly. Now that they had the chance, how could they not get revenge? And this was just the beginning. If there was an opportunity during the mission, they hoped to cripple Jiang Liushur's team entirely. But just then, vroom! A roaring engine sound came. When the brute turned his head, he was shocked to see a minibus speeding toward his car like a missile. The brute's heart skipped a beat, and his face went pale with fear. Screech! The minibus only braked at the very last second, practically right in front of his vehicle, yet it still slammed hard into his SUV's rear. Bang! The brute felt like his SUV was flipped over, the car suddenly shot forward, tires screeching on the pavement. The brute was dizzy and almost smashed into the dashboard. Luckily, he was an ability user and managed to stabilize himself. But the SUV's rear was severely damaged, and the back window shattered completely. His whole body tense, limbs ice cold, he looked at Jiang Lushur, his anger now like a volcano ready to erupt. But just as he was about to snap, he saw Jiang Liushur's vehicle, completely undamaged, not even a scratch on the windshield. Oops, my foot slipped. Hit the gas instead of the brakes. Rookie driver, sorry about that, Jiang Lushur said casually. I'm telling you, the car design's flawed, brake and gas on the same foot? You drive. The brute watched as Jiang Lushur gave the driver's seat to a busty female driver. Such a hot and pretty woman, she might not even be good at driving a small car, and she's driving a minibus? This shut the brute up completely. He swallowed the curse words he had ready. What if she stepped on the gas again instead of the brake? He'd be roadkill. And seriously, what kind of monster car was that? He drove his own car up beside the minibus, then jumped out and shouted. Are you fucking crazy? Get your ass out of the car. He pulled out his gun and pointed it straight at Jiang Liushur's windshield. Jiang Liushur's eyes turned cold, and Ying beside him quietly reached for her military spike dagger. No matter when, Jiang Lushur never liked having a gun pointed at him, even through the bulletproof glass of the minibus. As for Ying, as Jiang Liushur's loyal guard, seeing this situation only triggered her killing intent even more. Ying didn't care about the surroundings, even if the army was present, as long as someone threatened Jiang Liushur's personal safety, she would not hesitate to kill them. What are you doing again? Zhang Jing was furious. As a soldier, he was used to being the only voice in the team, used to all soldiers obeying his orders. The only responses allowed were yes, no, and sorry. But today, Zhang Jing felt like he was commanding a disorganized mob. No strength, no discipline, who did they think they were? Clack! The sound of bolts being pulled echoed. One after another, dark gun barrels pointed at the enraged brute. Put down your gun. The brute was angry, but he still put the gun down. At this moment, all the members of the Gale squad jumped out of their vehicles. One of their cars had been damaged, and they couldn't even get justice for it. How could they tolerate that? You! Get out of the car! Zhang Jing's anger now turned toward Jiang Lushur. The muzzles of his guards' guns were also aimed at Jiang Lushur and Ying. Jiang Lushur frowned. Getting out of the car at a time like this, surrounded by gun barrels, naturally wasn't something he would do. Captain Zhang, I'm sorry this happened, but someone provoked me first. I'll say it again, I'm not one of your soldiers. I will follow your orders, but not all of them. For example, right now, you're telling me to get out of the car, but I won't. Jiang Lushur spoke calmly. Although Zhang Jing held hostility toward him, and earlier had ordered Shadow Squad to clear obstacles, obviously targeting them, Jiang Liushur's impression of Zhang Jing wasn't too bad. After all, Zhang was a soldier, that mindset was understandable. In the army, disobedient soldiers were always harshly trained. Zhang Jing had lived in such an environment for so long that he couldn't change his way of thinking so quickly. But understanding did not mean obedience. I do my part and take what I deserve. The effort I give equals the reward I get. It's that simple. Jiang Lushur spread his hands. Sitting inside the base vehicle, he didn't care about the guns aimed at him. But if the other side opened fire, their cooperation would immediately end, and it might even turn into a full battle. Effort equals reward? You're really arrogant. Zhang Jing's face darkened. Do you think that with just a few people and one vehicle, you can cooperate with my squad? As Zhang Jing was speaking, suddenly his heart tightened. He turned sharply and saw a black shadow flying through the air, accompanied by a faint whistling sound. Watch out! Someone shouted. Zhang Jing, being an ability user, had extremely fast reactions and speed. Seeing the dark shadow flying toward him, he instantly leaped to the side. Boom! A loud explosion rang out. The black shadow pierced straight through the SUV that Jiang Lushur had crashed into earlier. It smashed through the side window, scattering glass shards, pierced through the headrest of one of the seats, and came out the other side. The sudden explosion made everyone immediately draw their guns and rush to take cover. The brute turned around and looked at his car. Cold air rushed from his feet straight to his head. This is a steel bar? Someone saw what the black shadow really was and was shocked. It was a piece of steel rebar. No gun could fire a steel bar like a bullet. It could only have been thrown by hand. Was an ability user attacking them? That thought flashed through their minds, but soon, they realized they were wrong. Through the trees by the roadside, they saw a large group of dark figures approaching. Their clothes were torn and filthy, their movements slow but uniform. They were advancing steadily toward the army. For some reason, they gave off a chilling feeling, like ghosts from the underworld, silent and terrifying. Humans or, Zhang Jing's heart tightened. The two sides were separated by hundreds of meters, and the view was blocked by trees and grass. It was hard for him to tell what those figures were. Zombies! Jiang Lushur spoke decisively. After his bloodline evolution, the blood flow in his retinas had greatly increased, giving him more energy and clearer vision. Zombies? Zhang Jing was shocked. The zombies before him were completely different from the ones he'd seen before. Zombies were sensitive to sound and smell, even the smallest noise could attract a swarm. But when it came to sight, they never showed interest in distant targets, they only wandered aimlessly. Now, however, this group of zombies had appeared suddenly, approaching them with clear intent. Their movement was purposeful and organized, completely unlike the wandering zombies from before. How can this be? And they seem to be holding things. One of the soldiers noticed that all the zombies were carrying objects, mostly black panels. Steel plates, Jiang Lushur said. And steel bars. The distance was far, so the steel plates could barely be seen by the naked eye. The steel bars were too small to make out clearly. But a soldier using binoculars confirmed it. Zhang Jing suddenly felt a strong sense of unease rising in his heart. Steel plates and steel bars could easily be found in any steel mill, they were the most common materials. These zombies had clearly been to a steel mill. Zombies using weapons? Prepare for battle. Zhang Jing immediately jumped onto an off-road vehicle. Everyone, even the seasoned soldiers, felt a faint sense of unease. Whoosh! At that moment, another steel bar flew toward them. Boom! It slammed heavily into a military vehicle. Luckily, the soldiers inside had already ducked. The windshield shattered instantly. The zombies were throwing steel bars. How terrifying must their arm strength be, to throw several kilograms of steel hundreds of meters, and with such accuracy, even through so many branches. Mutant zombies? The thought flashed through Jiang Lushur's mind, sending a chill through his heart. He had imagined many kinds of mutant zombies, but never this, zombies that knew how to use weapons. That meant they had intelligence. It was even very likely that the surrounding zombies had been gathered by that one. Fire! Zhang Jing shouted. Even though there were obstacles and hundreds of meters between them, with a heavily obstructed view, Zhang Jing felt an intense sense of danger. He couldn't wait any longer. But as the shooting began, the zombies in the front lines all crouched behind the steel plates, using them to block the bullets. Bullets hitting the steel plates made a dense clanging sound, sparking everywhere. This scene shocked everyone, they could hardly believe their eyes. In the eyes of ordinary people, zombies are terrifying monsters. Their strength and speed are much greater than normal humans. But in the eyes of ability users, the zombies' biggest advantage is their numbers. Though they have strong physical qualities, they don't know how to use them properly and only charge forward fearlessly into gunfire. When hundreds of thousands or millions of zombies gather, no squad dares to approach such places casually. But when the number of zombies is small, any survivor squad with decent strength would take the chance to try. For some strong teams, a small group of zombies poses little threat. But now, what were they seeing? These zombies weren't just using weapons, they knew how to defend. Now it could be confirmed, these zombies really had intelligence. And the way they moved in such an organized manner, they looked exactly like a real army. What they were witnessing completely overturned their understanding of zombies. At this moment, the zombies behind the steel plates let out gur-gur growls, and suddenly began to charge. Boom boom boom. The sound of heavy footsteps came closer and closer, matching the quickening of people's heartbeats. Even the ground trembled slightly. Zhang Jing stared in shock. How heavy must these zombies be? Automatic cannon ready. Everyone prepare for battle. Zhang Jing roared his orders. Though shocked, he didn't panic. He calmly gave out one command after another. The army formed a battle line, the gun barrels overlapping into a dense net of firepower. The Gale squad, who had just gotten out of their vehicles, immediately turned pale and ran back to their cars. In a situation like this, who cared about Shadow Squad anymore? Jiang Lushur suspected that this zombie group might contain a mutant zombie, and the others thought so too. The mutant zombie was one of the targets of their mission. If they could kill it, they'd earn a huge reward. Taking it down alone would be hard, but with all this firepower as cover, it was definitely worth a try. Jiang Lushur watched as the various teams' vehicles roared to life, engines rumbling, but he didn't act just yet. He noticed that although the army's firepower was fierce, the bullets hitting the steel plates weren't stopping the zombie advance at all. Although zombies were falling here and there, more kept pushing forward. These steel plates, Jiang Lushur's pupils shrank and he frowned. The 7.62mm bullets used by Type 81 rifles can penetrate 0.6 cm thick steel plates within 100 meters. This meant the steel plates the zombies were carrying were at least that thick. An ordinary person couldn't possibly run at full speed while holding such thick, body-covering steel plates. But zombies could. These zombies were now fully using their natural advantages. At this moment, the automatic cannon on the infantry armored vehicle let out a terrifying roar. As flames burst, powerful cannon rounds rained down. With loud rumbles, flesh and blood flew everywhere. The zombie steel plates could block bullets, but not the automatic cannon. Damn. Looks like these zombies aren't that badass after all, the brute said, swallowing hard as he watched. Zombies could defend, but even they couldn't stand up to modern weapons. But Zhang Jing's expression didn't ease, on the contrary, it looked even worse. The zombies were too spread out. The automatic cannon wasn't used to its full effect. And the army only had a limited amount of cannon ammo. The cannon fire had no effect on the rest of the zombies. The ones not hit kept charging forward. Some zombies that were hit and covered in blood, even missing shoulders or arms, stood up again. As long as a zombie wasn't completely dead, it could still move. With just over 100 meters left, at zombie speed, they'd be there in a blink. Gur gur. The first wave of zombies burst out of the trees. One of them, as soon as it emerged, swung its steel plate violently. Bang! The steel plate flew nearly 100 meters and smashed into the side of a military vehicle, creating a terrifying dent. The steel plate was covered in bullet holes and over 1 centimeter thick. Everyone's heart sank. It was terrifying. If that had hit a person, they'd be turned into a pile of minced meat. Then, boom, a loud explosion. A shoulder-launched rocket had been fired. At such close range, everyone felt a strong shockwave, and the zombies charging at the front were directly blown into a cloud of blood mist. Nice firepower, someone in the survivor squad shouted with joy. But Shintao knew, that was an 89-style 80mm single-use rocket launcher. They'd only brought 10 soldiers equipped with it, and one was already used. And the damage done to the zombie group? Still not enough. The army's continuous firepower suppression gave the survivor squad some confidence. With a loud engine roar, 2 vehicles flanked around from the side. This was Dragon Leap Squad in action. The members of Dragon Leap Squad launched a quick flank attack. One of them threw out a long chain with a cold, gleaming iron claw at the end. The claw bypassed the steel plate and instantly crushed a zombie's head. That person was the squad leader of Dragon Leap Squad. He was extremely fast. The 2 vehicles circled the zombies and killed more than a dozen in seconds. Not bad. Zhang Jing's eyes lit up. He hadn't had much hope for the survivor teams before, but now he saw that while they couldn't match heavy weapons, they had more flexibility and focused on sneak attacks. Seeing Dragon Leap Squad achieve results, Gale Squad's captain Bai Zhengchong also twisted his neck and shouted, "Listen up. Whoever kills that mutant zombie gets a huge reward." With his shout, several Gale Squad vehicles roared and charged forward. They crossed paths, covering one another. Each vehicle had steel forks sticking out, which were thrown out. These throwers had bulging muscles, even growing animal-like hair on their bodies. A single steel fork could be thrown over 10 meters and pierce through a zombie's head, pinning it to the ground. The Gale Squad's captain was also one of them, but instead of throwing his fork, he directly used it to skewer a zombie, then slammed it hard into the zombie group. The steel forks, 7 or 8 meters long, pierced through zombies and then dropped heavily, bending the entire shaft. The fact that Bai Jingchong could still complete such a move under these conditions showed how terrifying his strength was. After doing this, he suddenly shook both arms, and the rest of the Gale Squad members immediately let out a burst of excited roars. After circling around, Bai Jingchong glanced toward Jiang Lushi. Both squads had already moved into action, but Jiang Lushi's minibus and the freezer truck were still parked there, not moving. Bai Jingchong revealed a faint sneer. Jiang Lushi's minibus was too large, and the freezer truck wasn't a modified SUV with high agility. In this situation, they probably had no way to respond. But even if they couldn't do much, they could at least fire a few shots to look like they were participating. Standing still doing nothing, what was that? Could it be that all the bold words Jiang Lushi had said earlier had already been swallowed? Although the Gale Squad and Dragon Leap Squad had only made quick hit-and-run attacks, not daring to stay near the zombies for long, they still felt superior compared to Jiang Lushi, who hadn't moved at all. This contrast immediately showed the difference between them and the regular teams. They were elite squads, while Jiang Liushi's team, well, no need to say more. Brother Jiang, what should we do now? Zhang Hai drove his vehicle next to the minibus and asked. Jiang Lushi glanced at Gale Squad's direction and calmly said, let's keep watching. He didn't think much of Dragon Leap Squad and Gale Squad's harassment-style attacks. How many zombies could they actually kill that way? As for the loud roars from Gale Squad showing off their strength, they didn't affect Jiang Lushi at all. Brother Jiang, there's a very unique glowing spot in that zombie group, but it keeps moving, Ran Shiyu suddenly said. With her energy vision, she could see things that ordinary people couldn't. Upon hearing that, Jiang Lushi immediately looked toward the zombie group. So, there really was a mutant zombie? But besides that glowing spot, there are a few other weaker spots, Ran Shiyu added after a pause. A few spots? Jiang Lushi was momentarily stunned. Now even he couldn't be sure. Could there really be several mutant zombies within a single zombie group? I can't count them. They're moving really fast, Ran Shiyu frowned slightly, seemingly finding it hard to tell clearly. Ran Shiyu, keep tracking those spots, Jiang Lushi said. Okay, Ran Shiyu nodded. At that moment, Jiang Lushi stepped on the gas and drove up next to a military vehicle. Hey man, do you have a sniper rifle? Jiang Lushi asked Shen Tao. Shen Tao was sitting inside the military vehicle, and beside him was a junior officer driving. He already found it odd when the minibus approached, then the young survivor inside, looking 7 or 8 years younger than him, opened his mouth and asked for a sniper rifle. Shen Tao had been in the military for years and still hadn't touched one. Training a high-level sniper usually took 2 to 3 years and 20,000 to 30,000 rounds of ammo. A sniper rifle wasn't something just anyone could use. This junior officer was already confident in his shooting skills, but even he knew he wasn't ready to handle a sniper rifle. And this kid, clearly someone who learned to shoot after the apocalypse, now wanted to use one? Brother Jiang wants one? I don't have one, but I can borrow one for you, Shen Tao said, momentarily stunned. All right, help me borrow one, Jiang Lushi said. Shen Tao called out, and soon a soldier in camouflage came crouching over, holding a sniper rifle. AMR-2 sniper rifle. This thing's a real treasure, the soldier said reluctantly, handing the sniper rifle through the minibus window. As soon as Jiang Lushi took it, he felt the weight. It was heavy, a good gun. He hadn't even fired it yet, but just holding it, he could feel its powerful presence. The barrel alone seemed nearly a meter long. This gun felt completely different in hand. The body of the rifle was shiny and well-maintained. It was clear this soldier treated it like a precious possession. No wonder he looked so pained handing it over. To this soldier, lending such a weapon to a total amateur was unacceptable. If not for his superior's order, he would have refused on the spot. He thought, I've lent it to you, but do you even know how to use it? AMR-2, caliber 12.7 mm, fires 12.7 by 108 mm heavy machine gun rounds, strong penetration, high lethality, effective range, 1.5 kilometers, Shen Tao explained. Jiang Lushi nodded in satisfaction. The range didn't matter to him, what he wanted was the penetration and damage. Have you used a sniper rifle before? The young officer finally couldn't help asking. He felt Jiang Liushi's eyes looking at the sniper rifle like it was his first time seeing one. Even though he was in front of Shen Tao, and knew that this guy was someone Shen Tao had brought, he really couldn't hold back. Jiang Lushi calmly shook his head. No. This is the first time. But this gun looks good, should be easy to use. The young officer and the soldier were both speechless. The soldier looked anxiously at Shintao, he really didn't want to lend the gun anymore. The young officer even glanced at Shintao with sympathy. Stuck with this group of people, after this mission, he was definitely going to get scolded. With Zhang Jing's personality, he'd definitely tear into Shintao. And Chu Songming? He looked easygoing, but he was even harsher than Zhang Jing. If something went wrong under his command, who knew how badly Shintao would suffer afterward? Just then, a whistling sound rang out, whoosh, a steel bar suddenly flew over, and with a loud bang, it pierced right through one of Dragon Leap Squad's vehicles. Although Dragon Leap Squad had been attacking the zombies, they were actually being very cautious, staying under cover of the army's firepower, and moving very fast. But this steel bar seemed to have calculated their route perfectly. It struck the side of one of their small vehicles with deadly accuracy, piercing straight through, with blood splashing across the ground. The car kept moving forward, broke through the highway guardrail, and flipped into the trees. A cloud of black smoke burst into the air. Seeing this, the Dragon Leap Squad's captain's eyes immediately turned red. Fuck. That zombie capable of throwing steel bars was hiding among those holding steel plates, waiting to ambush. With one strike, it took out a vehicle. Now, who would still dare to charge forward? Then, whoosh, another steel bar came flying and pierced through a military vehicle. It only hit the compartment, but even so, everyone's face turned pale. There wasn't just one of those zombies that could throw steel bars. Zhang Jing's expression turned very grim. Besides the threat posed by the steel bar-throwing zombies, he noticed that the number of the steel plate zombies was decreasing very slowly. Even though the automatic cannon had fierce firepower, it couldn't hold off the continuous flow of zombies converging from all directions. If this continued, their disadvantage would only grow. Something is calling them, Zhang Jing suddenly said. If something, like a mutant zombie, was actually summoning these regular zombies and directing them to use weapons against the army, then this mutant zombie was far too dangerous. If it could command hundreds of zombies, could it also command tens of thousands? What if the millions of zombies in the entire city coordinated and were given basic intelligence? What kind of nightmare would that be? Zhang Jing felt a chill in his heart. The members of Gale Squad and Dragon Leap Squad realized this too, especially Dragon Leap Squad. After losing a vehicle, they were already considering a temporary retreat. We're at a huge disadvantage fighting here. Our field of vision is limited, we can't even see the zombies clearly. Only the automatic cannon can pierce the steel plates. Our rifles are mostly being blocked. We might as well fall back for now, the Dragon Leap Squad captain shouted. Zhang Jing looked at the survivor teams and hesitated for a moment. Retreating was also risky right now. But pulling back before they got fully stuck in was also the right move. The only problem was that if they left now, all this effort would have been for nothing. And if they came back to look for the mutant zombie later, the horde might be even larger than now. Everyone from the survivor squads was watching Zhang Jing. It was up to him to decide. Zhang Jing took a deep breath. He was also planning to retreat. Even though the automatic cannon had powerful firepower, there wasn't much ammo left. There was no way to fight off so many zombies. Although retreating right after discovering a mutant zombie was a blow to military honor, in the apocalypse, survival was the most important thing. Besides, he needed to get this intel back to HQ so the military could revise their plans. If there were mutant zombies in both Zhonghai and Jinling city centers, then advancing the front lines would become extremely difficult. Just as Zhang Jing was about to give the order to retreat, suddenly, boom! A loud explosion came from behind. Everyone was startled and turned around. What they saw left them shocked. Not far away, the roof of the highway toll station, made of a welded metal frame, had completely collapsed, falling right in front of the station and blocking the highway. Damn it! Zhang Jing's eyes turned red. He couldn't afford to think about how such a heavy metal structure had collapsed. What he saw was that scattered zombies were heading toward the toll station. If this continued, they'd be surrounded. That would be a death sentence. They had to break out before the encirclement closed. But trying to retreat the way they came, whether turning the convoy around or bypassing the collapsed toll station, would take too much time. It would be suicide. Everyone, listen up, charge! Zhang Jing grabbed a heavy machine gun and stood up from the hatch of the armored vehicle, shouting as he fired. Retreat was no longer an option. If they wanted to shake off the encirclement, they could only charge forward. As the main battle vehicle and command vehicle, even knowing that zombies could throw steel bars, Zhang Jing still had to open the hatch and stand up. Only then could he have a clear field of view. Otherwise, he'd have to rely on periscopes and small viewing windows to monitor the zombie horde, and how could he command the battlefield like that? Another officer climbed out alongside Zhang Jing. As soon as he stood up, his eyes turned beast-like, pupils shrinking to pinpoints as he scanned the surroundings. Zhang Jing knew well, charging forward also meant facing more unknown dangers. They might fall into an even bigger crisis and be wiped out completely. But just as he was giving the order, one vehicle in the convoy didn't charge with the rest. Instead, it turned its steering wheel sharply and drove off the road. Vroom! The vehicle let out a beast-like roar, circled around, and started accelerating toward the side of the zombie horde. It was the minibus. Zhang Jing was stunned. Had he lost his mind? Charging into the zombie horde at this point was suicide. These zombies were carrying steel plates, and zombies had incredible strength. Using those heavy plates to block a vehicle, they'd stop it within 4 or 5 layers, then it would be stuck like it had fallen into a swamp. That was a dead end. It wasn't just Zhang Jing, many others saw it too, and they were all dumbfounded. They didn't understand what Jiang Lushi was thinking. With the zombies about to surround them, there wasn't even time to escape, and someone was driving straight into the pile of corpses? At that moment, the base vehicle made a clanking sound as metal components shifted. The roof of the base vehicle cracked open, and a half-spherical metal dome slowly rose, like a flying saucer, full of futuristic tech vibes. What the hell was that? People were stunned. Since the apocalypse began, modified vehicles had become common: upgraded engines, welded steel plates, steel mesh on tires, all kinds of rough modifications. But this? Even Zhang Jing had never seen anything like it. Was this a sci-fi movie? A barrel. Zhang Jing's eyesight was excellent. He immediately saw a gun barrel extending from the dome. That flying saucer was actually a turret? AMR-2 sniper rifle? Zhang Jing knew guns inside out. He could tell the model just by the sound. A sniper rifle mounted in a turret on top of a minibus? In Zhang Jing's mind, turrets were meant for suppressive fire, usually equipped with heavy machine guns. A sniper rifle in a turret was already bizarre. But the key was, how could Jiang Lushi possibly know how to use it? Not just Jiang Lushi, even if Zhang Jing himself or any highly skilled soldier who wasn't a trained sniper tried, they wouldn't be able to use it effectively. A good sniper was extremely valuable to the military and took years of training, not to mention exceptional talent. Zhang Jing had no doubt, in a gun-restricted country like China, Jiang Lushi probably played with air rifles to pop balloons at most before the apocalypse. A total amateur, who didn't even know how to use a scope, using a sniper rifle? This idiot. Cover him with suppressive fire. Zhang Jing shouted. Even if Jiang Lushi had lost his mind and charged into the zombies recklessly, he couldn't just let him die. With the army's firepower, even if they couldn't save Jiang Lushi, they could at least buy time for the rest to retreat. But watching the bullets being used up, Zhang Jing felt a deep pain. Once a machine gun started firing, the bullets were gone like water. They were alone out here. If they ran out of ammo, that would be the end. Whoosh! Just then, a sharp whistling sound pierced the air. Zhang Jing's scalp went numb. It felt like it was right in front of him. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw a black shadow. A steel bar. A thumb-thick steel bar, 70 to 80 centimeters long, came whistling through the branches, aimed straight at him. Zombies possessed intelligence and could identify who the commander of the army was. At that moment, Zhang Jing had no time to care about Jiang Lushi. He shouted loudly and leapt out suddenly. His military uniform was stretched tight by his bulging muscles, his arms as thick as an adult's thighs. His eyes widened as he brought both hands up to strike the incoming steel bar. Bai Zhengchong and the others were all startled by this scene. The steel bar was coming in fiercely, but Zhang Jing's explosive strength was not to be underestimated. Everyone's attention was focused on Zhang Jing. At that moment, a loud bang sounded. Amid the intense gunfire, it wasn't especially noticeable. Zhang Jing slapped the steel bar with both hands and immediately felt his arms go numb. A sharp pain surged through his palms. Looking down, his hands were bloody and mangled. But at least he managed to deflect the steel bar's path. It still scraped across the rear of the armored vehicle, throwing out a shower of sparks. The steel bar didn't lose momentum, plunging into the highway guardrail and smashing through part of the concrete barrier. It then shot deep into the trees, destination unknown. Such strength. It made everyone's scalp tingle. No one knew how many steel bars the zombies had, but if they kept attacking like this, casualties were inevitable. Zhang Jing's palms hurt, but his brain hurt even more. Just then, he suddenly heard someone shout joyfully, "Nice shot." Zhang Jing was furious. His hands were ruined just to block a single steel bar, and this was nice? But when he turned around, he was stunned. The one who shouted was the officer beside him. That officer was called Hawkeye. His awakened ability was related to reconnaissance. He had excellent vision and a 180-degree wide field of view. Though his combat skills were average, he was an indispensable member of the squad. And Hawkeye wasn't even looking in Zhang Jing's direction. He continued shouting, "Captain Zhang, the zombie that threw the steel bar at you, got shot." Zhang Jing froze, then looked over. But the zombies in the distance were densely packed and shadowy. Not to mention the naked eye, he couldn't see anything even with binoculars. The field of view was too narrow. But Hawkeye wouldn't shout for no reason. The shot must have landed. Still, those zombies had extremely strong vitality. Unless you hit the head or heart, injuries wouldn't be fatal. It must have been a lucky hit from the spray of bullets. Although the zombies had steel plates, with their limited intelligence, the plates would have gaps. Bullets getting through those gaps could still cause damage. "Keep the suppressive fire going," Zhang Jing shouted. "Even if we don't kill the steel bar zombie with one shot, a few more and we will. Once it's dead, the horde will scatter." "No, that zombie got its head blown off. Skull completely shattered," the officer interrupted Zhang Jing. "What?" Zhang Jing was stunned. What were the odds? Judging by the swaying zombie heads, that steel bar zombie should have been hiding within the horde. How did it get headshot? Then Hawkeye licked his lips and said, "Captain Zhang, I suspect that shot came from the Shadow Squad." As he spoke, he glanced toward the minibus that had already moved far from the group. Just earlier, the AMR-2 sniper rifle on the roof had spat out a long tongue of flame. On such a chaotic battlefield, even a sniper rifle's flash wasn't obvious. But the zombie's head exploding at the same time? That was too much of a coincidence. "What did you say?" Zhang Jing glared. "Are you sure you didn't see wrong?" Zhang Jing couldn't believe it. Hawkeye himself wasn't sure. He said, "I couldn't see the bullet trajectory, so I can't be certain." Zhang Jing looked again at the gun barrel on the minibus. In this situation, could a kid who had just touched a sniper rifle for the first time catch that fleeting moment and perfectly blow off a steel bar zombie's head? It wasn't that Zhang Jing had a problem with Jiang Lushur, but his years of military experience told him that this was less likely than getting struck by lightning. The minibus had driven into the zombie horde. Even with the army's firepower cover, several steel plate zombies had already reached the minibus. These zombies weren't just using the plates for defense. One of them suddenly raised its steel plate and swung it hard at the vehicle. At that moment, the sound of electrical buzzing rang out. Blue-white electric arcs instantly enveloped the zombies. Since they were all holding steel plates, the conduction made the effect even stronger. Even so, the steel plate thrown earlier slammed hard into the minibus. With a loud bang, everyone else instinctively felt their scalp go numb. Inside the rooftop combat module, Jiang Lushur was staring through the scope. "Left side, 7 o'clock direction," Ran Shiyu's voice came from below. Jiang Lushur instantly swung the barrel. With his brain domain activated, even the fast-moving zombies appeared in slow motion to him. Amid the sea of zombies, he spotted one leaping up with a steel bar in hand. That was the one. The moment Jiang Lushur saw it, he pulled the trigger. The gun on the roof spat out fire again. Whoosh! At the same time, a steel bar flew out from the forest. Seeing the steel bar coming, everyone immediately braced for impact. But to their surprise, it was much weaker than before, falling to the ground before even reaching them, bouncing a few times on the pavement. What was going on? Did the zombie mess up? Impossible. Zombies, once they act, are all about brutality and precision. Unless they die, there's no such thing as suddenly losing strength. That's what makes them so hard to deal with, their explosive power and terrifying stamina. At the same time, Hawkeye shouted again. Another headshot. This time he saw it clearly. The moment the AMR-2 fired, boom, the zombie's head exploded. One could be coincidence. But two in a row? No way. As unbelievable as it was, Hawkeye had to conclude, it was definitely the Shadow Squad. Staring at the turret on top of the minibus, Hawkeye was speechless. The second zombie had only just stuck its head out, and it was instantly blown apart. Even with Hawkeye's own ability, he only spotted the steel bar zombie at the moment it got shot. With so many zombies and obstacles, how had that kid aimed? Zhang Jing was stunned too. So it really was Jiang Lushur who fired? First time touching a sniper rifle, and he sniped 2 steel bar zombies in the middle of a chaotic battle? Possible? If someone had asked Zhang Jing that before, he would have cursed them, dream on. But now, even Zhang Jing wasn't sure anymore. That steel bar lying on the ground, and the sniper barrel sticking out of the turret on the minibus, made everyone instinctively hold their breath. After killing 2 zombies in a row, Jiang Lushur's expression remained unchanged. His gaze was focused, and his finger rested steadily on the trigger. After his bloodline evolved, Jiang Lushur's brain domain ability had also improved. Otherwise, in the middle of so many zombies, identifying the steel bar zombie at a glance, then instantly moving the barrel, aiming, and shooting. This entire sequence would have been extremely difficult for him. Although it was just the act of pulling the trigger, it used every bit of the progress from his body's evolution. That's exactly why Zhang Jing and Hawkeye found it hard to believe. Even before his bloodline evolved, this would have been hard for Jiang Lushi, so how could they accept it now? Even the so-called legendary sniper gods weren't this powerful. After killing the 2 steel bar zombies, Jiang Liushi's star seed didn't notify him of having killed a mutant zombie. Those might not be mutant zombies, Ying's voice sounded in Jiang Liushi's ear. Jiang Lushi nodded. He also had doubts. Having 4 or 5 mutant zombies appear at once seemed like too much. But they're definitely related to mutant zombies, or maybe they're zombies still in the process of evolving, Jiang Lushi speculated. Under Ying's driving, the minibus was extremely agile and coordinated perfectly with the military's supporting fire. Although that support had initially been intended to help the minibus retreat safely, now, a trace of hesitation flashed in Zhang Jing's eyes, then he shouted loudly, "Continue covering Shadow Squad." Bai Zhengchong frowned. He definitely had no intention of firing to cover Jiang Liushi's group. In fact, he still doubted whether Jiang Lushi had actually killed the steel bar zombies. From his perspective, he didn't want to believe it. Hopefully, that officer just saw wrong. Amid the intense gunfire, the minibus charged into the zombie horde like a roaring tiger, tearing open a path. Jiang Lushi didn't even glance at the steel plate zombies pouncing at the minibus. He was waiting for Ran Xiyu. Ran Xiyu stared forward without blinking. Her gray eyes carried a mysterious glow, as if reflecting something within her pupils. Locking onto those glowing points among so many targets was no small challenge for her. Right side, 3 o'clock direction, Ran Xiyu spoke again. Bang! With the gunshot, that glowing point disappeared instantly. Ran Xiyu's pupils contracted slightly, it was too fast. She had barely spoken, and the glowing point had already vanished. Such frighteningly precise marksmanship. Hawkeye sucked in a sharp breath. This was the 3rd one. Every shot a headshot? The massive power of sniper rifle bullets would smash a zombie's skull like a watermelon upon impact, delivering intense visual shock. What Hawkeye saw was exactly that, a blooming spray of blood, bright and vivid. Zhang Jing had already grabbed his binoculars. But the field of view was too narrow. Though he saw the muzzle flash from the minibus's roof, he couldn't see which steel bar zombie had been killed. What the hell? Zhang Jing lowered the binoculars in frustration. He was very dissatisfied with their limitations. But his eyes toward the minibus grew increasingly shocked. He had focused with all his attention and still couldn't find anything, yet Jiang Lushi could headshot the steel bar zombie? He's got a girl with decent psychic powers in the car, could it be her? Zhang Jing recalled the group's self-introductions. Originally, he hadn't paid any attention to Ran Xiyu. But now, he suddenly remembered. Using a psychic ability user to lock onto a zombie's position while someone else fires, that kind of coordination could make it possible. But it also meant Jiang Lushi needed not just perfect aim but incredibly fast reflexes. And Jiang Lushi had shown what level of reflexes? Godlike reflexes. If Zhang Jing hadn't already seen how Jiang Lushi modified the minibus, he would have assumed Jiang Liushi's ability was shooting. Bai Zhengchong's face, on the other hand, had turned extremely ugly. 3 times in a row, no matter how much he didn't want to believe it, he had to face reality. That bastard Jiang Lushi was actually a sharpshooter. Whether he'd trained before or was just naturally gifted, he clearly wasn't the useless fool Bai had imagined. Gale Squad and Shadow Squad had already formed a blood feud. Now seeing a rival who looked like an easy target suddenly reveal such strength, how could Bai Zhengchong feel good? Meanwhile, the minibus was getting closer and closer to the forest. Motherfucker! Zhang Hai roared and suddenly slammed the gas pedal. With a roar, black exhaust burst from the freezer truck's rear, and it followed right behind the minibus. The 2 vehicles charged forward, unstoppable. Before this, the endless stream of zombies had even made Zhang Jing consider retreat. Everyone was feeling the pressure and gloom. But now, Shadow Squad's charge suddenly reignited everyone's spirits. That freezer truck followed behind. The people inside kept yelling, not as powerful as Gale Squad's earlier battle cries, but much more relatable. Zhang Hai shouted, "FKU. Come bite me if you dare, you sons of bees." Simple. Crude. Even vulgar. But the soldiers loved it. Even though it was just 3 shots, just 3 steel bar zombies killed, the atmosphere had completely changed. Those soldiers who had been getting more and more suppressed suddenly felt their fighting spirit reignite. A soldier shouted wildly as his machine gun spat fire. "I'm human. You fucking zombies are nothing." Without Zhang Jing having to say another word, all the soldiers were pouring suppressive fire over Shadow Squad. Even the Dragon Leap Squad captain, after hesitating briefly, let out an angry roar. "Fuck it. Open fire. Avenge our fallen brothers." At his command, his men immediately climbed to the sunroofs. Machine guns on SUV rooftops began to roar. These men had just been out for survival, but now, hearing their captain say, "brothers," they really felt like they were brothers. With every bullet fired came their rage, and the fear and hesitation from moments before. "What do we do?" the brute whose car had been hit by Jiang Lushur asked. Bai Zhengchong gave him a cold look. "Just as expected, foul-mouthed. With all these guns going off, what do they need us for?" Bai Zhengchong replied icily. His mood was terrible. At this moment, Jiang Lushur's two vehicles had completely reached the edge of the forest. At such a close distance, even during Dragon Leap Squad's and Gale Squad's earlier ambushes, they didn't dare to get this close, not just because of the steel plate zombies, but mainly due to the threat from the steel bar zombies. Even so, Dragon Leap Squad had been attacked. But Jiang Lushur's squad didn't need to worry about that. Jiang Lushur's target was the steel bar zombies. And he truly achieved it: kill one if it comes, kill two if there are two. Suddenly, dozens more steel plate zombies burst out from the woods. The minibus was relatively large, and many zombies were now in its blind spots. Earlier, when the minibus was still charging forward, the suppressive fire from the army had helped a lot. But now that it had slowed down, and with the forest just ahead, people suddenly realized there were more and more zombies surrounding the front of the minibus. These zombies, holding steel plates, charged madly from the woods. Although some were constantly being taken down, the rest were completely unaffected. Seeing the two vehicles so close to them, the zombies went berserk. Even though they were hiding behind steel plates, hearing those raspy growls, "ha-ha," and seeing their occasionally exposed, crazed eyes made Ran Shiyu feel her body go a little stiff. The zombies were getting closer, and the minibus was slowing down, as if stuck in a swamp. Ran Shiyu glanced at the roof of the vehicle and took a deep breath. She calmed herself and ignored the zombies in front of the windshield, continuing to search for that special glowing point among the zombie horde. "They look like they're in trouble," the brute said, watching the scene with a tone of schadenfreude. This was the same brute who had nearly been run over by Jiang Lushur earlier. Although he'd just asked something at the wrong time and gotten scolded by Bai Zhengchong, he had no intention of helping Jiang Lushur. Now seeing Shadow Squad in danger, he was enjoying the show. As for Gale Squad's captain Bai Zhengchong, he glared at the brute. "Get the hell out of here." The guy was just annoying. Bai Zhengchong deeply regretted letting him on his vehicle after the brute's car had been pierced by a steel bar. Bai Zhengchong had also noticed that Shadow Squad seemed to be bogged down. But he didn't want them to just die there. Ideally, they'd hold out a bit longer and die together with the remaining steel bar zombies. That would be just fine. Make full use of them. These zombies were indeed smarter than ordinary ones. Some were holding off the army's firepower while others charged full force toward Shadow Squad. As the zombies approached, they suddenly broke into a full sprint. Dozens of charging zombies wasn't a big deal, but when they were all holding heavy steel plates, that was a different story. The sheer strength and weight they carried made the sound of their charge resemble hundreds of galloping horses. They were going to smash the minibus at the front of the charge into scrap. "Get out of the way," someone in the army shouted. "Get out of the way? How?" Bai Zhengchong sneered. Even he felt a chill as he watched the zombies charging. It made his scalp tingle. Just then, the minibus suddenly let out a loud engine roar. Zzzzzt. At the same time, electric arcs crackled around the minibus. The electricity instantly slowed the zombies' movements. Some zombies even convulsed and collapsed to the ground. After Jiang Zhuiying's electric discharge spread out, some zombies were immediately taken down. And being trampled by other zombies was no different than being electrocuted to death. During this time, Jiang Zhuiying hadn't just been watching anime, her electric powers had improved too. Plus, the zombies holding steel plates had their conductivity amplified. So now, they really did start to resemble those stiff, slow zombies from movies. Clack, clack, clack. The front of the minibus extended ramming spikes. These spikes gleamed coldly, making Bai Zhengchong's eyes widen. What the hell was that? The others were also stunned. The rooftop turret was already high-tech enough, but now ramming spikes too? Ramming spikes weren't rare, but to see them on a minibus? That was a first. With a loud engine roar, the minibus didn't retreat. On the contrary, it suddenly accelerated and charged into the zombie horde ahead. It was clearly just an ordinary minibus, but now, with a turret on top and wrapped in blue-white electric armor, it looked like a furious silver beast tearing its way through the horde. Blood splattered. The dull thuds of impact rang out again and again. The brute stared, dumbfounded, feeling like someone had just whacked him on the head. That car was ferocious. Who said Shadow Squad was done for? Clearly, it was the zombies who were doomed. Only now did Zhang Jing finally believe what Shen Tao had said. Jiang Lushi had really built an incredible vehicle. It was indeed incredible. Watching the minibus crush through the heavily armored zombies, both soldiers and survivors, also fighting from vehicles, had their eyes shining. Damn, they were jealous. Just then, inside the car, Ran Shiyu's beautiful eyes suddenly lit up. There's one more glowing point. That's the one I've been waiting for, Jiang Lushi said with a cold expression. Unlike everyone else, Jiang Lushi was focused entirely on that last steel bar zombie. Once he killed it, the steel bar zombies would be completely wiped out. It's coming. It's really fast. Ran Shiyu's eyes suddenly widened. Brother Jiang, this one's different from the last few. Her startled shout made Jiang Liushi's expression change slightly too. Different? Could it be fully evolved? Level 1 mutant zombie detected, the star seed's voice echoed in Jiang Liushi's mind. At the exact same moment. Not far ahead of the minibus, behind the zombie horde, a figure suddenly leapt up. The figure jumped over 2 meters into the air, level with Jiang Lushi. It held a steel plate in one hand, covering its entire body. In the other hand, it gripped a steel bar. The steel bar was even thicker than the ones used by the previous zombies. Both ends were stained with dark red blood like rusty iron. The steel plate had many dents, also covered in blood. Even though its body couldn't be seen clearly, the explosive power of this figure was palpable. Jiang Liushi's eyes narrowed. He suddenly pulled the trigger. Clang! At such close range, the steel plate was directly pierced. But through the bullet hole, Jiang Lushi suddenly saw a pair of cold, blood-red eyes, not filled with rage, only with icy indifference. These were zombie eyes? Jiang Lushi was already used to the crazy eyes of zombies, but this zombie was completely different. If those earlier zombies holding steel plates or rebar made Jiang Lushi feel they had some intelligence, this zombie gave him the feeling of a non-human thinking like a human. This zombie did not choose to attack the minibus. Instead, it aimed at the human inside. Perhaps in its view, that person was a greater threat than the minibus itself. At that moment, Zhang Jing's expression also changed. That was a mutant zombie. It was the one that nearly wiped out that survivor squad. He did not expect it to hide among the horde, until Jiang Lushi had already posed a huge threat to the entire group. It suddenly appeared. If not for Jiang Lushi, it might have waited until the horde fully surrounded them before giving them a fatal blow. This kind of lurking behavior, like a venomous snake, sent chills down Zhang Jing's spine. He now felt that the fact that 2 people from that squad escaped was pure luck. Maybe that mutant zombie hadn't even taken them seriously as prey at the time. Ugh. Ing pulled the shifter down into reverse and sharply backed away. Ing and Jiang Lushi were of one mind. She needed no warning from him, she responded instantly. At that time, the rebar in the zombie's hand shot forward with a whistling sound. Thrust. Even though the minibus retreated quickly, it still pierced the combat cabin. The combat cabin was made of special alloy, with protection stronger than the minibus's outer shell. But under the attack of that rebar, a shallow dent appeared. Jiang Lushi even suspected that if the minibus had not retreated in time, it might have pierced a hole in the cabin. If that rebar had struck Jiang Lushi, it would have been like being shot by a sniper at close range. Body hit, your torso would be severed. Head hit, the head would be gone. This zombie's arm strength was even more ferocious than those before. Although it was only a level 1 mutant zombie, the threat it posed to Jiang Lushi was stronger than that level 2 mutant python earlier. The sound of rebar hitting special alloy was like thunder. Almost everyone thought that Jiang Lushi was dead just now. But at the same time the zombie attacked, Jiang Lushi fired the AMR-2 sniper rifle. Seeing the muzzle flash, everyone froze. It didn't pierce through? Thrust. The sniper round unsurprisingly penetrated the steel plate again, but still failed to hit the mutant zombie. That zombie moved extremely quickly. With its own weight plus steel plate and rebar, when it landed it hit the ground like a meteor strike. It raised its head. Among the zombies, Jiang Lushi and that zombie's eyes locked. This zombie's appearance was almost indistinguishable from a human, except for the eyes, they were too conspicuous. The way it looked at Jiang Lushi was like looking at raw flesh. This cold indifference, even in the eyes of serial killers with countless murders, could not be found. Those humans lacked humanity. But this zombie was not even human at all. Jiang Lushi felt danger from this zombie. The zombie also sensed the threat from Jiang Lushi. It quickly vanished back into the zombie horde. Jiang Liushi's pupils contracted. He could no longer allow it to hide and then sneak attack. Ran Shiyu, its position. Jiang Lushi said. Ran Shiyu moved into the cabin, using her psychic vision to track, and directly pointed out the direction. Ing pressed the gas pedal all the way down. The ramming spikes on the minibus's nose glinted coldly as it charged into the woods. These trees ranged in thickness from thumb size to bowl size. Under the impact of countless bullets and zombies, many trees had already been knocked down. Breaking through these trees was not difficult. But what was truly daunting was the darkness inside, and the zombies hiding in there. No one knew how many. Especially now, with one more mutant zombie inside, who would dare go in? Jiang Lushur dared. His minibus dared. If he didn't give chase now, the next time that mutant zombie struck, he couldn't guarantee the cabin would hold. That mutant zombie instilled in Jiang Lushur extreme danger. Precisely because of that, he had to kill it. Though the mutant had intelligence, it did not know there was someone on his car tracking it. As soon as they entered the forest range, Jiang Lushur immediately ordered, "Charge the air cannon." An air cannon was too conspicuous. Jiang Lushur did not want to expose it in front of so many. Accelerate. The minibus's speed burst fully. It finally caught up with the mutant zombie. That mutant zombie had intended to hide like before and wait for a chance to ambush Jiang Lushur from another direction. But it did not expect that in the mass of zombies, as it bent and sprinted, this vehicle would cling so tightly behind. Yet that mutant zombie showed no surprise. It spun around, maintaining speed, and charged directly at the minibus. Steel plate covering its body, one hand gripping rebar, the zombie shot forward like a missile. At the same time it let out a tremendous roar. Ordinary zombies make sounds from their throat, a hiss. But this zombie's roar was real, an earth-shattering bellow that echoed through the forest like a wild beast. Moreover, this roar resembled a tiger's cry, having infrasonic wave effect. The soldiers and survivors outside trembled at hearing it. Shit, it's a zombie. Many people felt chills all over. Hawkeye was the only one who could still perceive conditions in the woods. But with both the minibus and the mutant zombie moving so fast, even his eagle eyes could only see movement, not details. Especially with many trees falling. As for the minibus, its speed and impact were already astonishing to Hawkeye. He found it impressive, though the ramming spikes and other upgrades had already shocked him. But that mutant zombie. Damn! It's running as fast as the car! Hawkeye shouted. At that high speed, it was charging toward the minibus, and above it, that rebar. Recalling the scene when an SUV had been pierced directly by rebar, no matter how tough the minibus shell was, it would be fully penetrated. As for the zombie? Hawkeye did not know whether the mutant zombie considered life and death. Maybe it still had a chance to survive. This mutant zombie was terrifying. Hawkeye could not predict its actions. Running as fast as the car, Zhang Jing raised his binoculars again, and this time he could see some of it. Seeing the scene, he felt his palms sweating. He had underestimated too much. If they were attacked by this mutant unexpectedly, the losses would be terrible. Also, he worried for the minibus. On open ground, with that speed it might drift and dodge, but in the forest, the minibus was bulky. The mutant zombie was extraordinarily agile. The disadvantages were huge. And the minibus, it seemed unwilling to dodge. Jiang Lushur aimed at the rushing mutant zombie, bang. This time he aimed at the center. With the thud, the mutant zombie still kept charging. But Jiang Lushur saw blood spray. It was injured. But the mutant zombie's speed did not lessen. A sniper bullet, even if only a grazing wound, would remove flesh. But for a zombie, that kind of damage meant nothing. Jiang Lushur did not know whether zombies had evolved, like bloodline evolution, gaining powerful regeneration. He had seen injured zombies get eaten quickly. Given zombie physiology, it was entirely possible. The speed was too great. Jiang Lushur had fired just one shot, and the mutant zombie was already 20 meters ahead. At such speed, 20 meters was meaningless. Fire the air cannon. Jiang Lushur shouted inside his mind. The mutant zombie and the minibus violently crashed into each other. A tremendous sound, and the surrounding trees were swept by the shockwave, blocking Hawkeye's and the binoculars' vision. Even Hawkeye instinctively recoiled, only realizing afterward that he was actually far away. Terrifying. He could not tell whether the sound was of impact or something else. The others heard the noise, saw trees seem torn apart, branches and trunks flying, horror-stricken. The very ground they stood on shuddered violently. This was a fight with one zombie? Bai Jingchong's cruel eyes fixed on the forest. Sweat beaded his forehead. He hoped Jiang Lushur and that zombie would perish together. If that zombie survived, then he would have to flee. Thud. A piece of rebar was now stuck in the minibus's windshield, just a few centimeters from the glass surface. In front of the vehicle stood the mutant zombie. Its steel plate was gone, revealing its body behind. Compared to mutant boars etc., this was only a normal human male physique, slender. He wore a tattered suit, barefoot. Where his clothing was torn, strong iron-like muscles showed. The muscles writhed. Jiang Lushur's shot had hit his right chest. The flesh there was a blur of blood. A large chunk, along with lung tissue, was missing. If this were a human, such a wound would be fatal. But for this zombie, the wound had already stopped bleeding. Its eyes were cold, fixed on the minibus. Behind the windshield were driving Ran Shiyu and Jiang Zhuiying. Jiang Zhuiying braced her whole body, ready to discharge electricity. Just then, blood flowed from the mutant zombie's eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. It had not been killed by the sniper rifle, but before the air cannon, its internal organs had been damaged by the shock. The wound that had stopped bleeding reopened, flooding out massive amounts of blood. Yet that zombie could still move. It gripped the rebar. With a step forward, thud. The sniper rifle fired a long muzzle flash. The zombie's skull exploded like fireworks. That zombie's death was clearly witnessed by Hawkeye, Zhang Jing, and several others holding binoculars. The zombie took one step, then suddenly stopped. The headless corpse stood quietly. And the barrel that protruded from the turret still smoked at the tip. At this moment, Hawkeye couldn't help but swallow hard. This thing was killed just like that. Zhang Jing's face was full of shock, but as the commander, he quickly recovered and shouted loudly, "The mutant zombie has been killed by the Shering squad. Victory is right in front of us. Everyone, go all out and kill the remaining zombies." As soon as the mutant zombie died, those steel plate zombies all trembled, then dropped the steel plates in their hands. Those steel plate zombies, and even the ones that had thrown rebar before, were all under the command of that mutant zombie. Now that Jiang Lushur had killed it, they no longer knew how to use the steel plates. Without the steel plates, they became ordinary zombies again. In front of the army and survivors who had regained their confidence, they were no longer any threat. It had to be said, the army's combat quality was indeed stronger than that of the survivor squads. Even though they had just experienced great shock, their attacks didn't lose order at all, and they even continued to cover Jiang Lushur and his team. Many zombies were once again drawn back into the forest by Jiang Lushur's minibus. The army immediately turned its firepower toward them, focusing its fire and taking them down. The captain of Dragon Leap Squad quickly made a decision. He led his team to charge out once more, swiftly harvesting the zombies' lives with the army's cooperation. Bai Jingchong hesitated for a moment, then shouted loudly, "Gale Squad, listen up. Follow me and kill zombies." He turned his head and saw that the burly man beside him was staring blankly toward the forest, as if he still couldn't believe that the mutant zombie had really been killed by Jiang Lushur. Damn it! Bai Jingchong almost wanted to kick the man off the vehicle. The more he looked at him, the angrier he got. Didn't he say the Shering squad was done for? And now? Bai Jingchong's mind was full of lingering fear. Fortunately, there hadn't been any serious conflict between him and Jiang Lushur. Now that they were acting together, as long as he said a few good words, Jiang Lushur probably wouldn't bother to fight them. The survivor squad's role was to coordinate with the army's firepower to complete certain decapitation missions. Earlier, Zhang Jing had been quite satisfied when he saw the performance of Dragon Leap Squad and Gale Squad, but after seeing Shering Squad, he finally understood what a real decapitation strike was. Compared to that, Gale Squad's efforts no longer impressed him. In the forest, when Ran Shiyu saw the mutant zombie's head explode, her delicate face turned pale, and her breathing was still a little rapid. She had stood in the driver's cabin, watching the mutant zombie charge forward, watching the rebar suddenly appear as a dark, piercing point before her eyes. The double shock, spiritual and physical, made her heartbeat stop for a moment. But in the next instant, it died. Ran Shiyu felt like she was still dreaming, until Jiang Lushur came down from the combat cabin carrying the sniper rifle, and only then did she come back to her senses. This gun is really powerful. Jiang Lushur held the sniper rifle, very satisfied with the performance of the AMR-2. Compared to the Type 81 rifle, the AMR-2's power and penetration were far stronger. Of course, one was an assault rifle, the other a heavy sniper rifle. They were meant for different combat situations, so there was really no comparison. Jiang Lushur placed the AMR-2 on the carpet and picked up his Type 81 rifle. "Get out of the car!" At that moment, Zhang Hai also drove the refrigerated truck along the path the minibus had cleared. During the battle with the mutant zombie, they hadn't done anything. If they had faced that thing themselves, they probably would have been killed in 1 second. So they had sensibly kept some distance, afraid they'd only drag the minibus down instead of helping. Only after the mutant zombie's death did they hurry to catch up, helping to cover and clean up the nearby zombies. Jiang Lushur got out of the car with his Type 81 rifle, alongside Jiang Zhuiying, while Ling also jumped down from the driver's seat. Then the car doors closed. Ran Shiyu quickly walked to the window, watching Jiang Lushur and the others while opening her psychic vision to monitor the surroundings. After taking down a few nearby zombies, Jiang Lushur quickly approached the corpse of the mutant zombie. The body had already collapsed heavily to the ground. After death, the intimidating aura it had radiated disappeared completely. But something made Jiang Lushur's eyebrows twitch. He noticed that one of the zombie's ears looked completely different from the other. Around that ear was a circle of torn scars, looking horrifying, and at the base of the ear was a ring of pink flesh. And the ear seemed to be only half-formed, not like it had been bitten off, but like it hadn't finished growing. Regrown limb? Jiang Lushur had previously guessed that zombies might have strong regeneration abilities, but he hadn't expected limb regeneration. Some animals already had this ability even before the apocalypse, like geckos or octopuses. When an octopus's arm breaks, its blood vessels constrict and close on their own. After 6 hours, the vessels start to reopen. By the next day, when the wound is fully healed, a new arm begins to slowly grow out. But humans don't have that ability, and yet this mutant zombie did. Successfully hunted a level 1 mutant zombie. Discovered a level 1 blood core, located in the mutant zombie's heart. Blood core? Not a mutant crystal core? Jiang Lushur froze for a moment, then frowned slightly. This blood core, like those of mutant beasts, was also located in the heart. Although this was a mutant zombie and not a human, it had once been human, after all. Jiang Lushur didn't really want to dissect a human body. But with the blood core right before his eyes, he couldn't ignore it either. He drew his military dagger, took a deep breath, and lifted the torn shirt of the mutant zombie. "Brother, what are you doing?" Jiang Zhuiying exclaimed beside him. Jiang Lushur glared at her irritably. Jiang Zhuiying immediately turned her head away innocently, then flicked her long knife out. It flew with a flash of electric light, cutting down a nearby zombie. When the clothes were lifted, Jiang Lushur's pupils shrank again. The zombie's body was covered in traces of regeneration. It seemed that the zombie's evolution process was extremely brutal. This zombie must have fought its way through tens of thousands, maybe even more, of others. But when Jiang Lushur saw the heart area, he finally let out a breath of relief. He didn't need to cut it open himself. Unlike mutant beasts, this zombie's blood core was actually outside its heart. It was an irregular black gem-like object, surrounded by many protruding blood vessels, each as thick as a pinky finger. The blood core looked like another heart of the mutant zombie. Even after its death, it was still beating. Jiang Lushur had a strange feeling. It seemed as if this blood core was alive. He angled the dagger under the blood core and lifted it slightly. The blood core separated from the blood vessels and fell into his hand. As soon as it was removed, those blood vessels immediately shriveled up, leaving Jiang Lushur astonished. At the same time, the blood core in his hand appeared even more mysterious and eerie. Jiang Lushur held that cold-feeling blood core in his hand. The blood core seemed to still be lightly pulsating. From the name and appearance alone one could tell, this blood core from a mutant zombie was different from a mutant beast's crystal core. But exactly what the difference was. "Captain Jiang." With the sound of the vehicle approaching, a man's shout followed. Jiang Lushur directly passed the blood core to Ying, then turned to look at the approaching vehicle. When Bai Zhengchong was still some distance from the minibus, he hurriedly stopped his vehicle. He sensed that although Jiang Lushur and the others were just standing there, they were very guarded against the approach. Seeing Jiang Lushur and their reaction, Bai Zhengchong felt a bit speechless inside. To be honest, shouldn't they be guarding against Shuring's squad? That terrifying shooting skill. Whenever someone saw Jiang Lushur holding a rifle, they would feel their scalp go cold, worrying they might also get headshot. As for Jiang Zhuiying and that cold, beautiful woman, both of them clearly were not to be trifled with. When Jiang Zhuiying discharged electricity, it had shocked Bai Zhengchong. With just Jiang Zhuiying's strength alone, she could form a good survivor squad in Zhonghai Area 1. Only in Shuring's squad she mostly supported Jiang Lushur, quietly hiding her light. As for Jiang Lushur? Bai Zhengchong looked at him with extreme caution. This youngster now in his eyes was some kind of pervert. An ability sounding so trivial, but turned out extraordinarily powerful. Strength seeming ordinary, but shooting skills unbelievably strong. You can't blame Bai Zhengchong's eyesight for not seeing it. Who the hell could see it? Captain Jiang. You must have had it rough. Incredible. A real person doesn't show off. Bai Zhengchong's face turned into a bright smile as he flung open his car door and jumped out. He knew that if Jiang Lushur wanted to kill him, even hidden in his car at hundreds of meters distance he'd be killed. So better to get out boldly, acting as if completely unafraid. This would make him appear sincere. Looking at Bai Zhengchong forcing enthusiasm on his ashen face, Jiang Lushur felt awkward. He coldly glanced at him. Gale Squad had clashed with them before. Jiang Lushur would not treat this man with much kindness. Bai Zhengchong saw Jiang Lushur's cold reaction, didn't even squeak, and his forced smile faltered. Before the apocalypse, He wasn't someone to be messed with either, he was used to being in upper positions. Bai Zhengchong might not bully everyone, but at least he'd never had to stick his warm face to a cold but like this, especially in front of his men. This Jiang Lushi, acting like he was somebody, lowering his posture and speaking boldly yet so arrogant, it made Bai Zhengchong lose face. There were many people more powerful than him. Did Jiang Lushi really think he was extraordinary? Captain Jiang. Bai Zhengchong quickly restored his smile. Whatever he thought inside, now he was someone he couldn't provoke. I know. We had some small conflicts before. Today we fought side by side, and we are comrades in battle. I hope Captain Jiang can forgive and let bygones be bygones. In the future, if there's anything you need from me, Bai Zhengchong, just call on me. Bai Zhengchong spoke sincerely. Jiang Lushi looked at Bai Zhengchong. The captain of Gale Squad was quite sensible. But on Jiang Lushi's face was still that indifferent expression. He felt nothing from this man's overture. Just then, in Jiang Lushi's mind came Ran Shiyu's voice, he's a smiling tiger. He clearly still harbors killing intent toward you. Jiang Lushi kept his expression unchanged, but a faint cold smile had already formed at his lips. Understood. After saying this, he walked toward the minibus. Bai Zhengchong stood in place, stunned for a moment, then his neck stiffened. Understood? What the hell was that supposed to mean? Bai Zhengchong watched Jiang Lushi and company reboard the minibus. Then the minibus started quickly, sharply turning, sweeping up many broken small branches, even raking him, forcing Bai Zhengchong to dodge. Thud thud thud. The minibus crashed through zombies back toward the toll station. Bai Zhengchong patted himself, still startled, before another wave of branches and leaves swept toward him. That refrigerated truck even deliberately circled near him, the exhaust from its tailpipe blowing onto his face. Seeing the back of the refrigerated truck, Bai Zhengchong's already pale face turned sallow. Damn it. Boss, these Jiang Lushi people are so arrogant, no shame in taking the face we offered, the brute cursed and muttered. Bai Zhengchong glared at him fiercely, shut up. Jiang Lushi glanced via the rearview camera at Bai Zhengchong and the others, then turned his attention back to the blood core in hand. Ying had held it, then it returned to Jiang Lushi's hand. Brother Jiang, you're awesome. Seeing the minibus return, Shentao immediately drove his vehicle up, leaning out the window to speak. Beside him that military officer looked at Jiang Lushi as if seeing a non-human. Haha, brother Jiang, don't mind him, he's gone dumbfounded. Shentao was very pleased. The performance of Shuring's squad proved he had not misjudged people. Though he didn't expect Jiang Lushi to handle a sniper rifle so well. The officer stared at Jiang Lushi for a long time, finally unable to hold back, asked, this. Brother Jiang, where did you learn to shoot like this? Learned after the apocalypse. How to use guns I learned from them. Jiang Lushi looked at the refrigerated truck beside him and pointed at Zhang Hai and the others. He knew his marksmanship would pique many people's curiosity, so he laid it on Zhang Hai and the others. Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan were immediately dumbstruck. The officer stared at them in horror. You guys were in the military before? I fix cars, Zhang Hai said. I used to deliver packages. In college military training I fired a couple of shots, Sun Kuan scratched his head. But how to shoot? It was kind of us helping, Zhang Hai could not bring himself to say, we taught him. Not after seeing how they shot. Jiang Lushi's level, he didn't just surpass them 10,000 miles, he surpassed 100 streets at least. So you really learned after the apocalypse? The officer looked at Jiang Lushi in shock. With Jiang Lushi's level, there was no need to lie. And those two's constipated expressions didn't look faked. The officer swallowed hard. In his mind echoed two words, damn. Captain Jiang. Just then, Zhang Jing arrived in the infantry armored vehicle. Base vehicle new function activated. At the same time, the Starseed's voice also echoed.
Did you enjoy the story, guys? I hope you did. Support this video with a like and a comment. I'd really appreciate it. Thanks for watching and see you next time.